While all the rookies trembled at the 23% death rate, Tong Chen was boasting about kicking his demon instructor's ass. When he awakened the trashiest F-rank talent in history and was publicly humiliated by the instructor as worse than a dog, the nonsense clipping system arrived. He flipped the script, editing the instructor's furious tirade into "You're the best trainee I've ever had, the others are worse than dogs," hit send, and then the rewards exploded, and so did the instructor. At the Yanliang training base in Fong, Jing City, Dragon Country, we urgently need warriors to seize living space from the monsters. The resources you're consuming were paid for with the lives of awakened warriors. On the platform, the bald instructor, Wayan, roared like thunder. Below, 100-person squadron stood in dead silence. Every trainee knew that the upcoming Jin awakening had a staggering 23% death rate. Tong Chen, Wayan suddenly leaped from the 10-meter-high platform, landing with a ground-shattering impact. He cupped a trainee's head in his hands, his voice thick with murderous intent. "What are you smirking at?" Tong Chen, whose head was being held, was desperately trying to suppress a grin that was threatening to split his face. In the grim-faced squadron, he stood out like a DJ at a funeral. "Sir," the smile finally broke free. "I'm about to awaken, so I'm happy." Happy? Veins bulged on Wei Ran's forehead as he tightened his grip, almost crushing Tong Chen's skull. But Tong Chen, seizing the moment of his instructor's stupor, pried his hands away. This act of defiance made the surrounding trainees gasp. "Sir," Tong Chen's smile was both brazen and deranged, "I predict I'll get an S-rank talent at the very least. When that happens, as you promised, can I come and kick your ass?" The entire field fell silent. The trainees swiveled their heads in unison, staring at Tong Chen as if he were a god or a lunatic. "He's insane. How dare he?" Wei Ran was also struck dumb by this. Was this kid fearless or just plain stupid? Before he could react, a convoy of vehicles arrived, and the base-wide broadcast announced the start of the awakening ceremony. "I'll go first." Tong Chen eagerly rushed towards the awakening instrument. He was too excited. As a transmigrator who had kowtowed to his reflection every day, wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for? "Father Golden Finger, here I come. Let's go, family. Let's do this." In front of everyone watching him as if he were a lunatic, Tong Chen raised a tube of gene-revealing fluid and downed it in one go. Agonizing pain followed. 10 seconds later, the lead officer announced, "Initial gene restriction unlocked." A tranquilizer dart shot into his thigh, and the rampaging genes calmed down. Tong Chen trembled as he awaited his fate. The lead officer looked at the printed report with a strange expression. F rank. In a way, that's a talent in itself. A rare sight. Impossible. Tong Chen's face was a mask of disbelief. "Did you make a mistake? Bro, could it be that my talent is off the charts and the machine can't measure it? Stop talking nonsense. Be glad you're alive. Get to the side." Wei Ran shoved him away with a look of pity. "No, give me another tube. I still have to kick your ass." Tong Chen struggled, only to be thrown several meters away by Wei Ran. "Get lost." Wei Ran finally exploded. "You're the trashiest trainee I've ever had. Worse than a dog. A complete waste of resources." Just as Tong Chen watched another trainee fail to awaken and gruesomely explode, and as he himself sank into despair. Ding! Host's awakening detected. System binding. Host's humiliation detected. Footage recorded. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the nonsense clipping system. Please begin your editing. The voice in his head stunned Tong Chen for a moment, then he was overcome with wild joy. "So you only show up after I've been humiliated?" A virtual screen popped up, replaying the instructor's recent tirade. "All verbal attacks against the host are nonsense. The system will grant rewards based on the editing results." Tong Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He shot a glance at the bald instructor in the distance, a lewd/sly, yet brazen smile spreading across his face. He. With a system, who's afraid of a little primary-level warrior? Just then, a golden flare shot into the sky from another part of the base, followed by a second one. "SS rank," the lead officer exclaimed in shock. "You all continue, I'm going to escort the SS rank genius." With a leap, he vanished among the ruined skyscrapers, his eager demeanor no different from a simp's. The trainees erupted in envious chatter. SS rank, a guaranteed ticket to the war god level. Tong Chen felt a twinge of jealousy. That should have been his script. Just you wait, system. The ceremony ended. Everyone received their personal terminals for the Warnet. Wei Ran gave a final speech, announcing a half-day break before 3 days of adaptation training at a slaughterhouse, followed by the practical exam. The moment they were dismissed, Tong Chen dashed back to his dorm like a starving tiger, slammed the door shut, and immediately opened the editing panel. He had seen similar videos before and handled the system with ease. The edit instructor, "You're the best trainee I've ever had. The other trainees are worse than dogs." Though slightly choppy, the meaning was completely reversed. Tong Chen nervously clicked, finish editing. Ding! Edit successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving Strength plus 200 kilograms, Spirit Power plus 50, Soldier Class Monster Manual Mastery, Basic Combat Skills Mastery, Wilderness Survival Mastery. Boom! Immense power flooded his body, and countless pieces of knowledge were etched into his mind. He was instantly reborn. Awesome, bro system. His current strength was enough to crush all his peers. So what if there was an SS rank? Just as he was planning to lay low and farm more material using his F rank disguise, a fatal system prompt appeared. Warning: the edited video must be published within 3 hours, or the rewards will be revoked. Warning: the video must receive more than 50 views after publishing, or the rewards will be revoked. UF** King system, are you trying to get me killed? Tong Chen's face turned green. If he posted this, the instructor would skin him alive, but there was no way he was giving back the rewards. Fine, I'll post it. Are you happy now? Resigned, Tong Chen opened his personal terminal, found the 12th Squadron's internal group chat, and with a trembling hand, sent the video. Swish! He immediately shut down his terminal, cutting off all contact. A new storm is coming, how can I stay still? Humming a tune, he headed for the training ground. He needed to get a clear grasp of his newfound power. At the strength testing machine, he assumed a military combat stance and threw a heavy punch. Bang! The numbers on the screen shot up, finally stopping at 554 kilograms, far beyond any of his peers. Passing the exam would be a piece of cake. Just as he was about to test again, he heard 2 trainees talking in the distance. Did you see that video in the group chat? That troll Tong Chen has some serious guts. I almost died laughing. The instructor's face must be as black as the bottom of a pot right now. He's looking for him everywhere. Tong Chen turned and fled without a second thought. He had almost forgotten the big trouble he was in. Meanwhile, in the instructor's office. Ha, old Wei, that F rank in your squad is a real talent. I'm dying. 666. How did he edit it so perfectly? I don't care, I haven't laughed this hard in ages. Forward it. Let's all have a good laugh. Shit, don't. On the run, Tong Chen saw the view count on his terminal suddenly skyrocket, and he froze. Where did all these people in the 12th Squadron come from? System, just how big of a mess have you gotten me into? Tong Ying stared at the constantly increasing view count, nearly dumbfounded. With all 12 teams and the instructors combined, there shouldn't be more than 100 people. So how did the views suddenly spike by several hundred? Could this group be the entire student body of Yanliang? Tong Ying scratched his head in confusion. He decided to find a random place at the base to disguise himself for the night, absolutely refusing to return to the dormitory. Otherwise, it would be a light punishment to get jumped by someone. Training ground. After watching the video, sure. Shanshan's mouth fell open in astonishment, unable to close. Upon reflection, it really did seem like something Tong Ying could pull off. Wow, amazing. Even with an F-level talent, he can't be discouraged. This kid is in big trouble, daring to provoke the instructor like that. Even if the instructor doesn't hold a grudge, those students won't let him off. A female student behind her said with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Shi Chanshan's expression turned tense. Then her gaze firmed, as if she had made a resolution, and she resolutely walked toward the testing area. Instructor's office. Kuei Ran couldn't stop his comrades from forwarding the video and sat in his chair, feeling utterly despondent. Ah, you guys, look. The views just shot up by over 500. Should I start charging for this? This is hilarious, old Kuei, you're famous now. Pfft, can't take it anymore. Someone actually asked me when Yanliang Base got such a prodigy. And when I said he was an F level, they didn't believe me. Bang! Kuei Ran, unable to endure any longer, slammed his hand on the table and stood up, furious, ready to storm out. Hey, old Kuei, where are you going? Going to beat that little brat up. Just watch me hang him up and give him a good thrashing. Always causing trouble. With that, Kuei Ran pushed the door open and left. The others perked up immediately, hastily following to watch the show. Student dormitory area. More and more members of Team 12 were watching the video. Damn, Tong Ying, you're really something. The instructor was clearly scolding you, but with that edit, it looks like he's scolding us. Don't you think the instructor's expression in that frame is hilarious? I'm saving it. Whenever I'm unhappy, I'll pull it out and watch. I have to say, Tong Ying's move really made me laugh. How did he manage to cut so much out without affecting my understanding of what the instructor originally said? Damn. An F level being so arrogant, I'm definitely going to beat this kid up on the day of the graduation assessment. The students chattered excitedly in the group, most of them amused by the instructor's edited expression. Except for one place. In a standalone villa room within the dormitory area, a murderous aura enveloped the space. The student dormitory was built using the old city architecture, and the base didn't assign them rooms but let the students fight for them. It also instilled the spirit of the weak being preyed upon by the strong, teaching them that survival of the fittest was the way of the world. Naturally, the best villa was occupied by the strongest members of Team 12. This Tong Ying has awakened to such a trashy F-level talent, yet he still dares to be so arrogant. Could it be that he thinks his good looks will make those female students defend him? Forget about others, sure Qian might actually. A few boys said, cautiously glancing toward the other side of the room. There stood a blond man, clearly not of long country descent. Martin Ferguson, the top scorer in all training subjects of Team 12. He was once a noble from a small western country, whose family had made their fortune through hunting and had come to Long Country for tourism. However, under the God's awakening X-virus, his country was destroyed and he was taken in by Long Country. The gender ratio in Team 12 was almost balanced, yet Martin had his eyes set on Qian. Perhaps it was because of her size? The top performers speculated among themselves. Martin reigned in his murderous aura. A bunch of ignorant fools, what kind of women hadn't he seen? In this world overrun by monsters, only resources and strength mattered. The reason he was interested in Qian was quite simple. Martin recalled the military vehicle license plate that had dropped Qian off at the door when heading to the assembly point. According to customs in Manhwa, certain license plate numbers were not for ordinary people to use, especially when that number was on a military vehicle. It became even more extraordinary. That was why he had launched various advances towards Qian during training. Unfortunately, she seemed to be indifferent. Instead, she showed interest in Tong Ying, who was just average in every way except for his decent looks. This left Martin feeling frustrated and increasingly annoyed with Tong Ying. He bore the burden of hatred from a fallen nation and family, while Tong Ying appeared to be blissfully ignoring the calamity of divine revelation. Adding to this was Qian's presence. I want to kill Tong Ying during the practical assessment. Who's in favor, who's against? Martin squinted at the people in the room. The soldiers typically operated in small teams for missions. The people in the room were all teammates he had selected as substitutes from Team 12. Of course, as a C-level talent, he had hopes of becoming a battle general, and these teammates were merely temporary. Isn't killing a comrade against the law? Just let the monsters do it. He's an F-level, and his training results are below average. Dying at the hands of a monster is quite reasonable, right? Dare to treat us worse than dogs? Why not feed this kid to the dogs? The practical assessment is notoriously high in mortality rate. One more won't make a difference. As soon as one person raised an objection, the other three rebutted. In the end, the proposal to eliminate Tong Ying was unanimously approved by the small team. Bang! The door was kicked open violently, and Instructor Ran appeared with a dark expression. Damn! Where is that kid? At Tong Ying's dormitory entrance, a group of instructors craned their necks, and upon seeing the empty room, their expressions turned strange. This little brat is indeed clever. He knows to hide when trouble comes. If he knows to be afraid, why did he do it? This kid has some guts. It seems old Kuei, you've come up empty this time. There's no way he's coming back tonight. Bah! If he doesn't come back, can't I still catch him? Let him experience the thrill of being hunted by a junior soldier. As Ran spoke, he was about to turn around and go find Tong Ying. The others immediately laughed. It seemed that no matter what, Tong Ying couldn't escape this beating today. But at that moment, the terminal on Ran's arm began to vibrate. Someone was calling. He raised his hand to check, and the perpetual sour expression of someone who felt owed money vanished. He stood up straight. What can I do for you? Right, Tong Ying is my student. I'm sorry about the video, I will discipline him properly. Ha! Worth promoting? No need to investigate? 2 minutes later, Ran hung up the phone, looking distressed. The district's battle general leader said that order had just been restored and people needed to put aside their grief and rebuild their lives from the ruins. Tong Ying's optimistic attitude as an F-level was good and typical, and it was worth promoting. Not only could they not investigate, but they also had to grant him publishing rights to release videos on the Battle Network and civilian networks. The thought of becoming the star of Tong Ying's first video felt like swallowing excrement. But with the battle general personally coming to greet him, what could a mere junior soldier say? What could he dare to say? The leader also mentioned that the video would be promoted citywide on the Battle Network later, and the number of viewers would likely be even greater. A glimmer of despair appeared in Ran's eyes as he thought of Tong Ying's smiling face, gnashing his teeth in hatred. He would definitely repay this grudge. Fong Jing City, residential area. A girl with a backpack knelt by the bed, holding the hand of her mother, who was receiving in 4. Mom, it's been 3 months, Tong Gu won't be in any trouble, right? Silly girl, cough cough. What could happen to him? That kid's personality is bound to be liked. The girl by the bed was Tong Ying's sister, Hu Chao Chao. Hearing her mother's weak voice, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Don't worry, maybe when he comes back he won't be alone anymore. That's not acceptable. Brother Tong's looks are our family's hidden asset. If we can't afford to eat in the future, we'll have to rely on him to charm a rich young lady. Upon hearing this, Mom couldn't help but twitch her mouth, helplessly stroking her daughter's head. That brat Tong Ying, has he led my daughter astray? She recalled how Tong Ying, after recovering from his serious illness, immediately called out Mom, leaving her flustered. Clearly being called Mom made her feel like she was being taken advantage of. I hope he can return safely. Fong City. Tong Ying's edited video suddenly appeared on the official Warrior forum, even pinned for promotion. Countless awakened warriors, either on missions or resting in the city, saw it and clicked on it. Isn't this the Yanliang base? Did it get breached by monsters? When the warriors anxiously clicked on it, the expected monstrous figures did not appear. Instead, the somewhat bizarrely edited footage of Instructor Wei Ran began to play. After the video ended, the warriors fell silent, not even realizing their lips had unconsciously curled into a smile. Similar scenes unfolded everywhere, and soon various comments appeared below the video. You scared me. I thought the monsters had breached the outskirts of Fong City. What's going on with this video? But to be fair, the person who edited this video was really interesting. I found out it was done by this year's Awakened students, and he's an F level. No way, he didn't die, right? He must be in for a beating. I heard it's fine. The higher-ups noticed it and thought it was good enough to promote, which is why the video is here. The kid is too young. Does he think just because the higher-ups gave a nod, everything's fine? Even the instructors are frowning, he won't escape punishment. That student is called Tong Ying, right? His mindset is pretty good, but it's a pity his talent is too poor, otherwise he could definitely make a name for himself in the future. Many warriors were commenting and found the video quite amusing. Fong City. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that old Wei? A burly man laughed heartily, startling those around him who were focused on their work. But when they saw that the loud one was a battle general, everyone averted their gaze. The man paid no mind to others and walked directly to the girl lying on a chair connected to various monitoring devices. Xiong, this is a student from your cohort, right? He pulled up Tong Ying's student profile and held it up in front of the girl, clearly interested. This time, the Yanliang base was really interesting. Besides this SS-level genius girl in front of him, there was also an F-level gem of a boy. Xiong frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased. I'm in Team 1, he's in Team 12. Oh, I see, so you don't know him? That's fine, this video is really interesting, take a look. The battle. General casually retrieved his terminal, pulled up the video again, and played it between the two of them. He let out that exaggerated laugh once more. Xiong felt speechless inside, but her attention was also drawn to the video. Seeing the instructor with the same sour face as Team 1 praising someone, she finally understood why the senior in front of her was laughing so happily. The video was indeed very interesting. F level? For an ordinary person, awakening such talent would surely be a huge blow, right? Xiong imagined that if she awakened to F level, she would be an unbearable pain. Yet this man was so optimistic, editing the video of his instructor scolding him like this. For the first time in her life, Xiong felt curious about the opposite sex. I really want to meet such an interesting guy. Ningxiang, you really don't know him? The battle general asked again, not giving up. The girl pondered for a moment. I have a distant cousin who seems to be in Team 12. I don't know if she survived, but she should know him. Oh, what's her name? I can check and find out. Sure, Qianxian. In the Yanliang base, sure. Qianxian was staring blankly in front of the punching power testing machine. The machine's display still showed the test data just produced by Tong Ying. Behind her, a female student, Zhang, gaped at the two classmates who had just finished their speed test. Did you guys just do this? The two male classmates first stared at Qianxian for a moment before looking up at the testing machine. The next moment, their mouths dropped wide open, and they shook their heads in unison. Was there anyone else here before you came? The female student quickly asked. The two pondered for a moment. It seems there was someone wearing our student camouflage uniform, but I couldn't see his face clearly. He left in quite a hurry. The camouflage uniforms of students and instructors were completely different, and it was even said that there were differences between squads. They felt they couldn't have made a mistake. The female student's eyes suddenly lit up as she took out her terminal to take a photo and send it to the internal group. Who did this? We have a hidden genius among us. The punching power test result of 554 kilograms appeared in the group. The group, which had been fervently discussing the video, fell silent immediately. Is it Martin? Or Sure Qianxian? I really can't think of anyone else. It's not Sure Qianxian, she's with me. It can't be Martin either, as the top scorer, he can't hide his skills. It seems a classmate saw someone wearing our team's camouflage uniform doing it. What a talent! Didn't they say the limit is 250 kilograms? Just awakened and broke through to 554 kilograms, how did they do it? So strong. Just as the instructor said, sometimes the gap between people is even bigger than between dogs. The classmates in the team were all guessing who produced this test data, completely clueless. Only Sure Qianxian looked suspiciously towards the exit where Tong Ying had just fled. He ran away in such a panic, and now this punching power test data appeared. It was hard not to make her suspicious. As for whether it was produced by the instructor, no one would believe that, because instructors all start as junior warriors with a punching power of at least 1,000 kilograms. They wouldn't be idle enough to produce a data of 554 kilograms. Is it really you? Sure, Chan murmured to herself, her heart uncertain. The stereotype of F-level talent being useless was too strong. Even if she recognized Tonging, seeing him flee in a panic couldn't confirm it was him. Could it be that he was running away because of the video incident? But sure, Chan still planted a seed of doubt in her heart, planning to find an opportunity to test it later. If Tonging really was a hidden genius, would his family agree to them? Sure, Chan face suddenly turned red, her small hands at a loss for where to go. The following time passed uneventfully, and Tonging didn't dare to show his face all night, wrapping himself in a blanket and sleeping in the ruins until dawn. It wasn't until the broadcast sounded, calling everyone to gather for an internship at the slaughterhouse, that he scampered out, being the last to line up. What awaited him were the thumbs up from the students and the murderous gaze of the instructor. Everyone boarded the transport vehicle leaving the Yanliang base, and Tonging, as expected, was assigned to the hardest slaughtering position, cutting continuously for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone looked listless, as if they had been fished out of bloodwater, their bodies reeking of monster stench. Everything looked like monster corpses, and they wanted to take a few cuts. Instructor Quirin was very pleased with this transformation. Rest for a day. Tomorrow morning we head to the combat testing base. Hearing Instructor Quirin's words, the students present were somewhat moved. Especially the girls, who were almost moved to tears. 3 days. A full 3 days they hadn't left the room for cutting monsters. It felt like it would never end. When they were tired, they could only collapse on the incredibly stinky corpses to sleep for a while, and the individual rations tasted of the foul smell of beast entrails. It was a hellish job that would make even Ultraman flash a red light. I never want to do cutting work again in my life, a classmate muttered, as if they were about to break down. The others nodded in agreement. Hey, cutting work is meant to train your feel for slicing monsters. You should cherish this 3-day opportunity to cut monsters that won't fight back. Instructor Quirin scoffed at the students in front of him, most of whom merely curled their lips in indifference. After their awakening, the surge in strength made them feel that even monsters were no match for them. The endless cutting work on the assembly line was far more terrifying. Here, I want to commend Tonging. The master of cutting said you did very well, with precise cuts and top-notch efficiency. You'll be a good candidate for monster hunting. As Instructor Quirin spoke, his expression began to show pain and disdain again. With such excellent cutting skills, how did he end up awakening an F talent? The other students looked over in shock. Tonging? Wasn't he in the lower middle of the rankings? How could he slice monsters so effortlessly? Tong, did your family used to slaughter pigs? Get lost. Your family slaughters pigs. Tonging shot a glare at the male classmate beside him. His outstanding performance in cutting monsters was naturally thanks to the detailed explanation of soldier-level monsters' mastery. This explanation not only included monster habits and attack methods but also covered weaknesses, materials produced, cutting techniques, and much more, making it very comprehensive. Once mastered, his cutting skills were on par with those of a seasoned butcher. Everyone should learn from Tonging. It doesn't matter if your talent is poor, you can still work hard in other areas with a positive attitude. After the instructor finished speaking, he gave Tonging a deep look as if implying something. With that, he waved his hand, dismissing everyone. The next day, the transport vehicle took everyone away from the slaughterhouse, heading towards the Weinan district. This district is next to the Yanliang base and is part of the third ring of Fong City. Unlike Yanliang, this area was ravaged more severely by monsters. After discussions, the military decided to leave a small number of milder monsters behind and transformed this place into a training area. It was jokingly referred to by the soldiers as a breeding ground filled with weak monsters. The newly awakened recruits would complete their practical assessments here. The convoy encountered other teams on the road. After 2 hours of slow travel, the convoy dropped the students off at the Weinan West interchange and turned back. The open space next to the interchange was filled with people. Everyone was dressed in camouflage combat uniforms, staring blankly at the 20-meter concrete wall in front of them. Team 12, where Tonging was, arrived relatively early and waited for half an hour until everyone was present. Tonging jumped up on the wall and scanned the area, estimating that about 800 people were participating this time. Is it nice? The scenery is pretty good, right? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Tonging turned around to see a burly man in battle armor grinning at him. The Black Tiger battle armor, priced at 8 million federal coins, required a level 3 merit qualification for purchase. It was one of the highest-end pieces of equipment visible in the students' terminal, only accessible to the elite among the soldier ranks. The unified federal coin of the Divine Awakening era was manageable, but that level 3 merit was unattainable without certain strength. This man was likely not far from being a battle general. Tonging quickly made a judgment, smiling brighter than the man in front of him. It's nice, just a bit windy. The burly man's
Expression turned strange as he looked him up and down. You are Tong Ying? Big brother, do you know me? Besides you, no one in this batch of students can smile so creepily, right? Tong Ying. Nice, huh? Who let you up here?
The burly man grabbed his shoulder and lifted him up. Tong Ying's mouth twitched as he stole a glance at the height behind him.
No way. The next moment, he was indeed thrown down. Bang!
A pit appeared on the lawn where the students stood, and Tong Ying sat in the center of the pit, grinning through gritted teeth. That bastard was really
ruthless. He cursed inwardly as he stood up. I am the administrator of Chaoyang District, Senior Warrior Wei Han. You will complete your graduation assessment behind this wall. As of now, the assessment death rate is 15%. The assessment content is very simple. Survive for 3 days in the enclosed area and hunt at least 3 monsters.
Your scores will be based on the number of kills and the strength of the monsters. Trust me, the more you kill, the better your scores will be. This affects the range of positions you can choose after graduation.
The assessment will
be conducted in teams, and you can start forming your groups now. After Wei Han finished speaking, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone. The students fell silent
for a moment before immediately starting to form teams.
Generally speaking, teams consist of 5 to 8 members, including roles for reconnaissance, logistics, main attackers, and distractions. The tactics for dealing with monsters are quite complex and involve a wide range of knowledge, with few able to master all aspects. Working in teams, with each member fulfilling their role, is much
more efficient.
The students were all looking for familiar or stronger classmates to team up with. Tong Ying, the famous F-class from Wayan City, naturally had no one approaching her.
In the distance, Shi Qianqian watched Tong Ying's solitary figure, took a deep breath, and was about to step forward.
But suddenly, a figure in yellow rushed ahead.
Tong Ying, I heard you're great at cutting monsters? How about teaming up with us? Our team is just missing someone to do the dirty work.
Martin, along with his team members, walked up to Tong Ying and smiled as he extended
the invitation.
The nearby teams looked on in surprise.
Martin actually invited Tong Ying? Shouldn't he be inviting Shi Qianqian instead?
Tong Ying glanced at the few people in front of her in surprise. Realizing they were the top members of Team 12, she smiled. She had planned to just coast through this assessment anyway. Where could be better than being in Martin's team?
I'm in. Thank you, big brother, for the opportunity. Tong Ying was overjoyed.
Martin and the others exchanged strange looks for a moment before nodding to indicate she should follow.
The alloy gate on.
The cement wall was slowly rising, and behind the door, a team of official squad members stood ready with various weapons waiting to be distributed. It was still the same old 4-bow gun, knife, and dagger. Indeed, the martial arts tradition in Longwei is long-standing, and many prefer to use obscure weapons that need to be custom-made. For the students, these 4 types are sufficient to handle various combat scenarios. Seeing that Tong Ying had completed her team formation, Shi Qianqian could only disappointingly form her own group.
Tong Ying walked behind the door
and grabbed a bow, gun, knife, and dagger, stuffing them onto her body.
Put that down. You need to put that down. Everyone gets a dagger, and you can only choose one more. The uncle in charge of the weapons couldn't hold back anymore. Do you even know how to use them? Tong Ying reluctantly put down the gun and bow. Come on, I'm fully skilled and super brave. What do you mean? The
uncle's gaze was quite judgmental. The weapons were quickly distributed, and the student teams entered the wall.
Administrator Wei Han suddenly jumped in front of everyone. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you a little benefit.
I will place markers on the monsters, and the holders will receive my unconditional guidance once, he said, showcasing the red iron plate in his hand.
Tong Ying's eyes instantly lit up. Guidance from someone nearly at the level of a battle general? That would be perfect material.
This was the strongest person she had seen so far.
If she could shape him into what she wanted, what rewards could she gain?
Tong Ying's face was filled with interest. The surrounding students noticed and found it strange.
Wait, where does a mere F-class get such confidence? Even if you join Martin's team, there's no way they would give you a special reward. Once you've collected your supplies, let's set off. I hope to see you all here in 3 days. Each person takes 1, anyone who dares to take more will be dealt with.
Wei Han smiled maliciously, giving Tong Ying an extra long look as if he thought she was the only one being
dishonest.
From above, someone tossed several packages into the middle of the students. The packages scattered, revealing individual rations inside.
Tong Ying honestly took only one in quickly, followed Martin and the others deep into the ruins of the city. After all the trainees had left, the soldier distributing weapons walked up to Wei Han, looking puzzled. Captain, why are you in such a good mood today? Planning to guide these rookies?
Good mood my ass, old Kuei asked me to help him deal with a troublemaker in the team. He can't do it himself.
The soldier was taken
aback, then turned to look in the direction Tong Ying had just left, somewhat amused.
Is it really necessary?
But thinking about it, if someone had cut him down like that, he would also have to find that guy for trouble.
What if he dies in there? Then that's his bad luck, Wei Han said, turning to leave.
Among this batch of trainees, there were quite a few promising ones.
4 Example, the girl Lin Cherchanchan, with B-level talent, was a potential mid-level warrior. Much better than his talent. That guy named Martin was also pretty good, since he was going to guide. He should definitely guide those with talent. Except for that kid, he just needed to take a beating. When the time comes, arrangements would be made to ensure Tong Ying could also obtain a token. Considering Tong Ying's preferences, Wei Han decided that when the time came, he would say nothing and just beat people up to let him figure it out himself. On the other side, in Martin's team, after advancing for a kilometer, a long barbed wire wall appeared in front of them with dangerous warning signs hanging on it. Looks like the monster's simulation area is just ahead. We need to be careful from here on. After Martin finished speaking, he looked at the team members and the others nodded after checking their gear, indicating they were ready. Only Tong Ying was looking around curiously, wondering where he could get a red token. He still didn't know he had been clearly arranged. As for monsters, he had only seen them in training courses. To be honest, when he first heard that those things evolved from original birds and beasts, Tong Ying didn't believe it. Those monsters bore no resemblance to animals in his impression. Their evolution had a somewhat magical feel. The fact that such things could eat was something Tong Ying had never considered. Hey, let's go! A teammate had already jumped behind the barbed wire wall, calling out to Tong Ying, who was still dazed, sounding quite impatient. Tong Ying smiled and leaped over. Xiao Ming will scout ahead, the rest of you stay hidden and follow. After Martin finished speaking, he took a deep look at Tong Ying and led the way forward. Xiao Ming nodded, putting his bow behind his back, pulling out a dagger, and leaping through the buildings, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Scouts in the team often specialized in agility and stealth, usually using ranged weapons like bows and arrows. The group cautiously advanced through the ruins of the city. And 2 hours later, Martin signaled everyone to stop. Xiao Ming dropped down from a height, glanced at Tong Ying, and nodded at Martin. The two moved aside to whisper to each other. Captain. Found them. There's a small group of 8 greystone dogs 800 meters to the southeast. That should be enough to take this guy down. Let him go first. We'll directly alert all the monsters from behind and let Tong Ying die at the jaws of the greystone dogs. Xiao Ming squinted as he spoke. Martin nodded subtly. At that time, they would just need to say that Tong Ying disobeyed orders and rashly entered the monster's den, shifting all the responsibility away. Monsters spotted ahead. It's a lone greystone dog. We can make our move, Martin said, looking at everyone, and the other 3 teammates from the same dormitory all looked as if they understood. The atmosphere in the team was somewhat subtle. Tong Ying frowned slightly. Aren't greystone dogs pack animals? If it were the old him, he might not have cared, at most thinking he remembered wrong. But after reaching proficiency with the soldier-level exotic beasts, Tong Ying was very sure that greystone dogs never acted alone. Alone? Is that greystone dog injured? Tong Ying looked at Xiao Ming. Could it be the last survivor of its group? The latter blinked and shook his head. No, what's wrong? I remember that the greystone dog is a pack monster. Nonsense, it's clearly a solitary monster. I ranked 3rd in liberal arts, how could I possibly be mistaken? Xiao Ming retorted fiercely. Tong Ying didn't want to argue with an idiot, so he looked at Martin. This guy ranked 1st, he couldn't possibly be wrong about this, right? The greystone dog is indeed solitary. If you don't believe me, ask the others, Martin said calmly. Well, another idiot. He glanced at the other 3, who all nodded in agreement, leaving Tong Ying somewhat silent. If it weren't for the system, Tong Ying might really think he was mistaken. Clearly, something was off here. Speaking of which, it was strange that the strongest among the 12 teams would invite him to team up. Everyone knows how to deal with monsters to some extent. There was no need to specifically invite him. It seemed the other side had ulterior motives, planning to target him. Well, everyone should rely on their own abilities. Tong Ying wasn't one to have a good temper either. They were planning to harm him, yet acted as if nothing had happened? With that thought, Tong Ying wore a face full of apologetic smiles. Maybe I remembered it wrong. You know, my grades in this area are average. It's fine, everyone makes mistakes sometimes, right, don't take it to heart. We'll need you to deal with monsters later. The others quickly reassured him. Martin silently observed Tong Ying's face, which was filled with apology and inferiority, feeling that something was off. Did he discover something? But Tong Ying didn't reveal any abnormalities. Perhaps he just happened to remember the knowledge about the greystone dog and was merely reminding them. If he really had figured out their ill intentions, he should have turned and run. They couldn't just directly attack him, otherwise, if Tong Ying shouted about murder, they would have to stop. During the assessment, there were official team members maintaining order. Since there are no issues, let's go. Martin smiled and signaled everyone to head southeast. Everyone drew their weapons, ready for battle. As they walked, Tong Ying found himself at the front. What a way to protect his teammates. He stopped, expressionless, and turned back. The others looked confused. Why aren't we moving? Just around the corner is where we found the monster. Tong Ying, you go attract the monster. We'll ambush from behind. Be careful, the others pretended to be concerned. Tong Ying's face turned pale. I am scared. Don't be afraid. We're here. Captain Martin is a sea-level talent, ranked first in the team. What do you have to fear with us around? Look at you, so cowardly, how embarrassing. It's just a greystone dog, you can take it down by yourself, stop hesitating. As they spoke, impatience grew on their faces, clearly indicating that if he didn't go, they would push him forward. They subtly formed a surrounding stance, making Tong Chen confirm once again that he wasn't mistaken. Then I'll go. After saying that, he cautiously edged along the wall and turned in. Behind him, Xiaoming threw a large stone far away and everyone quickly stepped back. Tong Chen was doomed. All 5 in the group thought simultaneously. But then something unexpected happened. Instead of the sound of the stone hitting the ground, they saw Tong Ying's figure charging towards them. Hell, it's so terrifying. Mommy. His disheveled figure was followed by a pack of gray giant dogs, each the size of a calf. These giant dogs had skin like dried earth covered in black cracks and were all in a state of furious rage. What the hell did you do? Martin lost his composure. Wasn't he supposed to be careful and sneak over? How did he manage to attract 8 of them before the stone even hit the ground? The greystone dog, a servant-level monster, a general term for those below soldier level, evolved from originally canine species after being baptized by the god Awakening X-Virus. It has an earth attribute, granting it immense immunity to physical attacks. Weakness is abdomen, skin cracks. Gregarious, treacherous in nature, prone to attacking from below. When in groups, their combat power can reach the level of soldiers, requiring extra caution when dealing with them. Detailed information about the monster behind him surged in Tong Chen's mind, and his figure instantly dashed past the retreating Martin squad. Behind, the gray rock dogs, seeing more people, became even more ferocious. The 5 souls, including Martin, were terrified and hurriedly followed Tong Chen to escape. They kept turning corners in the streets, using the complexity of the terrain to barely avoid being caught immediately. Weren't you supposed to lure one over? How did you attract so many? Martin couldn't hold back any longer, his voice filled with rage. This wasn't the script. Wasn't he supposed to be torn apart by 8 gray rock dogs alone? How did he manage to run over here? Also, wasn't this guy an F grade with the worst scores? How could he keep up with our speed? I don't know. I just saw these dogs, and then something hit the head dog, and they went crazy. Martin and the others all looked at Xiaoming. The latter was completely bewildered. Ha, am I that amazing? Just tossing something could hit a dog's head? I threw a stone, not a cloud-piercing arrow infused with causal power, right? Xiaoming questioned his life. Martin didn't know what to say either. Throwing stones was a tactic he acknowledged, and he couldn't blame Xiaoming for an unexpected outcome. Tong Chen sneered inwardly. In fact, he hadn't hit anything, he had simply drawn aggro before the stone fell. At that moment, he saw one dog getting cozy with another, their backsides shaking towards him. Tong Chen, having been single in both worlds, couldn't stand being fed dog food by dogs, so he went up and kicked, directly stunning the dog. And then there was no further action. He had kicked the leader of the pack, who was being chased by 8 dogs. Of course, he was confident in doing this. With his mastery of basic combat skills, Tong Chen could easily take on these dogs alone. It was purely a case of high skill and boldness. After breaking free from the perilous situation surrounded by large dogs, he immediately brought back the renowned proctologist to treat his teammates. System, start material recording. Recording has started. After observing for a few days, he realized that he hadn't obtained the foul-smelling material from the butcher master in the slaughterhouse, so he knew he needed to actively start the recording. The group ran for their lives. One must admit that the strength of genetically awakened warriors was formidable, maintaining such high-speed maneuvers in turns. Aren't we going to intervene? On a distant rooftop, 2 figures stood, one of whom was clad in battle armor, the administrator Wayan. No need, once the assessment begins, no one is allowed to intervene. A mere C grade isn't worth breaking the rules. Although he had faith in Martin, his talent was still evident and he hadn't reached that level of confidence. More importantly, did you see how that kid just escaped from the dogs? Wayan said, his expression starting to turn bewildered. It was late spring, and these partially evolved servant-level monsters still retained their previous mating instincts. Their vigilance would naturally decrease when preparing to mate. But is that a reason to go kick someone's backside? That's a bit too bold. Does this guy have some kind of problem? Wayan looked at Tong Chen, who was about to be scared to tears as he fled, feeling a bit doubtful about life. I didn't see clearly, it was too far. He must have been lucky. It seemed like the dogs bumped into each other in their panic, allowing him to escape with his life. The teammate beside him also looked bewildered. The situation had been too chaotic, and with obstructed visibility, even a war god wouldn't have been able to see clearly. One could only say this kid had guts. Seeing so many dogs lying around, he dared to go up and kick the leader's backside. And he even managed to escape alive, simply impressive. The 2 didn't speak further, merely observing silently. Although Wayan agreed to let Kuei Ran teach Tong Chen a lesson, the premise was that he had to survive the assessment. Tong Chen and his group were still running for their lives, while behind them, the dogs were getting angrier as they failed to catch up. Just by looking at the murderous intent in those red eyes, it was easy to imagine how cruel the outcome would be if they fell into their hands. No way. This can't go on.
Martin began to gasp. Such a thrilling and dangerous high-end sport was too much to bear, even for the top-performing
team. The few people in the squad shared a tacit understanding. Sometimes, when being chased by a beast, it wasn't necessary to run the fastest, just faster than your teammates. But now, when they were on the verge of collapse, Tong Chen was running like he was on drugs, which made them feel miserable. Xiaoming understood and knew it was time for him to take action. After all, he was the closest to Tong Chen. Ah, be careful. Xiaoming squinted his eyes and casually snapped a road sign steel pipe to throw it between Tong Chen's legs. Little did he know, Tong Chen turned back and smiled slightly, leaping and spinning in midair to kick the steel pipe back, tripping Xiaoming. Tong Chen felt disdainful inside. Playing props with me? You're too young, kid. Let me give you a treatment package. No, Tong Chen, I asterisk your mother. You coward. I tell you, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go.
Xiaoming was stunned by Tong Chen's display
of skill, recalling how cowardly he had just been. He actually fell to such a weakling?
Xiaoming let out an incredulous and terrified roar, only to be bitten on the thigh by two large dogs,
dragging him backward. Heart-wrenching screams immediately erupted.
Martin and the others turned back for a hurried glance, feeling a chill run down their spines.
Seeing their teammate, whom they had spent so much time with, being torn apart by two dogs, they couldn't help but feel fear. Useless, can't even handle such a small matter. Since Tong Chen and Xiaoming were at the back, Martin assumed it was just Xiaoming's mistake.
Thus, Martin exchanged glances with the person next to him. It seemed that even if someone was sent to their death, it wouldn't stop the Grey Rock
dogs from pursuing them. But if they could just hold off two of them, he could definitely turn the tables with the remaining four.
The teammate beside him immediately understood and intentionally
slowed down to come alongside Tong Chen. Good, welcome the next victim.
Tong Chen smiled slightly at him, indicating his welcome. The teammate also smiled back politely. Then he pressed his hand on the hilt of his knife, causing Tong Chen's face to turn pale and his movements to become chaotic.
Only now do you realize to panic? Too late.
The man grinned as he drew his knife and
Tong Chen let out a scream that was choked by fear.
Then, the teammate's knife went awry, and the panicking Tong Chen narrowly dodged the blade, causing it to strike the wall instead. The wall crumbled and collapsed, and the massive stones made it impossible for him to evade, causing him to fall. Another round of screams erupted as the dogs completed a double kill.
Martin heard
the commotion and turned back to look, nearly dumbfounded.
What the hell are you doing chopping at the wall? This guy Tong Chen is too bizarre. How could he even miss?
It seemed he had to take matters into his own hands. He needed to find a concealed place, preferably one that could block the view and avoid being seen.
After running for a while, Martin suddenly brightened as he discovered something. Everyone follow me, I have a way to deal with the beasts.
The team, including Tong Chen, had only 4 people left. When they heard Martin say he had a plan, the other 2 looked as if they had found a savior. They had been running hard, and with their strength they were barely holding on. Seeing Tong Chen still steady as an old dog made them seriously suspect whether he had secretly used some kind of stimulant. This way, Martin led the turn, and they rushed toward a massive building in the distance. The sign at the entrance was dilapidated, with only the character hanging crookedly above. The group rushed inside, where the interior was even more rundown, with traces of monster droppings everywhere. As for what the outside of the building looked like, it didn't matter. Inside was like an ancient Roman Colosseum, with a huge circular platform in the center. The building stood 6 stories high, and the ladder had long since collapsed. A few people rushed towards the wall, using it to leap onto the high platform, while below, 4 dogs smashed through the wall and charged in, barking furiously at Tong Chen, who had taken refuge above. Captain, what do we do next? There's nowhere left to run. One of the team members looked at Martin in panic.
Although the dogs below couldn't reach them, they didn't
dare to go down either. There were no other buildings nearby to jump to. If they jumped down, the limestone dogs would just need to open their mouths wide to catch them. There were still 4 more behind, and once they finished off the 2 teammates, they would come looking for the sound, making escape impossible. There are only 4 left here. We've run this far, it will take at least 5 minutes for the others to arrive. One person goes down to attract their attention while the rest quickly take them out, Martin said, glancing at Tong Chen, who was also being looked at by the other 2. This place used to be a large shopping mall, capable of blocking external views to avoid detection by the lurking warriors. Now that they were here, they could finally deal with this guy. Martin and the other 2 slowly raised their killing intent. What do you want to do? Tong Chen retreated with a face full of fear. What do you think? Did you not hear what Captain Martin said? He wants you to go down and attract their attention so we can deal with these damn dogs. Nonsense, he never said I should go. Tong Chen looked like he was about to cry, glancing at the reflection of the shattered glass on the ground, giving himself a score of 99 for his acting. The remaining 1 point was to keep himself from getting too proud. Martin took a deep breath. You have 2 choices, go down yourself or we throw you down. Upon hearing this, Tong Chen seemed to be struck, falling to the ground and crawling backward until he reached
the edge of the platform. "Aren't you afraid I'll report you on the terminal?" he said, raising his left hand to activate the terminal.
The practical test was meant to simulate field mission
execution and wouldn't disable the network.
Everyone could contact each other through the terminal, and when friends and teammates acted together, they could use the terminal for tactical
communication.
The three who were about to advance stopped in their tracks. Martin glanced at the teammate on his left, who nodded and pulled out a round device from his backpack. After twisting it, the device emitted a piercing electric sound. Tong Chen realized his terminal had gone completely offline.
"Are you stupid? We have a signal jammer."
The two teammates enjoyed the look of despair and breakdown on Tong Chen's face at that moment.
"Aren't you afraid of being seen doing this?"
"Right. There are people patrolling the assessment area, just stop and I'll pretend nothing
happened,"
Tong Chen said, his voice tinged with tears. Martin looked at him with disdain. As a proud descendant of the Ferguson family, it felt utterly unfair to lose to someone like him in matters of romantic appeal.
"Don't worry, no one will see you here. Once you're dead,
we'll fight our way out and achieve the best results.
Get to it,"
Martin commanded, and the two in front of him drew their weapons and charged forward. In the next moment, blood splattered as the two, with faces full of shock, fell from the platform, caught and torn apart by the waiting limestone dogs.
Below,
Tong Chen stood across with a smile, watching Martin, who was stunned, slowly sheathing his knife while holding the signal jammer in the other hand, assessing the situation.
Instant kill. Moreover, it was 1 against 2, taking down two teammates whose strength was only slightly inferior to his own. Martin's heart turned cold. Who are you? You're not even F level."
His hands trembled uncontrollably, and his voice faltered.
Tong Chen put away the jammer and looked at Martin. "Who am I?"
"Ahahaha, since you asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful."
"Damn you, little brat, no honor in combat."
Attacking from behind, Tong Chen sidestepped to avoid the dagger Martin threw, blocking his slash with his sword, and with a turn, pushed Martin towards the
edge of the platform.
The 4 dogs below were happily eating, and when they saw the person above seemingly about to fall, they all looked up and let out excited howls.
Martin was drenched in sweat. "Let's talk. How about we talk? Now it's just the 2 of us left, and soon the other 4 will come over too. Killing me won't benefit you. Why not let me down to help you fight the monsters?"
His eyes darted around as he spoke, as if he truly cared for Tong Chen.
"Sure, didn't you see I was planning to let you down? No. We should go down together. If I go down alone, I'll be killed instantly." Tong Chen didn't respond, only smiling and applying pressure. Martin's gaze gradually turned desperate. Where had it all gone wrong?
Why was this F-grade waste so
strong? Why was he unwilling to let him go? Could it be that he could escape on his own? Martin could never have imagined that Tong Chen could single-handedly take down the dogs. When he saw 2
more straggling Greystone hounds running in from outside, Martin suddenly laughed.
"Haha, now you can't escape either, let's die together." He stopped resisting and pulled Tong Chen down with him. Strange, why was this guy still so calm at a time like this?
Just before his consciousness was overtaken by pain, Martin felt confused. Before they even hit the ground, a Greystone hound
jumped up and bit into Martin's waist.
He screamed in resistance, his blade continuously striking at the creature. After finally managing to stab the monster that was tearing him apart, Martin
was puzzled again. Why weren't any other Greystone hounds coming to snatch away his piece of meat?
With blood all over his face, he struggled to look up and saw an incredibly shocking scene. Tong Chen stood in the center, surrounded by twitching giant dogs, slowly walking towards him from the pool of blood, like a lord of slaughter descending.
"Who exactly are you?" Martin
said with great difficulty, blood frothing from his mouth as he realized he wouldn't last much longer.
Tong Chen paused, deep in thought.
Indeed, he should give his big title a resounding name.
How stifling it was to pretend to be an F-grade waste all the time. Finally finding an opportunity to show off with a big title to relieve stress, how could he not have a good name? Suddenly, a
memory from a work he had seen before crossing over surfaced in Tong Chen's mind, of a man who could create nuclear bombs with his hands, and it seemed quite similar to himself. Although their
starting points were completely different. "My name is Shadow, hunting evil in the shadows." He tried to strike a pose, smiling somewhat dramatically. Martin's mouth opened and closed, letting out the last sounds he would leave in this world.
Tong Chen blinked, hearing the sounds behind him as a few jumps landed back on the platform, allowing the last 2 late Greystone hounds to clean up the battlefield and destroy the traces. Stop material recording. Material recording successful, saved to the material library.
Tong Chen closed the editing panel in front of him and looked down.
The 2 late dogs below, in a fit of rage, devoured the bodies of Martin and the others. The 2 dogs approached their fallen companions, whimpering, and once all 6 severely injured dogs were dead, their expressions turned fierce. The surviving 2 Greystone hounds tore open their companions' bellies and stuck their heads inside to chew voraciously. Half an hour later, as they left, the 2 dogs waddled away with their bellies nearly bursting.
Tong Chen needed these 2 to destroy the evidence, so he didn't kill them. He went to the ground and cut off the ears of the 6 dogs as proof.
After all this fuss, he planned to spend the night here and also edit some material. Outside, the administrator Wei Han saw the two Greystone hounds that were about to burst walk out and felt speechless. "Captain, it seems they all perished." A soldier accompanying him grinned. From the moment they recklessly provoked a pack of Greystone hounds, their fate was already sealed. "Young people, let's go take a look," Wei Han said as he set off towards the distant super area. As he got closer, he suddenly pulled the soldier behind him to take cover. From a gap in the dilapidated building in the distance, a figure suddenly jumped out to scan their direction. Tong Chen observed for a while, finding nothing unusual, then scratched his head and retreated, continuing to edit his video. How is that broken F-level kid still alive?" The soldier beside Wei Han exclaimed in surprise. His eyes widened, lost in thought. "It's impossible. Could it be that Martin and the others are all good people, sacrificing themselves for others?" Wei Han was also a bit stunned. In the hurried moment earlier, he noticed that Tong Chen didn't even have a scratch on him. This guy, is he really F-level? Not to mention how he managed to endure the long-distance rush. After all, some people just have better stamina, while others can last 3 minutes, he can last 30. This relates to the fascia covering the muscles. The question is, how did Tong Chen manage to do it without any injuries? This guy, could he have secretly betrayed all his teammates? No, I need to check it out. With this thought, Wei Han immediately led his companions to sneak over from another direction. They leaned against the wall outside the building, secretly observing the situation inside the hall. When they saw 6 Greystone hounds lying on the ground, both were somewhat shocked. The scene was a bloody chaos, and one could imagine how intense the battle had been. Looking at the layout of the Greystone hound corpses, it seems they had launched a siege. I didn't expect that they could take each other out in such a situation. Truly, my favorite student, Wei Han sighed, thinking that the Greystone hounds were killed by Martin and his team. After all, Tong Chen was just an F-level, and his performance was quite average. He really couldn't imagine the possibility of Tong Chen single-handedly killing 6 monsters unless he had gone mad. "Captain, that platform has signs of a deliberate break. That kid Tong Chen most likely sold out his teammates at a critical moment and watched from above, only coming down to collect the tokens after those 2 Greystone hounds were full." The soldier beside him changed his expression slightly, his gaze towards the high platform becoming somewhat strange. "Should we cancel his qualification and take him back for detention? Murdering a teammate is a serious crime, at least resulting in being sent to a death row camp. Do you have evidence?" Wei Han replied without turning his head. "But, haven't you been a soldier for long enough to get used to this kind of thing? Besides, didn't you see how Martin and the others acted during the rush? If they were outmatched and died, they deserved it. Teaming up to trap an F-level and getting backstabbed instead, that just shows they are the worst of the worst. I misjudged them." The soldier shut his mouth and stopped talking. Wei Han was right. In human cities, following the law is fine, but in the wild where monsters are active, it all comes down to strength. The law? As long as no one catches you red-handed and leaves you alive, it's naturally fine. No wonder he dares to provoke old Wei. This kid has some tricks. Compared to sympathizing with Martin and the others, Wei Han admired Tong Chen more. It's just a pity he's only an F-level. Otherwise, with this kid's cunning, he would definitely make a name for himself in the future. "Captain, should we go back?" Since Tong Chen had already survived and obtained the kill tokens for more than 3 monsters, he would likely adopt a conservative strategy to pass the assessment. There was no point in continuing to watch. Let's go back," Wei Han said, taking out the red token, and with a flick of his wrist he skillfully tossed the token into the hall. After doing all this, he led the soldiers behind him away. He didn't want to inquire about what Tong Chen did to survive. The darkness after the divine calamity was simply too much. As long as he didn't leave any incriminating evidence and took responsibility for his actions, maintaining the safety of humanity and the nation, everything else was trivial. Where there are people, there is conflict. Everyone can only ensure that ordinary people have a relatively fair and stable environment. As time passed in sleep, the sky gradually darkened. Tong Chen stopped his actions, thinking about the playback material. The journey had been a rush, and with the last few people planning to throw him down, not much was said. First was Xiao Ming's curse when he fell. "No, Tong Chen, I." Then came the exciting replay on the platform. "I give you 2 choices. You can either go down yourself." After watching the original footage, Tong Chen clicked to play his edited version. During the rapid chase, vicious dogs were on his tail, and dirt and stones were flying. Xiao Ming tripped over a steel pipe, leaving his dying words. "Tong Chen, tell my mom I'm not a coward, The thrilling scene on the suspended platform. Trapped in a dire situation, reveal true feelings. "Martin, there are only 4 left. I will go down to attract attention. Teammate 1, Boss Martin, we will go down to attract attention, so you can deal with these damn dogs." Tong Chen, nonsense. "I'll go. Martin, I choose to go down myself." Tong Chen, aren't you afraid of doing this? Teammates 1 and 2, don't worry, when we die, you break through. The 2 falling figures, what a touching video of self-sacrifice and positive energy.
It's clear that the editor has a heart full of righteousness. Tong Chen was moved by his own talent, took out a single soldier's ration and took a couple of bites, then clicked complete edit. Ding! Editing successful. Brave. In sacrifice, with a heart of righteousness, the host will carry on with the entrusted partners, continuing to bear the weight. Material strength rating, 28. Material cognition rating, 22. Host editing rating, 66. Congratulations to the host for breaking 100 in ratings. All rewards increased by 30%. Congratulations to the host for receiving Teammates Legacy, with significant improvements in all abilities. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1.35 million federal coins. Congratulations to the host, strength plus 400 kilograms, mental power plus 40, monster knowledge. Mastery, green, basic combat skills mastery, green, wilderness survival mastery, green, warning, please release the video as soon as possible to achieve at least 10 views. Otherwise the rewards will be revoked. Tong Chen looked at the green skills subtitles in front of him, his face full of question marks. How did it turn green all of a sudden? Before he could react, the surging power within him invigorated his spirit. Tong Chen clenched his fist tightly, clearly feeling the difference before and after. Originally possessing a punching power of 545 kilograms, it suddenly surged to 945 kilograms. He was only 55 kilograms away from the 1000 kilograms standard for a beginner Jin awakened warrior. He was practically half a step into the realm of a beginner warrior. It's worth noting that he had only awakened 4 or 5 days ago. Even an SSS level wouldn't progress this fast. The speed should have increased as well. Tong Chen muttered in shock. After 3 months of hellish training, he had only gained a little bit of strength. Now, feeling the system's violent enhancement, he finally understood what true improvement meant. It was worth all the hard work he put into bowing to himself in front of the mirror. Indeed, relying on oneself is better than relying on others. At that time, his sister had caught him and thought he was crazy. Then, Tong Chen began to explore the various masteries in green, wondering how they differed from the previous white ones. First was the Monster Knowledge Mastery, a textbook knowledge that everyone must learn. The previous white mastery had already allowed him to recite it fluently, as if his brain had a built-in hard drive and search engine, able to recall any content instantly. Tong Chen tried to recall the related knowledge and was astonished to find that, in addition to the original knowledge, there were many derived points. If before he was a memorizing scholar, now he was an authoritative professor with years of research in this field. Oh wow, it can be like this? Tong Chen blinked. He now estimated that he could directly become a mentor in monster knowledge if he took a certification exam. I wonder if there are higher level colors beyond green. If it continues to upgrade, what will it become? The skill of wilderness survival mastery has also become more specialized, evolving from a seasoned enthusiast to the level of Bei and Day. What excites Tong Chen the most is that basic combat skill mastery has not disappointed him. The original basic combat skills were refined from the life and death trials of numerous warriors. They are the foundation of all advanced combat techniques. The techniques for wielding knives, guns, and daggers, the key points for using bows, and the relevant skills. Now that it has turned green, it has become even more integrated and fluid, with movements not only standard but also carrying a subtle sense of momentum. It adds a touch of fierce beauty. Tong Chen slowly raised his knife and danced lightly on the platform. If Wei Han were still there, he would surely be astonished at this scene. The emergence of this momentum signifies the precursor to creating one's own combat techniques. Although there are many great masters in the battle network who have left behind combat skill teachings, they are not only expensive but also very difficult to learn. Even if one learns them, surpassing the original is nearly impossible. To put it simply, others' combat skills have a level cap, while self-created combat skills will continuously grow stronger with the improvement of one's strength. This is the divine skill that all warriors dream of. Tong Chen stopped his movements. The surprise brought by basic combat skill mastery far exceeded his expectations. Previously, he could single-handedly kill 8 dogs with his white mastery. Now he could kill 3 times that amount. Coupled with the enhancement of strength and mental power, his current strength is more than 5 times greater. Even against intermediate warriors, Tong Chen is confident he can crush them. Tong Chen spread his arms and took a deep breath. The stench of blood and decay in the air did not ruin his good mood. This is the confidence that comes from strength. The enhancement of his spiritual body has made his perception of the surroundings sharper. The subtle sounds of wind passing through buildings and corpses allowed Tong Chen to vaguely sketch a picture in his mind. If an ordinary person's mental power is 100, after 2 enhancements, he has now reached 190 points, almost double that of an average person. At this level, he can achieve a blurry God's eye view without disturbance. What if he continues to improve? Tong Chen feels that achieving a God's eye perspective in battle might truly be possible in the future. That would undoubtedly be a leap in combat power. Suddenly, Tong Chen opened his eyes. In his perception, it seemed he saw a square object. With a suspicious expression, Tong Chen jumped off the platform and walked to the back of the dog's corpse, accurately picking up the token. Was this thing originally here? Tong Ying's expression was strange. He recalled the process of killing several dogs earlier and did not remember this token being there. Forget it, I must not have noticed it before. After all, his mental power was much weaker just now, plus he had to be wary of Martin and whether there were people outside. Not noticing it is quite normal. Tong Ying happily put away the token. With this, he could receive insults from high-level warriors just thinking about it makes him happy. Ahem. No, I mean guidance.
Anyway, Tong Ying stated he would find ways to provoke them.
This is an opportunity to obtain rare materials, and he cannot miss it. High-level warriors are far beyond the likes of Martin and the instructors. Their strength points must be very high, right? Tong Ying happily jumped back onto the platform, deciding to spend the night there. He took out the sleeping bag from his backpack, tossed Martin and the others' bags onto the ground, and comfortably lay down. Now the others are probably finding places to prepare for the night. With nothing to do late at night, it's the perfect opportunity for him to post a video. With this thought, Tong Ying uploaded the system video to the terminal, found the internal group for issue 12, and clicked send. In the group, as Tong Ying expected, many people had already found places to spend the night and were excitedly discussing it. They talked about what monsters they encountered today, what places were dangerous, who got injured or died carelessly. As everyone was chatting enthusiastically, suddenly a video was posted by an ID with the numbers 9527. The group fell silent for 2 seconds. It seemed that only Tong Ying was the one to post a video this time. What was it this time? The video title was actually True Feelings in Adversity. Ha! Who was it about? Him and Martin? The classmates had been exhausted all day, hiding from nighttime dangers in the ruins of the city. Just as they were chatting with their classmates through the terminal to alleviate that unknown fear, such a video suddenly appeared in front of them, making it hard not to click on it. Tong Ying instantly met the system's required view count. Satisfied, he fell asleep. But the others couldn't sleep so easily because they had watched Tong Ying's edited video. When they saw a few people being chased by a pack of greystone hounds, everyone felt a heavy weight in their hearts. But then Xiaoming's last words in the frame drop made them unable to hold back. Hey, he can't be talking about this, right? Many people internally complained. Then, when they saw Martin and 2 other teammates rushing to be bait and putting themselves in danger in the face of crisis, they all fell silent. The video ended, and no one spoke in the group for a long time. Finally, someone couldn't hold back. If they weren't stuttering, I would really believe your nonsense. Alright, so this is how you edit it? Messages flooded the internal group of the 12th training squad, especially with this video that carried a deathly aura, and it was given the name True Feelings in Adversity. They really found it hard to hold back. Are you crazy? With this editing, won't Martin kill you? 6666. Tong Ying is completely a delayed editing master due to the divine inspiration virus. I can't even imagine what he would edit in peacetime. Ah, what a heroic sacrifice. If they just changed their expressions, I might really believe it. No kidding, Tong Ying surviving in this situation is still somewhat impressive. Put that average F-grade student, impressive my ass. It must be pure luck. What on earth happened? I can tell something's off, but I'm so curious about what really happened. Does anyone know the situation? Suddenly, the topic shifted to the real events behind the video. Everyone could see that something was wrong with the video, but what actually happened? It seems Xiaoming and the others never spoke. Someone reminded, and the students in various places began to feel a chill. Could it be that they all died? No way, right? Although being chased by a pack of greystone hounds, anyone would likely die. But didn't Tong Ying survive? And he even had the mood to edit a video, which meant he should have gotten through the crisis. But why weren't Martin and the others speaking? Someone started to at those few people in the group. They were all top performers in terms of grades and talent, easily recognizable by their IDs. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed and no one responded. Even if they were seriously injured, they should at least have the strength to raise their hands and check the terminal, right? Oh crap, did they really all die? Is Tong Ying the only one who survived? What right does he have? Tong Ying, come out and explain. A classmate had ed Tong Ying, but still no response. If it weren't for Tong Ying's uniquely styled video, they would have suspected that he died and someone else picked up the terminal. Still, there was no answer. The classmates who couldn't get an answer could only click on the video again, hoping to deduce the truth from the clues. Soon, they confirmed the facts through Martin and the others' expressions, gazes, and even the reflections in their pupils. That was, in the midst of the crisis, Martin and the others intended to sacrifice Tong Ying to save themselves. What on earth happened in between that made everyone die while Tong Ying survived? Is that guy Tong Ying really going to get Martin and the others killed? Damn, this video is a bit too hellish. What a necromancer's mockery. Tong Ying, are you a necromancer editing master? Truly talented. Pfft, necromancer editing master, don't make me laugh. Damn, we've been spotted by the monster. Help me, Mom. I want to go home. A team hiding in the ruins of a building lifted the board above their heads and ran. In the distance, the monster had discovered they were charging. The group expressed their condolences for the unfortunate Classmates, it was so dangerous late at night, hoping they weren't lost. They felt no sympathy for Martin and the others' fate. If they had fallen during the mission, everyone would have respected them a bit more, but to betray their companions in a crisis and end up dead? That was completely deserved. Tong Ying didn't have the strength to actively betray Martin's team, it was the other side that had the crooked thoughts first. The demise of Martin's squad didn't even affect them as much as the previous companions who had died during awakening. Yan Liang base. Kuei Ran also opened the video Tong Ying had sent. After watching, he closed the terminal and took a deep breath. This guy Tong Ying still knows how to edit. This guy has some skills, Kuei Ran muttered to himself, realizing it too late. As a battle-hardened warrior who had retired from the front lines after being injured, he could immediately infer the situation at that time. Clearly, this unfortunate team had provoked a pack of Greystone hounds and had fallen into a deadly predicament. Sacrificing the weakest F-level companion in such a situation was indeed a good strategy. However, he didn't expect everyone to die and the F-level to laugh in the end. Kuei Ran asked himself, if he were in Tong Ying's situation, his chances of survival would be less than 5%. That's why he said Tong Ying had some skills. Kuei Ran opened the terminal again and saw students speculating that Tong Ying was just lucky and couldn't help but sneer. Luck is also a part of strength. Should you wait until you're dead to blame your bad luck? It's a pity for this guy Tong Ying. No matter his mindset or methods, he's top-notch, yet he's just a lousy F-level? Hey, Kuei Ran sighed for Tong Ying. At that moment, a staff member walked in from outside and hesitated slightly upon seeing him. Old Kuei, there's something unusual with the account funds of Martin's team. The federal coins on their cards have disappeared. When students bind their terminals, their previous online accounts and bank cards are automatically merged into the Battle Network terminal. At this moment, the students still belong to Yan Liang Base's management, so any account anomalies would be immediately noticed by the management department. Kuei Ran blinked, still not processing. Wasn't Martin's team already dead? Also, that F-level named Tong Ying from your team received a large sum of money shortly after Martin and the others' funds disappeared. Kuei Ran. Good. Guy, you're not even pretending anymore, huh? But is it really necessary to notify me about this? It's normal for a classmate to die in battle and take his money and equipment, right? Kuei Ran looked at the person at the door with some confusion. The total federal coins that Martin and the others lost add up to about 1 million, while Tong Ying received 135,000. The person who came to notify him said, his expression hesitant. Are you saying that Tong Ying has a problem? That he deliberately approached and killed Martin? But who would put a bounty on Martin and the others? Kuei Ran frowned, unable to understand. If the amount was neither too much nor too little, they wouldn't care even if it was transferred to Tong Ying's account. But an extra 30% was hard not to notice. There's no conclusion yet, but this student has shown abnormal behavior since he first encountered the awakening test. I suggest we list him as a key observation target. Make a danger mark. Kuei Ran's mouth twitched at the words. Just him? An F-level? Not worthy. The so-called key observation target is meant for those with exceptional talent but are dangerous in terms of behavior and psychology. They said it was an observation, but in reality, it was just to see if there was any hope left, if it could be turned around. Using this on someone like Tong Ying, an F-level guy, was a complete waste of resources. Old Liang, you know he's just an F-level. But the best teams are all dead, and he survived. He's F-level. This kid's behavior is abnormal. F-level. Old Liang. Alright, sorry to bother you. The door closed and Wei Ran let out a heavy sigh. Why is this kid always getting himself into trouble? Wei Ran retracted and deleted the video in the group, then angrily found Tong Ying's account and sent a private message. You little brat, just because you survived doesn't mean you can show off. Although Martin has lost his country and family, many of his kin have survived in various countries and his influence shouldn't be underestimated. If you don't want to die, keep a low profile. Tong Ying didn't see this message. He hadn't opened his terminal for the next 2 days. Since he had already completed the assessment goals, he simply lay on the platform waiting for the assessment to end. Occasionally, when monsters came by, he would beat them down and send them running. Finally, the time came on the last day. According to the rules, everyone, regardless of whether they had completed their tasks, needed to return to the entrance of the overpass for assembly. Tong Ying leaped over the barbed wire in front of him and ran forward, a big smile on his face as he held that red iron metal. Advanced warrior editing material, here I come. Just thinking about obtaining advanced material made Tong Chen feel sunny all over. An advanced warrior, if he could edit him, could he directly elevate to the same level? That seems a bit too greedy. He shouldn't aim too high. As long as he could elevate to an intermediate warrior, Tong Chen would definitely give himself a few more knocks when he got back. Speaking of which, after the assessment ends, it's time for job selection and going home for vacation. After that, many military departments would come to recruit students who successfully awakened and passed the assessment. There would also be security positions within the city. Of course, with his F-level status, he had no right to choose. Just being wanted would be good enough.
As an orphan from another world, lacking talent and connections, if it weren't for the system, he would really be done. 4. Fortunately, the system was exceptionally powerful, allowing him to have the confidence to survive and become stronger no matter where he went. Of course, Tong Chen still had plans for what to do next. Just like the reason Martin invited him to join the team, all formal battle teams actually had logistics positions for monster recovery. This is what they call picking up trash, or doing the dirty work. He had deliberately showcased his knife skills at the slaughterhouse to choose a decent logistics team for cutting work after selecting a strong battle team. This way, he could not only interact with the experts in the team but also accompany them to the front lines in various missions, coming into contact with experts from other teams. By then, as long as he could find a way to get these experts to guide him a bit, wouldn't the material come pouring in? Thinking of that bright future with constantly rising strength, Tong Chen's smile became even more radiant. When he reached the steel gate, there were already quite a few students present. They all looked at Tong Chen with strange expressions. He's smiling so happily, and he doesn't look the least bit disheveled. Look at us, we look like beggars. Why is that? This guy Tong Chen shouldn't have completed his task, right? The students whispered among themselves, their eyes never leaving Tong Chen, until Tong Chen walked up to the military tent set up in front of the gate and poured out a few dog ears on the table at the entrance of the tent. Holy crap, this guy, it's a gray rock dog. 4 of them, overachieved. Damn, I'm not convinced. Our team fought to the death to kill 3 thorn rabbits. Why can he kill stronger gray rock dogs? The thorned rabbit is one of the weaker creatures among servant-level monsters, about the size of an ordinary puppy, with a single horn on its head. It has 85% of its meat edible, and the horn and bones on its head are quite hard, suitable for manufacturing industrial equipment. It is also one of the main sources of meat for humans after the divine calamity. This is the primary goal for the students during the assessment, while the Greystone dog, which is about the size of a calf, is somewhat beyond the standard. For Greystone dogs, inspection complete, the administrator Wayan said, as if he were not the least bit surprised by Tong Chen's achievement. And this Tong Chen said, placing the red token in front of him. The surrounding classmates immediately erupted. What the hell? The Greystone dogs are one thing, maybe Martin and the others picked them up after a tough fight, but how did he get this special reward? Ah god, take this bastard away. Why wasn't it me who found the token? Calm down. Calm down. Think about it, with such strong monsters like the Greystone dogs, which are pack animals, it would be strange if he didn't have a token, right? I can't calm down at all. This guy clearly profited from his teammates' desperate efforts. So envious. Ahem, teammate, what are you envious of? What do you mean? Captain, is it too late for me to apologize now? Too late. Beat him up. Tong Chen glanced at the unlucky guy who had been thrown to the ground and was being kicked by 4 people. It was clear that they were quite happy to have survived the assessment. The token has been confirmed. Wait over there, we'll start the briefing once everyone is here. Wayan waved his hand. Tong Chen walked to the side, satisfied. At that moment, Shi Qianqian ran over. The girl was covered in dark blood, as if she had crawled out from a monster's corpse. You're okay? That's great. Shi Qianqian's eyes sparkled. Their team had not had a smooth time on this mission. I remember you were a group of 6. Tong Chen looked at the 3 people behind Shi Qianqian, hesitating to ask. The faces of the 4 turned somewhat dim. 2 people sacrificed. It's all my fault. Shi Qianqian bit her lip, looking very distressed. No, if it weren't for Qianqian, we would all be dead. We were too reckless and didn't listen to Shi Qianqian's advice to be more cautious. The 2 female students behind her looked full of regret. Tong Chen scratched his head. Although he hadn't been in this world for long, most of his time had been spent in serious illness, but he had seen too much death. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words, a loud shout came from a distance. Everyone's here. Assemble. Wayan shouted into a megaphone. Tong Chen and the others were puzzled. Weren't there only a few people at the entrance just now? How did they all gather so quickly? At that moment, a rumbling sound came from afar. It turned out to be armed helicopters bringing back the remaining students. The helicopters hovered in the air, and the disheveled students jumped down like dumplings. A few helicopters lowered rope ladders for the injured to be brought down. Soon, the area in front of the door was filled with people. There were about 800 people when they entered, but now there were less than 700 left, highlighting the brutality of the assessment. Congratulations on passing the assessment. From today on, you are officially members of the Dragon Kingdom's Warrior Reserve. In the next half-day, you will receive various invitations based on your assessment results, talents, and training performance. You can also refuse them all and choose to be a free hunter. Of course, I wouldn't recommend doing that. After choosing your career, you will have a 7-day break to rest and go home to settle your affairs. Don't think that passing the assessment means everything is fine. The world order has just been re-established, and a lot of blood and corpses are still needed to solidify the hard-won peace. No more nonsense. Those who received the red token, step forward. Wayan paced back and forth, his eyes scanning everyone like a fierce beast. Tong Chen stepped forward, and He noticed that Shi Qianqian had also come out beside him. Then, there was nothing more.
Just the two of them. Shi Qianqian appeared somewhat nervous, especially standing in front of everyone,
accepting their envious gazes.
Wedding?
The girl's face quickly turned red.
Wei Han sighed. What a good seedling, why is she so introverted? Blushing in front of everyone won't do at all. Sure. Qianqian, come over for guidance.
The smile on Tong Chen's face froze as he was about to step forward in excitement. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with being the second one up.
It was mainly
because of the look of disdain on Wei Han's face, which made it hard for him to keep his composure. Although Tong Chen should feel happy about this, he could sense that the disdain was likely
genuine. It was filled with convincing sincerity. The other classmates, seeing Wei Han's disdain for Tong Chen, finally felt a bit better inside. Ha ha ha, Tong Chen, it seems your luck can't be hidden anymore. Even the administrator dislikes you. Come on, bro, why not transfer the opportunity for guidance to me?
You're wasting it as an F level.
My family is quite well off, I won't let you down. Ha! Tong Chen suddenly turned around, his face full of interest.
Of course, Tong Chen's interest was feigned. He had to maintain the stereotype of being a useless F level. Normally, an F level without talent, upon hearing about an opportunity to turn guidance into something tangible, should show some interest.
Ahem, the opportunity for guidance cannot be transferred, everyone be quiet. As newcomers of the same cohort, your strength differences aren't that great.
You may not be without issues like Shi Qianqian, so take a good look.
Wei Han spoke up to stop them. He had also promised Kuei Ran to deal with this kid Tong Chen. If he let him pass on the opportunity for guidance, wouldn't that be a wasted trip to deliver the token? Everyone
quieted down, staring at Wei Han and Shi Qianqian. Tong Chen also stepped back to the front of the crowd, afraid of being mistakenly harmed, mainly because Wei Han's gaze towards him was somewhat
unfriendly. Tong Chen racked his brain but couldn't recall having offended this administrator.
But that was a good thing. If he couldn't stand him, he could give a more powerful rebuttal.
Come
on, treat me as an enemy, attack me with all your strength.
Wei Han waved his hand with the demeanor of a master, as if the girl's attacks wouldn't hurt him at all. Tong Chen twitched his mouth, wondering if he could take off the black tiger battle armor before saying that.
With armor that thick, standing there for someone to strike wouldn't hurt at all.
Shi Qianqian was much
simpler. Upon hearing this, her face was filled with admiration as she drew out the dagger from her bosom and assumed a stance. The dagger wasn't her most proficient weapon, but the benefits of using it for this guidance were the greatest. After all, it was a battle between people. Guidance on fighting monsters, when they weren't warriors yet, had little to offer.
She hadn't even learned a single combat technique yet.
Shi Qianqian's eyes continuously scanned Wei Han, but she found no flaws.
She no longer waited and transformed into an afterimage, charging forward. The bright
white of the blade erupted in the air, drawing beautiful arcs of light. Unfortunately, all of it was easily dodged by Wei Han, who showed a look of approval in his eyes, continuously offering
comments. Not bad.
Standard movements, precise strikes, and your speed and footwork are quite fast for your level, but unfortunately,
mercy of a woman. Where's your killing intent? I said, treat me as an enemy, as a monster that could kill your teammates. It's because you're so cowardly that your teammates will die.
As Wei Han spoke, he began to spit out sharp words that pierced
the heart. Shi Qianqian was almost stunned, standing rigidly in place with red eyes.
The original shyness disappeared in that moment, leaving only a strong killing intent. The girl's figure vanished again, and the intensity of the blade's eruption was more than 3 times as fierce, with every strike aimed at vital points.
Wei Han nodded in satisfaction, still evading all attacks,
while occasionally delivering small counterattacks, his guidance never ceasing for a moment. This slash should be a bit fiercer. This one would be better with a feint to lure the enemy. This
slash is a bit too high if it's meant to hit the vital points.
The surrounding students appeared to be deep in thought, clearly gaining something from it. However, Tong Chen's expression was
one of confusion. Why did he feel that Wei Han's guidance was somewhat off?
In some areas, what he said couldn't be considered wrong, but it wasn't perfect either. Had he already surpassed
Wei Han in basic combat skills?
3 minutes passed, and Shi Qianqian, who had been giving her all, ultimately couldn't hold on any longer, her stamina depleted. To have lasted this long was
already quite impressive.
It should be noted that she had just completed a 3-day assessment.
Let's call it a day. Wei Han nodded with satisfaction. The student in front of him had made very obvious progress in her attacks.
She had talent. As long as she could survive after seeing more blood, she would become a fierce female warrior.
Shi Qianqian also calmed down. She could feel the improvement that those short 3 minutes had brought her.
No wonder, with order just being restored, martial arts schools from various countries were starting to flourish.
Having a strong person to teach and guide was incredibly useful. Thank you.
The girl bowed in gratitude, panting as she returned to the team.
Everyone turned to look at Tong Chen. A smile appeared on
Tong Chen's face as he walked towards Wei Han, looking quite pleased. Wei Han raised the corners of his mouth, also smiling.
Kid, you seem quite happy, huh?
Just don't cry later.
Wei Han thought about this match, stretching his neck, clearly planning to go all out. He was going to beat the kid, not offering any comments. What was there to guide about a mere F level? It was uncertain whether he could even learn combat skills in his lifetime. Moreover, he felt that Tong Chen's hobby of random editing was truly deserving of a beating. Just as Wei Han was about to call Tong Chen over to take a beating, an unexpected change occurred. A louder roar than before echoed in the air, and everyone looked up to see a streamlined spacecraft hovering. Spaceship? A warrior level powerhouse, some students exclaimed. Private spaceships could only be used by those at the warrior level, both in qualification and strength. Why was the spaceship suddenly coming? Who was it? Everyone looked up eagerly, and they saw the cargo door of the spaceship open, with a team of people jumping down, all clad in battle armor. Boom! The ground cracked and dust rose, and when it slowly settled, the figures became visible. It's warrior Lu Yong and his Black Dragon team. I'm a fan of his. How could the strongest team from Fong City come here? Why is even the Deputy City Lord here? Wait, who is that young girl in the team? Suddenly, everyone noticed an unfamiliar young girl among the armored ranks. She looked very young, about the same age as them. Wei Han stood at attention and saluted respectfully. Regardless of strength, military rank, or achievements, the other party was someone worthy of his respect. And this young girl in front of him was probably the rumored SS-level genius, right? With the potential of a war god, this gesture of respect was well-deserved. Sister? Suddenly, a voice almost made Wei Han lose his composure. Who? Damn, this girl is the sister of the SS-level genius. I didn't do anything out of line just now, right? Wei Han was drenched in sweat. If the war god's sibling held a grudge against him, it would be light punishment to get beaten up with a hood over his head at any time. Sure, Ningxiang nodded, as if in response. Oh, so this is our Ningxiang genius's sister, huh? B-level talent isn't weak at all, and that last battle was quite impressive. Are you interested in joining our team as a reserve? The leading warrior, Lu Yong, smiled as he assessed Shi Qianqian. Before speaking, the girl hesitated for a moment, her expression struggling, then she turned to look at Tong Chen. She originally wanted to join a certain battle team with Tong Chen. With her as a binding, even Tong Chen could join a good team and secure a decent position. Oh, there's a story? Are you called Tong Chen? Lu Yong immediately saw through the girl's little scheme, and, following her gaze, spotted Tong Chen, exclaiming in surprise. Tong Chen looked completely bewildered. Ha! If Shi Qianqian is looking at me, I can understand. I thought she wasn't thinking straight. But how does a mid-level warrior like you know about this nameless rookie? Tong Chen nodded at Lu Yong, indicating that it was indeed him. Ha, it really is you. Lu Yong let out a hearty laugh and took a few steps closer to him. Beneath Lu Yong's laughter, it wasn't just Tong Ying who was a bit confused. The surrounding students were also puzzled. How could this person know Tong Ying, an F level? He didn't seem to be a relative or anything. The straight figure of the administrator, Wei Han, became increasingly stiff. As for Shi Qianqian, that SS level genius girl seemed to share the same surname. Where did this Tong Ying get such connections? I've seen your edited videos, they're really interesting. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Lu Yong patted Tong Ying on the shoulder, his smile even broader. He had long been fed up with the lifeless atmosphere around him. So what if there was a disaster? A disaster is also an opportunity. Before the disaster, he was just a 996 super workhorse with a future that was all too predictable. How exciting was it after the awakening? How powerful were the Gene warriors? Lifespans had greatly increased. Even if he died in a monster's mouth, Lu Yong didn't want to go back. But even as a warrior, he couldn't be happy while everyone else was sad and desperate. That would be too lacking in emotional intelligence. Tong Ying's presence and actions were like giving him a way out. How do you know about my edited videos? Tong Ying asked in confusion. If he remembered correctly, he had only posted them in the internal group of Team 12. The only person in the team behind Lu Yong who wasn't wearing battle armor stepped forward. Tong Ying remembered that he seemed to be the Deputy City Lord? After the awakening disaster, the City Lord had to be a strong person to deter the small fry. But not all these warriors were educated enough to manage a city well. Thus, the position of Deputy City Lord was set up where even ordinary people could be competent without needing combat power. It was one of the ways ordinary people could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gene warriors in terms of power. After research by the relevant departments, it has been decided that your videos, Tong Ying, have significant positive meaning and are worth promoting. So, we have forwarded and recommended them to you. You will soon be granted video publishing rights, allowing you to publish videos on both civilian and battle networks. We hope you can continue to work hard. The Deputy City Lord explained with a smile. The team members behind him all looked at Tong Ying with smiles. Clearly, they had also seen that video. The surrounding students, upon hearing the Deputy City Lord's words, finally understood what was going on. I said, how could he possibly know Warrior Lu Yong? So it was that video. Damn, I'm a bit envious. Indeed, the brave enjoy the world first, and F level like him actually got remembered by Warrior Lu Yong because of this. Why didn't I think of editing the instructor like that? Do you dare? Can you? Do you have the material?
The three questions left the frustrated person dumbfounded. It seemed that this skill was not something just anyone could master. This was the era of awakening, where everything in the world had been overturned and reshaped. Don't be fooled, the awakening had changed the world in just 3 to 5 years. Editing was already considered a product of the old era. The relevant tools and software were nowhere to be found on the market.
Could it be that Tong Ying made it all by hand? A craftsman? How the students looked at Tong Ying with complex expressions.
And Tong Ying himself began to understand what was happening, unable to help but twitch his lips.
He also understood where Wei Han's displeasure towards him was coming from.
His edited video was somewhat offensive to the instructor himself. Some people found it amusing and liked it, while others felt displeased. Everyone has their own perspective.
If possible, Tong Ying expressed that he just wanted to meet the system's required view count and didn't want more people to see it.
Otherwise, it might inadvertently attract a lot of hatred towards him.
Oh, as long as you like it,
Tong Ying said to the general in front of him, wanting to cry but having no tears.
Hang in there for a few more days. I believe in your talent for editing. Lu Yong patted his shoulder again. Tong Ying rolled his eyes internally. You, a hater, look down on F-level talent, right? What are you all doing? Lu Yong finally turned to look at Administrator Wei Han. Since we're just sitting around, I might as well give some pointers to the newcomers. Hey, why are you still dawdling? Take General Lu and the Deputy City Lord to the room and bring out my treasured good tea to entertain them, he said, looking at the soldier beside him. The latter looked a bit confused. What's with the pretentious scholar act? When have you ever seen the captain drink tea since coming here? It's fine to take them inside, but what are we going to brew for them? We can't just go to the monster breeding area and randomly grab some leaves to boil, right? No way, the other side is a general. If we get beaten up, it would be a total waste of a beating. No need. I don't like drinking tea. You keep giving pointers. We'll just watch. Lu Yong waved his hand, indicating he wasn't interested in any good tea.
The Deputy City Lord beside him rubbed his nose.
He was actually quite interested in the so-called
treasures of the administrator, but it was clear that Lu Yong was in charge here. The two were on equal footing, both being the right-hand men of the city lord, and their relationship was good. The Deputy City Lord wouldn't deny Lu Yong face just for a cup of tea. Comrade Wei Han, don't mind us. It's precisely because of warriors like you who view all students fairly that our Fong City will continue to improve. It was one thing for sure Qian to give pointers to a B-level talent, but she was even willing to guide Tong Ying, an F-level. Isn't that fairness? Wei Han took a deep breath and forced a smile. What was meant to come had come. The reason he wanted to send Lu Yong and his group away was that he couldn't bring himself to hit Tong Ying in front of them, especially since the other party had clearly stated that he had watched this guy's video and liked it very much. As for the students, you could say it was a form of training. Everyone who understood. Generally, no one would say anything as long as it wasn't too excessive. It was just considered a job perk. After working for a long time, don't you need to relieve some stress? But the current situation was clearly not applicable. Wei Han felt that if he dared to use Tong Ying to relieve stress, then General Lu could certainly use him too. Wei Han somewhat regretted why he didn't let Tong Ying go first. If he had, he would have finished the beating by now. Did this kid really have some kind of reverse luck? Now he had no choice but to give him pointers. It's your turn, just like before. Treat me as an enemy and attack me with all your strength, Wei Han said listlessly. With the Deputy City Lord backing him up, he could only keep things fair. Lu Yong smiled and encouraged Tong Ying while stepping aside with his men. Sure, Qian's eyes sparkled as she communicated with her cousin, occasionally stealing glances at Tong Ying. The two retreated to the side with the team, and Sure Ningxiang also looked at Tong Ying, wanting to see how this man who piqued her interest would perform. Once the space cleared, Wei Han waved at Tong Ying, signaling him to attack freely. Tong Ying slowly drew his battle knife, constantly pondering in his heart. He actually hoped that Lu Yong and his group would go inside. Just like Wei Han. Being stared at by a general, he originally wanted to use some of his strength to tease Wei Han, letting him hit back hard. Now he didn't dare to do that and could only honestly display his F-level strength. But plain guidance was not what Tong Ying wanted. Wait a minute, who said F-level strength is not good? Tong Ying's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. Originally, Tong Ying planned to deliver a stunning performance in battle paired with a terrible finish. The aim was to create a sense of disappointment, allowing Wei Han to critique himself harshly. For that, he would need to expose a bit of his basic combat skill mastery. Given Wei Han's recent guidance to Shi Qian, it was unlikely he would notice any flaws. However, having a battle general nearby made that impossible. But who said a dazzling performance was necessary? Pure failure seemed to have a chance of drawing criticism too. Let's not forget, there were a battle general and the Deputy City Lord watching. If he performed terribly as a student, wouldn't that be a slap in Wei Han's face? During a leadership inspection, the students you train show such performance? This is a sure win. A signature smile appeared
on Tong Ying's face.
Wei Han felt a jolt of alarm in his heart.
Oh no, this kid is planning something devious.
When he was chased by the gray rockhound and set up Martin and the others, he had that same mischievous expression. This F-level tactic is dirty, I must be careful. Otherwise, if I accidentally fall into his trap and
embarrass myself in public, it would be quite the joke.
People tend to harbor fear and awe towards the unknown,
not understanding how Tong Ying managed to survive
and outshine Martin and the others. Even Wei Han became somewhat cautious.
Lu Yong, standing nearby, noticed his change and became even more intrigued. He really is extraordinary. He can even make Wei Han treat him with caution.
Just now, when he patted Tong Ying on the shoulder, he felt something was off. This kid's physical condition always gave him a strange feeling. Clearly a newly awakened student, yet he gave the impression of being only slightly weaker than a junior warrior.
He truly has exceptional qualities. Otherwise, how would he dare to openly provoke the instructor?
Ningxiang, who was nearby, was also surprised by Lu Yong's words.
The other party was a senior warrior. Even with her current strength, she shouldn't be able to make Wei Han cautious, right? Come on, Wei Han shouted, his muscles covered
by the black tiger battle armor tensed, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Tong Ying, hearing this, struck a basic pose from the junior combat skills, the
stance for a charge.
Wei Han instantly predicted all of Tong Ying's attack routes and points.
The areas that could be attacked felt as if electric currents were brushing over them, sending instinctive warnings. Tong Ying charged, just as expected.
But the subsequent change was something Wei Han never dreamed of.
For a long time
afterward, he would suddenly recall this incident in the middle of the night, painfully scratching his head.
Bang! Tong Ying actually executed a belly-to-ground throw right in front of him.
He even slid to his feet, exposing his weak spot from behind without any defense. Wei Han felt that all he had to do was lift his foot to stomp
on this kid's head. What kind of tactic is this? Sorry, I got a bit nervous, let's do it again. Tong Ying awkwardly got up and the atmosphere on site instantly dropped to freezing point.
Wei Han's face looked as if he was about to eat someone. The surrounding students all wore expressions of pain, as if they had been force-fed
something unpleasant.
This guy was from their cohort, in a way representing their level.
Lu Yong's expression was strange, as if he was holding back laughter. Sure. Ningxian looked bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. A student who passed the graduation assessment just executed a belly flop? Are you kidding me? You don't need to be nervous, take your time. Just perform at your usual level. In the bizarre atmosphere, Wei Han gritted his teeth and said. He emphasized the word usual particularly heavily. Show me the level you used to set up Martin.
Wei Han now felt that compared to being embarrassed by Tong Ying's scheme, he was more afraid of Tong Ying falling again.
Is this the level of the students? If the deputy city lord gets such a misunderstanding, then all the instructors at the training
bases around Fong City might be visited at night for a heart-to-heart talk or drills. No doubt, the visitors would be stronger than them.
Yes, that's right. Don't be nervous. Just thinking about the consequences made Wei Han's tone much softer. Tong Ying looked like an encouraged little transparent, his face full of emotion and determination.
He fully embodied the persona of an F-grade waste who was not taken seriously, wanting to perform well and repay the guidance he received.
Wei Han's heart sank.
Others might be fooled, but he had seen with his own eyes the little tricks Tong Ying pulled when he and the Martin team were escaping.
What are you pretending to be innocent for? Could it be? Tong Ying proved Wei Han's unsettling suspicion with his actions. He fell again.
This time, it seemed even he felt embarrassed, lying on the ground for a long time without getting up.
Wei Han was speechless, his face pale. This kid must be doing it on purpose. He probably sensed that Wei Han had ill intentions and guessed it was related to the instructor. So, he planned to use this method to trick them. Hakiton, you sly guy, your schemes are so malicious. The scene fell into an eerie silence.
I haven't paid attention to the teaching quality for a while, but today I've seen it. The deputy city lord said with a smile, using a gentle voice to break the silence. But everyone present felt no warmth, only a chill creeping up their backs. Ningxiang tightly clenched her fists, casting a deep glance at her cousin beside her, who also felt embarrassed. He usually isn't like this, Qian explained weakly.
Ningxiang
closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She turned to leave, unable to bear to watch any longer, afraid she might not be able to resist going up to beat Tong Ying. At that moment, Ningxiang felt she somewhat understood why her father always warned her to be careful of the yellow-haired guy, or one day he might feel like
killing someone.
At this moment, Ningxiang felt as if her daughter had been tricked by the yellow-haired guy.
So infuriating. How long are you going to lie there? Did you waste 3 months of training? Are you really, as your instructor said, not even as good as a dog? What's wrong with being F-grade? Talent doesn't represent everything. Don't let yourself go, get up. Wei Han shouted angrily, trying to provoke Tong Ying's inner anger to awaken his conscience. If he had such a thing. Don't mess around, you little brat, I'm scared of you, okay?
Tong Ying got up, his face flushed with shame.
I'm sorry, it won't happen again. After saying
that, he once again assumed a charging stance. Wei Han's heart twitched. He realized Tong Ying was even scarier than he had initially thought. Not in terms of strength, but in his exceptional acting skills. No wonder he could trick Martin and the others so badly. This guy is really good at acting. Stop. You don't need to attack me anymore, just show me what you've learned, and I'll give you some pointers. Wei Han directly interrupted Tong Ying's movements. If he fell again, not to mention whether it was right or wrong for the instructors, Wei Han himself would painfully smash his head against the 30-meter thick concrete wall behind him. Oh, then let me show you the basic combat technique, battle blade style I learned. Tong Ying was so nervous that his voice cracked, making Wei Han feel suffocated. He was still acting. Wei Han forced a smile on his face, his eyes threatening fiercely. That's enough, kid. 2 falls are already enough to make the instructors ascend to heaven, leave some room for others. However, Tong Ying seemed oblivious to the threatening gaze, engrossed in demonstrating his sword technique. The scene fell into an even stranger silence. Because this sword technique was so terrible, it looked like a child was playing around. The deputy city lord let out a laugh that only someone could muster when they were utterly speechless. Captain, he's messing with you. A soldier who had previously delivered the token to Tong Ying with Wei Han couldn't help but speak up. This instantly ignited Wei Han's suppressed anger. The voice of his subordinate was frantically reminding Wei Han that 3 days ago, the one who ran faster than a dog in the Martentine was this guy in front of him. It's not just his own illusion, others have seen it too. This guy is really too much. Did your 80-year-old grandma teach you your footwork? Even a farmer chopping pig feet is stronger than you. How did the Yanliang base produce such a waste like you? Can you not embarrass the other trainees, please? Wei Han's face turned red with anger, and just thinking about how they would all have a heart-to-heart with the instructors later made him feel as if he had swallowed a fly. The key point is, if Tong Chen were truly useless, that would be one thing, but he's completely faking it. The footwork he used to escape from the Grey Rockhounds back then was nowhere near as clumsy as what he's showing now. Wei Han strode towards Tong Chen. Meanwhile, Tong Chen was still insisting on demonstrating his swordsmanship, making Wei Han's eyelids twitch. The surrounding trainees wore expressions of disbelief. Brother Tong, let's just call it quits, okay? Being an ordinary person back home isn't so bad, really. Tong Chen has truly refreshed my understanding of the lower limits of warriors. God, how did I end up graduating in the same team as him? Stop it already. I'm about to lose my mind. Just watching is embarrassing. Ahem, just a reminder, Tong Chen's grades seem to be mid-range in Team 12, and I think there are classmates who have awakened successfully and passed the assessments, right? Instantly, about 10 people in the trainee group covered their faces. Why did they lose to someone like Tong Chen? Did this guy cheat on the internal assessments? You're so bad it's eye-opening. With this kind of strength, who on earth let you in here? Senior, I'm done demonstrating. How do I compare to you? Just as Wei Han was about to lose his temper, Tong Chen confidently asked. The scene fell silent again. What the hell? How did he even ask that? All the trainees were dumbfounded, seriously doubting whether Tong Chen was mentally stable. Wei Han felt his mind go blank. He actually wants to compare with me? I'm a senior warrior. And Yuan and Wei Han felt completely blank, unable to remember what he had said. It must have been some pretty foul language. In any case, it was finally General Lu Yong who smiled and pulled him aside, continuously persuading him, until he calmed down. Shut down the material recording. Tong Chen shouted excitedly in his heart. Ding! Material recording successful, saved to the material library. It was worth enduring humiliation for so long. Wei Han finally acknowledged his strength. He couldn't even imagine how much his own strength would improve once he edited Wei Han out. The enhancement of strength relies entirely on everyone's recognition. Tong Chen stood there, with a proud expression, delivering an inspirational speech in his heart. Alright, trainees, you're dismissed. Go collect your report cards and then wait a bit for the battle teams and various departments to recruit. The list of units for this recruitment will be posted soon, so you can take a look first. The deputy city lord glanced at Tong Chen with a complex expression. By now, he had come to realize that this guy was very likely acting as Wei Han. There might be issues with the teaching quality, but it couldn't be to such an extent. If Tong Chen were truly this incompetent and still managed to graduate, then every single one of the 6 major training bases in Fong City should be executed. Perhaps the instructors had been too harsh in their training, leading this trainee to harbor resentment. Coupled with his poor talent, it was unlikely he would ever regain his standing in this lifetime, so he thought of using this method for revenge? But with the new order being established, the previous brutal training plans indeed need to be addressed. Perhaps this is an opportunity. The deputy city lord pondered as he walked away. He suddenly felt that Tong Chen's performance was just right. The higher-ups were planning to establish a martial arts academy, integrating the early cultivation of warriors into the former education system. Tong Chen's pathetic display might just become the catalyst needed. Let the radical soldiers in the army have nothing to say. After all, these trainees have graduated.
Can you still claim that your teaching is flawless? With this thought, the deputy city lord took out the communicator and dialed the city lord's number. Yes. Send someone to talk to all the instructors, especially pay special attention to the instructor of Team 12 at the Yanliang base, since he came from there. Just as the deputy city lord was clearly arranging the instructors, the trainees avoided the spot where Tong Chen was and went to collect their report cards. They seemed to be avoiding a plague. Their gazes towards Tong Chen were extremely complicated. It was as if they were deeply afraid of being misunderstood as knowing him, except for Shi Qianqian, who ran up without a care. Tong Chen, are you okay? The girl looked concerned, clearly worried that he couldn't handle the blow. After all, Wei Han had just broken down, completely denying Tong Chen's potential as a soldier. Ha? What's the matter? I'm fine. Tong Chen blinked and responded nonchalantly. The girl stared at him for a while, not seeing any sign of bravado, which made her breathe a sigh of relief, and then she lowered her head, her face turning red. She had just maintained eye contact with Tong Chen for half a minute. Here are your report cards. Shi Qianqian's teammate handed over 2 sheets, which contained their personal information and assessment results. She glanced at them. Tong Chen's grades couldn't be said to be poor, even ranking among the top. Whether it was luck or something else, he had obtained 4 kill certificates for the Greystone Hounds. If it weren't for the administrator pointing this out, he should have been able to secure a decent position. Even if his talent and strength were lacking, finding a safe and secure job wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, with this incident, it's likely that no combat team or operational unit would want him. The female team member thought of this and looked at Tong Chen with sympathy before leaving. She needed to see if there was a suitable place for her. Tong Chen, what are you planning to do in the future? Shi Qianqian fidgeted with her hands and asked softly. Of course, I'll find a team to join. Don't be fooled by my appearance. My slaughterhouse division assessment was AA. Tong Chen said, showing off the inconspicuous comment on his report card. This child has great talent as a butcher and is expected to become a slaughtering elite, specially rated AA. Hope for appropriate training. Shi Qianqian blinked, staring at the report card to confirm the comment. She remembered that the highest rating for dividing monsters was only A, right? To get an AA means that even the master butchers at the slaughterhouse found him impressive. As expected of him, he always has surprising highlights. Shi Qianqian felt a bit excited. So, how about joining the Black Dragon team where my sister is? That is, the team of General Lu Yong. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only a few official members in front of her. As the strongest team in Fong City, the logistics and cooperative teams behind them are countless. It is a massive war group capable of handling the entire extermination plan against monsters. There are only a few top positions available. Can they take me? Tong Chen pointed at himself and then at the girl in the distance who had just graduated and put on her battle armor. Sure, Ningxue looked like she wanted to chop him. How could she seem like someone who could open a back door? Sister Ningxue, could you? Shi Qianqian finally mustered the courage to plead. No, Shi Ningxue firmly rejected. Letting such a laughingstock join the Black Dragon team would be tarnishing the team's reputation. This was the team she had long admired, the face of Fong City. Shi Qianqian, your uncle and aunt asked me to take care of you, which is why I went to plead with the captain to let you join. Don't be willful. It's not easy for a B-level talent to join a top team like the Black Dragon. At the very least, it would take a few years of training to meet the standards in all aspects. Her pleading was equivalent to letting Shi Qianqian avoid several years of detours. Tong Chen, this guy who only deceives girls, what right does he have to join? Sister Ning Shuang. Shi Qianqian showed a pitiful expression, but her cousin just shook her head firmly. She knew it was probably hopeless. After hesitating for a while, Shi Qianqian decided to reject the Black Dragon team's invitation and stick to her previous plan to join another team with Tong Chen. With her around, even though Tong Chen had just made a fool of himself, there were still decent teams willing to accept both of them. Just as Shi Qianqian was about to voice her refusal, Lu Yong walked over from a distance. Sure, this kid has an AA rating in Monster Division, so he qualifies to join our logistics team and be trained as a division master, he said cheerfully. He had just learned about the Martin team while trying to mediate with Wei Han. Lu Yong felt that Wei Han, as the administrator here, was reacting a bit too unusually to Tong Chen's performance. Clearly, he was the one insulting, yet it seemed like he was being bullied by Tong Chen. Don't underestimate his perception as a senior warrior. Plus, he had just spoken with the deputy city lord and learned that Tong Chen's recent performance was quite valuable and could pave the way for future reforms. This made Lu Yong even more interested in Tong Chen. He was willing to risk his reputation to pull his instructor into this, and with a few editing tricks up his sleeve, he was also quite cheerful. Bringing such an interesting guy into the team would surely make their future days much more fun. Anyway, the Black Dragon team offered generous treatment and didn't lack for a logistics worker's salary. Captain? Shi Ning Shuang frowned tightly. Are you crazy? Why let him join the team? AA level division rating? What is that? What? Lu Yong looked at her in confusion. I have a point. How can our Black Dragon team let someone like this join?
Shi Ning Shuang protested with a determined gaze. The other team members exchanged glances and chuckled helplessly.
Sure enough, Lu Yong's next words left Shi Ning Shuang dumbfounded.
Hey, you girl are quite familiar. Just joined a few days and you're already with us? Remember, the Black Dragon team was
built by me. It's mine. No one else has a say. Don't think your SS level talent makes you special. If you don't like it, just leave the team and wait for your War God Master to come. Others may back down, but I won't. Lu Yong spoke very rudely.
Shi Ning Shuang felt like she had been struck by lightning, but she still stubbornly stood her ground, staring at the warrior.
Any objections? Report. None.
Her eyes were slightly red, unable to understand why Lu Yong would teach her a lesson for someone like Tong Chen.
If there are no objections, get back in the team. Kid, what do you say? Want to come play with our team?
Lu Yong turned to him, winking. Look, kid, I'm about to make the genius girl cry for you.
Are you touched?
If you don't join, just watch me crush
you. Tong Chen felt the faint killing intent surrounding him and his heart twitched. Can I dare to say I won't join?
The Black Dragon team it is said to be the main force in clearing out the monsters in Fong City.
This team played a crucial role in establishing Fong City.
The captain's strength is even at the half-step War God level.
Currently, there are a total of 12 War God level
strongmen among the Blue Star humans belonging to different countries, with 2 from the Dragon country. Tong Chen's original plan was to find a logistics team to develop and then gradually
step onto a higher platform to meet stronger people,
then find a way to obtain materials.
Is there anything better than the Black Dragon team?
No. He directly saved himself countless troubles.
Is this the thrill of living off others?
Captain, please take care of me. Hey. Just give me an answer on whether you're joining or not. Don't give me that disgusting smile, or I swear
I'll beat you up. Lu Yong rubbed his shoulders, feeling goosebumps. Join. Only an idiot wouldn't join.
Captain, from now on, I'm yours. Tong Chen charged forward and hugged Lu Yong's armored thigh, feeling deeply moved.
Get lost. Why didn't I see you move this fast just now?
It's all good here. You all have a 7-day holiday now, so let's go. I'll give you a ride back to the
city. Lu Yong kicked Tong Chen away and pointed to the spaceship hovering above.
The spaceship's hatch opened, casting a beam of light that enveloped and pulled everyone in the team inside. It wasn't until the spaceship left a trail in the sky and disappeared that the people around began to react.
What just happened? Did General Lu Yong invite Tong Chen to join the Black Dragon team?
Why yeah, it seems so. But he's not a formal member, just a logistics position for cleaning up trash.
The others looked at him as if he were a fool. Of course, even an SS level couldn't secure a formal member position. He was merely a formal reserve. Even if it's just cleaning up monster corpses, can the trash of the Black Dragon team be considered ordinary trash? Damn. Tong Chen's luck is just too outrageous, right? Don't even talk about cleaning up trash.
I'd be willing to sell myself to join the Black Dragon.
Why him? So jealous. Why can he join the Black Dragon? Just an F level.
Incredible, even the reserve team of the Black Dragon is full of elites and geniuses.
How did an F level manage to get in? This is infuriating. This is simply the biggest news of the year. I've never seen anything like it.
Wei Han, who had just recovered, heard the discussion and was filled with questions.
Who joined the Black Dragon? Are you saying Tong Chen was invited by the captain to join the Black Dragon team? He grabbed a nearby trainee and asked. The latter nodded in fear. Wei Han opened his mouth in shock and let the person go. What the hell? Even if he knew about Tong Chen's achievements during the assessment, it shouldn't lead to him joining the Black Dragon, right? Isn't the Black Dragon known for only accepting elites? Suddenly, Wei Han thought of Lu Yong's laughter. Could it be that this general invited Tong Chen because they hit it off?
The thought of 2 jokers appearing in the strongest team of Fong City made Wei Han feel a sense of dread about the city's future. It seemed the atmosphere of the Black Dragon might change significantly afterward. Captain Lu Yong seemed to have flipped a strange switch. Beep. Suddenly, his terminal rang. Administrator Wei Han opened it to find it was actually the instructor from Team 12, his friend Kuei Ran.
How's it going? Did you give that kid a good beating for me? Wei Han, Yanliang base.
The instructor looked at the long string of ellipses coming back from the other side, momentarily confused about the situation. According to their original agreement, they were supposed to record the beating of Tong Yan and post it on the Battle Network forum, giving him a taste of his own medicine. But why was the other side silent?
Now, could it be that Tong Chen died during the assessment? Did he die?
After saying this, the instructor felt a bit complicated. In his memory, Tong Chen's cheeky smile didn't seem so annoying
anymore. Wei Han responded with ellipses again. What could happen to that kid? We would be the ones in trouble soon. Wei Han really didn't know how to start. This time, things had turned out rather ugly. They didn't manage to beat him up and instead got themselves and several instructors from other bases into trouble. No, it was Tong Chen who got them into trouble. What on earth happened? Did that kid die so badly that you can't bear to tell me the situation?
He didn't die, he passed the assessment and his results were pretty good, so, did you beat him?
Didn't manage to. The Black Dragon team and the Deputy City Lord showed up. Wayan understood a bit at this point. It turned out the other side was embarrassed to speak up because they hadn't managed to get the job done. But no one could have predicted that the Deputy City Lord and the Black Dragon team would suddenly show up. This can't be blamed on anyone. Hey, what's going on? So it turns out it's like this. If it didn't work out, then so be it. This is so unlike your character, being so wishy-washy. Wayan looked at the message. A bitter smile plastered on his face. His hand hesitated on the terminal for quite a while, but in the end he decided to inform the other party about the situation. Not only did it not work out, but that bastard Tong Chen also dragged me down. He deliberately performed poorly, embarrassing himself in front of the Deputy City Lord. Someone up top might want to talk to us new awakeners and the relevant instructors? Wayan sat there in a daze on the chair. He sent a triple question mark in succession. The confusion faded, replaced by disbelief mixed with a hint of fear. Tong Chen, this guy is too ruthless, right? With this kind of behavior, which team would dare to take him? Making a fool of himself in public, which team would want to bring someone like that in and tarnish their own reputation? Other units would be even less likely to want him. No strength, no talent, and bringing him in would only subject them to public ridicule. Oh, that's the weirdo graduate from the 25th session. I heard he was taken in by the XXX unit. When others heard this, they exclaimed, huh? Even that kind of student is wanted? That place must not be doing too well. No one would want Tong Chen. This guy actually used his own future to drag all the instructors down with him. Is he crazy? What grudge or grievance does this kid have to go to such lengths? Wayan's mood was quite complicated at this moment. He carefully recalled the past 3 months and realized he hadn't really targeted Tong Chen at all, except for when he harshly scolded him during his awakening to F level. But that was to prevent him from having extreme thoughts. At that time, he wanted to spend another tube of Jing manifestation liquid. Isn't that courting death? Wayan felt a bit wronged. Clearly, he had managed to achieve a decent result, and even if his talent was poor, he could still get a reasonable job, at least to take care of his family. Yet, all of it was sacrificed just to spite him. Wayan even began to reflect on whether he had been too harsh on the students. This kid is ruthless, actually using his own future to drag me down. No team will want him now. I'll take this loss. After sending that message, he was about to close the terminal when he noticed the other side replied instantly. Wayan was puzzled. Why the ellipsis again? He felt something was off inside. What's wrong? That kid Tong Chen was invited by General Lu Yong to join the Black Dragon team, responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and the Black Dragon logistics. Wayan laid everything out, including Shi Chanshan's attitude towards Tong Chen. Wayan was silent for a long time after reading it. So, there was no self-destruction dragging him down together, only Tong Chen emerged victorious. Not only did he drag all the instructors down, but he also joined the renowned Black Dragon team? What's even more outrageous is that Shi Chanshan has a soft spot for this kid? That shy girl comes from a pretty good family, and with the Shi family producing an SS-level genius, she's likely to soar even higher in the future. Tong Chen didn't just win, he won big time. Wayan suddenly recalled Tong Chen encouraging Shi Chanshan to shout win-win-win during the awakening and felt a pang of annoyance. What kind of luck does this kid have? Wayan decided to retract his earlier thoughts. He still wanted to dislike this guy Tong Chen. He sighed, bid farewell to Wayan, and informed other colleagues at the base, especially the instructors from teams 1 to 11. At Yanliang base, a wail of despair erupted. They all firmly remembered the name Tong Chen. Just as the base instructors collectively broke down, Tong Chen arrived in the airspace above Wayan City aboard the Black Dragon team's spaceship. Kid, where do you want to get off? I'll take you home, Lu Yong said, sitting across from him, arms crossed. Tong Chen scratched his head. Home? Maybe not. He had joined the Black Dragon squad by chance, but he wasn't a formal member. If the spaceship dropped him off above the residential area, who knows what rumors would spread about him. No need, just drop me at the city gate entrance. I need to update my identity information. Graduating smoothly from the training camp and becoming an awakened warrior. Even if he was still just an apprentice at the junior warrior stage, his citizen level would still see a significant boost. That works, you have a 7-day vacation, then report to the Black Dragon building, Lu Yong said as he pulled out a card from his pocket and tossed it over. We're at the location, below is the east gate, the team member piloting the spaceship said as he opened the hatch. Tong Chen stood up and walked over, preparing to jump out. However, as soon as he stepped out with one foot, he immediately pulled it back, gripping the doorframe tightly. Are you kidding me? This is thousands of meters up? I'm just an apprentice, man. Even a junior warrior would be crippled jumping down from here, right? Everyone turned to look at the pilot, who scratched the back of his head. Sorry, I'm just used to it. The formal squad members were all at least junior warriors, and a few thousand meters was no problem at all. Even Shi Ningxiang, who wasn't very strong, had battle armor that allowed for short flights. The pilot thought of this and bent down to rummage through something. Soon, he pulled out a package and tossed it to Tong Chen. A parachute that comes with the spaceship, it's yours. Tong Chen looked at the dusty package in his hands, lost in thought. How long had it been sitting there? It wouldn't be expired, would it? Don't worry, this spaceship is from a big brand, they pay great attention to user experience. The parachute packs have 0 negative reviews. The pilot explained with a smile, seeing the distrust on his face. Tong Chen was still hesitating when Lu Yong impatiently walked up and lifted him up. Stop dawdling, do you know how expensive aviation fuel is? Go! Holy crap! In the air, only. Tong Chen's trailing voice remained. Sure. Chan looked down at the small black dot with a worried expression, only relaxing when the parachute successfully opened. Hey, I told you it wasn't expired, the pilot laughed happily. Tong Chen landed on the top of a tall building and cursed at the direction the spaceship had left for a long time, until he was surrounded by fully armed soldiers. Kid, who told you to parachute in the city? If it weren't for the spaceship's certification, you'd be turned to dust by now. You violated public security regulations, even warriors have to pay fines. A group of people stood outside the building on flying boards, and the leader was pulling out a notebook to issue a ticket. Put it on Lu Yong from the Black Dragon Squad, he threw me down. Tong Chen took off his backpack, revealing the squad emblem on his back. The scene fell into a moment of silence, and the ticket writer naturally put away his things. Alright, it was a misunderstanding. The others turned to leave with strange expressions, glancing back at Tong Chen with a mix of confusion and envy. To join the Black Dragon Squad at such a young age and know the squad leader, Lu Yong? That was a figure known throughout Fong City. The young man had a bright future ahead. Misunderstanding, brother, just back from a mission? The squad leader of the law enforcement team flew over, tucking his flying board under his arm with a smile. No, I just awakened, I'm a freshman from the 25th batch. Oh, then your talent and grades must be very good. Otherwise, Lu Yong wouldn't have pulled you into the team. The younger generation is formidable. I have F-level talent. The smile on the squad leader's face froze, and then he seemed to remember something. 25th batch, F-level, wasn't that just one person? You're Tong Chen? You actually joined the Black Dragon Squad? You know me? I've seen your edited videos, they're quite unique. The two fell into silence, the atmosphere a bit awkward. What are you doing? I'm going to the city gate to update my identity information. Oh, then follow me, I'll take you there. The squad leader took out a flying skateboard, jumped into the air, and signaled Tong Chen to jump on as well. The two chatted for a while on the way, and when the squad leader learned that Lu Yong had invited Tong Chen to join the team's logistics because he liked a certain video, he felt a bit emotional. You're really lucky, even the logistics threshold for the Black Dragon team is super high. It might not be easy for someone like you to get in, so you should cherish it. Even if you get kicked out in a few days, it's still a remarkable experience. 3 minutes later. This is it. I still have to patrol, so you can handle it yourself. It should be pretty quick. After dropping off Tong Chen, the squad leader flew away. Tong Chen walked towards the city gate. The city gate, like the assessment area, was a tall wall. However, this one was made of pure metal, and who knows how many heavy weapons and experts were on top of it. Identity information was updated at the city entry registration point. When the warrior team returned from a mission, they would be inspected and recorded here, so they conveniently set up the information processing office in this area. What's the matter? Updating identity information. Oh, a newly awakened student? We can actually upgrade your and your family's citizenship level to level 10. It should take about 15 minutes. After saying this, the counter staff began to get busy, pointing to the side to indicate that Tong Chen could sit and wait. Tong Chen was not polite and sat down in the hall. With nothing else to do, he opened the system material panel and began editing the footage he had just obtained. Wei Han's flushed face appeared in front of him, and Tong Chen smiled slightly as he started editing. His hands continuously pointed in the air, splicing together the necessary parts of the recorded material. Doing this often made him skilled at it. This time, he finished the video in just 10 minutes. Before editing, Wei Han was as furious as a lion, spitting madly. After editing, Wei Han, come on. Show your level. Talent doesn't represent everything. Your strikes are powerful. Yanliang base, you open my eyes. The other students, their movements are taught by an 80-year-old grandma, not even as good as a dog. You, this strength is strong. The ruthless reprimand was brutally edited into a full endorsement. Tong Chen repeatedly watched the remaining 10-second video, inserting close-ups of the expressions of people around. If the timing is right, the flavor changes completely. It turned into shock at his strength. This should be the best I can do. Saying this, Tong Chen clicked to complete the editing. Ding! Editing successful. Strength recognized. Swordsmanship impresses high-level warriors. The host will receive corresponding rewards. Material strength rating 68. Material recognition rating 12. Host editing rating 55. Total score 135. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking 100 in editing rating. You can choose one additional reward to receive double. Ding! Congratulations to the host for strength plus 550 kilograms, mental power plus 50, beginner combat.
Skill mastery, green, branch, sword mastery, upgraded to perfect level. Congratulations to the host for randomly comprehending a combat skill. Suddenly, a slot machine appeared in front of Tong Chen and started rolling. Before he could react, an icon of a battle knife engulfed in black flames appeared in front of him, with golden flashes erupting outside the frame.
Oh crap, did I just pull a gold? Ding! Congratulations to
the host for obtaining the combat skill, Beginner Nether Flame / Fire, Water Composite Attribute. This move can cut both material and spirit. When cultivated to the highest realm, it can break through space and
gain the qualification for the Shadow King inheritance. Ding!
Detected that the host possesses a divine level combat skill, unique, activating exclusive enhancement function.
The ladder of gods is open. From
now on, rewards obtained from combat skills can be used to enhance exclusive combat skills. 1 gold equals 3 purple equals 5 blue equals 10 white. Detected that the host has one remaining opportunity for double rewards. Please choose one from strength, mental power, or random combat skill. Tong Chen didn't have time to comprehend the combat skills he had acquired. The system's prompt left him deep in thought. First, he ruled out mental power. Currently, his mental strength had reached 240 points, about 2.5 times that of an average person. Yet, there was still no significant change. He could only perceive the surrounding environment a bit more clearly, and the distance to activate God's Eye in battle was far from sufficient.
Even adding another 50 points wouldn't help.
So, the only options left were strength and combat skills. As for combat skills, seeing that pitiful exchange rate, unless he drew another golden one, he couldn't upgrade his skill level. I just drew a golden combat skill. It's better to know when to stop. Tong Chen recalled his experience playing
card drawing games before his transmigration.
Newbies often had good luck on their first draw, and there might even be a built-in rule for guaranteed first draws.
In any case, if he got too carried away, he might end up feeling dizzy from spending.
But increasing strength was different. It was a solid 550 kilograms.
How much strength did he have before? Only 945 kilograms. A single increase of over 50%.
If he doubled it, wouldn't
that be a 100% increase? Tong Chen estimated that if he chose to double his strength, it would leap to 2045 kilograms.
He would completely surpass the 2,000 kilogram standard for intermediate warriors.
This meant
that he had just graduated from the Awakening training camp and had already become an intermediate warrior.
Such a level would be considered a backbone in any regular battle team. This was far more appealing than drawing
cards. He was about to join the Black Dragon battle team for monster-related missions, which was a top-tier team. A slight mistake could cost them their lives, and at such times, what could be more reassuring than
strength?
With a god-level combat skill and various proficiencies, he might even be able to take down advanced warriors. The uncertainty of drawing combat skills was too great. When the slot machine finally stopped, most of the icons were white and blue, with hardly any purple ones.
System, choose to increase strength. Ding! Selection successful.
Strength plus 1,100 kilograms. Warning, please publish a video as soon as possible.
To achieve at least 500 views, or the reward will be revoked.
Sitting in the hall, Tong Chen felt a twitch in his heart at the system's warning. The last time he edited Martin and the others, the view requirement was
only 10. Why did it jump to 500 for Wayan? Could it be that the view requirement is related to the strength of the editing subject? Tong Chen had a vague suspicion. He would find an opportunity to verify it
later. It would be best to find a weaker subject to confirm his guess. If that were the case, editing more powerful warriors in the future might really allow him to benefit from the system for free.
In that case, he
would have to manage his account well. By the way, the deputy city lord had mentioned granting him video publishing permissions. He wondered if there were any support or something.
Thinking of this, Tong Chen shook
his head. Given his current fame among the 25th cohort of students, a mere 500 views shouldn't be a problem. With that thought, he opened the terminal and found that he indeed had special permissions. He chose to publish
the video immediately.
Upload successful.
1 minute passed, then 2.
Suddenly, the views began to increase, and the first like appeared.
War General Lu Yon liked your video. Ha ha ha. I knew there was still work to be done. He really didn't let Wayan off the hook. This kid is too funny. Bringing him into the team was definitely the right choice. If such an interesting person died easily, it would be too boring.
Lu Yon had just arrived at the rooftop of the battle team headquarters, intending to open the terminal to report on his work, but unexpectedly discovered that the followed Tong Chen had released a new piece.
After watching
it, he burst into laughter, drawing astonished looks from those around him. When they learned that it was the student who had edited the previous outrageous video of the instructor, and this time he had cut something even more intense, they were instantly filled with interest. They disregarded the occasion and opened their terminals to watch, following their team leader's temperament.
Oh wow, this is hilarious. I never knew praising someone could look so grotesque.
Ha ha ha, this kid is really talented, but how does he dare?
Wayan, I remember he's a senior warrior. Isn't he afraid of getting beaten up? Don't ask, just know he's fearless, going all out.
You can live without strength or talent, but you can't live without guts, hissed this young man. The team members on the rooftop were astonished after watching. They found it amusing, while secretly admiring Tong Chen. Just for this crazy act of self-destruction, he earned a bit of their respect. Provoking a warrior who was countless times stronger than himself, they had never seen anything like it before. The video views were still climbing. In the monster simulation training area, the administrator Wei Han abruptly shut down the terminal. Damn it, I regret it. This kid really deserves a beating. I should have taught him a lesson just now. He closed his eyes, his expression pained. He hadn't understood why instructor Kuei Ran was so angry. After watching the video, he didn't think it warranted a special lesson for Tong Chen. He even thought Kuei Ran was being a bit petty. It was only at this moment, when he became the main character, that Wei Han understood his friend's feelings. If Tong Chen appeared before him now, he would definitely make this kid know what cruelty meant. A proper scolding had somehow turned into Tong Chen's angry praise. The most ridiculous part was that, combined with the facial reactions of those around, it actually looked quite convincing. Just as he was about to curse in the comments section, there was a knock at the door. Boss, someone's looking for you. Who is it? Wei Han shouted angrily, still fuming. Who was so blind? From the city bureau, they said they want to conduct a related investigation on trainee training. The voice outside made Wei Han's anger instantly dissipate. He glanced at the terminal with a complex expression, took a painful deep breath, and forced a smile on his face. Got it, I'll be right there, he said, staggering to his feet. Oh no, it wouldn't be a war general, would it? Hopefully, they wouldn't be too violent. Tong Chen, you little brat, remember this. We'll meet again and I'll make sure you look good then. Outside, those who had just received their report cards and were preparing to leave a good impression on the recruiting units and teams suddenly heard someone exclaim, "Quick, look, Tong Chen just released a new video. It's the edited video from just now. Oh wow, is it real?" The students from Team 12 immediately clicked on the group chat, only to be stunned to find nothing. They searched for Tong Chen's ID, clicked in, and found the video in his updates. This video had actually been directly uploaded to the War Network forum. Right, the deputy city lord said he would give this kid permissions. With their current apprentice permissions, even browsing was a problem, let alone posting. Uploading a video was even more impossible. The other base members nearby, hearing Team 12's discussion, curiously came over to inquire. When they learned that someone dared to tease a senior warrior with a video, they were all shocked. Now I have to see this. Bro, give me a link. There's no link. This guy posted it on the War Network forum. Our permissions aren't enough. We can only search for Tong Chen's ID to watch it on his homepage. Share the ID, thanks. The originally excited trainees waiting for job offers began to gather in the open space by the city wall to watch the video. They had witnessed the scene when Wei Han was giving pointers. Seeing Tong Chen's edited video, the stark contrast between the before and after was overwhelming. Can it really be played like this? Is he really not afraid of death? If I were Administrator Wei Han, I'd definitely throw him in a sack. How can we just hang him up and beat him for 2 days? This guy is too cheeky. Don't say that. The video was really quite interesting. Even if I didn't see the live commentary, I could probably tell that the administrator wasn't saying anything good. Hey, is that what you're focusing on? That bastard edited the insults directed at him into insults against us. If the other warriors on the forum misunderstand and see this. As soon as these words were spoken, the smiles of the happy trainees instantly froze. It really seemed to be the case. They still had to join various teams. At that time, whenever they met someone, they would be asked, is it true that the class of 25 is as pathetic as the video says? Is there really only one called Tong Chen who was decent? Just thinking about this possibility made their scalps tingle. Those warriors who didn't know the actual situation might really be misled. Tong Chen. Shouts of anger echoed in the open space. If Tong Chen appeared now, he would definitely be surrounded and beaten by everyone. The video views kept increasing, and the comments and likes were also growing. In the end, the forum administrator had to step in to clarify. This video is purely for entertainment. Please do not take it seriously. Subsequently, they even added the word entertainment in front of Tong Chen's ID as a title. It could be considered a first of its kind. Fong City, Information Management Office. The clerk handed the information update certificate to Tong Chen. All done, you won't need to come here for updates in the future. The terminal will collect your achievements and strength growth automatically, upgrading your and your family's citizenship level. Thank you. Tong Chen put away the certificate and waved goodbye as he left the hall. The clerk scratched his head. Was this kid's brain a bit off? He just saw him continuously tapping in front of him while waiting. The training for Jin awakened warriors was indeed harsh. It seemed to have messed with the kid's head. The clerk shook his head, watching Tong Chen leave with a sympathetic gaze. He still didn't know what kind of commotion Tong Chen had caused on the battle network during the short wait of just over 10 minutes. Tong Chen walked out the door and looked up at the sky. The weather is nice. After determining the direction Tong Chen headed towards where his family was, His two family members probably never dreamed that he had gone to a training camp and not only became a Jin awakened warrior but also directly reached the level of an intermediate warrior. Of course, this couldn't be revealed, but there was one thing he could share. That was the cold 1.35 million on the account. When he left, he couldn't even scrape together a penny, but now he had become a millionaire. Plus, their citizenship level had been upgraded, so not only could they live in better rooms, but the monthly subsidies would also rise a notch. For the two family members who saved his life, Tong Chen would certainly treat them well without reservation. Moreover, his sister was cute, and his mother was beautiful and virtuous. Who wouldn't cherish them? They would definitely be very happy to hear this good news. Family, I'm back! Tong Chen shouted on the road, attracting countless gazes from passers-by. The onlookers were first stunned, and then when they saw the terminal on Tong Chen's arm, they smiled knowingly. Such an upbeat warrior was rare, completely contrary to the stereotype of someone cold and full of killing intent. Perhaps the battle situation had improved, order had been restored, and everyone was somewhat hopeful about the future. Tong Chen strode down the street. In a time when monsters threatened people's safety at any moment, the closer one got to the city center, the safer the houses became. All facilities, including schools, were better the closer they were to the center. Conversely, Tong Chen's family, who were previously level 12 citizens, naturally lived on the outskirts. In fact, they were not far from the city gate, only about 3 or 4 kilometers away. Fong City had just been rebuilt for half a year, and many outer buildings were patched with steel while the streets were under repair, making it somewhat noisy. Tong Chen bypassed the under construction sign ahead and turned into a small alley. I remember there's a shortcut around here. Hu Xiaoqiao should be out of school by now. He walked carelessly down the alley, completely unguarded. Numerous malicious glances swept over him from the corners, but as soon as they spotted the wrist terminal on his arm, they quickly averted their eyes as if shocked. Level 12 citizens were considered the lowest tier, barely ensuring basic survival and the right to education. Below them were those who weren't even considered citizens. Most of them had committed offenses and had their citizenship rights revoked. They could only linger in the gray areas, doing unsavory or dangerous jobs for even lower pay. Ordinary citizens wouldn't casually stroll into alleys on the edge of the city. Of course, Tong Chen was anything but ordinary. Winding through, he encountered no one foolish enough to cause trouble, and he soon returned to the main road. Suddenly, Tong Chen noticed a group of students in uniforms gathered in an alley across the main road, seemingly surrounding a little girl. Tong Chen smiled. At that age, some might think that mingling in gray areas was cool. Let's see what this bunch of brats is up to. As he got closer, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately switched to eavesdropping mode. No way? I just left for 3 months, and that girl Hu Xiaoqiao has gone bad? Not going home after school, but hanging out with a bunch of little delinquents. No, I have to find out what's going on and gather evidence to report back so her mom can spank her. Hu Xiaoqiao, why did you reject my brother Wu's confession? Look at your shabby backpack. Did your brother dig it out of a trash heap? Besides the school uniform, what do you have that's new? Be with brother Wu. With his conditions, you won't be treated poorly. Come on, brother Wu's family are all level 10 citizens. His brother is about to graduate from the training camp and become a glorious soldier. Maybe next year he'll be a level 8 citizen and can move to the 3rd ring. A group of boys and girls were trying to persuade Hu Xiaoqiao. Tong Chen was quite surprised. Are kids these days really resorting to threats and temptations to talk about relationships? It seems that his little sister wasn't going bad, she was just in trouble. Tong Chen found it a bit interesting and decided to watch a little longer. I'm not interested in dating, and you're not my type. I have no interest in kids. Hu Xiaoqiao looked at her classmates as if they were childish, speaking without holding back. Tong Chen's mouth twitched. Their ages were about the same, okay? And what's with your XP? You actually like older ones? The brother Wu, surrounded by his peers, was visibly shaken by her words, pointing at Hu Xiaoqiao but unable to speak. Step aside, I want to go home. Hu Xiaoqiao frowned. Her mother was waiting at home for her to cook. She had no time to waste here. Plus, earlier in the day, the street office had notified Tong Chen that he had successfully graduated and would be returning home today. She had painfully spent $25 on discounted pork belly at the supermarket, planning to cook it for Tong Chen. But unexpectedly, she had been blocked by these people after taking a detour to the supermarket. Hu Xiaoqiao felt a bit of a headache, unsure how to extricate herself. She glanced towards the intersection from time to time, hoping for some adult or patrol to pass by. Stop looking, no one will pass by here. Think carefully about why I'm not good enough for you. If you don't agree today, don't blame me for being rude. Brother Wu said as he reached out towards Hu Xiaoqiao. Just as she was about to retaliate, a figure stepped in front of her, grabbing that outstretched hand. Brother Wu had just opened his mouth when he fearfully shut it. Standing before him was a person in military uniform, carrying a worn-out backpack. The terminal on their wrist indicated that this was someone he couldn't provoke. At such a young age, instead of learning good things, you want to imitate others and forcibly taking girls, huh? Get down. Tong Chen had a serious expression on his face, and the people in front of him looked tense.
Why you're talking nonsense, we're classmates, we're just playing. Don't mess around, a soldier can't bully a child, right?
What if I do? Tong Chen reached out and pinched Brother Wu's cheek. What strength did he have? The child's face instantly swelled up with a cry. Behind him, Hu Qiao tugged at his shirt. That's enough, brother. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Tong Chen's serious expression instantly turned into a smile as he released the little boy in front of him. Holy crap, it's you, the demon video editor Tong Chen? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? And how do you know I edit videos? Tong Chen recalled he didn't remember posting any videos on the public network. Where did you hear that from? He curiously examined the expressions of the little kids in front of him as if a whole group knew about this. I heard it from my brother. He said you awakened a broken F-level talent and provocatively challenged the instructor, so it's normal for you to die on the street anytime. Tong Chen fell silent for a moment, then grabbed the child's cheeks with both hands, squeezing his chubby face in front of his terrified companions. Did you all hear it from your older brothers and sisters? The other kids nodded in unison. What's your brother's name? Tong Chen looked at the little brother Wu in front of him. And Yuan percent, what's your brother's name? Tong Chen awkwardly released Brother Wu and looked at the other kids. He had squeezed too hard and the words were already slurred. I think it's called Wu Fong, please don't pinch me. I won't pinch you, everyone go back home. Didn't the teacher tell you not to come to the alley? Hashtag Yuan %. Brother Wu said he would let his brother come to get revenge on you, broken F-level. The chubby kid next to him trembled as he acted as a translator. Tong Chen almost laughed out loud. You can understand that? Chubby kid, are you adding drama? Then let your brother come find me at the Black Dragon team. Saying this, he displayed the backpack on his back and the Black Dragon card in his pocket. A group of kids immediately widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Brother, pretending to be a member of the Black Dragon team will get you killed. Of course I know, I'm a genuine member of the Black Dragon team, personally invited by the Lu Yong team, okay? Go home and ask your older brothers and sisters. After saying that, he pulled his sister and pushed past the stunned children to leave. They were dazed for a moment, then all took out their phones to start sending messages, quickly getting responses, and their expressions all changed. Just pretend you haven't seen me today, goodbye. Brother Wu, I might have to quit the explosive gang and study hard from now on, sorry. Holy crap, he really is a member of the Black Dragon team. Brother Wu, it seems like we messed up. The friendship boat capsized in an instant, and everyone was scared and ran away, leaving Brother Wu alone in place, teary-eyed. Where's the promised F-level waist? Outside, Tong Chen held his sister's hand as they walked down the street. It had been 3 months since they last met. What should he say? In any case, system, start material recording. Ding. Activation successful. Tong Chen thought his family partner was quite interesting, just right to edit and verify his guess about the view count. Tong Ying pulled Hu Qiao as they walked along the main road. It was said that this place was originally called Shuxiang Road because both sides were school districts. Now, however, it had become the outermost resettlement area due to monsters, and the teaching buildings had all been converted into residential houses. Tong Ying slightly exerted force, pulling Hu Qiao to walk beside him. After 3 months apart, his sister seemed to have lost a lot of weight and felt a bit distant. Could it be that he had been away too long? Thinking of this, Tong Ying smiled. Did you miss me? Let me see if your development is normal these past few months. As he spoke, his smile gradually turned mischievous, and his other hand made a grabbing motion. Get lost. Hu Qiao suddenly broke free from his grasp, pouting and glaring at him. I thought you were shy. Want to take a whiff? You're the dog. Boasting about being a member of the Black Dragon squad, is that really okay? Hu Qiao said, a bit agitated. When they were informed that Tong Ying had successfully graduated, they couldn't express how happy they were, even if it was just an F rank. Now hearing that an F rank had joined the Black Dragon squad, of course, she had her doubts. That kind of squad must be very dangerous, right? Hey, although I have an F rank talent, I possess a monster dissection skill that even the master praises. Joining the Black Dragon is just to handle logistics and dissect monsters. You used to be a pig butcher? Hu Qiao blinked, feeling much more at ease. Upon hearing it was just a logistics job. Logistics must be relatively safe. Tong Ying, hearing this and the complaints from the trainees, twitched his mouth. Just because I have good knife skills, does that mean I must be a butcher? Can't I be a martial artist instead? Like mastering basic combat techniques and such. What pigs? Where have you seen such a handsome pig butcher as me? Weren't you saying you mostly don't remember the past? How can you prove you're not playing self-proof traps with me, huh? I'll buy you 10 sets of summer homework later so you know how tough it is. Tong Ying said fiercely, but Hu Qiao looked doubtful. The times have changed, brother. The school just tested our genetic qualifications. I heard they're going to start a martial arts class. Where's the homework? Are you a bit slow? You just graduated. Do you have money? Tong Ying glanced at his sister's tattered backpack. I'm now a soldier candidate. I have plenty of money. The two chatted and soon returned home. The door opened and Hu Qiao placed her backpack on.
the table and walked into the room. The woman lying on the bed smiled upon seeing her, then noticed Tong Ying following her in. "Mom!" Before she could say anything, the shout interrupted her, and a strange feeling surged within her. Every time Tong Ying called her that with bright eyes, it felt like she was being taken advantage of. Clearly, she was the one being called mom, and besides, who calls someone mom upon seeing them? I said, just call me Aunt Who, cough cough, then it feels distant, doesn't it? How's mom feeling? Is it any better? Tong Ying smiled, squatting by the bed, holding Hu Manyu's hand. Don't bully my mom. Who? Xiao Qiao hit him lightly on the head from behind. Hu Manyu smiled knowingly at this. Xiao Qiao, go cook for your brother. I want to chat with him. Hu Qiao pouted, glancing at Tong Ying with concern, then left. After making a threatening gesture. Mom, is there something you want to say to me? Cough cough cough, I wanted to tell you. Never mind, Xiao Qiao will trouble you in the future. That girl has been sensible. Since she was little, she won't cause you too much trouble. Tong Ying's smile froze for a moment as he directly interrupted her. Mom, what are you talking about? I've successfully awakened now. I'll take good care of both of you, and I'll also cure you. Hu Manyu looked at Tong Ying with a smile, but internally she didn't want him to be so strong-willed. It was said that F-rank warriors were at the bottom of the hierarchy in that circle. Just being able to take care of her daughter was good enough. How could he support a sickly person like her? The survivor's physique, enhanced by the God Awakening virus, was immune to all past human diseases, including cancer. But once illness struck, it was a big problem, mostly due to genetic issues which would be difficult to treat. The costs were frighteningly high. There was no such thing as health insurance or hospitals now, only genetic research institutes, which were not something an ordinary person could afford. Even regular warriors couldn't manage it. So, Hu Manyu really didn't want to burden Tong Ying. At this moment, her expression was troubled, unsure how to persuade him to give up struggling. You all have saved my life, so don't worry, things will get better and better in the future, Tong Ying said with a smile. If he can't even take care of 2 family members with the system, he might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Hu Manyu smiled shyly upon hearing this. Actually, I picked you up because I was so bored during the migration process, and you looked so innocent and pure like a silly little sprout. I thought you were a bit foolish, so I figured I could bring you back as free labor, but who would have thought I ended up with a lazy dog who can't even cook? As she spoke, she began to cough a little excitedly. Tong Ying's smile stiffened, feeling the maternal love had soured. And you look quite good. If I hadn't acted quickly back then, you would have been picked up by those rich aunties to enjoy a life of luxury. Hearing this, Tong Ying's mouth twitched as he recalled the flower language of steel wool. Well, Mom, you really are a great person, struck by lightning. I can't let you off so easily. Don't worry, I'll blow up the oxygen tank for you. Saying this, he opened the terminal to show the balance on it. Hu Manyu was stunned on the spot. You committed murder and arson? Went to rob someone? Tong Ying, you can't go down the wrong path. I don't mind. Tong Ying, can't you wish for something good for me? Wait, it seems it doesn't matter? Warriors make more money than you think, so Mom, just rest assured. I told you, don't call me that. Hu Manyu's eyes were filled with worry. At that moment, there was a knock and a shout from outside the door. Is Xiao Qiao there? I'm a parent of your classmate, can we come in? Tong Ying smiled at Hu Manyu on the bed, got up to check the situation. System, stop material recording. Ding. Material recording successful. Saved to the material library. When he walked out, he found his sister was opening the door. Outside, the men and women holding things praised her as soon as they saw her. When they saw Tong Ying, they exchanged pleasantries. Behind them were the classmates who had just surrounded Hu Qiao, all looking like they had done something wrong, lowering their heads in line to apologize. Upon learning that Tong Ying had really joined the Black Dragon team, they all shrank back. They immediately pulled their kids along with gifts. An hour later, Tong Ying and Hu Qiao finally sent everyone away. Brother, you really joined the Black Dragon? Hu Qiao couldn't believe it. The Black Dragon team, who in the city didn't know about it? Absolutely, Tong Ying affirmed with a smile. Cough cough, what Black Dragon? Tong Ying, did you do something bad and get wanted by the Black Dragon team? A worried inquiry came from the inner room. The two walked inside, and Hu Qiao helped her mother sit up. Mom, it's not that he's wanted. My brother joined the Black Dragon team. The girl gently patted her mother's back to help her breathe easier. But he's not F-level. He's in logistics. My brother's knife skills seem pretty good. He got lucky and landed a job cutting up monsters. Hu Manyu looked over upon. Hearing this, Tong Chen nodded with a smile. Little Tong, you mustn't cause trouble for the team. Even if your strength and talent are a bit lacking, you need to maintain good relationships with your colleagues. They could save your life at a critical moment. Okay. Tong Chen thought for a moment. As long as he didn't encounter people like Martin who deliberately sought death, he wouldn't casually harm those around him. By the way, take this card, use it to pay for Mom's hospital fees and such. Don't be stingy, spend what you need. I'll transfer all the money to this card. Saying this, he took out a bank card from his bag and handed it to his sister. He had casually opened it at the bank next door when he came out of the information management office. Hu Xiaoqiao took it, her expression hesitant. Brother, are you dating a rich woman? I just talked to Wu Yuan. He said the pay for newly graduated trainees isn't high. Tong Chen? He looked at Hu Manyu, signaling her to manage her daughter quickly. What on earth is she thinking every day? But then he remembered that Hu Manyu had mentioned rich aunties when she was trying to get him to give her up. Alright, is this what a family looks like? Indeed, Hu Manyu didn't say anything to Hu Xiaoqiao but instead looked over with a probing gaze. Tong Chen was speechless. Children are naive, how could you believe it too? The mother and daughter certainly believed it, while Tong Chen was unaware of how special his personality was in this era. Being the center of attention was quite normal. Stop talking nonsense, I earned this money with my own abilities. Let's eat. After we finish, take mom for treatment, and you should buy all sorts of clothes and things. Oh, the three quickly sat at the dining table, eating simple meals. An hour later, Tong Chen carried Hu Manyu downstairs while Hu Xiaoqiao pushed the wheelchair, holding up the stand for the 4-drip. They hailed a cab and headed to the nearest Chang'an National Gene Research Branch. This place resembled a potion shop from a game. It specialized in developing and producing various potions for warriors, treating injuries, acquiring monster materials, and issuing related tasks. The research institute had another name, which was the Warrior Guild. The equipment shop was a different institution. Let's go. Tong Chen placed Hu Manyu in the wheelchair and pushed her towards the entrance. After showing his identification and explaining their purpose, the receptionist led the three of them to the elevator heading to the 4th basement level. In this era, monsters had not yet appeared in underground activities. Therefore, various important equipment was placed underground, similar to how training equipment in training bases was also transformed from underground. Parking lots. If an accident occurred, as long as the passage was sealed, the equipment and materials inside had a chance of being preserved. Ms. Hu Manyu, is it? This is your position. Please lie in the life pod, which can maximize the stability of your vital signs. Someone will come in half an hour to conduct a comprehensive examination. The nurse in a white coat tidied up the bed in the room and, together with Tong Chen, placed Hu Manyu into the pod. The nurse attached various instruments to Hu Manyu and pressed a button to slowly close the pod door. Please make the payment over here. The nurse led Tong Chen and Hu Xiaoqiao out. A few minutes later, the two walked to the entrance of the research institute with the bill in hand. So expensive, the 3-month hospitalization fee is 600,000. Hu Xiaoqiao looked at the bill in shock, then glanced at Tong Chen with some concern. Don't worry, your brother is amazing. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. Let's go. I'll take you to buy clothes, Tong Chen said as he pulled Hu Xiaoqiao away, heading to the nearby pedestrian street. On the surface, he seemed unconcerned, but inside he felt a bit of pressure. He had just secretly inquired with a researcher that Hu Manyu was very likely suffering from dissolution disease. The so-called dissolution disease refers to those who have safely passed the screening of the Divine Awakening X-virus but cannot fully adapt to evolution. Their genes show signs of collapse, and their organs slowly deteriorate in pain. The disease is rare but not without cases, and the options available to patients are limited. 1. To let them be freed from their suffering. 2. To spend most of their remaining life in a life pod, using expensive gene stabilizers for pain relief, alleviating organ deterioration, and maintaining bodily functions with nutrient solutions. This is also why the hospitalization fees are so exorbitant. Is there no way to cure it? Tong Chen recalled asking the researcher at that time. The latter merely sighed. It's just a legend, but among the 12 existing war gods of Blue Star, one of them supposedly cured their family members' dissolution disease. This possibility meant nothing to 99.999% of people. Becoming a war god or finding that war god to learn the method was not something ordinary people could achieve. Tong Chen and the others didn't seem like any big shots. The researcher mentioned this just to make Tong Chen give up. Brother, aren't you getting out of the car? Hu Xiaoqiao opened the car door, looking at Tong Chen, who remained seated in confusion. Here it comes. Tong Chen got out of the car with a grin, bringing Hu Xiaoqiao to a state-owned women's clothing store where he picked out a large pile of clothes for her to try on. Meanwhile, he sat down, lost in thought. If there were a life support pod and stabilizers, Hu Manyu's condition should be manageable for several years. It would only require a monthly expense of 200,000. That said, Tong Chen couldn't guarantee that the system would reward him with money every time. Even though the Black Dragon team had top-notch logistics, it was impossible to cover such expenses with a salary. And since he had to maintain the appearance of being F rank, he would naturally face various constraints in making money. If it really comes to it, I might as well sneakily take on a side job. Tong Chen's eyes narrowed dangerously. In his heart, saving the family that had saved his life was the most important thing. Being active on the front lines with the Black Dragon team should provide plenty of opportunities to make money. When the time came, opening a big account and doing some side work would be a piece of cake, right? The specifics would have to wait until he officially joined the Black Dragon team and began his missions, then he could act accordingly. Anyway, his current balance was enough to support him for a while. With that thought, Tong Chen temporarily set aside the matter of Hu Manyu. He called up the system's editing panel in his
mind, found the previously recorded mother-daughter material, and began editing. Tong Chen cut out the segments of his sister speaking, finishing the editing in just a few moves.
Hu Chao Chao, brother, the school tested my genetic qualifications, said. I might not be very smart, don't bully me. Hu Manyu, I told you to call me Rich Aunt, you look pretty good. Xiao Xiao is a lazy dog, can't even cook, it's fine if you take care of me. Xiao Xiao, enjoy life. Tong Chen looked at it and thought it should be about right. After all, it was just to verify a guess, so it shouldn't be too excessive. Based on experience, the system would only reward him based on the results, and it shouldn't really turn his sister into a fool. With that in mind, Tong Chen clicked on Editing Complete. Ding! Editing successful. Material Strength Rating 5. Material Cognition Rating 10. Host Editing Rating 60. Total score 75. No additional bonuses. Sick mother, mentally challenged sister, allowing the host to develop a gentle and considerate personality, which has a strong attraction to older members of the opposite sex. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Beginner Warm Man Manual Proficiency, Family Cooking Proficiency, Charm +5, effect doubled for members of the opposite sex aged 15 years or more. Warning, video editing completed. Please publish it as soon as possible and achieve more than one view, otherwise the rewards will be revoked. Tong Ying looked at the system. Prompt, lost in thought. So it really is related to the strength of the person being edited? From the editing instructor to Team Martin and then to Wei Han, this advanced warrior. The required views kept fluctuating. And this time he specifically edited family videos to confirm this point. Then how many views would it take to edit a war god? Tong Ying looked up at the ceiling in despair, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, forget it, where would an F rank like me go to edit a war god? To reach that level of combat power, he would have to wait until his own strength improved and then secretly open a big account to gather material. Right? Who knows how long it would take to reach that level of strength? The further along, the harder it became to improve. But what the hell was this reward? Tong Ying suddenly snapped back to reality, facepalming. In disbelief, he imagined himself cooking. To his astonishment, he realized that he seemed to actually know how to cook. He was familiar with various cooking methods, but all the dishes were of the homey, warm variety. And what was this proficiency in being a warm man? Tong Ying looked around in confusion, then noticed a woman shopping. Watching her pick out clothes, he subconsciously analyzed her personality preferences through her expressions, movements, and attire. At the same time, several considerate plans for each other instantly came to mind, such as how to quietly take the shopping bag from her hand, offering selection suggestions, and so on. Tong Ying, even knowing that this editing has nothing to do with the battle, it will mostly reward some useless things. But this is just too ridiculous. Damn it, refund. Wait, it seems that without spending money, it's a free system, so never mind. Tong Ying shifted his gaze elsewhere and then locked eyes with a certain lady who immediately looked away as if shocked. Mom, what are you looking at? And nothing. Have you finished shopping? Just this one. You promised me a little dress for being in the top 3, no backing out. Since Mom is in a good mood, I'll reward you with one more. Go pick another one, take your time. The girl was stunned upon hearing this, recalling her mother's earlier reaction, and looked in Tong Ying's direction. Handsome guy? It can't be, she must be overthinking it. The girl happily went to pick more. Meanwhile, Tong Ying felt the occasional glances from those around him, and more ladies pretending to choose clothes lingered. Tong Ying's scalp tingled. No, system, what strange points did you add for me? Hey, little sister, come out quickly, big brother is in danger. Tong Ying gritted his teeth and chose to ignore it, avoiding eye contact with those gazes. What kind of warm-hearted man and cooking skills are these? He swore he would never use them in this lifetime. Tong Ying opened the terminal and logged into the public network. Please enter your nickname. Genius Editing Player nickname approved. Wish you a pleasant experience. The screen shifted and a search bar along with several software options appeared on the terminal. All were emergency manuals and functional software related to post-disaster affairs. Among them, the one that seemed most related to entertainment was a short video app which was filled with various news, policies, and team victory reports. Ordinary people probably couldn't publish works. The information management after the disaster was clearly stricter. Tong Ying noticed that his newly chosen nickname had an entertainment prefix, just like the battle network. It seemed the network administrator was very cautious. After all, if he had posted the videos he edited before, who knows what kind of uproar it would have caused. Tong Ying downloaded the system's video to the terminal and then clicked upload. In an era where entertainment had not yet opened, order was just being rebuilt. People were accepting the hard-won stable life and were naturally very eager for entertainment. When Tong Ying's unique nickname appeared, different from the official ones, and he published his work, it instantly drew people's attention. Genius Editing Player? What is this? And it has an entertainment prefix. Wait, entertainment? Those who scrolled by quickly opened the video, only to see the person on screen speaking in a stuttering manner, their expressions suddenly turning strange. This isn't right. Although they didn't know what the person inside was originally saying, it was definitely not. This Wow, so this is what genius means. The words and expressions don't match, it's too funny. Haha, what kind of background does the blogger have to be able to post such a video? Is this the blogger's family? Are they sure they won't get killed when they go back? Will they even survive? Your sister will bite you to death if she sees this. This is my classmate. The video should be from his brother, who just successfully awakened. He even joined the Black Dragon team. A wave of astonishment immediately appeared under this comment. No wonder he could post videos. This isn't his first editing. Apparently, there are 3 more videos before this, editing the instructor, teammates, and the administrator of the graduation assessment. What the hell? Is this kid so stubborn? Is his talent off the charts? The news said we had an SS level talent. Here, could it be him? No, he is F level, the bottom of this batch. The onlookers were utterly amazed at this point. How did an F level join the Black Dragon team? Under a barrage of inquiries, those classmates shared what they knew. When they learned that Tong Chen was recognized for his monster slicing skills and received the first AA rating during his internship, they finally felt relieved. I'm dying of laughter, kid. With your editing skills, I can understand if you go missing at any time. Hahaha, is Lu Yong secretly supporting you? I heard that guy is pretty cheerful, otherwise, I'd really worry about when this blogger might suddenly drop dead. Bro, cherish your life. Let's edit some content that's easy to handle and avoid provoking those we can't afford to mess with, okay? Take it easy. You're currently our only entertainment blogger. In Manhwa. Various comments flooded the comments section rapidly, and the view count skyrocketed to over 20,000 in an instant. Tong Chen couldn't withstand the gazes of the aunties, as well as the deaf stares from their spouses and families, so he opened his terminal, pretending to be busy. The result was that he was shocked by the view and comment counts of the video. After glancing at it, he finally understood what was happening. So I'm the first entertainment blogger, huh? Such a statement would surely attract a lot of attention. Even if policies loosened in the future and more entertainment bloggers emerged, his position would remain unshakable. Even if he really edited something about the God of War, requiring terrifying view counts, he should be able to pull it off. As long as the words God of War were attached, who wouldn't click to take a look? As for whether it would cause chaos, capitalists can be hung from streetlights for profit. As for Tong Chen, even if he was hunted down by the war, so what? Bro, I've picked out some clothes. Do you think these are okay? Hu Qiao handed him the clothes. Tong Chen took the warm garments, nodding to indicate it was fine. Why does the atmosphere feel so strange here? Let's hurry back. Hu Qiao glanced around, a bit scared. Tong Chen thought to himself, sister, can you guess why I'm not talking? The two quickly settled the bill and left. Vacation time always passes quickly. Before long, it was time for him to report to the Black Dragon team headquarters. He arrived in front of the Black Dragon building in the center of Wayan District, Fong City. Looking at the building before him, Tong Chen recalled the day after he sent Hu Manyu to the research institute when the doctor called to confirm she indeed had dissolution disease. After finally comforting his heartbroken sister, various classmates and teachers came to visit with gifts. It was said that the few brats who had previously blocked Hu Qiao had now become her followers. The situation at home had temporarily stabilized. Now it was time to see how Tong Chen would perform. This time joining the Black Dragon, he not only needed to edit to earn rewards to improve himself but also had to find ways to make money. At least until he grew strong enough to stand before the God of War and have them share the treatment methods with him. He needed to ensure an income of at least 200,000 every month. In front of the building, people kept entering, almost everyone equipped with a terminal, all warriors. The gear they wore was basically high-end goods that freshly graduated students could only dream of. Tong Chen took a deep breath, pulled out the card Lu Yong had given him, and walked inside the main hall of the Black Dragon building. A woman leaning against the bar exuded a mature charm. She wore a form-fitting leather skirt paired with black stockings, leaning over the bar counter. The stockings wrapped around her perfectly shaped legs, which were slightly torn. The white shirt she wore appeared wrinkled and discolored, suggesting it hadn't been changed in a while. Such a stunning figure was placed in the middle of the hall, yet the passing young warriors didn't dare to look too long. Xiaoyi, are you really that heartless? I just got back from a mission, and you're making me work? Whoa, Vice Captain, please. I'm just asking for half an hour off. Otherwise, my boyfriend will really break up with me. What's so good about an ordinary person? You're at least our Black Dragon's receptionist. Shouldn't you find a promising warrior? The front desk receptionist merely looked at her team's vice captain with pity, not daring to retort. She dared to say that according to the vice captain, wasn't it only the war god who deserved her? No way. Clearly so charming yet single at 32. There must be a reason for that. The vice captain waved her hand helplessly, signaling her to hurry up and come back. The girl excitedly flipped over the bar and ran outside, only to bump into Tong Chen, who had just entered. Xiaoyi quickly steadied Tong Chen, her eyes sparkling. Handsome guy. No. Sorry, I have urgent business. I'll apologize to you next time. She rushed off in a flurry. This unexpected encounter drew the attention of everyone in the hall.
When they noticed that Tong Ying wasn't wearing the Black Dragon Team uniform and was a face they hadn't seen before, they looked at him with curiosity.
I'm a newcomer. Where do I go to handle the paperwork?
Tong Ying said, raising the card in his hand. The expressions of the people in the hall suddenly turned strange.
That card seemed to belong to the captain, right? Where did this kid come from? Oh, a newcomer? Rare to see. Come over here, we'll handle the paperwork.
The vice captain leaning against the bar looked at Tong Ying with interest as he approached. As Tong Ying got closer, her
gaze slowly lost focus. Why did this slightly handsome boy feel different from the other men?
Tong Ying noticed that the woman who called him over was clearly older than him.
He immediately focused on retracting the charm points from his system.
This kind of thing is like various proficiencies. If you deliberately feel it, you can display your current level.
Conversely, it can also be retracted. After several days of hard training,
Tong Ying had already managed to tone down his appeal towards older women.
At least when walking down the street, he wouldn't be targeted by them.
But the other party's perception seemed unusual. Her gaze felt a bit
off. Hello, my name is Tong Ying. I'm a new logistics staff member.
Oh, so you're just a helper. How old are you? The vice captain said as she took the card from his hand, and upon looking, it was indeed from
Captain Lu Yong. That guy actually personally recruited a helper? Interesting. She became even more curious about Tong Ying. 19. Just graduated from the Awakening training base? At the Yanliang base.
Tong Ying discreetly glanced at the two shinemo on the table that were about the size of her head.
The vice captain certainly noticed this small action, raising an eyebrow. No disgust? Normally, she would have
already punched the man in front of her, making him lie on the ground.
What was so special about this kid? She couldn't help but scrutinize Tong Ying again from head to toe. Is something wrong? Tong Ying asked, puzzled.
The woman shook her head and bent down to pull out a form from behind the counter.
Please report your terminal number. Tong Ying provided his number. The woman opened the terminal, instantly pulling up his detailed information, causing Tong Ying's mouth to twitch.
As expected of the Black Dragon Team, even the front desk could casually pull up personal data. Students had no privacy in front of such a top-tier team.
What
Tong Ying didn't notice was that the originally flowing crowd in the hall had eerily come to a halt when he walked towards the woman at the bar. Everyone pretended to be busy with their own tasks, their eyes constantly
sneaking glances towards the center. Damn, the vice captain actually didn't hit this kid just now? Damn, I'm not convinced. He was standing so close, staring into the abyss. Why didn't he get hit? I only stole a glance from afar last time and almost got beaten to death.
In a corner of the hall, two male warriors whispered to each other. The next moment, the pen in the woman's hand, who was filling out the form in front
of Tong Ying, suddenly vanished.
For the warriors who were dissatisfied that Tong Ying hadn't been hit, blood suddenly sprayed from their heads as they collapsed to the ground. Tong Ying looked on in shock.
What happened?
Don't mind him, he's got issues, it's natural.
The woman nonchalantly pulled out a new pen from the pen holder. Hang in there, brother. I'll take you to the infirmary right now. Your head is buzzing, isn't it?
The soldier next to them, still shaken, quickly scooped up the person on the ground and ran off. Tong Ying noticed how skilled the soldier was in lifting someone, thinking it was just an old habit and
didn't pay much attention.
He naturally pulled out a tissue from the side and wiped the ink off the woman's hand. After finishing, Tong Ying fell silent, holding the tissue in his hand, his heart racing.
Damn it.
He had just been distracted by that sudden bleeding person, letting go of his control over the system's warm male proficiency and charm. Tong Ying could hardly bring himself to look the woman in the eye, fearing he would fall victim to workplace unspoken rules right from the start. The vice captain's mouth was slightly agape, her whole body frozen in place. Just a moment ago, she felt as if the boy in front of her was glowing.
So captivating.
Coupled with his considerate actions, it was like Cupid's arrow piercing her heart.
As a dignified mid-level warrior, she felt nervous in front of this freshly graduated boy. Sorry, I couldn't control
myself, Tong Ying said through gritted teeth, taking 2 steps back, sincerely.
The vice captain merely forced a calm expression, responding with a nod. She then continued scribbling on the form, which, if anyone came to look, would reveal a mess of scrawls.
It's over, that kid is doomed. The vice captain is clearly very angry.
How dare he overstep?
The vice captain hates it when men touch her.
Which brother can contact the body retrieval team? There's about to be a corpse here. Remember to have them bring a mop to clean the floor. This guy will probably stick to it. The people in the hall looked at Tong Ying as if he were a dead man. Soon, the vice captain stopped writing.
Just when everyone thought she was about to take action, the woman shyly spoke up.
My name is Zhu Yashuang. Can we add each other as friends?
She pointed to her
terminal. A crisp sound echoed in the hall. That was the sound of soldiers' jaws dropping in shock.
Tong Ying heard the woman's words and internally wailed.
So he had indeed broken his composure just now? Sure. As an F-level waste, he certainly couldn't offend anyone right after joining the Black Dragon team. Tong Ying could only reluctantly agree to the friend request. The surrounding soldiers snapped their dislocated jaws back into place. Now their jaws didn't hurt, but their teeth did.
You're still reluctant to add our dragon cave flower as a
friend?
They were both angry and envious, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. What right did this kid have?
Zhu Yashuang didn't mind Tong Ying's attitude at all and happily added him as a friend.
She then told him the address of the service and the team, casually pointing to someone to take him to the plane heading to the base.
Tong Ying
marveled at how powerful the front desk lady was. Well, aside from her power, everything else was quite significant. It was just that the person she casually pointed to had
a mediocre attitude.
Brother, how long will it take to get there? Tong Ying cheerfully asked the soldier in front of him. The other party just turned back with a grim
face and glared at him.
Tong Ying began to doubt the atmosphere. Should he say something like, "What are you looking at?" to fit in? Until he boarded the armed helicopter, the other soldier hadn't said a word to him, maintaining a sour expression the entire time. After takeoff, Tong Ying saw that soldier rolling on the ground in pain, suddenly jumping up and pointing at the sky, saying something.
Could he be an introverted soldier, feeling embarrassed about his earlier outburst and trying to apologize?
Tong Ying muttered, leaning halfway out of the cabin, flashing a perfect smile and waving. "It's okay, brother, it's okay." The soldier below was momentarily stunned, becoming even more agitated. After a while, when he could no longer see the person, Tong Ying contentedly sat back down. "The people here are really friendly." The pilot, hearing this, turned around in shock to look at Tong Ying. If the news about the vice captain hadn't spread yet, the pilot might have been more than just shocked. He might still want to fly the plane back and have a good friendly chat with the brothers on the ground. A little over 10 minutes later, outside the 5th ring of Fong City, at the Black
Dragon Battle Group's base. This is the true front line, the defense line that the warriors protect behind them, Fong City.
At the same time, it is also a hunting ground. The plane hovered above the military camp and the pilot began to hurry people. "This is it, get down quickly." Tong Ying glanced at the altitude. This time it was relatively reasonable. He didn't fuss and jumped down directly. As soon as he landed, a group of burly men in team uniforms surrounded him. "Is he the new guy that the higher-ups notified us about? The brat who caught the vice captain's eye? He looks pretty average, so the vice captain likes this type." A few of them whispered to each other, their gazes towards Tong Ying not very friendly. Their flour was being wasted by a newcomer, and who wouldn't feel bad about that? Of course, they wouldn't dare to take action. Displeased as they were, the vice captain's combat power was no joke. If she found out who laid a hand on Tong Ying, who knows what kind of brutal outcome they might face. "Since you're here, let's eat first. There's not much going on right now, no tasks for the time being." The leading veteran spoke, guiding Tong Ying to a table in the distance. A pot was set up on the ground, and various edible parts of monsters were laid out on the table. In a nearby cardboard box, the seasonings were haphazardly arranged. As soon as Tong Ying saw this, his culinary skills kicked in. Were these people planning to boil monster meat? And just boil it in large chunks and eat it with salt? Just from the horrific cooking scene, Tong Ying could deduce what they were having for lunch. "How about I cook?" Tong Ying hesitated before speaking. After all, he would be eating too. Perhaps due to the side effects of his improved cooking skills, Tong Ying's standards for food had risen. The other members of the division looked at each other, then finally turned to the division leader. "Sure, you can cook." The veteran replied with a smile and walked aside to smoke with the others. "Old you, why did you agree to let him cook?" "Well, you guys weren't too fond of him, right? If the food turns out bad, you'll have a reason to make things difficult for him, won't you?" A few of them brightened up. In this situation, the vice captain couldn't say much. If you make a mistake, you have to face the consequences. That's a hard rule. Time's ticking. If the food isn't ready in 20 minutes, we'll take action. Someone whispered to stir things up. Did they really love boiled monster meat? It was just that there were rules for meal times. It couldn't be too complicated. Wanting it to be quick and delicious? Dream on. The group turned around to find Tong Ying had already started. He pulled out a dagger and quickly cut the monster meat in front of him into various shapes. Then he picked 2 pieces of wood from the firewood, whittled them into skewers, sprinkled various seasonings, and placed them by the fire. Next, he cleaned the iron pot, added firewood, and poured in fuel. The whole process was seamless, leaving them in awe. "Oh wow! A cooking prodigy." 15 minutes later, the 12 members of the 8th Division stood by the dining table, staring silently at the beautifully arranged food. "Just eat. It might just look good," Old Yu said hesitantly. Everyone picked up their chopsticks to eat. "How is it?" Tong Ying asked with a smile. One person closed his eyes in pain, wiping away tears. "The taste of home. I'm reluctant, but it's really delicious." "Hey, the vice captain has good taste. You deserve to eat this soft meal." "Woo-woo, I haven't had such delicious food in a long time." The warriors dug in heartily. Tong Ying also smiled and joined the eating team. After the meal, the warriors fully accepted Tong Ying and explained their earlier attitude. When Tong Ying realized that the woman who added him as a friend on his terminal was the vice captain of the Black Dragon Battle Group, he was completely stunned. He immediately made his stance clear. "I, Tong Ying, would rather be bitten to death by a monster than eat soft meals." Everyone burst into hearty laughter, thinking that their vice captain was being overly sentimental. "This is too funny.
Tong Ying rolled his eyes at them. He was serious. Not to mention his money-making plans. He couldn't possibly get involved with women, especially not with a troublesome woman like the vice captain. How could he maintain his status as an ordinary F-level if he got entangled with her? Just a mid-level warrior, and they expect him to give up on his grand ambitions? Maybe if he were a mid-level war god, that would be different. Women would only hinder his efficiency in making money and getting stronger. Bro, don't mind us, we were just thinking of helping the vice captain out. A man who cooks this well can't be that bad, we feel reassured. Who are you to decide what's allowed for a freshly graduated F-level? Two of them wrapped their arms around Tong Ying's shoulders, their faces full of teasing smiles. Come on, have a smoke and a drink, let's forget the past. They pulled out cigarettes and alcohol from their pockets. Is the team okay with this? Tong Ying's expression was strange. Of course not, there are policies above and countermeasures below just sneaking around to get things done. The two winked. Tong Ying smiled slightly and took the cigarettes and alcohol. He handed a cigarette to the one who offered it and poured a drink for the one who handed him the alcohol. The two didn't hold back, thinking Tong Ying wanted to bury the hatchet with a laugh. But when they saw Tong Ying stash the rest away in his pocket, their smiles instantly froze, their bodies trembling with anger. Bro, did you just take our stuff? You really are a dog. In the military, the importance of cigarettes and alcohol is something those who don't indulge might not understand. Whether during daily training or on missions, the pressure is explosive. Plus, in this world, they face the deadly threat of monsters, making the pressure 100 times worse than before Tong Ying crossed over. Let's put it this way, once you fall into a shortage of cigarettes and alcohol and can't resupply, regardless of rank or strength, the faces people make have no limits. It's as if they'd sell their pants just to get a puff. As an affiliated combat group of the Black Dragon team, they had been stationed here for a long time. Although they were backed by Fong City, resupply was not an issue. However, there were no cigarettes or alcohol in the supplies. They had smuggled it in through various channels. It was a rare hard currency. To have it so casually taken by Tong Ying was truly upsetting. The problem was, they were in the wrong first and it wasn't the right time to blow up. Bro, are you really a newbie? I feel like you're more seasoned than I am. The soldier with the cigarette was on the verge of tears. That was his last pack. Normally, he wouldn't even dare to light one, only taking it out to smell, and would only have one when he couldn't hold back anymore. Thinking the newbie had just arrived and there was a misunderstanding, he thought it was worth having one. Little did he know, the one in his mouth became a painful farewell. Another soldier, equally close to tears, downed the drink in his hand and gave Tong Ying a thumbs up. You're so shameless, you'll definitely do well with us in the Black Dragon. Ha ha ha. The other team members around laughed out loud, seeing their comrade get the short end of the stick from the newbie. Tong Ying smiled slightly. He had his reasons for doing this. It wasn't about coveting the team members' things, but mainly because he had a vice captain's favor buff at the moment. If he didn't do something now, how would he gather editing materials from them in the future? Tong Ying scanned the others with the gaze of a predator, and they recoiled, their lips twitching. What the hell? Do you want to make a move on us? No way. We've seen through your true colors. These soldiers all wore guarded expressions. At that moment, Tong Ying's terminal vibrated. Someone was calling. Sister? Can't stand missing me after just half a day? Tong Ying stepped aside to answer the call. Hu Chaoqiao rolled her eyes but didn't argue with Tong Ying. Instead, she looked troubled. What's wrong? Did some clueless person bully you again? The smile on Tong Ying's face faded. The little girl had inherited her mother's looks. Even though she hadn't fully matured yet, she was already strikingly beautiful. No, brother. My genetic testing report has come back and it shows I have warrior talent, and it seems to be quite high. The teacher asked if I wanted to join the martial arts class. Hu Chaoqiao's expression struggled, as if she had something difficult to say. Tong Ying scratched his head. Wow, his little sister actually had warrior talent. Although he was confident in protecting his family, this was still a chaotic world. Plus, with the path he was about to take, he would likely offend quite a few people. If his sister had a certain level of self-defense capability, it would undoubtedly be a very good thing. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look like that? Don't you like fighting and killing? No, it's just... Forget it, I'll send it over, you can look for yourself. Tong Ying's terminal chimed, indicating he had received an email. He opened it to find various texts, followed by a string of numbers. At the top were the resources needed for early-stage warrior training. These were actually the items provided by the base during training. They were just somewhat diluted or less effective. Seeing the prices listed, Tong Ying finally understood why the instructor had been so excited when they consumed resources. Because it was really expensive. Plus, there were tuition fees, martial arts class extra lesson fees, various equipment and facility fees. In short, Hu Chaoqiao was currently in the second year of junior high. With a year of preparation, high school and university totaling 7 years, the expenses would likely not be less than 3 million federal coins. And that was under the worst-case scenario for everything. Of course, the benefit of this was that compared to them, the warriors who had been crammed for 3 months, these longer-trained students had a lower Mortality rate. If the future gene manifestation agents improved, it was very likely that they could achieve a level of awakening with no risk, but the price was hard to discuss. Don't worry about money, having talent is a good thing. Your brother, with this F level, will rely on you in the future, Tong Ying said with a grin. Hu Chaoqiao on the other side of the video pursed her lips in silence. Brother, how about I still? Alright, don't underestimate my abilities. Besides, if it really doesn't work out, I can still rely on a strong, beautiful, kind-hearted older sister for support. Hu Chaoqiao. You, stop being so vain. Who would even look at you? Hey, you don't believe it. Bro, come over and tell my sister. Tong Ying ran over to his teammate, who was smoking and tearing up. He's serious, your brother just got here and already charmed our vice captain. Like a little girl. May I ask how old your vice captain is? 32, why? Upon hearing this, Hu Chaoqiao immediately facepalmed. She had thought the atmosphere was strange when they bought clothes last time. The problem indeed lay with Tong Ying. This guy really had a bonus effect on older women. Brother, I heard that older women are like wolves and tigers. You shouldn't sacrifice yourself. The teacher said there are scholarships for good grades. We can manage on our own. Once I become a warrior, I can help share the burden. You shouldn't put yourself in a difficult position, Hu Chaoqiao said earnestly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. She had to protect her brother's chastity. She couldn't let an older woman ruin him. Tong Ying's mouth twitched, and his teammates struggled to hold back their laughter. What would the vice captain think if she knew that the younger sister he was interested in was arranging him like this? Older women? Ha 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 ha. The teammates felt they were about to burst from laughter, all giving Tong Ying a thumbs up. Alright, enough nonsense, just join the martial arts class obediently. You don't need to worry about the rest, Tong Ying said before hanging up the communication. Now, making money was even more urgent. How could Tong Ying's younger sister lack cultivation resources? Whatever others have, Hu Chaoqiao must have too. Is her talent not bad? Tong Ying remembers that when he received the test results, it was just that she barely qualified. If her talent were truly good, she wouldn't have been assigned to Team 12. Even if the initial tests aren't 100% accurate, at least it proves that Hu Chaoqiao is very likely to awaken a decent level of talent. With his support, how far could she go in the future? Tong Ying is filled with anticipation, feeling like he's playing a daughter-raising game. Captain, when will the next mission be released? Tong Ying looked at the veteran, who chuckled. I know you're eager to make some money, but I advise you not to rush. That kind of mindset is the easiest way to get yourself killed. The next mission is in 7 days, and it's a big one. The whole team will strike to clear the South Bridge area. Upon hearing the words South Bridge area, Tong Ying immediately fell into deep thought. The South Bridge area is located below the neighboring Wayan City, and targeting this area must mean there's an intention to reclaim Wayan. This isn't just an ordinary big job, it's an epic chain mission. At this point, one must mention the team and regiment system of the era of Divine Awakening. The previous order was disrupted, and under the new order, the system of teams and legions has mixed in some mercenary characteristics. Treatment and task results, achievements, and other factors are all linked. The Black Dragon's treatment is good, not because of any national resource tilt. Rather, it has channels and strength to take on lucrative large task commissions. For example, reclaiming lost ground from monsters will definitely yield maximum returns. Tasks of this level cannot be handled alone, even by the Black Dragon. It's very likely that other powerful teams will also appear. Even from other cities, teams will dispatch strong individuals to assist. In such a large and complex battlefield, resources are practically everywhere. Tong Ying's eyes lit up. Kid, don't get too excited. We're just the support team doing the dirty work. Behind the scenes, the captain, Lao Yu, said with a smile. Tong Ying nodded. That's exactly what he wanted. Following behind the team, those strong individuals will likely be active in the logistics area during their downtime. At that time, he could go up and have them point out things for him, making it perfectly natural. However, he couldn't waste these 7 days. He needed to find a way to gather some materials. Thinking of this, Tong Ying smiled. As he looked at his teammates around him, those who met his gaze felt a chill down their spines. Damn, this newbie is so eerie. Clearly an F-level rookie, not even a soldier, yet he makes them feel like they're being targeted by a strong person. The members of the 8th support team still have no idea what awaits them. 3 days later. Damn it. Tong Ying, do you have to be like this? You even used up all the toilet paper. And you took the last of it. Is this how you treat a comrade sharing the toilet? Ha! A soldier rushed in from outside, his face full of anger. A large piece of his clothing was missing, looking as if he had torn it himself. The others in the dormitory covered their faces in pain. At first, they naively thought Tong Ying was just venting by using up the cigarettes and alcohol. But later, they realized something was off. This guy can't just be said to be skimming off the top. He's like a dog passing by that demands 2 bones as a toll. All the good stuff they had hidden away has been plundered. Now he's even not sparing the toilet paper. If it weren't for the fact that Tong Ying cooks really well and holds the food supply, and considering their difficult home situations, they would have kicked him out long ago. Don't even mention toilet paper. This guy took my last tube of toothpaste too. Damn, brother, is it really necessary to go this far? You're not going to go crazy and sell your kidney to avoid being poor, are you? A soldier sleeping next to Tong Ying couldn't help but complain. Not to that extent, brother. Can we just behave like decent people? Woo, I beg you, give me back my royal uncle. How am I supposed to live without it? Faced with the accusations from his teammates, Tong Ying smiled without saying a word. He glanced at the system display showing recording, feeling it still lacked a bit of meaning. No, he needed to push them a little harder. It would be best if they actually took action. The last time he edited the family footage made Tong Ying realize that the material determined the reward content. He didn't want to add any strange buffs like household expert to himself again. Black Dragon Building, top floor. What exactly do you see in that brat Tong Ying? Lu Yon, the battle general, had a face full of frustration. He had just returned from a busy day to hear that his beautiful vice captain had been taken in by Tong Ying. What does it mean to invite a wolf into the house? This is it. Lu Yong felt a twinge of regret at that moment, wondering why he had been so foolish to let Tong Ying join the team. Love can't be stopped, bro. Zhu Yashuan was comfortably lying down, like a ripe peach placed among the utensils. Her expression was light, showing no concern for Lu Yong's anger. Bro, you still remember I'm your brother. Listen to me, get rid of those filthy thoughts about Tong Ying. Are you done yet? Calling you brother is giving you face. You're not even my real brother, so why are you acting so arrogant? Zhu Yashuan slammed the table in front of the sofa, standing up in anger. Lu Yong swallowed hard, his anger momentarily halted. But you're competing for a man with a new girl in the team, what kind of situation is that? He weakly advised. Oh, the little girl from the Sher family? We each rely on our own abilities, who dares to gossip about me? She's still young, she'll have plenty of opportunities later. I can't wait. Why don't you say something to her? Tell her to respect her elders. Zhu Yashuan argued vehemently. Lu Yong sat down in despair at his position. It's over, his sworn sister was beyond saving. Now, whenever Lu Yong thought of Tong Ying's smiling face, he felt disgusted. How dare that pathetic F-level guy flirt with a battle general? Can his little body handle it? Speaking of which, it's been a few days, I wonder how that kid is doing. Zhu Yashuan said, taking out her terminal to contact the Black Dragon Intelligence Department. Lu Yong covered his face, unable to watch. The famous Black Dragon intelligence system wasn't meant to be used like this. He can still cook? What a good man. Wait a minute. Zhu Yashuan frowned slightly. Lu Yong's eyes lit up at this, and he quickly leaned over to peek at the screen. When he saw Tong Ying's various stingy antics, he couldn't help but laugh. I told you this kid isn't worth you being so. Shut up, Zhu Yashuan said, clearly annoyed. Then, she walked over to Lu Yong's desk and dialed the front desk phone. Shao Yi, the chance to repay me for covering your shift has come. Send me a list, help me buy these things. Oh, and go to the bank to get me an anonymous card, and come with me tomorrow. Zhu Yashuan said, then began typing away on the office computer on the desk. Lu Yong went over to take a look. Good heavens, from daily necessities to cigarettes and alcohol, everything was included, even high-end protective clothing. What the hell? Even though he had already guessed what his sister was planning, Lu Yong still found it hard to believe. Is this still the thorny rose of Black Dragon? In the basement of the building, training base. Hey, is Tong Ying really that difficult? As a reserve team member, Sher Chanqian was training with her cousin. Upon hearing about the horrific deeds Tong Ying had done to the division members, she immediately expressed concern for whether Tong Ying was struggling. The female teammate, who was narrating, was speechless and looked to Sher Ningxuang for help. Come on, manage your cousin, I can't take it anymore. Hey, have you heard? The vice captain and the captain had a huge fight, and then I heard from Shao Yi at the front desk that the vice captain wants to buy a bunch of stuff. What's she buying stuff for? To support that new handsome guy. I heard she even wants to give him a support fee. The female teammates were all gossiping. Sher Chanqian opened her mouth, her fists clenched tightly. She resolutely took out her terminal and dialed the home phone. Mom, send all my New Year's money over. Don't ask, I need it. This timid girl displayed an intense fighting spirit for the first time. It left Sher Nyangshuang dumbfounded. Wait, what is this girl planning to do? The next day, Sher Nyangshuang gritted her teeth and followed Sher Chanqian to the base where Tong Ying was stationed. She swore that if Tong Ying dared to take Sher Chanqian's money, she would not hesitate to throw a punch. At the Black Dragon Battle Group's base, in the Logistics Division dormitory, Tong Chen, we've had enough. If you don't give us a clear answer today, we won't let this go. Tell us, what will it take for you to let us off? Just so you know, even though I'm in logistics, I'm still a junior warrior. This muscle isn't a joke. Don't think you can bully us just because you have the vice captain backing you. With your pathetic skills as a trainee, we could easily beat you up. Young man, you're just a mouse's tail juice. In the team, the soldiers blocked Tong Chen with brooms, pots, and bowls, and even the team leader, Lao Yu, couldn't help but speak up. He was also fed up with Tong Chen. In the past, they could at least hide from the team inspectors when there were good things.
But now, they not only had to deal with external enemies, but there was also a ghost within the team. A terrifying devil that could cause trouble. Even if it meant risking the vice captain's resentment, they had to seek justice today. At the very least, they wanted Tong Chen to leave them a way out. What are you guys talking about? Tong Chen smiled, his eyes clear, playing the fool. Don't get too cocky. I don't want to have to kneel and beg you not to die after a punch. Tong Chen, let me tell you, even if you have a background, you can't do whatever you want. Otherwise, you'll easily get bitten by monsters on the battlefield. Don't go too far. Seeing Tong Chen's expression as if he was trying to fool them, everyone panicked, their faces filled with murderous intent. Tong Chen saw that the moment was right and his smile gradually became arrogant. He really needed some material, ready to push his teammates a bit more. But at that moment, chaos erupted outside the door. Lao Yu and the others had just heard someone shout, "Vice Captain, hello." The next moment, the dormitory door was kicked open. Xu Yashuang appeared at the door, her thighs wrapped in black silk slowly retracting. "What are you all doing?" Behind her, Xiaoyi peeked in, carrying a pile of things. Upon spotting Tong Chen inside, her eyes instantly lit up. "Vice Captain, hello." The 12 members of Division 8 panicked. They hurriedly put down what they were holding and lined up to greet her. Tong Chen blended in among them. "Tong Chen stays, the rest disperse," Xu Yashuang said. Everyone turned to look at Tong Chen, their eyes filled with pity. God knows how this group of men learned to make such pitiful expressions. However, at that moment, the team's hidden thoughts beneath their pitiful appearances were, this little brat is actually calling for help? Despicable. He won't report us, will he? The entire Division 8 felt a sense of sorrow. If that were the case, a group of muscular men from the front lines would come over and train them mercilessly. Just thinking about it made their bones ache. Tong Yi, we were wrong, we sincerely ask for mercy. Everyone went out but didn't walk far. They had to know how they would die and how miserable it would be, right? Xu Yashuan glanced at the chaotic dormitory, which fit certain stereotypes. At least there were no strange little paper balls on the floor. Which is your bed? She looked at Tong Chen in front of her. This one. Tong Chen pointed to the lower bunk in the middle. Xiao Yi immediately placed her things by the bed and ducked out. As she passed by Tong Chen, she stuck out her tongue and winked at him. Do you still remember me? Handsome? I brought you something. Sit. Xu Yashuang sat at the head of the bed, patting the spot beside her. Tong Chen fell into hesitation. What the hell? The unspoken rules may be late, but they will never be absent. What's wrong? Afraid I'll eat you? Xu Yashuan was a bit angry. The kid should know better. Although she was quite a bit older than Tong Chen, Xu Yashuan was still very confident in her own qualities. Tong Chen lowered his head and sat down. I heard you're quite poor. Here's a card with 2 million. Take it and use it. If it's not enough, just tell your sister. Xu Yashuan pulled out a card from her pocket and handed it over, leaving Tong Chen completely stunned. Outside, the members of Team 8 who were peeking in were all petrified. They knew their vice captain had a crush on Tong Chen, but they didn't expect it to be this serious. Directly supporting him in public? This was too enviable. Do you think if he mentions what just happened, we'll be done for? How the vice captain isn't that kind of person. Just take it easy and learn from me. Ha, you're taking it easy, but why are you looking at the terrain map? Just picking a good spot for myself. Damn, just let me be envious. This kid is still looking unhappy? I want to smash him. Inside the room, Tong Chen was really in a difficult position. He had imagined countless futures, but never one where he would be living off someone else. Just as Tong Chen was caught in a dilemma, someone else arrived outside. Tong Chen. Shi Chanxian's voice rang out as she rushed into the dormitory under the shocked gazes of all the members of Team 8. Then, as if she didn't see the woman sitting next to Tong Chen, she raised her hand and presented a bank card. I heard you need money. Here's my red envelope money from when I was a child. You can use it. How much? The one asking was Xu Yashuang, her smile not reaching her eyes. This little girl has some guts, daring to confront me directly? Interesting, not much, about 5 million. If it's not enough, I can get you more. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Shi Chanxian replied with a smile, as if implying something. Her parents didn't give her all the red envelope money at once. If it wasn't enough, she could just go home and get more. Tong Chen felt overwhelmed, looking at Shi Ningxuan, who was frozen outside the door. Wait, why is even you, an SS-level genius, joining in on this? Shi Ningxuan herself was also quite confused. Although she had heard before that the vice captain liked Tong Chen, she didn't expect it to be to this extent. It had become so blatant. Originally, she thought she would just beat him up if he dared to flaunt his cousin's gold coins, but given the current situation, how could she dare? The vice captain would use the excuse of practice to beat her up right there. Damn it! Shi Ningxuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she stared at Tong Chen. Tong Chen. The members of Team 8 felt the murderous aura from Shi Ningxuan, their scalps going numb in shock. What the hell? What kind of soft Rice King is this? The vice captain is one thing, but how did even Shi Chanxian and Shi Ningxuan fall for him? This kid must be toxic. How come all the good girls are interested in such a leech?
The three women represented combat power, authority, and financial resources, respectively. The vice captain was no joke, with the realm of a mid-level battle general and a full set of combat skills. Even a half-step battle god captain would have a headache dealing with her. Sure, Ningxuan, having just graduated, could wear battle armor that was on par with official team members. It was clear her background was not simple. Battle armor was a controlled item, requiring merit to purchase. If you didn't have enough merit, how could you get it without some powerful backing in the military? Moreover, it was rumored that she had already been reserved as a disciple by one of the two battle gods of the Dragon Kingdom, just temporarily transitioning through their Black Dragon. As for Shi Qianqian, her parents were top players in the logistics and trade sectors of the Dragon Kingdom before the disaster. After the disaster, they brought their management system and resources directly into the official fold. The officials didn't treat their family poorly, converting their resources into federal currency under the new order. They continued to manage a vast logistics and trade system, and their family wealth only increased. Zhu Yashuan, hearing that the other party was offering 2.5 times the funds, couldn't help but feel that the Shi family was indeed wealthy. Thank you both for your kindness, but a man should rely on himself to make a living. Please take it back. Take it back. Tong Chen stood up with a smile. It was hard to refuse someone alone. It was easy to get beaten up, but with two, it felt much safer. Look, I've already turned them down. If you don't take the money, that's fine, but I can't return the items. Zhu Yashuan provocatively looked at the girl in front of her. This was the considerate crushing of an older woman. Shi Qianqian's face turned pale, feeling frustrated inside. She had applied for leave in such a hurry that she hadn't thought of this. Hiss, no merit, no reward. How much do I need to buy it? Tong Chen said with a twitching mouth. Zhu Yashuan nodded in agreement, and outside, the onlookers Shaohui rushed in, shoving a receipt into Tong Chen's hand. Tong Chen picked it up to take a look. Units, tens, hundreds, a total of 687,641.82. With both whole and decimal amounts, it should be real. Daily necessities aren't worth much, but the special protective leather armor cost 380,000, and the ally combat knife was 188,000, which made up the bulk of it. Sister, you really splurged, huh? I'm just a splitter. I don't deserve such a good combat knife to cut meat. 55-55. The leather armor can go back to my sister, and I'll keep the knife for monster hunting. I wouldn't dare use such a customized version when playing on a high level. I'd be recognized in a second. Tong Chen opened the terminal to transfer the money, but the next moment, he froze awkwardly. He had given all his money to his sister. Can you lend me some money? I'll pay you back later? Tong Chen looked at Shi Qianqian. The girl quickly handed over her bank card. Under Zhu Yashuan's death glare, Tong Chen swiped Shi Qianqian's card. Outside, everyone was stunned. Oh wow, what a show. Neither side has offended the other. 666. Spending Shi Qianqian's money to buy the vice captain's stuff? Sharing the wealth, huh? Only the SS-level genius girl got hurt. How will the soft rice king handle this? The chatty team member couldn't help but risk his life to make a comment. Shi Ningxuan shot a cold glance over, and the speaker stood at attention, bowing in apology. I thought you would like to eat soft rice, but I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Don't do those embarrassing things in the future. Just contact me if you need anything. Don't fall behind in strength, either. Although F level is really trash, it's not impossible to climb up with resources. As long as I'm here, don't give up. If you need me to guide you personally, that's fine too. Zhu Yashuan put away the card in her hand, crossing her arms to lecture Tong Chen. Her face was full of threats, clearly implying that if he embarrassed her, she would beat him up. The vice captain is strong. The way she handles things might be a bit heavy-handed. You can call me if you need. If not, I can ask Sister Ningxuan to guide you. Even if you want someone stronger, that's fine too. I'll let you in on a secret. Sister Ningxuan's master is the god of war. Shi Qianqian leaned closer to Tong Chen, speaking affectionately, but her eyes were filled with worry. Tong Chen hadn't been like this in the training camp. It seemed life was really tough, pushing him to the point of losing face. Hearing this, Tong Chen's eyes brightened slightly. There's such a good thing? System Dad, I misjudged you. The charm value is really good. That cold-faced SS-level girl is actually a treasure. If I could edit the god of war, how generous would the rewards be? The three of them pulled at each other in the dorm for over 10 minutes until more and more soldiers came rushing in to watch the fun outside, and only then did they take their leave. Shi Qianqian repeatedly insisted that there was no rush to pay back, but the more she said that, the more Tong Chen felt guilty. He could be ruthless and cut down enemies, but he really couldn't take advantage of someone who genuinely cared for him, especially when he couldn't reciprocate their feelings. Tong Chen had to maintain the F level setting to farm materials. How could he get together with such a rich girl? Having money without strength was all empty. On this monster-infested planet, humanity could go extinct at any moment. Powerful strength was the key to protecting family. He had to painfully give up on taking shortcuts. Brother Tong, Master Tong, thank you for sparing my life. From now on, you can use the toilet paper as you please. I can just rub it on the ground. Woo good teammate. No matter which family I marry into in the future, can you arrange for me to guard the gate? Just send me a casual 10 or 80,000 a month and I'll take the blame for anything. Tong Chen rolled his eyes, ignoring the revealing faces of his teammates. System, stop recording materials. Ding. Recording successful. Save to the material library. After the scene just now, Tong Chen felt that this material was about enough. He didn't continue to dig, directly distributing the famous cigarettes and wines from Zhu Yashuang's belongings to everyone. Adoptive father, is this true? The teammates looked at him with disbelief. Is this really the big boss of their group 8? The one who even made Lao Yu break down? Don't come back. I want. Don't be a fool. Everyone happily hugged the items and locked them in their cabinets.
Only one person remained standing in front of Tong Chen.
What's up? Can you return it to me? Uncle Huang? That's a limited edition collectible that can't be bought anymore. If you like it, I have plenty of regular versions at home. I'll send you one next time. Who wants that kind of thing? Get lost. Tong Chen's face darkened as he pulled out a book from under his pillow and threw it over. Got it. Help me return this leather armor. You have connections, right? Tong Chen suddenly called out to the teammate who was about to run away. The latter glanced enviously at the leather armor and nodded. As he took it, Tong Chen tossed the battle knife onto the bed, then pulled the curtain to block the view and opened the system editing panel.
The materials from his teammates, Zhu Yashuang and Shi Qianqian, were all recorded together.
It was enough for him to edit. Before editing, the teammates angrily scolded him for being inhumane, threatening him with the gap in strength. The vice captain
complained that his actions were embarrassing, while Shi Qianqian expressed concern.
After editing, teammates, Tong Chen, spare us, don't bully us. This muscle isn't a joke. At least I'm a junior soldier. You don't want to punch me down and beg me not to die. Just let us go. Master Tong, thank you for sparing my life. Vice Captain, Tong Chen, which bed is yours? I'll personally guide you. You'll like it. Sit. You haven't fallen behind in strength. Tong Chen, here's 2 million. Shi Qianqian, Tong Chen, strong in strength, guiding. Sister Ning Shuang is an even more powerful master. God of War, 5 million, guiding. I'm sorry for you. Tong Chen used the free video angle adjustment, blurring, and focusing to create an extreme edit.
He didn't dare to include the fact that Shi Ning Shuang had a God of War master.
Otherwise the video might just 404. He could only edit the God of War onto himself.
Although he made Zhu Yashuang, a mid-level warrior, look a bit dirty, he thought the other party probably wouldn't mind.
Right?
No, I'll wait until we have a mission to click complete editing, otherwise what if the video gets sent out and I'm hunted down?
If it's during a mission, even if Zhu Yashuang gets angry, she can't run back from the front line to tear me apart, right?
The next few days passed peacefully, and the Group 8 members were very touched that Tong Chen had returned to being human, exempting him from all duties and training. They almost treated him like a lord. Because of the vice captain, no one dared to come to Group 8 to cause trouble, making it one of the happiest days for the team, smoking and drinking openly. The surrounding brother teams were envious to the core. But happy times always pass quickly. The task start time in the Nanxiao district arrived, and the Black Dragon team was fully mobilized. And Tong Chen quietly clicked the complete editing button in the system panel during the assembly. Ding! Editing successful. Material strength rating 87. Material recognition rating 30. Post editing rating 48. Total score 165. Extra rewards will be obtained. Initial brilliance. The host's strength has been recognized by the War General. The talent has shocked classmates and teammates. The host's strength will receive a corresponding boost. Congratulations to the host for strength plus 600 kilograms, mental power plus 50, and you can choose to randomly comprehend a battle skill or enhance the proficiency of Infernal Flame Slash. Congratulations to the host for exceeding a score of 100. You can choose one reward to receive. Double. Tong Ying saw the score given by the system. The strength score was indeed much higher than that of the previous advanced warrior. However, the cognitive score was a bit low, possibly due to the charm filter. The final editing score was surprisingly low as well. It seems I didn't perform very well this time, Tong Ying muttered, drawing the attention of the others in the vehicle. All members of Group 8 were present, heading to the battlefield together with the battle group. Seeing that Tong Ying had nothing to say, they continued to maintain their own tools. Tong Ying began to contemplate the rewards this time. To be honest, this reward couldn't be considered bad, especially if there hadn't been a mid-level war general on screen. Could it be that the opponent's criticism wasn't strong enough? The cognitive score was indeed a bit too low, and the editing felt somewhat forced. Next time, should I find a way to get her to give me some pointers? I need to think of a way to provoke her into losing her composure, otherwise all the charm would be wasted. System, choose to enhance the level of Infernal Flame Slash. Tong Ying shouted in his heart. Ding! Selection successful. Infernal Flame Slash. Proficiency increased. Current level 0.5.
Tong Ying, that's not bad. 50% proficiency is equivalent to 1.5 purple battle skills. In terms of card drawing probability, it's a huge profit. It seems the rewards aren't as bad as I imagined. Most of it is in the battle skills system. Double reward selection for battle skill enhancement. Ding. Selection successful.
Congratulations to the host for the proficiency increase of Infernal Flame Slash.
Current level 1.
Congratulations to the host for unlocking the passive skill Infernal Manipulation. Current
level 1.
Warning, the video editing is complete. Please publish it as soon as possible to achieve no less than 800 views, otherwise the rewards will be revoked.
Tong Ying's eyes lit up upon seeing the
rewards. The reason he chose to enhance the golden battle skill was that he had seen the description of the battle skill before. He speculated that Infernal Flame Slash might be hiding a complete
supreme inheritance.
As his understanding of the battle skill deepened, he would gain other abilities.
He guessed correctly.
Tong Ying closed his eyes to feel Infernal Manipulation. It seemed that as long as he focused his mind, he could condense a ball of infernal flame the size of a fist. With a slight operation, his entire demeanor suddenly became incredibly cold.
Tong Ying instantly stopped as if electrocuted and opened his eyes.
Sure enough, the others in the vehicle had all locked onto him, their bodies tense.
Is there a monster?
Team leader Lao Yu said, opening the radar device at the
back of the vehicle to scan. It couldn't be that Tong Ying, who was not a warrior, was emitting an aura that chilled them, right?
After scanning with the biological radar, the only living beings nearby
were the members of the convoy.
Not giving up, he jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, wanting to see if any vehicle had been attacked by a small monster, causing a radar error due to the overlap of human
and beast.
However, after scanning, nothing had happened.
How strange. What was that terrifying feeling just now? Lao Yu returned to the cabin, scratching his head.
That kind of chilling sensation that froze the soul could only come from a powerful monster.
Tong Ying, come sit closer to me in here. It's better to keep an eye on you. The chilling feeling just now had originated from this newcomer. Tong Ying nodded and sat next to Lao Yu.
The people in the vehicle did not relax their vigilance, becoming much more alert than before. Their understanding of monsters was still too limited. Every time something unusual occurred, they suffered heavy losses.
Tong Ying felt a bit embarrassed.
The divine level battle skill was indeed impressive, just a slight operation caused such a big reaction. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, his teammates would probably have jumped up to beat him. Truly worthy of a battle technique that starts with the character for darkness, this aura is really otherworldly.
Tong Ying's heart twitched as he opened the terminal.
Ever since he acquired this battle technique, he hadn't had the chance to use it. Whether in the city or at the base, there were
too many people and experts around, making it easy to expose himself.
After this editing, his strength reached 2,645 kilograms. His mental power soared to 290, nearly 3 times that of an ordinary
person. Tong Ying had a vague premonition that when his mental power reached 500, something extraordinary would happen. With this level of strength combined with the enhancement of a divine level battle technique, Tong Ying couldn't even imagine how powerful he would be when he fully unleashed his combat capabilities.
He had only just awakened half a month ago and had already jumped from an ordinary
person to a mid-level warrior. Moreover, he now had his own trump card.
Since the Dark Flame Slash was a divine level technique, it surely wouldn't disappoint in terms of power. From the tense reactions of Lao Yu and the others when he just activated the passive skill Dark Flame Manipulation, it was clear that this move would be terrifying.
Just leaking a hint of the Dark Flame's aura made mid-level warrior Lao Yu feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. He estimated that with the Dark Flame Slash, he could at least slay a high-level warrior. Tong Ying pondered. His heart was filled with a sense of security that strength brought.
In such large-scale missions, any mistake wouldn't be surprising. Official combat personnel were fierce in strength and could handle unexpected situations. Their caliber was far beyond what the logistics team could compare to. Moreover, monsters preferred to target the easier prey, like two-legged sheep. In nature, ferocious beasts also choose to hunt the weak, old, or sick. These monsters, evolved from birds and beasts, still carried some animal instincts. Therefore, the logistics team was quite dangerous. The Black Dragon team could even use warriors as logistics personnel, with the team leader being a mid-level warrior.
In ordinary teams, the logistics crew was truly a revolving door of members with fixed positions. Don't be nervous, although our
Black Dragon team is active in high-risk missions. The casualty rate of logistics personnel is actually lower than that of other teams, Lao Yu said, seeing Tong Ying's hand stiff in front of the terminal, thinking the newcomer was scared, so he smiled and tried to comfort him. Tong Ying came back to his senses, glanced at Lao Yu, and clicked to upload the video.
This time, the view count requirement
was high, and since there was nothing confidential, he posted it on both networks. What did you do? Lao Yu looked at the progress bar on Tong Ying's terminal, his expression astonished.
Soon, a pop-up appeared indicating the video was successfully uploaded. Lao Yu was stunned.
Before they decided to teach Tong Ying a lesson, they must have investigated his past.
They knew about Tong Ying's glorious deeds. So, you weren't nervous because of the mission's danger, but because you were about to post a video that could get you killed? Hey, Lao Yu sighed helplessly as he opened the terminal. He didn't understand the hobbies of young people nowadays, but he could only respect them. Anyway, let's see what this kid has posted as a new work. The others in the car also opened their terminals. They had already added each other as friends, so it was easy to find Tong Ying's ID and open his homepage. When they saw the vice captain on the cover, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. As the video played, everyone was dumbfounded. Holy crap, who taught you to edit like this? The members of Team 8 saw their confrontation with Tong Chen, which was supposed to be a showdown, brutally edited into a defeat CG, and it was the most humiliating kind. Especially the member who said he would kneel and beg Tong Chen not to die. At this moment, he looked at him with a very strange expression. Before they could react, the vice captain Zhu Yashuang appeared. When the two were talking, they had been peeking outside. Upon seeing Zhu Yashuang almost edited into a lovesick girl, the little emotions that had just surged vanished instantly. Compared to the treatment the vice captain received, their little grievances were nothing. Next came the scene of Shi Qianqian. When they heard that Shi Nyangshuan was going to guide Tong Chen, and it turned into Tong Chen guiding this SS-level genius and vice captain, they all gasped. At the end of the video, the words War God made the members of Team 8's hearts race uncontrollably. He actually dared to cut in War God. Wait, why are there the words War God? Suddenly, the team members recalled the scene where Shi Qianqian secretly spoke to Tong Chen, and they panicked completely. It seemed they had learned something they shouldn't have known. Especially the team leader, Lao Yu, whose pupils were shaking violently. Tong Chen, how about I send you to a more advanced division for a while to learn and exchange ideas? Lao Yu, what are you talking about? I won't abandon my brothers. Together. Advance. Retreat. Tong Chen's smile made all the members of Team 8 want to die. Who's going to advance and retreat with you? You reckless idiot, you actually want to drag us down with you? You dare to cut in the situation of the War God. Even if it's cut like this, those who weren't present at the time wouldn't be able to tell. But to cut the vice captain into that kind of shape, won't it really lead to death? They knew their vice captain's personality all too well. Don't be fooled by her usually cool attire. She is actually very conservative at heart. She is extremely confident in her own strength, and if she feels inadequate, she wouldn't even dare to look. It would be fatal. Those stronger than her just give her the chance to vent her stress. You actually dare to slander her reputation like this. That responsibility is not easy to bear. How about you just go? Lao Yu said, almost in tears, while the others nodded in agreement. Get away from us, so we won't be implicated, you idiot. If Zhu Yashuang goes crazy, she would be an absolute mother dragon. Their Team 8's base could be turned upside down. Go mess with another team, please. No, I won't abandon you, Tong Chen declared with righteousness. His teammates just wanted to say, don't come over here. The video's view count was still rising. On the civilian network, when netizens saw that the only entertainment blogger had updated, they immediately clicked in. After quickly finishing the video, they felt their heads buzzing. The people in the video might not be recognized by everyone, but Zhu Yashuang, the vice captain of the Black Dragon, was famous for her beauty and fierceness. What background does this blogger have? Is he the war god's son? Otherwise, how dare he be so frivolous with War General Zhu Yashuang? Nonsense. Last time someone came out to identify him, this guy is just an F level. No background. Goodness, are we going to lose the entertainment blogger we worked so hard to get? This is really editing with one's life. On the line, blogger, are you going to die after finishing this video? Did you buy some high-priced insurance? Goodness, using huge insurance to scam the insurance company and the war general, right? Having you as a client is truly a blessing for the company. Don't even mention the insurance company, even the King of Heaven can't save him. Just to say weakly, you might not know, but there's a rumor within the Black Dragon team that War General Zhu Yashuang has taken a liking to this kid. Things aren't what you think. This comment was instantly upvoted to the top. Everyone was saying it was impossible. Getting them to believe such a thing was less likely than having this only entertainment blogger get beaten to death. That's the vice captain of the Black Dragon. How could she take a liking to someone like this? Compared to the noise on the civilian network, the comments on the battle network were much more harmonious. When soldiers from various places saw the well-known war general Zhu Yashuang being edited like this by Tong Chen, they silently said in their hearts, awesome. They rarely left comments. Some couldn't compete with Zhu Yashuang, while others didn't want to get into trouble. It wasn't worth it to provoke a mid-level war general, especially since she had a brother who could become a war god at any moment. That was even more not worth it. They weren't reckless. Players like Tong Chen. The most common expression in the comments section was the thumbs up emoji. The soldiers all wanted to know if Zhu Yashuang would tear this clueless recruit apart. Fong Jing City, residential area. Second high school martial arts class. Big sister, quick, take a look at this. The chubby boy pulled out his phone and handed it to Hu Qiao. As soon as she saw the video with Tong Chen's avatar in the lower left corner, she immediately took it. The video played, and her sister fell silent. Hu Xiaoxiao's expression drained of color. Did her brother really end up on that path? How could Tong Chen afford such an expensive leather armor to send back? Was it money from selling himself? No, she had to train hard. She needed to save her brother from peril as soon as possible. That was a battle general. How could a freshly graduated F-grade weakling withstand it? If she was late, he would be ruined. Crack! Hu Xiaoxiao accidentally crushed the phone screen in her grip, her whole body igniting with fighting spirit. The chubby boy gaped, shocked at Hu Xiaoxiao. That's not my sister, that's my phone. South Bridge Warzone, Frontline Command Center. Members of the Black Dragon team gathered, and there were many unfamiliar faces in the military tent, but their battle armor revealed they were all experts. Captain, take a look at this. Suddenly, a member sent a link over. Lu Yong glanced at him and then opened the link. When he saw it was a video of Tong Chen, he smiled knowingly. But the next moment, when he saw Zhu Yashuan used as the thumbnail, he couldn't smile anymore. The video finished playing, and the command room was filled with an uncomfortable sound of teeth grinding. Lu Yong felt like he was about to shatter his teeth. That damn kid. Suddenly, a female team member beside Zhu Yashuan said something to her, and she also opened her terminal to take a look. When she saw herself edited by Tong Chen into a dissatisfied appearance, especially when she repeatedly called his name, Zhu Yashuan froze. What does that guy mean? Is it sarcasm, or innuendo? Could it be a hint? Zhu Yashuan forced herself to calm down, hiding her inner embarrassment. She opened the comments section and left her mark. Well edited, but next time don't cut it. With this energy, you should train hard. After the mission, I'll personally guide you for a few days. The comments section, which had been rapidly filling with thumbs up emojis, suddenly fell silent. Warriors from all over couldn't help but rub their eyes. Shocked, someone opened a post in the Black Dragon Team's forum that was invisible to Tong Chen, venting their frustrations. Did I see that wrong? Mother Tyrannosaurus isn't angry and even cares about him? Hiss, I heard this one had her eye on a young lad. Could it be him? Damn. Is the warrior circle this small? How do you all know about this? It's gossip, not a secret. Wow, turns out it's just a couple showing off their love, and we're just props for their show. Wow, that's too much. If I weren't afraid of Zhu Yashuan, I'd definitely go beat that cocky kid up. The warriors had previously thought that a standout from the 25th cohort of Fong Jing City was a big deal, but now they felt this guy should be hung up as a punching bag. South Bridge frontline position. Behind the official Black Dragon team, in the reserve lineup. Qianqian, look at how this kid edited you. He even dares to slander the vice captain. He's simply, aren't you angry at all? The female team member beside her was initially a bit upset, but seeing Qianqian's indifferent expression, she felt unnecessary and couldn't help but ask. Qianqian didn't answer, just shook her head. She liked Tong Chen for these special traits. Why should she be angry? However, while Qianqian wasn't angry, some people were very upset. In the command room, thinking of Tong Chen's grinning face, he felt he couldn't hold back. Lu Yong clenched his teeth and suddenly realized something. He walked over to Shi Ningxiang and saw the murderous look in the girl's eyes as she closed the video. Almost forgot there was a victim here. Girl, come out for a moment, I need to talk to you about something. After Lu Yong said this, he led the way out of the military tent. Shi Ningxiang followed. The two walked to a secluded corner, and the surrounding soldiers wisely refrained from interrupting. Captain, what's the matter? How's your strength now? Lu Yong asked with a smile, and just thinking about what he was about to do made it hard for him to suppress a grin. Zhu Yashuan had clearly gone to find Tong Chen a few days ago, and now the video was released. Tong Ying's intentions were obvious. It was all to stall for time on the mission, preventing them from causing trouble. How could he let this kid succeed so easily? I just reached the level of a junior soldier. Shi Ningxiang hesitated before speaking. She didn't understand why Lu Yong suddenly cared about her strength. Joining the Black Dragon was her impulsive request, and Lu Yong had taken a hands-off approach to her internship in the team, suddenly showing concern about her training seemed very strange. With a set of top-tier Zhuke battle armor, you're considered outstanding among junior soldiers. What do you think of Tong Chen? Lu Yong suddenly asked, a hint of malice on his face. Shi Ningxiang blinked, more confused. Why bring up that guy in this situation? Waste. She simply expressed her opinion in 2 words. Lu Yong laughed. The cleanup operation hasn't started yet. These days are mainly for setting up the rear and ensuring logistics and transportation routes. I have a task for you. Go to the transport team and ensure the safety of the route from Lantian base to the front line. It's not dangerous, it's a good training opportunity, and you can bring someone along. After Lu Yong finished speaking, he looked deeply at the girl in front of him. Shi Ningxiang wasn't foolish. The sudden mention of Tong Chen and then assigning her a task while letting her choose someone was too obvious. The implication was clear, it was to beat up Tong Ying. But the problem was, won't the vice captain have any objections? After being edited like that, she didn't get angry but instead supported him in the comments. Shi Ningxiang felt it was necessary to ask. It's fine, I'll keep an eye on her, you just go ahead and do your thing. Lu Yong felt quite unconvinced. What was so good about that kid, Tong Chen? Don't worry, I'm here. Just give me a straightforward answer. Are you in or not? Lu Yong grinned. Sure, Ningxiang would definitely agree. This talented girl was proud. How could she not be angry after being slandered by Tong Chen? Plus, Sure Qianqian's attitude towards Tong Chen had long made her unhappy, so there was no reason to refuse such a good proposal. Lu Yong's decision to let Sure Ningxiang teach Tong Chen a lesson was also well thought out. Zhu Yashuan was hard to handle when she went crazy. Not everyone was fit to deal with Tong Chen. Sure Ningxiang was different. With her SS-level talent, Zhu Yashuan couldn't go too far. Moreover, this girl had a designated war god master behind her. Even if Zhu Yashuan went mad, could she still act out in front of the war god? He didn't believe his sister liked Tong Chen to that extent. Just a fleeting attraction, it shouldn't be so reckless. Okay, I need manpower. I want Tong Chen. Sure Ningxiang quickly made her decision. Didn't Tong Chen say he would guide her? This time, let him know who guides whom. Watch me turn you into a pig's head. I'll sign the documents for you right away. By the way, remember to take a video for keepsake. Cough cough, don't control your emotions too much. It would be a bit bad if you ended up hurting him. Lu Yong couldn't help but remind her at the end. He just wanted to vent his anger, but he didn't want to turn against his sister. Sure Ningxiang nodded, indicating she understood. On the other side, the logistics convoy. Brother Tong, Master Tong, I'm begging you, go out and avoid the storm. I don't want to die under the vice captain's fists with you. I knew it. I knew this little brat stuff was hard to get. Turns out what we were given before was a dead-end drink. I'm done. I'm really done. Captain, how about we just throw this guy out and say he ran away? Just as the members of Team 8 in the vehicle felt defeated because they couldn't get Tong Chen to leave, a military jeep quickly approached them. Is Team 8 under Ming Qiu? Yes. Comrade, is there something you need? Old Yu quickly leaned out to salute and ask, is Tong Chen from your team? Everyone in the vehicle looked at the person in question. Tong Chen raised his hand, indicating it was him. I've received an order from the command center for you to be responsible for the material escort. The soldier in the vehicle pulled out a transfer order to show them, and it was indeed signed by the command center. Ha, me? Tong Chen stared in disbelief, pointing at himself. No way, I'm just an F-level rookie soldier who just graduated. Why am I being entrusted with such an important task? Does the organization trust me this much? Did Zhu Yashuan pull strings for me? Or did my background accidentally get exposed? Of course, you're not alone. Reserve member Sure Ningxiang will be with you. She specifically requested you to assist. Get in, the newcomer explained and made way. Tong Chen blinked. That treasure girl is looking for me? No, the personnel transfer order can only be signed by formal team members and the battle group command center. Sure Ningxiang can't just designate me. Who assigned her this task and why does she want me? Among the formal members, the only ones I know well are Zhu Yashuan and Lu Yong. Could it be one of them is giving me a benefit? Regardless, Tong Chen felt he had no reason to refuse. This is a girl backed by a war god with access to top-notch resources. If I have the chance to get close and build a rapport, why not? If I can solidify the relationship or even sacrifice a bit of myself to flirt a little, then let the war god master experience what it feels like to have a cabbage being pushed. Then he can give me, this yellow-haired kid, a good scolding and criticism. Wouldn't that editing be an instant hit? This wave can definitely be charged. As for danger, non-existent. Logistics transport is the lifeline, and there's no safer place than the transport team. Even if something unexpected happens, Tong Chen felt it was the perfect opportunity to release pressure. Wearing the mask for too long might make one believe it. Tong Chen felt like he was playing the F-level role to the point of psychological distortion. Even if there were no accidents, he still wanted to find a chance to slip away. Not only to make money but also to relieve stress properly. In just 2 seconds of countless thoughts, Tong Chen jumped onto the jeep. The members of Team 8 inside the vehicle sent him off with cheers. Take care, I will miss you. Transport is much safer than that place we split up at. Kid, good luck. Ha, the heavens have their plans. Tong Chen didn't see this coming, did he? Still trying to drag us down? Amidst the cheers of the team members, the jeep distanced itself from the convoy. The soldier responsible for picking up Tong Chen had a strange expression. Are you really that unpopular? Not at all. They clearly don't want me to go, Tong Chen insisted. With confidence. The soldier was speechless, indicating he didn't want to talk to this guy, so he simply closed his eyes to rest. There were other things to do. Inside the Team 8 vehicle. Ha, this kid actually got borrowed. I'm dying of laughter. Could it be the vice captain sent Sure Ningxiang to beat him up? Very likely, the vice captain is not someone who takes losses easily. This kid Tong is definitely going to suffer this time. Send him a message to remind him to admit his mistakes and stand at attention to take the beating. He at least needs to come back alive. Old Yu laughed and asked a team member to message the team's big troublemaker. It's all fun and games, but we can't just watch Tong Chen die, right? I'll do it, huh? Wait a minute. What is this? The team
Member who was about to send a message noticed that the pinned comment under Tong Chen's video seemed to have changed. Opening it, his eyes widened in shock.
Look at this. The vice captain's comment. Oh damn. When did the vice captain become so easygoing? He doesn't mind being slandered like this? True love, it must be true love. Damn it. Why is he even sending a message to Tong Chen? He's doing fine. We should worry about ourselves. The entire Group 8 was thrown off balance, sinking into deep self-doubt. All that worry just now was for nothing. The vice captain wasn't angry at all. Good grief, it seemed that Tong Chen had pulled off a virtual flirtation, and they had all become tools for entertainment? Thinking of this, the members of Group 8 looked even more displeased. On the other side, Tong Chen quickly met up with Shi Ningxiang. Both boarded the transport vehicle, heading in another direction. Hello, genius beauty? Tong Chen greeted Shi Ningxiang with a smile as soon as he saw her. However, she completely ignored him, leaving Tong Chen, who wanted to build a connection, feeling frustrated. The vehicle sped along the road. Tong Chen was definitely not the type to give up easily. After all, there were only the two of them in the back of the transport vehicle. Shi Ningxiang had nowhere to run. Tong Chen chatted nonstop the entire way, babbling away. Occasionally, he even told a few cold jokes, aiming to lighten the mood. Shut up. Finally, Shi Ningxiang couldn't hold back any longer and snapped. What the hell? No need to be so extreme, calm down. Tong Chen was taken aback. Was he really talking so much that he was about to get killed? I told you to shut up. Look at the surroundings, the route is wrong. Shi Ningxiang was on high alert. Tong Chen blinked, only then realizing they had long deviated from the route, ending up in some unknown desolate area. Ha! Wait, driver. Where are you taking us? Meanwhile, at the location where Tong Chen and Shi Ningxiang had just boarded, an armored vehicle was waiting, and the person in front of the vehicle glanced at the time, impatiently dialing a communication line. What did you say? Shi Ningxiang and Tong Chen have already set off? Transport vehicle? Damn! Which transport vehicle? Our transport vehicles are so tight, how could we use one just for them? Something's wrong, contact the captain immediately. At the command center of the South Bridge frontline base. Captain, urgent situation. A member of the Black Dragon team walked in, interrupting everyone. He looked serious. What's going on? Lu Yong frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. Shi Ningxiang has been taken by a mysterious person, and the team sent to meet her hasn't received anyone. What? Lu Yong's eyes widened, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. Someone actually infiltrated the rear of the Black Dragon team and took away the SS-level talent Shi Ningxiang? This was no joke. This is the result of our urgent investigation. Based on the clues provided by the handover team, the transport vehicle that took Shi Ningxiang came from the White Owl team. It was supposed to take another route for transport after being attacked and needing repairs. Additionally, according to reports from the logistics maintenance department, these people have already left the team and disappeared. I can't find their information. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room turned to look at the person sitting on the stool, the captain of the White Owl team. Me? From our team? The captain of the White Owl swallowed hard, quickly getting up to snatch the documents from the team members' hands and flipping through them. He opened the terminal to scan the photos of several individuals, realizing they weren't from their side either. The other two team captains in the room followed suit and scanned as well. Not from our side either. They must have snuck in during the attack. This joint operation was rushed, and the teams weren't familiar with each other, allowing the enemy to exploit the gap. Whose responsibility it is can be discussed later. What's urgent now is to rescue her. The other side's intentions are very clear. They are after the SS-level Shi Ningxiang. Zhu Yashuan's expression was grave. SS-level talents are strategic-level assets, and their ambitions are not small. Have we sent someone to track the vehicle? Lu Yong looked at his team members. The latter opened the terminal. The pursuit team was dispatched immediately, but the traces disappeared at this location. The other side has a team that erased the vehicle's tracks. On the map displayed on the terminal, the route marker ended at a place called Chaha. That must be the Erlang mountain range ahead. Captain Bai Xiao muttered, sending a chill through everyone's hearts. Between cities, aside from the lifelines painstakingly carved out by warriors, the wilderness and mountains have all become playgrounds for monsters. Especially places like wildlife reserves, which can be considered forbidden zones for humans. The Erlang mountain range is one of the most dangerous areas for monster activity around the entire Fong City. The enemy is clearly trying to lead people into that area, with the obvious intent to kill the SS-level Shi Ningxiang there. Plan on hold, all teams follow me to rescue. Lu Yong gritted his teeth. No, we alerted the monsters in Nanxiao as soon as we arrived here. If our top combat forces leave, the battle group will be finished. Captain Bai Xiao also looked grave. Monsters have evolved intelligence based on their instinct to hunt prey. They are not without wisdom. In the shadows, countless monsters have been eyeing this juicy target of the frontline base. Once all the warriors leave, this base will become a banquet for the monsters. The enemy brought people to the Erlang mountain range for this very purpose. Calm down, warrior Lu Yong. Another team leader chimed in. We won't find anyone if we go there, it would be futile. Are we just going to let the enemy take Shi Ningxiang away? Lu Yong shouted angrily. He deeply regretted letting Shi Ningxiang go on the mission. He never imagined that someone could sneakily take her away from the rear. The enemy even knew the orders issued by the command center and was so clear about the mission details. It seems there is a mole in this room. He couldn't help but suspect that. However, compared to those matters, he was more worried about Shi Ningxiang's safety. Shi Ningxiang has already reached the level of a junior warrior, and with the Zhuke battle armor, she can hold her own even against a mid-level warrior. The enemy likely did not anticipate the speed of an SS-level genius's progress. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. Another member of the Black Dragon team said. Unlike Lu Yong, the rest of the team did not harbor any resentment towards Shi Ningxiang, the girl who had come in for an internship, and they understood her situation better. Are you saying the enemy might mess up? No, but they should underestimate Shi Ningxiang's strength, giving her a chance to struggle. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong fell into deep thought. If that were the case, they just needed to send someone to search and there might still be a chance. But in this room, he didn't trust anyone except his own people. The enemy dared to act against Shi Ningxiang, and they might not have overlooked the attention of the several major teams present. The frontline base must also be cautious. Xu Yashuan, take half of the team members and the battle group to search for people. Send someone else. Searching for people is such a hassle. I'd rather stay here and kill monsters. Xu Yashuan protested with a face full of resistance. Compared to tracking and searching for people, she preferred to face monsters head-on. There were others present whose strength was not inferior to hers. Lu Yong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Tong Chen was with Shi Ningxiang. They disappeared together. What? Xu Yashuan looked at the team member who had just come in with the information. The latter nodded with a wry smile. Tong Chen's name was indeed on the list of missing persons. Why would he? Xu Yashuan looked at Lu Yong, who avoided her gaze. She instantly understood the situation, her fists clenched tightly. The battle armor that covered her entire arm gathered into a fierce gauntlet under everyone's watchful eyes. Then, Lu Yong's fist made intimate contact with the face of the soldier, sending him flying out and crashing into who knows how many tents. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Xu Yashuan led her team onto the spaceship, disappearing from the forward base. Lu Yong, wanting to cry but with no tears, got up. He had specifically told Shi Ningxiang to hold back, yet this guy had such bad luck to get hit like this. Wasn't the information supposed to say he had extraordinary luck? On the other side, in an armed transport vehicle speeding through the wilderness, Xu Yashuan was on high alert with her knife. Hurry up and call for help. What are you dawdling for? Tong Chen, terrified, hid behind the girl, his face tense. Shi Ningxiang was silent for a second before angrily speaking up. If you hadn't been so annoying just now, I wouldn't have only just realized there was a problem. We've already entered the monster activity zone, and the powerful biological magnetic field is disrupting communications. The terminal shows we're in the combat zone. The monsters had become stronger due to evolution, developing various attributes and abilities. At the same time, their own magnetic fields had also become more powerful, causing communication equipment to lose long-distance contact. A temporary base station needed to be set up, otherwise, the range of communication would be extremely limited. This was also why the mission to conquer the South Bridge required establishing a forward base, primarily to set up a large operational signal station. Just as Shi Ningxiang was distressed about what to do, the vehicle suddenly stopped as if it had hit something. The two rolled around in the car, hugging each other. Sister, hugging is fine, but you need to put the knife away. Tong Chen pressed against Shi Ningxiang's blade with all his might, using his other hand to cover the inside of his thigh. Who's your sister? Shi Ningxiang angrily pushed Tong Chen away. She would never admit to this brother-in-law. Then mom? Tong Chen instinctively spoke up. Even in such a tense situation, Shi Ningxiang was momentarily speechless. Before she could explode, a loud rumbling sound came from outside. Shi Ningxiang grabbed Tong Chen and jumped out of the vehicle, where a group of foreigners on mountain motorcycles appeared. Hello, esteemed Miss SS? One of them, blue-eyed and seemingly the leader, spoke first. He got out of the car and walked over, tidying his appearance as he approached. Shi Ningxiang did not respond but whispered in a serious tone. Sorry to involve you, they're coming for me. The situation is not optimistic. Stay close behind me and use the combat techniques you learned in training camp to assist. I'll take the lead, I will protect you. She was already prepared to fight to the death, ready to charge out with Tong Chen. At the very least, she wouldn't let Tong Chen die in front of her. After all, looking down on Tong Chen and then letting him die while covering her would be too embarrassing. Shi Ningxiang waited for a response but didn't get one. She turned her head to see only Tong Chen's fleeing back. Shi Ningxiang felt a tightness in her chest, nearly choking on her anger. This guy. Hee Miss SS, it seems your companion has abandoned you. I don't dislike smart people. Let me introduce myself. My name is Charn Ferguson. I heard you graduated from Yenliang's class of 25. Do you know the name Martin Ferguson? I haven't been able to contact him for a while.
Ningxuan gave a deep look at the gentleman exuding murderous intent in front of her. She pointed in the direction Tong Chen had fled, angrily saying, "That guy is from Team 12. It seems he teamed up with someone named Martin during the graduation assessment." Charn suddenly turned around, seeing Tong Chen's awkwardly fleeing backside, his mouth twitching. The somewhat perverse and bloodthirsty elegance he had instantly shattered. "Bring him back to me." Of course, Tong Chen, who was running away, heard the conversation between the two. On the surface he was a weak F-class, but in reality he had a mental strength of 290, a high-level expert. In terms of perception, there was probably no one present who could match him. He could not misjudge the enemy's strength. What cover? I'm going to fight my way out. Are you kidding? The other side has 5 intermediate warriors and 2 advanced warriors. That leader feels unfathomable. After all, with subordinates like intermediate and advanced warriors, how could they not be strong enough to hold the fort? Without a big account to back them up, what are they even doing? That's why Tong Chen dropped Ningxiang and ran, wanting to find a deserted place to switch accounts and come back. But this woman really doesn't know her place. Seeing 8 out of a 20-person team riding modified special motorcycles chasing after him, Tong Chen just wanted to curse. Flying in the wilderness, even at low altitudes, is extremely risky. In the eyes of monsters, that's a provocation, and it's the first target for disguised assassin-like monsters. These modified motorcycles that can handle complex terrains are particularly favored. Don't be fooled by the fact that the speed of a junior warrior can reach 28 meters per second. That's just their burst speed. Besides, who dares to waste stamina casually in a war zone? When it comes to endurance, how can eating be compared to consuming oil? Ha ha ha, look at this. Kid's equipment and age. He must be a freshly graduated student, right? Run faster. Let us have some fun. The person on the back of the motorcycle pulled out a spear from behind and aimed it at Tong Chen's thigh, throwing it with force. Tong Chen felt as if he had tripped over a stone and barely dodged it. The thrower was stunned. This kid is quite lucky, Tong Chen sneered inwardly. With his current mental perception, it was no different from having a full map hack. Even if the clarity was a bit strained, it wasn't something ordinary fish could sneak up on. You think you can shoot your grandpa? Go back and practice. Chase him. Let's see how much stamina this kid has. The pursuit continued, and a few minutes later the pursuer's expressions grew increasingly strange. No way, your stamina is too good, right? What an enviable talent. And every time he gets attacked from behind, he manages to dodge? Suddenly, Tong Chen fell, rolling several times on the ground before landing in a canyon at the bottom of a mountain. The canyon had no way out, resembling a giant hunting trap. The already impatient pursuers immediately laughed and jumped off their bikes. Aha, let's see where you can run. Now. The pursuers were all eager to go. If it weren't for the boss telling them to bring someone back, they wouldn't have to chase so hard. As long as the boss is alive, we can just chop off his limbs and take him back like we did with the Dragon Kingdom convoy last time. Awakened ones aren't that easy to kill. The tattooed guy with a Mexican hairstyle licked the dagger in his hand, his words dripping with blood and cruelty. He craved the terror and pain of his prey. However, the prey across from him didn't satisfy him. Instead, it looked at them as if they were the weak ones. It was as if they weren't being surrounded but were the ones surrounding them. Ants, kneel. Tong Chen seemed to have transformed into another person, slowly drawing out a custom battle knife bought by a certain big sister. The tattooed guy's face twisted as he was about to explode in anger, but his eyes were soon covered with terror. A chilling aura instantly swept through the canyon, as if this place was the gateway to hell, with a giant hand slowly pulling the canyon into the abyss. Soon, the pursuers discovered the source of the chilling aura that made their scalps tingle. It was the prey they had been chasing all along. Dark purple flames slowly rose from the tip of the knife, and the pursuers only felt a flash of purple before their vision shattered like glass, plunging them into eternal darkness. Tong Chen's figure instantly appeared behind the team, and all the pursuers' heads were shattered. The purple hellfire continued to burn on the chunks of flesh until there was no longer any life force to serve as nourishment before reluctantly dissipating. So this is the hellfire slash? Damn it! Tong Chen looked at the knife in his hand, which was slowly losing its purple hue, with delight. 3 intermediate and 5 junior warriors, instant kill. He spread his hand, and a ball of purple flame appeared out of thin air. Ordinary flames bring warmth, but hellfire only emits a coldness that feels like it comes from the soul. I must hurry back, or my king of materials will be gone. If it weren't for finding such a hidden valley, Tong Chen didn't know how long he would have to run to safely deal with these pursuers and change into a larger disguise. If there were still spies behind him, he would be exposed. He quickly gathered his spoils, including the motorcycle and the equipment and terminals of the pursuers, hiding them all together. He rummaged through the bodies, pulling out a new outfit. He found 2 relatively intact skulls, used a dagger to scrape off the flesh, and quickly polished them, making a simple bone mask. Even more ghostly now. Tong Chen picked up a battle knife from the spoils and quickly headed back in the direction he had come from. On the other side, Cha-En, who had surrounded Ningxuang, was becoming increasingly agitated. An underlying sense of unease made him restless. Boss, should we wait any longer? Let's just kill her first.
No. I want that kid to confront her and ask about my brother's whereabouts. Can we at least have some fun first? This girl looks quite juicy, hee. I heard she's the young lady of the Sure family. From the Dragon Kingdom, and she's so talented. If we could have a little fun with her, it would be worth it even if we die. The others around them also let out wicked laughs, openly revealing their desires. Cha-an glanced at the fully alert Shi Ning Shuang, found a comfortable spot to sit, and nodded in agreement to his subordinate's requests. It seemed he intended to enjoy the live show. The subordinates didn't mind, slowly tightening the encirclement around the girl in the center. Shi Ning Shuang's face was cold, her body trembling, gripping her long knife tightly, ready to fight to the death. Shi Ning Shuang fought with all her might, yet she still couldn't overcome the enemies who vastly outnumbered and outmatched her. The expensive battle armor showed signs of damage, and blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth as several people pressed her to the ground to help remove her armor. Damn it, how do I get this thing off? Shi Ning Shuang felt despair rising within her as she prepared to activate the self-destruct function of the Zhuke battle armor. An incredibly cold aura enveloped the area. Everyone suddenly turned to look at the source of the coldness on the nearby hillside. Tong Chen saw Shi Ning Shuang in her full-bodied state and blinked. Then, under everyone's gaze, he seemed to express admiration and turned to leave. Playing too much, disturbing you all. Continue. Help me. Shi Ning Shuang shouted in desperation. What are you misunderstanding? She saw the terminal on Tong Chen's arm after he had disguised himself. That was clearly the latest model. From Wayan City, only produced for a little over 6 months. Shi Ning Shuang deduced that this sudden appearance was definitely someone from her side, and they couldn't be too old, because this model of terminal was currently only equipped for students who had awakened within the last 6 months. Tong Chen slowly turned back, suppressing a smile. So you know how powerful I am now after you gave me that attitude? He vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Shi Ning Shuang, replacing the enemy who had just been rummaging through her leg armor. The forces that had pinned her down instantly disappeared, and the figures collapsed to the ground, becoming a fountain of blood that drenched her. Shi Ning Shuang quickly got up and walked to her savior's side, cautiously sizing him up. 5 junior warriors were instantly killed? Who are you? Cha-an warily looked at the mysterious figure before him, the chilling aura he had never encountered. If it weren't for the fact that this person had just shown a human side, he would have thought a monster had appeared. When Cha-en noticed that the weapon in the mysterious person's hand was from the pursuers who had just gone out, his expression darkened completely. The bone mask seemed to still have traces of blood on it, looking like it had just been processed. The source of the materials was self-evident. This guy is not simple. You sneaky little rat. Do you know what happens when you anger me? Cha-en squinted his eyes in question. Tong Chen did not answer, only pointing his knife at the opposite side. Looking for death. Everyone charged together. For the enemies he didn't understand, Chen showed no hesitation in sending his subordinates in first. The one who had just died was merely a junior warrior. Among the remaining subordinates, there were several intermediate warriors. Let's test the waters. The crowd surged forward, and the warriors' speed exploded, almost instantly appearing beside Tong Chen. Their faces were twisted with ferocity, weapons aimed at various vital points, while simultaneously surrounding Shi Ning Shuang. Shi Ning Shuang's face turned pale. She was heavily injured, and her stamina had been nearly depleted in the recent battle. She couldn't possibly withstand this wave of attacks. Just when she thought it was all over, a hand grabbed her shoulder and pulled her into an embrace. The sounds of clashing weapons and slicing blades rang out almost simultaneously. Shi Ning Shuang's heart raced. The sparks from the weapon collisions reminded her of the fireworks set off in the backyard on summer nights many years ago. This man, despite his cold demeanor, had a body that was so warm. Chen watched as the person in front of him held the girl, fighting and retreating amidst the flashing blades, leaving behind several corpses of his subordinates with every step taken. His anger surged uncontrollably. Junior combat skills? Chen gritted his teeth. Junior combat skills could actually be used to this extent? As casualties increased, Chen could no longer contain himself. His figure vanished in an instant, and Tong Chen, who had been leisurely slaughtering, suddenly sheathed his knife and threw a punch. With a loud bang, both he and Shi Ning Shuang were sent flying out simultaneously. So it turns out you're just an intermediate warrior. Chen was somewhat annoyed. He had just been startled, thinking it was some expert or hidden guard from the Dragon Kingdom come to showcase their skills, using junior combat skills to dominate them. And this was the result? Are you okay? Shi Ning Shuang's face was flustered. Even when she had almost been attacked just now, she had never looked this panicked. Let's go. Tong Chen secretly activated dark flame control, making his voice sound incredibly cold to avoid being recognized. The effect was good. Shi Ning Shuang clearly didn't catch on. She bit her lip and stared at Tong Chen for 2 seconds, as if trying to engrave him into her DNA. Shi Ning Shuang resolutely turned and fled. Boss. In the distance, the mercenaries saw their target about to escape and immediately lost their composure. She won't get far. Let's finish off this guy first.
I didn't expect that besides the SS level Ning Xuan, there would be such a genius in Fong City.
This trip has truly been worthwhile.
Chain's killing intent. Boiled. From the earlier sounds, it was clear the person was quite young. Not only had he reached the intermediate warrior level at an early age, but he also understood junior combat skills, to such an extent able to slay opponents of the same rank in a one versus many battle. The threat level posed by him was not at all lower than that of an SS level warrior who hadn't yet matured.
Is it worth it? Your talent is no less than that of an SS level warrior. Why sacrifice yourself for her? Chain slowly closed in.
No matter how impressive one's understanding of combat skills was, the chasm
between intermediate warriors and junior generals was insurmountable.
However, Tong Chen remained silent, and the battle knife in his hand began to be enveloped by dark flames. A chilling aura spread out, 100 times colder than before, and Tong Chen's figure vanished from everyone's sight, with only Chain, at the general level, able to catch the deadly purple light approaching rapidly.
No! While fleeing, Ning Xuan felt an even colder aura and suddenly turned back.
Gritting her teeth, she continued to run desperately. Ning Xuan didn't know how long she had been running. All she knew was that the scene before her was becoming increasingly blurry. Finally, she collapsed to the ground, exhausted.
Was she really going to die here?
She hadn't expected to run so far without seeing anyone. In her current state, spending the night in this dangerous area would undoubtedly lead to her death.
At that moment,
a rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. Something was crawling quickly.
It's over.
Ning Xuan closed her eyes in despair. She hadn't expected to die here. She should have listened to her family's advice and waited obediently in the city for her
master to come and pick her up.
Yura! A figure jumped in front of Ning Xuan. It was Tong Chen, having removed his disguise. At this moment, his skin and expression were relaxed, as if he had just released the accumulated pressure. Ning Xuan stared at him blankly for a long time, her expression eventually turning into a grimace.
You! How could you be here?
I just said I would go call for reinforcements, but I got lost while being chased and hid here. When I saw you coming, I thought I'd play a little
joke to scare you. Don't get too excited. Put down the knife, Tong Chen said with a grin. The legendary battle machine lived up to its name. Even a junior warrior would fall under a double slash.
Killing really was a great way to relieve stress, and he had also collected a ton of loot.
Those people's terminals, if dismantled and sold secondhand, would fetch a good price. Adding in weapons
and such, Tong Chen estimated he had made at least $1 million from this haul.
Just as Tong Chen was feeling pleased, Ning Xuan
swayed and he caught her. She didn't care to pursue the matter of Tong Chen abandoning her to run away. At this moment, she was already at her weakest.
It's still very dangerous here. Take me away first. Sure, just call me daddy. Ning Xuan?
Upon hearing Tong Chen's words, Ning Xuan's face was filled with question marks. Why? She suppressed her anger, wanting to know what made Tong Chen say such things at this time and in this situation.
Didn't I call you mommy in the car earlier? I want you to return the favor.
Tong Chen casually rubbed his waist. It's so hard through the battle armor. However, this frivolous attitude was still conveyed to Ning Xuan. She took a deep breath.
Scoundrel! Useless! Coward!
If you hadn't run away just now, how could I have lost so quickly? I might have been able to conserve my strength until that person arrived and fought alongside him. We're all warriors awakened after the order was restored, but your pathetic F level, in terms of achievements, courage, and character, can't compare to them at all. Just wait until I recover. I'll make sure to beat you into a pig's head.
Ning Xuan broke down. Tong Chen's mouth twitched. So this kid isn't really cold? She can talk quite a bit, huh? What was she pretending for usually?
Glancing at the system display showing recording material, Tong Chen revealed a mischievous smile.
You better speak nicely to me. Out here in the wilderness. You, a girl with no resistance, are sure you want to provoke me?
As he spoke, his gaze wandered recklessly.
Ning Xuan's expression instantly turned icy again. What do you want? I will never call you daddy. Call me what? Get lost.
Bang! Tong Chen threw Ning Xuan to the ground. She tried to get up by herself but failed. Her stamina was truly exhausted, and the battle armor was heavy. Ning Xuan's face was filled with frustration.
Why was the gap between people so vast?
That person was willing to stay behind for her, a stranger, while this guy, her peer, only knew how to take advantage
of her misfortune.
In comparison, Ning Xuan's impression of the mysterious person who saved her rose to another level.
You better kill me, otherwise, when I get back, I will make you pay. Sure.
Ning Xuan turned her head away and closed her eyes as if resigning to her fate.
Time passed second by second, but the expected sense of abnormality did not arrive. She opened her eyes to find Tong Chen digging a hole with a shovel. What are you doing? First lesson in wilderness survival. To spend the night in a war zone, you must build a defensive camp. Haven't you learned this? Tong Chen wore a look of disbelief, which made Ning Xuan very angry. Weren't you going to do something to me?
Although I accepted the assignment to assist you with your task, I'm not selling my body, okay?
You
Shi Nyangshuang felt that the number of times she had been pushed to her limits today was more than all the times combined throughout her life. She knew she had been played by Tong Chen, but she had to suppress her anger. Are you digging a camp or a grave for us? The enemy will catch up soon. Wait, where did you get that shovel? Suddenly, Shi Ningxiang realized that the shovel looked somewhat familiar, like the one from the transport truck earlier. Is that person very strong? Tong Chen asked with a smile. Everything was for the sake of material. What do you mean, have you seen him? Yeah, I called him over, otherwise how do you think I got rid of the pursuers? Do you really think I can outrun a motorcycle? He just left when I was going back. That leader seemed to be chasing after him, so he probably won't come after us. Shi Ningxiang opened her mouth, her eyes filled with confusion. Tong Chen really did call for help? No. He just wanted to escape and happened to run into that person. Do you know his name? Shi Ningxiang actually sat up, asking nervously. I know, tell me. You answer my question first, is he very strong? Tong Chen coaxed, doing his best to gather material. Shi Ningxiang. Very strong. He fought against 12 enemies while protecting me with the strength of a mid-level warrior. Among them were 3 mid-level warriors, 2 high-level ones, and a war general. I didn't expect him to actually escape unscathed in the end. Even Shi Ningxiang was shocked to hear that the disguised Tong Chen actually managed to run away. Tong Chen was quite satisfied with her expression. He felt secretly pleased. What's his name? Shi Ningxiang asked again. Such a great favor, she had to find that person. You answer me one more question, how does my strength compare to his? Tong Chen made a face. Shi Ningxiang felt a bit annoyed. In your instructor's words, the gap between people is bigger than that between dogs. After saying that, she looked at Tong Chen as if to say he'd better not keep teasing her. Boring, getting angry over a joke. He didn't say his name, but he mentioned a code name, Shadow. After saying this, Tong Chen stopped the material recording. Material recording successful. Saved to the material library. Now he was satisfied and continued digging the pit. Shi Ningxiang stood there in a daze, repeatedly murmuring the word Shadow. Shadow should be someone from Wayan City. But why had she never heard of him? Could he be a trump card from some secret unit? Otherwise, why hide his identity? She would find out when she got back. What was that cold aura about? Did it have anything to do with that code name? Shi Ningxiang was filled with curiosity about her savior. She kept recalling what had just happened, and when she thought about being held in his arms, her face suddenly turned rosy. While Shi Ningxiang was calming her restless heart, she noticed Tong Chen had already dug a shelter and was starting a fire to cook. Shi Ningxiang was astonished as she surveyed the shelter. This guy Tong Chen, aside from his poor talent, strength, and character, seemed to have learned quite well in other aspects, digging out a perfect shelter so quickly. Shi Ningxiang asked herself if she could do that. As the sky darkened, Shi Ningxiang awkwardly moved to the fire, secretly swallowing saliva at the delicious smell of the food in the pot. How could his cooking skills be so ridiculously good? No wonder he had charmed Shi Chanxian so much. He must have practiced on purpose. If his strength was lacking, he would just work hard in other areas. Just wait, today you bullied me when I was weak, but when I get back, I'll teach you a good lesson. Didn't Shi Chanxian say to guide Tong Chen? Shi Ningxiang declared she would keep her promise. Tong Chen wouldn't be able to refuse. Time to eat, Tong Chen said as he filled a large bowl with food using a salvaged helmet and started eating by himself. After a few big bites, he looked up at Shi Ningxiang in confusion. The girl's hand was frozen in the air, looking a bit awkward. Compliment me a bit and I'll let you eat. Tong Chen grinned mischievously. Shi Ningxiang retracted her hand and said nothing. Are you sure you don't want to eat? How can you recover your strength without food? The night is long, aren't you afraid I might lose control? Shi Nyangshuang, ultimately, this SS-level genius from Wayan City left behind a dark history with Tong Chen that she could never overcome in her lifetime. Not only was she coerced into saying many insincere things, but she was also required to pose in various ways, which were captured on her terminal. Afterwards, Shi Nyangshuang humiliatingly consumed the food of regret, her mind swirling with countless schemes to eliminate Tong Chen. What position are we in now? Can we return to the team tomorrow? After eating her fill, Shi Nyangshuang felt her strength slightly restored and her tone became much more assertive. You ran in the wrong direction. This way leads deeper into the monster zone. What should we do next? I'm injured and barely have any combat power left. I can't even get out on my own, let alone take you, this useless burden, with me. Tong Chen rolled his eyes at her words, threateningly pointing at his terminal. Shi Nyangshuang's expression struggled, ultimately forcing out an ugly smile. She was indeed being coerced into submission. Don't think that just because you're severely injured now, even at your peak, it would be hard for you to walk out unscathed. Just lie down and wait for rescue. As the sky darkened, Tong Chen extinguished the fire to avoid revealing their location. Shi Nyangshuang lay opposite him, her gaze extremely unfriendly. What do you want? I told you not to mess around. I set a timer to send those photos. If anything happens to me, they will definitely be made public. Tong Chen's face was all feigned fear. Shi Nyangshuang gritted her teeth, looking as if she wanted to kill him. This guy truly took advantage. of her vulnerability to the extreme. There's no signal here, you can't send anything. Upon hearing this, Tong Chen's expression changed.
With your current physical condition, you might not even be able
to beat me, and it could attract monsters.
Do you want to try?
If she really insisted on making a move, he couldn't be blamed.
Shirin Yangshuang snorted coldly and turned over, facing away from Tong Chen.
If this continued, she suspected she would die of anger. A night passed in silence, the desolate night filled with danger.
Occasionally, the howls of monsters echoed from afar, and now and then, too, mournful cries could be heard. Over the next few days, Shirin Yangshuang witnessed the terror of Tong Chen's proficiency in wilderness survival, green, when ordinary warriors were stranded in the wilderness.
On missions, they were always cautious, struggling to obtain supplies.
Yet Tong Chen, a mere apprentice, managed to navigate effortlessly with her as a burden.
In these few days, not only did they not go hungry, but they also enjoyed different types of small servant-level monster meat for every meal. Tong Chen always managed to find various strange herbs, and the food he prepared was not much different
from what the team usually provided.
Shirin Yangshuang's prejudice against Tong Chen was significantly diminished, but she still disliked him because the dark history remained on his terminal.
Just thinking
about how Tong Chen occasionally pulled out those photos to look at and laughed in front of her made Shirin Yangshuang want to kill him.
Have you looked enough?
It's been 5 days, and the rescue team still
hasn't come. Aren't you going to do something?
Shirin Yangshuang said discontentedly. Since Tong Chen was so strong in wilderness survival, he should have a way to make it easier for them to be rescued.
Tong Chen turned off his terminal and looked up at the girl opposite him. Come on, I'm just an apprentice. Being able to keep you alive is already good enough. Don't ask for too much. Aren't I sending a distress signal with my terminal? As long as a rescue team approaches, there's a chance of receiving it.
In these few days, Shirin Yangshuang's injuries had stabilized significantly, and he had to be on guard against this woman acting out of desperation. He was also quite tired. Regardless, the objective of this mission had been achieved, and his relationship with the SS-level genius girl had drawn closer. Forget about how it was drawn closer, just say it was closer. After accepting the lie about those photos being sent out on a timer, Shirin Yangshuang would probably have to beg him not to get into trouble when they parted ways in the future. She had completely become someone he was constantly worried about. Tong Chen happily thought to himself, while the girl across from him turned her head in anger at his somewhat twisted smile. In a valley 25 kilometers away from the camp,
Vice Captain, there are remnants of battle here.
Members of the Black Dragon team appeared above the valley, scanning the
entire area with their instruments.
The corpses had long been devoured by monsters, and the original traces had been mostly destroyed.
However, the remnants could not escape the keen eyes of the seasoned
team members. They could easily distinguish whether the signs were left by monsters and humans or by human-on-human combat. Soon, the group found the hole that Tong Chen had dug to hide the spoils.
Looking inside at the terminal, equipment, and motorcycle, the group fell silent. Was it done by Shirin Yangshuang?
Based on the equipment comparison, the Black Dragon team confirmed that the gear belonged to the
missing spies. No, there should be a third party. How do you know it wasn't Shirin Yangshuang? How could that young lady possibly be interested in this junk? Maybe it was Tong Chen. Vice Captain Zhu
Yashuang said softly. The other team members exchanged glances, a hint of disdain flashing in their eyes. Indeed, once a woman got emotional, she could become foolish.
Tong Chen was just an apprentice. Even if he hadn't died immediately, he would likely be scared out of his wits. How could he possibly return to loot the corpses? Vice Captain, please be more rational. One team member couldn't help but advise. What kind of charm did that kid Tong Chen have? It couldn't be that serious. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but a two-legged young man isn't? With the vice captain's qualifications, what kind of man did she want? What do you mean?
Zhu Yashuang shot a cold glance at him. The speaking team member was also getting angry, having grown impatient after several days of searching in the wilderness.
I mean Tong Chen.
He hadn't finished when another person rushed over and interrupted.
Vice Captain, we've received a distress signal. It's from our battle group. Zhu Yashuang instantly ignored the
team member in front of her and turned to the newcomer. The team member felt somewhat dissatisfied.
Shirin Yangshuang survived on her own merit. What does Tong Chen have? Just his pretty face living off others?
Hey, say less. The vice captain is in a bad mood. If you get killed later, I won't help collect your body. Exactly, everyone knows Tong Chen is as good as dead. Just don't provoke the vice captain, okay? The team members chatted, all believing that Tong Chen was likely finished.
Whose signal is it?
Zhu Yashuang grabbed the shoulder of the newcomer, asking nervously.
It's Tong Chen's.
The team member behind suddenly looked up, his face showing disbelief. The person reporting felt helpless.
It really is him. Can the terminal identification be wrong? It can't be. Could Shirin Yangshuang be using his terminal?
It could also be a trap set by the enemy. Even a slightly weaker team here could disrupt the extermination mission.
The team members still didn't believe Tong Chen could survive. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Yashuang released her grip on her teammate. Regardless of whether it's a trap or not, we need to go take a look. Let's move the items onto the spaceship. We'll check it out With that, she waved her hand, and the spaceship descended from above. The group shrugged and began to gather the equipment from the hole. 2 minutes later, the spaceship stopped at the sight of the wrecked transport vehicle. After scanning for more battle traces, the group fell silent. Wait, look here. Suddenly, someone noticed a hollow space beneath the vehicle. The 3 team members who had just discovered the valley had strange expressions. Again, the spaceship's hatch opened, and they began to dig out the spoils. This time, no one mentioned it being junk. 2 alloy short blades could be considered handy weapons even for these seasoned warriors. As they selected the items, one team member suddenly exclaimed, "Giant demon mercenary group?" Zhu Yashuang turned her head at the mention, her eyes searching. "Vice Captain, this giant monster was notorious long ago in the battle team, and it is said that the captain reached the junior battle general realm early and is skilled in using dual blades," the person said, glancing at the dual blades in his companion's hands. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Things had become more complicated. Given the reputation of the giant monster mercenary corps, it was very likely they would take on the assassination mission of an SS-level genius. The apparent harmony between countries was merely superficial, with plenty of covert conflicts and dealings happening behind the scenes. This had become the breeding ground for such mercenary groups, but who had dealt with the giant monster mercenary corps and left the spoils here? This was beyond what Shi Ningxuang could handle. Zhu Yashuang's heart sank. The chances of Tong Chen surviving had decreased again. On the spaceship, the pilot was continuously operating the instruments, the map in front magnifying and shifting until it finally stopped at a location. "Vice Captain, the source of the signal has been confirmed, in the woods about 20 kilometers from here. Pack everything up, let's go check it out." At the South Bridge frontline base. "It's been 5 whole days, and we still haven't found anyone. It's likely that the situation is dire." Bai Xiao, the captain of the White Owl team, sighed, his battle armor stained with blood, as if he had just returned from a mission. Lu Yong sat in the command room, looking troubled. "Captain, the war god Bubbo has heard about Shi Ningxuang's disappearance and is on his way here," a member of the Black Dragon reported solemnly. The atmosphere in the room froze, and the other teams looked at Lu Yong with some sympathy. "You were supposed to lead the team, and instead, you lost someone." They couldn't imagine what would happen when the war god, who had lost his apprentice, arrived. Lu Yong's mouth twitched, and his expression grew even darker. At that moment, a member of the Black Dragon rushed in, his face beaming with joy. "Report, Captain. We have news." The spaceship transmitted a message saying they found a distress signal. "Great. Was it sent by Shi Ningxuang?" "No, it was from Tong Chen." Lu Yong's expression froze. "That kid is still alive? He's too hard to kill," he muttered under his breath. It wasn't that he wished for Tong Chen's death. Like the other Black Dragon rescue members, Lu Yong thought it was unlikely that Tong Chen could survive given his strength. He had even prepared to take care of his family. After all, it was his momentary mistake that had led to Tong Chen's predicament. It was said that the kid had a sick mother and a sister who was studying at home. "Captain, should we postpone providing the Black Dragon Fund compensation to Tong Chen's family?" a teammate whispered beside him. Lu Yong shook his head. "No need, it's just a terminal, anyone can use it." He still didn't quite believe that Tong Chen could survive. On the outskirts of the Erlang mountain range, the spaceship sliced through the sky, diving towards the woods below. It finally came to a sudden stop about 100 meters from the ground, and several figures crashed down like missiles, exuding an overwhelming aura. They worked together to attack the front, tearing off the roof that camouflaged Tong Chen's shelter. The Black Dragon members, including Zhu Yashuang, were momentarily stunned by the imposing presence. Inside the shelter, Tong Chen and Shi Ningxuang sat dazed by the campfire, the girl holding a roasted pig leg. Tong Chen was hugging a pig's head, with several bite marks on it. Looking around the shelter, there was dried beast meat, various herbs, a water tank, and earthen bowls all in place. There were even plenty of berries in bowls made of moss. "You're telling me this is someone who needs rescue?" The Black Dragon team members looked at Tong Chen with mixed feelings, thinking about the hardships they had endured these past few days, all the worries. Then looking at this kid feasting on fish and meat with a beautiful girl by his side who was the real clown here. Not only had he survived, but he was also living quite well. "That's great. You're okay." Zhu Yashuang rushed to Tong Chen's side, lifting him up and hugging him tightly. Tong Chen looked completely bewildered. Happiness came too suddenly. The vice captain's embrace was nothing like the steel-like one of his own sister. "How did you survive?" Zhu Yashuang looked intently at Tong Chen, directly ignoring Shi Ningxuang. She bit into the roasted meat in her hand with resentment. "Vice Captain, the captain just sent a message saying that Bubbo is coming and we need to hurry back with the team." The pilot on the spaceship shouted through the intercom. The war zone would disrupt communications, but the spaceship was unrestricted, otherwise how could they dare to sell it at such a high price? The mention of Bubbo changed the expressions of everyone present. Shi Ningxuang stood up abruptly, ready to board the spaceship. "Who is Bubbo?" Tong Chen asked curiously, noticing the shift in the atmosphere. Zhu Yashuang didn't answer. After confirming that Tong Chen was fine, she let him go and walked anxiously toward The spaceship. The war god, a passing member of the Black Dragon team, explained to him. Tong Chen's eyes instantly lit up. The master of the king of materials? Of course, if his disciple was set up, he would come back to check the situation. An opportunity. He had to find a way to make that person his material. After the Divine Awakening disaster, only 2 war gods emerged from hundreds of millions. In the Dragon Kingdom. If he missed this chance, Tong Chen didn't know how long it would take to get close to a war god like this again. The question was, how could he get the exalted war god to guide a mere F-level warrior apprentice like him? Threatening or bargaining with Shi Ningshuang using her dark past? That probably wouldn't work. Shi Ningshuang might draw her sword and fight right there. Forget it, he would figure it out later. He believed that the bond he had built with Shi Ningshuang over the past few days would help him threaten her master's schedule without much issue. He would think of a way when the time came. Tong Chen pondered as he entered the spaceship, and when he regained his senses, he saw many familiar items in the cabin. Motorcycles, equipment, terminals, and dual blades being played with by members of the Black Dragon team. What the hell? Who the hell raided my old lair? Tong Chen's defenses crumbled. Everyone looked at him. Zhu Yashuang's gaze was suspicious. This kid knows about these things? She recalled Tong Chen's stingy and money-loving behavior when they were at the Division 8 base. No way? Speak. What exactly did you go through? Do you know about these spoils? The spaceship would take some time to return, and Zhu Yashuang seized the opportunity to ask Tong Chen about what happened. Shi Ningshuang also looked at him with a strange expression. Of course, she recognized what these items were. After stammering for a while, Tong Chen fabricated a version of events. At that time, the 2 of them were blocked by the giant demon mercenary corps, and he had tried his best to escape and call for support. But the terminal was unusable, and there were pursuers behind him. Just when he was about to fall, that man appeared. Not only did he eliminate the pursuers in an instant, but he also generously gave him the spoils. After he tidied up, he returned to the scene of the ambush, only to find that Shi Ningshuang was already gone, and that man had killed everyone and left gracefully. Of course, the spoils were still given to him. Shadow, intermediate warrior, killing war generals, and a group of formidable mercenaries, the members of the Black Dragon team, all had expressions that said they thought he was bluffing. Shi Ningshuang looked at Tong Chen dangerously. He hadn't told her this before. God knows how worried she was when she heard that Shadow was being chased by war generals. I've never heard of such a person, and I can't find any relevant information. Are you sure the characteristic is that he emits an extremely cold aura during battle? A few minutes later, the team members were taking notes and asking questions. Shi Ningshuang nodded with absolute certainty, even showing a hint of admiration in her eyes. On the other side, Zhu Yashuang looked at Tong Chen with annoyance. You really have guts. You dare to collect spoils in that situation. How much do you love money? Tong Chen chuckled awkwardly, his eyes wandering over the various items in the spaceship. Yours is yours, no one is competing with you. Zhu Yashuang helplessly supported her forehead. By the way, Vice Captain, can you help me get rid of these items? Sure, the Black Dragon has a loot recovery business, and these items are valued at 3.172 million federal coins. I can transfer it to you directly. Tong Chan's eyes lit up. No need to send it to me, just transfer it to this card. He sent the card number for his sister to Zhu Yashuang. Fong Jing City, number 2 high school. Ding, your account has received 3.172 million federal coins. Hu Chao, who was listening to the teacher explain the basics of martial arts, hurriedly took out her phone. The teacher coughed, a complex look of envy in his eyes, and continued the lesson as if nothing had happened. Hu Chao's friends were astonished. Big sister, why aren't you happy about receiving such a huge sum? Hu Chao shot a glance at them and didn't answer. Of course, she couldn't be happy because the remitter was the Black Dragon team. Zhu Yashuang, the woman rumored to have an unclear relationship with her brother. Big sister, it's Thursday today. Aren't you going to treat us to fried chicken after earning so much money? No. Ha! This is the money from my brother selling himself. I can't spend it recklessly. Her friends immediately looked at her with envy. After all, that was Vice Captain Zhu Yashuang. Then how about playing basketball after school? Not going. I need to train hard and rescue my brother from the fire. Her friends had strange expressions. Is it possible that your brother doesn't want to be rescued by you? On the other side, the spaceship slowly descended over the South Bridge base. Lu Yong was waiting with a group of people in the open space. Inside the spaceship, Tong quietly pressed the complete editing button behind everyone. Finally back, he had been trembling during the nights spent editing the footage. He had been looked down upon by Shi Ningshuang, who threatened to kill him if he dared to create something strange. Tong couldn't explain himself. After enduring humiliation for so long, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Tong Chen recalled the editing process this time. The footage was almost entirely obtained from Shi Ningshuang after battles. When facing the mercenary group, he had no time to chat with them. During the valley battle, he was afraid that if he didn't hurry back, Shi Ningshuang would be completely cold, and he wouldn't even have the chance to take advantage of the heat.
When he returned to the transport vehicle, the battle was intense and he had no opportunity to gather footage, plus the noise from the fight could attract monsters. That was the high-risk Erlang mountain range. If a lord-level monster comparable to a war god showed up, how could he withstand it? Thinking of this, Tong Chen felt a bit of regret having taken such a big risk to edit footage of a junior warrior like Ning Xiang. However, under his deliberate guidance, the footage covered the battle achievements of Shadow, hoping to elevate the rewards. Just as Tong Chen thought of this, his finger touched the complete editing button. Before editing, Ning Xiang was full of hostility, with all sorts of disdainful expressions and glances. After editing, the tone completely changed. She praised Tong Chen while wearing various disdainful faces, which was even more thrilling than showing him something impressive while looking disgusted. Ning Xiang, Daddy, it's still very dangerous here. Take me away first. Tong Chen, how is my strength? Ning Xiang, Daddy, very strong, protecting me while fighting the enemy, intermediate warrior, war general, and can still retreat unscathed. I lost so quickly, useless. The edited product instantly reversed the situation. Ning Xiang praised Tong Chen with a face full of disdain, belittling herself. She kept calling him Daddy. Ding! Editing successful. A father's love is like a mountain, fearless in the face of danger. A father is his daughter's strongest support. The host will gain a special ability to protect his daughter. Material strength rating 35. Material recognition rating 42. Host editing rating 66. Total score 143. You will receive additional rewards. Congratulations to the host for gaining strength plus 800 kilograms, mental power plus 60, and obtaining trust from the young ones. The younger the being, the more they will trust the host. When the age gap reaches 20 years, it will reach the level of trusting a father. Congratulations to the host for acquiring random combat skills X2. You can choose to consume opportunities to increase the proficiency level of the combat skill, Dark Flame / by +1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining special combat skills, Killing Intent Perception, Fatherly Love as a Mountain, Killing Intent Perception, Level 1. When activated, you can keenly perceive any killing intent directed at you within a radius of 500 meters. When detecting a combination skill that can change the target, if the target is child, the perception distance doubles. Fatherly Love as a Mountain, Level 1. When there are teammates nearby that need protection, all attributes increase by 20%. When the protected target is child, the effect doubles. Warning, the host must release a video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 100 views, or the rewards will be revoked. Hiss. As soon as the spaceship landed, Tong Chen couldn't help but gasp. What the hell, system, what have you done? The increase in strength and mental power was expected, but the random combat skills X2 and the option to enhance the golden combat skill was quite surprising. But trust from the young ones really made him a bit overwhelmed. I'm only 19, hey, Tong Chen lamented inwardly. With the previous charm boost from his aunt's kill, he already knew that the system's effects in this regard were somewhat terrifying. He vowed that before he could control this skill, he would never get close to someone else's child. Otherwise, can you imagine a toddler suddenly calling Tong Chen daddy and wanting to follow him? How spectacular would the parents' expressions be? Aside from this strange skill, Tong Chen was very satisfied with the other rewards, especially those two special combat skills. The ability to perceive killing intent undoubtedly enhances survival rates. A range of 500 meters is not small, it almost completely covers a small battlefield. If combined with the increase in mental power, the increasingly cleared God's perspective would give him an extremely terrifying level of control over combat. The combat skill Fatherly Love as a Mountain is quite interesting. It cannot be activated when alone, only when protecting someone. Both skills require a son or daughter to cooperate. Just as Tong Chen thought of this, the spaceship's hatch opened, and Lu Yong walked in, with a group of people behind him. Great! It's good that nothing happened. Lu Yong walked over to Ning Xiang, and seeing that she was neither missing limbs nor showing signs of mental trauma, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked towards Tong Chen. Good, as long as you're alive. I'm really sorry this time. When it came to Tong Chen, Lu Yong's expression became complicated. He already knew that Tong Chen not only survived but also collected a bunch of loot. This guy really has incredible luck. I shouldn't have doubted that before. Captain, has the mission started? Ning Xiang glanced at the base and immediately asked, as if eager to go on a mission. After this danger in being bullied by Tong Chen while weak, her desire for strength had reached an unprecedented height. It just started, don't rush, take care of your injuries first. There will be opportunities for you to participate. You all worked hard too, let's rest today. Lu Yong smiled at the other teammates, but when his gaze landed on his sister Zhu Yashuang, he noticed the intense killing intent in her eyes, and his smile instantly froze on his face. Oh crap, I forgot that Zhu Yashuang said she would find him to settle the score with Tong Chen when she got back. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't be compensating you. Lu Yong quickly said and ran off. Zhu Yashuang didn't chase after him. After a few days of searching and rescue, she also felt
exhausted and could find trouble later. Shi Ningxian was pulled by the other team leaders for various self-introductions and exchanging contact information. At that moment, a figure rushed over and hugged her, crying. A hint of softness flashed across Shi Ningxian's cold face. You're crying? At this age? Shi Qianqian let go of her hand, sobbing so much that she couldn't finish her words. Whoa, sister, you're okay, that's really great, woo. The others smiled and left, giving space to the two sisters. Tong Chen was still standing there in a daze, contemplating the use of the two special combat techniques. The sisters shared a tender moment for a while, and only then did Shi Qianqian's emotions begin to ease. Sure. Ningxuang sighed. In just the past few minutes, the girl in her arms had stolen glances at Tong Chen countless times, making her grit her teeth in frustration. Tong Chen, are you okay? Finally, Shi Qianqian mustered the courage to speak. Tong Chen's attention returned, and he looked seriously at Shi Qianqian. Call me daddy. The remaining three girls, Shi Qianqian, Shi Ningxuan, and Zhu Yashuan, were shocked. Call me daddy. Tong Chen solemnly pressed down on Shi Qianqian's shoulder. The latter's gaze flickered, filled with shame and anger, struggling until she finally compromised with a voice as small as a mosquito's. Tong Chen's face instantly lit up with a smile. He felt the effect of the killing intent perception he had applied to Shi Qianqian had increased. It turned out that it could be activated without blood relation, and there was no need for the other party to acknowledge him as a father. All it took was to shout it out. Good. Bastard. What did you do? Shi Ningxuan reacted, snatching her sister back from Tong Chen's grasp, glaring at him with fury, as if to say that if Tong Chen didn't give a reasonable explanation, within 3 seconds she would draw her sword and attack. Zhu Yashuan's expression was also quite strange. Did Tong Chen enjoy playing this kind of game? Shi Qianqian was held in Shi Ningxuan's arms, her head lowered as if she had done something wrong. Her face was flushed. How could she have compromised just now? She actually. Tong Chen was so despicable. How could he use that kind of gaze to make her refuse? Shi Ningxuan felt like she was about to explode with anger. Failing with her meant taking it out on her sister? This bastard, she wanted to kill him. The killing intent from the SS level was growing stronger. Just as Tong Chen thought he could barely hold it in, Zhu Yashuan stepped in between the two, blocking the killing intent. Shi Ningxuan glared at the vice captain, who stood tall and unafraid. Get out of the way. Wait until your master arrives to say that. I might consider it. Tong Chen, you wait for me. After saying this, Shi Ningxuan was about to pull Shi Qianqian away. However, she sadly discovered that her sister was unwilling to leave, her eyes secretly lingering on the bad guy across from her with reluctance. Shi Ningxuan felt a heaviness in her chest and left her sister to walk aside. Having disappeared for a few days, she wondered if her family had learned about this incident. Meanwhile, Tong Chen suddenly perked up. Vice Captain, is Shi Ningxuan's master coming? What did you call me? Dear. Zhu Yashuan was satisfied and revealed the news that the war god was about to arrive to Tong Chen. Tong Chen immediately became excited. Why? Had he been so happy to carry out tasks with Shi Ningxuan and endure the hardships of the past few days? Wasn't it all for the war god master behind Shi Ningxuan? Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to put his warm face against a cold butt. He didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. That vice. Dear, what should I do next? Tong Chen wanted to know his next arrangements to formulate a plan for acquiring materials. The extermination mission has already begun. You need to return to the rear, where it's safer, Zhu Yashuan said seriously. Tong Chen's face instantly turned pained. Previously, he thought that joining the division team would allow him to meet skilled people in logistics for guidance, but now that the chance to edit the war god was right in front of him, how could he still have the mood to go back and cut monsters? Don't say it. No. I know you want to make money. Haven't you already earned a lot this time? If it's not enough, I can give you more, but you must not take risks. Zhu Yashuan directly refused before Tong Chen could finish. Tong Chen, feeling helpless, looked at the two girls beside him. Shi Qianqian gradually regained her composure, but her gaze remained shy and evasive. Shi Ningxuan was on the phone with her family, speaking passionately. Suddenly, she looked up. Yes, that's right, there are two of them. That bastard is still alive. After saying this, Shi Ningxuan seemed to have been reprimanded, her expression turning very ugly and defiant. Tong Chen also took out his terminal and published the system video. After seeing the video upload successfully, he closed the terminal. I'll have someone take you back, Zhu Yashuang said, signaling the team members nearby to help Tong Chen board an armored vehicle and leave. In the vehicle, Tong Chen began to think about how to find a way to get in touch with the war god. No, just getting in touch wasn't enough. He had to find a way to attract the other party's attention, to provoke them into criticizing him. This was no simple task. Even if the mighty war god pointed out his pathetic F level, it was unlikely they would criticize him. Did they not care about their reputation? So he had to start with Shi Ningxuan, this apprentice. If a cherished disciple was taken away or delayed by an F level, they would definitely come Looking for trouble, right? Wouldn't that provide him with material? But the problem was, it seemed that Shi Nyanxuan didn't want to see him at all. Right now, if they did meet, she looked like she wanted to kill him. Just wanting to stay by this SS-level material king's side was a problem, let alone provoking her master. Kid, you came back alive and even made a fortune, what's there to frown about? A team member who was sending Tong Chen off said with a smile. Tong Chen's exploits had almost become legendary. He had just joined the team and already caught the deputy captain's favor, had a complicated relationship with the young lady of his cohort, and even the SS-level genius girl hadn't escaped his clutches. Surviving this great disaster was one thing. It was said he had also picked up a bunch of spoils, with the deputy captain personally helping him out. An absolute role model for their kind, turning an F-level talent into an SSS-level effect. Indeed, some people are just born to be the protagonist. It's something you can't learn. Because of this, the soldier didn't understand why Tong Chen had anything to be worried about. You're still young, you don't understand. The soldier's expression darkened, feeling he had been taken advantage of. Tong Chen shook his head inside, then opened the sunroof and lay on the car roof, contemplating life. No, if he missed this opportunity, he would wake up in the middle of the night to slap himself. First step, he had to find a way to stay close to Shi Nyanxuan. Only then could he meet the war god master who would arrive at an unknown time. Wait. Why did he have to find a way to stay by her side? Couldn't she take the initiative to keep him around? Just like those top talents recruited by big companies before his transmigration. Was it because they needed them? No, it was because they didn't want them to join rival companies and become a threat. With the same capital, Tong Chen felt he had that now too. Let's not forget, he had left Shi Nyanxuan with a lot of black history photos. Tong Chen grinned mischievously. He opened the terminal, found Shi Nyanxuan's ID, and wrote a message. Do you want to know the side of your sister that no one knows? Shi Nyanxuan didn't reply immediately, so he could only return to Group 8 for now. Meanwhile, the edited video was posted on both the civilian and military networks, immediately attracting widespread attention. The netizens on the civilian network, lacking entertainment, were quite concerned about the only entertainment blogger at the moment. When the video titled "A Father's Love is Like a Mountain" appeared, it instantly caused a sensation. In the center of Fong City, at the Wayan District Administrative Building. I told you not to spoil your daughter. Look at her attitude just now. Is that the attitude one should have towards a comrade who shares life and death? A middle-aged man spoke with an imposing presence. The beautiful woman beside him felt a bit awkward. Their daughter wasn't usually like this. Shi Nyanxuan had grown up under her watch. The coldness is merely a disguise to protect oneself. Their true nature isn't bad. How could they have such a poor attitude towards their comrades? The two people are Shi Ningxue's father, Shi Ming, and her mother, Su Yu. They are puzzled by Shi Ningxue's reaction when the name Tong Chen, whom she just mentioned as being implicated, comes up. Could it be that the child named Tong Chen has a problem? Our daughter is outstanding in both looks and family background, and with her excellent warrior talent, it's natural for young people to be infatuated. Perhaps during the trials, he did something out of line? Nonsense. Don't make excuses for her. I see it as her thinking that since she awakened to SS rank, she looks down on ordinary people and disdains F rank. This wrong mindset must be corrected. Shi Ming said angrily. His daughter awakening to SS rank has an immeasurable future, with the potential to become a war god. If in the future, the war god of Long Country does not regard ordinary people as human, any disaster caused would be hard for him to absolve himself of. Therefore, ideological education must be stricter. They cannot go astray. F rank? How did that F rank kid end up with Ningxue? Su Yu asked, puzzled. Shi Ming's anger froze on his face as he began to explain Tong Chen's uniqueness, especially the quirky edited videos and their role in the current order. Is it really that interesting? Can I see it? Su Yu expressed curiosity about Tong Chen's videos. Shi Ming nodded and logged into the battle network on the computer on his desk. Of course, those videos are public. Anyway, did a new one just come out? The title is quite strange. As the video opened, Shi Ningxue interrupted Shi Ming with a daddy right at the start. As the video played, the two in front of the computer were left dumbfounded. In the room, Shi Ningxue's parents remained silent until the video finished playing. The atmosphere was somewhat frozen. Su Yu's heart was filled with strange feelings. The worst scenario she had imagined was that Tong Chen, taking advantage of her daughter's weakness, shamelessly pursued her and ended up being disliked. But Tong Chen had skipped straight to calling her daddy? Wait, if her daughter calls him daddy, isn't that directed at me? But her husband is still alive. Ptah, don't say it. This kid's video is actually quite interesting. Su Yu was amused by her own strange thoughts. How could she not see that Shi Ningxue in the video was clearly not doing it willingly? It was obvious that the child named Tong Chen had deliberately edited it this way. You can still laugh? Look at how our daughter has been bullied, Shi Ming said, picking up the phone to dial. Su Yu grabbed him, her expression strange. What are you trying to do? What do you think? Of course, I'm calling someone to beat that brat up. How dare he bully my Ming's daughter, he's dead meat. Sure. Ming's face turned red with anger. He had just defended Tong Chen, and who understands the feeling of being backstabbed like this? Thinking of his daughter in the video calling someone daddy with a face full of disgust, he couldn't help but feel that this child must be punished. His daughter shouldn't be treated like this. No way. Hey, who just said they would educate their daughter properly? Is this how you educate her? Besides, our daughter doesn't mean it that way, it's malicious editing. Suyu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, finding it very amusing. Ning Shuai has really met an interesting partner. She feels that her child's cold demeanor is not good and could lead to unhappiness. Being a warrior is a high-risk profession, and it's very easy to lose one's life. Tong Chen is so lively, perhaps he can change her daughter's cold exterior, so she must stop her husband from intervening. Malicious editing is still unacceptable. I must teach him a lesson today. What do you have to do with young people's affairs? Our daughter hasn't said anything. As an SS rank with a war god as her master, can't she handle this kind of thing? You haven't trusted her since just now? Suyu pretended to be angry, leaving Ming at a loss for words. If you dare to interfere, I'll report you to the city lord. The lady unleashed her ultimate move, and Ming was immediately defeated. When he saw the view count of the video on the battle network continuously rising, he felt a wave of darkness and stormed out. Suyu didn't mind, cheerfully sitting down to click on Tong Chen's previous videos to watch. The other warriors in different places also saw the newly released video by Tong Chen. When they saw Ningxiang in full battle armor calling out "Daddy" in a strange way, they all burst into laughter. When did this kid get involved with the Black Dragon Reserve members? Ha ha ha, he really knows how to edit. I bet 50 cents that this guy will definitely get beaten up. He really dares to edit it like that. Not to mention the little girl. Looks good. I can also imagine her calling him daddy. Cough cough, Captain Liu Yong. Keep an eye on the new recruits you're bringing in. Otherwise, I might end up laughing during missions. If I die because of that, I won't let your Black Dragon team off the hook. In Fong City number 2. Middle school. The little followers who couldn't get the rich lady boss to treat them to a meal followed Hu Qiao to the martial arts gym to be sparring partners, punching bags, after school. Suddenly, the little chubby boy walking behind widened his eyes. Boss, look at this, he said, handing over his phone. As Hu Qiao reached out, a voice calling daddy came through first. She took the phone with a confused expression, and upon seeing it was her brother's account, she became even more bewildered. When she saw the cold-faced beauty in the video fawning over Tong Chen, her expression instantly soured. Brother Tong is amazing, not only living off the Black Dragon vice captain's benefits but also juggling two at the same time. Boss, can you let Brother Tong teach me? I don't want to work hard anymore. Being able to wear battle armor at such a young age must mean he has great talent. Brother Tong is awesome. Her friends were all in admiration. Ever since they joined the martial arts class together, they realized how outrageous Hu Qiao's talent was. Fortunately, Tong Chen had intervened before, otherwise they would have ended up as minor villains sacrificed before the rise of a genius. Although the genius's brother had poor talent in other aspects, he still earned their utmost respect. Though martial arts might not be able to compare with Hu Qiao, but perhaps they could strive in other directions? The few boys looked at Hu Qiao with thoughtful expressions. If Tong Chen knew they were planning to have him teach skills to his sister, he would probably hang these guys up in a tree to play with monsters. After Hu Qiao finished watching the video, she suddenly smashed the phone. Little chubby boy? Boss, that's my phone. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow. Hey, where are you going? Training. If I keep straddling two boats, I'm bound to capsize. I must grow up before my brother gets killed by a woman with a knife. I can't let him do such dangerous things. After saying that, Hu Qiao rushed towards the martial arts gym without looking back. Her friends exchanged glances. So, is there a chance that your brother really doesn't need saving? The next day, the steel gates on the outskirts of the third ring, the returning battle team was registering. Captain Hu, another new recruit from your team, has sacrificed and you haven't given the previous compensation yet. Shut up. Money is tight lately. I'll give it later. We risk our lives for Fong City and you can't even give us a little leeway? They have poor skills and don't listen to orders. Who can they blame for dying? The soldier responsible for registration had a grim expression. The reputation of the Qinghu team was terrible, with a frighteningly high death rate for new recruits. It was said they deliberately used them as human meat detectors to reduce the danger of their own missions. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. Captain Hu Koan was a powerful warrior at the half-intermediate level, and there were always new recruits who didn't heed advice and joined them. The gatekeeper could do nothing about it and could only help the deceased recruits fight for their rightful claims. According to the regulations, if a new recruit accepted by the team suffers casualties within 6 months, the team itself must pay all compensation. As the two were at a standstill, a man in a suit ran over from a distance. Mr. Hu Cohen, we just learned that Miss Shi Ningxiang is currently at Nanxiao, and the flowers you ordered will incur an additional hefty shipping fee. How much?
A 20% increase in shipping costs.
Charge it,
Hu Cohen said, pulling out his card and
swiping it on the machine provided by the other party.
The soldier at the door saw the string of numbers flash by, and his anger instantly surged.
It
wasn't that he couldn't afford to pay the compensation for the new recruit, he simply had no intention of doing so.
Captain, take a look at this video, it's from Shi Ningxiang.
At that moment, a teammate beside Hu Cohen displayed the terminal in front of him. A familiar voice came through, and his eyes widened immediately.
What the hell? Who is this guy sending the video? I want to kill him.
After watching the video, his rage reached its peak. Hu Cohen had long set his sights on Shi Ningxiang for the same reason as Martin from the previous training camp.
Accidentally discovering her
impressive family background combined with her being a top-notch beauty, he immediately became interested. After learning that Shi Ningxiang had awakened
her SS talent, his advances became even more aggressive.
But he never expected that after just one mission, someone would dare to steal from his
family. How could that woman who pretended to be pure and innocent be so promiscuous behind his back, even calling someone daddy? Seeing Hu Cohen
furious, his teammates quickly retracted the terminal. Soon, he realized that the video seemed off, and after opening the comments to take a look, he
learned that it was an entertainment video and shouldn't be taken seriously. Captain, this video. What video? Don't mention any video to me. Where is that person? I want to kill him.
It seems to be at the Nanxiao frontline base.
You don't need to deliver the flowers. I'll go myself.
After saying this, Hu Cohen pushed past the suited man and entered the city. Meanwhile, Shi Qianshan had just finished her tasks and opened her
terminal to find a message from Tong Chen. Do you want to know the side of your sister that no one knows? Ha!
At the frontline base, in the field
hospital, Shi Qianshan looked at Tong Chen's message, completely bewildered. No, the side that no one knows? Did something happen between Tong Chen and Sister Ningxiang during their few days together? Shi Qianshan's face instantly turned pale, and various inappropriate thoughts flashed through her mind. No matter what, I won't give up, even if there's another Sister Ningxiang.
After struggling for a while, she encouraged herself.
After all,
there was already a vice captain. Why should she fear Shi Ningxiang joining the competition?
With this thought, Shi Qianshan replied to Tong Chen. Sorry, I was busy earlier and didn't see. What is it? Not long after, Tong Chen responded with a photo. Shi Qianshan curiously clicked to enlarge it, only to find it was her cold and aloof sister Ningxiang. She sent a question mark. Tong Chen sent 2 more photos along with a message. I can only show you this much. What on earth is going on? Shi Qianshan felt completely numb. Was Tong Chen taking advantage of sister Ningxiang's injury to bully her? It was quite like something he would do. Why don't you go ask your SS level sister? After resting at the transfer station for a night, Tong Chen, preparing to return to Group 8, maliciously guided her.
Go on, let Shi Ningxiang know how dangerous it is to keep me out
of her sight. Shi Qianshan was at a loss, looking towards the distant hospital room and walking over. Shi Ningxiang's condition was worse than she had
imagined. The injuries beneath her battle armor were serious.
Last night, stitching up wounds, supplementing nutrients, and administering various
recovery medications took the whole night just to stabilize her condition.
Knock knock knock. Shi Qianshan knocked on the hospital room door and entered. After receiving permission, didn't I say I was fine? You go do your thing.
On the hospital bed, Shi Ningxiang looked at her sister, whose limbs were wrapped in bandages.
It's not that.
I care about some things Tong Chen said to come and ask you, Shi Qianshan said, carefully showing her the
photos on the terminal. Silence, an indescribable silence filled the ward. Shi Qianshan keenly noticed that her cold sister seemed quite embarrassed. At this moment,
her whole face was starting to turn red. It seems the photos are real.
Did he reveal anything else? No, just these 3.
Upon hearing this, Shi Ningxiang pulled her sister's arm and deleted the photos.
No comment. Shi Ningxiang, then why did you delete my photos?
They were clearly very cute.
Is there anything else?
The completely flushed Shi Ningxiang spoke with a voice full of murderous intent.
At that moment, a female warrior from the formal reserve team burst in. Ningxiang, you have to see this,
she said, opening and playing a video edited
by Tong Chen.
Daddy. As those 2 words came out, the coldness on Shi Ningxiang's face completely shattered.
Tong Chen, put. The girl spat out a
mouthful of blood on the hospital bed, the white bandages slowly turning red from the inside out, looking extremely tragic.
This instantly frightened the 2 people present. Doctor, Captain.
Half an hour later, Black Dragon Team Captain Lu Yong stood beside the hospital bed.
The doctor was
frowning as he unwrapped the bandages, checking the places where the stitches had come undone. The girl had suffered severe internal injuries, and many internal muscles needed to be surgically removed.
The process was quite troublesome. After confirming that there would be no lasting effects, he could then stitch up the wounds. Please do not arbitrarily increase my workload, the doctor said sternly, looking as if he would give her a knife. If Shi Ningxiang didn't comply, Shi Ningxiang nodded with a pale face, not daring to voice any objections about the doctor's rough handling without anesthesia. Her inner resentment towards Tong Chen escalated. Why are you getting angry with that brat? Lu Yong said helplessly. Although he was also quite angry. He had been beaten up by Zhu Yashuan last night and had already calmed down. Captain, bring Tong Chen over, Shi Ningxiang said expressionlessly, unaware of the fury hidden beneath her calm exterior. Lu Yong's expression turned worried. Would she kill him? Don't worry. I won't kill him. Shi Ningxiang gritted her teeth. I will find a way to make it happen, you stay calm. Lu Yong hurriedly agreed, genuinely afraid that she might scare the kid to death. Just look at this blood-soaked request, it's too tragic. Sorry, kid, but who told you to go looking for trouble? 3 hours later. Achoo! Tong Chen, who had just arrived at Team 8, sneezed and looked around. Not sensing any murderous intent, he wondered. Who was cursing him? Bro, I'm here, no need to see me off. Tong Chen said politely to the warrior who had followed him down. The latter rolled her eyes at him and didn't respond. Can't I just go to the bathroom or get a drink? Why do I need to be seen off? Where's your face? Tong Chen scratched his head, and seeing that the other party was ignoring him, he didn't continue to pay attention. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't used the combat skill comprehension opportunity from the system yet, having only been thinking about how to get the war god materials. Should he randomly comprehend 2 combat skills or upgrade the proficiency of Mingyan/ by 1 level? Is there even a choice? Of course, it's to upgrade the proficiency. The probability of drawing a golden one with just 2 tries must be incredibly low. He would never gamble on such a thing. System, upgrade. The proficiency of Mingyan/ Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, Mingyan/ proficiency level +1, current level 2. Passive skill Mingyan manipulation level increased. Tong Chen's eyes lit up, feeling like he had struck gold, even without unlocking more legacies. Behind the combat skills, the 2 lottery chances exchanged for 2 golden skill upgrades were a huge profit. As he walked towards the camp, he carefully sensed the changes in his upgraded skills. Now that everyone knew about the existence of the Shadow Vest, revealing a cold aura would be disastrous. The Infernal Flame Slash is a thrusting combat skill that can unleash unparalleled speed in an instant, delivering 7 slashes to the target in its path. The slashes carry the Infernal Flame attribute, inflicting both mental and physical damage on the enemy. At level 2, the power and speed of the Infernal Flame Slash are even more formidable, with an amplification strength of about 30%. If it were him now, he could probably kill the previous junior warrior with just 1 Infernal Flame Slash, right? The control over the Infernal Flame has also greatly enhanced. He could previously summon a single fist-sized Infernal Flame, but now he could summon 2. This time, his strength increased by 800 kilograms, bringing his total strength to a terrifying 3,445 kilograms, with a mental power of 350. He was not far from the 4,000 kilogram threshold of a high-level warrior. Just as Tong Chen was lost in the joy of his own improvement, he completely failed to notice his teammates hiding in the corner, watching him with ill intentions. Quick, let the little bug bite this kid. Not only did he make a fortune outside, but he also bullied a girl, cutting her like that. Welcome back to the team, kid. Experience our unique welcome ceremony. I bet $5 he'll cry from being bitten by the little bug. Place your bets. A group of people said, carefully opening the cage in their hands towards Tong Chen's direction. A lizard, about the size of 2 fingers, crawled out and instantly locked onto Tong Chen. This was the weakest servant monster, posing no threat to awakeners. It just bites really hard and carries a pain-enhancing toxin, often used to train warriors' alertness to monsters. Tong Chen was oblivious to the approaching little monster. Lost in his thoughts, his strength was almost at the level of a high-level warrior. Another editing session would be just about right. He was just waiting to see if Shi Qianqian could successfully provoke the SS-level Shi Ningxiang. If the intensity wasn't enough, he wouldn't mind asking the aloof SS-level Shi Qianqian if she had any acquaintances. He could send a few more people to check. To seize the opportunity for the god of war materials, he was willing to throw away any sense of integrity. Just as Tong Chen was thinking maliciously, his terminal vibrated. He opened it to see Shi Ningxiang's miserable appearance. Did Sister Ningxiang offend you? Shi Qianqian asked, half laughing, half crying. She originally thought that something significant had happened between the two during the unexpected incident, enhancing their relationship, but now it seemed more like they had made an enemy. No, just joking, Tong Chen replied with a smile. It seemed the effect was great. He felt this wave was stable. Then you better be careful. Sister Ningxiang is furious and will definitely come looking for trouble. Tong Chen returned a smiling emoji, playing it fearless. Just as he was about to ask Shi Qianqian if her sister wanted to see him, he heard a sound at his feet. Looking down, he saw a small lizard, about 10 centimeters long, standing upright on its hind legs, opening its mouth wide and letting out a roar.
Nearby, the hidden members of Team 8 were shocked.
Did you not feed the little bug? Why is it acting like this?
I just fed it.
Something's off. It's not like it's often fed by someone. Why would the little bug ask Tong Chen for food?
The team members were puzzled. According to the script, the little bug should have gone straight for Tong Chen's feet to gnaw on them. How could it be like a chick waiting for its mother, mouth wide open for feeding?
Where was the monster's aggressiveness? Damn, what an ugly thing.
Tong Chen looked at the lizard's saliva, which was suppressive, and grimaced in disgust, raising his foot to kick. The little bug barely had time to let out a half-hearted scream before it turned into an afterimage and shot out, crashing into the wall and turning into
a mosaic.
The 8 members hiding all widened their eyes and tumbled out from behind their cover.
They lay on the ground, staring in disbelief at the mass of flesh on the wall. Xiao Chang, my Xiao Chang.
Whoa, 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 one of them cried out in anguish, reaching out and slowly crawling on the
ground, looking utterly devastated. Tong Chen was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? These guys can't possibly think they've hit the jackpot and plan to extort me, right? Xiao Chang is out. Rest in peace. A Hamar Northern District's Tooth King who once achieved the legendary feat of
taking on 5 opponents single-handedly, the great contributor to our Group 8's victory in the half-month cigarette bet, sharp-toothed lizard Xiao Chang, has unfortunately sacrificed himself today. The legend he leaves behind will be immortal. Let us observe a moment of silence.
Tong Chen.
Maybe I should just compensate them a bit. Otherwise, if they keep reciting this, I might end up being dragged out and shot for
atonement.
Soon, Tong Chen dismissed the idea of paying them off, because aside from the lizard's owner who was weeping, the rest
of Group 8 seemed quite happy. Kid, welcome back to the team. Lao Yu came over and patted Tong Chen on the shoulder. The others watched him from behind.
Tong Chen nodded and pointed at the teammate who was carefully handling Xiao Chang.
Who's this? Ah, don't mind him, just messing around. Messing around? He looks pretty heartbroken.
This time, just focus on working with us and don't run off again. You can't always rely on luck to come back alive, Lao Yu said with a sigh. He only found out later that Tong Chen had gone out and nearly died. But this guy really had luck on his side. Not only did he survive, but he also made a windfall. Your stuff is packed in the dorm. Let's go back and help you set up your bed. We'll probably be stationed here for a long time.
A large-scale cleanup mission won't be finished in a few months. After that, there will be plenty to do. You'll be cutting monsters until your hands are sore,
the teammates enthusiastically said, ready to drag Tong Chen back to the dorm.
Tong Chen scratched his head.
Let's not open my package just yet. I'll probably have to head back to the front line soon. He thought of the photo of Ning Xuan, who had been so furious she spat blood, she would definitely come looking for trouble.
If he could gather some
material and edit it, he could probably reach the rank of advanced warrior smoothly.
Upon hearing this, the members of Group 8 exchanged glances. Tong Chen, didn't you just earn over 3 million? Is your family that short on money? The teammates thought
he was short on cash and wanted to go to the front lines to earn more.
That won't do, the vice captain specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you, so don't think about going to dangerous places to pick up scraps. Lao Yu said seriously, as if he had already bound his life to Tong Chen's. If Tong Chen died in logistics because of his negligence, the vice captain would probably not let him off easily.
Letting the sharp-toothed lizard bite Tong Chen was also a way to send a message,
to make him realize that even the weakest servant-level monster could hurt him.
But unexpectedly, their best kid in the northern area dropped the ball at a
critical moment. Tong Chen really was lucky.
Save it, brother, monsters won't spare you just because you look good. You're just
an F-level apprentice. It's tough enough to become a junior warrior. How many kilograms of punch power do you have to dare to go to the front lines and seek death?
Exactly, even I, a strong junior warrior, wouldn't dare to go. You should really reconsider. The members of Group 8 all urged Tong Chen to abandon the idea of going to the front lines. Besides, can a mere foot soldier just
go to the front lines whenever they want?
They must not do anything that would jeopardize their positions, otherwise, they would
also be implicated. Tong Chen grinned and didn't explain. Some things just can't be explained. Should he tell his teammates that he had just made an SS-level genius girl in the hospital spit blood? She would soon find a way to get back at him? The teammates
were still trying to persuade him, while the warrior who had brought Tong Chen back had already driven away. The armored vehicle sped out, then came to a sudden stop, turned around, and drove back towards Tong Chen and his group. It drifted to a halt right in
front of them. Cough cough cough, what the hell? What's with the show-off driving?
Lao Yu complained, as the entire team was left in a cloud of dust. The armored vehicle door opened and the soldier inside looked helpless.
We just received orders from the command center.
All members of Special Task Force 8 are to head to the front line and join the reserve team.
Congratulations on your promotion. Everyone, pack your things and return to the forward base with me immediately. You have 15 minutes. Team 8.
They recalled how determined Tong Chen had been about returning to the front line just moments ago.
What did you do?
One team member, who was holding a small cockroach corpse, planning to take it back,
to feed to the big cockroach, looked bewildered. He stared blankly at Tong Chen and asked, "Didn't do anything? You know what a premonition is? Brothers, it's a promotion and a raise. Are you happy?" Tong Chen flashed a perfect smile, contrasting sharply with the pained expressions of his teammates. "I really thank your whole family, you great person." A teammate covered his face and ran into the room to pack his things, not wanting to talk to Tong Chen, the burden. The entire Black Dragon battle group was mobilizing for a joint extermination mission. Could these rookies even get a taste of it? Everyone quickly packed their bags and someone drove over a military vehicle to toss everything in. "Lao Yu, where are you guys going?" A soldier walked out nearby, toothbrush in mouth, looking at them in confusion. Why did they all look so miserable, as if they were being sent to a frigid land to dig for potatoes? "We received orders from the command center to head to the front line and join the reserve team." Lao Yu didn't speak, and a teammate explained. The soldier blinked, his bewildered expression instantly replaced by envy. "That's a good thing. The treatment in the reserve team is simply amazing. You guys really hit the jackpot this time. Hey, why didn't our team get picked by the vice captain?" Just as he finished speaking, a dozen people surged out from behind. They looked astonished upon hearing this. "What the hell? You're not happy about the promotion? Stop pretending, stop pretending. I won't resort to underhanded tactics just because I'm envious. I'm not that kind of person. Suffering together and enjoying the benefits alone is fine. We're all brothers here." The members of Team 8 rolled their eyes at this. "If you put down the wrench and hammer in your hands, I might believe you." The logistics team was a complete system. It included equipment maintenance, engineering construction, monster material processing, supply transfer, and so on. With Team 8 leaving, other teams would need to be called in. Until the personnel were replenished, the remaining members might have to work even harder. Wouldn't their emotions rise if they were suffering while their brothers enjoyed themselves? As a mechanic, it's normal for me to have a wrench, right? This hammer is for pounding tracks. I don't know about skulls or anything. He, don't panic, don't panic. We're leaving, shouldn't we have a farewell? Don't forget the rich when you're prosperous, understand? The maintenance team approached with ill intentions, taking half of Team 8's prized possessions before finally letting them go. Damn! These bastards! Watching the maintenance team leave happily with cigarettes in their mouths, the members of Team 8 felt like crying. Sigh, but being reminded by them, I just realized that going to the front line might actually be a good thing? Think about it, with the vice captain's obsession with Tong Ying, how could he possibly send him to a dangerous place? I just realized too, for others, the front line might be dangerous, but for us being with Tong Ying, it's a guaranteed win. The orders came from the command center, and only the captain can issue such orders. I can't think of anyone else besides the vice captain who could interfere. As the members of Team 8 spoke, their mood completely changed, shifting from reluctance to eagerness. The so-called reserve queue is used to filter the official members of the battle team. Besides the main team led by the warrior Lu Yong, the Black Dragon battle team has 12 subteams. Each subteam has an unspecified number of members but possesses its own characteristics, handling various tasks based on the configuration and abilities of its members. The battle group has its own promotion and selection mechanism, and the reserve queue is already close to the top tier. Above the reserve team are the subteams and the main team. If they can join the reserve queue under controllable risks, they would be gaining a lot. In the distance, Tong Ying watched his teammates discussing from the armored vehicle. They were talking about the younger sister in the reserve team, who was beautiful and talented, saying that if they could date her, they would be set for life. Tong Ying felt sympathetic and hesitated about whether to tell them the harsh truth. This transfer order was not initiated by the vice captain. Zhu Yashuang had instructed him to stay well in the logistics area. The members of Group 8 had just been misled by the maintenance team, and only Lao Yu felt that something was off. The vice captain had just instructed him to keep an eye on Tong Ying. How could he suddenly be reassigned? "Captain, why do you look so worried?" A team member noticed Lao Yu's expression and asked. Lao Yu voiced his inner concerns. "Sigh, they must not trust us. What strength do we have? The strongest among us is just you, a mid-level warrior. And the reserve team? They start off as mid-level and talent freaks. Yeah, Lao Yu, don't think too much. The vice captain must feel that Tong Ying isn't safe here, with so many experts at headquarters nearby." After his teammates' persuasion, Lao Yu also dispelled his inner worries. That makes sense. It must be like that. This time, they really benefited from Tong Ying. Seeing that even Lao Yu felt this way, Tong Ying found it even harder to speak up. Tong Ying, what kind of welcome do you think we will receive when we get there? It has to be a grand one. Tong Ying is someone the vice captain personally requested. I'm already looking forward to our generous treatment afterward. Alright. Looking at his happy teammates, Tong Ying completely couldn't bring himself to speak. They were getting a good meal before the execution, so let them be happy for now. "A welcome, huh?" Tong Ying said as he looked in the direction they had come from. He wondered what Shi Ningxuan would react like upon seeing him. If she got that angry, would she draw her sword to cut herself? He also wondered if her war god master had arrived. Maybe even if he had, he wouldn't show himself?
If the disciple was almost assassinated in secret, Tong Ying thought that if he were the war god, he would definitely hide in the shadows to find the mastermind.
Even fishing for evidence wouldn't be out of the question. If that were the case, then his operational space would be quite large. The engine of the vehicle roared as the members of Group 8 rode in the back
military truck following the armored vehicle away from the base. On the vehicle, Tong Ying continued to ponder. The reason he was going to such lengths, even risking angering Shi Ningshuang, was to obtain materials for the war god. If the other party really hid in the shadows to protect Shi Ningshuang and look for the mastermind, that would be fantastic. Provoking a war god is not a small risk. Even though the overall atmosphere in Long Country is good, unlike other countries that hardly regard non-warriors as human, that is still a war god, a human force standing at the top of the world. What if they got upset and decided to kill him? Tong Ying was somewhat worried about his own life. But if the other party was hiding in the shadows, it would be easier to deal with. They wouldn't be able to act against him. Tong Ying felt he could use Shi Ningshuang's leverage to coerce and entice, bullying her disciple to the extreme, making the war god dislike him while being unable to do anything about it. In the end, they could only find an excuse to beat him up and scold him, fulfilling his wish to obtain materials. Kid, what are you thinking about? A soldier on the vehicle, seeing him deep in thought, couldn't help but ask curiously. Tong Ying turned his head to look. If there's a path that's risky but has high rewards, would you take the risk? That depends on what kind of benefits we're talking about. Do you have any connections, brother? A smile appeared on the warrior's face. He knew that Tong Ying had just made a big profit, and with the unclear relationship with the vice captain, there might really be some good opportunities. Might have a way to gain benefits from the war god. Are you interested? TCH. The warrior immediately turned his head away, looking disinterested. Is this guy a dog? Just bored. In the car and playing with me? War god? Why don't you just fly to the sky? Tong Ying smiled and didn't say anything more, waiting to see how things would unfold at the frontline base. The next morning, all members of Team 8 arrived at the reserve team's territory. Lao Yu and the other team members jumped out of the car with eager faces, while Tong Ying in the armored vehicle remained still. He looked at the warrior beside him. Brother, do you have any extra armor plates? What for? Lend me one as a shield. I'm afraid I'll get chopped to death as soon as I get out. The warrior in the same vehicle. In the distance, Shi Ningshuang, wrapped in bandages, was marching over with a fierce aura. The warrior sitting next to Tong Chen, upon hearing that he needed an armor plate as a shield, looked puzzled. When he followed Tong Chen's gaze and saw Shi Ningshuang approaching, his expression instantly turned strange. The warrior recalled the girl in the newly released video who kept calling him daddy with a disgusted face. Goodness, if you're scared, why are you still doing this? What armor plate? None. Just fend for yourself, the warrior said as he tried to pull open the other side of the car door to escape, but Tong Chen grabbed him. Damn, this has nothing to do with me. You brought this trouble upon yourself, let go of me, you jerk. The premise of enjoying the spectacle is that one is not next to the protagonist. The warrior was now a bit panicked. Getting splattered with blood by Tong Ying was the least of his worries. He was afraid that Shi Ningshuang wouldn't hold back and would chop him too. Damn, I really don't have any extra armor, let me go. I see your defense is pretty high. Are you speaking human language? While the two were tugging at each other, the members of Team 8 also noticed the female team members led by Shi Ningshuang approaching. They were dressed differently, apparently coming from various places like the training ground and dormitory, and they all had curious expressions on their faces. The members of Team 8 misunderstood, thinking this was their welcome ceremony. Everyone greeted them with smiles, but soon their bodies stiffened, as if they had seen a ghost, and they made way. Everyone pressed tightly against the wall, letting Shi Ningshuang and her team pass. Wow, such a strong killing intent. What's going on? Don't you think the girl in the lead looks a bit familiar? She seems to be the main character from Tong Chen's latest edited video. Everyone's expressions turned fearful in an instant. Should we save our cash cow? We're counting on brother Tong Chen to help us out in the future. Can you take them on? The speaker fell silent immediately. It's over, this time Tong Chen is done for. The first entertainment blogger of the new era of Manhwa is about to fall. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Shi Ningshuang pounded the car door heavily with her fist, and inside, Tong Chen and the warrior both looked wooden-faced, feeling the vibrations from the impact. If you dare open the door, I'll die right in front of you, Tong Chen said to the warrior who was planning to run away. The latter rolled his eyes. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. You should say that to the vice captain. The warrior looked at Tong Chen in shock, indicating he had never seen someone so shameless. He covered his face and shrank to the side, entering a self-isolation defense mode. Untrustworthy jerk. Open the door for me. Outside, Shi Ningshuang roared angrily, her excessive movements pulling at her wounds, causing her eyes to twitch. The pain mixed with anger surged to her head. Compared to Tong Chen's malicious editing, she cared more about Tong Chen breaking his promise. They had originally agreed not to leak anything, yet he dared to send the photos to his sister. The reason she had spat blood upon seeing the video earlier was simply that it was the last straw.
Although this straw is also heavyweight, Shi Ningfang still hates Tong Ying for leaking her dark history the most. Bang bang bang, Shi Ningfang slammed the door again, this time with even more force.
Tong Chen sighed inwardly, knowing that he was mostly unable to escape.
He had to interrupt Shi Ningfang's anger meter.
He slowly rolled down the car window and Shi Ningfang grabbed Tong Ying by the collar, ready to pull him out. However, Tong Chen had already opened the terminal and found the
folder that made Shi Ningfang grit her teeth. Do you want to publish?
Shi Ningfang saw the confirmation option on the terminal. When she saw the 0.03 centimeters distance between Tong Ying's finger and the terminal, her chest heaved, and in the end, she reluctantly let go.
Despicable. Shameless. Shi Ningfang's eyes turned red, almost crying from anger.
If she had known, she would have rather starved than
be threatened now. Hey, aren't you going to cut him? What? Our Miss Ningfang really has feelings, she can't bring herself to do it. Pa.
This guy has a murky relationship with the vice captain and still dares to flirt with other girls, scumbag. The female team members who came to watch felt a bit disappointed when they saw that a fight couldn't break out.
In the crowd, Shi Chanxian broke free from
the person holding her and ran over to hug Shi Ningfang tightly.
Sister Ningfang, don't get too upset. The doctor will really get angry.
Shi Ningfang just kept taking deep breaths, trying hard to resist the urge to kill Tong Chen on the spot.
This matter with Tong Ying was far from over. Shi Chanxian hurriedly pulled her away.
The soldiers in the car turned back, looking at Tong Ying in confusion.
Did he actually settle it?
What did he just do? The female team members, seeing that there was no more gossip to enjoy, began to leave one after another.
You must be the new members of Team 8? A female soldier
in an officer's uniform approached, scanning the Team 8 members with a calm gaze.
Everyone immediately stood at attention and saluted.
She looked at Tong Chen in the car.
Aren't you getting out? Are you waiting to celebrate the new year in there? The soldier next to Tong Chen immediately opened the car door and tossed Tong Ying out.
The armored vehicle took off quickly, leaving this place of disputes. I am Tang Yu, the leader of the reserve team. You can call me the chief instructor. I mainly oversee the training of fresh blood for the team.
Hello, chief instructor. The Team 8 members shouted in unison.
Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction and then walked in front of Tong Chen.
You are the pretty boy that the vice captain likes? You look pretty average. Tong Chen's mouth twitched. Young people don't
understand. If you were a bit older, once I release my suppression, you would know how terrifying that anti-killer bestowed by the system is.
The place has been cleared out. Follow me. You all came at a good time. We just happen to have a mission tomorrow, so cherish today's rest time. Tang Yu led them into the checkpoint.
Inside, it was basically the same style as a training camp, roughly modified.
Ruins used for accommodation.
However, compared to the training camp, the number of facilities and the level of martial law here were not on the same level. The so-called cleared-out place was a storage
room of an elementary school, with not even a bed.
After Tong Chen and the others put down their things, they followed Tang Yu to the cafeteria, which had been converted from the playground.
As soon as
they entered, Tong Chen was attracted by the news broadcast on the display screen on the wall. The joint operation of 7 countries to hunt down the heavenly overlord, the Thunder Crystal Dragon, was
successful.
This monster, most likely capable of breaking the Lord level limit, fell into the sea after sustaining fatal injuries.
According to reports from Alliance journalists, among the 12 war
gods in this operation, 10 were seriously injured. After sweeping the dragon's lair, no cubs were found as per the intelligence, causing the situation among the countries to fall into a state of high
tension.
As the news narrated, it played some photos of the great battle. The images of the translucent crystal and bone wings that blocked out the sky were like a crown proclaiming the peak of evolution
to the world.
And the figure confronting this giant beast seemed as insignificant as dust.
Is this kind of thing allowed to be released for viewing? Tong Chen couldn't help but speak up. All missions involving the war gods should be classified, right?
Tang Yu turned to glance at the speaker, Tong Chen.
This is something from over half a year ago. It was only after this battle that human order could be rebuilt. Ordinary people just don't know the details.
It's placed here for the newcomers to see, to understand the severity of the current situation as motivation. After the meal, go rest.
Tomorrow,
we need to join the team for the mission to clear the perimeter of the iron-armored rhinoceros. The monsters we've just killed won't be as easy as the ones you cut up at the logistics base.
The members
of Team 8 were used to the news, but upon hearing Tang Yu's words, their expressions instantly fell apart.
Wait, what happened to the promised benefits? Why are we being sent straight to the front lines?
They looked at Tong Chen with strange eyes, as if asking, you useless guy, did you fall out of favor with the vice captain?
Tang Yu noticed the reaction of Team 8 and felt a bit puzzled. It seemed like these people had been off since just now. Chief instructor, did you make a mistake? Won't our strength cause you trouble on the front lines? Yeah, weren't we just here to be bystanders? You should know this person, instructor, he's Tong Chen.
The members of Team 8 chuckled awkwardly. Tang Yu looked at them, their intentions almost written on their faces, and showed a strange smile.
Who said that? I haven't heard anything about giving you special treatment. The reason for transferring Team 8 here is due to the reform of the battle team configuration, testing whether merging the division team into the ranks can improve mission efficiency. Upon hearing this, the members of Team 8 looked at Tong Chen in disbelief. You better say something, or contact the vice captain. According to Tang Yu, tomorrow's mission is no joke. Anyone among them could end up paying the price there, and the one most likely to sacrifice would be Tong Chen, who on the surface wasn't even a soldier. On the other side of the base, in the command center, you actually dared to transfer Tong Chen over? Xu Yashuang stood in front of Lu Yong, furious, ready to punch him at any moment. Lu Yong forced a bitter smile. Calm down, just calm down. It's not what you think. I heard it was Shi Ningxue who requested it. Aren't you indifferent to that girl? Why are you suddenly so obedient? Xu Yashuang glared at Lu Yong, who quickly stood up and pulled her aside for a private chat. The transfer of Tong Chen here is indeed not just because of Shi Ningxue's request. I have my difficulties too. The war gods are about to arrive here, and we haven't found any clues about Shi Ningxue's attack. The enemy clearly knows the mission route, which indicates there's a problem within our ranks. Lu Yong explained helplessly. As an SS level talent reserve for national strategy, he had nearly been killed under his watch. If he didn't provide an explanation for this, even a battle team like the Black Dragon, which could support an entire city, wouldn't let it slide easily. So you mean to use Tong Chen as bait? Xu Yashuan frowned, suppressing her displeasure regarding the battle team. That's about the gist of it. The existence of the mysterious figure's shadow is too outrageous. If it were you leading a mercenary group that got completely wiped out, would you believe such a reason? Xu Yashuan pondered for a moment and shook her head. It was too absurd for a mid-level soldier to kill a mercenary group led by a battle general. Even for high-level soldiers, it would be hard to convince anyone. At least there hasn't been a precedent for this, not even before the rise of the current war gods of Blue Star. So, the other side will definitely want to know the details. Shi Ningxue is currently under strict protection, so Tong Chen, as the person involved, is the best target. It would be safer to place him here than to keep him in the rear. Lu Yong forced himself to stay calm. This excuse was thought of after agreeing with Shi Ningxue yesterday, but upon careful consideration he realized it might actually be the case. Xu Yashuang, upon hearing this, no longer felt angry and instead nodded in agreement. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him. Send the main team members to secretly protect Tong Chen. No way, I should go personally. Hiss, don't. We're in a critical moment of our mission and we're about to take action against the Iron Mane Tiger that's been lurking in Nanxiao. That's a mid-level beast general. The mid-level beast general corresponds to a mid-level battle general, but the combat power of a monster at the same level is far superior to that of a human. Moreover, this is a golden attribute king of beasts, and its lethality becomes even more terrifying after evolution. Even Lu Yong, who is a level higher, wouldn't dare to be reckless. Don't worry, my dear aunt, I will send main team members. If that kid dies, I'll accompany him in death, okay? Lu Yong persuaded helplessly, and in the end, Xu Yashuang decided to prioritize the bigger picture. In the cafeteria of the reserve team base, Tang Yu confirmed again that Group 8 needed to act with the team to decompose prey and clean the battlefield in the dangerous monster activity area. The team members were somewhat on edge. Chief Instructor, are you serious? Is there no room for negotiation? If Tong Chen dies on the mission, how will you explain it to the Vice Captain? Tong Chen is just an apprentice. Don't say he might not even be dead yet. Just the parasites on the monster could take him out. How about we let Tong Chen stay here while we go out with the team? As monsters level up, their size also increases. Once they grow larger, the fleas and bugs that parasitize their bodies become quite terrifying. Generally, the monster corpses sent to the rear have been processed, which poses less risk. The risk of on-site dismemberment is much greater, and there's a possibility that a monster that isn't fully dead could jump up and bite. Tang Yu, faced with the suggestions from Group 8 members, stubbornly insisted that she had not received any other orders, and all members of Group 8 must join the team tomorrow. That's the order. Everyone must be present tomorrow, or you'll be treated as deserters. After she finished speaking, she turned and left the cafeteria. The members of Group 8 exchanged glances. Kid, stick with Uncle Yu tomorrow. Just based on your ability to handle the team inspection, we can't let anything happen to you. As a newcomer, just help out a bit. Let us seniors handle the dangerous tasks. Don't be reckless. As an apprentice, if you stumble into a high-level battlefield, any accident could mean death. All the teammates looked at him with concern. Tong Chen nodded, accepting his teammates' goodwill. He also needed to maintain the stereotype of being an F-level useless person, all for the sake of material acquisition. Tong Chen himself didn't expect that he would actually be executing a mission with the reserve team this time. As his teammates said, dealing with freshly killed monsters carries a high risk, not to mention being in such an environment where it's normal for a monster to suddenly appear from a corner and snatch away two little cuties. Could he really keep his strength from being exposed?
It was one thing for him, an F level, to dodge attacks once or twice, but if it happened too many times, others wouldn't be fools. How could they not notice something was wrong? He needed to find a way to avoid being attacked. The only thing Tong Chen could think of at the moment was the combat skill, killing intent perception, which could sense killing intent directed at him within a radius of 500 meters. But it was still not foolproof. Many monsters only reveal their killing intent a second before they attack their prey. One should not underestimate the killing skills honed by predators in a brutal natural environment. It comes at a bloody price. Tong Chen sat down heavily on a stool to eat, lost in thought. His teammates were not surprised by his state. After all, they were heading to a dangerous battlefield tomorrow, and as a rookie, it was natural for him to be distracted. The saying that young warriors crave merit does not apply in the era of divine awakening. Just as Tong Chen was struggling, a teammate beside him suddenly pulled open their military uniform and took out a small monster bound by turtle shell binding from their pocket. Tong Chen swore he wasn't exaggerating. How could he mistake such a famous knot? Ahem, that's not the key point. The key is the little monster that the teammate is feeding, whose gaze makes Tong Chen feel strange. Tong Chen recalled the sharp-toothed lizard he had kicked to death outside the dorm yesterday. Thinking back, the lizard had looked at him with the same defenseless expression. Could it be? Tong Chen suddenly remembered that the last editing system had rewarded him with a special attribute. Trust from younglings. The younger the being, the more they trust the host. When the age gap reaches 20 years, they will regard the host as a father. It seems that neither the name nor the description mentioned human. So, this thing wouldn't work on monsters, right? No, I must experiment to draw a conclusion. Tong Ing looked at the little monster in his teammate's hands and suddenly felt something was off. What the hell? What do you want to do? Don't even think about laying a hand on my Dechang. It hasn't provoked anyone. The teammate panicked instantly, looking at Tong Ing as if he were some great villain. The team member who was feeding the little monster exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around. He hurriedly hid the little monster in his arms, watching Tong Chen warily. Don't you dare think about my pet. Seeing his teammate baring his teeth at him, Tong Ing found it amusing. Are you a cat or something? Want to try hissing? Let me play with the monster. In your dreams. The teammate wore a face that seemed to have already seen through him. Tong Chen was indeed going to lay a hand on Dechang, a ruthless man. No wonder he had maxed out his butcher talent. The other 8 group members exchanged strange looks at this scene. It's that kind of person, right? The one who, upon realizing their own talent is lacking, starts treating those weaker than themselves cruelly to find a sense of achievement. Who would have thought Tong Chen would crack under the pressure of his F-level talent so quickly and start to twist psychologically? The team members looked at their leader, Lao Yu, hoping this veteran could think of a way to bring the mentally skewed kid back to normal. TSK, don't be so stingy. I'm really just playing. I won't kill it. You wish. Leader, you have to control him. The teammate frantically sought help from the leader. Lao Yu opened his mouth, about to say something about Tong Chen, but then Tong Chen punched his comrade in the kidney. The teammate, whose face turned pale from the pain, looked shocked. Wait, isn't he an apprentice? How can he hit so hard? A sneak attack. It must be a sneak attack combined with a critical hit. Wait, my Dechang. The teammate who realized what was happening looked up in despair, only to see Tong Chen unbinding the sharp-toothed lizard and feeding it meat in his palm. All teammates? Hey, something's off. How come Tong Chen is so familiar with Dechang? Bro, has your pet been secretly played with by him? It's already taken on his shape. What the hell? Do you all remember how Tong Chen had no limits? When he was using us to shoot video material before? Could it have been back then? Everyone looked at the teammate raising the monster as if they were watching a victim from some Minotaur comic. This brother usually cherished his sharp-toothed lizard, but somehow, he had already been conquered by Tong Chen without realizing it. This level of intimacy far exceeded that of the caretaker himself. With limited entertainment options at the base, everyone had to find some hobbies for themselves. Some loved cigarettes, alcohol, and the emperor's uncle, while others naturally liked to raise little creatures. Did you deliberately kill Xiao Chang to let Dechang rise to power? The rest of the group looked at the caretaker with puzzled expressions. No, your thought process is off. What's with this Dechang and Xiao Chang? This thing is really ugly. Take it away. Tong Chen tossed the little monster back to his teammate. The latter caught it with both hands in a panic, his face suddenly turning pale. He got bitten. Just look at that trembling. You can imagine how painful it is. Tong Chen laughed happily. The teammates looked at him as if he were a beast. This man not only plays with other people's pets but also lets the pets bite their owners. And he finds joy in it. There's no greater cruelty than this. If Tong Chen were to switch from living off others in his profession to becoming a professional Tauran next door, he would conservatively start as a chief. This kid's future is immeasurable. Indeed, some people excel at everything they do. Tong Chen didn't mind the strange looks from his teammates. He was just relieved inside. The system's reward, trust from the young, actually worked on the monsters. Hiss as expected, the system's effects on attributes related to charm are ridiculously strong. He even suspected that this system might have some side business behind his back.
Perhaps the resistance of the skill's applicable targets is too low, like mental resistance? Regardless, this is good news. At least for tomorrow's mission, he doesn't have to worry about exposing his strength. Based on what Tong Chen learned from mastery of soldier-class monsters, green, soldier-class monsters are mostly not very old. Except for certain special types, like the turtle type, his skill effects should generally be effective. Even if the effects vary, not every one of them is as useful as the sharp-toothed lizard. At least he can avoid being attacked immediately. As long as he has reaction time, he is confident he won't expose his strength during action. After everyone finished their meal, they returned to the dormitory to rest. The conditions were a bit rudimentary, but everyone here had been carefully selected as elite. Even newcomers, like Tong Chen, had quickly adapted to various harsh environments in the training camp. It was good enough to have shelter from the wind and rain. Everyone took out their sleeping bags and found a spot to lie down. The night passed in silence, and the next day, the Black Dragon reserve team was fully mobilized. This reserve team, which supplies fresh blood to the official Black Dragon battle team, consists of about 300 people. The weakest among them are intermediate warriors, each with their own unique skills. The instructors also conduct special training based on each member's strengths, and only the most outstanding have the chance to become official team members. The mission location is at the South Bridge Interchange, 5 kilometers away from the frontline base. This is the outer territory of the advanced beast soldier, the iron-armored rhino. The task of the reserve team is to clear this area in preparation for the battle team's operation, to slay the iron-armored rhinos. Of course, the 300-person team wouldn't let Group 8 bear all the battlefield cleaning work. Previously, Instructor Tang Yu had mentioned that it was just experimental to let the division group join the team. Group 8 belongs to Team 1, led by the Shi sisters, Shi Ningxiang and Shi Qianqian, with each team of 50 responsible for a specific area. Report: Group 1 has discovered a beast soldier-class monster, Demon Wood Toad, requesting to kill. Request approved. But do not attack yet. Let Team 2 take action first. They are already in ambush. Understood. Although Shi Ningxian was only at the level of a junior warrior, with her battle armor enhancement, even advanced warriors could be caught off guard. As the captain, she led her team to hide in the grass, carefully looking into the distance. Under the collapsed overpass ruins, there was a hole formed by a cement slab, where a toad the size of a sedan lay quietly. Its skin was a ghastly green, wrinkled like old tree bark, and its crimson eyes were fixed on the other side of the road. Kid, are you scared? This beast soldier-class monster is not comparable to those servants in the training camp assessment. Looking at the size of this demon wood toad, it should only have the strength of a junior beast soldier. Its tongue's initial firing speed is 35 meters per second, far exceeding that of a junior warrior, explained two teammates beside him. Tong Chen did not respond. With his detailed explanation of soldier-class monster's mastery, he actually understood this monster far better than anyone present. The danger of the demon wood toad was not just its tongue's firing speed. Its tongue could split like thorny brambles during the firing process, attacking the target from multiple angles, making it hard to defend against. Coupled with its inherent neurotoxin, even intermediate warriors must be careful to avoid the frontal attack range when they gang up on it. The Black Dragon reserve team is made up of elites, so they naturally wouldn't make such a mistake. Some have already begun to sneak around to plant explosives, preparing to blow up the hiding place of the demon wood toad, forcing it to expose its weak spot on the back. Boom! At that moment, a loud bang echoed from a distance that was in the area under the responsibility of Team 2. Get to work! As the words fell, the cave formed by the collapsed overhead was instantly engulfed in flames. The demon wood toad was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, and Shi Ningxian along with a group of warriors charged forward. 10 minutes later, the demon wood toad was dead. Aside from a few team members who were splashed by the toxic spray, causing their skin to swell, nothing unexpected happened. Hurry, it's our turn to go on stage. Tong Chen, stick close to me, Lao Yu said as he rushed towards the corpse of the demon wood toad. The 8th group, along with Tong Chen, a total of 13 people, charged forward like muscular paramedics rushing out of an ambulance. They headed straight for the blood-soaked patient on the ground, ready to dissect it on the spot. Be careful. The muscles of a freshly killed beast still have instinctive reactions. Especially with this kind of poisonous one, be careful not to irritate the poison glands and spray yourself. The demon wood toad's lungs will compress air. Cutting into it recklessly could cause an explosion, so let's first release the gas with a hollow steel pipe. Lao Yu, being an experienced dissector, directed everyone straight to the point. Tong Chen understood these things as well. After reaching Green Inn, detailed explanation of soldier-level monsters, he had mastered all these derived knowledge points. However, he did not step forward but obediently followed Lao Yu's earlier instructions, passing tools, and assisting from the back. As the gas inside the demon wood toad was released, the team began to cut open its belly. The most valuable parts of this monster were its tongue, poison sac, and skin. The first two were raw materials for weapons, while the latter had strong cushioning properties and could be processed into components for battle armor. Compared to dissecting corpses that had been dead for several days, handling such a fresh monster was a first for the 8th group since their service began. An unexpected incident, as expected, occurred. Oh crap!
A team member who was about to extract the poison sac exclaimed and retreated in shock.
The demon wood toad's intestines
Suddenly jumped up to bite, lunging straight at the dissecting team member.
It was a parasite.
It had replaced a section of the demon wood toad's intestines, continuously absorbing nutrients.
When it sensed an invasion of its territory, it instinctively launched an attack.
The team member narrowly dodged the face-on strike, falling to the ground and scrambling backward.
The parasite, stubborn and fierce, straightened its body, eager to taste the flavor between human legs. Its mouthparts clacked ominously, sending chills down the team member's spine.
Who the first to react was Lao Yu, who swung his shovel and severed the parasite's head.
Lao Yu, I can't repay your kindness in saving Koan. If I ever have a son, I'll have him recognize you as his godfather.
The team member who had escaped a disaster was immensely grateful. The girl who can look at you probably has a low IQ. I don't want a stupid son to embarrass himself.
After saying that, Lao Yu ignored his protests and began searching for Tong Chen. After the recent incident, he had subconsciously pushed Tong Chen away. Now that he thought about it, it seemed he had pushed a bit too hard. A shove from a mid-level warrior could easily break an apprentice's ribs, and if luck was bad, it could even puncture a lung, causing serious injury. Soon, Lao Yu discovered that Tong Chen was sitting on the ground, looking fine and not injured, which relieved him. It seemed that he had controlled his strength instinctively. The next moment, Lao Yu's expression suddenly changed. Don't move, Tong Chen, kid, don't move. If you want to live, listen to me. Seeing Lao Yu so tense, the reserve team on the perimeter
and the remaining members of the 8th group all turned to look at Tong Chen.
Their expressions changed instantly. It was all because a fluffy gray ball, about the size of a human head, had rolled next to Tong Chen. The fur ball trembled slightly as if adjusting its direction, opening two big, watery eyes that looked quite cute. The people around, witnessing this scene, all held their breath, their faces pale as if they were about to die. But soon, a puzzling situation arose. That fur ball did not attack Tong Chen, instead, it just scrutinized him. What are you staring at?
Tong Chen frowned, pulled out his dagger, and plunged it between the eyes of the fur ball monster. The monster's gaze momentarily turned dazed, then immediately became ferocious. But just as that ferocity appeared, it quickly lost its luster. The fluffy furball drooped down, revealing a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth on top of its head. Rather, it was more like a big mouth with eyes, a complete oddity of a monster. Its appearance was entirely a means to deceive enemies. It wasn't until Tong Chen stood up, disgustedly flicked the blood off his dagger, and kicked it away that everyone finally reacted. What the hell? Did he just take out the so-called rookie killer, the gluttony monster, in one hit? Even if it's a servant-level monster, this is too. Is this still the gluttony monster that disguised itself as a plush toy and suddenly jumped up to bite off people's heads? Wait, wasn't its burst speed super fast? And it loves ambushes. How come it looked like it was ambushed just now? Everyone's faces were filled with question marks, because they realized that just now, the monster seemed to have been unprepared for Tong Chen. How could this be? Is it possible that Tong Chen is too weak? After all, he has a rare F-level talent, which might seem harmless in the eyes of monsters. It's possible. With so many strong individuals here, Tong Chen's genetic talent really doesn't seem worth being cautious about.
Makes sense.
Plus, this guy is an optimist and doesn't know the gluttony monster, so he wouldn't show any killing intent at all. As everyone discussed, they suddenly felt something was off. Tong Chen had provoked first and then drawn his knife. How could he not have any killing intent? This guy, could he be the type who stabs in the back without batting an eye? Otherwise, how do you explain that he drew his knife without alerting the monster? Damn! Don't say, you really shouldn't say. I know that during Tong Chen's graduation exam, everyone he teamed up with died. As the members of Group 8 chatted, their gazes towards Tong Chen began to change.
Sure, Chen, with a tense expression, rushed to Tong Chen's side and sighed in relief upon seeing he was fine.
The next moment, feeling the strange looks from those around her, her face
instantly turned crimson.
She stammered, wanting to explain, but couldn't utter a word. Tong Chen rolled his eyes at his Group 8 teammates and raised his middle finger in greeting.
You guys are the real petty ones. I killed him head on. How? Did that make me a top-tier assassin? Can I trust such skills as a cub?
Just as the teammates' comments grew more absurd and the reserve team members' gazes gradually turned disdainful, Tong Chen suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't because of everyone's stares, but because his activated, killing intent perception was triggered.
Someone wanted to kill him? From above, on the overpass, Tong Chen discreetly stood up and looked towards the high ground behind him. There were a few figures standing there, stepping on something on the ground. Didn't they say the gluttony monster could definitely kill that kid? Useless. Are the ones you caught mentally challenged? They just stood there stupidly, letting the kid stab them to death. The newcomers were the Qinghu battle team. The speaker was the captain, Hu Koan. Earlier, he had wanted to send flowers to Shi Ningxue, but after seeing Tong Chen's edited video, he was furious and specifically came to cause trouble. He disgustedly wiped the blood off his foot before looking down at the ground. Execute Plan B. After Hu Koan said this, he led his team to jump off the overpass. The sound of
Their battle armor combined with their weight hitting the ground creating a dull thud.
The remaining 5 team members followed suit, each one a high-level warrior.
As the Qinghu team approached everyone, the disgust in Shi Ningxue's eyes
Instantly peaked.
She took a deep breath and quickly reined in her disgust. This was a combat zone, and the opponents were junior battle generals. Having suffered enough losses against Tong Chen when she was weak, she already knew to restrain
herself when outmatched. Long time no see, Ning Shuang, how have you been lately?
Hu Koen looked the girl up and down, and the heat in his eyes was unmistakable as he took in her perfectly fitted Zhuke battle armor that wrapped around her graceful curves.
What are you doing here?
Even though Shi Ningxuang tried to rein in her emotions, her tone was still sharp. Don't get me wrong, I'm not here to bother you this time. Our Changhu team is taken on a mission
to assist in the hunt for the ironclad rhino.
As Hu Koen spoke, he showed his mission proof. Shi Ningxuang finally relaxed a bit inside. However, the next moment, Hu Koen's words made her heart race again. But, our team's rookie responsible for the miscellaneous tasks has sacrificed himself.
Since you have quite a few people here, could you lend us one?
Shi Ningxuang's expression suddenly darkened, thinking he would pick on her, and was about to refuse.
But Hu Koen turned
to Tong Chen, smiling as he extended his right hand. Little brother, your earlier strike was quite impressive.
I see your outfit is from the division team, right? Just in time, we need someone to handle the spoils. Are you interested?
Upon hearing Hu Koen's invitation to Tong Chen, the expressions of those present were quite strange.
He's just an apprentice, not even a warrior. Is this guy mistaken about something? Shu, don't meddle in the matters of the battle generals. I just feel a bit unconvinced. We have so many reserve members from the Black Dragon team here, and he picks Tong Chen.
At a glance, he must have poor judgment. The reserve team members whispered among themselves.
Hu Koen's lips twitched slightly, silently noting the gossipers.
Once he secured Tong Chen, he would come back to teach these guys a lesson.
How about it?
Normally, those handling miscellaneous tasks only get 2% to 3% of the rewards, but this time, I can specially
offer you 10%.
And I'll provide you with a team entry proof, acknowledging that you were once a member of my Qinghu team. This promise was essentially a high salary plus an internship certificate, a guaranteed killer deal. For a freshly graduated apprentice with no talent, it was usually a deadly temptation that worked every time.
Tong Chen looked at Hu Koen
in surprise, as if he was tempted. At that moment, the team leader, Lao Yu, pulled Tong Chen back.
Kid, are you crazy about money? Are you really considering this? Let me tell you.
The Qinghu team doesn't have a good reputation in the circle. The death rate for newcomers is oddly high. You'd better refuse.
Lao Yu advised Tong Chen in a very low voice. Even
though he tried to keep his voice to a minimum, it couldn't escape the ears of the battle general a few meters away.
Hu Koen smiled nonchalantly, not bothering to stop Lao Yu. He wasn't
worried at all that Tong Chen would refuse. As a partner of the Black Dragon, the Qinghu team had the right to call upon any logistical personnel.
If someone was risking their life for you, how could you not let them use logistics? However, saying that would seem very deliberate. It would contradict the plan of nurturing newcomers while letting Tong die in an accident.
At that point, the vice captain of the Black Dragon would probably come looking for trouble, and it would likely cost something to smooth things over.
Damn it, why didn't you just die obediently earlier and save me some trouble? Hu Koen cursed inwardly.
After Lao Yu finished speaking, he looked at Tong Chen very seriously, indicating he was not joking
at all. Tong Chen blinked. What level are they?
The captain is a junior battle general, and the rest are all senior warriors.
Why? Tong Chen showed his signature smile. A battle general, huh?
He had thought he could gain materials from Shi Ningxuang to help him break through to a senior warrior.
He didn't expect a mission to come up so soon, leaving Shi
Ningxuang with no time to come find trouble for him. For instance, under the pretext of practice to beat him up or something.
A junior battle general? Back when his Mingyan was only at level 1 proficiency, he could take down a junior battle general with a double strike. Now at level 2 proficiency, wouldn't it be easy to take them out? As Tong
Chen thought about this, he looked at Hu Koen with curiosity in his eyes.
Hu Koen stood tall. This is the allure of a battle general. What does mere reputation matter? As soon as they hear about their general strength, how many newcomers can resist the temptation? The battle armor looks pretty cool. It will be mine soon. Tong Ying offered a compliment with ulterior motives.
Upon hearing this, Hu Koen displayed a look that said, "You've got good taste, kid."
Tong Chen began to ponder with his head down. The last battle general he killed
didn't have battle armor. Perhaps it was inconvenient to wear it during assassination missions to conceal their identity. He had to retract his earlier thought. It was unlikely he
could take this one down in a single move.
The other 5 could be completely disregarded. They were high-level warriors without armor, easily cut through by a single strike of the
infernal slash. Also, why did this guy harbor murderous intent towards him? Tong Ying was quite curious about that.
The material was delivered right to him. He couldn't find a reason
to refuse. I'm joining. A battle general, this is way better than old you. I'll be perfectly safe following him. Tong Chen raised his hand on the spot to express his desire to join. Hu Kuan's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. Good. Jinghu welcomes your joining. Don't worry, the rewards won't be less for you, provided you live to claim them.
Old Yu's expression changed immediately upon hearing Tong Chen's words.
How could this kid not be dissuaded? Didn't he say that Jinghu couldn't be trusted? The rest of Team 8 also showed worried expressions. Tong
Chen was a bit annoying usually, but that didn't mean they wanted their teammate to get into trouble. They had heard about the reputation of this battle team.
Joining recklessly without self-defense capabilities was extremely dangerous.
The group walked up to Tong Chen, their faces troubled.
They couldn't slander the Qinghu battle team in front of Hu Kuan, so how should they persuade Tong Chen?
Kid, just a rookie, a weakling. Don't get carried away just because you got lucky and killed a gluttonous monster.
A teammate who had almost been bitten just moments ago spoke up.
Since they couldn't say anything about Hu Kuan's team in front of him, they decided to focus on Tong Chen instead.
Right. The missions executed by battle generals are not something a rookie like you can meddle in.
It doesn't matter if you die, but if you delay the operation, that would be a serious offense. I'll lend you
De Chang to play with when we get back. Just don't go and get yourself killed, okay?
Monsters are hard to kill when they're full, kid. If you really need money, we can chip in to lend you some. Don't take too many risks. Old Yu thought for a moment, believing Tong Chen was just trying to make some money. The other team members nodded quickly, indicating they would help gather funds. Tong Chen glanced at the system display showing material recording in progress, shook his head at his teammates, and walked towards the Qinghu battle team. The members of Team 8 stood frozen in place, looking at Tong Chen with a mix of disappointment and frustration.
Alright, you've got guts. If you perform well, I might consider making you an official member.
Hu Kuan happily patted Tong Chen on the shoulder and then painted a grand vision for him. Tong Chen smiled shyly, looking like a good little boy. If it weren't for the killing intent perception, he might have believed it. You better perform well too. If the quality of the materials is too poor, I will be disappointed. The two exchanged smiles, appearing quite in sync. At that moment, Shi Qianqian, who had been silent since the beginning, stepped forward.
Can I go too? I'm a junior warrior. 2 people can work faster than 1, right? I don't need any rewards.
She looked earnestly at the battle general in front of her. Hu Kuan stared at Shi Qianqian's face, feeling something was off.
What's your name? Shi Qianqian.
Hu Kuan glanced at Shi Ningxiang beside him and finally realized where the odd feeling came from.
The 2 girls looked somewhat alike. Are you Ningxiang's younger sister? Hu Kuan instantly burst into laughter. Shi Qianqian.
Shi Ningxiang walked over to her sister, grabbing her arm to drag her away.
But Shi Qianqian
stubbornly shook off her sister.
I want to go.
Last time, Tong Chen almost died on a mission, and this time it was another high-risk operation. The Qinghu team wasn't trustworthy,
but they probably wouldn't dare to target him. With him around, they wouldn't risk offending the Shi family by going after Tong Chen, right? Welcome. So you're Ning Shuang's sister, which means you're my sister too.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of you, Hu Kuan said as he walked behind Tong Chen and Shi Qianqian, pushing the 2 towards the mission
location. Oh, right. The vice captain told me to keep an eye on Tong Chen, but now she's been borrowed away.
I must inform her, or else we'll be blamed later, Lao Yu said loudly.
On purpose.
In the distance, Hu Kuan paused for a second, his face filled with resentment.
Damn it.
It wasn't until the Qinghu battle team disappeared from sight that the members of Group 8 turned to their leader.
Lao Yu, do you have the vice captain's contact information?
No, just trying to scare them a bit, hoping it can serve as a talisman for Tong
Chen.
After saying this, Lao Yu walked towards Shi Ningxiang.
Is there any chance Hu Kuan would target your sister? He doesn't have the guts. Shi Ningxiang's eyes reveal a killing intent. Hu Kuan was indeed annoying, but he wasn't a fool.
Not to mention the SS-level talent he had, there was also a war god backing him. What right did a mere junior warrior
have to target Shi Qianqian?
Upon hearing this answer, Lao Yu finally felt a bit relieved.
As long as Shi Qianqian was safe, the chances of Hu Kuan targeting Tong Chen would be even smaller. Meanwhile, Hu Kuan had taken Tong Chen and Shi Qianqian away. After 6 hours of travel, it was now afternoon. Shi Qianqian hesitated to speak. During these hours, she had asked Hu Kuan more than once if they had gotten the mission location wrong, but each time she was brushed off. The reserve team was supposed to be clearing the area around the ironclad rhinoceros. How could they be so far away? Aren't we there yet? Shi Qianqian couldn't help but ask.
She felt that something was off. Hu Kuan, who was in front, stopped and turned back. We're here. He pointed to a distant abandoned factory. Shi Qianqian looked at the factory, and when she saw the broken integrity sign at the entrance, her face instantly turned pale.
Tong Chen, run.
The senior warrior of Qinghu used his hand like a knife and knocked Shi Qianqian unconscious. Tong Chen stood there with a pair of clear eyes, dazed. He was sure that his current abilities would rank him among the stronger students before his crossing. It was starting, and he felt a bit excited. Life is like a play, all depends on acting skills. It was time to put on a show.
Don't blame me, it's all for the material. Hey, no wonder you're the eldest daughter of the Sure family, you actually know this place. Hu Koan laughed wickedly. Tong Chen blinked. What place? And why did you knock Sure Qianqian out? She said she would help me work. Upon hearing this, the entire Qinghu team revealed strange smiles. Captain, you actually lost to this kind of person? Sure Ning Shuang will like this type? That's just insane. A man who even caught the attention of Vice Captain Heilung is just this kind of thing? Two of them looked at Tong Chen in amazement. Tong Chen maintained the clarity in his eyes as if he unconditionally trusted the team in front of him. Hu Koan became interested, removed Tong Chen's terminal, tossed it to a teammate, and put his arm around his shoulder, facing the factory. Do you want to know what this place is? Do you want to know why Sure Qianqian was so excited just now? Yes, Tong Chen replied obediently. Do you know what the biggest difficulty is for the Heilung battle team in clearing the South Bridge area? Why did the higher-ups choose to clear this place first? Because South Bridge has the intermediate beast general, Iron Bristle Tiger. And this is the lair of the Iron Bristle Tiger. This beast general has just given birth to offspring. If we don't kill it now, it will be difficult once they form a group. Hu Koan explained with a smile, carefully observing Tong Chen. Tong Chen cooperatively showed a terrified expression. They actually revealed their cards? He glanced at the system's material, recording in progress, and felt a bit excited. Good, please keep it up. From the perspective of the strong, thoroughly toy with me, this prey. Hu Kuan, are we on the wrong path? Tong Chen trembled, his legs going weak as he nearly fell. Hu Kuan supported him. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. It's normal to feel a bit soft at first. You'll get used to it and perform normally. What did I do to offend you? Can I change? Tong Chen began to guide the warrior in front of him. Hu Kuan could never have imagined that the Rael hunter was being held by him, and he was unlikely to be on guard. Sure enough, when Hu Kuan heard Tong Ying say this, he immediately laughed. He threw Tong Chen into the corner, pulled out his terminal, switched to silent mode, and played the edited video of Tong Chen. This is your edit, right? Tong Chen's heart twitched. After seeing Hu Kuan's attitude towards Shi Ningxiang, he had a premonition. He didn't expect that premonition to come true. Tong Chen felt he had long anticipated that such a day would come. He just didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Editing a video going against the heavens. It's normal for a fan to be cut down by fans. Is it just because of this? Is it too late for me to delete it now? Tong Chen voiced his reluctance. Too late. You edited it, kid. Do you know how much damage this video has done to my heart? Hu Kuan said, his face full of heartache. Tong Chen's mouth twitched, slightly, feeling a bit guilty. So it turns out it was his own fault? With that said, it really felt a bit awkward to go ahead and kill. After all, Tong Chen was aware of the content of his own video. If it was because he liked that ice cream beauty, Shi Ningxiang, and after seeing the video he had the thought of getting rid of him, Tong Chen could somewhat understand. If it were him, he might also have murderous thoughts, right? This guy just lost his temper and acted on it. Maybe he was originally a good person? I understand, you can treat me however you want, but Shi Qianqian is innocent, don't hurt her. Tong Chen had a look of resignation, as if he had already accepted his fate. Hu Kuan covered his face, suppressing his laughter. You actually still have the mood to worry about others, huh? You want to save her? I can give you a chance. Wait, she's Shi Ningxiang's sister, do you dare to lay a hand on her? Tong Chen was a bit shocked to hear him say that. This time it wasn't an act. How could a mere junior warrior be so stubborn? Had that bitch Shi Ningxiang ignores me, why should I let her sister go? Hu Kuan said disdainfully. Tong Chen felt numb. It's not about being buddies, isn't this the point? An SS-level talent is a warrior's gift. And he has a war god master behind him. How can you still dare to touch his sister? Got it, he must have a problem with his head. Hey, Captain, should we let this woman go? That previous female student accidentally let her run in front of a monster and she was gone in an instant. It's been pent up lately. I've been wanting to try playing with women near beast general level monsters, it must be thrilling. And we can also mess up the Black Dragon team's mission. I've been annoyed by those arrogant guys for a long time. Just because they pacified Fong City, do they think they can set the rules for us? I say Western countries are better. I heard that warriors there are all from noble families, and they can kill ordinary people whenever they feel like it, unlike us who have to sneak around. Hearing this, Tong Chen's face instantly turned ugly. How can people be so wicked? Could it be that the despair experienced during the Divine Awakening disaster led to this darkness? It turns out that the bad reputation is true. The reality is far darker than he imagined. Big brother, I'm not an ordinary person, there's just a small misunderstanding between us. How about letting me go? I can introduce Shi Ningxiang to you. Tong Chen had already sentenced several people to death in his heart. At this moment, he just wanted to make use of the situation and gather more material. As soon as he said this, Hu Kuan immediately looked as if he had eaten something bitter. Clearly, he had come first. How dare this bastard say he would introduce him, this kind of thing. You bastard. Hu Kuan was so angry he felt like he was about to explode. Damn it, what makes you better than this waste? F level? Are you kidding? Even the dignified war general didn't look at me back then, and I hadn't even awakened to SS level. How could you possibly be interested in something like you? He kicked at Tong Chen furiously. Tong Chen crouched down, covering his head, silently calculating the force and analyzing the reactions an apprentice should have. He deliberately spat out a mouthful of blood, pretending to be on the verge of death. Boss, are we done playing? Hu Kuan's expression stiffened, halting his assault on Tong Chen. He took a stimulant from a teammate and roughly jabbed it into Tong Chen. What do you say, kid? Want this opportunity? As long as you go in and blow up the Iron Mane Tiger's lair and manage to escape the factory alive, I'll let your Chen go. As he spoke, Hu Kuan took a package of explosives from his teammate and placed it in front of Tong Chen. Tong Chen struggled to get up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. System, stop material recording. Ding. Material. Recording successful. Saved to the material library. Tong Chen looked deeply at the few people. Good. In a while, I'll change into a big account disguise and come out to blow you all up. Tong Chen pretended to agree, picking up the explosive package and heading to blow up the Iron Mane Tiger. He staggered, his skin reddened, perfectly fitting the image of someone who had just been beaten half to death by bad guys and was now pumped up with a shot. Acting the whole set, Tong Chen gave himself a thumbs up for his performance. Not to mention, this shot really did have a bit of a kick. It could genuinely make the endangered big brothers spring up from their deathbeds and dash 800 meters in a frenzy. He would rush to the medical dad and cling to his leg for help. I don't know what brand it is, but soon it will all be mine, Tong Chen muttered, starting his tactical positioning. The members of the Qinghu team behind him saw that his serious injuries seemed to vanish in an instant. His various movements and positioning were textbook level, leaving them somewhat stunned. This guy isn't completely useless, at least he's put effort into this aspect. How only a talentless person would work hard on these useless things. Hu Kuan scoffed. No matter how standard the tactical infiltration was, without strength, encountering a monster would still mean death, right? That said, they were still drawn in by Tong Chen's excellent positioning. Nearby, a member of the Qinghu team took out a detonator. As soon as Tong Chen stepped inside, he would detonate it on the spot. The detonator button on the explosive package was fake, saying that Tong Chen would be let go if he came out was just a joke. Tong Chen's figure moved among the various debris and cover in the open space. As he got closer to the steel mill's entrance, the Qinghu team couldn't help but feel tense. This was the lair of the Iron Mane Tiger, a being that even the high-level war general Liu Yong wouldn't dare to face alone, so of course they felt nervous and excited. Suddenly, Tong Chen's figure froze. The entire Qinghu team trembled. After several seconds of stiffness without seeing the anticipated monster rush out, their expressions turned grim, feeling as if they had been played by Tong Chen. No way. This kid must know we're watching. He's doing it on purpose. Damn it, as soon as he steps in, I'll blow him up. A mere apprentice making us use such an expensive detonator is a bargain for him. The powerful biological magnetic field of the monster was overwhelming. Any movement would render many precision instruments ineffective, such as reconnaissance drones. This also made the use of technology in the war zone particularly expensive. Even the Qinghu team felt the pinch for a remote detonator that could be used near the beast general. Tong Chen, holding the explosive package, stood at the entrance of the steel mill, lost in thought. He wasn't trying to scare the others behind him, he was thinking about a serious issue. His tactical backpack had just been confiscated and was still with the Qinghu team. How was he supposed to log into the big account disguise? Just kill my way back like this? No. The reason for changing to a big account was because of Shi Qianqian. That girl was currently a hostage, held tightly in someone else's hands. If I go back like this, the other party will inevitably use Shi Qianqian to threaten me. But logging into the shadow account will eliminate that worry. If a masked person exuding a cold aura appears in the war zone, charging at you with a knife, you should recall within 0.01 seconds whether you have any enemies. Then think about whether there's anything valuable on you that someone might be eyeing. Anyway, it's unlikely you would think they're there to save you. What kind of good person goes around saving damsels in distress while wearing a mask? Ugh, this is a bit troublesome. Tong Chen stood at the door, feeling somewhat distressed. Incomplete disguise is equivalent to no disguise at all. Once his identity is revealed, Shi Qianqian will definitely be used as a shield. Who knows, they might even do something outrageous on the spot. Even though the Infernal Flame Slash is a surprise attack that can take out 5 high-level warriors, it's a bit inadequate against a junior war general in armor. At least Tong Chen didn't have the confidence to kill that Hu Kuan guy with one strike. What does it mean that no plan is foolproof? Hey, Tong Chen turned to look at Hu Kuan and the others, noticing their anxious expressions, as if they were dissatisfied with his delay. Someone was even brandishing a combat knife at Shi Qianqian. On the ground, the threat was all too obvious. Tong Chen forced a tragic smile and turned back, slowly walking towards the factory. I'm not in a hurry, why are they? Seeing their expressions, Tong Chen already had a plan. Since they were anxious, he would just drag it out. sneak in and hide, and when they couldn't hold back anymore, they would definitely send someone to check the situation. In a way, he was now a witness to the Blue Fox's crimes, and neither the Black Dragon team nor the Sure family were easy to deal with. They definitely wouldn't dare let him escape. The reason they dared to let him leave the attack range probably lay in that explosive package. Tong Chen quickly analyzed the situation and, knowing there was a problem with the explosive package, slowly walked into the factory entrance. Wait a bit longer, let's get a little deeper before detonating. Don't worry, this detonator has an effective range of up to 1500 meters, and there's plenty of distance. Hu Kuan observed through binoculars, and when Tong Chen's figure was about to disappear deep into the factory, he suddenly waved his hand to signal his teammates to detonate. The team member who had been prepared quickly pressed the detonation button. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing happened. Tong Chen's figure completely vanished from Hu Kuan's sight. Everyone looked at the demolitions expert, their expressions blank. Hu Kuan smashed the binoculars to the ground and grabbed the guy by the collar, pulling him close. Did you dare to cheat me out of this money? He seriously suspected the detonator was a fake and that this guy had pocketed the money. Thinking back to when he made the purchase, his request to go alone seemed very suspicious. Hu Kuan initially thought the other party didn't have the guts to fool him. But, unexpectedly, people would risk their lives for money. In the face of profit, they dared to take risks. Perhaps they thought A's gluttonous monster plan would succeed, and then they could find a way to dispose of the detonator. It wouldn't be surprising if something happened in the war zone. If a monster encountered them, throwing out the explosive package would create a perfect loop, and they wouldn't have to play such a big role in destroying the Black Dragon mission. Hu Kuan quickly thought of many things, even deducing the other party's plan. Until that person pulled out a receipt from his pocket. Boss, I'm wronged. The coupons are ones I collected myself. It's wrong of me to cash out some money, but I really didn't dare to cheat even a bit. Please, heavens, distinguish between loyalty and treachery. The team member felt he was even more wrong than Doi. Hu Kuan blankly took the receipt, which unfolded to a length of 2.5 meters. Looking at the long list of various coupon names, Hu Kuan felt both impressed by his teammate and at a loss for words. Damn, adding all these up must be a thick stack, right? Thinking of his teammate smiling awkwardly in front of the murderous salesperson, he felt embarrassed. In the end, Hu Kuan was astonished to find that the total actually had an 80% discount. The amount this guy cashed out reached a staggering 112,000. Hu Kuan felt a darkness before his eyes. Is this your little trap? I'll trap your mother. Hu Kuan was furious. This money was enough for him to get a rather dubious top-tier maintenance package at the 3S Battle Armor shop. In his anger, he punched his teammate in the stomach. The latter knelt down in pain, curling up. Then let me ask you, why didn't the flagship store's genuine products explode? Answer me. Ugh, cough cough, it's normal. For something like a detonator to malfunction unexpectedly, I warned you before, the magnetic field and energy mines could be the cause. By the way, high-level monsters have a hobby of collecting source crystals, especially metal-type monsters. The teammate explained with a face full of desperation. Hu Kuan suddenly remembered that what the other party said was not wrong. After the Divine Awakening disaster, it wasn't just the creatures that were changing. The global magnetic field was also undergoing drastic changes, and against this backdrop, energy mines appeared. No one knew how they were born. Some speculated it was a chemical reaction between the magnetic field and the corpses of dead monsters. In any case, new energy had become mainstream on Blue Star, replacing oil and electricity. It solved many technological problems, leading to the creation of spaceships, battle armors, and other inventions. Just like the West cannot exist without Jerusalem, without energy mines, there would be no current era of divine awakening. This is troublesome. Hu Kuan released his teammate, staring grimly in the direction of the factory. Inside the factory, Tong Chen disdainfully threw the explosive package he held onto the ground and put the flashing detonator into his pocket. The internal structure of this thing was intricate. An ordinary soldier would need specialized equipment to dismantle it. But he was a monster with a mental power high enough to have a god's eye view. What complex mechanical structures or intricate trap designs were useless in front of his perception? So, what will you do next? Tong Chen smiled as he surveyed the environment before him. It had only been a few years since the collapse of order to the present new era, yet the steel mill before him looked as if decades had passed in decay. The factory's roof was littered with collapsed metal beams, and there were traces everywhere of large animals wreaking havoc. Tong Chen silently bypassed the pillar in front of him, which was covered in claw marks. It seemed that some big cat had sharpened its claws here. He now gave off the impression of a walking corpse, still warm but not yet cold. This was a skill obtained from leveling up Infernal Flame Control to level 2. It released just the right cold aura, disguising himself and suppressing his life force. Even a monster, if not careful, might mistake him for a corpse. Is the Iron Mane Tiger not home? Tong Ying muttered. Could it be that the Black Dragon battle group outside was fighting everywhere and he went out to see what was going on? Hopefully, the person he might encounter hadn't perished.
Tong Chen continued deeper into the factory, the air thick with the smell of rust and metallic additives.
The iron-maned tiger was a mid-level beast general, having been the king of beasts before its evolution.
After evolving, it possessed metal attributes, making it a super strong contender among mid-levels. But Tong Chen was not afraid. Infernal flame carried
mental damage, ignoring that iron skin. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he could still land a couple of painful hits before retreating.
Otherwise, he wouldn't risk himself. He carefully avoided the ground, where stepping would trigger terrifying death buff traps from horror movies. Suddenly, he stopped and looked ahead. A faint sound came from the huge opening in front, like some
animal calling. That must be the location of the steel mill's furnace, right? Tong Chen cautiously approached. After the factory
ceased operations, the flames of the furnace had long since extinguished, and the cement trough holding the metal processing liquid was damaged and expanded, forming a nest. This nest belonged to the iron-maned tiger.
Could that sound just now be?
Tong Chen recalled Hu Kuan mentioning that the iron-maned tiger had given birth to cubs.
Since I'm here, shouldn't I go take a look at the kids?
Today, Tong Chen also dared to try what it felt like to tease a child and make it miss its mother.
Anyway,
when the tiger mother returned, he could easily find a gap to hide in this big nest. Rubbing against the cub's milky scent should not expose him. Thinking of this, Tong Chen had already flipped over and jumped into the nest.
It seems I won't be getting any milk flavor.
Inside the nest, two little tigers were happily munching on a pile of blood, occasionally letting out low growls to guard their food. Though they were called little tigers, their size was already comparable to an ordinary corgi. However, judging by their appearance, they must have just been born not long ago. Tong Chen thought about the strength of the iron-maned tiger and felt relieved. A mid-level beast general size could already be considered gigantic.
It was normal
for newborn cubs to be a bit larger. The two little tigers quickly noticed Tong Chen's presence, and he jumped directly into the nest, comfortably lying down. The cub's eyes were initially confused, then filled with inexplicable trust.
Sensing Tong Chen's faint aura, one of them even brought over a piece of bloody meat, intending to feed him.
The iron-maned tiger cub placed the meat in front of him and nudged it, as if saying, "Eat up, you'll feel better."
How cute! Tong Chen smiled, but the next moment he couldn't smile anymore.
He picked up a stick and carefully separated the meat, revealing a strip inside.
It was a human finger.
Well, it made sense. After all, what lay before him was a monster.
Tong Chen raised his head again, extending
his perception towards the bloody mass.
The details flooded into his mind in an instant, and his expression grew even darker.
From the fabric scraps, he could discern that it was the uniform of the Black Dragon battle group, and there was more than one person. Tong Chen imagined the iron-maned tiger hunting humans, tenderly turning them into meat paste to feed its newly born cubs to prevent indigestion.
Monsters, indeed, were formidable foes.
These two would grow up to kill who knows how many people. After all, starting from a young age eating human flesh, that would become mommy's flavor when they grew up.
A mid-level beast general already possessed the ability to destroy a small city. Just one oversight could turn into cold numbers on the next day's news headlines.
And as the king of beasts, the predator was best at finding such oversights. Thinking of this, Tong Chen already felt a surge of killing intent. The two cubs in front of him, seeing that he wasn't eating, curiously looked over.
"Where's your mom? Call me daddy."
Saying this, Tong Chen reached out to the little cutie, snapping its neck with a crack, and it died on the spot. The remaining little cutie froze for a moment, just as it opened its mouth to let out a roar. Its mouth was filled with its sibling's head.
Crack. Tong Chen repeated the next snapping action.
"You didn't come here for nothing, did you?" A wicked smile appeared on his lips. The slowly dimming eyes of the tiger cub revealed shock and confusion.
Why was this person killing it?
"This is what happens when you don't call me daddy. Next life, learn to talk in the womb."
Call me daddy. Tong Chen's smile instantly froze because the latter sentence wasn't his. Damn.
His perception had been on all along. When did
this appear?
Had he just been careless?
Tong Chen stiffly turned around, not finding the expected enemy.
Instead, he saw a parrot looking down at him from above. Before Tong Chen could react, the parrot flew down and landed beside him, tilting its head,
hopping, and speaking. "Call dad dad." It was all about being arrogant while also getting the tone right.
Tong Chen immediately wore a painful mask of disbelief as he looked at the parrot.
"Do you dare to say that again? In the tiger's den?" Tong Chen tried to keep his voice low.
He had originally thought it was some enemy, but it turned out to be a bird. A bird was one thing, but it was even mimicking his speech.
Coupled with its very cocky demeanor, Tong Chen felt utterly humiliated.
The parrot in front of him seemed not to understand Tong Chen's meaning. It tilted its head to the other side and spoke again.
"Call daddy." Tong Chen,
cautiously observing his surroundings and confirming that no mid-level beast general would suddenly jump out, Tong Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell? Wasn't it said that the surviving birds and beasts had all begun to evolve rapidly? The parrot in front of him looked no different from an ordinary parrot.
Could it be that it was too foolish, and other monsters didn't take it along during evolution?
But recalling how this creature had suddenly appeared behind him, without his mental perception picking it up, Tong Chen felt that it was not that simple. This was the lair of a beast general. Ordinary monsters would avoid it just by catching a whiff of the scent. Yet this parrot not only showed no fear but also seemed like it frequented the place. Tong Chen decided to swallow his anger and not stoop to the level of this silly bird. He wanted to bide his time a little longer, hoping that the Qinghu battle team outside would throw themselves into disarray. Call daddy.
The parrot hopped on the ground, getting even closer to Tong Chen. The corners of Tong Chen's mouth twitched, his eyes struggling. It had to learn this phrase of mine, didn't it? Looking at the parrot's arrogant demeanor, Tong Chen felt a wave of suffocation. So infuriating, no, he had to endure. This was a tiger's den. He had just killed 2 tiger cubs. If he made too much noise and attracted the iron-maned tiger, he would be in for a world of trouble. Just then, the parrot flapped its wings and landed on Tong Chen's shoulder, extending a foot to step on his face and gazing at him sideways. Call daddy Tong Chen. There are limits to what one can endure. When it becomes unbearable, there's no need to endure any longer. His hand turned into a blur and the parrot was pinched in his grasp. Tong Chen discovered that this little creature had quite a bit of strength. Even with his intermediate warrior power, he found it somewhat hard to hold on. The parrot pecked at his finger joint and Tong Chen's face contorted, faintly hearing the sound of his finger bones cracking. Stinky bird. I'll fight you. Tong Chen completely lost control, forcefully pressing the parrot down beneath him. Forget about the iron-maned tiger for now. He had to teach this parrot how to behave like a bird. This match would determine both superiority and hierarchy. Father-son match, start. Outside, Hu Koan anxiously glanced at the time. It's been 20 minutes, why is there still no movement? This factory doesn't have a back door, does it? He looked at the teammate responsible for reconnaissance and intelligence. The latter shook his head. No, the back of the steel mill is mostly in a collapsed state. Although the roof is broken, it's not an escape route. Going up there would be asking for death with the noise those iron sheets would make. Damn it, could it be that this kid is too weak for the iron-maned tiger to bother with him? Hu Koan paced back and forth, anxiety almost written on his face. His teammates didn't respond. This guess was clearly unfounded. Monsters weren't that easy to deal with. They had originally thought that even if the detonator failed, Tong Chen would soon be discovered and killed by the iron-maned tiger. Yet 20 minutes had passed, with no sign of anything. Even if Tong Chen was instantly killed, there would still be some noise, but with a human appearing in the iron-maned tiger's lair, it should have roared in rage to intimidate any intruders. According to the information on this monster's brutal nature, it might even kill Tong Ying and then rampage through the battle team. It couldn't possibly be this quiet. Is it possible that the iron-maned tiger went out hunting? It's possible. After all, it just gave birth and needs to replenish its nutrition. Then wouldn't that mean there are only cubs inside? As several senior warriors spoke, their eyes lit up with excitement. The research value of beast general cubs was quite high. According to the quotes from various research institutes, the price for a living intermediate beast general cub was outrageously high. Hu Koan's eyes also flickered. What they were doing was considered a serious crime in Long Country. Fortunately, their warriors had the privilege to be exempt from the death penalty, which was why they dared to be so arrogant. The legal risks were nothing compared to the fear of Shi Shanshan lying nearby. If Tong Chen managed to escape alive, the Shi family would be the first to not let them off the hook. They could end up on a nationwide wanted list, hunted down in the capital. It was even possible that the war god would intervene. And just thinking about the consequences made them tremble. Why won't he just obediently die? Hu Koan thought of Tong Ying's face, gritting his teeth. He was clearly just an F-level apprentice, yet he was proving to be such a thorn in his side. It seems that everything has been racing uncontrollably since the defeat of the gluttonous beast. You all stay here, I'll go take a look. As soon as Hu Koan said this, his teammates were taken aback. Isn't that too dangerous? Someone raised an objection. The iron-maned tiger is definitely not in its lair, otherwise how could a mere apprentice survive? I'll go in and kill it myself, then set the bomb properly. Who knows, I might even snag a tiger cub. You all keep an eye on this woman for me. Don't touch her until I return. If something unexpected happens, at least we'll have some leeway. After Hu Koan finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on everyone. Once his teammates nodded in agreement, promising not to act recklessly, he took a deep breath and followed the infiltration route that Tong Chen had just taken. Inside the factory, in the tiger's den, Tong Chen's clothes were a mess, riddled with holes pecked by birds. He was sternly tidying up his attire. Beside him, a parrot that looked as if it had been through a storm was equally miserable. It was also preening its feathers. Soon, both the human and the beast had tidied themselves up. The parrot plucked a feather from itself and dropped it onto Tong Chen's leg as a sort of compensation for its defeat. Tong Chen twitched his mouth and accepted the feather. He noticed that this parrot seemed to have latched onto him. It had a chance to escape during the fight but chose not to. Perhaps it was another skill granted by the system. This silly bird couldn't possibly be motherless, could it? Otherwise, it wouldn't be so dependent on him. Should he keep it? As Tong Chen pondered this, he stood up and placed the blood and flesh of the tiger cub he had just brought back in front of the parrot. If this peculiar parrot would eat human flesh, he would have no choice but to kill it. After all, the seemingly unremarkable creature, which might still be a juvenile, had managed to fight him, a mid-level warrior, to a standstill. If it grew up, it could potentially become a threat to the city? The parrot tilted its head, looking at the blood and flesh on the ground, showing no desire to eat. It flew to a corner of the tiger's den and squeezed into a crevice. In no time, it emerged with two small gems in its claws and swallowed them in front of Tong Chen. Tong Chen's eyes widened, and he gasped. Energy crystals? Tong Chen immediately got up and went to the spot where the parrot had found the gems, digging around. Sure enough, there were more. Inside, he wrapped all the crystals in his clothes, provoking the parrot to puff up in protest. Tong Chen didn't care about that. Don't follow me, I can't afford to keep a monster that eats energy crystals. The good news was that the parrot didn't eat humans, the bad news was that it consumed energy crystals. The two small pieces it had just swallowed were roughly worth tens of thousands of federal coins. Who could afford to keep that? The parrot looked dazed. This man had emptied its pantry and was now trying to chase it away? Just as it seemed they were about to fight again, a painful grinding sound came from the metal beam above, shaking continuously. Tong Chen swallowed hard, catching a glimpse of a massive figure through the hole in the roof. It turned out the iron-maned tiger hadn't left, it had just been annoyed by the cubs and moved to another spot to sleep. Now it was waking up, stretching and sharpening its claws. The next step would likely be to check on the cubs, right? Tong Chen didn't care about the parrot anymore. He directly grabbed the energy crystals and planned to make a run for it. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to take the two tiger cub corpses with him. At the factory entrance, Hu Kuan carefully surveyed the area before locking onto the explosives package that Tong Chen had discarded. The detonator inside was worth a staggering 580,000. After confirming there was no danger, Hu Kuan walked over to pick up the explosives package. When he discovered that the detonator had been removed, his expression darkened. This kid actually has this kind of skill. I underestimated him. Hu Kuan recalled Tong Chen's deliberately slow pace when entering the factory. He had originally thought it was out of fear, but it turned out he was secretly disassembling the detonator. Moreover, he knew it was valuable and took it away. Hu Kuan was furious, feeling a sharp pain in his liver. They usually earned around 7 to 800,000 from a single mission. The maintenance cost for a battle general's equipment is not low, and the cultivation resources are even more expensive. He also has no surplus food. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set his sights on Shi Ningxiang's family background. Tong Chen casually took away most of the reward he had worked hard for over several days with just a flick of his fingers. Hu Kuan's killing intent surged even higher as he scanned the traces on the ground. You can't escape. Hu Kuan quickly arrived at the spot where the metal beam had just collapsed. At that moment, a figure rushed out from around the corner and collided with him. Hu Kuan was both shocked and furious. A battle general dares to bump into me? Are you blind? Only then did he realize that it was Tong Chen who had crashed into him, leaving him utterly astonished. The force of the impact was no small matter. It felt at least at the level of a mid-tier warrior. Ha! A student who just graduated not long ago possesses the strength of a mid-tier warrior? To be clear, even Shi Ningxiang, at SS rank, with all resources maxed out, is only at the peak of a junior warrior, still a step away from mid-tier. How could an F rank possibly progress faster than an SS rank? Suddenly, a chilling aura erupted from Tong Chen, completely startling him. What kind of person is he? Hu Kuan panicked, because he actually felt a threat emanating from Tong Chen. As a battle general, this instinctive perception of danger could not be wrong. A mid-tier warrior has the ability to threaten. A junior battle general, what kind of extraordinary background must one have to cultivate such a prodigy? Hu Kuan began to doubt whether he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. Upon reflection, if he were truly an ordinary F rank, how could he attract the attention of so many privileged women? Hu Kuan's thoughts raced, but in reality, only 2 seconds had passed. The factory still echoed with the tail end of his question to the person who had bumped into him. Tong Chen rolled his eyes. Seeing that the other party did not make a move, he took the parrot that was grabbing his hair off his head and tossed it into his pocket. Sorry, blind spot in my vision, I thought it was a speed bump. Go tell the tiger mom behind us, we're all trying hard to survive. Since you're a battle general, why not avoid it? With that, he turned and ran. Hu Kuan was momentarily stunned by Tong Chen's rapid-fire words. Clearly, he was the one who had been bumped into, yet he felt as if he should apologize for being here and for the trouble caused by the collision. Wait, tiger mom? Hu Kuan's heart skipped a beat as he noticed something furry at his feet. He looked down and nearly passed out. 2 dead tigers had somehow been dropped at his feet, and judging by the faint metallic sheen on their fur, there was no doubt about their identity. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the sky. The figure of the iron-maned tiger came crashing down along with a large amount of broken steel. It stood 3 meters tall and over 10 meters long, the pressure of the beast general surging mightily. The tiger mom's eyes were filled with the confusion of waking up and the anger of discovering an intruder. Quickly spotting the dead cubs at Hu Kuan's feet, her eyes filled with an unyielding killing intent. Tong Chen. In his grief and anger, Hu Kuan could only shout these 2 words before being drowned out by the massive roar. However, at that moment, Tong Chen had already burst out of the factory doors, heading straight for the direction of the Qinghu battle team.
He held a broken sword in his hand, which he had casually taken from the tiger's den, likely a relic of a fallen warrior. The members of the Qinghu battle team were terrified upon hearing that enormous roar. They looked at the trembling factory, their eyes filled with fear. Wasn't it said that the tiger wasn't home? How come the captain was blocked as soon as he went in? Iron Mane Tiger. That sense of oppression can only be from the Iron Mane Tiger. The captain is in danger. Should we run? Or should we wait a bit? Maybe it discovered Tong Chen instead of the captain? The next moment, the factory exploded and collapsed in the distance, a massive beast chasing after someone's figure. The rest of the Qinghu members were dumbfounded. That was definitely their captain, right? Suddenly, someone spotted Tong Chen. Tong Chen? He survived. Am I seeing things? That speed. Not good. Defense. As Tong Chen drew closer, that bone-chilling aura completely shocked everyone. They quickly drew their weapons, preparing to fight back, while others hastily lifted Shi Qianqian from the ground, intending to use her as a threat. But it was already too late. The moment they were drawn in by the whistling sound and failed to notice Tong Chen's figure, the outcome of death was already sealed. A burst of purple blade light erupted, and a figure that had been 100 meters away instantly stood among them, as if it had always been there. Tong Chen, with a calm expression, took Shi Qianqian from the hands of the high-ranking warrior and leaped away. 2 seconds later, the 5 members of the Qinghu were frozen in place, their bodies simultaneously reduced to a pile of flesh. Shi Qianqian didn't know how long she had been unconscious. In the darkness, she felt a terrifying cold aura that instinctively awakened her dormant will. In her dazed state, she saw Tong Chen's face and sensed their distance and position. A princess carry? Shi Qianqian instantly stiffened, her mind too occupied to process how she had escaped. Brain, hey, dead person, cool it down. Are you trying to burn me? Half an hour later, Tong Chen found a shelter and unceremoniously tossed the feigning asleep Shi Qianqian into a corner. The girl trembled slightly but didn't jump up to hit anyone. This was Shi Qianqian. If it had been Shi Ningxuan, she would have probably already planned where to bury Tong Chen. Just now, Tong Chen had seen her eyes filled with anxiety, not daring to open them, so he hadn't restrained his speed. They were already very far from the territory of the Iron Mane Tiger, so there should be no danger. He also didn't know where that guy Hu Kuan planned to run off to. Being chased by a monster far stronger than oneself, one would probably do anything to survive. But that was no longer Tong Chen's concern. He just needed to stay in this shelter for 2 days, waiting for the chaos outside to subside before going out. Of course, he couldn't just sit idle. Tong Chen opened the system material library to start his editing. As soon as Hu Kuan appeared, he was detected by his mental perception. There was no coincidence of just happening to bump into him. Tong Chen had specifically targeted where Hu Kuan was going. Otherwise, how could he have instantly thrown the tiger cub's corpse at his feet? Revealing his aura and verbal interference were all part of a plan devised in an instant. It was all to distract the other party, making him lose at the starting line. After all, when being chased by a monster, one must run faster than their companions. If one runs slowly, they might be locked on by the Iron Mane Tiger as an accomplice in killing its offspring. The situation was perfectly resolved, and he even obtained good material. It seems like he had captured a rather arrogant bird. Forget it, the silly bird seemed to enjoy the warmth of his pocket, as if it had returned to its mother's embrace, showing no intention of coming out for the time being. Just as Tong Chen was about to get down to business, he certainly wouldn't make a fool of himself by trying to catch it. Beside him, Shi Qianqian seemed to still be struggling to calm her emotions. Even though she had been tossed into an uncomfortable position, she pretended not to have woken up. Tong Chen didn't pay attention to the girl. He opened the material library to start editing. Sitting at the exit, Tong Chen clicked on the system material library to find the recorded footage of the Qinghu battle team. The footage played, showing the moment they arrived outside the Chengxin steel plant, where Hu Kuan dropped the act. The main focus was on his malicious demeanor, revealing his true colors, spewing words like a wolf. After replaying it a few times, Tong Chen had an idea. Before editing, Hu Kuan wished he could kill Tong Chen as soon as possible. After editing, Hu Kuan, do you know what's the most difficult part of clearing out a battle team? Because there's a mid-level beast general at Nanxiao, damn it. I can't compare to you. I'm trash. She doesn't even look at me, only at you. This has caused me great emotional damage. I want to go in and blow up the Iron Mane Tiger's den, the Black Dragon battle team mission. I can. Qinghu high-ranking warrior, Captain Shi Ningxuan, likes this type. You lost, as expected of the eldest lady of the Shi family, Hu Kuan, the eldest lady of the Shi family, giving birth to offspring. This opportunity is for you. It's normal to be a bit soft at the beginning. Don't worry. Tong Chen paused at this point, then quickly deleted the segment about soft. No joke. What if the system goes haywire and actually gives him a soft buff? After checking a few more times and not finding the same oversight as before, Tong Chen satisfactorily clicked on complete editing. After the edit, the scene completely changed to Hu Kuan choosing to sacrifice himself for him and Shi Ningxiang, even wishing them, may you have children soon. The expression is a bit off. It doesn't look voluntary. But Tong Chen wasn't worried. Even if it wasn't voluntary, he couldn't blink in the edited video, could he? Ding.
Editing successful. The pure love warrior falls in response. There are still more good people in the world. Material strength rating 68. Material cognition rating 60. Host editing rating 72. Total score 200. Will receive an extra reward x2. Congratulations to the host. Strength plus 800 kilograms, mental power plus 40, charm plus 5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 opportunities for battle skill comprehension. Can choose to enhance golden battle skills. Detected that the editing score has reached 200. The host can choose one of the options to receive triple rewards. Tong Chen saw the highest editing score ever and was given the chance for triple rewards. Without thinking, he directly chose to triple the battle skill comprehension. Charm was no longer a consideration. He wasn't really living off soft rice. As for mental power, currently, aside from opening perception, it had no obvious effect. Even if he tripled the 800 kg strength, it wouldn't allow him to leap to the battle general level. No matter how you looked at it, choosing the battle skill comprehension opportunity was the most cost-effective. Last time, 2 opportunities upgraded Mingyan Slash and also improved the passive skill Mingyan Control. As a legacy that unlocks more supporting battle skills with level increases, it was undoubtedly better than increasing strength by 1600 kg. Selection successful. Battle skill comprehension opportunity x3. Host can comprehend battle skills plus 9. Warning, please release the video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 600 views. Tong Chen blinked. The intermediate battle general Zhu Yashuan had 800 views and the beginner was only 600? Now that his strength had increased to 4245, he had completely surpassed the threshold of 4000 kilograms for advanced warriors. Advanced warrior, huh? Tong Chen murmured softly. How many days had it been since graduating from the training camp? He had only completed 2 missions and reached the advanced warrior level. Even if the subsequent improvements became increasingly difficult, he was confident he could reach the battle god level within a few years. Not to mention, there might still be shortcuts. On Shi Ningxiang's side, if he obtained materials for the battle god, would he have the chance to directly leap through several realms to become a battle god? Tong Chen felt it was necessary to give it a try. If he could leap to become a battle god, combined with the god-level battle skill, Mingyan Slash, Tong Chen was confident he could take on any battle god. At that time, asking who the battle god that cured the breakdown syndrome was and forcing him to reveal the method wouldn't be too hard, would it? But for now, he should focus on improving his combat power. The risk of provoking a battle god was not low. Every bit of strength increased his chances of survival in case of a mishap. But it seems that leveling up requires only 2 comprehension opportunities, and now it seems like there's one more. It had been so long since the last battle skill draw. Tong Chen felt it should be about time for a cooldown, right? What if he could draw a golden one again? System, draw a battle skill. Ding. Drawing begins. The slot machine projection appeared before Tong Chen again. The patterns began to roll, colors blending together. Among the colorful hues, a faint gold stirred excitement, and that feeling of being the chosen one returned before the draw. The screen gradually slowed down, finally stopping on a blue icon that looked like a person's shadow. Tong Chen. Congratulations to the host for comprehending the battle skill, Shadow Control. Tong Chen's expression struggled as he barely suppressed the impulse to draw all 8 remaining opportunities. System, enhance the proficiency of Infernal Flame Slash with the remaining opportunities. He said this through gritted teeth. Tong Ying declared that he would never believe in love again. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to the host for the proficiency of Infernal Flame Slash, increasing current proficiency. Level 4. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the combat skill Infernal Flame Compression, proficiency level 1. The passive skill Infernal Flame Manipulation increased to level 4. Infernal Flame Compression can compress the infernal flame into a device for throwing and detonating, or can be added to weapons to inflict additional infernal explosion damage. Based on mental strength to measure compression limits and power. Wait, shouldn't the system enhance it to level 4 proficiency? Why did it only increase by 2 levels? Tong Chan's low murmurs received no response. In the end, he could only comfort himself with the thought that the required experience for proficiency enhancement was increasing. Infernal Flame Compression? Strange, the infernal flame is in high temperature. This fire is cold. How can it exhibit explosive damage? He also didn't know what it would be like to use it. With Shi Qianxian lying beside him, he couldn't experiment and would have to find another opportunity later. The level of infernal flame manipulation increased to level 4, and the number of flames he could control rose from 2 to 4, with their size doubling. Now they were as big as a human head. Then there was the current strongest trump card, Infernal Flame Slash. After this combat skill reached level 4, it was no longer limited to just charging and slashing. It could be released while standing still. Originally, the skill had a limit on the number of slashes against a single target. If too many targets were locked on, the number of slashes would decrease. Now, he could stand in place and unleash the maximum number of slashes on the target in front of him, with the level 4 burst limit being 49 slashes. Moreover, the charging speed was converted into attack speed at a certain ratio. This is a bit strong. Previously, he could use this move to fight against primary battle generals with the strength of a mid-level warrior. Now, as a high-level warrior, the single-target burst power of Infernal Flame Slash had increased by 6 or 7 times. He was now afraid that even ordinary mid-level battle generals could be easily dealt with. Tong Ying looked towards Shadow Control Technique, recalling a family from The Legend of Eyes with exceptionally high IQs. He formed hand seals and shouted, Shadow Mimicry Technique. The shadow beneath his feet instantly transformed. But it had no attacking power. It was really just controlling a shadow, and it was utterly useless, not to mention controlling enemies or strangling them. He couldn't even move a leaf. What a garbage skill that wasted my combat opportunity and hindered my growth. Tong Ying disdainfully cast this skill aside and began to consider future matters. According to previous intelligence, the battle gods of the world were all injured from hunting the Thunder Crystal Dragon, and Shi Ningxiang's battle god master might not be fully recovered. If he had completely healed, he would have gone to hunt monsters to secure living space for the Dragon Kingdom's people. How could he have time to teach disciples? In that case, even if things went south and the other party wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be so easy, right? Tong Chen instantly felt an increase in his sense of security, and his operational space with Shi Ningxiang also expanded significantly. Speaking of which, that battle god hadn't heard any news and had no relevant intelligence. He didn't even know the other party's preferences or experiences. How could he successfully obtain materials? This time, he had to find a way to get relevant information about the Bobo battle god from Shi Ningxiang. With this in mind, Tong Chen opened the terminal and published the video. At this moment, in the distance, Shi Qianqian finally sat up slowly, rubbing her numb thighs and arms. Waking up, Shi Qianqian saw Tong Chen staring at his terminal and felt too shy to interrupt. She could only hug her legs in the corner of the wall that had been abandoned, occasionally stealing glances at Tong Chen. Tong Chen was focused on the playback after the video was published. He felt that the battle network he had sent out was not secure. After all, the soldiers in Wayan City were very busy with the task of reclaiming the South Bridge. He immediately sent out another message on the civilian network. Sure enough, the people in the city were idle, and the view count immediately began to rise. The blogger has posted another video? A tribute to the pure love warrior? That title has some substance. The confused onlookers clicked on the video. The first scene showed a desolate urban landscape, and the protagonist was surprisingly wearing battle armor. Everyone immediately felt a sense of respect. Those who could afford battle armor were strong warriors from the start. Ordinary soldiers, unless they had a mine at home, simply couldn't afford it. Could it be that the pure love warrior refers to this person? As the video played on, the audience's expressions began to turn strange. The lines were indeed quite pure in love, but the expressions didn't match, did they? Wow, the editing makes it look like a warrior's dying confession of love, but something feels off. With that look in those eyes, how is that expressing feelings? It clearly looks like a robbery. Is it possible that the blogger is right in front of this warrior, which is why they look so fierce? I know this warrior. If it's really because of the blogger, then the blogger's body is probably already cold. They must be joking. How could someone really want to end their life over something like this? That's too infatuated. The audience was somewhat confused, feeling that something was off but unable to pinpoint the problem. Upon seeing the battle armor on Hu Kuan, they didn't immediately think of him as a villain. The video continued, shifting to a perspective towards the factory. However, there were no figures in the frame. This segment was recorded by Tong Chen using a terminal. Thinking that the intel on the Iron Mane Tiger's lair might be worth some money, he didn't expect it to be used in the editing first. The audience immediately misunderstood. Hey, he went in. What a man. Really indifferent to his own life because of unrequited love? I would call this warrior the most passionate in Wayan City. Blogger, remember to have a few kids with that warrior named Shi Ningxiang, otherwise how can you face her? Various comments kept appearing until the final scene of the video, which froze on Hu Kuan facing a gigantic monster descending from the sky. The audience's eyes widened in shock. They knew there was definitely something wrong with this video, but that warrior seemed to be in danger. If that was indeed the main target of the Black Dragon Battle Group's extermination mission, he would be in serious trouble. Due to the video involving a battle group mission, it immediately caused a stir in the city. In the administrative building, Shi Ningxiang's mother, Suyu, was waiting for her husband to finish his official business so they could go eat together. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a notification. She looked and saw that the Tong Chen account she followed had updated. She clicked to play. She didn't understand much about missions. Seeing that Tong Chen had once again edited a video involving her daughter, she immediately showed an amused expression, completely unaware of the dark expression on Shi Ming's face behind her. When she heard about having children with her daughter, her eyes suddenly lit up and she gave a thumbs up. If Ningxue has that intention, they should get together soon. Otherwise, once their strength increases, that child's F-level strength might not be able to break through. Just as she finished speaking, Suyu noticed the grinding teeth behind her and turned to meet Shi Ming's murderous expression.
The lady fearfully stuck out her tongue.
We agreed not to interfere in the young people's affairs, then don't mess around with your daughter's love life just to have a grandchild.
After saying this, Ming angrily snatched his wife's phone and replayed the video. Soon, he furrowed his brows.
Ordinary people wouldn't notice the problem. But as the head of the public security department in Wayan City, how could he not see Hu Kuan's ill intentions? He had already had someone investigate when the other party pursued Ningshui. The conclusion was that this person was not trustworthy and needed to be guarded against. With many cases lacking evidence hanging over him, he was most likely not a good person.
Ming directly showed the investigation results to his daughter, which was also the reason why Nyangshuang despised Hu Kuan so much. Otherwise, with Nyangshuang's admiration for warriors and strong individuals, she might have really fallen for Hu Kuan's tricks.
Why the serious expression? I think the editing is
quite good and interesting, so you said, puzzled.
Ming sighed.
It's not that simple. Hu Kuan likely has ulterior motives, but the fact that Tong Chen managed to survive
and edit the video means he made it out alive. But how could an F-level apprentice survive against a war general?
As Ming spoke, he began to take the matter seriously, feeling the need to investigate Tong Chen's background thoroughly. Suddenly, Suyu reached out to the screen and clicked pause, slowly dragging the progress bar back until
it stopped.
In that frame, they could see Qianqian lying unconscious on the ground.
Both of their faces changed dramatically. Damn it, how dare they lay hands on someone from the Shi family?
I thought with Nyangshuang awakening to SS level and becoming a disciple of the war god, she would keep a low profile to avoid being targeted, but
it seems she has been seen as easy to bully instead.
With a face full of murderous intent, Ming returned the phone to his wife and stood up to leave.
Anyone related to Hu Kuan would surely face a purge.
On the other side, in the South Bridge war zone, the command center has issued an order for an emergency retreat. The Iron Mane Tiger has
gone berserk. The reason is unclear.
Someone in Nyangshuang's team spoke up. They were on the verge of successfully subduing a beast soldier-level monster when they heard about the Iron Mane Tiger going berserk, and their expressions changed instantly.
Retreat! Retreat!
Everyone immediately abandoned the monster in front of them and fled for their lives. Half an hour later, the team retreated to a safe area to regroup.
Nyangshuang's expression was grim. How did it suddenly go berserk? Nyangshuang, come.
Look at this, a female team member said, opening a terminal that was playing Tong Chen's video.
Her heart sank. Sure enough, she saw Hu Kuan saying to give the opportunity to
have children to Tong Chen, and Nyangshuang's face turned pale.
That guy.
As for Hu Kuan's edited confession, she didn't believe a word of it. When the footage reached the end and showed the Iron Mane Tiger, she gasped sharply.
How did they end up there? Wait, where's Qianqian?
Nyangshuang immediately anxiously dialed her sisters.
Communication. In another direction. Captain, the retreat order has been issued. A member of the Black Dragon reported to Lu Yong.
Lu Yong nodded, looking solemnly into the
distance.
Buildings were collapsing continuously, and the Iron Mane Tiger was chasing something.
Have the reasons for the berserk state been identified? We just received
news that Tong Chen released a new video showing footage in the Iron Mane Tiger's lair, Integrity Steelworks.
It includes scenes of War General Hu Kuan provoking the Iron Mane Tiger.
The team member said, pulling out a terminal to freeze the frame at the moment Hu Kuan faced the Iron Mane Tiger.
The image was enlarged and restored to clarity, revealing two furry monster figures beneath Hu Kuan's feet.
Lu Yong's murderous intent suddenly surged,
trespassing into a restricted area and sabotaging the battle groups.
Plans forced them to confront the enraged Iron Mane Tiger head-on, unnecessarily increasing the risk of casualties.
Regardless of the reason, Hu Kuan deserved to die. When
Nyangshuang's call to Qianqian connected, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Thank goodness she was okay.
What exactly happened? She asked, frowning.
Wasn't it supposed to be a perimeter cleanup mission? How did they end up in the Iron Mane Tiger's territory? Wasn't the Black Dragon strictly prohibiting that? Hearing her sister's
inquiry, Qianqian cautiously glanced at Tong Chen. Noticing that he had no reaction, she then quietly recounted what had happened. She didn't know what happened afterward, and hadn't seen Tong Chen's edited video yet. She could only share her own experiences and speculations. After listening, Nyangshuang's expression grew even colder. Thinking of Hu Kuan's various misdeeds, she understood the situation all too well. This time, there was evidence left behind.
I see, is Tong Chen still alive? He carried me out,
the girl said, her face turning red again.
Nyangshuang felt a tightness in her chest.
But thinking about how the other party saved her sister's life, she should be grateful. She could only keep comforting herself not to mind such trivial matters. After swallowing her frustration, Nyangshuang forced herself to say, "You wait
until it's safe to return to the team.
That bastard may be a bit harsh, but his survival skills are quite good."
Nyangshuang ultimately hung up the communication, feeling extremely uneasy. Qianqian was not like her. She would refuse Tong Chen's unreasonable requests.
The chaos caused by the Iron Mane Tiger's rampage might take a
long time to settle down. By then, her sister wouldn't be completely devoured by Tong Chen, right?
Thinking of this, Shi Ningxuan found Tong Chen's ID. The training camp had an internal group, and since all members of Group 8 joined the reserve team, they naturally had similar contact methods.
If you dare to lay a hand on Shi Qianqian, you're dead.
After warning Tong Chen, she contacted Captain Lu Yong to report the situation she learned from Shi Qianqian.
Tong Chen, who was counting the views, saw the message pop up and was filled with confusion. Who was attacking whom? In the war zone. Okay, I understand. Lu Yong hung up Shi Ningxuan's communication, looking at the commotion
in the distance with an even more terrifying expression.
The truth behind the Iron Mane Tiger's rampage had surfaced. Hu Koan ignored the ban and privately led people
into the lair, attempting to capture the monster's cubs, which thoroughly enraged this intermediate beast general.
Suddenly, Lu Yong's expression stiffened. Wait, that's not right.
Since Hu Koan was heading for the Iron Mane Tiger's lair, bringing Tong Chen and Shi Qianqian along could only be to use them as human scouts.
So, how did Tong Chen and that girl survive? This incident couldn't possibly be related to that guy, right?
Lu Yong's gaze became strange.
He recalled the accusations made by the administrator Wei Han against Tong Chen at the graduation exam site. This kid had top-notch acting skills and was good at sabotaging teammates. It couldn't be. Tong Chen is still alive?
Beside him, the worried Zhu Yashuang asked. She had just learned that Tong Chen was summoned by Hu Koan and thought Tong Chen was doomed.
He's alive, perfectly fine. Even
the war generals can't outplay him. You should worry about yourself.
Lu Yong rolled his eyes at his sister, thinking about Wei Han's evaluation of Tong Chen. That guy ran faster than a dog. Help! I'm Hu Koan from the Qinghu battle team. I have an emergency report. Another loud crash, accompanied by the collapse of a building, and Hu Koan's figure shot out with the debris.
He spotted Lu Yong and the others on the roof and immediately exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Hu Koan could no longer be simply described as disheveled. He was practically on the brink of death. His battle armor looked like scrap metal, and one of his arms was already missing. There were 2 deep claw marks on his chest, and he was covered in blood and dirt.
Let's go, it's our turn to make an appearance,
Lu Yong said as he led the way, jumping down from the building.
The members of the Black Dragon battle team and the reinforcements followed.
After landing with a loud crash, fully armed warriors kept emerging from behind the surrounding buildings. The team was a massive wave, like a torrent of black steel armor, slowly advancing towards the enraged monster's location. During this time of watching the show, Lu Yong had already gathered all the deputy team members, preparing to engage in a decisive battle with the Iron-Maned Tiger. When Hu Koan saw the newcomers, it was as if he had found a lifeline. He scrambled and crawled towards Lu Yong and the others. Captain of the Black Dragon team, save me. The only response he received was Lu Yong's big foot. Hu Koan flew out in disbelief, landing directly at the feet of the Iron-Maned Tiger. Boom! The tiger's paw struck down, shaking the ground. Then came 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The Iron-Maned Tiger's claws moved so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen, only the ground in front of it kept exploding.
Hu Koan from the Qinghu battle team. Trespassing into the restricted area and disrupting military operations is unforgivable. Execute him on the spot, Lu Yong said coldly, with no one around paying attention. What does it matter to them whether Hu Koan lives or dies?
In their eyes, there was only the will to fight.
If we can exhaust some of the monster's stamina, it won't be a
wasted death. At that moment, the Iron-Maned Tiger also stopped its movements, coldly raising its head to look at the crowd before it.
In the eyes of the monster, these humans
were no different from the enemies who had killed its offspring.
How dare mere prey resist an ambush to kill its young?
The revenge would not end here. It wanted to kill all the humans in sight until there was no trace left of this group.
This beast has quite the temper. Attack.
After Lu Yong finished speaking, he raised his battle rifle and led the charge, while the others behind him drew their bows and shot arrows, countless projectiles flying towards the massive beast shadow.
The battle erupted in an instant.
2 days later, the main force of the battle team returned to the South Bridge frontline base. Over 100 valiant warriors had set out, but upon their return, each was injured, with more than 10 wrapped in shrouds.
All personnel, rest up. Issue orders for everyone to retreat to the frontline base. After the retreat is complete,
we will begin fortifications to seal off the area and reduce the hiding range of the Iron-Maned Tiger for extermination, Lu Yong said with a grim expression. It was difficult to avoid casualties when dealing with beast generals. As long as they could take down the target, it was worth it.
But due to Hu Koan's reckless actions, a perfect tactical
encirclement was not formed, allowing the Iron-Maned Tiger to escape heavily injured. One must say, it truly lived up to its feline lineage. Its ability to seize opportunities was astonishing. I'll soon have your head, beast.
Lu Yong squinted his eyes and led his men into the command center.
Orders were quickly dispatched, and all teams still resting on the outskirts of the battle zone received the news.
Shi Ningxian, let's retreat. The next phase is the formal battle team's job.
The reserve team members began
to slowly withdraw.
Shi Ningxian nodded and opened her terminal to call her sister.
Did you receive the orders? The Iron Mane Tiger is heavily injured and the Black Dragon is going to seal off the battle zone. You all need to evacuate quickly. By the way, when Tong Chen returns, have him come find me. Didn't you say you wanted me to guide him? I agreed. After Shi Ningxiang finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Thinking of the call from home and her mother Suyu's words about tigers and wolves, she felt she had to give Tong Chen a good beating when she got back. Just in time, the formal battle team members were about to take a short rest before pursuing the Iron-Maned Tiger, and the vice captain had no chance to intervene. Tong Chen, just you wait. This time, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Shi Ningxiang growled through gritted teeth like an angry mother beast. In the shelter, Shi Qianshan hung up the phone, looking worriedly at Tong Chen, who was roasting monster meat. Sister Ningxiang seemed really angry this time. Over the past 2 days, she had also seen Tong Chen's latest edited video. The video revealed a tendency of wanting to have children with his sister, which made her feel uncomfortable. After 2 days of indirect hints, Shi Qianshan discovered that Tong Chen had no such thoughts at all. He was just playing around. See, now. His sister was angry, right? Come on, finish eating and let's retreat. The higher-ups have ordered a lockdown here and I don't want to be blown up by friendly fire while hiding. Tong Chen waved at the girl. He wasn't joking, it was a lockdown operation. The shelter, being an easily concealed underground space, was the most likely place to have high explosives dropped in to check for any presence. Oh, Shi Qianshan obediently walked over, staring intently at Tong Chen's cheek. What's wrong? Shouldn't we hide for a few more days? Shi Qianshan hesitated. After 2 days of being alone together, she was finally able to talk to Tong Chen properly. Upon hearing her words, Tong Chen immediately began to size her up. One had to admit, Shi Qianshan's figure was truly outstanding. Plus, after 2 days of being a bit dusty and disheveled, the charm of a fallen rich girl was no less than that of a damaged black silk buff. Stay for another 2 days? No, I can't hold on. Tong Chen's expression was strange as he daydreamed inwardly, standing a bit straighter to show respect. The next moment, he thought of his mentally challenged sister and his bedridden mother. The material is important. With the title of a wealthy son-in-law, the chances of obtaining materials have decreased. By the way, the mission logistics is indeed run by your family, right? He said, looking at Shi Qianshan. The latter was slightly taken aback, her face turning red. Ha? Tong Chen was puzzled. Why is my sister blushing? Did she see my wicked thoughts just now? Shi Qianshan lowered her head. Is he inquiring about my family background, preparing to live off me? Shi Qianshan knew that Tong Chen liked money and was aware of his family's difficulties. Hearing this question, she thought Tong Chen might not want to work hard anymore. Speak up. Tong Chen scratched his head. It's our families. Shi Qianshan replied softly, as if agreeing to a marriage proposal. Little did she know, Tong Chen instantly entered sage mode. Goodness, they almost monopolize the logistics between major cities in Longwa and have strategic cooperation with the military. A complete behemoth, a super enterprise of the new era. Such an existence, and he is actually in the same period as him? When he first heard the teammates from Team 8 mention Tong Ying, Tong Chen didn't believe it. The moment it was confirmed, Tong Chen really wanted to turn into a big bad wolf and pounce on the girl, directly having fun for 2 days. After that, he would take Shi Qianshan, who had gained 2 pounds, back to the city to meet his family and get married. Shi Qianshan waited for a long time but did not see Tong Chen take any further action. She looked up and found Tong Chen in sage mode, completely stunned. Ha, did I say something wrong just now? Woo if you don't like the logistics company, we can start something else. I lost my appetite, let's go back. Tong Chen said, extinguishing the fire directly. Shi Qianshan looked at the food he had made, unsure if she would have the chance to eat it again, and immediately packed it up to take away. Until the two returned to the frontline base, Shi Qianshan still couldn't figure out why Tong Chen showed that expression when he heard that the mission logistics was her family's. After both returned to their dorms to clean up, they went to the cafeteria to eat. After the meal, they were simultaneously asked by members of the Black Dragon team about the events concerning Hukoan. Tong Chen directly shifted the blame onto Hukoan, revealing that the other party had a bomb and forced him to blow up the tiger's den. Then why didn't you die? The inquirer looked surprised. I was lucky, I disassembled the detonator, found a place to hide, and unexpectedly, not only did he come in, but he also killed the iron-haired tiger cub. What? Did the little tiger do wrong? It's simply insane, inhumane. Tong Chen was indignant, as if he wasn't the one being scolded. Shi Qianshan beside him was shocked, realizing how terrifying the situation was after she fainted. Tong Chen's survival was purely luck. No wonder he inquired about her family background. He had thoughts of retreating, but why did he ultimately back down? Shi Qianshan's thoughts wandered. The inquirer looked at the detonator Tong Chen pulled out with a strange expression. He wanted to take the item as evidence of a crime but was afraid of being hammered by the vice captain. This guy is really impressive. Not only did he survive being schemed against by a battle general, but he also managed to take away equipment worth hundreds of thousands from the other party. No, 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 just being able to disarm a bomb is already quite unusual. He deserves to earn that money. The inquiring soldier was genuinely impressed at this moment. How long has an F-level been with their black dragon? Back and forth, he had already earned more than many high-level warriors could make. Even more infuriating was that this guy had such abilities and was still thinking about living off others. But thinking about Shi Qianqian and Shi Ningxiang's backgrounds, and considering the vice captain's strength, it still seemed like living off others was appealing. In the end, Tong Chen and the others bid farewell to the envious and twisted soldiers. Do you want to go out for a stroll? Shi Qianqian suggested. Softly. She was still curious about Tong Chen's reaction in the shelter earlier and planned to find an opportunity to ask. As for the guidance that Shi Ningxiang had mentioned, it was completely pushed to the back of her mind. Oh, sure. Tong Chen thought for a moment. The video had already been released, fulfilling the system's view count requirement. There were no tasks at hand, so what was wrong with building a good relationship with a wealthy woman? The two walked side by side, starting to stroll around the camp, occasionally attracting the attention of others. Isn't that the guy who does the editing? And next to him is Shi Ningxiang's sister? Damn! This guy is impressive, not only targeting the older sister but also the younger one. Damn it, Shi Qianqian must have seen that video. Why isn't she paying attention? I love this guy's videos. Hu Kuan equals pure love warrior. I'm dying of laughter. I wonder if Hu Kuan knows in the afterlife and will be so angry that he crawls out to confront Tong Chen? The key is that Hu Kuan's affair with Shi Ningxiang really takes the mockery to the next level. Incredible, it's the first time I've seen an apprentice dare to bully a war general, and he's outputting right on their face. Thank goodness the guy is dead. Around them, the formal members who were resting joked and chatted, not shying away from the parties involved. They were somewhat curious about the video content, so they dug up the details about Hu Kuan and Shi Ningxiang. After understanding the situation, they immediately had a clear perception of Tong Chen's editing skills. If Hu Kuan had miraculously survived, he would definitely have a vendetta against this kid Tong Chen. Well, it seemed that Hu Kuan hadn't planned to let him off the hook from the start. After all, going into the tiger's den was such a dangerous thing, and he brought an apprentice along. Those who understood the implications knew what was up. Tong Chen pretended not to hear the surrounding voices, but Shi Qianqian felt uncomfortable. The two-person world she had envisioned with Tong Chen was completely non-existent, and her doubts naturally couldn't be voiced. Just as she was struggling with whether to pull Tong Chen to a secluded place, Shi Ningxiang approached with a murderous intent, and from a distance, she shouted, Tong Chen, how have you considered the matter I mentioned? Shi Ningxiang was referring to the guidance. Shi Qianqian's face changed dramatically, and she tugged at Tong Chen's sleeve, wanting to flee. Tong Chen was full of question marks, somewhat resisting the girl's pull. What was going on? At that moment, his pants pocket moved, and a bird's head popped out. Ah! Shi Qianqian was startled and took a step back. Tong Chen's expression changed instantly. Oh crap, parrot brother, do you want to die? Why are you coming out at this time? This is a warrior's den. Don't you have any awareness as a monster? Shi Qianqian, in her fright, jumped back 2 meters. As the parrot emerged from Tong Chen's pocket, the surrounding environment grew increasingly quiet. It wasn't that Tong Chen didn't want to cover his pocket and run away, but the moment the bird's head appeared, he was locked onto by several auras. It was truly a case of exposing oneself and getting shot. Tong Chen suspected that if he dared to move recklessly, arrows would immediately fly out from the shadows to pierce him. Thus, the parrot clung to Tong Chen's clothes and climbed up to his shoulder with an unrecognizable gait. During the climb, it fixed its angry gaze on Tong Chen's eyes, as if saying, "Where's my food? Look at me, you brat." Tong Chen's mouth twitched as he slowly pulled out a small energy crystal from another bag and handed it to the parrot. The movement was slow to avoid causing misunderstandings with the hidden archers. "Just wait a bit longer, silly bird, I'll throw you out to set you free later." After eating, the parrot's expression turned satisfied, no longer staring into Tong Chen's eyes. It scanned the surroundings, unafraid of the large group of warriors staring at it. Tong Chen felt the locking sensation gradually fade away, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief, planning to explain that this parrot actually didn't eat people. At that moment, a shout erupted from the 8-member group behind Shi Ningxiang. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! A primal animal. One member who loved raising little monsters rushed forward, stopping a few meters away from Tong Chen, looking at the parrot as if it were a stunning beauty. Upon hearing the words primal animal, the expressions of those around began to change dramatically. There was envy, shock, and doubt. What is a primordial animal? Tong Chen asked curiously. As a non-native, he was somewhat lacking in this relatively obscure knowledge. You actually don't know? His teammates looked at him as if he were an idiot, then revealed expressions of admiration and envy. The so-called primordial animals refer to those that survived after being screened by the Divine Enlightenment X virus but have not undergone evolution. The genes of these organisms are too stable, even the virus cannot make them evolve. It is said to be the last mercy left by the planets while after millions of years of evolutionary efforts for the species, they maintain the appearance of monsters before their rapid evolution, hence they are called primordial organisms. Upon hearing this, Tong Chen scratched his head. So, what's the big deal? His teammate rolled his eyes. It was clear that discussing with someone who could expose a cockroach was futile. He shifted his approach, determined to highlight the awesomeness of primordial organisms. First, they have extremely high research value. All research institutes in the world are willing to pay handsomely for them, and the demand far exceeds the supply. Secondly, they are the most revered pets among the new humans. The wealthy spend lavishly on them, offering prices even higher than those of research institutes. Regardless of the species, as long as it is a primordial organism, it starts at 800,000 federal coins. This is the first time I've heard of a flying organism surviving. Yours is at least 2 million. Primordial organisms are incredibly fragile since they haven't evolved, so they are highly cherished. Upon hearing this, Tong Chen's expression changed instantly. This price could buy a large house in the second ring of any city in Long Country. Looking at the parrot perched on his shoulder, Tong Chen felt a pang of regret for his earlier rashness. Sorry, Bird Lord, I didn't know your status was so noble. I was a bit ungrateful for trying to chase you away earlier. Thank you for your favor. Ha, wait a minute. Fragile? What the hell is fragile about it? Tong Chen's gaze towards his teammate shifted dramatically. Do you believe this silly bird could kill you? You're telling me it's fragile? This guy is probably more than just a primordial organism. Tong Chen fell into deep thought while the pet enthusiast cautiously approached, afraid of startling the parrot. At that moment, the division leader, Lao Yu, walked over. He looked thoughtful. Tong Chen, if you can raise this bird well, it might be used as a reconnaissance machine? In the war zone, many devices cannot be used, especially those related to radio waves, unless a signal tower is established. But living creatures are not affected. Look at how bold this bird is, not afraid at all of the many strong individuals present. It has great potential to be a scout. Upon hearing Lao Yu's words, the surrounding people looked at the parrot with changed expressions. The rest of Team 8 was instantly envious. Oh crap, could it be that with this bird, Tong Chen could be welcomed by any battle team? The premise is that he can raise it well. Did you not see how close that bird is to Tong Chen? This guy is indeed liked by animals. Could it be because he doesn't act human and is inherently beastly? Hey, who are you calling beastly? Aren't we teammates? Tong Chen protested to his teammates who were teasing him from afar. You, eating soft rice from beautiful women is one thing, but now you're even eating soft rice from pets. I can't have a useless teammate like you. Exactly. And you don't even bring us along to eat. Damn it, how can this guy's luck be so good? Maybe it's true that those who survive great calamities will have good fortune. Surviving from a war general is impressive. His teammates were turning into lemon essence with envy. This was no ordinary bird, it was clearly a super ATM. Tong Chen was bewildered, noticing his teammates' imbalance regarding the parrot's value. Is this energy crystal eating bird really that valuable? Raise it well. After all, the silly bird's combat power was clearly not that of a primordial organism. Allowing it to leave unchecked before understanding the situation could lead to future dangers. Keeping it close at hand at least allows for risk control. As this thought crossed his mind, Tong Chen's gaze met that of the parrot. The latter shook its head. Tong Chen was startled, realizing that this silly bird was about to argue about seniority again, and immediately reached out to grab it. The parrot froze for a moment, then began to struggle. Soon it realized something was off. How had this person's strength increased so much? As the grip tightened, the parrot's defiant gaze became clearer. It was obvious that it had figured out who the real boss of the house was. Tong Chen let out a sigh of relief and slowly loosened his grip. The parrot returned to perch on his shoulder. Shi Qianqian, who had been nearby, relaxed when she realized this parrot was not a monster. She leaned in, curiously observing. Shi Ningxuan also frowned and walked over. After a brief distraction, what was she about to do? Right, asked Tong Chen if he accepted the battle invitation. Shi Ningxuan had no interest in the value or rarity of any original life forms. Just as she was about to continue the previous topic, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. The parrot looked at the approaching Shi Qianqian, tilted its head, and spoke. Call me daddy. The scene instantly fell into silence. The expressions of those around slowly turned strange. If I'm not mistaken, this girl disappeared with Tong Chen for 2 days, right? I heard they were hiding from monsters. The parrot mimicking is quite worth pondering. Pondering my ass. The wheel has already rolled over my face. These young people are really playing hard. TSK, this is very lively. Shi Qianqian herself was also dumbfounded. The moment the parrot spoke, her face turned red. Remembering that Tong Chen had seemingly done the same thing before, and recalling her own reaction at that time, Shi Qianqian felt her consciousness evaporating rapidly. Tong Chen looked at the blushing Shi Qianqian. Hadn't he already cured this problem? Had he been too honest these past 2 days? If he had increased physical contact a bit more, would her brain not crash so easily?
But it didn't seem like a big deal. Such reactions were only dangerous during intense battles. However, he was a logistics worker. No matter how much the other party liked him, there weren't many opportunities for them to fight together. Looking over at Shi Ningxuan, her expression was colder than ever, her eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at him. She was like a giant ice block, completely opposite to her sister, a true contrast of ice and fire. Tong Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this thought and reached out to grab the parrot. "Shut up, if you keep provoking, your master might end up with a knife. Call me daddy." The parrot, held in his hand, shouted again at the girl across from him. Shi Qianqian swayed and fainted on the spot. "Qianqian!" Shi Ningxuan caught her sister and checked her over. Then she realized she didn't understand this area of knowledge and couldn't tell if Tong Chen had done anything to Shi Qianqian. With a fierce glare, Shi Ningxuan stared at the man who was stuffing the bird into his pocket. "It's a misunderstanding, I really didn't do anything, just ask her when she wakes up," Tong Chen hurriedly explained in a fluster. "You dead bird, if you don't behave and go back, I'll pluck all your feathers later." In his excitement, he subconsciously activated his mental power. The parrot actually stopped struggling, blinking as if it understood. After putting the bird back in his pocket, Tong Chen finally realized something. Mental power has this effect? Just as he was about to leave this troublesome place and go back to study properly, Shi Ningxuan handed her sister over to a teammate to take her back to rest, then walked in front of Tong Chen to block his way. "Did you hear what I just said? Do you want to agree?" Anger was suppressed in Shi Ningxuan's eyes. It seemed that she had unknowingly formed a karmic bond with the man before her. Having been injured at Tong Ying's hands before, she felt like she had almost suffered all the losses of her life in one go. Immediately after, he was maliciously edited in 2 waves, causing people in Fong City to genuinely believe that he and her were a couple. Even his mother called yesterday, saying that next holiday she should bring Tong Chen back to meet her and his father. Although her tone was strange when she mentioned it, Shi Ningxiang didn't think much of it and kept trying to clarify her relationship with Tong Ying in front of her parents. Under various factors, Shi Ningxiang had been having nightmares recently and Tong Ying would appear in them. This heart demon thing can be dealt with by just giving it a good beating, Shi Ningxiang thought to herself. However, Tong Chen in front of her suddenly made an exaggerated expression. "Thank you for your kindness, but I want to focus on my training for now and don't want to date." The surroundings instantly fell silent, and the female teammate who was helping Shi Qianqian leave stopped in her tracks, turning back to look at him in shock. Hey, is this kid crazy? Ha, he must be doing it on purpose. Who would think this is a confession? So what exactly does Shi Ningxiang want to do? Does anyone know? The onlooking warriors were almost thrown off by Tong Chen's words. "You're still the one who stands out. Focusing on training? Do you even understand what it means to have an F-level talent?" Upon hearing this response, Shi Ningxiang's chest heaved violently. Her fists turned white from clenching, and her whole body trembled. Given this situation, no one would be surprised if Tong Chen got knocked out. "Didn't Shi Qianqian tell you that I'm looking for you to spar?" After struggling, Shi Ningxiang still gritted her teeth and endured. The black history was still in the other's hands, and with Tong Chen's lack of limits, he had no qualms about sending photos to her sister. Shi Ningxiang felt that if she couldn't beat him, she would definitely suffer social death. When had she ever endured such humiliation? Her eyes were red with anger. "Oh, so it's just sparring. I almost got wrapped up in your nonsense. What are you waiting for to agree? You're an F level. You should be secretly happy to get guidance from a genius. As long as you're not an idiot, you can't refuse. Look at how angry the girl is. You better agree, or uncle is going to have a private chat with you. Don't be ungrateful. A beautiful girl is asking you to spar. If it were me, I'd feel great even if I got beaten up." The surrounding warriors teased. Tong Chen scratched his head. "Oh, is that so? I thought it was something else. I refuse." After saying that, he turned to leave. The surrounding warriors were stunned. Wait, he really refused? Shi Ningxian gritted her teeth. With Tong Chen's cautious nature, he must know that sparring with her would involve some physical pain. But to publicly refuse a girl's challenge in front of so many people, the thickness of Tong Chen's face still shocked Shi Ningxian. "Stop. I'm not letting you spar for free. Aren't you short on money? How about 500,000 for one session?" After saying that, Shi Ningxian believed Tong Chen would never refuse. Previously, Tong Chen had even dared to join Hu Kuan's team for money. Just letting her vent her anger and beat him up could earn him so much, there was no reason for him to refuse. Sure enough, Tong Chen's eyes lit up. It was as if he was saying, "Really? There's such a good deal? I refuse. If you agree, then, you." The girl was furious, feeling like she had been played. "Stop. As a logistics member, you must obey the captain's orders." Shi Ningxiang thought about how she was still the captain of the cleanup team, and Tong Chen, being a member of Group 8, fell under her command. Little did she know, Tong Chen didn't take it seriously at all, raising his arm with the terminal to point, making the threat too obvious. "Girl, your black history is still in my hands and you want to play intimidation games with me?
Shi Ningxian's momentum faltered. If you think the money is too little, I can increase it.
Her tone softened. It really was a challenge for her to beat
up Tong Chen. Upon hearing this, Tong Chen smiled. Why would he refuse Shi Ningxian's request, which was practically delivering materials to his door? Of course, it's to scheme for more. After some time of interaction, Tong Chen had come to understand the personality of the SS-level genius girl in front of him. He knew she was not someone who would give up easily. Tong Chen walked up to Shi
Ningxian, leaning in close as he met her murderous gaze, whispering in her ear, "I can spar with you. In exchange, I want to know about your master." That's right, the information about the war god was what he truly desired. Knowing what kind of person the other party was would give him an advantage in acquiring materials during combat. Shi Ningxian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Even the warm breath that Tong Chen exhaled into her ear was overlooked. She coldly glared at Tong Chen, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that he was actually a very ambitious person? "You should give up, my master is a man." Tong Chen? Tong Chen looked at Shi Ningxian as if she were a patient. What impression did he leave on her? That she would think of him wanting to live off her master the moment she heard the inquiry? Shi Ningxian looked at Tong Chen with a hint of anger. "Wasn't it you who was flirting with girls everywhere? Your sister and the vice captain have both been hooked by you, suddenly coming over to ask about her master." The only conclusion she could draw was that, initially, she was somewhat shocked that Tong Chen dared to have designs on the war god. But at this moment, seeing Tong Ying's reaction, she realized she had overthought it. Tong Ying wasn't narcissistic enough to think he could live off the war god. Forget what I just said. Why do you care about my master?" She averted her gaze, lacking confidence. "It's nothing, just curious. Besides, he is a figure of the level of the divine needle of Dinghai in Longhua, isn't it normal for me to admire him?" Upon hearing this, Shi Ningxian fell silent. Tong Chen's response resonated with her completely. But her master was the war god and his status was there, not everything could be disclosed. What information do you want? Personality, preferences, that sort of thing, and when he might come over. Can I get an autograph? Tong Chen thought for a moment, feeling that understanding his personality was the priority. He pretended to be a fervent fan, alleviating many of Shi Ningxiang's concerns. If it's just these, then it can be arranged. Agreed? Tong Chen was somewhat surprised, thinking he would face some difficulties. Of course not. Do you think information about the war god is that easy to obtain? Shi Ningxiang said coldly. Tong Chen spread his hands, looking as if to say please go on. If you can still stand after the spar, I will meet your conditions. If you fail, return those photos to me and you are not allowed to make a move on my sister. Shi Ningxiang said seriously. She was fed up with being on edge even while sleeping at night. She feared that the next day her sister would send over those embarrassing photos. This guy, Tong Ying, was so skilled at taking pictures. He wasn't a loan shark in the past, was he? Upon hearing this request, Tong Chen blinked innocently. Don't slander me. Who made a move on your sister? I didn't. Shi Ningxiang felt a pause in her breath, sadly realizing that Tong Chen really hadn't taken the initiative. It was her sister who had been pursuing him the whole time. Damn it, what was so good about this guy? Besides being good-looking, cooking well, and being caring. Shi Ningxian was startled by her own thoughts, and quickly shook off her wild imaginings. The shadowy figure suddenly appeared, replacing Tong Ying. Even if she were to find a partner, the only person she could think of was that man who saved her from the mercenaries' claws. That icy aura, that overwhelming strength, was what a girl should seek as a haven. Tong Ying's qualities might be rare in peacetime, but now it was the era of divine awakening, and strength was everything. With this thought, Shi Ningxiang took a deep breath. Then this condition is void. I will add an extra reward of 1 million federal coins. As long as you can stand up after the spar, both the money and the information will be yours. Okay. Tong Chen happily agreed. Shi Ningxiang set the time for the next day, at the edge of the blockade. There were no important facilities there, so they could freely engage in a fight. The reason for scheduling it for the next day was that the vice captain would be on a mission then, so she wouldn't have to worry about being interrupted while enjoying the fight. Early the next morning. Nyangshuan, aren't you going to put on your battle armor? Her teammates looked at Shi Nyangshuan full of fighting spirit and laughed. The other party was clearly just an apprentice, while Shi Nyangshuan was already close to the intermediate warrior level, yet she was so serious. It seemed she really wanted to beat up Tong Chen. Thinking of the entanglement between the two, her teammates also showed understanding smiles. Shi Nyangshuan shook her head, indicating that she didn't need to wear battle armor to deal with Tong Chen. The female warriors rushed out, all wanting to follow and see the excitement. They were definitely on Shi Nyangshuan's side regarding Tong Chen's actions. After coming out, the male warriors on the opposite side also gathered in groups towards the blockade. It seemed they also planned to see the excitement. Currently, there were no tasks at the base, and they weren't qualified to go on the mission to hunt the Iron Mane Tiger yet.
Even the formerly injured members wanted to find some fun. Hearing that, the famous new apprentice Tong Chen was actually going to battle with the SS-level genius girl Shen Yangshuang, they certainly wanted to see what kind of state Tong Chen would end up in. What Tong Chen did to Shen Yangshuang would have been talked about countless times outside of Longhua. Do you think this kid will get beaten to death on the spot? If it were someone else, they might really beat that kid to death, but Shen Yangshuang probably won't. Don't be fooled by her cold face, she's actually not a bad person. Ha ha ha, Tong Chen is indeed lucky. Yeah, not only has he survived his reckless behavior until now, but he also gets to be guided by an SS-level genius. He can brag about this for a lifetime. Hey, kid, stand straight when you get hit, give the girl a good show. Sure. Yangshuang, don't hold back, just don't kill him. Don't go too easy on him, or that kid might enjoy it secretly. The warriors began to cheer as they watched the two come together. Tong Chen raised an international friendly gesture towards them as a sign of politeness, which resulted in a wave of responses. His sister, Shi Chanshan, linked her arms with Shen Yangshuang, her little eyes looking adorable. Sister, don't hit her. Shen Yangshuang took a deep breath. I won't cripple him, that's my biggest concession. With the physique of a new human, even if he lost a hand or a foot, it could be healed, though it would be very painful. Hearing that, at least he wouldn't be crippled, Shi Chanshan felt a bit relieved, but her gaze towards Tong Chen still held some worry. She had crawled into her sister's bed last night, constantly pleading for mercy, and now she felt a bit exhausted. Even when Shen Yangshuang scolded her for being ungrateful and kicked her out of bed, she endured the grievance and didn't give up. Finally, she managed to get her sister, who wanted to break Tong Chen's leg, to relent. Tong Chen made an okay gesture towards the girl, provocatively looking at Shen Yangshuang. As if joking, did he really think he was an F-level? A mere rookie who hadn't even reached the intermediate warrior level thought he could make a high-level warrior unable to get up? Even without revealing his strength, with his perception and the boost from beginner aircraft mastery, green, he could toy with the SS-level genius in front of him. Shen Yangshuang looked at Tong Chen, who was still unrepentant even when death was imminent, and felt a surge of anger. It would be better to break one of his legs and then comfort Shi Chanshan afterward. The two, surrounded by numerous warriors, arrived at the edge of the blockade. The guards, seeing the commotion, thought there was some major operation happening, but looking at the terminal, the command center hadn't issued any notifications. Bro, what's going on here? Shen Yangshuang and Tong Chen are having a duel. We're here to watch the excitement. The guard blinked, looking incredulously at the number of people. What's so interesting about two rookies fighting? He seriously suspected these people were just bored. Don't you know Tong Chen? The one who edits videos. The guard was momentarily stunned before reacting, surprised at the enmity between the two sides. Oh crap, it's him. Is he not planning to live? The guard eagerly joined the crowd watching the fight. With so many people around, it was definitely safer than any other outpost, so there was no need to worry. The onlookers were quite curious about how badly Tong Chen would get beaten. After watching the edited videos, they all felt that Tong Chen deserved to be hung up and beaten. A good thrashing would show whether this kid would still be so cocky afterward. Amidst the crowd, Tong Chen and Shi Ningshiang stepped onto the open ground at the edge of the blockade. You seem skilled with a knife. I'll use a battle knife and you can do as you please. Shi Ningshiang took the battle knife from her waist and pointed it at her opponent. Tong Chen looked down at his waist, which was empty. I'll borrow your knife, try to hold on for a few more seconds. A soldier in the back, eager for the spectacle, tossed his standard battle knife over. This type of battle knife was modeled after the Tang horizontal knife, entirely black. The blade had a blood groove, and the sheath had a slot. It couldn't be removed without pressing the switch. If you really can't hold on, just admit defeat. Don't get beaten to death. We're all living off others now, so you shouldn't be afraid of losing face, right? Don't worry, if you perform poorly, we'll only laugh at you for 3 years. Your life is more important. Isn't it normal for an F level to encounter an SS level and still be unable to win with all their might? You guys underestimate this kid's thick skin. How could he possibly feel embarrassed? As the fight was about to begin, the soldiers started their pre-battle taunts. Young and full of vigor, a little provocation could lead to a more entertaining spectacle. Everyone was eager to watch, as it wasn't them who would be taking the hits. Facing Tong Chen, Shi Ningshiang assumed a fighting stance. She waved at Tong Chen, signaling him to go first, otherwise he would just end up getting hit without a chance to strike back. Tong Chen twitched his lips. Did this girl think she had him figured out? Just don't cry out in a hurry later. Tong Chen thought maliciously. In this spar, he not only wanted the war god's intel and Shi Ningshiang's pocket money, he also wanted to gather some material. However, given Shi Ningshiang's personality, she probably wasn't the type to easily lash out at others. Plus, she despised the content of the edited videos, so she likely wouldn't give him an easy opportunity. But who was Tong Chen? A man willing to abandon his principles for the sake of material. When the fight starts and you find yourself unable to achieve your goals, Will you still be able to keep your cool? Tong Chen revealed a malicious smile. He enjoyed seeing the other party look displeased with him while being unable to retaliate. Upon seeing his expression, Ningxiang felt a slight unease in her heart. She frowned, watching as Tong Chen not only refrained from attacking but also planted his knife beside him. Then, Ningxiang's blood pressure skyrocketed. Tong Chen was mimicking some of the more embarrassing moves from the Black History photos, just like he had taught her. Back then, Ningxiang felt the string of rationality in her mind snap. Her eyes reddened as she dashed forward like a shadow. Next, to her, Qianqian gasped in shock. How could she still dare to provoke him at a time like this? Her efforts might go to waste. Was it too late to book an orthopedic doctor for Tong Chen? The other soldiers, although they didn't understand what Tong Chen's earlier actions meant, couldn't miss Ningxiang's reaction. The hatred meter was maxed out. Did the pre-battle taunts just work? Otherwise, how could Tong Chen have lost his mind and dared to provoke Ningxiang? He wouldn't really get beaten to death on the spot, would he? Soon after, Tong Chen's performance nearly made their eyes pop out. It seemed Tong Chen had predicted Ningxiang's move, casually lifting the battle knife beside him to dodge the slash aimed at his legs. Everyone was astonished. That was nearly the speed of a mid-level warrior, and an apprentice managed to evade it. Was it luck or skill? Ningxiang, as an exceptionally talented competitor, had the top players from her main team personally guiding her. Even a newcomer who has just joined should be far superior to Tong Chen in combat skills. Ningxiang's powerful slash missed its target, yet she did not reveal any openings. She executed a perfect turn, adjusting her body balance while simultaneously kicking at Tong Ying. Beautiful. Ha! How is this possible? The warriors were astonished not only that Tong Chen avoided the kick but also that he cleverly neutralized Ningxiang's high kick force. He redirected it and kicked her in the backside. Everyone fell silent. Not only did he block the second attack, but he also counterattacked? It's a basic combat skill. The timing and understanding of the technique have reached an inhuman level. Isn't this the set taught in the training camp? How can it be so strong? I've heard that basic combat skills have an extraordinary origin, and many mid to high level warriors are studying them, but the results are just average. I didn't expect to see such stunning skills in an apprentice. What a pity he's in F level. If he were a D, he would shine brightly in the future. Ah, martial arts genius hindered by talent. The gift of genes is truly beyond reason. The warriors sighed. In the arena, all of Ningxiang's attacks were neutralized by Tong Chen. With his power and speed restricted, Tong Chen appeared quite flustered. Sure, Ningxiang had unleashed no less than 100 strikes using both fists and feet, and was just short of pouncing on Tong Chen to take a bite. Yet she still couldn't land an effective hit. What seemed like clumsy evasion and deflection had neutralized all attacks. The expressions of the surrounding warriors also grew strange. If Ningxiang's realm weren't far above Tong Chen's, she would have likely been defeated long ago. Their understanding of combat and technique was not on the same level. Thinking back to when they thought it would be one-sided and were ready to mock Tong Chen, they now felt a bit embarrassed seeing the level of combat skills he displayed. No, it wasn't that they misjudged, it was that Ningxiang was lacking, clearly possessing such great talent and resources, yet she was crushed in terms of technique. Even if they didn't think they could perform better against Tong Chen at the level of a basic warrior, when faced with an embarrassing situation, the first reaction is to make excuses for oneself, commonly known as shifting blame. Ningxiang isn't that great either. With such good talent, she's not even as good as an F level. Did the big shots of the main team not teach her combat skills? She can't even hit an F level. Can you do it or not? If not, step down, little girl. If you're bad, go practice some more. Yeah, and you still want to beat someone else. Ningxiang felt wronged, but she didn't say anything. While surprised by Tong Ying's combat skills, she intensified her attacks. At that moment, Tong Chen revealed a mischievous smile. This won't do. If you don't talk, how will I get my material? Sorry about that. Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? I thought Miss Sure was very impressive. I was all set to take a beating. Turns out you're just a talentless waste. Why don't you find someone to marry and go home to raise kids so you don't end up dead in a monster's mouth? What do you think of me? Do you know why I can dodge your attacks? Because the ground is too flat. You don't have any stones. Tong Chen unleashed a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Ningxiang's breath stopped the moment Tong Chen spoke. It wasn't that she was about to unleash some strange secret technique, she simply forgot to breathe out of anger. In the end, she couldn't hold it in and opened her tightly shut mouth. If you aim for those places again, don't blame me for being rude. Are you a dog, only knowing how to dodge? Even dogs are more polite than you. If I become a war god in the future, I'll hang you on the city wall to tease the monsters. Is combat skill that impressive? Once I break through, you'll just stand there and take hits, you stinky F level. Ningxiang's face turned red with anger as she launched personal attacks on Tong Chen. Tong Chen's expression was strange, and he found her somewhat adorable. Miss, your attack power is lacking. It's one thing to have a weak body, but even your verbal skills are so poor? Tong Chen countered while fending off the attacks, occasionally looking for opportunities to strike back. His attack power wasn't high, but the insults were full force. The sensitive spot was hit and Xian let out a cry. Ah, I will never forgive you. I'm going to throw 1,000 demon-wood toad pups into your dormitory, quack 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 quack, and drive you crazy. I'm going to write an announcement about your secret dealings with the royal uncle and plaster it all over Wayan City. Xian completely broke down, her attack power increasing significantly. Tong Chen's expression changed drastically. Arguing is one thing, but you can't slander my character. When did I ever hide the royal uncle? Suddenly, Tong Chen remembered that among his 8 teammates, there was indeed someone who had a penchant for such things. Could it be that when that bastard came over to spy, he got caught and said, "It was me"? Otherwise, how would Xian, who had no attack power in her insults, know about the royal uncle? Tong Chen felt it was highly likely. Damn it! He cursed his teammate inwardly and focused on dealing with the completely enraged Xian. The onlookers had their mouths agape. To them, Tong Chen's performance was quite impressive. But after all, he was just an apprentice. And once his stamina ran out, he wouldn't be able to withstand Xian's attacks. However, given the current situation, it was still a glorious defeat. Tong Chen, now focused, had a different feeling. It was his first time fighting for such a long duration, especially against a genius like Xian while suppressing his own realm. The reason he could handle it with the strength of an apprentice was not only due to the effectiveness of beginner combat skill mastery, green, but also because his mental perception, which reached 390, had already been activated. Absolute control of the battlefield allowed him to respond to Xian with such strength. Of course, to outsiders, it seemed like he was completely overpowering Xian with combat skills. After another clash, Tong Chen was astonished to find that the perception screen he had kept open had changed. Congratulations, host, you have comprehended the combat skill, Heavenly Transformation. In an instant, the perceptual world was filled with color, no longer just black and white, and the clarity had transformed into 4K high definition. With his attention focused, he could fully grasp Xian's physical condition, even seeing the fine hairs on her body clearly. He could also predict her next moves through subtle changes in her muscles. However, this predictive state seemed like it couldn't last long. When activated, his mental power drained away like a flood, and soon there would be none left. But this feeling was exhilarating, as if he had become a god of the battlefield, able to control any changes around him. Xian was astonished to feel the pressure of the attack as her opponent seemed to be handling it with even more ease. Seeing Tong Chen's infuriating smile, her eyes began to redden again. This time, it was out of urgency. She was only a little above a junior warrior, not yet a mid-level warrior. Her stamina was limited too. Of course, the attacker had to exert more effort, but if an SS level couldn't outlast an apprentice, that would truly become an indelible black mark for life. Tong Chen was very satisfied to sense Xian's anxiety, managing the consumption of his mental power while enjoying the thrill of activating Heavenly Transformation for micro-prediction. Not to mention, the clarity of this vision was truly remarkable. His perception wandered over the girl's skin, which was fair, with balanced lines full of beauty and explosiveness, especially with that black lace wrapping. Ha! Wait a minute. Black lace? Tong Chen was momentarily stunned by the incredible thing he perceived. Upon hearing this, Xiang exploded with unprecedented attack power. She seized the opportunity and swung her fist fiercely. By the time Tong Chen finally retracted his perception, her fist was already close to his face. He could only raise his arm in time, but then remembered he was an apprentice and quickly pulled back. The next moment, Xiang's fist slammed into his own arm, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing into a dilapidated building within the sealed area. The surrounding warriors were stunned, then erupted in exclamations. Oh damn, he actually spaced out. That punch was a bit harsh, right? Is he still alive? A rare martial arts genius, gone just like that. Xiang stood frozen in place, her gaze dropping to the inside of her collar, her face turning red. She turned to see her sister, held back by teammates, already in tears. Xiang's flushed face became even more unsightly. Could it be that she really killed Tong Chen? To salvage her relationship with her sister, she steeled herself and rushed towards Tong Chen. The guard raised his hand, about to warn her of the danger, but Xiang had already dashed far away. He could only sigh and jump up high to help keep watch. The next moment, the guard's expression turned suspicious, and he hurriedly pulled out binoculars. By the ruins, Xiang moved aside a cement slab and dragged the miserable Tong Chen out. When she saw that he was still breathing, she instantly sighed in relief. As long as he wasn't dead, there was still hope. She would cover the medical expenses. Just as Xiang thought of this, she was astonished to see Tong Chen stand up as if nothing had happened. She opened her mouth, trying to express her shock. Did he really have time to lessen the force of that punch? Xiang was completely convinced there was no need to continue fighting at this point. At least with her current strength, she couldn't fulfill her wish to beat Tong Chen up. Continuing would only make things worse, especially since this guy had a sharp tongue, and sure, Yang Shuang feared that if it went on, she would be so angry she wouldn't sleep for days. Thinking of this, Yang Shuang reached out her hand, intending to shake hands and end it. Tong Chen also extended his hand to shake, but the next moment, he suddenly exerted force. Yang Shuang, who was thrown out, had a face full of question marks. Was this man really that petty? He just got knocked away and now he ambushes me again? As her vision spun, Yang Shuang saw the guard on the watchtower excitedly waving his hands, as if signaling something. Before she could understand what he meant, a massive shadow loomed over her, bringing with it the unique pressure and aura of a monster. Iron-armored rhino? Yang Shuang's eyes widened in terror. The iron-armored rhino, a high-level beast soldier, metal type. Before evolution, it was a rhinoceros raised in a zoo. After evolution, it reached a length of 4 meters and a shoulder height of 2.2 meters. Its body was covered in hard iron scales and its horn was incredibly sharp, daring to compete with ordinary low-level beast generals. This was definitely not a monster that could be defeated by a warrior's realm. Tong Chen, the iron-armored rhino that suddenly jumped out, kicked up a cloud of dust. Just as Yang Shuang was worried, a figure burst out from the smoke. Run, are you waiting to die? Oh. Yang Shuang turned her head and exploded into full speed, only to feel her body grow heavy the next moment. Tong Chen clung to her back like an octopus. Yang Shuang's face turned red with embarrassment. Let go of me. Do you want me to die? Is this how you treat your savior? The girl gasped, turning her shame and anger into the motivation to escape for her life. The soldiers outside the blockade, seeing the iron-armored rhino chasing the two, immediately fell into chaos. Damn it! Hurry and save them! The soldiers panicked. That was an iron-armored rhino. In a moment, it might trample the two into meat paste. Imagining presenting the two in this state to the captain and vice-captain, the two captains would say, "This isn't my Yang Shuang / Tong Chen, my subordinates don't look like this." The soldiers felt their scalps go numb. However, they soon sadly realized that those watching here were either logistics, reserves, or injured members of the formal team. None could deal with the iron-armored rhino. Those who could were busy encircling the iron-maned tiger. Everyone fell into a dilemma. Notify the formal team, let them provide support. Yes. Only they can save them. Hurry and inform the captain. The soldiers quickly took out their terminals and sent out a distress signal. Deep in the South Bridge district, Lu Yong led his men to surround the Integrity Steel Mill, where the iron-maned tiger's lair was located. Roar! After a tiger's roar, the factory building collapsed over a large area. The warriors outside wore serious expressions. A cornered beast on the brink of death is the most dangerous. No one present wanted to take the risk of a dying counterattack. Captain, we've received an urgent distress signal from the base. A teammate beside Lu Yong spoke up, causing his brow to furrow and an ominous premonition to rise within him. Is there a monster attacking the base? No, it's Ning challenging Tong Chen, and she's now being chased by an iron-armored rhino. Does she have to cause trouble for Tong Chen at this time? What a mess! The teammate cautiously glanced at the vice-captain on the other side, the meaning clear. Lu Yong was at a loss for words. It really did seem like a perfect time for trouble with Tong Ying. But these two little ones were just too unlucky, weren't they? To run into an iron-armored rhino while arranging a duel. At this moment, Lu Yong felt a bit regretful for letting Ning join the team. It was truly a hassle. And Tong Chen too, he was also a troublemaker. Upon reflection, if it weren't for Tong Chen's video that had made Hu Kuan furious enough to want him dead, the cleanup of the iron-armored rhino would have been completed earlier and the iron-maned tiger might not have gone berserk. Who on earth brought that brat Tong Chen in? Lu Yong couldn't help but complain. The teammates beside him exchanged strange glances. It was then that Lu Yong remembered he was the one who had personally made an exception to recruit Tong Chen. Adjust the plan, the main force will enter early. Teams 12 and 14 will return to rescue her. We can't let Ning die. Captain, do we really need so many people for just one iron-armored rhino? Our combat power will be stretched thin. The teammates were taken aback by this order. Just a moment ago, the captain had looked disgusted, and now he was suddenly taking it so seriously? The iron-armored rhino was just a soldier-level monster. Even if it was powerful, it was nothing compared to their official team members. Sending two teams over didn't seem necessary, did it? The iron-armored rhino is a minor issue, but the SS-level situation is serious. Don't forget what happened when Ning was kidnapped before. The South Bridge area is so large, and for the iron-armored rhino to just happen to run into Ning during a duel, I sense something is off. Upon hearing Lu Yong say this, the teammates immediately fell silent. Even if they pulled two teams away, the iron-maned tiger would be doomed. It wouldn't increase the risk by much. In comparison, the value of Recovering the entire South Bridge area was no less than that of the SS-level threat. Understood, we'll head back to support immediately. As soon as the words were spoken, over 30 people from the standby team immediately rushed back. At the edge of the blockade line, the warriors learned that reinforcements were on the way and excitedly relayed the news to Xiang. Hang in there. The captain has sent people back to support you. Run towards the 7 o'clock direction. We'll provide long-range support. Someone shouted through a loudspeaker, and upon hearing this, Xiang immediately turned, narrowly dodging the charge of the iron-armored rhino. A sound of arrows slicing through the air came from above as warriors on the buildings provided support. The arrows struck the body of the metal monster, causing no effective damage unless they hit vital spots like the eyes. The iron-armored rhino seemed to be wary of this, slowing its pursuit slightly during the evasion. But even so, the crisis for the two of them remained unchanged. Xiang had exhausted too much stamina in the recent battle, and now she was forced to flee with Tong Chen. Surviving for more than 2 minutes was already quite impressive. Tong Chen, who was clinging to Xiang's waist, also found the situation tricky. The scenes on both sides rapidly receded, and at the edge of the blockade line, remnants of hunted monsters could occasionally be seen. According to protocol, the prey would be transported back for processing, and initial processing was required when reaching the safe area. Tong Chen glanced at the archers above. Their line of sight was too good. Even if he broke away from Xiang, he wouldn't have the chance to change his disguise. Moreover, he hadn't brought any gear with him. Was he supposed to take off his underwear and put it on his head? That wouldn't hide anything. It would only expose his identity and earn him a perverse title. Being caught was only a matter of time. Was there really no way out? Tong Chen couldn't just watch Xiang die. This woman's personality is quite unlikable, yet she has no intention of abandoning him even now. How could Tong Chen watch someone like this die just to hide his strength? Hey, it seems there's no way out this time. If you have the strength to talk, can you at least get down and run a few steps? Xiang's face was cold, wishing she could stab Tong Chen. I'm the one suffering, and you're the one being pessimistic? The corners of Tong Chen's mouth twitched, and he didn't argue with the girl. The material was still being recorded, but was this really the time to worry about such things? In his distress, he focused his perception on the armored rhinoceros behind him. Suddenly, Tong Chen noticed that the armored rhinoceros seemed to be frantically chasing the two of them, yet its eyes were extremely cautious. The taut skin and muscles also confirmed its wariness. After all, it was a monster that had successfully evolved in a brutal ecosystem. Those with low alertness had died early. Alertness? Tong Chen's eyes suddenly lit up as he secretly used the shadow control technique on the armored rhinoceros. Just as the rhinoceros was about to collide with the two, it suddenly leaped. A second later, it landed with a huge noise. Xiang turned back in shock. Did that monster just perform a ballet leap? But why? The supporting soldiers were also dumbfounded. What's going on? Was this armored rhinoceros a dancer before? The records say it's from a zoo, not a circus, right? Don't mess around. What kind of joke is this at such a dangerous time? But it really just. Haha, I believe you, sure. Boom, the armored rhinoceros leaped again, and this time everyone saw it clearly. Everyone was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Why did this monster keep jumping up at critical moments? Why was the atmosphere so inappropriate? The soldiers felt that this mess had to be Tong Chen's fault. Anyway, they couldn't find any evidence, so they just blamed him since he had always been acting strangely. Tong Chen's expression was peculiar. First of all, the shadow control technique could control other shadows, and secondly, the shadow was very dark when controlled, which Tong Chen hadn't noticed before in the dark shelter. Tong Chen secretly looked at the hand in his arms, which was completely covered by a black shadow. I'm sorry, system bro, I apologize for saying your combat skills were trash before. Don't be fooled by the fact that this blue combat skill has no attack power, its usefulness is immense. Monsters have astonishing reflexes. Wouldn't they be scared if their shadows suddenly moved? That's even more terrifying than a cabinet moving. The reason the armored rhinoceros was jumping around like it was crazy was entirely because Tong Chen was scaring it with the shadow control technique. Currently, the combat skills used by humans, even if they have attributes, are all based on the 4 elements: metal, fire, water, and earth. No one has yet comprehended wood-type combat skills. The abilities that monsters evolved from also cannot escape these 5 attributes. Why is the thunder crystal dragon strong? Isn't it because it possesses a composite attribute, lightning? Monsters have never encountered such a bizarre thing as the shadow control technique. The key is that this technique, when applied, is like a top-tier night cloak. With this combat skill, even in the current situation, Tong Chen doesn't have to worry about changing outfits. This combat skill has great potential for development. So, the only remaining obstacle is one. Thinking of this, Tong Chen squeezed Xiang's shoulder. Sister, stop hiding and quickly call your master to save us. Tong Chen's voice made Xiang's scalp tingle.
Tong Ying had previously analyzed that the war god might be secretly hiding beside Ning Shuang, looking for the mastermind who dared to target his disciple. He was confident he could deceive the soldiers present while switching identities, but he couldn't hide from the war god. At that level, the gap with the war generals was already vast. The war god's initial strength threshold is 64,000 kilograms, and he was just barely at the beginning of that.
Don't even mention speed. If he didn't test whether the war god had come, transforming would purely be a gamble.
It was hard to detect the ability of the shadow control technique, allowing him to continue happily gathering materials. With a swift move, she was taken down by the hidden old.
Dang, who could accept that?
Ning Shuang felt her shoulder being squeezed by Tong Chen, and she was furious.
If you move again, I'll chop off your claws. What about your master? Don't you want a genius SS-level disciple anymore? Are you going to abandon him? Don't misuse terms, that's called inheritance, not abandonment.
Ning Shuang was exasperated.
She didn't want to become
Tong Chen's accomplice in framing his master.
And what was wrong with this guy? Just a moment ago, everything was fine, and now he suddenly started acting up? Did the sharp horn of the iron-armored rhinoceros poke him? Otherwise, why would he look so flustered? Where are you touching, you bastard?
Ning Shuang's face suddenly turned ugly as she threw Tong Chen behind her, as if discarding
something filthy. The next moment, she was chased by the iron-armored rhinoceros.
Ning Shuang felt a chill in her heart, cursing Tong Chen countless times in an instant.
At this critical
moment, she was astonished to find that the monster in front of her seemed to see something terrifying, even losing its balance to avoid whatever it was.
Was there something on the ground? Sure. Ning Shuang couldn't afford to look closely, she hadn't escaped danger yet.
The iron-armored rhinoceros's charge had indeed slowed due to its chaotic steps, but let's not forget its weight and speed. If she got hit by this high-speed, falling iron-armored rhinoceros, she would just become a meat pie. Just as she was about to dodge, she was shocked to find a building in front of her. It was already too late. Throwing Tong Chen out had pushed her into a dead end. It was over, she was going to be killed this time. Ning Shuang felt sorrow in her heart, her parents' faces flashing through her mind. The body of the iron-armored rhinoceros was getting closer, almost touching her face. She could smell the monster's foul stench.
A tremendous force crashed into her, and
Ning Shuang felt darkness envelop her, instantly spitting out blood. At the last moment, she felt something pull her back, followed by a terrifying explosion. The surrounding warriors watched as the two fleeing figures were suddenly caught up, smashed by the monster along with the building, all of them frozen in place.
Can a mid-level warrior survive a direct hit from a high-level beast?
Soldier? Ning Shuang isn't even mid-level. The iron-armored rhinoceros is the most violent metal-type monster. Wearing battle armor, there might be a chance to survive, but she isn't wearing any. Even if Ning Shuang had a 1 in 10,000 chance of surviving, Tong Chen is doomed.
I don't understand, what happened in those last 2 seconds?
Why did Ning Shuang throw Tong
Chen out?
If she was going to throw him, it should have been backward.
The warriors discussed anxiously.
At that moment, the building in the distance exploded under the monster's tremendous force. And through the smoke, a figure was ejected awkwardly. They looked closely and were shocked to see it was Ning Shuang. Despite being in a terrible state, she appeared to be mostly unharmed.
She survived? Oh my god, it's a miracle. Quick, go save her. What about the monster?
Just as everyone rushed forward, the mass of dust began to settle. The iron-armored rhinoceros staggered to its feet, its fierce gaze fixed on Ning Shuang in the distance. The warriors were all frozen in place, not out of fear of provoking the monster to attack Ning Shuang, but because on the
second floor of the dilapidated building, they saw an unbelievable sight. A completely black figure wearing a white bone mask. It crouched at the edge of the broken platform, tightly clutching a tissue in its hand. If they weren't mistaken, this strange humanoid creature was dealing with some familiar physiological issue, right? The atmosphere grew a bit eerie. From the eye holes of the mask, the warriors could see a look of helplessness. What the hell is this? I used to study law. It reminds me of a teacher who often mentioned a certain deceased person as an example. Isn't it the outlaw Zhang San? I often see him in Death God Elementary School too. Is this a human or a monster? Using paper for a bowel movement, it should be a human?
The ironclad rhinoceros seemed
a bit dazed from the impact, and due to the positioning, the warriors dared not approach easily.
Coupled with the strange black figure that appeared upstairs, they were at a loss.
Ning Shuang
fixed her gaze on the shadowy figure above, feeling an unsettling familiarity in its eyes, yet she hesitated to draw any conclusions. Tong Chen, who had cloaked himself in shadow skin, slowly rose. The bone mask was just something he had picked up stealthily. There were monster remains scattered everywhere, making it easy to find. The reason for the mask was mainly that shadows couldn't obscure facial contours, making it easy to be recognized. As for why he had to create such an awkward scene, it was, of course, to divert the warriors' attention, preventing them from having the
leisure to think about anything amiss.
Just now, when it was so dangerous, the war god hadn't jumped out to take Ning Shuang away. Tong Chen had already confirmed that the war god really hadn't arrived, so he felt at ease to transform. He jumped down and casually picked up the standard combat knife on the ground. As the blade was drawn, a chilling aura shot up into the sky. Tong Chen's right hand, gripping the knife, was entirely enveloped in purple flames, and combined with the white bone mask on his face, it instantly elevated his presence. Shadow! Sure, Ningxue exclaimed in surprise, her trembling pupils filled with joy, like a little fangirl seeing her idol. Eyes can deceive, but this chilling aura could not. Tong Chen glanced at her, and his figure vanished from the spot. After a massive collision, the ironclad rhinoceros slid back several dozen meters on the ground. It bore a fist imprint burning with hellfire, suddenly collapsing and rolling on the ground. Howling in agony, the ironclad rhinoceros kept rolling, trying to extinguish the flames that caused it such pain. But it was useless. The flames not only remained but burned even more fiercely. The dwindling vitality filled the ironclad rhinoceros with terror. It knew that after realizing rolling was ineffective, it locked its hatred onto Tong Chen. Killing him would extinguish the fire. Instinctively, the ironclad rhinoceros found the correct method to extinguish the hellfire. It charged straight at him. Tong Chen grinned, his white teeth contrasting with his shadow disguise, making him look even more like the little criminal Mr. Zhang. Just as he was about to strike the ironclad rhinoceros, on the other side, at the Integrity Factory, the barely alive Iron Mane Tiger suddenly rose, looking in the direction of Tong Chen. This aura had appeared when it discovered the child's corpse. Already on the brink of death, it seemed to experience a moment of revival, an unprecedented momentum surging from its body. Be careful! Lu Yong shouted angrily, ready to protect his teammates behind him. But soon, everyone realized that the monster's target in its dying struggle was not them. The Iron Mane Tiger broke through the encirclement and charged out quickly. That direction, oh no! Call teams 12 and 14. The Iron Mane Tiger is charging at them. As the Iron Mane Tiger broke through, Tong Chen had already dealt with the monster. With a swift slash of the Hellfire Blade, it was done in an instant. What more was there to say? At this moment, at the edge of the blockade, there was a deathly silence. The arriving warriors watched the black figure disassembling the monster's corpse, all falling into silence. Just moments ago, they had felt the bone-chilling aura, seen the flash of purple blade light, and then the monster's head flew off while its body collapsed. Did he just take out a high-level beast soldier in a second? Sure. Ningxue just called him Shadow. He is the mysterious figure who killed a war general as a mid-level warrior. Is that really what he looks like? I can't believe such an outrageous thing is actually true. The high-level beast soldier, Ironclad Rhinoceros, had combat power that was not inferior to an average human junior war general. In a one-on-one fight, it was uncertain whether it could win. Yet, it was unexpectedly taken out in one blow, indicating that Shadow definitely had the strength to slay a junior war general. Tong Chen! Suddenly, a warrior exclaimed, starting to search through the ruins. Tong Chen, who was in the midst of dismembering, looked up in shock, seeing his teammates from Team 8 ensure Qianqian. He felt both moved and flustered. No, they couldn't wait for me to disassemble the valuable items, create a Hellfire Grand display to attract attention, and then dig me out afterward, could they? Just as Tong Chen hesitated whether to find an excuse to stop them while also wanting to vent his frustration on his uncle. Suddenly, all the terminals of the warriors present rang out. But they didn't look at their own terminals, instead, they turned to the shadows. Because the other party's arm was also making a sound. Allies? On the other side, the Black Dragon official team, squads 12 and 14. Captain, sorry, the Iron Mane Tiger got away. The warrior had just helped his injured comrade to a wall and settled him down, looking at the ruins left by the Iron Mane Tiger's charge, reporting to Lu Yong. How many casualties? None. The Iron Mane Tiger's target wasn't us, it knocked us aside and ran. Outside the Integrity Steel plant, Lu Yong frowned upon hearing this. He had originally thought that the dying Iron Mane Tiger realized it was no match for them and intended to rush out to hunt down the two isolated squads. Given the brutality of the monster, especially one driven to the brink like this beast, General, it wouldn't let the enemy off easily, even if it meant death. But the situation developed beyond Lu Yong's expectations. Investigate where the Iron Mane Tiger's trajectory is headed. Lu Yong looked at the scout in the team. The latter quickly pulled out his terminal and operated it. Captain, there's an 84% probability it's heading towards the forward base. Lu Yong. I underestimated you, Iron Mane Tiger. Is it more efficient to target ordinary soldiers than to kill team members? Send a level 1 alert to the entire regiment, all personnel at the forward base retreat. Summon the spaceship, we need to get there immediately. The team members nodded, and the alarm was sent out. All the warriors at the forward base received the message, including Tong Chen. He looked at the suspicious gazes of the people around him and silently turned off his terminal. The Iron Mane Tiger is coming? An intermediate beast general? No need to doubt, it's most likely coming for him. It should have just revealed its dark flame aura, which it sensed. After all, he had also displayed it when he was in the tiger's den. The Iron Mane Tiger, realizing it was cornered by the Black Dragon team and knowing it couldn't survive, would naturally want to take its enemies down with it. Damn! The captain and the others failed. The Iron Mane Tiger is coming. Quick, retreat! Retreat!
A dying beast general is not just any kind of rage. If you don't want to die, run.
No, someone must stay behind to buy time for the field hospital.
Give me all the bombs from the watchtower, I'll go blow it up. Disagreements arose among the warriors.
On the other side of the blockade line was the South Bridge base, where there were comrades injured during the mission, along with various engineering and administrative personnel. Further back was the logistics area, which was even more densely populated. Although the Iron Mane Tiger was dying, no one knew where it would fall. Its path would surely be paved with blood.
Some warriors showed
expressions of despair. At the beginning of the disaster, they had also been chased by monsters in the crowd. Old rules, the older ones stay, and the young ones leave.
You're called Shadow, right?
I heard.
You're not very old. I don't know why you're hiding yourself. It's not easy to have such talent. Hurry and go. An intermediate warrior is so impressive. Your future is immeasurable. Once you get stronger, just kill a few more monsters to avenge us. Sure, Ching, you should hurry too.
Members of Group 8 stopped rummaging. In this situation, even if they pulled Tong Chen out of the ruins, there would be no
chance for him to receive treatment back home.
Besides, the survival probability was slim.
Only Shi Qianqian was still digging with tear-streaked cheeks.
Team leader Lao Yu sighed and pulled her, handing her over to the youngest caretaker in the team, Uncle Huan, signaling them to take the girl and evacuate together. Tong Chen awkwardly scratched his head, stopping his mumbling about tiger whips, tiger teeth, tiger
skin. Why is this turning into an emotional scene?
This Shi Qianqian is really high in water content, still crying.
Tong Chen could guarantee that the Iron Mane Tiger was not heading for the forward base,
but was coming for him. If it couldn't find its main target, it might change its target to the base.
He didn't know what Lu Yong was doing. A dignified high-level warrior brought so many people, yet the
severely injured Iron Mane Tiger managed to escape. Tong Chen had no idea that the team had split up because he and Shi Xiong encountered the iron-armored rhinoceros. Instead, he was busy mocking Lu Yong.
If it weren't for his presence, this extermination mission might not have encountered any issues at all.
Conversely, Shi Xiong wouldn't have survived the ambush.
It could be said that misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Run? Why should we run?
A slightly hoarse voice, laced with a cold aura, rang out. After having an inconvenient experience with speaking before, he took the time to practice his ventriloquism. For a warrior, this wasn't difficult. After speaking, Tong Chen carried the monster materials wrapped in rhinoceros skin and walked through the crowd, ready to confront the Iron Mane Tiger. According to the rules, if the team encounters monsters being hunted by other teams during a mission, they can receive a share of the rewards for any kills they make. This reward includes mission compensation and monster materials. In this joint extermination mission in Nanxiao, the weight of the Iron Mane Tiger's hunt was definitely not low.
Moreover, this monster was now severely injured and on the brink of death, practically a walking treasure chest, just waiting to explode with gold coins.
Tong Chen thought about how he hadn't had the chance to experiment with his newly acquired skill, Infernal Flame Compression. He also hadn't had the opportunity to use another release mode of Infernal Flame Slash. Could he combine the two skills? Tong Chen pondered as he walked. His strength had already risen to that of a high-level warrior, and with the blessing of a divine-level skill, even without combining the two skills, he could still take on a mid-level beast general, although the chances of getting hit were quite high. But this beast general was severely injured and on the verge of death, and it had rushed over with such explosive speed.
Shadow, calm down. That's a mid-level beast general, not a low-level one. We know you're strong,
but dealing with a mid-level beast general is still too much.
Don't throw away your future in such a small place.
You can go further on the path of a warrior and make a greater contribution to humanity. The warriors urged him. Suddenly, Shi Xiong grabbed Tong Chen and stared at him intently.
Leave with me. Tong Chen didn't respond, slightly activating the infernal flame. Shi Xiong instantly
retracted her hand, wincing in pain. Silly woman, don't delay me from making this big score. Tong Chen jumped onto the watchtower and looked into the distance, where a plume of smoke was slowly expanding at the edge of his vision. The warriors present, seeing that they couldn't persuade Shadow, decided to take Shi Xiong away from there. With Shadow, who could take down high-level beast soldiers, most people had no reason to stay. Shi Xiong was being carried away at a run by a female team member, biting her lip as she stared at that black figure, suddenly feeling a strong sense of resentment. Turning her head, she saw her red-eyed sister, Shi Qianqian, looking at her. Shi Xiong's heart immediately filled with guilt. She recalled the moment of crisis when she was pulled from the hands of death. At that time, it seemed that only Tong Chen, whom she had thrown out, had the chance to do such a thing. Now, with Shi Qianqian's resentment towards her, she felt even more guilty. On the watchtower, Tong Chen quietly awaited the approach of the Iron Mane Tiger. Behind him, a few warriors who volunteered to stay were checking their bows and arrows.
Aren't you leaving? Who do you look down on? We are formal members of the Black Dragon, injured but not dead.
Don't worry about charging ahead, we'll look for opportunities to support you from a distance, trying to keep you alive for a few more seconds.
Once you're dead, we'll run.
The warriors chuckled, preparing to investigate what this dark entity, Shadow, was.
Someone's terminal beeped, revealing a call from Lu Yong. Captain? I heard you stayed behind. What's the situation? Now. Shadow appeared and killed the iron-armored rhinoceros in an instant. Now it's planning to hold back the iron-maned tiger.
Lu Yong saw in the footage his teammate sidestepping, capturing the dark
figure on the watchtower.
What a strange image. It didn't look like a good person at all.
What kind of high technology is this?
Since the other party was willing to help the base delay for evacuation, they
shouldn't be enemies.
Not to mention they had previously saved Shi Xiong and Tong Chen. With this time included, it's all a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid.
It seems there won't be a chance to repay it either.
Facing a mid-level beast general, even if the Shadow possesses exceptional talent to kill a low-level war general, it is absolutely impossible to survive in the mouth of a beast general.
Not to mention a mid-level beast general.
Lu Yong suddenly felt a chill behind him, knowing it was Zhu Yashuang's lock-on.
He hurriedly steeled himself and asked his team member, "Where's Tong Chen?" He was just attacked by the ironclad rhinoceros and is most likely buried underneath. The team member took a shot of the collapsed building with the terminal.
Lu Yong swallowed hard, looking at his sister behind him. Zhu Yashuang said nothing, but the killing intent emanating from her made everyone's scalp tingle. Lu Yong quickly forced himself to calm down and spoke seriously into the terminal. "You record the battle
process from the back. I will enable full team sharing. This time, the Black Dragon owes a favor, and everyone must remember the existence of the Shadow.
Since the debt of gratitude cannot be repaid, the only option is to ensure that his heroic deeds are not buried. The spaceship would take time to arrive, and the explosive power and endurance of the human body could not compare to that of the evolved
monsters. Even if they ran until their legs broke, they couldn't catch up to the iron-maned tiger. By the time they got there, the Shadow would probably be gone. No matter who you are or what sins you have
committed in the past, from now on, you are the benefactor of me, Lu Yong, and the Black Dragon."
Lu Yong looked at the Shadow on the screen and solemnly opened the screen sharing. "In the future, the Black Dragon will take care of your family, and if there are children, I, Lu Yong, will treat them as my own. If the child has warrior talent, the Black Dragon battle group will spare no effort to cultivate them." Lu
Yong's expression was serious as he silently vowed in his heart. The teammates beside him sighed, probably knowing what their captain was thinking. It is precisely because of this sense of responsibility and
loyalty that the Black Dragon has come this far.
The Shadow not only saved the SS-level Shi Xiong but also sacrificed himself to save the personnel losses of the battle group. This time, the captain could
not remain indifferent.
It's a pity for this genius. A mid-level warrior can slay a war general.
Even Shi Xiong, with her talent, might not be able to do it, right?
Only the first-generation war gods could possibly do so, namely the 12 who currently stand at the pinnacle of Blue Star warriors.
When we return, I will personally go find the city lord and ensure he receives a full posthumous honor," Lu
Yong said in a deep voice. He felt that merely handling the aftermath was not enough. The reputation also needed to be fully restored for the Shadow. Just as they returned to the base, Shi Xiong and the others, who were getting into the vehicle to evacuate, saw the video sharing on the terminal. Upon opening it, they found it was from the area they had just been in, the lockdown zone.
The rest of the base personnel also saw the video. Is this the Shadow? A real man? What a pity he couldn't make it this time.
Young people are still too impulsive. Wouldn't it be better to grow up and play a bigger role? In any case, the Black Dragon owes him a huge favor this time, otherwise, it's hard to say how many of us would have survived.
The soldiers in the vehicle sighed, all feeling regret for the genius who was about to die young.
Shi Xiong bit her lip, staring blankly at the Shadow on the screen. Beside her, Shi Chanqian looked dazed, seemingly deeply affected by Tong Ying's death.
2 minutes later, at the watchtower,
the iron-maned tiger finally approached, and Tong Chen was continuously releasing a cold aura from above to lure the monster over. If he ran to the wrong place, that would be quite troublesome. The expressions of the soldiers behind suddenly became serious as they drew their bows, ready to support at any moment. The ground trembled slightly as the monster drew near. Suddenly, the soldiers felt a flash before their eyes, and the figure on the watchtower disappeared. By the time they reacted, they had already seen the Shadow charging towards the iron-maned tiger.
"Damn!
Wait for us," they shouted
anxiously. "No, what happened to our support? You charge forward so recklessly without even signaling. Who can react in time?"
The soldiers felt a mix of wanting to complain but being unable to express it.
No
wonder the Shadow is a lone wolf. With this kind of personality, if he had teammates, they would probably drive each other crazy sooner or later. In the midst of the charge, Tong Chen completely ignored the
shouts behind him.
Support? They clearly just wanted a share of the spoils.
The black figure collided with the monster in front of everyone.
Just when the soldiers thought Tong Chen had been taken out in an instant, the iron-maned tiger actually took 2 steps back. Hiss! The soldiers blinked, confirming that this was not a dying hallucination.
So fierce?
Before they could react, they were horrified to see the
iron-maned tiger throw its head back and roar. Some species can survive drastic changes in their environment.
They will need a significant amount of time to adapt to the new environment, a process that has been shortened to the extreme. The Iron Mane Tiger, having passed the screening of the Divine Awakening X-Virus and grown to the level of a mid-tier beast general, was already an exceptional individual. Breaking through the encirclement of Lu Yong and others in a near-death state also proved its potential. Finally encountering Tong Chen, the enemy who appeared in the tiger's den, it was unexpectedly found that it could not kill him. The Iron Mane Tiger was instantly enraged. Amidst its roar, golden patterns appeared on its surface. Breakthrough? Lu Yong and the others, just boarding the spaceship, exclaimed. No! The current physical state of the Iron Mane Tiger cannot support it in completing a breakthrough. Just as Lu Yong's relieved voice fell, they heard the shadow in the footage let out a maniacal laugh and charge at the Iron Mane Tiger. His expression instantly turned strange. This smile and voice felt somewhat familiar, but soon, Lu Yong dismissed that feeling. Because in the footage, a large amount of purple flames appeared on the shadow's arm, wildly surging into the battle knife. Tong Chen also did not expect that the Iron Mane Tiger would actually reveal a flaw in front of him. Roaring to the sky? Are you about to transform? He wasn't some villain from a drama, waiting for his opponent to finish their transformation in lines before making a move. Take this. Nether Flame / Modified. The purple burst erupted, and dense blade light almost simultaneously appeared on the Iron Mane Tiger. In 1 second, 49 strikes. After a brief delay, the blade light exploded, sending the Iron Mane Tiger's figure flying. Its eyes were filled with shock, and it spat out blood. What is this? The fading consciousness of the Iron Mane Tiger left behind its final confusion. After crashing through a building, its beastly body suddenly froze. A semi-transparent purple flame spread rapidly like ice crystals, freezing a 120-meter radius. Then it shattered and exploded, a massive shockwave carrying the nether flame scattered, turning the entire area into a sea of fire and hell. The flames quickly dissipated under Tong Chen's control. He walked up to the Iron Mane Tiger, his whole body stiffening. The tiger's skin was gone, the tendons were gone, the flesh was gone, only the hardest teeth remained. This move was not only cool but also very expensive. It directly evaporated tens of millions of federal coins, causing Tong Chen's face to twist in pain. It seemed like he had messed up. The ownership of the Iron Mane Tiger wasn't his, and as the killer, he only had the right to a portion of the spoils. In the frontline base, the people who were evacuating suddenly felt like they had hit the pause button. Just like that, it was over? What was the point of running? As the cold sensation left by the nether flame slowly faded, the filming soldiers approached and aimed the footage at Tong Chen. They all saw the Iron Mane Tiger that was left with only its teeth, and they felt suffocated. It was like working hard all day to prepare lunch, only to have someone suddenly knock it to the ground just as they were about to eat. It was that feeling of everything being wasted. The good news is the crisis has been resolved. The bad news is the materials are gone. And they were quite expensive. Damn, so we worked so hard for so many days just to get a basic salary? No bonuses. In the extermination mission, aside from the official rewards issued, a large portion of the income came from the monster materials produced. The stronger the monster, the more expensive the materials. Those were top-tier materials for crafting equipment, and battle generals often found themselves in financial difficulties, needing to constantly take on missions to earn money. And this time, in the South Bridge extermination mission, the remains of the Iron Mane Tiger would definitely have been the largest extra income. Now, it seemed there was hardly any profit to be made. On one hand, the shadow saved them, but on the other hand, it publicly sent their rewards flying. The people at the base had complex expressions. They should be happy not to be chased and killed by the Iron Mane Tiger, yet they didn't seem that happy anymore. Sure, Ningxiang, however, didn't care at all about the monster materials being wasted. She stared blankly at the black figure on the screen. So strong. Wasn't he just an intermediate warrior? He was actually able to confront the Iron Mane Tiger head-on. Even if the Iron Mane Tiger was in a poor state and extremely weak at that moment, it shouldn't be something an intermediate warrior could contend with. Could it be that he had already become a high-level warrior? The more sure Ningxiang thought about the shadow possibly being around her age, the more her heart swelled with amazement. I need to work hard too. I have to urge my master to come over quickly. Sure, Ningxiang glanced at her younger sister beside her, whose eyes were red, and a wave of guilt surged in her heart. If only she were stronger, perhaps she could have brought Tong Chen along to survive. Lu Yong and the others had just boarded the spaceship, and after seeing Tong Chen's performance, they stood frozen in place, the atmosphere extremely quiet. Soon, as the footage progressed to show the monster's remains, Lu Yong's expression instantly turned pained. The official team members also had complex expressions, wanting to curse but unable to voice it. The captain of the Bai Xiao team behind them looked at the shadow on the screen, a hint of dread flashing in his shadowy eyes. The vice-captain, Zhu Yashuang, twitched her lips. What kind of combat skill is this? Its power can actually reach such a level? It seems to be fire-based, but it's different from the fire type we know. That black color is also unusual. Captain, you might need to take a look at this. On the spaceship's control panel, the scout pulled up a route map, which was precisely the path the Iron Mane Tiger had taken. What's wrong?
Lu Yong asked, somewhat puzzled, still recovering from the blow of impending financial loss. They had mobilized so many people this time,
and even brought in the top teams from surrounding cities to help. They were already expecting to earn very little. With all the twists and turns and numerous troubles, they were counting on the iron-maned tiger's corpse to break even. Now, everything was gone, but considering that the shadow had good intentions and was in a position of being helped, Lu Yong really couldn't blame the other party. Something's off. If the iron-maned tiger's target was the frontline base, then it took a detour. As the strongest monster in Nanxiao, the iron-maned tiger cannot be unaware of the base's location. I confirmed the time. The shadow appeared with the warriors present, and it coincided perfectly with the time the iron-maned tiger went berserk and charged out. The scout's duty was to collect and analyze combat intelligence. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone on the spaceship turned to look at him. What do you mean? Lu Yong's lips twitched. I believe the iron-maned tiger was targeting the shadow. For a dying monster to be so frenzied, it must have a grudge. The scout's face was serious, as if he were not joking at all. Lu Yong covered his face with his hands, letting out a frustrated sound. He understood everything now. The hero was all a facade. Hukoan might have genuinely just wanted to kill Tong Chen. But then something went wrong, and the detonator didn't work. After entering the tiger's den, they encountered the shadow, which became a scapegoat to attract the iron-maned tiger's attention. As for why the shadow wanted to infiltrate the tiger's den, there were too many reasons. The lair of an intermediate beast general must have countless high-value items, especially the newly born cubs. The shadow, looking so dark, was clearly the type skilled in infiltration, making the plan to target the tiger's den very reasonable. It was just that an accident occurred midway, killing 2 young tigers. This was hardly a selfless benefactor. This was clearly a father planning to steal the mission's results. No wonder it had to keep itself so tightly wrapped. It must have done this kind of thing often and was afraid of being killed. Lu Yong thought about his earlier emotions, even planning how to take care of the shadow's family and handle the aftermath. He gritted his teeth in anger. The mighty warrior almost recognized the thief as his father. When had he ever suffered such a loss? He was played for a fool and even thanked them. If it weren't for shadow saving Shi Ningshuang, he would have issued a wanted notice to hunt them down. How could people be so despicable? Captain. Just as Lu Yong was in agony, a teammate pointed at the screen in shock. Lu Yong looked up to see Shadow bending down to pick up the tiger teeth. The movement was hesitant, the gaze conflicted, and in the end, not a single one was left behind. Damn it! Lu Yong was so angry his face turned red. How rude! Today's youth are so lacking in manners. What are you standing there for? Move forward at full speed. That guy is taking my stuff. The tiger-patterned sofa he had been dreaming of was gone. Not only did he not make a big profit on this mission, but he might also incur losses. The culprit behind all this wanted to take all the monster materials for himself? If it's not your brother's, can you just take it? What happened to rules? Morality? Humanity? He had just thought Shadow was a person of great righteousness, even leaving behind the iron-maned tiger. Only after learning the truth did he realize that Shadow only had a smidgen of humanity, knowing that it was his fault for things turning out this way, which is why he didn't run away. No, he was clearly scheming for the iron-maned tiger's materials with not a shred of humanity or integrity. Lu Yong was completely broken. On site, Tong Chen had originally thought to leave something for the Black Dragon team. After all, according to the rules, he could only take a small share. But thinking about how much federal currency had evaporated with just one move, he felt he couldn't accept it. Damn it, my identity hasn't been exposed, so what do I care about rules? From now on, I am a lawless outlaw, Shadow Zhang. The soldiers left behind stared blankly at this scene, wanting to say something but hesitating. Stopping him was impossible, but not stopping him would leave the captain with a hard explanation. After all, Shadow helped us a lot, avoiding many casualties. The captain wouldn't mind if he took a bit more, right? Lu Yong nearly fainted when he heard a teammate say he wouldn't mind Shadow taking more. His fingers on the spaceship turned into shadows, almost exploding the terminal. I mind. I care a lot. Stop him. If he gets away, it won't end well for you. He shouted into the communicator, sending the message out. Unfortunately, the teammates on site were all captivated by Tong Chen and didn't even see the message from their captain. On site, Shadow collected all the tiger teeth and then stood still, frozen in place. The remaining soldiers cautiously approached, and when they got within 20 meters of him, they were astonished to see the shadow begin to swell, explode, and then disappear. Did Shadow leave? A soldier stared blankly at the spot where Shadow had vanished, suddenly locking onto a figure in the distance. He focused his gaze and discovered a sneaky figure holding a terminal filming this side. Tong Chen? He widened his eyes in shock. The companions beside him looked over at the mention of the name and found that the person hiding behind a building hundreds of meters away was indeed Tong Chen. The few quickly walked up to him and dragged him out. You didn't die? Must I die? Tong Chen had an innocent look on his face, leaving the soldiers speechless. No, why didn't you come out if you didn't die? I wanted to, but the black shadow in front first fought the iron-armored rhino and then the iron-maned tiger. I didn't dare to move.
Tong Chen's face was written with the words coward, which also left the soldiers speechless. It was hard to imagine that this was the same person who had just been a martial arts genius at the apprentice level, not falling behind against Shi Ningxuang. Right, Shi Ningxuang had given an extra bonus for the bet. Could it be that this was why he seemed like a different person? The soldiers released Tong Chen with complex expressions. In the base, Shi Ningxuang hurriedly shook her sister to bring her back from her sadness. He didn't die. That guy didn't die. She excitedly shook Shi Chanshan. Finally, she no longer had to bear the guilt of having caused Tong Chen's death. The thought of being resented by her sister because of Tong Chen made Shi Ningxuang feel quite uncomfortable. Whoa, that's great, that's great. Shi Qian. Qian buried her face in her sister's arms and cried. After a while, she looked up at Shi Ningxuang with tear-filled eyes. Sister Ningxuang, can you not target Tong Chen in the future? Shi Ningxuang. What kind of broken Shishir filter is this? Am I targeting him, or is he targeting me? But how could she refuse in this situation? With her sister's pitiful eyes on her, she couldn't bring herself to say no. Shi Ningxuang suppressed her inner discomfort and reluctantly nodded. She hoped that after this life and death experience, that guy would stop bothering her. She would talk to Tong Chen about the dark history later. At worst, she could spend some money to buy it off. Shi Ningxuang didn't know that Tong Chen had already set his sights on the war god behind her, naively thinking that money could solve the problem. Seeing her sister agree, Shi Qianqian immediately kissed her cheek. It's a deal. Shi Ningxuang felt even more uncomfortable. The scene at the blockade line came to a halt here. The shadows had all left, and the warriors no longer needed to continue filming. They were chatting with Tong Chen when a loud bang occurred. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound in fear, and after the smoke cleared, they found it was Captain Lu Yong. Wait, what are you trying to do? Just going to say hi to the captain. Are you crazy? Open your eyes and see the captain's current state. He clearly exploded with rage, okay? Are you looking for a beating? The warrior who was about to approach finally noticed Lu Yong's furious state. He instantly appeared where the shadows had just stood. After finding no trace of any monsters or materials, he let out a roar. Shadows, don't let me catch you, you brat. Boom 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 boom, the ground trembled continuously, and the group felt the terrifying power of the high-level warrior from a distance, especially Tong Chen. At this moment, he felt a wave of relief. Luckily, he had escaped quickly. Was this the power of a high-level warrior? So fierce. Who could withstand this? Tong Chen clutched his chest, feeling the tiger teeth hidden inside his clothes. Taking everything away was the right choice. Looking at Lu Yong's furious demeanor, it was good enough that he wasn't being hung up and beaten. Tong Chen silently praised his own wisdom. In the next moment, he was enveloped by a soft body. Vice Captain Juya Shuang suddenly appeared, wrapping her arms around Tong Chen as if she wanted to squeeze him into her body. The warriors quickly lowered their heads and left, not daring to linger. Being a third wheel in front of the vice captain would only get you hurt. Tong Chen patted the woman's back, finally managing to break free. Don't take risks in the future, okay? I'll settle the score with Shi Ningxuang when I get back. Juya Shuang's face was filled with anger, clearly genuinely upset. She might not care about the war god's face and would give the SS-level genius girl a good beating. Tong Chen quickly explained the situation about the million he had won from her. It's no big deal, no big deal. I should thank her for taking care of the business. At that moment, Lu Yong, who looked like a civil engineering senior just finishing up at the construction site, walked over. After collapsing that area, his emotions seemed to have stabilized a lot. Lu Yong looked at Tong Chen with a face full of displeasure. He actually survived and could continue to harm his sister. He even earned $1 million from Shi Ningxuang. He might end up losing money on this mission. In comparison, he felt even more annoyed. What do you want? Juya Shuang glared at him threateningly. Lu Yong immediately backed down. And no, nothing, just taking a look. Is that okay? Captain, what should we do next? At this moment, a teammate came to the rescue, and Lu Yong immediately turned around. The Iron Mane Tiger has been eliminated. The mission is almost at an end. For the next 2 days, the formal team members will clean up the remaining monsters in the South Bridge, and the City Lord will send an engineering team to repair the city and build a defense line. The rest of the team will return to Fong City in batches, and aside from the necessary station troops, everyone will have a 7-day break. The group quickly returned to the base. The next day, news about why Lu Yong was so angry, as well as the series of events involving the Iron Mane Tiger being beaten up, somehow spread. When the soldiers learned that all the chaos might have been caused by Shadow, they felt a deep sense of misplaced trust. Not only was it misplaced, but the other party also took away all the monster materials. I can somewhat understand why women hate scumbags so much. This guy Shadow not only hurt our feelings, but damn, he also hurt our wallets. Ugh, I really can't believe this. What kind of person is he? Hee that old six. He has already been placed on the Black Dragon's key watch list, and the intelligence department is doing everything to track him down. The captain is not someone who would willingly suffer losses. Haha, if he gets caught, he'll probably be beaten to a pulp and then dragged into our Black Dragon as a formal member, right?
In the base, the soldiers talked the most about Shadow. In the dormitory of Team 8, which was just a storage room, the other team members had gone out for breakfast, leaving Tong Chen lying alone in his sleeping bag.
Finally some free time, let's take a look at this material,
he said as he opened the system's material library, ready to start editing. When he opened the material library, Tong Chen was stunned.
He had accidentally recorded too much this time.
Shi Xiang came to him asking for the recording of their battle, and there were discussions from the rest of the base before the fight started. Then came the reactions of the surrounding people after the battle began. He
mocked Shi Xiang, capturing the material that made her speak.
In the later stages of their battle, the encounters with monsters had little editing value, as everyone was worried about their safety and there were no critical
remarks. The system's recording function was much stronger than his activated combat skill, Heavenly Transformation.
Not only did it have no blind spots, but it could also switch angles freely during the editing process.
Tong Chen
thought that if this thing were used to summarize combat experience and analyze enemy weaknesses, it would be a powerful tool. The material progress bar was frighteningly thick, and thinking about the possibility of editing frame by frame next, Tong Chen felt completely numb.
For the sake of becoming stronger, let's start editing.
First was the scene where Shi Xiang coerced and tempted him, wanting him to agree to practice together.
After editing, it instantly became ambiguous.
Shi Xiang, I won't let you accompany me.
How about 500,000 for one time? If you think that's too little, I can add more. If you want me to obey your orders, I can, but you must not lay a hand on my sister.
Tong Chen abruptly stopped editing here.
Would he be overdoing it? Shi Xiang's battle god master wouldn't come knocking on his door at midnight saying he wanted to check the water meter, right? I'm going for it.
Fortune favors the bold. If I don't get killed, it will only make me stronger. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even for a battle god.
Tong Chen encouraged himself and continued editing.
Next was the material before the battle began. Before editing, the onlookers were all skeptical of him, warning him to be careful not to get killed by Shi Xiang.
After editing onlooker soldiers, do you think Shi Xiang will get killed? No, Tong Chen isn't actually a bad person. Ha ha ha, Shi Xiang really has good luck to be guided by Tong Chen. She can brag about it for a lifetime. Tong Chen, don't hold back, don't let Shi Xiang enjoy it secretly. Oh damn, Shi Xiang and Tong Chen are going to duel. Are they looking for death? Shi Xiang, if you can't hold on, just admit defeat. Don't really get killed. Ha ha, SS level, giving it all, can't defeat Tong Chen. Isn't that normal? When Tong Chen edited to this point, he couldn't help but be impressed by his own talent. What a reversal of the heavenly pattern, this wave of skills was top-notch. The editing continued, focusing on the segment where he provoked Shi Xiang after the battle. Shi Xiang, you become a war god and hang me on the city wall to tease the monsters.
Your combat skills are impressive.
I can only stand still and take hits. Ah, don't be polite, aim for those spots and strike. Quack quack quack. Tong Chen stopped his actions. If this video gets out, can Shi Xiang really hold back from coming to chop me?
What a joke. Anyway, she has already retreated with Shi Qianshan. After a while, her anger should subside and she won't impulsively chop someone.
With that thought, Tong Chen clicked on complete editing. Ding! Editing successful. With thousands of eyes on it, living up to expectations. The host has gained recognition from the battle group partners, making the SS level genius girl sigh in admiration.
Material strength rating 38.
Material recognition rating 40. Host editing rating 80. Total score 158. Will receive additional rewards. Congratulations to the host. Strength plus 500 kilograms, mental power plus 30, charm plus 5.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 opportunities for combat skill comprehension. Can choose to enhance golden skill proficiency. Detected that the editing score exceeds 100. The host can choose 1 reward to receive double. Warning, the host should release the video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 200 views, otherwise the rewards will be revoked. This time the rewards are quite standard.
Tong Chen muttered. After all, sure. Niangshuang's current strength is still somewhat weak.
Therefore, the improvement brought by the editing is less than last time, which Tong Chen can still accept. Anyway, this time it counts as a big win. One must look to the future. Shi Niangshuang is just an accessory. He is aiming for the war god. Obtaining information about the war god will greatly assist future actions.
Moreover, the promised 1 million federal coins from Shi Niangshuang have already arrived.
There are also the iron-furred tiger's fangs and the detonator purchased at a high price by the Qinghu battle team in his backpack. Selling all of it will at least bring in a few million as a base. His sister has joined the martial arts class, and various training and resource expenditures are considerable. This wave can at least support them for the next 6 months. Right, he also picked up a parrot that eats super expensive energy crystals.
Speaking of which, that thing better not have run away, right? Last time before the battle with Shi Niangshuang, Tong Chen had tied up the parrot and left it in the dormitory.
This time he returned to find only a mess of beast tendons.
Bang bang bang, suddenly there was a knock on the door.
Tong Chen opened the door and saw the parrot tilting its head at him on the ground.
Income +1. He would go back and figure out how to make the parrot help earn money. Freeloading is not an option.
If it can't earn money, he would sell the parrot to the lab for dissection. He can't sell it to someone as a pet. This thing's combat power could scare ordinary people to death. The parrot, which had just dug out the energy crystal from the backpack, suddenly felt a chill down its back. It glanced at Tong Chen and then picked a small one to eat. Tong Chen's mind rang with the sound of a cash register dinging, deducting tens of thousands from his account. He took a deep breath and walked over to put the parrot in his pocket. This time he didn't pull the chain, letting its head stick out to look around. Tong Chen tidied up his backpack. Next, I need to find a way to quickly sell the materials. The iron-furred tiger's fangs are practically a ticking time bomb. If someone discovers them, he won't be able to hide the fact that he is from the shadows. It seems that this time back in the city, he needs to make a trip to the black market. With that thought, Tong Chen silently recited in his heart system, choose strength to receive double, enhance, Mingyan/proficiency. Ding! Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for raising Mingyan/proficiency to 5. Passive skill, Mingyan manipulation, proficiency raised to 5. Tong Chen closed his eyes, feeling the changes within his body. After this editing, his strength reached 5,245 kilograms and his mental power soared to 420. There is still a way to go before reaching the 8,000 kilogram strength of a junior war general. Currently, the only places where he can apply his mental power are the perception skill, Tianyan, and the inheritance skill, Mingyan compression. It is said that upon reaching the rank of battle general, one undergoes a sublimation at the level of life, giving birth to unique abilities. Just like the monsters with 5 attributes, depending on different talents, there is a probability of acquiring special abilities. For instance, the Iron Mane Tiger enhances physical combat power through hardening, sharpness, and speed. I've heard there are also monsters that can breathe fire and control water. In short, when one reaches the rank of general, those with extraordinary talents will awaken special abilities, while those with mediocre talents will also receive various enhancements. Tong Chen is filled with anticipation about what he will awaken upon reaching the rank of battle general, because theoretically, it is impossible for him, an F rank, to become a battle general. Breaking the impossible should yield some reward, right? He should awaken a very special ability, at least something that has never appeared before. Tong Chen walked over to his teammate's backpack and skillfully pulled out a mirror. His charm value has increased, making him look even more handsome. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the door. Damn! Tong Chen, control your parrot and let it release my Dechang. Tong Chen turned around to see the parrot pinning down Dechang, looking ready to pounce. Damn! Let go of your senior Dechang. The parrot in the corner of the room was pressing down on the head of the lizard, tilting its head to look over. A teammate grabbed Tong Chen's arm, looking pitiful, which made his mouth twitch. You have no idea how crazy this bird is. While you were away, it killed all my pets, leaving only Dechang as the sole survivor. You have to help me protect Dechang. Tong Chen. Goodness, he finally understood why he hadn't seen the parrot when he returned earlier. So this guy knew he had done something wrong? If it weren't for its high value, I would have roasted it long ago. The teammate's eyes were teary, and Tong Chen fell silent. Luckily you didn't, or you might have ended up dead too, displayed alongside your deceased pets in the room, all neatly arranged. Let go. Tong Chen, just like before, spoke while channeling his mental energy. The dazed parrot seemed to understand and released its claws, flying onto Tong Chen's shoulder. Sorry, how about I go catch a few more to compensate you? The lizard is not a rare monster. It's commonly seen at the base, and bored soldiers on duty might catch a couple. For fun. It's fine, just take care of your bird and stop targeting my lizard. The teammate waved his hand, placing Dechang safely in a cage. If that parrot killed the lizard to eat, he wouldn't say anything. Purely killing for fun is really too much. Who knows if it has some grudge against lizards from before. Tong Chen, what are you doing hiding alone in the room? Aren't you eating? Lao Yu looked at Tong Chen suspiciously. He felt that this kid was hiding something from them. Hey, hey, hey! At that moment, a teammate behind opened the terminal and shouted as if he had seen something interesting. The others quickly gathered around, and upon discovering it was playing a video edited by Tong Chen, their eyes lit up. A brand new version, looks like it's from the base. As the video started playing, Lao Yu couldn't help but join the crowd to watch. Shining Shuang appeared on the screen and then began to spew harsh words. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they looked at Tong Chen. Recalling Shining Shuang's usual cold demeanor and then watching the video, they felt like their brains were about to explode. Wait, brother, why do you have to catch that girl? Alone? Can't you change your taste? The members of Group 8 began to feel a bit sympathetic towards Shining Shuang, wondering how she ended up with such a troublemaker like Tong Chen. You really aren't afraid of dying, huh? Just bullying her because she can't do anything to you right now. Going all out, huh? His Tong Chen, do you have some terminal illness and plan to get some compensation? Look at him, carefree and happy like a
Fool, where does he look like someone who's about to die? If he's sick, it's the kind of sickness that comes from asking for trouble. The members of Group 8 watched the video in amazement. Soon, it played a segment featuring the melon-eating warriors at the rear base. Upon seeing it, Lao Yu's expression changed instantly. He took 2 steps to grab Tong Chen's sleeping bag and stuffed it into his backpack before tossing it to him. Hurry up. Get on the nearest evacuation vehicle, or you'll be blocked later, the old leader said, his cheeks twitching. This was the frontline base, where the strongest and most influential members of the Black Dragon were gathered. With this video out, it was bound to provoke public outrage. He has someone backing him. What is he afraid of? Uncle Huan looked puzzled. Lao Yu turned and stared deeply. The vice captain took people to clear the remaining monster minions in the South Bridge area this morning. The rest of Group 8 fell silent, then looked at Tong Chen in terror. If he got blocked. Here, fists and feet have no eyes, they might get caught up in it too. Hurry up, move it. I need to arrange a funeral for 3456. Take your bird and get lost. We're done, I don't want to see you for a week. The teammates frantically pushed Tong Chen out of the room, slamming the door shut with a bang that nearly hit his nose. Tong Chen gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Lao Yu was right, a hero doesn't suffer immediate losses. He couldn't expose his strength. If he got blocked by a bunch of tough guys from the base, he would definitely suffer some hardships. Time to slip away. Tong Chen, with a large backpack and a parrot on his shoulder, ran swiftly towards the evacuation vehicles. In other parts of the base, a soldier suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that kid Tong Chen edited the previous battle into a video. Oh, we have to see that." Groups of soldiers gathered to watch the video, and Shi Ningxian's voice appeared one after another. The soldiers' expressions instantly changed. It's still this kid, he really dares to edit. Shi Ningxian seems to have retreated early, now she can't find Tong Chen to fight. Poor girl. 3 seconds, how many times is this now? I remember Shi Ningxian's family is quite impressive, right? When she was at the headquarters in the city, she once said she got home late from training. Then she left the Black Dragon building and went to the administrative building across the street. I wouldn't be surprised if Tong Chen was invited to the Public Security Bureau for tea. Hurry up and cut the power citywide, only the electric batons are fully charged, right? The soldiers laughed and joked, completely in a spectator's mood. Even if Shi Ningxian never reached the war god realm, she would at least be a high-ranking warrior, on par with their captain. Now, these videos would be a huge source of amusement in the future. The soldiers happily watched the video until they saw their own faces appear on screen. Soldiers? Did I really say that? Hey, this kid is too shameless. Slander, this is slander against my character. I am wholeheartedly devoted to SS level. Damn, he wants to take us along when he gets invited for tea, right? Where is that kid? Hurry up and take down the video and re-edit it. The soldiers watching the video turned pale and rushed towards the room where Group 8 was located. The old, closed door had no effect in front of this group of soldiers. With a loud crash, the leading tough guy threw the deformed door away, randomly hitting a lucky comrade on the head. Where's Tong Chen? I don't know, he just came back and I didn't see him, he might have gone out. The members of Group 8 trembled in fear. Search, turn the base upside down and find him. By the time they realized Tong Chen had sneaked away, half a day had already passed. They contacted the evacuation driver. Hello? Is Tong Chen in your vehicle? Bring him back to us. He is, but what's going on? Don't ask. Just bring him back. The driver distanced the terminal in disdain. What's with the shouting? He turned to look behind him, completely dumbfounded. Well, it's not here now. This guy jumped out of the car and ran. There was a long silence on the other end of the communication before it reluctantly hung up. Fong Jing City, the entrance of the Iron City. Tong Chen, dusty and weary, carried his bag and stood behind the returning task teams, waiting to enter the city. He planned to make a trip to the black market first to deal with the monster materials before heading home. Just as Tong Ying was entering the city, in the city center, the Shi family, Shi Ningxuan took off her combat uniform and put on a cute t-shirt and shorts with a big-eyed monster pattern, looking very casual. Opposite her, Shi Qianxian was dressed similarly, even wearing the same t-shirt. However, the cartoon monster pattern on Shi Qianxian's chest looked much more three-dimensional. The monster's big eyes stared cutely ahead. Shi Ningxuan looked down at her wrinkled pattern, lost in thought. Come on, come eat. You two girls, can you be a bit more diligent when you come back and help with the dishes? Suyu looked at the two with dissatisfaction. Hey, big sister-in-law. We're here. They participated in a task. It's tiring and dangerous. Let's not bother them with this small matter. The Shi family has developed too quickly in recent years and has attracted a lot of envy. The only children sent for awakening with potential are Ningxuang and Shanxian, so let's not mention them. In the future, they will be the pillars of our family. Inside the house, the Shi family was holding a gathering. There weren't many people, about 20. But among the families, it was probably just Shi Ningxuang and Shi Qianxian's families that could gather. It's rare for us to get together like this, we're all too busy usually. Let's raise a glass to celebrate that the two girls are safe. At the dining table, everyone raised their glasses. The elders chatted about recent interesting events when Ming, sitting at the head of the table, frowned and looked at a young man in the corner. Slap. A middle-aged man next to him slapped him. Jun, do you have any manners? What are you doing playing with your phone while eating? Show some respect here. The young man looked up, seeing everyone staring at him. His eyes brightened slightly when they landed on his two cousins. I was watching my cousin's video, I'm just concerned about her, Jun explained. After all, in this family, as long as it involved the two sisters with full warrior talents, it was politically correct. Sure enough, Jun's father immediately beamed upon hearing this. Oh, is that so? Hey? Is it about Ningxuan? What video is it? Suyu feigned indifference, but there was a glimmer of amusement and schadenfreude in her eyes. Seeing his aunt asking, Jun dared not hide anything. It's a video posted by that entertainment blogger, it seems like she's in the same team as Ningxuan. The dining table fell into an awkward silence, with everyone deep in thought, except for Ningxuan, whose expression changed drastically. Let's see it together. Suyu pointed to the television in front of the dining table, indicating for the child to cast it. Jun was shocked, looking at her in disbelief. His pupils trembled as he cautiously glanced at Ningxuan. Jun didn't believe that Suyu didn't know what kind of content Tong Ying's video contained. To put it bluntly, everyone present had secretly watched it more than once. Is this what a mother is like? But aunt, aren't you afraid that Ningxuan will come back and beat me to death? Ningxuan felt quite suffocated. Knowing her mother's bad taste had flared up again, she looked at her father, Ming, for help. However, the assistant to the deputy city lord of Fong Jing had a straight face and showed no reaction, sitting rigidly. Under the table, Suyu tightly pinched Ming's thigh, clearly warning him not to meddle. In the end, Ming could only look at his daughter with a helpless expression. Ningxuan, what's wrong? Is my aunt's words not effective? Suyu smiled at Jun. The latter gasped. I can't provoke her, I really can't provoke her. After today he would immediately run away to the farthest city from Fongjing. The young man lowered his head and ran to the television, starting to cast the video. Soon, Ningxuan's face appeared on the screen. I won't let you accompany me for nothing, 50,000 each time. The first sentence made Ningxue unable to hold back, her entire demeanor radiating killing intent. Next to her, Chanxian was so scared she almost crawled under the table, feeling like she might cry. After much effort, she finally got Sister Ningxue to agree to let Tong Ying go, only for Tong Ying to turn around and pull a big stunt. There was no way to save him, absolutely no way. Ming watched the video with a dark expression the whole time, unaware of how many times Tong Ying had died in his mind during those few short minutes. The others at the table replayed the saddest moments of their lives. Even so, they could barely suppress the corners of their mouths. It was fine to laugh privately, but laughing in front of this genius little ancestor would surely offend her, right? They would still need Ningxue, this warrior genius, to look after them in the future. The only one who could laugh freely was Suyu. This kid's video is still so interesting, don't you think, dear? This lady laughed until tears streamed down her face. After all the pain of childbirth, wouldn't it be a loss not to have some fun? Moreover, she had long been dissatisfied with Ningxue's cold demeanor. Warrior Lu Yong had also said that this kid had been pampered too much and needed more tempering. This could be considered a form of mental training, right? If it weren't for the higher-ups thinking Tong Ying's video was necessary, I would have banned his account long ago, Ming said, discontentedly, trying to regain his position in his daughter's heart. Hey good daughter, what kind of person is this boy? Suyu looked at her daughter happily. Ningxue's face darkened. A despicable and shameless person, with no morals whatsoever. But in terms of survival skills and combat techniques, very strong. She struggled to finish, unable to lie in front of her mother. Besides, her inner pride wouldn't allow her to deny someone else's strengths just because of personal grudges. Oh, I thought he was really just a waste, but it turns out he has some redeeming qualities, Suyu said in surprise. Tong Ying is not a waste, Tong Ying is the best. Chanxian started to say but quickly covered her mouth, her face turning bright red. What a mess, self-exploding. Everyone at the table looked over in shock. A love triangle? Tong Ying kept cutting ambiguous videos, and Ningxue was almost being treated as a regular guest. They naturally assumed that Tong Ying had feelings for Ningxue. At this moment, Chanxian defended Tong Ying, and her shy reaction nearly shattered the stunned onlookers. Oh no? Is Tong Ying planning to take both of the family's prodigies in one go? Eating and taking, kid? The illegitimate child deserves to die. The atmosphere on site instantly turned hostile. Suyu also looked surprised, her heart genuinely interested in Tong Ying for the first time. Just in time for your break, let's find an opportunity to visit the Tong family and thank him for taking care of our daughter, Ming said expressionlessly. Are you sure this is care? Sure, Ningxue looked numbly at her mother. She then noticed the smile at the corners of her mother's mouth, but her eyes were quite serious. She knew that no one could stop this now. She could only resign herself to fate and find a chance to seriously warn Tong Ying not to speak recklessly in front of her parents. We also want to meet this kid. Sure, Qianqian's parents chimed in with forced smiles. Then let's find out if Tong Ying has returned. Soon, they learned that Tong Ying had evacuated early this morning and had likely been in Wayan City for quite some time. The group immediately decided to bring gifts and visit the Tong family after dinner. On the other side, outside the fourth ring of Wayan City, in the black market. Kid, here to do monster business? Buying or selling? Wait, why do you look so dark? The black market in Wayan City is located in the abandoned area of Wulyuan outside the fourth ring. Due to the extensive damage it suffered, it has become a place for warriors in the city to experiment with equipment and combat techniques. At the same time, there was an arena set up to resolve some personal grudges, allowing the over-energetic warrior men to vent their frustrations. Over time, some began trading unclear spoils of war here, gradually forming an underground black market. After a long period of development, the internal forces became intricate and complex, with even multinational groups involved, making it difficult for the authorities to manage. Anyway, the black market paid taxes and followed the city's rules and would lend a hand in emergencies, so the officials just turned a blind eye. Almost every city had a similar place, considered a special product of the new era. Kid, you're not saying you're the shadow who made the Black Dragon Legion suffer, are you? The black shop owner grinned. Still reminiscing about the origins of the black market, Tong Chen came back to his senses. He glanced at the sign at the shop entrance, which read Black Shop, emphasizing sincerity. It was said to be a chain store, with such places all over the world. Tong Chen's attention returned to the shopkeeper in front of him. With an eye patch, a messy hairstyle, and a scruffy beard, if he added a hat and a hook for a hand, he could seamlessly play a character from Pirates of the Caribbean, right? Yes, I am the shadow, Tong Chen said nonchalantly. The voices in the shop immediately quieted down, and the employees stared at him intently. Put he says he's the shadow. Can you give me an autograph, Lord Shadow? What about that purple flame of yours? Can you show it to light a smoke for they brothers? At that moment, someone else entered the shop. Oh ho ho brothers, look, another Lord Shadow has arrived, but this one doesn't seem very dedicated. His black bodysuit is already coming apart. The staff laughed, while the mysterious warrior who had just entered, intending to do business, froze in place. He glanced at his torn bodysuit, his expression awkward. You filthy workers love to shift the blame onto others. Kid, you're the 21st person I've seen today pretending to be a shadow to trade. But you're the most dedicated one. Is that outfit for sale? The owner was quite interested in the black clothing covering Tong Chen. Hearing this guy's voice didn't seem too loud, but the imitation was quite realistic. Could he be the cosplay master spoken of by the younger generation? Tong Chen smiled and didn't respond. He had originally planned to disguise himself, but upon entering, he found that the black market was filled with little blacks who were all like him. If he didn't join in, he would seem out of place instead. Alright, it seems you don't plan to sell. I wouldn't sell either. It's convenient to do many things in this skin. The manager felt a bit regretful. So, as soon as you walked in, you wanted to talk big business with me. Are you buying or selling? Tong Chen remained silent, simply pulling out a tiger tooth from his backpack. The owner casually reached out, but as soon as his hand touched the tooth, he recoiled as if electrocuted, his expression turning serious. He looked deeply at Tong Chen, bent down to take out a device, and put on gloves, solemnly preparing for a test. Intermediate Beast General's tooth? And it's of the gold type? The owner stared at Tong Chen in shock. The young people nowadays are so impressive, starting off with this kind of business? Wait, Intermediate Beast General, tooth, gold type. The manager recalled the information he had learned through special channels, which seemed to completely align with the recent Black Dragon incident. Plus, this person claimed to be the shadow. Is it really him? The owner felt numb. Not a brother, but someone so bold? He dared to cut off the Black Dragon Legion's beard and still had the audacity to come to their home turf to sell stolen goods, aiming for a close-range output. Right? Not buying? Tong Chen smiled. I'll buy. But you need to think carefully. I might not be able to offer market price. The owner's expression was awkward. This was no kid. He dared to stir trouble with the Black Dragon. And wasn't afraid, clearly a big shot. Since this big shot dared to sell, he had no reason not to buy. Who doesn't have a few connections behind them? Normally, with the goods received in business, what could the Black Dragon do? To him? Tong Chen nodded, indicating that the owner was right. The black shop made money this way. In the end, the materials were bought back by the black market for 3.98 million. Compared to the market price, it was a bit lower, but the advantage was that it wouldn't expose his identity. After leaving the black market, Tong Chen stopped in place, eventually turning into shadow fragments and disappearing, while his real body quietly left from another street corner. The tails that had been following him all widened their eyes. Oh damn, it really is a shadow. Holy crap, the Black Dragon battle group is going to explode, right? He's directly using Fong Jing City to sell the stolen goods. Lu Yong must be furious. Looks like there won't be any business for a while. Time to close up shop and take a break. Many shops in the black market quickly shut their doors and fled, falling into a rare state of closure. After leaving the black market, Tong Chen took out the anonymous savings card and glanced at it. With the 1 million given by Shi Ningxiang, I've made a total of 4.98 million this time. This amount was enough for his family to last at least half a year, especially with Hu Qiaoqiao fully stocking up on various cultivation resources. Thinking of this, Tong Chen tapped the pocket on his chest. The pocket wriggled a few times, and a parrot dropped the detonator. Glaring at Tong Chen with some dissatisfaction, it was clearly annoyed at being disturbed from its sleep. Holding the detonator, Tong Chen prepared to take action. This could be sold openly, there was no need to let the black market profit from the price difference. On the other side, outside the capital city, a gigantic monster lay on the ground, its blood staining the surroundings. If the residual ferocity of the corpse terrified the nearby junior beast generals, the man in battle armor before the corpse made them tremble even more. Above the warrior, a massive spaceship hovered. The spaceship's hatch opened, and a fully armed warrior jumped down. Lord Bubbo, you've worked hard. The high-level beast generals are quite troublesome. If I don't handle it well, I won't feel safe going to Fongjing City to teach my apprentice, right? Bubbo's battle armor helmet transformed and folded, revealing his face. How's the investigation going? Who targeted my apprentice? According to our inquiries, this incident may be related to the Eagle Nation. The security department found that they had sent messages to Nanxiao in the past. There are no other leads for now, but with the intelligence provided by the Black Dragon, we can confirm that there are traitors among the teams participating in the battle at Nanxiao. Lord Bubbo, please rest assured, based on the progress of the investigation, the truth will surface soon, the warrior assured him. Bubbo waved his hand and began to inquire about Shi Ningxiang's situation. What did you say? An F-level male warrior is bothering her? The warrior's expression became awkward. He didn't mention that Tongying wasn't a warrior yet, as he was still an apprentice. Moreover, wasn't that more like bullying? It was better not to provoke the war god, otherwise, this kid named Tong Chen might be in danger. At such a young age, not focusing on cultivation, just knowing how to do that kind of thing all day. Bubbo said angrily. Shi Ningxiang was a future national-level combat force. How could she be disturbed by romantic entanglements? Not to mention that the one causing the disturbance was an F-level. What difference was there between an F-level warrior and an ordinary yellow-haired person? It seems I must hurry over. After squinting his eyes and finishing his words, Bubbo leaped onto the spaceship and piloted it away. The warrior on the ground was left with a face full of question marks. He looked at the fierce-eyed monsters around him, then at the massive corpse in front of him, and helplessly sent out a distress signal. At this moment in Fongjing City, Tong Chen was still unaware that the war god had learned of his existence and was angrily coming over. He was arguing with the clerk at the weapon shop. Is this a flagship store? The buyback price is way too low. It's worse than the black market. Sir, you don't have a purchase invoice, so you can't prove that this detonator was bought at our store. Therefore, the brand identification is suspected of being forged. Offering you 480,000 as a buyback price is already the limit. The clerk smiled politely, her eyes lingering on Tong Chen's face. Just as Tong Chen was about to continue the argument, the terminal suddenly rang. Upon opening it, he found a threatening message from Shi Ningxiang. Coming to my house? And telling me not to speak carelessly? Tong Chen no longer argued with the clerk, accepting the store's quoted price. As a seasoned editor, he keenly sensed the allure of the material. Stepping out of the store, Tong Chen found an additional 480,000 federal coins in his account. So the whole family is coming over. Tong Chen was somewhat surprised to see the follow-up message from Shi Ningxiang. He had originally thought it would just be Shi Ningxiang and Shi Qianshan. He didn't expect the entire family to come, along with some relatives. Are we meeting the parents so soon? Wait, Shi Qianshan is one thing. What about Shi Ningxiang's parents? Are they open-minded? They can't be too strict, right? Tong Chen recalled his various misdeeds concerning Shi Ningxiang. He turned back into the store and spent 998 federal coins to buy a small camera, the kind that hangs in front. It was said that Shi Ningxiang's family worked in the municipal building, so they would likely pay attention to their reputation. Wearing equipment that increases safety +1 was mainly to provide an excuse for editing videos later. He couldn't shoot with a terminal at home. It would be hard to explain the source of the material. With the camera, everything would be above board. Tong Chen hung the camera properly and opened the terminal to check Shi Ningxiang's messages again. Sensing the panic behind the girl's threat, Tong Chen revealed a mischievous smile. After confirming the time with Shi Ningxiang and how long it would take him to get home, he walked towards the other side of the street. At this time, Hu Qiaoqiao should be finishing school and heading to the martial arts gym. I remember the gym she signed up for is called. Half an hour later, Tongying stood in front of the Bluebird martial arts gym. The gym was located a kilometer away from the second middle school, and judging By the style of the building's exterior, it probably used to be a restaurant. Now, they had just changed the sign to the name of the martial arts gym. In front of the gym, young people in school uniforms were constantly coming in and out. Their faces bore smiles and their eyes were much more vibrant than before. Things are getting better and better, Tong Chen said as he stepped into the gym. He heard that the training camp system would soon be abolished and merged with the martial arts class system. Training times would be extended and the danger level of awakening would significantly decrease. The first floor was the reception area, and students had to register before entering. The various training equipment was upstairs. Can you call Hu Chao Chao for me? Tong Gu. Just as Tong Chen spoke to the receptionist, a voice called out from behind him. He turned around to see the group of kids who had previously blocked his sister. Oh, isn't this the Wallflowers entourage? You guys are training here too? The kids suddenly looked awkward and scratched their heads. Tong Gu, your mouth is still as bad as your talent, the chubby boy muttered discontentedly. Tong Chen reached out and the boy immediately covered his face. In surrender. No, Tong Gu, I was wrong. The big sister went home today, she's not up there. Tong Chen frowned slightly at this. Even when on a mission, he would take the time to check on Hu Xiaoqiao's situation. That girl had been so obsessed with training, how could she possibly go home so early? Something was off. Thinking of this, Tong Chen went over to hug the little followers and took them to a nearby snack shop to treat them and gather information. 10 minutes later. Tong Gu, I think Miao Yong might have feelings for Sister Qiao Qiao. After all, Sister Qiao Qiao is talented and beautiful. Miao Yong is the director's nephew. He usually acts so arrogantly, right, Wu Gu? Little Wu Gu felt awkward and could only nod in response to Tong Ying's gaze. Why does this feel so familiar? Hadn't he done the same thing before? It turns out that from an outsider's perspective, it looks so foolish. So, Director Miao wants to sign a long-term contract with Hu Qiao Qiao, making her part of the gym? Tong Chen stroked his chin. The kids nodded while eating. What does my sister think? Is she willing? It seems like she's not very willing. The big sister said she wants to join the Black Dragon after graduation. And at the very least, she wants to join a battle team. She's not interested in private forces like martial arts schools. Tong Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. The official martial arts class had immediately made many people smell opportunity. The elite class has always determined the world order. And in the era of divine awakening, the elite are the martial artists. Has someone already started to plan, wanting to recruit talented warrior seedlings to seize the future? Alright, I got it. Thank you for the information. I'll head back now. After saying this, Tong Chen picked up a starch sausage and got up to leave. Who cares about the director Miao or the director Miao? Isn't it true that Miao's sister disagrees and keeps pestering? Today, she even chased him home, wanting to talk to Hu Manyu in person. That's a bit too much. The little girl cherishes the time she spends having dinner with her mom every day. Even with heavy training, she doesn't mind the trouble of cooking to pick her mom up from the research institute. This matter must be addressed. If Director Miao doesn't understand, Tong Chen wouldn't mind giving him a good beating. The little friends at the table watched Tong Chen leave. Suddenly, the chubby boy's face turned pale. Oh no! The other classmates looked at him in confusion. What happened? Did he just let something slip? It seems like Brother Tong didn't pay the bill. The others' eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Tong Ying's departing figure. Is there no humanity? Even deceiving little kids? They looked at the things on the table, feeling their pocket money wailing. A few little friends were about to cry. When have they ever been so extravagant? The landlord's family doesn't even have surplus food, and here you are, a dignified Black Dragon team member, actually targeting little kids? As expected of him, a man who dares to play with life and death in editing truly has no bottom line. Only someone like Brother Tong can do so well with an F-level talent, right? So, how do we settle this meal? Everyone said, looking at the richest among them, Little Wu. I'll treat. Wu Gu is mighty. Can I order 2 more sausages? Brother Tong just took mine. Little Wu. Tong Chen reached the door of his house and suddenly realized he seemed to have forgotten to pay the bill. I shouldn't be left to wash the dishes, right? He thought about those little followers, their families living in the 4th ring residential area were actually doing quite well. He could just have his sister give them the money later. With that thought, Tong Chen walked up the steps. But he overlooked one thing. At this age, if a boy suddenly faced a beautiful girl from his class running over and saying, "Sorry, my brother forgot to pay last time, let me give you the money," who would want that? They must put on a brave face, claiming their pocket money is enough while internally cursing Tong Chen for being despicable. Tong Chen walked up the stairs, completely unaware. He thought about how his sister's strength seemed to have reached 100 kilograms, able to carry their mom up and down the stairs by herself. That strength is already the limit for an ordinary person. It's easy to imagine the martial arts class has a lot of value. Just as he reached the door, Tong Chen heard voices coming from inside. Xiao Qiao, believe me, our martial arts school has a really bright future.
As long as you sign a long-term contract, we can provide you with a subsidy of 100,000
federal coins every month,
and all training costs will be at a 30% discount.
The money saved can completely help with your mom's medical expenses. What do you think?
The speaker seemed to be a middle-aged man, his voice powerful, perhaps a retired warrior.
Just what level he was, Tong Ying didn't know. 100,000?
That's not even enough for the little girl's monthly expenses.
Tong Ying listened against the wall outside. This director Miao's sincerity doesn't seem that great.
With Hu Xiaoxiao's growth rate, she would be considered top-notch even in the second high school, yet this is the treatment she
gets?
Oh, right, in the other party's eyes, Hu Xiaoxiao is from a poor family living in the fourth ring, especially with Hu Manyu looking so sickly.
It's
normal for them to confidently propose such conditions.
Unfortunately, the little girl already has millions, so how could she be moved? As expected, Hu Xiaoxiao refused.
The director continued to persuade, his voice growing more agitated.
Tong Ying knew it was time for him to step in. Hu Xiaoxiao, even if you don't think of yourself, shouldn't you think of your mother?
The martial arts class costs so much, don't you want to lighten the burden and make things
a bit easier?
Xiaoxiao's mom, let your daughter join our martial arts school. If any problems arise in the future, at least there will be someone to look
out for you, right? There isn't even a man at home. If someone bullies you, no one will stand up for you. Director Miao's tone was laced with a hint of intimidation, as if he were threatening. Upon hearing about lightening the burden, Hu Xiaoxiao's eyes clearly flickered. The current expenses at home are all
earned from Tong Chen selling himself. Hu Manyu's face also darkened upon hearing there was no man at home, falling into deep thought.
Seeing that there
was a chance, Director Miao instantly wanted to push harder to get Hu Xiaoxiao signed. After integrating the training camp into the martial arts class, the students who had undergone training could already showcase the differences in talent.
For someone with Hu Xiaoxiao's potential, signing her for 20 years would be a huge profit.
As for the monthly subsidy of 100,000, she would quickly earn it back herself.
The wool comes from the sheep. Once the contract is signed, many things would be out of her control.
Director Miao was excited and prepared to speak, but he found that Hu Xiaoxiao's wavering
gaze suddenly returned to normal, and even Hu Manyu became calm.
Before the director could react, Tong Chen's voice rang out from behind.
Thank you for your
kind offer, Director, but my sister will not be joining your martial arts school.
Please leave. Tong Chen walked over with a smile, nodding at Hu Manyu. The latter returned a smile, her tense body relaxing.
Tong Chen wrapped his arms around his sister, who had leaned closer. Usually, Hu Xiaoxiao wouldn't be this clingy. It seemed she had truly felt helpless just now. As a middle school girl, she had to face a much older warrior like Director Miao.
Coupled with the complex relationships from studying at the other party's martial arts school, even adults might struggle to handle it. Let alone someone Hu Xiaoxiao's age, it was simply difficult to manage. Who are you?
Director Miao noticed the black dragon emblem on Tong Chen and sounded somewhat surprised. Soon, he looked at Tong Chen's face as if recalling something.
You are Tong Chen, the editing blogger? Hu Xiaoxiao is actually your sister.
But her surname is
clearly Hu. The director stopped mid-sentence, remembering that restructured families after disasters are not uncommon.
He shot a fierce glare at his
nephew. Didn't you say this was a girl without a background?
I'll settle the score with you later. His nephew's gaze darted away. With so many girls at the
martial arts school every day, he couldn't possibly investigate the background of each one he took an interest in, could he?
The director frowned slightly. He thought of Hu Xiaoxiao's talent and then of Tong Chen's F-level aptitude.
Rumor has it that Tong Chen has connections with many formidable women, making him not easy to deal with.
But after all, it was just a rumor. As a retired soldier, Director Miao deeply understood the cruelty of the world.
With Tong Chen's conditions, why would a woman of the vice captain's caliber take a liking to him? It's fake, all fake. The director was not ready to give up. I know. You, how dare you, an F-level warrior, make decisions for a genius like Hu Xiaoxiao? Do you want her to end up as useless as you? Don't say that about my brother.
Hu Xiaoxiao glared at Director Miao from Tong Chen's embrace like a little kitten with its fur bristled. The director glanced at her but ignored it, instead directing an oppressive gaze at Tong Chen. I don't know what your intentions are, but as long as I'm here, I will not allow you to hinder Hu
Xiaoxiao's future and my financial future.
Director Miao thought to himself, then continued to apply pressure.
Xiaoxiao's mom, don't be too naive. In this world, there are all kinds of people.
I've seen Tong Chen's videos, they don't seem like the actions of a good person.
He might be plotting something against you. Tong Chen couldn't believe that the other party had started to sow discord, and he couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at the recording
in progress in the upper right corner of his view, contemplating whether to provoke the curator a bit more before secretly following him out to bag him. Just then, a man in a suit suddenly appeared outside the door, politely knocking on the unclosed door.
Is this Mr. Tong Chen's home?
He said, locking his gaze on Tong Chen himself, and without waiting for a response, he bent slightly in apology and gestured towards the door. Soon, the curator and others were
shocked to see a group of soldiers running down the corridor. From their uniforms, they seemed to be from the Public Security Bureau. Before the curator and his nephew could express their astonishment, a young woman in battle armor suddenly appeared at the entrance. Zhu Ke. Curator Miao had a keen eye and instantly recognized the origin and price of the battle armor. His heart sank immediately. The appearance of the Public Security Bureau along with this set of battle armor was alarming. Tong Chen must have gotten himself into some serious trouble. He hoped he wouldn't be implicated by Tong Ying. But soon, Curator Miao realized that things were not as he thought. In some ways, this was even more terrifying than Tong Chen getting into trouble. Sorry to intrude unexpectedly, but please accept this small token of appreciation. Suyu walked over with a gift, happily stuffing it into the bewildered Hu Xiaoxiao's hands. Hu Xiaoxiao turned to look at her brother. Tong Chen nodded, indicating for her to accept it. Why refuse something given for free? What do you take me for? Does your brother look like a very polite person? Hu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and took the gift. A crowd followed behind, making Tong Chen's not-so-large home feel a bit cramped. Curator Miao was stunned. As someone who could seize opportunities at the early stages of the martial arts class and managed to open a martial arts school, he certainly had some insight. He could recognize a few of the people who suddenly appeared at Tong Chen's home. But just these few were enough to terrify him, not to mention that these figures were only fit to stand in the corner. Oh, you have guests at home. Is there something important going on? Did we come at a bad time? Suyu smiled at Tong Chen, not hiding the curiosity in her eyes. Tong Chen remained silent because ever since Shi Ningxiang in battle armor walked in, her gaze had been firmly locked on him. The warning in her eyes had not ceased. Curator Miao swallowed hard. He dared not stay here. The atmosphere with Tong Chen's family had not been good. If Tong Chen showed hostility towards him in front of these distinguished guests, it would truly be disastrous. It's nothing. Madam, I am the curator of the martial arts school where Tong Chen's sister trains. We came this time because Hu Xiaoxiao performed excellently and we specifically brought a bonus to encourage her. We will leave right away. Here are 500,000 federal coins, just a small token of appreciation. I hope you won't mind. From now on, all expenses for Hu Xiaoxiao at the martial arts school will be waived. Curator Miao quickly took out his card, wrote down the password, and handed it to Tong Chen. His face was filled with a near-crying expression, his eyes pleading for mercy. He was being honest, begging for forgiveness. Tong Chen smiled and accepted the card, signifying his acceptance of Curator Miao's truce. This person clearly knew the stakes and would probably not disturb his sister again. Farewell, we won't disturb you any longer. The curator immediately breathed a sigh of relief, quickly covering his nephew's mouth, who was about to speak, and dragged him out. He rushed downstairs and found the vehicle surrounded by onlookers. The curator saw the license plate and nearly passed out. You unfilial child, are you really going to put your uncle in such a predicament? Just wait until I beat you to death today. Uncle, you promised my mom to take good care of me. If your mom knew I almost got killed because of you, she would only break your legs. From now on, don't you dare provoke the female students of the martial arts school. Otherwise, I'll break all your legs. Curator Miao completely lost it and directly started to beat the child in the street. The cries of the child echoed, bringing tears to the listeners and sadness to the onlookers, while the parents enjoyed the spectacle and felt a twinge of excitement. Upstairs, at Tong Chen's home, Hu Manyu could tell that the identities of the people present were not simple. One could glean a thing or two from the director's transformation. She warmly invited everyone to take a seat, but the sofas and coffee tables at home were rather small. In the end, only the Shi Ningxiang family and the Shi Qianchen family managed to sit, while the others stood at the back. They formed a clever standoff against Tong Chen's family sitting opposite. If one didn't know better, they might think it was a negotiation. Hu Manyu felt a bit awkward and could only look at Tong Chen with annoyance. You child, you have friends coming over and didn't even give me a heads up, leaving me unprepared for anything. Tong Chen shrugged, completely unconcerned. Don't mention it, we insisted on visiting. Sorry for the trouble. You must be Tong Chen, right? I've wanted to meet you for a long time, so you said with a smile, a stark contrast to her husband beside her, who was glaring at Tong Chen with a cold, murderous look. Tong Chen shook his collar, knowing it was time for him to perform. Did Ningxiang think that coming in battle armor would scare him? With the materials at hand, what couldn't he do? He was even willing to risk his life. You must be Ningxiang's mother, right? It's our first meeting, Auntie, you're still so charming. Tong Chen said as he stood up, took Suyu's hand resting on his thigh, and gave it a peck. Shi Ningxiang? Shi Ming? Suyu? The atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Everyone stared at Tong Chen in shock. Behind, Shi Ningxiang's cousin, Shi Jun, suddenly turned his head away. His body trembled like a sieve. Before coming, he had seen his sister Shi Ningxiang's resentful expression and knew this trip would likely be problematic. Considering Tong Chen's video style, he guessed something amusing would happen.
But Jun could never have imagined that Tong Chen's antics would be this bold. He was now using all his might to suppress his laughter.
Stop it. You need to cut that out. Don't you want to be a good rich second generation anymore? Don't you love delicacies? Laughing here could get you expelled from your ancestry. Ning Shuang, as if electrocuted, snatched Suyu's hand back from Tong Chen.
Ming's mouth dropped open, his brows furrowed, head tilted,
looking at Tong Chen in disbelief.
Confirmed by the look in his eyes, it was the type that wouldn't be surprised if he pulled out a gun and shot
Tong Chen in the next second.
Suyu herself was still processing what had just happened. Before coming, she had imagined countless scenarios for their meeting,
but never this one.
Feeling the warmth and moisture on the back of her hand, her emotions were quite complex. Beside her, Qian was nearly scared to death on the spot.
Her understanding of Tong Chen's penchant for self-destruction had just escalated.
She suddenly grabbed her mom's hand and hid it in her own, warily looking at Tong Chen. Speaking of which, the vice captain wasn't much younger than her mom. Could it be that Tong Chen preferred mature
women? Qian felt a pang of sadness.
Her actions began to break the frozen atmosphere. First, the rest of the Shi family at the back all turned their heads to stifle their laughter. Usually, they were very cautious and wouldn't act too recklessly in front of the family head. Seeing this scene now, not laughing themselves to death was already the greatest respect they could show to the family head.
Oh wow,
this kid is something else. The actions of the
blonde are too abstract. Slap.
Suyu quickly pressed down on Ming's hand that was reaching for his waist, startling Hu Qiao and her mother. Tong Chen is indeed as lively as I imagined, she said with a forced smile, and those familiar with Suyu knew she was already angry. Of course, she was angry. She had come with the intention of teasing her daughter, but
ended up being teased herself upon meeting? Who could tolerate that?
The most outrageous part was being teased in front of her husband and the whole family.
This kid was completely fearless. I want to see what gives you such confidence. Is it the camera on your chest? Do you think you can do whatever you want like this?
Suyu felt it wasn't that simple, so she first steadied Ming. I'm sorry, this child, Tong Chen, has been without a mother since he was little, and I lack the ability to discipline him, so he might not understand the rules. He really doesn't have any bad intentions, Hu Manyu explained awkwardly. She hoped to evoke some sympathy so that the other party would leave the child intact.
Women, after all, are often overflowing with compassion.
Especially someone like this lady, who has power and background and has never experienced the hardships and darkness of the world.
Sure. Enough. Suyu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this.
She looked at Tong Chen and found that there was no lewd desire in his eyes. Instead, they were very clear and pure. His smile was also very innocent.
The anger in Suyu's
heart instantly dissipated by more than half. No wonder Qian was moved by this child. Someone like Tong Chen, placed among the deeply wronged warriors, was as dazzling as gold.
I see, that is indeed understandable,
Suyu said softly, her gaze turning gentle as she looked at Tong Chen.
Tong Chen smiled slightly at her. Yes, the moment I saw you, madam, I felt a motherly love. How about I call you Mom from now on? Mom! The crowd!
Hu Manyu grabbed Tong Chen's hair. She didn't know where the strength came from. Perhaps it was due to a period of recuperation, restoring the physique that a new human should have. In any case, she suddenly pressed Tong
Chen's head down onto the coffee table, making a loud noise. Ha 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 ha, the child is just joking. Hu Manyu forced a laugh, feeling as if she had experienced a lifetime of social death today. What kind of a live father? Did she pick up back then?
The Shi family members were collectively speechless.
Wait, kid, do you really want to die today? Are you trying to court disaster? Suyu, as the person involved, clearly showed an increase in her immunity. The second time around,
she looked strangely at her daughter, who had long since gone dumbfounded.
You've already developed to the point of needing to call mom?
The terrifying whisper from her mother made Ning Xiang shake her head frantically. The atmosphere in the room, under Hu Manyu's effort to endure the feeling of her scalp exploding, gradually eased. In the meantime, she awkwardly rubbed Tong Chen's face on the coffee table countless times. Anyway, the Shi family members responded with difficulty, their eyes glued to Tong Chen's head moving back and forth on the coffee table. Let's end today's visit here. Kid, do you have anything you want to say to me? Ming, seeing everyone was very awkward, felt numb himself. Having analyzed Tong Chen, Ming also knew that Tong Chen's mind might not be entirely normal and couldn't be measured by common sense.
He found an opportunity to take his leave and kindly gave Tong Chen a way out. Tong Chen had repeatedly edited Ning Xiang and even teased Suyu to her face.
If it weren't for the fact that he had taken care of his daughter during her difficult times, essentially saving her life, Ming didn't know how many times he had secretly taught Tong Chen a lesson. If Tong Chen had any sense, he should apologize properly now. Hu Manyu released her grip.
Tong Chen did not
immediately raise his head. He was deep in thought. No, he didn't have enough material yet.
Hu Manyu's sudden move to attract fire was something he hadn't anticipated. He couldn't resist. What if he hurt his mom? Just as Tong Chen was in a dilemma, the pocket on his chest moved. The parrot flapped out and landed on Tong Chen's head. It looked at Ming, who was locking onto Tong Chen with a stern gaze, without a hint of fear.
The parrot tilted its head and spoke to Ming. Call me Dad. In the living room, Ming looked at the parrot in shock. He knew of the existence of original biological entities. While flying species were rare, they shouldn't shock him. What shocked him was the parrot's arrogant demeanor. Ming simply couldn't convince himself that this wasn't Tong Chen's doing. Alright, is that your answer? You little rascal. Ming's face quickly turned red. Call Dad. The parrot hopped closer to Ming, as arrogant as it had been when it first met Tong Chen. Ga? A hand instantly grabbed it. Tong Chen awkwardly smiled as he looked up and retrieved the parrot back into his pocket. Grandpa, from now on, you're my parrot grandpa, alright? Just shut up. Do you want me to live too long? I was just trying to provoke the other party a bit, but I didn't expect to provoke so hard. Even if we're in sync and you sense that I want to provoke them, you don't have to go all out, do you? Tong Chen was left speechless by his own bird grandpa's 2 sentences. I said it wasn't intentional, can you believe me? He blinked his clear, big eyes. Ming was so angry he almost laughed. Well, I believe you. Come out for a moment, I want to tell you a little secret and bring Ningxiang too. After saying that, he dragged Tong Chen's hand and was about to walk outside, giving a gesture to the soldiers waiting outside the door. Several muscular men immediately understood, putting down their weapons and starting to stretch. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen. I know what I'm doing. Ming smiled at Hu Manyu and Hu Chaoqiao. Hu Manyu struggled with her expression for a moment, then finally bit her lip and nodded. Tong Chen really needed a beating. If he kept acting recklessly, he might end up being sent back in a box one day. At least, she didn't sense any killing intent from Ming in front of her, and the people behind were mostly stifling their laughter. It's also a mother's duty to let her child learn life lessons within a controllable risk. Hu Manyu comforted herself as she heard the sounds of fists hitting flesh and Tong Chen's screams from outside, but her trembling hand holding the teacup revealed her inner turmoil. So you looked pleased. She sat in the spot where Tong Chen had just been and started chatting with Hu Manyu outside the door. Call me daddy? Ha! Try being arrogant one more time. It's not like you said it's not allowed. Still charming. I'll make you charming. You little brat, you're quick with your words. Daughter, say something too. Stinky F level. At this moment, Ningxiang felt a bit nervous and couldn't let go. Being brought along by Ming to beat Tong Chen made her feel like a strict father suddenly taking her along to do something bad. How can you insult others in areas like genetic defects that are beyond control? I don't remember teaching you that. Even when angry, Ming didn't forget to correct his daughter's values. Insulting his strength is insulting his character. These are all controllable. Oh, I told you to edit randomly. Still calling me daddy? Ha! I'll hang you on the wall to tease the monsters. I'll make you a pure love warrior. I'll make you pay for bullying me just because you're good at combat and for messing with Chen. I'll beat you to death. Originally just wanting to follow her father through the motions, Ningxiang unexpectedly became more and more furious as they fought. Hey, alright, what's your limits? In the end, it was Ming who mediated. 10 minutes later, the father-daughter duo returned looking refreshed. Behind them was a pig-headed Tong Chen, still wearing a smile, clearly satisfied with the material. Just a minor injury. After applying medicine for a night, it would be fine. The atmosphere of farewell was harmonious after Tong Chen's self-sacrifice. Sister Hu Chaoqiao replaced Hu Manyu to see the group off downstairs, and she conveniently went to buy some medicine for external injuries. Why did you have to do that? Hu Manyu looked at Tong Chen, who was enjoying his daughter's medicine application service, and said irritably, I have my reasons, Mom, don't ask too much. Tong Chen replied unclearly. Brother, did you deliberately let them beat you to vent your frustration about living off someone else's daughter? And you're eating everywhere. Hu Chaoqiao looked heartbroken, feeling that her brother was doing this because of her. Tong Chen pinched her cheeks and pulled them apart. Woo. Hu Manyu rolled her eyes at the two siblings who were playfully fighting. So you really chose this path, huh? I didn't misjudge you back then. How about I introduce you to a few rich ladies I met before to help you increase your performance? Tong Chen? Hu Chaoqiao. After the sky darkened, the two sent Hu Manyu back to the research institute for recuperation. Tong Chen returned to his room, and at this moment his face was no longer as swollen. He lay on the bed and opened the system's material library. So, Ningxiang's father is actually an ordinary person. I wonder if the editing reward will be any good this time. However, those few guards who suppressed him were quite strong, with the leader at least having the strength of a junior battle general. Thinking of this, Tong Chen began to edit. The material started recording from the moment he entered the house, including the conversation with the curator and later with the family, Bird Ye's provocation, getting beaten up, and finally the conversation with his family. Before editing, first, Curator Miao used threats and temptations. Then Ningxiang and others appeared, causing the atmosphere in the room to freeze, tension palpable. It looked like a serious negotiation scene. After editing, Curator Miao, Hu Chaoqiao, I offer you 50,000 federal coins as a subsidy. No, I don't want to lighten the burden for the martial arts school. Tong Chen, you really are a genius.
Whatever problems you have, there will be support, unlike me being so useless. I absolutely will not allow Wu Xiaoqiao to delay a genius like you. At this point in the editing, Tong Chen paused for a moment. He quickly pulled the footage to when Suyu entered the room. Suyu, Tong Chen, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Sister, it was my insistence to visit. I'm sorry it has developed to this extent. Sherming, kid, call me dad. Your strength and character are both good. My daughter has a genetic defect but still is charm. You kid are quite quick to the draw. Daughter, you speak. Sure Ningxiang, I let you bully, beat me to death. Dad, Hu Xiaoqiao, bro, are you doing this on purpose? Beating someone else's daughter and going around beating. Hu Man you, child. I really didn't misjudge you back then. You never had any bad intentions. Tong Chen played this part silently twice, and after confirming there were no errors, he chose complete editing. Ding. Editing successful. Love and harmony family reunion. Even if the host strikes hard at their partner, they still gain the recognition of their partner and their family. Material strength rating 65. Material cognition rating 34. Host editing rating 66. Total score 165. Will receive additional rewards. Congratulations to the host for strength plus 500 kilograms, mental power plus 35. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special battle skill, Sigma Realman special attack. Attacking any opposite sex that has a good impression of oneself will increase overall attack power by 15%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 opportunities to comprehend battle skills. Can choose to enhance golden battle skills. Detected total score exceeds 100. The host can choose one reward to receive double. Warning, the host must release the video as soon as possible and achieve no less than 255 views, otherwise the reward will be revoked. Tong Chen lay on the bed, staring blankly at the new battle skill. Though it was called a battle skill, it looked more like a title. Did the system intend for him to rattle off a bunch of dish names to intimidate his enemies in the future? Just the strange entries now include Master of the Beginner Warm Man Manual, Master of Family Cooking, Trust from the Young Ones, Fatherly Love. Like a mountain, Sigma Real Man, God knows how many more there will be in the future. Standing before you is the officially certified Warm Man, Master of Family Cooking, Friend of the Young Ones, Teammate's biological father, and the spirit of the Sigma Real Man, the only legal heir. Still not bowing down? Tong Chen thought that if he really had to announce these names in public, he would probably feel embarrassed. But this Real Man and Young Ones trust seemed to match well. They are both existences rather than humans, meaning they can affect monsters. Now, monsters younger than him also come with a good impression. The system didn't say it had to be a good impression. Between opposite sexes, father and daughter might work too. The older monster wanted to gain favor, and there were ways to do it. Once he unleashed the infernal flame, his presence alone made him seem inhuman. Even monsters that hated humans would be momentarily stunned. At that moment, if he elbowed a teammate beside him, he could gain a small amount of favor from the monster, enough to trigger a judgment. It's reasonable for my teammate to call me dad while I hit him a few times, right? Tong Chen could already imagine stacking buffs. He would have his teammate call him dad to trigger fatherly love like a mountain, and then, right in front of the monster, he would beat up his teammate to trigger Sigma Real Man. After triggering, he would draw his weapon and slash at the monster, letting it know the darkness of humanity, focusing on a repeated back and forth. Tong Chen. The system really doesn't intend to let him be human. What kind of bizarre skill combinations are these? Garlic bird, at least the power is okay. Tong Chen sat up in bed to comfort himself. He hadn't expected to have the chance to edit again so soon. System, choose double rewards for strength increase and use the opportunity for combat skill. Comprehension to increase proficiency. Ding. Selection successful. Strength increase changed to double. Congratulations to the host. Combat skill, Infernal Flame / proficiency. Level increased, current level 6 passive skill, Infernal Flame Control, proficiency level increased to 6. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the series of combat skills, Embers. By channeling the aura of the underworld, weapons are modified to withstand more infernal flame while gaining some infernal flame characteristics. Modification. Effects are related to mental power. Oh, a new inheritance skill has appeared? The characteristics of infernal flame? Life-devouring, mental damage, hard to erase. This means that weapons enchanted with embers will also carry these characteristics. Even without using infernal flame, they can inflict greater damage and pain on enemies, making healing even more difficult. That's a pretty good skill, Tong Chen said, feeling the changes within himself, and he was very satisfied. His strength reached 6,245 kilograms, not far from the 8,000 kilograms of a junior warrior. Mental power was 455, roughly equivalent to 4.5 ordinary people. With the increase in mental power, in addition to the enhancement of those inherited combat skills, Tong Chen could also clearly feel that the skill, Heavenly Transformation, he comprehended was growing. It felt like there was a bottle in his heart that wasn't full. As his mental power increased, a little more was poured into it, and Tong Chen eagerly anticipated what changes would occur when the water was full. Would he level up again or gain more powerful functions? There was also the awakening of special abilities at the warrior level. Tong Chen was increasingly looking forward to the changes he would experience after becoming a warrior. It would probably lead to a qualitative leap in overall strength, right? Now that the mission of the Black Dragon Battle Group was temporarily over, he would likely return to the team after the holiday. Currently, Group 8 belonged to the reserve team, but he didn't know where the reserve team would go next. Would it be stationed in Fong City, or would they head to the bustling South Bridge district? Anyway, it seemed indifferent to Tong Chen. His only goal was the war god. It's time to find Ningxuan to fulfill her promise about the war god information. Thinking of this, Tong Chen opened the terminal and found Ningxuan's ID. Are you there? Let's meet up. After sending the message, he looked out at the now dark sky and sent out the edited video as well. Just as Ningxuan got home, she saw the message from Tong Chen and froze. Sending such a message to a girl late at night? Get lost. After replying, she quickly took off her battle armor and walked to the living room. Chanxian and the others were there, and the elders were still discussing matters about Tong Chen. After this, that kid Tong Chen should be more restrained. Ming looked displeased as he glanced at his daughter walking out of her room. The others followed his gaze. Ningxuan, your teammate is really interesting, quite bold. But after this, he'll probably be withdrawn, having been beaten so badly by you. Haha, I don't dislike lively young people. The elders laughed. Ningxuan pondered slightly. Despite Tong Chen's rather miserable appearance just now, as a warrior, she knew it was just superficial injuries and nothing serious. Even if she was extremely angry, she subconsciously understood that Tong Chen had saved her life. It was impossible for him to really go all out. Tong Ying being withdrawn? That seemed unlikely. If he could tone it down a bit, she would be grateful. Speaking of being withdrawn, Chanxian in the corner of the room seemed to be on the verge of shutting down. She probably felt sad seeing Tong Chen's pitiful state, right? What a hopeless girl. Ningxuan sighed. Suddenly, her cousin Jun exclaimed while holding his phone. Everyone turned to look. In his panic, he accidentally pressed the volume button and a familiar voice echoed from the phone. What the hell? The elders of the family looked shocked, with a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Suyu, who was chatting with her sisters, turned around, her face full of question marks. Did she just hear her own voice? It must be Tong Chen posting another video, right? Jun quickly cast it on the screen for everyone to see. Suyu's voice sounded a bit surprised. She didn't expect that even after Ming had brought people to beat him up, that kid Tong Chen wouldn't back down. She had thought he was bold enough to do something so daring in public. Suyu was increasingly baffled by her daughter's F-level teammate. Could it really be true what Ming said, that this kid's mind wasn't quite right? Jun looked fearfully at the others in the room. Why is it always me? I really have a bad habit. Why couldn't I just hold back and not look? He walked to the TV with a mournful face and began to cast the screen, not daring to defy Aunt Suyu's orders in the slightest. As the video played, the first thing that caught their eyes was the large title, A Loving Family? Everyone's heart sank. They already had a very bad feeling. The appearance of Director Miao only puzzled everyone a bit, nothing more. Until Suyu appeared, followed by Ming and Ningxuan. The family couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, drawing an angry glare from Ming. Big brother, I wasn't laughing, I just thought. This kid's title is quite profound. A Loving Family does have some depth. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. The relatives were nearly dying of laughter on the spot. Even Ming's display of family authority was useless. In the end, he could only darken his face and let his warrior daughter Ningxuan throw everyone out. This is outrageous, this kid is too much. Ming was quite angry. What did Tong Ying mean by this? Did he really want to go after his daughter? But upon careful thought, it didn't seem to be the case. What a baffling person. He completely couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Ningxuan herself was also bewildered. Tong Ying had just sent her a message that she rejected, and then he immediately posted this video? Too much. She took out her terminal to question Tong Ying about what he was trying to do. Master's intel. Ningxuan suddenly remembered that this matter had not been fulfilled. Thinking about how Tong Ying had edited her into that strange video, she felt anger brewing. Alright, let's find a time to meet the day after tomorrow. I'll tell you then. After sending the message, Ningxuan decided that she would make Tong Ying pay for it. She would wear her battle armor to the appointment. In Fong City, lights began to flicker on the streets. Unlike the once prosperous lights that could be seen even in outer space, the lights of the new era were very dim, like fireflies that could extinguish at any moment in the wind. One could barely see the road, and with the order being rebuilt not long ago, public safety was concerning. The vast majority of ordinary people wouldn't go out at night. At home, aside from engaging in activities that contributed to the human race's reproduction, they could only take out their phones to check the news. Soon, people discovered Tong Ying's video. Damn, the blogger is getting more reckless. This time, the people on screen are all big shots. Ha, isn't that the logistics director from the last press conference? And the boss? Damn, even the assistant too. The deputy city lord is here? What? Isn't that the strong candidate for the next deputy city lord? The blogger isn't planning to keep slacking off, huh? Just watch and cherish it. It's normal for them to stop updating at any time. Why is it this female warrior? Again? Is it true love? In a way, it's a miracle that the blogger has made it this far. The residents of Fong Jing City were quite happy to see the video. It's rare to have a blogger who can entertain with their life. They were a bit worried about Tong Ying, fearing he might suddenly drop dead on the street one day. At the Yanliang training base, a group of people was running with huge wooden stakes on their shoulders. Instructor Wei Ran, sporting his signature bald head, stared expressionlessly from above. The trainees below were panting like dogs, trying to lighten the mood with some banter. Damn, is being an awakened warrior this tough? What is this? I heard this is the nerfed version. Oh, there's a story? You know Tong Ying, right? That F-level blogger. The trainees nodded, indicating that everyone knew him. I heard this guy jumped into the fray and messed up the entire training instructors. There were actual death quotas for training before they really trained to the brink. Remember how swollen the instructors' faces were when they first arrived? Apparently, it was all his doing. The trainees gasped in awe, silently thanking Tong Ying for his contributions. The nerfed training was already making them feel like they were dying. Who knows how twisted the original version was? Wei Ran's mouth twitched. Everyone. Another 10 laps. The trainees looked at him in shock, but in the end, they could only grit their teeth and run. Since Tong Ying was mentioned, Wei Ran was also curious about how that guy was doing lately. He found Tong Ying's ID and discovered that he had released a new work. After watching it, Wei Ran's mouth twitched again. This kid is still as bold as ever with the edits. This time, he even cut down Ming. Wei Ran felt an inexplicable sense of balance. Tong Ying treated everyone equally when it came to messing with them. Even though he didn't have much contact with the next deputy city lord candidate, it didn't stop him from feeling a moment of sympathy for the other party. After all, both were victims. With that thought, Wei Ran called Tong Ying. Instructor? Long time no see, have you missed me? Tong Ying's smiling face appeared on the screen, and Wei Ran's mouth twitched. I heard you're on vacation? Tong Ying nodded. Are you free tomorrow? Come to the base and see if you've made any progress during your time at the Black Dragon. Wei Ran extended the invitation, of course, with ulterior motives. Last time, Tong Ying had pulled a fast one on him, making all the instructors at the base get scolded by the higher-ups. He had to get back at him, right? Of course, he wouldn't bully Tong Ying. He would find an excuse to challenge him one-on-one, not letting all the instructors gang up on him. Tong Ying blinked. He knew exactly what the instructor was thinking. Remembering his previous display of strength at the Black Dragon, he could hold his own against Xiang, who was nearing intermediate warrior status. It was reasonable to bully the instructors who were just beginner warriors, right? He still remembered his bold declaration of kicking the instructors, but sure, see you tomorrow? Wei Ran nodded and ended the call, revealing a cold smile as he looked at the trainees training. This time, he was going to regain both face and dignity. Wei Ran opened his contacts and messaged his instructor colleagues, inviting them to come watch the show. Tomorrow. I've scheduled with Tong Ying for tomorrow. Hurry over. Watch me help you get your revenge. Tong Ying was also smiling in bed. He opened his terminal and saw Ningxiang's reply. After thinking for a moment, he directly scheduled to meet at the base gate. Tomorrow. Let's go to the Yanliang base together tomorrow. The instructor invited me over to play, and it's a good place to talk. Ningxiang received the message and immediately agreed. The base was not only easy to talk to but also good for getting hands-on. If you were on the street, even in battle armor, she would be afraid of hurting ordinary people. Tong Ying nodded in satisfaction as he saw the situation settle. Suddenly, he thought of Qianqian's crying face and, almost on a whim, opened the terminal to invite her to the base for some fun. Of course, Qianqian wouldn't refuse. Tong Ying was unaware that at that moment in the black market, an exciting scene was unfolding because of his earlier sale of monster teeth. Inside the black shop. So, where did this iron mane tiger's tooth come from? In the hall of the shop, a group of warriors stared at the Caribbean pirate-style boss kneeling in the center. The combat uniforms worn by these warriors clearly indicated they were from a formidable secret unit. The boss cursed inwardly. Not expecting the Black Dragon's intelligence team to act so quickly, he hadn't even had time to dispose of the evidence before being caught. I was just making a normal purchase, okay? I only knew it was a rare beast general's tooth. How was I supposed to know? It was from an iron mane tiger? If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to take it even with 100 lives. Stop pretending to be scared. Do you think I don't know what you people are like? Tell me everything about the shadow. The leading warrior kicked the boss over. The latter calmly smiled as he got back up. He had the backing of the Black Dragon team, so he wouldn't face any serious consequences. If he cooperated well, there would be no losses, and everyone could still get along afterward. Why not? The boss immediately recounted everything that had happened, even noting how many times Tong had blinked at that time. Captain, we found the footage. From outside the street, the shadow disappeared just like last time. The intelligence team leader took notes and nodded, leading his team to retreat. The shadow had the ability to merge with shadows, making it extremely difficult to track. Thinking about Captain Lu Yong's order to find such a person, he felt a headache coming on. Captain, we speculated on the possible direction of the shadow's movements and found this. An intelligence team soldier pulled out a video showing Tong selling detonators in the shop. The captain's eyes suddenly narrowed. What a coincidence. The sharp-witted intelligence team leader sensed something was off. He immediately reported the situation to Captain Lu Yong. Are you saying Tong Chen is likely involved with the shadow? Lu Yong, who had just finished his first day of cleaning, sat in the command chair at the base, looking bewildered. Ahem, Captain, it's not that he's involved, it's just that we suspect Tong Chen might know the shadow. Isn't that the same thing? Alright, I got it. Lu Yong abruptly hung up the phone and began pacing back and forth in the room. He kept recalling everything about the shadow. The first time this guy appeared was when Shi Ningxian was attacked. Tong Chen was there too. The second time was here, and again, both Shi Ningxian and Tong Chen were present. To say it was a coincidence was pushing it too far, right? This kid Tong Chen has some tricks up his sleeve. Lu Yong's gaze deepened. He remembered the spoils from the giant monster mercenary group that attacked Shi Ningxian. It seemed to belong to Tong Chen. Would the greedy shadow really be the type to hand over the spoils? If these two had no connection, Lu Yong felt he could stand on his head and eat. Why do you look so pale? Did you eat shit? Just then, Zhu Yashuang, with her wet hair, walked in after washing up. Lu Yong was caught off guard and turned his head away to ignore her. Once he finished dealing with the matters here, he would definitely find time to test Tong Chen a bit. The next day, after Tong Chen sent his sister to school, he took a ride to the Yanliang base. At the entrance of the base, Shi Ningxian and Shi Qianxian were already waiting there. When Tong Chen saw Shi Ningxian in her battle armor and her sharp gaze, the corners of his mouth twitched. Good thing he was prepared. Tong Chen, are you okay? Are you hurt so badly? Shi Qianxian ran over, standing in front of him with her eyes immediately turning red. Tong Chen, with his head wrapped in bandages, looked like a mummy. He didn't answer Shi Qianxian but instead looked at Shi Ningxian, as if startled. Why did you wear battle armor? Do you still want to make a move on me? Shi Qianxian seemed startled for a moment, instantly stepping in front of Tong Chen, spreading her arms to protect him. Shi Yangshuang, is this the reason you called me? Your sister? Shi Yangshuang gritted her teeth and looked at Tong Chen. How could she not know how badly Tong Chen was hurt after personally laying hands on him? Looking at that bastard's provocative gaze, it was clearly intentional. A murderous aura slowly descended, and when she saw her sister on the verge of tears from grievance, Shi Yangshuang could only stifle her anger and control her murderous intent. I won't hit you. Really? His smug expression was infuriating, and Shi Yangshuang trembled as she nodded, her gaze cold enough to freeze Tong Chen. Then, Shi Yangshuang saw Tong Chen take off the bandage from his head and put it in his pocket. A parrot flew out of his clothing pocket, hopping onto Tong Chen's head and looking at the two girls. Call me daddy, Shi Yangshuang choked on the spot, nearly unable to hold back her urge to strike. Shi Qianxian felt awkward for a moment but quickly adjusted, reaching into her pocket to pull out a high-quality energy crystal to feed it. The parrot paused for a moment before eating the food, its gaze towards the girl softening considerably. Affection +1, you come here, I'll leave once we finish talking, Shi Yangshuang said, coldly. She felt that staying with Tong Chen would eventually drive her mad, so it was better to finish things and go back sooner. Don't be in such a hurry, the instructor invited me to come play. Aren't you also from the 25th batch? Since you're here, why not take a look inside? Or are you saying our genius SS level, with extraordinary talent, wants to cut ties with classmates? Tong Chen's tone was annoyingly smug, making Shi Yangshuang clench her fists tightly and turn to enter the base. The guard did not stop them, clearly having received prior notice. However, when Tong Chen entered, the guard's gaze towards him was somewhat strange. You really dare to come, huh? You've got guts. Shi Qianxian keenly noticed this and recalled hearing how badly the instructors had been tricked by Tong Chen before. Would they really be able to walk out of here intact this time? How about we don't go after all? Shi Qianxian whispered to Tong Chen. She was genuinely afraid that while walking down the street, Tong Chen would suddenly be bagged and dragged to a deserted place facing a group of burly men alone. The instructors could really do that, mainly because Tong Chen had gone too far before. Why not go? We have to go today. Tong Chen's gaze was resolute, as if he were about to make a declaration under a flagpole. How badly had he been bullied during training at the base? Today, even if the King of Heaven came, he would take his revenge. 10
Minutes later, the three arrived at the location agreed upon with instructor Wei Ran. It was the same open space where they had awakened, the place where the dream began. As soon as Tong Chen arrived, many familiar faces waved and greeted him. Why are there so many people here? The training system had merged with the martial arts class, but there were still some slightly older unawakened individuals who needed training, so Tong Chen wasn't surprised by their presence. However, there were not only trainees present, many graduates from the 25th batch who had been in the same class also came. Not only classmates, but the number of instructors was also unusually high. Tong Chen glanced around and noticed that the number of instructors was several times greater. Could they have come from other bases? Tong Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing an interested expression. When Wei Ran saw Tong Chen appear, he rubbed his bald head. He had thought Tong Chen would turn around and run away. Very good, the kid still has guts like before. Now that the King of Heaven has come, no one can save you. I, Wei Ran, will act on behalf of heaven. Ha ha ha, the kid is here? Come, let me introduce you. This is the most powerful senior from the 25th batch. The rest of his classmates are not even worth comparing. The trainees stifled their laughter, knowing that the instructor was referring to the edited videos. The happy faces of the 25th batch graduates darkened. A few of them looked at the instructor with somewhat strange expressions. You said to come for fun. What fun is this? Watching Tong Chen get beaten up? A graduate looked puzzled and quietly asked the classmate who had called him over. Keep it down, you probably don't know how impressive Tong Chen is right now. According to reliable intel, he faced off against Ningxiang at the South Bridge base during the Black Dragon mission and made that SS level cry with his combat skills. Ha, is that true? Then the instructor is going to look foolish this time. That's why I told you to come and watch the show. We were trained like dogs back then. Isn't this excitement worth the trip? The graduate, who had just been confused, suddenly had a face full of no way. They looked at Tong Chen with astonished eyes. This guy is so impressive now? If it weren't for his slightly lacking talent, he might have been a big shot in the future. Then, their gazes towards Wei Ran turned strange. Sensing the change in the graduates' eyes, Wei Ran felt a bit odd but didn't pay it much mind. The other instructors were fixated on Tong Chen, unconcerned about the changes in the nearby graduates. This guy had pulled a fast one on them. Wei Ran stepped up to Tong Chen, sized him up, and smiled as he spoke. It's rare for you to come here, so let's see if you've made any progress since graduation. It'll also serve as motivation for the juniors. Motivation from a negative example. He had already thought about how to sit on Tong Chen, who would be beaten to a pulp, to teach the students a lesson about not training hard enough. Tong Chen also wore a big smile and nodded at Wei Ran. Sure. Everyone around, whether graduates or instructors, had their eyes shining. Here it comes, they were really going to make a move. When they heard Tong Chen agree to spar with Wei Ran, the surrounding instructors all became excited. I thought that kid Tong Chen wouldn't dare to agree. Great if Wei Ran doesn't make him cry, we'll make Wei Ran cry. That sneaky little brat Tong Chen deserves a good lesson. Step back, give Tong Chen some space to be beaten to the ground. The instructors urged people to step back, determined that Tong Chen wouldn't be walking out upright today. The expressions of the graduating class of 2025 were strange. They had already learned in private conversations about Tong Chen's strength when he fought Ningxiang in the Black Dragon team. What expressions would these instructors have when they found out the battle situation was completely opposite to what they expected? The trainees looked at Tong Chen a bit awkwardly. It must be our usual chats about Tong Chen that made the instructors hold a grudge, right? Hey, it seems like we've set this righteous man up. How could he agree? I think it's for us. If he doesn't get beaten, the angry instructors will definitely take it out on us. That's possible. Tong Chen is really a good person. Woo, so touching. The trainees began their self-strategy. The instructors glanced at them but didn't explain. Good person? This kid is nothing like a good person. What kind of good person would deliberately embarrass them in front of the leaders with such despicable tactics? Although everyone understood this was just an excuse from above to push for reforms and silence certain people, but this excuse was given by Tong Chen, and because of the full act they all suffered. Tong Chen must be beaten. This had become an unspoken motto among the instructors. Kid, I won't bully you, I'll go in empty-handed. Wei Ran walked to the center of the open space, stretched his neck and wrists, looking at Tong Chen as if he were a delicious prey. Tong Chen blinked and ran towards the ruins of a building in the distance. Just when Wei Ran thought he was about to run away and was ready to call someone to bring him back, Tong Chen pulled out a steel bar from the ruins and ran back. He had one hand behind his back, looking quite the part of a master. Wei Ran's mouth twitched. This kid still wants to put on an act before he dies? Tong Chen wore an evil grin. He didn't expect that just after obtaining the embers he would have a chance to use it. Ember, temper the weapon in hand, allowing it to bear more nether flame while possessing some of its characteristics. At this moment, the steel bar in Tong Chen's hand was no longer an ordinary steel bar. It had been imbued with effects like doubled pain and slowed healing while also leaving a deep impression.
On a mental level.
Simply put, a beating from this would likely be unforgettable for a long time.
Kid, you're using this as a weapon? Wei Ran's face was filled with disdain, his expression clearly saying this is it?
Beside him, Ning Shuang looked puzzled.
How could this instructor, clearly at the level of a junior warrior, be so confident against Tong Chen? Does he not know Tong Chen's strength? Ning Shuang glanced at her sister.
Chen made a shushing gesture and winked at her sister.
She was also quite eager to see Tong Chen beat the instructor, so she couldn't let it slip.
Ning Shuang instantly understood the situation and cast a sympathetic glance at Wei Ran.
Was her sister being led astray by this guy Tong Chen? It's starting!
In the distance, the watching instructor shouted excitedly.
Wei Ran had already rushed towards Tong Chen.
His eyes were locked onto the figure holding the steel bar.
Humph, no matter how he reacts, he can't escape my attack.
A mere apprentice, the smartest thing to do is to curl up and take the beating.
Kid, today you'll know the difference between an apprentice and a warrior. With this thought, Wei Ran's right hand tensed and he threw a punch at Tong Chen's cheek. Ha! The punch missed, and Wei Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. Tong Chen had dodged so effortlessly as if he had completely seen through his attack. A bad premonition began to rise
in Wei Ran's heart, and he exploded into speed. Fist, elbow, knee, kick, various attacks erupted in a flurry. His whole body was almost leaving. After images just a few shouts of aura away, Wei Ran grew increasingly astonished, terror beginning to swell in his trembling pupils.
When did this brat become so strong? His junior combat skills were actually much better than his own? Is this the power of the Black Dragon battle group? Damn it!
Tong Chen activated the heavenly transformation perception technique, dodging all attacks with the speed of an apprentice. To be fair, there was a reason Wei Ran could be an instructor. Even if his strength was only that of a junior warrior, his combat skills were truly comprehensive. Unfortunately, today was not for training but for venting.
Tong Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Wei Ran's heart jolted as he saw
an afterimage slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, striking his backside.
Oh no! Wei Ran's rhythm of attack instantly halted and he jumped up while covering his rear in shock. So painful? Something's not right. The steel bar is not right. Wei Ran suddenly recalled hearing
that some private research institutes developed potions to enhance human sensitivity to obtain operating funds, selling them as adult products to wealthy individuals. They were quite expensive. This steel bar took effect so quickly, it must be one of the finest, even more expensive. That brat Tong Chen actually used such an expensive thing on himself? Wei Ran pointed at Tong Chen with a face full of frustration.
Damn it, you're using technology in a spar. Oh no.
Tong Chen wouldn't waste time talking back. He immediately struck the instructor again.
Hey, wait. Oh, no. Damn it. I'm going all out. I surrender. Tong Chen wore a malicious grin, relentlessly striking Wei Ran to the point
where he couldn't utter a complete sentence. He focused on targeting the instructor's backside, seizing every opportunity to hit hard.
As the
number of attacks increased, Wei Ran's clothes began to shred. Sensing the gazes around him, this instructor completely lost his will to resist, awkwardly covering his lower body to prevent any exposure. There were quite a few female students present. He couldn't just leave himself exposed.
Could he? Was this part of your plan too, Tong Chen? Chen covered her face, not daring to look any longer. Ning Shuang and the
other female students also turned their heads away, not wanting to see the increasingly tattered bald instructor. The graduates were filled with excitement, eagerly watching the scene unfold.
Meanwhile, the trainees and the observing instructors were all left dumbfounded, mouths agape.
They hadn't yet recovered from the shock of Tong Chen calmly handling Wei Ran's attack when they saw Wei Ran howling in pain.
Their minds instantly went blank. No, this isn't right. How did the roles switch? Shouldn't it be Tong Chen who was howling in pain?
And Wei Ran, is this all you've
got? You can scream that loud from just a hit?
No, something must be wrong with that steel bar. Wei Ran's instinctive reaction isn't fake. Just like that, Tong Chen chased Wei Ran and hit him for 10 minutes until the steel bar broke.
Instructor, do you want to continue? I can get another one.
Wei Ran covered his groin as if he were facing some kind of demon, shaking his head frantically.
Tong Chen picked up the broken steel
bar from under his feet, planning to dispose of it later. If someone found traces of tempering, it would be hard to explain.
Thank you for your guidance, instructor. It was truly a thrilling battle, Tong Chen said with satisfaction.
Wei Ran's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot.
You might be thrilled, but I've lost all my face. The instructors watching from a distance finally reacted and rushed over to take off their clothes to cover Wei Ran. Looking at Wei Ran's current state, they couldn't even bring themselves to say anything about not successfully beating Tong Chen.
This muscular man now had the appearance of a girl who had been tormented by thugs. The marks all over his body, his trembling delicate frame, red-rimmed eyes, and the loss of their usual sparkle made the instructor's eyes twitch. This guy, Tong Chen, has gone too far. The group of instructors looked at Tong Chen with ill intentions.
Instructor, I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. I'll come to play with you next time, Tong Chen said as he ran towards Shi Chanxian and the others. Hurry up and go.
After saying that, he dashed out of the base. Shi Chanxian nervously glanced in the direction of the instructors and, seeing the many murderous glares, she shrank her head and hurried away. Shi Ningxuan also felt a chill run down her spine. Especially upon seeing Wei Ran's miserable state, she immediately recalled the scene of her
battle with Tong Chen.
So the power of the steel bar was that great?
If Tong Chen had used a steel bar instead of a combat knife back then.
Shi Ningxuan instinctively put herself in Wei Ran's current situation, and her face instantly turned red.
No, I must become stronger quickly. Otherwise, if I can't hold back against Tong Chen's bizarre antics, I might end up challenging him.
If that guy treats me the same way he treated instructor Wei Ran. Shi Ningxuan shivered and quickly caught up with the two in front. After the three left, Wei Ran assigned today's training tasks to the trainees and returned to the office building amidst the strange looks and comforting words from his colleagues. He expressed his desire for some quiet, locking the instructors outside. His old way, let me help you with the medicine, said another instructor from the Yanliang base.
Wei Ran grabbed him. Put Tong Chen on the blacklist for the base. He's not allowed to come here again,
Wei Ran said with a twisted expression. Accepting defeat, he had already clearly recognized the gap between himself and Tong Chen. It had nothing to do with strength or speed, it was purely about the understanding of combat skills. And as an apprentice, if Tong Chen really had the time to come challenge him, as a warrior, he couldn't refuse. Wei Ran thought about how cunning Tong Chen was, even applying medicine to the steel bar, and instantly decided to blacklist him. The instructor who was about to apply medicine to Wei Ran stifled a laugh and nodded in agreement. Yes, this kid must be blacklisted. If he shows up at the base again, treat him as an intruder and blast him away. After all, it was said that this kid loves money. If he could hit Wei Ran today, he might just come for me next time. Yanliang previously had 12 training teams, and it was possible someone would find Tong Chen and pay him to beat up the other instructors.
They weren't much better than Wei Ran, they were equally hated.
Outside the base, Tong Ying suddenly stopped, turning to look at Shi Ningxuan. The latter immediately wore a guarded expression, glancing warily at the broken steel bar in his hand.
Tong Ying extended his hand. Shi Ningxuan? It's intelligence. Do you really think I invited you here for fun? Tong Ying said irritably.
He had been coveting the war god's intelligence for a long time.
Shi Ningxuan slapped his hand away. I'll tell you what I can reveal. Shi Chanxian looked surprised. What intelligence? She hadn't heard anything about it.
Tong Ying wants information about my master, Bubo, and that was one of the conditions for our last sparring session. Shi Ningxiang explained to her.
Sister. Shi Chanxian stared blankly at Tong Ying. What did he want the war god's intelligence for?
Tong Ying looked at Shi Ningxiang, signaling her to hurry up. Shi Ningxiang lowered her head and pondered for a moment, a rare expression of admiration
appearing on her face. My master was one of the earliest awakened ones, going from a junior warrior to the war god in just 2 years. It's a miracle.
He first showed his prowess during the monster's subjugation.
Stop. Tong Ying interrupted. Shi Ningxiang's idolizing behavior. Who cares about your master's glorious achievements? That's not what I want.
Shi Ningxiang was somewhat dissatisfied at being interrupted, puzzled as to why she had to stop.
This was already the part she
had carefully selected to reveal.
Was Tong Ying not satisfied with this?
As Shi Ningxiang thought of this, she planned to refuse Tong Ying. The specific strength, combat skills, and equipment of the war god were absolutely not to be disclosed.
Tong Ying sighed. I just want to know what your master's personality is like, what kind of person he is. No way, eh? Shi Ningxiang realized, somewhat surprised inside. Just this kind of intelligence? I haven't interacted much, but I've heard. My master is quite nice. How nice? I don't know. Does he dislike anything or any particular type of person? Shi Ningxiang frowned slightly, a bad premonition rising within her. My master is fair and hates evil. He can't stand people who are cunning and prefers down-to-earth warriors.
I don't know much else, but I can be sure he wouldn't like someone like you.
She intended to discourage Tong Ying, hoping he would abandon any bad thoughts.
Little did she know, upon hearing this, Tong Ying seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, looking very happy.
So he's a good person. That's really great. Thinking about it, it makes sense. If the two war gods of Long Country had bad personalities, how could the atmosphere of Long Country improve? Good people would impose various moral restrictions on themselves. Even if their disciple was bullied, as long as it wasn't a principled issue, they probably wouldn't resort to killing, even if they were angry, right? Tong Ying laughed mischievously.
His current strength was already that of a senior warrior, and he would soon break through to a war general. At that time, his strength might undergo a tremendous change.
It might not be impossible to survive under the war god. This material he was determined to get. Shi Ningxiang felt a jolt in her heart upon seeing Tong Ying's reaction. The bad premonition grew stronger. Was it a mistake to bring Tong Ying to her side? This guy, he wouldn't really have any thoughts about the war god, would he? Tong Ying, why do you care about this? Shi Chanxian cautiously asked. She was also worried that Tong Ying had some schemes regarding the war god. Based on past experiences, Shi Chanxian was genuinely afraid that Tong Ying would get himself into trouble with the war god. At that point, there would be no saving him. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, I'm just a fan of his, Tong Ying said with a hearty laugh. The two women exchanged looks that said you're lying. Would a fan be happy to hear that the other party dislikes them? Are you a hater? You better not have any crooked ideas. There might be a major operation coming from above soon. Rather than bottling up bad thoughts, it's better to spend time with family, Shi Ningxiang warned coldly. Tong Ying came back to his senses. A major operation? Could it be that the recovery operation for Wayan City was about to begin? In that case, it was time to spend some quality time with family and explain various matters, just in case something unexpected happened during a mission. The several million federal coins he had earned this time had yet to be given to his sister. As Tong Ying thought of this, he bid farewell to the two and left. Shi Chanxian looked longingly at his back. Why don't you just go home with him? Shi Ningxiang said irritably. Ha, is that okay? Shi Chanxian was tempted. Of course not. Shi Ningxiang pulled her sister back. What a joke. If you let Tong Ying take you home, how would she explain that when she got back? After saying goodbye to Shi Chanxian, Tong Ying headed straight for the school where his sister was. Upon arriving at the entrance, he glanced at the empty playground, knowing it was class time. Tong Ying didn't go to the guard to notify or register. Instead, he found a corner and climbed over the wall to sneak in. Let me see. Hu Qiao seems to be in martial arts class 6. In the teaching building, Tong Ying counted the class signs at the entrance, searching for his sister's classroom. He quickly found martial arts class 6 and carefully leaned against the window to observe. In the back row of the classroom, his sister's classmate, the chubby boy, was secretly chatting with his companions. Tong Gu is really something. Did you see Niao Tianhao's expression when he saw the big sister this morning? It was like he saw a ghost. The director's attitude changed completely. He was just short of kneeling to Qiao. All expenses were waived. I'm really curious about what happened to make these two act like this. Did you not see that Tong Gu just updated that video yesterday? Clearly, he bumped into a big shot. The mere director can't compare to Tong Ji's connections. He could suppress him with one hand. With that kind of strength, he still mooches off our pocket money. Tong Gu is simply not human. Outside the window, Tong Ying's face darkened. These kids weren't paying attention in class. What were they chattering about? Who's mooching off whom? This is all based on strength, okay? And didn't my sister give you money? Thinking of this, Tong Ying prepared to teach them a lesson. Ah! The chubby boy and his friends jumped up in shock. What are you screaming about? Teacher, let me explain. No, listen to my explanation. Something black moved under the desk just now. A monster. It must be a monster. Teacher, help. The kids turned pale with fear, huddling together and pointing at the collapsed desk. The soldier on the podium instantly appeared before them, lifting the desk. Their frightened reactions didn't seem fake, so he took it seriously. Even the weakest servant-level monster would leave obvious traces after attacking. However, there was nothing under the desk. The soldier teacher took a deep breath, adhering to the principle of not wronging good people while also not letting bad ones go, and didn't explode immediately. Everyone stand up. Check your desks for any abnormalities. All the students stood up at the command, quickly checking their desk drawers and under their desks. Is there anything abnormal? No. The teacher scanned the room, heard the students' responses, and then silently turned to look at the few at the back. No, teacher. We really didn't lie. I believe you, I believe you. The soldier slowly loosened his belt. Ah! A series of slaps and children's cries erupted. Tong Ying, squatting outside, had an interesting expression. The new humans filtered through. The virus had significantly enhanced physiques. Plus, these kids were tough due to their soldier talents. They really hit hard. Just from the noise, Tong Ying felt a pang of pain. Everyone go stand outside. The classroom door opened, and the few of them walked out dejectedly and stood in line. Judging by their practice stance, they probably had been punished to stand often. The little followers were filled with doubts about life. They clearly saw something black jump up from under the desk just now. How could there be nothing? The chubby boy had a mournful face, feeling wronged by the beating he received. Suddenly, he felt something beside him and looked down to meet Tong Ying's gaze. Little fatty. I understand now, I understand. Everything. It's all this guy's doing. Are you a devil? As a warrior apprentice, teasing this group of kids is just too easy. It's likely that he overheard the bad thing said just now, and then everything unfolded from there. Tong Gu, what a coincidence? Little Fatty's face was full of heartache. The others also noticed Tong Ying squatting in the corner and their expressions instantly became interesting. They all understood they had been set up by Tong Ying. Tong Ying pulled Little Fatty down to squat beside him, wrapping an arm around his neck. Kid, did you just talk bad about me? He smiled maliciously, and the child swallowed nervously. Just escaped from the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair? It's a misunderstanding. I didn't say anything. Little Fatty felt like he wanted to die. He decided to change his habit of speaking the truth from now on. Help me with something, and I won't pursue it. Tong Ying whispered in his ear. Little Fatty nodded and resolutely entered the classroom. Who let you in? Report. I think it's a waste of youth to just stand around. I want to get my textbook and receive the teacher's earnest teachings outside. The teacher's cheeks twitched but couldn't find fault, so he could only nod in agreement. As Little Fatty passed by Hu Chaoqiao, he dropped a note and quickly left with his textbook. Hu Chaoqiao looked at him with a puzzled expression, opened the note, and found it was actually in Tong Ying's handwriting. After reading the content, her face turned slightly red as she raised her hand. Teacher, I want to go to the bathroom. The teacher, who was writing about team combat theory on the blackboard, snapped a piece of chalk in anger. He turned around furiously, wanting to see who dared to interrupt him with such a flimsy excuse. Doesn't a warrior have this little endurance? Is it itching for trouble? When he saw it was Hu Chaoqiao, the anger on his face quickly vanished. Go! The few people standing outside the door stared at her with a somewhat desolate look. The disparity in treatment was just too great. What are you looking at? If your strength can break 100 kilograms, you can sleep in class. Hu Chaoqiao ran out with her head down, giving Tong Ying a glare before heading to the corner of the hallway. You brought me out with such a strange excuse during break. Tong Ying, go. What do you want to do? The younger sister looked at Tong Ying with fearful eyes, shrinking into the corner against the wall. Tong Ying's mouth twitched. The younger sister's combat awareness is lacking. How can she shrink into a corner when scared? There's no escape route left. Is the teacher's teaching quality okay? I'll have to come and train them hard when I have the chance. Don't make a fuss. My team will probably have a mission soon and I don't know how long it will take. So here, take this. Tong Ying said, handing her an anonymous card he received when selling monster teeth, along with transferring money from his account. Hu Chaoqiao was stunned when she saw the text message showing 1.48 million had arrived. Isn't Tong Ying just a logistics guy picking up trash? How did he earn this? How much is in here? She asked, holding the anonymous card. 3.98 million. Tong Ying said nonchalantly. This was the selling price of the Iron Mane tiger's teeth, much cheaper than the market price. But at least it could be sold, and he didn't care about the source. He originally thought his sister would be happy to receive the money. After all, many expenses were quite large. Instead, Hu Chaoqiao seemed to react as if under stress, shoving the card back into his hand. I don't want it, brother, return it. We're not in urgent need of money right now. I'll do some part-time work during my spare time. You don't have to sacrifice yourself. Tong Ying was full of question marks. His expression was strange as he tentatively spoke. Do you think where this money came from? Of course. It's from you and those ants with strange preferences, signing a contract to sell yourself. Brother, you need to cherish yourself. Before Hu Chaoqiao could finish, Tong Ying pinched her cheek and pulled it. This money was earned by your brother with strength, understand? Tong Ying had a face full of innocence, while Hu Chaoqiao nodded in terror. Hu Chaoqiao's small face was pulled into a smile by Tong Chen. He kept rubbing her cheeks until they turned red before letting go. The younger sister looked at Tong Chen with dissatisfaction. Earning money based on strength? Is that the strength of living off others? She recalled how Director Miao had come to their home yesterday and had that mouse in front of Cat look when he bumped into the Sure family. He even took out 500,000 federal coins as a protection fee on the spot, so it was clear that her brother Tong Ying had really latched onto a powerful woman this time. A few million, maybe not even enough to sell himself? Hu Chaoqiao comforted herself like this in her heart, then thought of the various heavy playstyles of rich women she had found online. Brother, why don't you just return the money? Don't make it too hard on yourself. As she spoke, she lowered her head, her gaze drifting to Tong Chen's lower body. Tong Chen? Return it? Was he supposed to just take the money in front of Lu Yong and say he was sorry for taking all the Iron Mane tiger materials? Tong Chen felt that this Black Dragon team leader could hang him up and beat him on the spot. Don't overthink it, I'm not having a hard time. Saying this, he handed the card to his sister. Suddenly, he thought of something and tried to pull the card back but found he couldn't. Tong Ying. The two silently stared at each other in the corner of the corridor. Tong Chen's mouth began to twitch. This black-hearted sister talks sweetly, but her concern is a bit excessive. Tong Ying forcefully pulled the card back and shot her a glare. Hu Chaoqiao looked aggrieved. No, brother, are you really returning it? I don't remember you being this principled. Is this still the Tong Chen who would rather stay home every day, mumbling to himself in front of the mirror and waiting for a pie to fall from the sky, than go out to work? Hu Chaoqiao didn't care much about money, but the balance at home represented the usage time of the research institute's life support pod. A few million could allow their mother to stay for over 2 more years. Under her sister's eager gaze, Tong Chen swiped 400,000 into his terminal. Don't look at me like that. I'm using this money to get some gear for Bird Master so he can help earn money in the future. The leader of the 8 groups, Lao Yu, had said that parrots have great tactical value. If trained well, they could serve as excellent scouts. He was just able to use his mental power to command the parrot. So, it was very necessary to tailor equipment that could be used in areas where powerful monsters were active. Tong Chen returned the card he had just swiped to his sister while the parrot head popping out of his pocket looked around. Who called you Bird Master? Go back to class. Tong Ying smiled and patted her sister's head.
Hu Chaoqiao took the card obediently and put it away. She really liked her brother's bird and had played with it for a long time in his room last night. Aside from being a bit stubborn and tough, everything else was great. When she heard that the bird could also help her brother earn money, Hu Chaoqiao liked it even more. You should work hard too, she said, patting the bird's head, happily returning to the classroom. Suddenly, Hu Chaoqiao froze at the classroom door. She just realized that Tong Chen had sent home a huge amount of federal coins not long after graduating from the training camp. After deducting her own expenses during this time and the payments to their mother, he still had over 7 million left. Hu Chaoqiao thought about the motivation that had supported her to train hard during this time, saving Tong Chen from the clutches of a rich woman. But was this really a share she could earn through hard work? Hu Chaoqiao dazedly looked back and saw Tong Chen talking to Xiao Peng about something, so she had to turn around and walk into the classroom. The teacher looked at the girl with a flushed face and absent gaze, frowning deeply. It was already absurd for a trained warrior like Miao to say he couldn't hold his urine. Now seeing Hu Chaoqiao like this, he couldn't help but say a few words. Hu Chaoqiao, your talent is great. Training is the most important thing. Don't let things like dating affect your training. You will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Hu Chaoqiao, lost in thought, suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Looking at the teacher on stage, the surrounding classmates all cast curious glances, wondering who had managed to win over their class flower. Hu Chaoqiao touched her cheek, wanting to cry and explain that it was the work of a bad person and she was not shy at all. Feeling wronged, she looked towards the corridor, hoping the culprit, Tong Chen, would come over to explain, but all she saw was his departing figure. Hu Chaoqiao. Tong Chen walked down the stairs. The money was successfully handed over to his sister. If calculated, the first time he earned money was from defeating Martin's team, which he remembered was around 1.35 million. The second time was from assassinating the entire giant monster mercenary group that had attacked Sherningxiang, totaling 3.172 million. The most valuable item was the dual blades of the mercenary leader, a relative of the Martin family. That guy, as a war general, had not equipped himself with battle armor and had invested a large amount of money into weapons instead. Considering the assassination business of the giant monster mercenary group, such an investment in weapons might be a better choice. Just the dual blades were worth over 2.6 million, not much cheaper than Tiger Tooth. Thinking of this, Tong Chen's expression twisted. When he chopped the Iron Mane tiger, he hadn't expected the full release of the dark flame slash to be so powerful that one strike was truly painful in terms of cost. The few high-level warriors from the Qinghu team were all poor, with no profits to be made. Captain Hu Koan hadn't even managed to get his hands on battle armor, otherwise he could have earned a few hundred more. In the end, he only managed to scrape together 480,000 from the Qinghu team, which was completely inferior to the previous giant monster mercenary group. It seems there's still room for improvement in business standards. Tong Chen lamented his mistakes as if he had missed out on millions. It seemed he really had missed out, and not just that. Then there was the 500,000 given when Director Miao begged for mercy. In total, he had earned money from people 4 times plus once from monsters, amounting to about 10.08 million. After deducting the gift money from Zhu Yashuang and the 400,000 he was preparing to spend on Bird Lord's equipment, along with recent household expenses, his sister should have around 7.7 million, even if his mother needed 200,000 a month for medical care, and his sister filled up various training resources. This money should be enough to last for 2 years. This way, I can focus on the upcoming tasks. The life support pod only alleviated the symptoms of collapse, not a cure. Getting stronger sooner to find a cure was the right answer. Moreover, in a world overrun by monsters, only strength could ensure a longer life and better protection for those he cherished. War God, don't let me down. Tong Chen exited the school gate and headed straight for the special equipment flagship store. By the time he came out, the sky had darkened, and his balance was nearly depleted. Fortunately, I didn't sell the energy crystals earlier, otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to afford Bird Lord's meals. Tong Chen's mouth twitched as he looked at the parrot with its new skin. The now flamboyant Bird Lord wore a monocle with wings mixed with a few silver metal pieces, making him look like he was wearing exoskeleton armor. Still sporting those combat reconnaissance glasses. Of course, these glasses weren't that high-end, they were just an extremely expensive multifunctional camera. Early the next morning, Tong Chen received a collective notice from the Black Dragon Battle Group. The holiday ends early, all members must gather within 48 hours. Target, conquer Wayan City. So it really is Wayan? Tong Chen closed the terminal, his expression serious as he looked out the window. The difficulty of this mission was several times higher than that of Nanxiao. This meant the mission cycle would be long. Financially, he didn't have to worry for now, but Hu Chaoqiao's personal safety still made Tong Chen a bit uneasy. Thinking of this, he crawled under the bed to retrieve the steel bar he had previously drawn from the instructor. I'll make her a self-defense weapon. The Ember skill could refine weapons, giving them the properties of dark flames. He had already tested the effect on the instructor, and the mental pain was absolutely enhanced.
Even those battle-hardened warriors on the front lines were howling in agony. Giving his sister a weapon for self-defense could at least buy her a chance to escape or even counterattack in a crisis. In the room, Tong Chen put away the broken steel bar. He could use this to craft a weapon for his sister and also process the refined materials. There are many explanations for the characteristics of equipment. After all, monsters come in various forms. No one dares to claim they understand all the types of monsters currently known. Having characteristics that one has never seen before is understandable, but a common material like a steel bar cannot be explained if discovered. With this in mind, Tong Chen took the steel bar and headed straight for the warrior guild. There, various equipment was available, and of course, there were workbenches for warriors to rent for equipment maintenance. Crafting a weapon would be more than enough. The next morning, Hu Xiaoqiao woke up to see a person and a bird staring at her from the dining table. What is it? She hesitantly checked her clothes, confirming she wasn't underdressed. Come here. Tong Chen's expression was serious. Hu Xiaoqiao walked over, feeling a bit anxious. I'm about to go on a mission, and it might take a long time before I can come back. I'm a bit worried about your safety, so I made you a weapon for self-defense. As he spoke, Tong Chen pulled out the equipment he had worked on all day yesterday, combining crafting and refining. A dagger? Hu Xiaoqiao stared blankly as she took the dagger wrapped in leather as a sheath and slowly drew it out. Immediately, her face showed disdain. The blade of the dagger looked like it had been chewed by a dog, with irregular serrations. The blade was pockmarked and covered in purple lines. You didn't make this yourself, did you? Hu Xiaoqiao's eyes were filled with despair. Seeing Tong Chen take it out so seriously, she thought it was something remarkable. But this? Tong Chen awkwardly touched his nose. It hadn't looked like this when he finished it. It had been quite proper. Later, when he tried to refine it to the limit with embers, it ended up looking like this under the corrosion of the nether flame. One could only say it had a very eerie aesthetic. Don't judge it by its ugly appearance. Its power is genuinely great, and it can save your life in critical moments. Tong Chen said earnestly. Who? Are you trying to fool? I suspect that if I apply a bit of force, it would break on its own. And what about these flashy purple lines? Do you think this is a toy for kids? Hu Xiaoqiao's face was full of skepticism, her tone increasingly disdainful. Was she supposed to pull this out in front of a strong enemy, lick it, and say, this dagger is poisoned to scare them? Hu Xiaoqiao felt this dagger could only be used to frighten people. Thinking of this, she swung the dagger a few times, making Tong Chen's eyes twitch. No, this girl didn't realize the terror of this dagger. If she didn't take it seriously, it could lead to big problems. Tong Chen suddenly looked at Hu Xiaoqiao with deep eyes. You might not believe it, but even a scratch from this dagger would cause immense damage. Mentally. Hu Xiaoqiao's hand, which had been flying around, suddenly stopped, and she looked skeptically at the dagger. I don't believe it. After saying that, she reached out her finger to test it. Having joined the martial arts class for so long, she was no longer a delicate girl. Testing the blade herself was no big deal. The blade touched her finger, and the cold sharpness made Hu Xiaoqiao pull back at the last moment, but her finger was still cut, leaving a trail of blood. In an instant, she felt as if her brain had been punched hard, followed by a terrifying pain radiating from her finger. Ah! Hu Xiaoqiao screamed as she dropped the dagger, rolling on the ground while clutching her injured finger, tears streaming down her face. Pain. Unparalleled pain. Although she had never given birth, Hu Xiaoqiao was sure that giving birth couldn't be more painful than this. It was simply pain that felt like her soul was leaving her body. Damn, are you really scheming against your own sister like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt for doing such things to her? Tong Chen jumped up, carefully catching the dagger that his sister had thrown. Hu Xiaoqiao screamed on the ground for a minute, then silently cried. Occasionally, she looked up, glaring at Tong Ying with resentful eyes. I told you it's very powerful. You wanted to try it yourself, so don't blame me. Outside, the neighbors were astonished and came out to look at Tong Chen's house. What are these two siblings playing at? It's so intense. This guy Tong Chen usually seems nice, but who knew he would hit his sister behind her back? Hearing the kid scream, he must have been pretty rough. You young people wouldn't understand. Maybe they just like this kind of excitement. Hey, I said anyone who can edit that kind of video isn't a good person. Her mother is seriously ill, and the kid has completely fallen into Tong Chen's clutches. Her life is basically over. Tong Chen was unaware of the neighbor's misunderstandings. He silently watched as his sister took 5 minutes to calm down, trembling as she took the dagger. Where did you get this, brother? Hu Xiaoqiao, frightened, sheathed the dagger, recalling the earlier process of playing with it, feeling a wave of fear. What a terrifying dagger! Joining the martial arts class could be considered a preparatory member of the Jin Awakening Warriors. With the reforms in the training camp, the martial arts class actually learned a lot of relevant knowledge. But Hu Xiaoqiao had never heard of anything like the dagger in front of her. At that moment, Tong Chen's impression in her heart became mysterious. Hu Xiaoqiao remembered that previously, Tong Chen said he earned money solely through his own strength. She hadn't taken it seriously at the time, but now she had to doubt that Tong Chen might be telling the truth. Are you really F-level, brother? Hu Chaoqiao voiced her doubts. If everything really depended on strength, then Tong Chen definitely couldn't be F-level. I really am F-level, no doubt about it. Tong Chen lightly tapped his sister's head, laughing as he saw her clothes damp with sweat from the pain. Now you're being good, huh? But even if I face an intermediate warrior, I can still hold my own. Hu Chaoqiao's eyes widened, wanting to ask more but was interrupted. Don't ask unnecessary questions. Finish your breakfast and go to school. Take good care of mom while I'm not around. That's my mom, Hu Chaoqiao protested. Tong Chen just smiled and pulled out a chair, planning to gather at the Black Dragon headquarters with the parrot. Just as he reached the door, his sister hugged him from behind. I won't ask more, but brother, you need to be careful. If you encounter danger, don't be reckless. Surviving is the most important thing. Mom wouldn't want you to put yourself in danger for her. Hu Chaoqiao buried her face in Tong Chen's back, her small but strong body trembling continuously. Having visited the research institute where their mother was so many times, she already knew what illness Hu Manyu had. Thinking of how Tong Chen was making futile efforts for that slim chance of healing, she felt useless, unable to share the burden. Don't worry, I will cure her, Tong Chen said, reaching back to pat her little head, leaving only after Hu Chaoqiao let go. The mission in Wayan City carried great opportunities and risks. Next, he needed to grow quickly to the warrior level. Only then could he better cope with the dangers that might arise at any moment in bully Shi Ningxiang. In front of the war god, Tong Chen was on the street where various shops had already opened. Many students and office workers hurriedly walked along the road. Passing by an electronics store, a television outside was broadcasting the morning news, and many passers-by stopped to watch. The 8th National Conference of Divine Enlightenment has decided that Fong City will launch a recovery of Wayan City, marking the beginning of the first decade of the new era's revitalization plan. As the first country in the world to start recovering cities from scratch, this move has attracted the attention of the other 6 countries. South Bridge Frontline Base. With the engineering team working overnight, the Nanjiao district has begun to show signs of its former prosperity. In the command center, Lu Yong looked at his teammates. Is the strategic analysis department serious? In front of him lay an objective analysis report regarding the connection between Tong Chen and the shadows, with a conclusion of 66%. Captain, when has the analysis department ever joked around? Lu Yong did not respond. He already had an answer in his heart. When he first heard from the intelligence team leader that Tong Chen might be related to the shadows, he had the idea of testing Tong Chen. But despite being the captain, he usually acted without restraint. Once it involved internal issues, Lu Yong became very serious and solemn. He couldn't wrongfully accuse his brothers who risked their lives following him. Even if the person was Tong Chen, whom he disliked, as long as they were a member of the Black Dragon, there could be no exceptions. Thus, this report from the analysis department was created. Now that I'm taking action, the vice captain won't have anything to say, right? Lu Yong looked at his teammate, who nodded with a wry smile. His teammate was also quite astonished at this moment. That F-level Tong Chen actually had a connection to the shadows? Thinking back to when he picked up the report, the guys in the analysis department mysteriously told him that the possibility of Tong Chen himself being a shadow was 5%, and he thought it was nonsense. If Tong Chen were really that kind of fierce person from the shadows, why would he hide himself? And why would he be living off others? With that kind of strength, why would he need to live off others? He could easily have a harem. There was no hidden motive at all. Logically, it didn't make sense. Therefore, even though the analysis department reached a conclusion of 5% under their analytical model, they chose not to report it, as it contradicted logical premises. They treated it as an analytical error and casually mentioned it for fun. Then let's proceed as planned. Keep an eye on things and don't let any accidents happen. The shadows are fierce. Lu Yong closed the report in front of him and handed it to his teammate. The latter nodded and left with the document. At this moment, in Fong City, Tong Chen stopped on the road, watching the crowd gathered around to discuss the news. Are we going to attack Wayan City? It seems the national situation has stabilized completely, allowing for the immediate recovery of cities after changing the training camp system. It's not easy. Wayan isn't like the major cities now. It originally gathered many self-awakened rebels cooperating with official actions. This is truly starting from scratch. The significance is also great. Success would mean the first battle of humanity's counterattack against the monsters. It must be the Black Dragon taking the lead again, right? Do you think the 2 war gods will participate in such a task? Not sure. The whereabouts of the war gods are mysterious. However, the recently recovered Nanjiao district might immediately become a coveted spot for various teams, ushering in rapid development. Such a major task of recovering a city, even if the Black Dragon had the advantage, could not be undertaken alone. There would definitely be a large number of derivative tasks released for teams coming from all over the country, plus the various monster materials and supplies obtained from conquering cities. Nanjiao district would soon become a bustling hub like a trade port. Capable and smart people had already begun preparing to do Business in Nanja.
Tong Chen smiled as he watched ordinary people passionately discussing tasks, policies, and various matters.
He bypassed the crowd and headed to the front to catch a ride to the headquarters in the city center. The assembly point issued by the battle group was the Black Dragon building. An
hour and a half later, Tong Chen arrived at the building's entrance.
He looked up and spotted a familiar figure. Tong Chen, you came too. A teammate from.
Teammate, the caretaker, smiled as he approached. Upon seeing the cyber parrot on Tong Chen's shoulder, his eyes lit up and he circled around Tong Chen, examining the parrot closely. Fortunately, the caretaker had a sense of boundaries and did not reach out directly.
Otherwise, Tong Chen would have to tuck the parrot away to prevent it from getting angry and attacking his teammate.
At this moment, the others also noticed Tong Ying's arrival, and they walked over.
Good kid, I watched your new video, you really dare to cut it. Oh man, you have no idea how we reacted when we saw your video. We all jumped up in shock. If I'm not mistaken, that man is the next deputy mayor, right?
I've heard that this candidate has ties with Mission Logistics, but I didn't expect
it to be a family connection.
You have a sharp eye. Kid Shi Ningxiang and Shi Chanshan have some serious background. You're lucky, work hard to win.
Both of them over.
From now on, you can enjoy the good life while we brothers follow behind and enjoy the blessings.
Awesome. Tong Chen, I wouldn't even
help you in the bathroom, but I'll help you. The teammates surrounded him, showering him with admiration.
Tong Chen rolled his eyes. Just as a teammate
made a crude gesture towards his groin, he immediately reached out to him.
Tong Ying slapped his hand away.
You're the one who's a jerk. Your whole family
is a bunch of jerks. Tong Chen responded with an international friendly gesture AoE area attack, playfully wrestling with everyone. After a while, the
team leader, Lao Yu, walked over with a cigarette in his mouth.
Alright, enough of this at the headquarters entrance.
This time, the arrangements for our
battle group seem a bit off, so pay attention. Lao Yu's expression was somewhat worried.
According to the usual procedure, they shouldn't have gathered
at headquarters.
Instead, they should have gone directly to the Southern Bridge frontline base through the outer city base.
Could it be because they were merged into the reserve team? The reserve team usually stationed at headquarters. Tong Chen and the others quieted down and entered the door towards the front desk.
The front desk was manned by Xiaoyi, who had met Tong Chen twice. She was the girl who had asked the vice captain to cover for her so she could
go on a date with her boyfriend.
At this moment, seeing Tong Chen, she waved happily to greet him. Because of her, Tong Ying had failed to control his
skills during his first visit to headquarters and ended up taking out Zhu Yashuang.
Just as Tong Chen thought of that broad-minded woman, Lao Yu suddenly stopped in front of him. By the way, the vice captain told me earlier to let you know not to run around this time. Wash up and wait for her to come back. Lao Yu said with an ambiguous expression, while the other team members looked at Tong Chen with strange faces, constantly sizing up his small frame.
As if to say, can you handle it? That's a battle general. Tong Chen's expression stiffened. Word for word? Lao Yu held back a laugh and nodded. Tong Chen, what's wrong with this woman? Is she planning to force herself on me? It can't be that brutal, right? On the surface, I'm just a warrior apprentice, while Zhu Yashuang is a mid-level battle general. Logically speaking, a little force could easily
break an apprentice's bones, not to mention the parts without bones.
Does the team leader have any insider information? Why is the vice captain suddenly acting crazy?
Tong Chen swallowed hard, thinking about how Zhu Yashuang's explosive figure
would look in revealing clothes, which didn't seem impossible. No. If something really happens, wouldn't that expose my strength? Could it be that my previous account change was exposed? A beauty trap. It must be a beauty trap. Tong Chen kept imagining. Lao Yu smiled ambiguously.
I heard that the captain has been crazily assigning her tasks lately. She's been overwhelmed. You know how it is, especially for strong women. After being busy, they always want to relax a bit.
Tong Chen. So, I'm being treated as a relaxation tool, huh?
Just as Tong Chen was lost in thought, his expression suddenly sharpened. As someone who prioritized survival above all else, his combat skill, killing intent perception, had been activated since just now. And at this moment, in the Black Dragon building, there was actually killing intent directed at
him.
Tong Chen turned his head to look at the members of the Black Dragon team slowly approaching.
In the hall, following Tong Chen's gaze, the rest of Team 8 also noticed the approaching warriors. You guys are Team 8, right?
I'm a formal team member, Ku Tao, responsible for the dispatch of the reserve team. Long admired the great name of General
Ku Tao. Our entire Team 8 is present. Please give us your instructions. Lao Yu's expression was serious. Ku Tao nodded, his gaze sweeping over all members of Team 8. Everyone's
face turned solemn, except for Tong Chen, who smiled as he observed the man. The killing intent just now was emanating from this guy.
Killing intent perception can only detect
targeted killing intent towards individuals. It is a perfect counter-reconnaissance combat skill, leaving no room for error. So, what grudges could this guy have with him?
Tong Chen was somewhat puzzled.
After Ku Tao's gaze lingered on Tong Chen for a moment, he looked at the team leader, Lao Yu. You all will first accompany the military supply convoy to the base and stand by at the headquarters. Lao Yu was taken aback upon hearing this, and then his expression became troubled. General Kotao, isn't this a bit against the rules? After all, we are currently part of the logistics for the reserve team. He was very clear about his position and did not let the promotion to the reserve team go to his head. Logically speaking, as logistics personnel, they should help the formal team members with moving things during missions, taking on the dirty and tiring work to allow the combat personnel to conserve their energy. To be able to go directly to the frontline base without having to manage anything was not the treatment logistics should receive. Oh, you're overthinking it. The reserve team doesn't have so many twists and turns, they are all in the process of being evaluated. Team leader Yu, don't be too lenient with the juniors. Kotao smiled and patted Lao Yu on the shoulder. The old soldier was taken aback by the unexpected favor and immediately had no objections. Lao Yu didn't quite believe what the general in front of him was saying. Shouldn't the reserve team be more impressive? Was Tong Chen's connections at play again? It must be. The rest of Team 8 also began to exchange glances with Tong Chen. In the past, during missions, weren't they all busy to the point of exhaustion? Being in logistics required a certain mindset. They never expected to receive treatment akin to combat members now, all thanks to Tong Chen. Tong Chen smiled. If it weren't for just sensing the killing intent, he might have thought the same way. Something was off, 120% off. This guy couldn't possibly be the mastermind behind the assassination of Shi Ningxiang, could he? The giant demon mercenary group was able to accurately abduct Shi Ningxiang. There was no way they could have done it without insider information. Had these people not given up? Follow me, Kotao said, as he walked towards the back door passage on the other side of the hall. As they passed the front desk, Tong Chen suddenly leaned over to the front desk lady. Sister Xiaoyi, I need to ask you something. Tong Chen slightly relaxed his charm to persuade her to agree. In the eyes of the front desk lady Xiaoyi, Tong Chen was suddenly adorned with a beauty filter, making him shine in her heart. What do you want to ask? The young lady's face turned slightly red, her eyes slightly dazed. Tong Chen's heart twitched, retracting his charm. Master, why not change this charm value to hypnotic value instead? This is almost indistinguishable from mind control. Ha? What did you just ask? Xiaoyi asked in confusion, while Tong Chen looked at her with a face full of speechlessness. Seeing this, Xiaoyi covered her mouth and chuckled, recalling the question from just now. Oh, you don't need to be afraid of General Kotao at all, he is an old team member. The captain saved his whole family, and Kotao is the captain's loyal follower. If the captain told him to die, he wouldn't even blink before going. Moreover, his entire family is in the city, they would absolutely never betray the Black Dragon. Xiaoyi looked at Tong Chen with a mix of helplessness and sympathy after finishing her words. It seemed that last time was indeed very dangerous, scaring the child so much. I see, thank you. I'll come back to thank you next time, Tong Chen said hurriedly as he jogged to catch up with the group. Sister, I have a boyfriend now, and you still aren't satisfied with so many beautiful friends? Xiaoyi teased from behind, causing Tong Chen to almost trip. Who's to blame? If it weren't for you letting the vice captain take over last time, would I have made a mistake and caught her attention? You really can't resist when you see a girl, huh? Not even Xiaoyi? Tong Chen, just let it go. That sister's family background is pretty average. You aren't eyeing her body, are you? I have to say, the petite and delicate type is quite appealing. The teammates joked. Tong Chen responded with a middle finger. He recalled the information he just got from Xiaoyi. If Kotao would never betray, then how to explain the killing intent just now? Tong Chen swore he had never provoked this guy. Could he be the vice captain's admirer? That didn't seem right. He had seen the two appear together before, and from their interactions, Kotao didn't seem to have any feelings for Zhu Yashuang. Could it be that the identity of the shadow has been exposed? Tong Chen muttered to himself. Since it wasn't personal enmity, it must be that he came with a mission. If the other party was loyal to Lu Yong, then it can only mean that this Black Dragon captain had dispatched some mission targeting him. That's why Kotao couldn't help but reveal a hint of killing intent just now. Tong Chen thought of Lu Yong's almost furious expression outside the blockade last time. No, if it really had been exposed, what awaited him now wouldn't be Kotao, but Lu Yong himself. Suspicion, testing. In an instant, these two words appeared in Tong Chen's mind. Interesting. Just when he was worried about where to find the next material, someone delivered it right to his door. This meant that there would definitely be pitfalls waiting for him on the road ahead. Looks like I'm going to drag the teammates of Team 8 into this. This wave of suffering will probably have to be shared. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and catch up. Tong Chen looked up and saw Lao Yu watching him in front of the transport vehicle. Ha, nothing. Wait for me, I'll be right back. With that, Tong Chen dashed away. Lao Yu awkwardly smiled at Kotao beside him. 2 minutes later, Tong Chen returned with a bag of cigarettes and alcohol, starting to distribute them to his teammates. Holy crap, Godfather. I can't be dreaming, right? Tong Chen, if you have something to say, just say it. This is a bit scary. Do you want some? Yes. How could I not want it? Don't worry, brother, I've prepared your imprint version of the Emperor Uncle. Get lost.
Tong Chen laughed and scolded as he finished distributing the items. Seeing
his teammates' happy faces, he revealed a farmer-like smile. As the saying goes, the gifts fate gives have already been marked with a price in the dark.
Now that he happily received the items, he couldn't blame himself for the hardships to come, right? Ku Tao stood empty-handed, looking deeply at Tong Chen. What does this mean? Everyone else has something, and I have nothing, right? You little brat. Ku Tao looked at Tong Chen with an ominous expression.
He suspected he was being subjected to cold violence. Leader,
want to smoke?
Lao Yu quickly stepped up, pulling out his treasured cigars. After giving Tong Chen a deep look, Ku Tao shook his head and pushed away the offered cigar.
No need, let's go.
He walked to the driver's seat, tapped the car door, and gave the driver a look. The engine started, and the members of Team 8 hurriedly got into the car, not
daring to delay. No joke, if they moved slowly, they might have to run after the vehicle. Ku Tao watched the car disappear at the end of the street before revealing a malicious smile. Kid, we'll meet again soon.
With that, he turned and disappeared into the street.
Inside the car,
Lao Yu stared intently at Tong Chen, not taking his eyes off him since
just now. Lao Yu, why are you staring at me? Is your daughter not getting married? Want to introduce her to me? Tong Chen suddenly looked up, a mischievous smile plastered on his face. Lao Yu's expression instantly tightened. Marry you?
I'd rather let my daughter become a nun than push her into your fire pit.
And besides, my daughter is only 8 years old, you scoundrel. The rest of the 8th group burst into laughter upon hearing this. Once the laughter subsided, Tong Chen winked at Lao Yu. So why have you been staring at me since just now? Lao Yu fell silent.
The other team members looked on with curiosity. They had just noticed Lao Yu fixating on Tong Chen.
Why did you deliberately provoke Ku Tao earlier?
Buying so many cigarettes and alcohol and brazenly bringing them along was already a breach of discipline, showing a lack of respect for this warrior. Tong Chen, however, directly distributed items to everyone but Ku Tao.
If he claimed it wasn't intentional, Lao Yu wouldn't believe it. What do you mean I did it on purpose? Tong Chen blinked innocently. Don't play dumb with me, you freeloading brat. You know better than anyone. Lao Yu rolled his eyes. Yeah, Tong Chen, why did you offend him? Is Ku Tao your rival?
Could be, they're all members of the main team. Maybe they admire the vice captain.
Bro, are you really that stubborn? Isn't having Shi Ningxiang enough for you?
The 8th group members exclaimed, astonished by Tong Chen's dedication. Tong Chen glanced at the items in their hands, the ones he had just given out, and chuckled. That's not it, I just think there's something off about that guy. As soon as he said this, the people in the car froze.
What do you mean by off? Don't forget our SS level was ambushed. There might be a mole among us. Are you saying Ku Tao might betray us? Lao Yu's expression turned serious in an instant. Tong Chen nodded, but before he could
confirm, the team leader's calloused hand cupped his face.
Don't nod yet. Kid, you've completely misunderstood.
I've been around the battle group for a while, I know a bit
about Ku Tao.
He would never betray the captain. Tong Chen patted the leader's hand, signaling him to let go.
Lao Yu hesitated before releasing him. Such words shouldn't be thrown around carelessly. If the earlier provocation was merely a matter of politeness, this was a matter of principle. Letting people know would mean they would have to fight. Tong Chen, how dare you question someone's loyalty?
I just had some concerns, so I was testing the waters, Tong Chen said with a smile. In truth, there was no testing, he was simply distributing items to his teammates, perhaps making them feel a bit awkward.
What kind of testing is that? If there really is a problem, would they lash out just because you ignored them? The breeding industry rolled his eyes, looking at him as if he were joking.
That's not certain. If we set off without following the rules, what if there's a
trap? Tong Chen replied nonchalantly, leaving his teammates stunned. Isn't your network of freeloaders working?
Lao Yu also said Ku Tao is loyal to the captain, but the
vice captain reminded me that the captain might not be pleased with me and could take action. After Tong Chen finished speaking, the car fell silent. The convoy had just exited the city, and the road conditions suddenly became bumpy, causing everyone to sway with the vehicle. The royal uncle took out a cigarette with trembling hands and lit one for himself. To be honest, it really didn't feel right. If Captain Lu Yong truly disliked Tong Chen, Ku Tao's attitude towards them shouldn't have been so friendly just now. No wonder
Tong Chen provoked him. It turned out he was testing the other's limits of patience. Offering unsolicited kindness is either a scheme or a theft. Since Tong Chen had been so bold earlier without provoking a reaction, one could only imagine how big the trap prepared would be. His leader, is it still possible to expel Tong Chen from our group now? Or should we just throw him out? It seems like that might help us avoid a disaster. Wow, the big boss of the main team is coming in person. I can't even imagine how many strong guys will be waiting to beat us up in a bit. The members of Team 8 were all scared, feeling that Tong Chen was simply a bottomless pit. Lao Yu also stared blankly as he took out the cherished cigar he hadn't smoked yet, lighting it with a pained expression. It's useless. Since we're supposed to act together, it's very likely a deliberate arrangement to shut the vice captain up. We probably can't escape. At this point, Lao Yu kicked Tong Chen's calf in annoyance. He
He took a deep puff of his cigar. Stay alert, we and Team 8. Can't just lie down and take a beating. Since the other side is acting secretly, they definitely don't want to make a big deal out of it. We might still have a chance. The other's eyes lit up. Yes, there are so many people in the convoy. If they want to keep it under wraps, they must be planning to act in the shadows. The members of Team 8 immediately began to be vigilant of their surroundings. Just then, the transport vehicle they were in suddenly turned, leaving the convoy and heading towards a barren wasteland. With no road, everyone instantly panicked. What are you doing? Driver, what are you doing? Turn back, or I won't be polite. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to mess with? Do you believe I'll let De-chan bite you? The driver looked speechless at the hand in front of him. The hand was reaching out from the back fence, holding a toothy lizard. The lizard's mouth kept opening and closing, looking quite fierce. What are you all panicking for? This is the original route. It's not like you are the only ones taking this road. The driver rolled his eyes in annoyance. The members of Team 8 were taken aback and looked outside, only to find that indeed many vehicles had left the road and were driving towards them. Surely, not all these people are here to beat them up, right? It couldn't be, absolutely not. The caretaker awkwardly pulled back his pet. Behind him, Tong Chen reached out his hand, and a parrot landed on his finger. He connected the parrot's device with a data cable and quickly checked the recorded video. Lao Yu looked over curiously, and Tong Chen shook his head to indicate that there was no problem. The footage showed everything was normal. Perhaps they wouldn't act here? Tong Chen thought to himself. The members of Team 8 also relaxed. The vehicle continued forward, with more vehicles joining along the way, forming a massive convoy. Everyone felt completely at ease. With so many people gathered together, it wouldn't be easy to secretly beat up Tong Chen. It seems this segment is fine. The real trap might be waiting at the transfer station's rest area. When the time comes, Lao Yu had just gotten halfway through when the vehicle flipped. By the time they dazedly crawled out, they found the convoy had stopped and surrounded their vehicle in the center. The people from the other vehicles had somehow changed into masked black clothing and surrounded them completely. If there's a grievance, there's a reason. Tong Chen is here, and we don't know him well. The members of Team 8 shamelessly distanced themselves from Tong Chen. In the wilderness, Tong Chen looked expressionlessly at his teammates, revealing their ugly faces. They were still calling each other brothers before departure. Tong Chen noticed that the place where they flipped was surrounded by a dozen transport vehicles, and through the gaps he could see other vehicles in the convoy passing by. But none of them got down to check the situation. Perhaps they were using the excuse of handling a car accident themselves to brush it off. Clearly, that was unlikely. It seemed Lao Yu's thoughts were a bit biased. Lu Yong didn't care about making a big deal out of it at all. The vice captain's intimidation factor was -1. The black-clad people who got out of the vehicle looked at the behavior of Team 8 members with strange expressions. Take them all away. The leader waved his hand, his eyes filled with a rich smile. The members of Team 8 huddled together in fear. Kid, they probably won't go all out on you. You still have a chance to escape. In a bit, we'll pretend to have an internal conflict and beat you up. You take the chance to run out. The caretaker sneaked over and said slyly. Tong Chen rolled his eyes at him. Are you sure you want to pretend to beat me? I'm afraid you guys might get carried away. The target is you. As long as you run, we'll be fine. We're just an extra. Uncle Huang spoke from the other side of Tong Chen. This reason made Tong Chen more convinced. Tong Chen, we can only do this now. Team leader Lao Yu's face was serious. He hadn't expected that Captain Lu Yong wanted to beat Tong Chen to this extent. He originally thought that following the main group, the other side wouldn't dare to escalate things, but he was naive. Seeing that even Lao Yu said so, Tong Chen was already half convinced. He felt that his teammates didn't really want to take the opportunity to settle scores, but were looking for a reason to beat him and reach a consensus with the other side. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! With a loud crash, the transport vehicle surrounding Team 8 was sent flying, and a convoy of armored vehicles entered the area. The doors opened, and a group of fully armed men in black got out. Unlike the transport team, these people were all armed. The two groups of black-clad individuals exchanged glances and fell into silence. The members of Team 8 all looked at Tong Chen, their eyes filled with deep resentment. Which girl did you provoke again? Why are there more people showing up? Moreover, these people looked much more ferocious. Tong Chen was also at a loss. What's going on? Target Tong Chen identified. Exclude the target. Kill. Leave the target's teammates behind. We'll interrogate them later. Someone ordered from the armored vehicle. In an instant, the group of black-clad individuals behind charged at everyone with knives. The blades sliced through the air, severing flesh and bone, accompanied by limbs flying and a spray of blood. The first wave of black-clad individuals reacted, letting out war cries and fighting back with all their might. But it was useless. The gap in strength was too great, facing armed opponents with bare hands. All members of Team 8 widened their eyes. What the hell? What's going on? These aren't the people sent by the captain. Damn, we're in big trouble. Tong Chen, who did you offend? Stop talking nonsense, let's fight our way out.
Lao Yu said with a serious expression, drawing out the bone-cutting knife used for slaying monsters and leading the charge to the other side. There, due to the arrival of the second wave, a battle was already underway, leaving a blank space. Tong Chen was also a bit confused, so he simply followed and ran. Just as they approached the transport vehicle, a loud bang erupted ahead. Everyone looked up to see a masked man in full battle armor. Lao Yu's face turned ugly. It was well known that only generals could wear battle armor, except for those with rich families. But if someone had a rich family, they wouldn't be engaging in such dangerous activities. However, it was also impossible to just give up like this. "I'll go first," Lao Yu said as he charged forward. As the team leader, even if there was only a 1% chance of winning, he had to take the lead and try. What if this was just a rich second generation here to experience life? With his rich experience, he might still have a chance. Lao Yu swung his knife fiercely at the masked man's knee joint, where there was a seam in the armor. The other members of Team 8's eyes lit up, amazed by their leader's knife skills. The next second, after a muffled sound, Lao Yu was sent flying back, sliding on the ground. The members of Team 8 instinctively moved aside, and Lao Yu slid right into their midst, looking dazed. Is he really a general? He awkwardly picked up the bone-cutting knife beside him. What the hell was that? It's over. Facing the strange gazes of his teammates, Lao Yu didn't dare to make eye contact. What are you looking at? Your leader is just an intermediate warrior. No matter how experienced, could he really fight? A general? The masked man in front didn't make any further moves, as if he had only appeared to stop their escape. 2 minutes later, the second wave of black-clad individuals finished the fight, surrounded by the smell of blood, and escorted all members of Team 8 into a vehicle. The car drove over the ground littered with corpses, bumping over severed limbs and creating jolts, causing the members of Team 8 to redden their eyes. Beasts! The Black Dragon battle group won't let you go. I'll fight you to the end. In a moment of excitement, the rebellion was met with punches and kicks from the guards in the same vehicle. The vehicle quickly drove out towards the desolate wilderness, leaving behind a grave encircled by a transport truck. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky was filled with low-level flying monsters. They cautiously landed beside the corpses, looking left and right before their sharp eyes fixed on the bodies. But then, an unexpected change occurred. Ha! The corpse suddenly came to life, reaching out to grab its neck and twisting it with force. This seemed to signal something, as all the corpses on the ground stood up, looking miserable. They stared blankly at each other, and then, ha 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 ha, oh man, how did you get your intestines like that? It looks too real. I picked it from the monster recovery warehouse. Your prosthetic is pretty impressive too. Ouch, where's my leg? Has anyone seen my thigh? That thing was borrowed from an old logistics veteran. It was really expensive. Did you lose this ally thigh that got bent under the truck, or this silicone leg that got chopped into pieces? A blood-soaked person held 2 piles of mosaics and tossed them in front of the one looking for legs. The person was taken aback and cursed loudly, "You beast. Ha, someone just said that in the car we drove earlier. Ha ha ha, our acting is so convincing. Look how scared the guys from Team 8 are. How could it not be convincing? We used monster corpses and tapped into the blood bank. No kidding, that murderous intent earlier had me on edge. I had to perform at my best, feeling like if I didn't act well, they could really kill me. Same here. I feel you. Alright, enough playing around, let's clean up quickly or we'll fall behind the convoy." With that, everyone began to tidy up the scene. They didn't notice that a parrot wearing a monocle on a distant rooftop recorded everything before turning to fly away. On the vehicle transporting Tong Chen and the others, the members of Team 8 sat in silence, their faces filled with sorrow. Tong Chen huddled in a corner. At that moment, the parrot silently landed in his arms. Tong Chen quietly opened his terminal to receive the video file. Upon opening it, he was left speechless. When it comes to playing around, you guys really know how to do it. Tong Chen had just started to believe it was true, thinking the assassins had come for sure Ning Shuang. He was even preparing to find an opportunity to transform and kill all those suddenly appearing men in black. But it turned out, it was all fake. Tong Chen lay flat in the vehicle, and the parrot quietly left. Since they were from the battle team, the worst that would happen next would be some hardships, but nothing serious. It was just the right opportunity to collect some editing material. The convoy drove into an abandoned military base. The base was hollowed out inside a mountain, resembling an air raid shelter. All members of Team 8 were escorted down to an open area within the base. 5 minutes later, Tong Ying was tied to an iron chair, looking to the side. The lizard keeper, who loved to raise lizards, was being hung upside down, his mouth stuffed with cloth, writhing like a caterpillar. A man in black in front of him had even made a small fire and was roasting a lizard. "Da Chang! Da Chang!" the keeper cried out in a muffled voice. The man in black in front of the fire even pulled out a bottle of pepper and salt from his bag and sprinkled it on top. It was said that the battle team had reformed, reorganizing the logistics division and integrating it into the frontline team. This person roasting the lizard must have been stationed with Team 8 before, and now it seemed the keeper's lizard had lost them money, right? Tong Ying swore he couldn't take the blame for this. As the saying goes, misfortune doesn't affect one's
wife and children. De Chang's death really couldn't be blamed on him.
The keeper was still writhing while the man in black occasionally turned the lizard in his hand, seemingly
planning to savor it.
Watching the keeper's misfortune was quite the guilty pleasure. Tong Ying couldn't bear to look and turned his gaze elsewhere.
7 or 8 teammates
were locked together, squatting in a horse stance, their shoulders bearing steel materials that the black-clad men had somehow found clearly super heavy.
The ground they stood on
was filled with sharp spikes. Whether or not there was a hanging beam, Tong Ying didn't understand, but if he couldn't hold on, being pierced by the spikes was certain. Brutal. These people are too brutal, Tong Ying muttered softly. Through the parrot's video, he could confirm that these people were also sent by Lu Yong. So the question arose, with such elaborate theatrics, and now tormenting the members of Group 8, it probably wasn't as simple as wanting to beat themselves up, right? Hey, could it be that their identities were really exposed? Forget it, it didn't matter anyway. Tong Ying would absolutely never admit to being Shadow. He just needed to take this opportunity to gather some material.
Hey bro, are you serious about tying me up like this?
Uncle Huang's face was shocked. Instead of squatting in a horse stance, he was pulled out and bound separately.
The man in black in front
of him was comparing something with a book of adult comics, and Tong Ying's sharp eyes noticed that the cover featured a bound beautiful girl.
Damn, are they playing this heavy?
Tong Ying was astonished. Uncle Huang also knew his predicament, but right now, compared to being bound in a tortoise-shell bind, he clearly had more pressing concerns. He glanced fearfully at the iron bucket beside him, swallowed hard, and trembled as he spoke. Big brother, I can accept being tied up, and I can accept water torture, but can I ask, why is
it with sewage? Uncle Huang said, nearly crying.
God knows where this bastard found these treasures. In any case, even from over a meter away, he could smell that terrible odor. Uncle Huang looked at the hook above the iron bucket, imagining himself being hung there and continuously submerged in the bucket.
Damn, just thinking about it made him want to vomit.
Stop talking nonsense, it's not easy for me to find water resources in this desolate place, and you're still picky.
The man in black, who was learning how to tie knots, said discontentedly. It seemed he finally understood how to tie a knot, so he walked towards Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang struggled madly on the ground, then was punched in the face, knocking him out with a dizzying buff, and he immediately became obedient. Tong Ying, too much, this is too much.
Please, let him soak a little longer. Let's see if this bastard dares
to accuse me of hiding Uncle Huang. Just as Tong Ying was gloating, footsteps sounded. He turned to look at the other end of the corridor.
A masked man in battle armor was walking
over, carrying a box. Tong Ying swallowed hard. If they were this twisted towards the members of Group 8, wouldn't they be even worse towards him? After witnessing his teammates'
ordeal, Tong Ying felt a bit panicked. The masked man approached and opened the box on the table in front of Tong Ying. Inside were dozens of tools, somewhat resembling medical instruments, but in this context they were undoubtedly torture devices.
Not bro, are we playing this big? Tong Ying swallowed again. He glanced at the system's material recording in progress and decided to take a gamble. Why not one-on-one, weakling? Tong Ying provocatively said.
The masked man was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed.
Why should I duel you? Wouldn't that be a waste of our numbers? Besides, you're just a trash apprentice. What qualifications do you have to duel me? What, do you want me to limit my strength to compete with your combat skills, kid?
The masked man patted Tong Ying's face, his eyes filled with disdain.
Tong Ying was dumbfounded, not because the other party wasn't falling for it, but it was the masked man's voice. He recognized it. First, he had also learned voice modulation techniques. Secondly, with over 400 in spirit and the perception skill Heaven's transformation providing insight, it was no joke. Ku Tao, the main team member he had seen at the Black Dragon building?
Lu Yong really thought highly of himself, sending his trusted aide.
Thinking he hadn't exposed himself, Ku Tao turned to select tools, seemingly planning to make a move on Tong Ying.
Seeing this, Tong Ying felt a bit unable
to hold back. Hey bro, what's with directly torturing me? Just ask whatever you want. Ku Tao was taken aback and turned to look at him. How did you know I had something to ask? Come on, didn't you guys mention interrogation before? Besides, if you caught him and didn't kill him, there must be something to ask, right? Tong Ying rolled his eyes in explanation.
Ku Tao fell silent for a moment, holding the knife as he walked in front of Tong Ying, his gaze scrutinizing.
Since we've got him, let's give you a taste first. Tong Ying, this is personal revenge. It's definitely personal revenge.
No, wait, maybe it was Lu Yong's special instructions.
Suddenly, Ku Tao's gaze locked onto his lower body. Tong Ying? No way, Captain. Are you really this ruthless just to convince your sister to turn over a new leaf? Hey, wait a minute, I'm the genius rising star of the Black Dragon. If you treat me like this, the Black Dragon Battle Group won't forgive you. Genius? When can a pathetic F-level like you call himself a genius?
I'm the vice captain's favorite. You wouldn't want her to hunt you down, would
you? Let's see if she can find me first. Besides, she's a battle general and so am I. Why should I be afraid? Should I guess why a battle general like me needs to wear a mask against you? Ko Tao narrowed his eyes and slowly extended the knife towards Tong Ying's crotch. Tong Ying's mouth twitched, cursing Lu Yong in his heart. This situation clearly indicated suspicion, a deliberate test, but the current circumstances were beyond what he could accept. This move is really ruthless. Am I really going to be exposed here? Tong Chen looked at the person in front of him and the knife in his hand. It was impossible not to panic. Who wants to become a eunuch at such a young age? Just as he was about to stop pretending and lay everything on the table, he suddenly recalled what Sister Xiaoyi had said about Ko Tao back at the Black Dragon headquarters, which team leader Lao Yu had also confirmed. This guy is a diehard fan of Lu Yong. Maybe there's still a chance. Just as Tong Chen was lost in thought, Ko Tao was also contemplating. He couldn't really kill Tong Chen. It wasn't that he was afraid of team leader Lu Yong throwing the blame on him to attract the vice captain's firepower and get him turned into a mosaic. He would be happy to sacrifice for the captain. But Tong Chen still had an unclear relationship with the SS level Shi Ningxiang. That was a potential war god, with a war god as a master behind him. Ko Tao was afraid that if he really cut little Tong Chen, it would bring trouble to his captain. If I stab down now, I believe this kid will feel the coldness and sharpness of the blade and will definitely spill the beans about wetting the bed a few times as a child. For someone like Tong Chen, who relies on his body for a living, that part is the foundation of his existence. He definitely wouldn't sacrifice himself for the shadows. At that point, all he needed to do was observe Tong Chen's micro-expressions to discern whether this kid was telling the truth. When a person is in extreme panic, they cannot hide their physiological instincts. Nearby, seeing Ko Tao's intent to castrate Tong Chen, both the black-clad men and the members of Team 8 stared over, forgetting their own situation. The black-clad man roasting lizards didn't even blink, even burning the lizard to a crisp, while the one learning the art of binding couldn't even shift his attention from the crude images in his hands. Damn, I thought they were already good at this, but Senior Ko Tao is even better. If he goes through with this, won't the vice-captain have to kill him? No wonder they say Ko Tao is the captain's trusted aide. This willingness to sacrifice himself to complete the mission is something you won't find a second time in the entire Black Dragon. The members of Team 8 felt a wave of suffocation at this scene. Just think about it, as an F-level waste, he finally found a new path to stand out, only to be cut down in an instant. How many people can handle such ups and downs? Anyway, the members of Team 8 felt they might not be able to accept it if it were them. Especially Lao Yu, thinking about the vice-captain's earlier instructions. He had just shared some spicy gossip with Tong Chen, and now it was all gone. After this, he might not even be able to stay in the battle group. This would be his dereliction of duty as a team leader, failing to protect his team member and betraying the trust of the organization and the vice-captain. The other team members squatting in horse stance with Lao Yu couldn't help but speak up. It's over. Even if Tong Chen survives, it will be hard to accept such a blow. This guy is ruthless. Tong Chen, don't give up. Even if we can't be brothers in the future, I still recognize you as my sister. That's right. Tong Chen, don't lose heart. You can't rely on women. Your brothers will take care of you. The veins on the team members' necks bulged from excessive effort, their eyes red as they looked towards Tong Chen and shouted words of comfort. Bro, I know a few good doctors. Although they can't bring you back, they should be able to help you change your gender. With your charm, even if you become a girl, you can still return to your old profession and reach the peak. Lying on the ground, with half-finished knots hanging from him, Brother Huang struggled to get up and shouted, wanting to give his partner the strength to live. However, as the one being comforted, Tong Chen felt not a shred of warmth at that moment. If his hands weren't tied, he would have given these guys a polite gesture of greeting. Who told you to comfort me like this? I haven't even been done in yet. Ko Tao squinted his eyes, somewhat moved by the brotherhood of the members of Team 8. Just as the atmosphere reached this point, now was the best time to strike. With this thought, his eyes burst with a sharp aura. Tong Chen was wearing standard military pants, and judging by the position of the belt, he should have been wearing them properly. Ko Tao locked onto the position to strike. This cut was made with the determination of possibly being beaten to death by the vice-captain. It was also a test of his knife skills as a warrior. Ko Tao tightened his grip on the knife. At this moment, his past experiences with the knife merged within him, and under a stroke of inspiration, it felt as if he could deliver the most precise cut of his life. Tong Chen sensed the aura of the person before him and was filled with confidence about this cut. But he certainly wouldn't use his body to block such a thing. Wait, if you do this, Captain Lu Yong won't let you off. The keyword triggered, and Ko Tao exited his focused state, the knife stopping instantly. What did you say? How could it involve the captain? Tong Chen breathed a sigh of relief the moment he saw Ko Tao stop, retracting the imminent activation of the infernal flame. You don't know the relationship between our vice-captain and Captain Lu Yong? Ko Tao was momentarily stunned. Of course, he knew. They were siblings. The captain is my brother-in-law. If you dare to cut me and ruin his sister's happiness, do you think he will let you off? Upon hearing this, Ko Tao rolled his eyes. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be this? You might fool others, but as the captain's trusted confidant, he had heard the captain say more than once that he wished he could dig a pit to bury you. How could he possibly be angry over something like this? If something unexpected happened, Ko Tao felt the captain would probably laugh himself awake at night. With this thought, he planned to continue his strike, but Tong Chen's next words left him momentarily dumbfounded. I'm not just the captain's brother-in-law. I'm also the genius he has high hopes for. He once personally said that the future of the Black Dragon lies with me, and that in terms of combat and cultivation talent, I surpass him. If you cut me, you offend the entire Black Dragon battle group. Masked brother, I advise you to turn back. Tong Chen spoke up. Ku Tao's face under the black cloth twisted continuously, feeling a surge of pent-up frustration in his heart, making him feel uncomfortable. Nonsense. How could a broken F-level like you take over the Black Dragon? Lu Yong, the warrior, is known as one of the highest talents under the first generation of war gods. He said he is not as good as you? What kind of nonsense is that? Ku Tao felt so angry that his liver hurt. Does Tong Chen have such poor mental quality? He hadn't even made a move yet and he was already spouting nonsense out of fear. Hey, you don't believe it? I'll tell you that Captain Lu Yong has long wanted to retire, entrusting his sister to me so he can slowly step back, thus hiding his secret of liking men. It is said that it was a psychological trauma left from a previous battle with monsters, and since then he has only looked at handsome male teammates. Can't you see that apart from the vice captain, the only female member of the main team is her, and the rest are all men? Can't you understand that? I am the key to enjoying life with the male teammates after his retirement, so don't go looking for trouble. Tong Chen crazily blackened Lu Yong to the point of being merciless. After all, the person in front of him was a die-hard fan of the captain, and hearing this would surely make him very angry. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tong Chen was lifted up along with his chair, and the parts of the ground that were welded shut broke apart on the spot. If you say another word, do you believe I will kill you? Ku Tao pointed a knife at Tong Chen's temple, but as soon as he said it, he immediately regretted it. In his excitement, he forgot to use his voice modulation technique. Tong Chen's eyes lit up, and while the members of Group 8 were still in a daze, he immediately shouted, "You are Ku Tao! You actually betrayed the Black Dragon." "I didn't." Ku Tao stopped speaking, loosening his grip and letting Tong Chen fall to the ground. He squatted down, covering his face, letting out a painful groan. Oh no, didn't that just confirm his identity? He fell for this kid's trick. You still say you didn't betray. Then explain what you're doing right now? Attacking your own people is a serious crime. Tong Chen seized the opportunity to continue provoking Ku Tao in front of him. However, Ku Tao had already reacted. He looked at Tong Chen with a gaze full of despair and stood up to remove his mask. "I didn't betray, I was ordered to carry out a surprise training mission against you." As he spoke, Ku Tao pulled out a command document from his pocket, which clearly had Lu Yong's signature on it. He even kindly showed it to the members of Group 8. All present were soldiers, and even if it was just a quick glance, they could see it clearly. The other black-clad individuals, seeing this, also removed their masks to reveal their true faces. Upon seeing these familiar faces, the members of Group 8 fell into a state of confusion. "But you killed so many people before. That's fake, it was all staged for you," the person in front of Lao Yu said, removing the steel from the crouching crowd. The members of Group 8, whose legs were sore, helped each other to avoid being hurt by the ground spikes. In the previous urgent situation, they hadn't taken a close look. Now, after the reminder from the other side, Lao Yu realized that something was off about the battle in the wilderness. Why go through such elaborate surprise training for a logistics team like them? What a joke! It must be that the captain was unhappy with Tong Chen and wanted to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Maybe the whole setup was just to scare Tong Chen into behaving. As Lao Yu thought of this, he shook his head vigorously. The captain wasn't that kind of person, he probably just wanted to scare Tong Chen a bit. Suddenly, a voice of grievance from the side interrupted Lao Yu's thoughts. "Bro, I can accept the training, but why are you roasting my lizard?" The caretaker looked at the person in front of him with tears in his eyes. "Roasting is one thing, but you even burnt it." The caretaker felt it was unfair for the big strong lizard he had carefully raised. The person in front of the fire awkwardly stood up and pulled out another tightly bound lizard. "This is yours, the one I roasted was just a random catch." The bound lizard reacted immediately upon seeing the caretaker, as if it were crying out, "Mom, help!" The caretaker was let down, and he carefully untied part of the rope, changing to a binding method that made the big strong lizard more comfortable. "Sorry about that, do you want to eat a bit?" The team member who was grilling looked embarrassed as he handed over the lizard in his hand. He was instructed to act a bit more ferocious and a bit more twisted, and he was just following orders. "I don't want to eat, thank you, but can you leave the tail for my big strong?" The team member, who was planning to enjoy it alone, looked at the caretaker with a head full of question marks upon hearing this. "Do you eat your own kind? Why does it feel like you're even weirder than I was just now?" "Ahem, it's a secret breeding method that can increase aggression towards one's own kind," the caretaker explained in a low voice, starting to introduce the glorious achievements of the big strong lizard. On the other side, the royal uncle let out a sigh of relief as he realized he didn't have to drink the foul water anymore. Brothers, it's all over, let me go." The royal uncle squirmed on the ground. The team member who was reading the book glanced at him and then continued to look at the strategy in his hands. Wait a minute, I'm an old hand at tying up monsters and I can't figure out this strange knot. Let me study it a bit more before I let you go. The royal uncle was taken aback by this and wriggled over to see what was going on. Oh, this episode, I know this one. You need to thread the rope through here. As he spoke, he flipped over to reveal a knot on his back. Tong Chen. At this moment, he lay on the ground along with the chair, watching the harmonious scene before him. Isn't anyone going to come and help me? The men in black returned the items just collected from Group 8, and Group 8 immediately pulled out the cigarettes Tong Chen had bought and distributed them, everyone puffing on their cigarettes while looking in Tong Chen's direction. What did I say? I said that this kid Tong Chen suddenly giving out things is not a good sign. Did he know something in advance? Could it be that the vice captain or Shi Ningxiang heard some rumors and informed him? TSK, your stuff is really hard to get. The members of Group 8 thought back to Tong Chen's polite demeanor earlier and felt a surge of anger. This was clearly the captain wanting to teach Tong Chen a lesson, and they were completely caught in the crossfire. Ku Tao frowned slightly. He was in charge of the entire mission and was certain there was no chance of a leak. The incident with Shi Ningxiang had just happened. How could there be a mistake in the same place again? So the question arose, Tong Chen, whether it was during the distribution of items or just now with his outburst, had a clear purpose. How did he find out? How did you discover it? Ku Tao straightened Tong Chen up and asked, looking into his eyes. Tong Chen didn't answer, just whistled. A shadow appeared above him, and it was the parrot with the monocle. Ku Tao. So it was this bird. And the training level was surprisingly high. He had known that Tong Chen had a parrot, but he didn't expect it to be trained so quickly and equipped with filming gear. With this bird around, everything made sense. Compared to before, Tong Chen had secretly sent the parrot to film the transport vehicle's follow-up, which was why he could be sure he was in no danger. Then how did you recognize me? Ku Tao felt a bit surprised. It was their first meeting today and the other party could recognize his disguised voice? Tong Chen certainly didn't want to reveal his extraordinary insight, so he simply said that the parrot's camera had a comparison function, including the iris of the eyes. Ku Tao finally understood upon hearing this. He glanced enviously at the parrot and then began to flex his wrists, showing no intention of hiding his malice towards Tong Chen. Since the interrogation and probing mission had failed, he might as well give this kid a beating to vent the captain's frustration. Hey, didn't it end? What do you want to do? Tong Chen tilted his head back, eyes wide in question. Not a brother, still coming? I'm just following orders, you should understand, I'll try to be quick about it. Ku Tao grinned maliciously. He believed that if he turned Tong Chen into a pig's head, the captain would be pleased. Don't go overboard, or do you believe I'll have the vice captain beat you up? Ku Tao wore an expression as if he was ready to take Tong Chen down with him. At that moment, his terminal rang. Ku Tao looked and saw it was the captain's communication, and he immediately became serious. Hello? Ku Tao, you have some nerve. Let Tong Chen go right now, do you hear me? The vice captain, Zhu Yashuang's furious roar echoed. Ku Tao's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak or show any intention of giving up. At the South Bridge Command Center, Lu Yong sat blankly in a chair, sporting a pig's head. Just got beaten up. Beside him were a group of teammates trying hard to stifle their laughter. Zhu Yashuang waited for a long time without any response from the communication side, angrily handing the terminal back to Lu Yong. You tell him. Fong Ren. Lu Yong slurred his words. How do I know you're the captain? What if you're an imposter? Ku Tao looked at Tong Chen in horror, thinking, why are you stealing my lines? No, I wouldn't do that. To the captain. Sure enough, Ku Tao was terrified to hear the sound of fists hitting flesh and muffled grunts from the other end of the communication. Tong Chen, I curse your grandmother ********. At that moment, Lu Yong's mind was filled with 1,000 galloping grass mud horses. I'll let Tong Chen go right away, Deputy Captain, stay calm. Ku Tao hurriedly untied Tong Chen and then handed the terminal to him, letting him talk to Zhu Yashuang. He was afraid that his deputy captain's temper would cause the captain to get hurt. In the abandoned military base, Ku Tao nervously watched Tong Chen, ready to control him at any moment, fearing he might say something that would make their captain suffer. Tong Chen walked aside with a smile. It's okay, please don't worry, Deputy Captain. Please rest assured, dear. A few minutes later, Tong Chen hung up the phone. After confirming he didn't hear the captain getting hit again, Ku Tao finally relaxed his tense body and took the terminal. In the command center, Lu Yong looked at Zhu Yashuang with grievance. He felt that the beating he received was unjust. He had gone to great lengths to prepare the analysis report, but his sister didn't even look at it or listen to the explanation. She just started hitting him. Lu Yong remembered that he had flown out at that moment, and by the time he reacted, Zhu Yashuang had already stepped forward, her armored fists raining down like raindrops. You're still feeling wronged? I told you not to target Tong Chen, and you went and caused trouble yourself, yet you still have the nerve to feel wronged? Zhu Yashuang looked at Lu Yong with ill intent. The latter shrank his neck and pulled out the report that he hadn't let go of even after being hit. Zhu Yashuang frowned as she took it, her brows furrowing tighter. She was silent for a while before stiffly putting down the report.
Lu Yong, with a pig-headed expression, looked over with even more grievance.
Do you understand? Your brother is well known for his skills. Can we not talk reason? Since you have a point, why didn't you fight back? You deserve it.
Zhu Yashuang slammed the report in front of Lu Yong and blushed as she turned to leave. Lu Yong grinned at her back, making several fierce gestures.
If it weren't for...
Suddenly, Lu Yong felt a pang in his heart, and the feeling of grievance was quickly replaced by another emotion. The figure of Zhu Yashuang at the door overlapped with someone from his
memories.
The command room's environment seemed to instantly transform into a city in ruins filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, and the figure in front of him blocked all the danger alone.
Why? According to military
orders, it should be you, the more talented one, who evacuates, allowing me to hold the rear. Comrades, squad leaders, company commanders, it seemed you had been ahead since the day I enlisted.
Even after the outbreak of the
Shinchi X virus, you were still the more talented one.
But why would you sacrifice yourself for someone like me?
Lu Yong sat dazed in his chair, tears streaming down his face. His life was not entirely his own.
Zhu Yashuang's
brother, Zhu Hao, was a genius comparable to the first-generation war gods. Yet, during a rescue evacuation, he insisted on disobeying orders, staying behind in Lu Yong's place and sacrificing himself. Later, Lu Yong unexpectedly learned that his brother had a sister who also had remarkable talent. He immediately brought her into the battle group, pampering her like a real sister. However, Zhu Yashuang seemed a bit dissatisfied with this, sometimes deliberately crossing boundaries to express her discontent with Lu Yong's actions. She felt that her brother's death could not be blamed on Lu Yong. If someone else had been there, he would have chosen to stay as well. After all, her brother was a genius, and choosing to stay at least offered a slim chance of survival. With that slim chance, that person wouldn't have to watch their comrades sacrifice themselves right in front of them.
Captain, do you need me to apply medicine to you?
A team member, looking worried, interrupted Lu Yong's reminiscing.
Lu Yong waved his hand. It's fine, this little injury will heal in a bit.
Yashuang knows how to control her strength. The team member rolled his eyes. They were already crying from the beating and still said it was fine. He really didn't understand you guys who are obsessed with girls.
On the other side, Tong Chen put on the terminal. That Ko Tao had returned. Ko Tao looked at him with a complicated expression.
This mission was a complete failure.
Was it just because he underestimated how quickly Tong Chen could tame the parrot and equip it? Suddenly, Ko Tao
recalled the look in Tong Chen's eyes when he first saw him at headquarters. It seemed a bit off. If it was just because this kid was unfriendly to everyone, then how could he explain the distribution of items afterward? He had sworn he hadn't offended Tong Chen, so why was he bringing him up? Thinking of this, Ko Tao directly asked, "Did you sense something at headquarters?" Tong Chen was taken aback. Of course, he couldn't reveal the existence of the skill, killing intent perception. No, he planned to brush it off since the other side had no evidence.
Then how did you say it during the distribution? Ko Tao squinted his eyes, clearly not accepting such a brush-off. Tong Chen pretended to think deeply, then looked up. Oh, wasn't I attacked together with Shi Ning Shuang before?
A bit of stress makes everyone look like a bad person, especially someone like you who looks big and ugly.
You really don't look like a good person.
So I just tested the waters a bit,
Tong Chen said with a grin. Ko Tao's face darkened.
Just because he didn't look like a good person, he risked offending a battle general to test him?
What? A bold move, you little brat.
Ko Tao asked himself, if it were him, he definitely couldn't be so decisive and cautious.
Only someone like that could live long. Unfortunately, he was just an F level.
No, with the original parrot, this kid could still stand out even as an F level and do quite well.
Not to mention his incredible charm with women.
Thinking of this, Ko Tao shook his head helplessly.
Wrap it up, let's head back.
He called the team members to leave.
Hey, leader, what do we do? Lao Yu said in a panic.
It was so far from the road, they didn't want to end up in a wilderness survival situation.
Wasn't that just eating hardship for nothing?
I'll leave a car for you. Afterward, head to the number 2 transfer station to rest. I'll grant you 3 days off, then report to the South Bridge base.
After saying this, Ko Tao left without looking back.
The black-clad team members turned back, smiling, and waved goodbye to Team 8. You kid or something. The vice captain got mad for you.
Ha, I almost thought you were going to be castrated just now.
Alright, surviving a great disaster must bring blessings. Who would have thought the vice captain would return at such a critical moment?
What's with your reaction? Tong Chen dodged his teammates' hugs and looked towards the exit. Everyone followed his gaze and
was stunned to find it was Ko Tao, who had just left. I forgot something just now. Tong Chen, come here for a moment. Team 8 members exchanged glances. Could it be that this battle general was getting angrier the more he thought about it and decided to come back and beat Tong Chen up? Tong Chen thought the same until the two walked to the back of the armored vehicle that was left behind. Actually, this mission is not just a simple lesson for you, Ko Tao said cautiously. Tong Chen rolled his eyes. Was it really that straightforward? No more pretending, huh? Ahem, I don't have much to say about the mission failure, but I have one last question for you. Ko Tao's expression suddenly became serious.
What is your relationship with Shadow? Tong Chen blinked, looking in two directions, almost writing the word idiot on his face. How to answer such a question? The other party clearly had suspicions based on some evidence to bring up so many issues. The best way was to play dumb. Ku Tao's mouth twitched, clearly anticipating this kind of situation. He sighed. It's fine if you don't want to say anything. I mainly want to convey the attitude of the Black Dragon Battle Group and its captain. It doesn't matter if you tell Shadow about the past, the doors of the Black Dragon Battle Group are always open to him. The Black Dragon can provide him with everything he desires. Such talent shouldn't be wasted. After saying this, Ku Tao turned and left, leaving Tong Chen standing there in a daze. Ha! They actually don't mind the previous losses and are directly recruiting? Unfortunately, the Black Dragon probably can't give me what I want unless Lu Yong breaks through to become a war god. That would be different. Tong Chen watched Ku Tao leave as his teammates from Team 8 surrounded him from behind. What did General Ku Tao say to you? Tong Chen didn't answer his teammates' questions. The one who asked didn't mind, grinning as he placed a hand on Tong Ying's shoulder. You kid are impressive. You actually saw through General Ku Tao's disguise. How did you do it? They had all heard what Ku Tao said, and Tong Chen had known from the start that the enemy was disguised. But at that time, they only saw the parrot come down and didn't hear Tong Chen explain. Tong Chen pointed at his chest, and the parrot popped its head out, its monocle glowing faintly with electronic red light. This set of equipment cost me 378,888. Team 8 members. Everyone's expressions instantly changed, turning into looks of envy directed at the wealthy. Whether it's being rich or being a kept boy, spending hundreds of thousands on equipment is just a matter of saying yes. Wait, have you already trained it? Team leader Lao Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Tong Chen nodded and whistled, actually using his mental power to convey his meaning to the parrot. After some training, he had already managed to communicate with the parrot without speaking, using only his mental power. The parrot tilted its head to look at Tong Ying's chin, then crawled out of his pocket and flew to the hand he held up in the air, speaking to everyone. Call me daddy. The originally excited expressions of Team 8 members suddenly turned complex after the parrot spoke. Tong Chen, does your bird only know how to say that? I don't know, it might just like that phrase. Tong Chen grinned. He had tried teaching the parrot other phrases, but so far, there had been no progress, and the only consensus reached was to prevent the parrot from saying that phrase to him. Young man, don't play around like this, you're going to spoil the bird. It's still you. I'm envious. Equipping such a set of gear raises the tactical value to an incredible level. Team 8 members showed envious expressions. In this era where flying gadgets cannot be used in combat zones, a parrot that can move freely and take pictures is exceptionally precious. However, being a primitive biological entity, the unevolved parrot is still too fragile. If it gets discovered by a monster, it wouldn't be able to escape. Statistically speaking, it's still quite easy to incur losses. That's why they were surprised that Tong Chen came equipped with hundreds of thousands worth of gear for the parrot. Tong Chen, cherish this little bit. Let your bird carry out a dozen or 20 dangerous reconnaissance missions and you'll break even. After that, it's all profit. Primitive biological entities are a bit fragile, but they're not affected by magnetic fields. Even a single mission can earn 2,000 to 3,000. Lao Yu smiled, happy for his team members' success. Tong Chen nodded, not explaining that the parrot's constitution was unusual. It wasn't the kind of fragile, primitive biological entity that could be compared. Tong Chen still suspected that the parrot might be some kind of peculiar monster not yet recorded in the data. The reason it was willing to follow him was entirely due to the skills granted by the system. Alright, let's hurry and leave. General Ku Tao just said we can rest for 3 days, so cherish it, kids. In the next year or two, there will probably be no opportunities for rest. After saying this, Lao Yu walked towards the vehicle left by Ku Tao, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Is it really that difficult to recover Wayan? Is it going to take a year or two? A team member asked curiously. The caretaker glanced at her. Old Yu is an old buddy from the battle group. He participated in the pacification campaign of Fong Jing City before, so he definitely isn't talking nonsense. For such large-scale missions, the entire country's combat power might get involved. Once it starts, it's like a machine in operation. It simply can't be stopped. As the logistics team, they naturally had no opportunity for rest, unless they were injured and retired, or went missing on the battlefield. The former required losing an arm or a leg, while the latter meant dodging monster patrols and playing hide-and-seek in the war zone, neither of which were good situations. The group boarded the vehicle, and Old Yu quickly drove out of the abandoned base. Their location was not far from the transfer station mentioned by Ku Tao, and after a 3-hour drive, the members of Group 8 arrived at the transfer station. Are you all from the Logistics Group 8 of the reserve team? You've worked hard along the way. I welcome you on behalf of Transfer Station Number 2. We provide hot water, beds, and bedding, and the cafeteria and convenience store offer basic meals for free. Of course, if you want something better, you can buy it yourself. In front of the transfer station, a soldier said with a smile, handing Old Yu a pass card. This place was not only open to the Black Dragons,
Internal members, passing travelers, free individuals, and mercenary teams were also welcomed.
Of course, those outside the Black Dragon had no such benefits.
At this moment, transfer station number 2 had just been established,
so there weren't many outsiders.
Old Yu politely accepted the card, parked the vehicle, and led everyone to their assigned rooms.
After happily rolling around on the beds for a while, the members of Group 8 collectively went to the bathhouse.
Tong Chen, however, took the initiative to stay behind to watch their belongings to prevent the group's possessions from being coordinated away.
That iron door only prevented gentlemen, not soldiers, let alone the talent-rich Black Dragon battle group.
There might even be artisans who could unlock the door in seconds, and if their things went missing, there would be nowhere to look for them.
Lying on the bed, Tong Chen opened
the system material library to check the editing materials he had just obtained.
Since I'm idle, I might as well edit the video.
It would be great if he could become a general before meeting the war god.
Although Shi Ning Xuan confirmed that her master was a good person, what if that person couldn't help but have murderous intent?
Tong Chen felt it was safer to wait until he became a general before going all out to impress the war god.
He opened the materials and began to operate.
The materials this time were all recorded in the abandoned base.
Tong Chen started his editing. Before the editing, he had provocatively and even slandered Lu Yong. Tong Chen
paused for a moment, recalling the scene of Lu Yong being irritable at the South Bridge blockade, swallowing hard.
Would it be okay to release this video? Should he cut out the part about the black Lu Yong? No. Cutting it would greatly reduce the quality of the material. Here goes. Tong Chen gritted his teeth and began editing.
He quickly finished the editing and started playback for inspection. The first scene was in the abandoned base.
The
masked Kotao, using Tong Chen's voice, said, "Come at me for a one-on-one."
Tong Chen's voice then turned into Kotao's. "Why should I fight you one-on-one, you trash? What qualifications do you have to challenge me?"
Masked Kotao, "You are the genius of the Black Dragon."
Tong Chen, "Me, a broken F level, when can I call myself a genius?"
Masked Kotao, "You are the brother-in-law of the captain, he sees you as a genius, he once personally said that the future of the Black Dragon lies in you. He said your talent in combat and cultivation is unmatched."
Tong Chen, "He said I'm unmatched? What nonsense is that?" Masked Kotao, "Hey, you don't believe it? Let me tell you, Captain Lu Yong has long wanted to retire. He likes men. After fighting monsters, the trauma left behind made him prefer male teammates. You see, do I still need to explain?" The scene cut to Kotao squatting on the ground, revealing his face. Tong Chen swallowed hard. Would it be too sinister to edit it this way? He wasn't sure if Lu Yong would explode at him, but Kotao definitely would. After the editing, it became Kotao crazily blackening Lu Yong, while Tong Chen defended Lu Yong. Kotao became the kind of person who would harm 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own.
The words of comfort that the members of Group 8 said to him at that time also became accomplices in Kotao's blackening of Lu Yong.
Being siblings with the captain, introducing doctors and such. No matter what, it's already edited. The editor edits the soul. If you're afraid of death, what are you even doing editing? Editing complete, click.
Tong Chen gritted his teeth and chose to complete the editing, and the familiar prompt sound from the system rang out.
Ding. Editing successful. Ding. Editing successful.
The battle group is watching, entrusted with heavy responsibilities. The old captain who wants to retire has secretly entrusted the general group to the host's heart.
Material strength rating 81. Material cognition rating 40. Host editing rating 55.
Total score 176. Will receive additional rewards. Congratulations to the host for strength plus 400 kg spirit plus 50. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Junior Battle Group Conductor. In combat status, team member obedience plus 5. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 opportunities to comprehend battle skills. Can choose to enhance the proficiency of Golden Battle skills. Ding. Detected total score over 100. The host can choose 1 reward to receive 2.5 times. Warning, the host should release the video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 888 views, otherwise the rewards will be revoked. In the room, Tong Chen looked at the green title hanging above his head, a bunch of question marks appearing on his face.
The title was fine, and the obedience rating could be tested later. But system, why is this title so green? Tong Chen fell into a state of frustration and only calmed down after discovering through experimentation that the title could suppress and converge like the previous special attributes. System, choose strength as the additional reward and use the battle skill comprehension opportunity to enhance the proficiency of Mingyan / Ding. Selection successful. Strength enhancement changed to 1,000 kilograms. Congratulations to the host. Mingyan / proficiency increased to 6. Passive skill Mingyan control proficiency increased to 6.
Suddenly, a surge of heat flowed through Tong Chen's body, turning his skin bright red.
Unlike the previous enhancement,
this time the increase made his blood boil, flowing through his veins like lava, not just destruction, but carrying a massive vitality to transform his entire body. The painful transformation process lasted for more than 10 seconds, stopping only when it reached a certain bottleneck. Tong Chen was soaked, along with the bed, as he jumped off and wiped his body with a towel, his expression somewhat uncomfortable.
Who understands this feeling of stopping right at a critical moment?
Clearly sensing that once he crossed that threshold, it would be a whole new world, yet he was stopped at the door.
At this moment, Tong Chen finally understood why those warriors risked everything and took on dangerous tasks to improve themselves. This sense of transformation at the genetic level was more addictive than anything else. But why didn't I feel much before? Tong Chen scratched his head in confusion.
And after releasing the video, he began to tidy up the wet bedding. This time, the increase of 1,000 kilograms in strength brought his total strength to 7,245 kilograms. His mental power finally crossed the 500 threshold, reaching a high of 550. Originally, Tong Ying felt that breaking through 500 in mental power would bring about a peculiar change. The previous unexpected joy of comprehending the battle skill Tianyan during the battle with Shi Ningshuang was a surprise. After this increase in mental power, he could clearly feel the changes in the battle skill Tianyan.
The room assigned to Group 8 in the transfer station was on the first floor and had windows. At this moment, Tong Ying fully activated his perception battle skill, taking in everything in the room. Where has the change occurred? Tong Ying wondered as he carefully sensed.
He only vaguely knew that Tianyan had changed, but he didn't understand
the specifics.
Learning to release a battle skill and fully mastering its use were two different things.
Suddenly, Tong Ying's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the curtains swaying in the gentle breeze.
In his perception and
vision, the curtains created a fleeting illusion. No, it wasn't an illusion, it was the trajectory of the curtain's movement in a brief moment of the future. Precognition?
Tong Ying opened his mouth, his mind momentarily
blank.
Although the precognition lasted only a fleeting 0.8 seconds into the future, one must not forget the speed of a warrior.
The things that could be done in that instant were simply too numerous. Coupled with the innate battlefield perception of Tianyan, he could almost stand invincible in combat.
Unless his physical reactions couldn't keep up, or he was forced into an unavoidable dead end, it would be a dream to inflict a fatal blow on Tong
Ying in this state.
It's a pity that this state, like the concentrated mode of Tianyan, consumes too much mental energy, Tong Ying sighed. If he had enough mental energy to maintain this precognitive state during battle, even a war god wouldn't be able to kill him.
With the characteristics of Ming Yen, perhaps even the war god would be pushed back.
But that was just a thought. For now, he could at most evade a strike from the war god.
However,
that was already quite astonishing.
Maybe when I reach the level of a general, I really won't have to fear an ordinary war god?
After all, every person's physique has its strengths and weaknesses.
War gods are divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high.
Within each level, there might be exceptionally gifted individuals. Combat skills, equipment, and battle experience could all create disparities. Tong Ying wasn't arrogant enough to claim he could face all war gods just because he had a flawed precognitive combat skill. The Minion Slash didn't unlock any new inherited combat skills this time, but why do I feel like there will be a surprise waiting for me at
level 7? Tong Ying chuckled as he spoke, shaking his head to dismiss this unfounded premonition.
The standard for reaching the level of a general is to unleash a force of 8,000 kilograms.
According to the common knowledge explored by warriors, reaching the level of a general would bring about a transformation in life level.
It is said that the principle is that the body fully adapts to the liberation of genes, and upon reaching a critical point, the
next stage is unlocked.
Tong Ying didn't quite understand the academic issues. He only knew that after reaching the level of a general, his strength would undergo a significant leap.
One more editing session will be enough. Tong Ying's gaze was resolute.
Based on his past experiences with system rewards, as long as the material for the next editing session wasn't too poor, it would be sufficient for him to reach the level of a general.
And the next task was a super large strategic mission, the assault on Wayan City.
The opportunities for obtaining materials were unprecedentedly great. But it feels like Shi Ningshuang is easier to deal with,
Tong Ying muttered, stroking his chin.
Just as Tong Ying was contemplating how to obtain the next material, in the bathhouse of the transfer station, the members of Group 8 were all soaking in the pool, looking relaxed.
This feels great. I can't believe we can enjoy this treatment. It's all thanks to Tong Ying. Lao Yu, what are you doing? Come down.
The caretaker looked at Lao Yu, who was sitting on a bench in the distance fiddling with a terminal.
The terminal was waterproof and crucial for receiving orders from the battle group.
So even while bathing, everyone kept it on, allowing them to relax and enjoy the news at the same time.
Isn't that more enjoyable? Lao Yu glanced back at the group but didn't say anything. Why did someone suddenly join their Group 8?
Logically, with 12 people, the team was already at full capacity. Tong Ying had even squeezed in through the back door.
What was the situation with this young man named Bubo who came from the capital? When did their Group 8 become so desirable that even the capital's big shots wanted to come? Lao Yu suddenly remembered that Group 8 was now part of the logistics team and was
under Shi Ningshuang's command.
A look of realization crossed his face.
Of course, the news of the SS-level genius had probably reached the big shots in the capital, and this young man, with his impressive strength and background,
was clearly not coming for Group 8. He was clearly after Shi Ningshuang.
That kid Tong Ying, it seems he might have another rival.
Olju, are you coming or not? Coming, coming. Olju stood up with a forced smile just as he was about to walk over and join his teammates in the hot bath. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the water in the nearby pool, screaming, "Ouch! Who the hell brought a toothy lizard in here?" A burly warrior, his face full of rage, was gripping a lizard tightly. He had been bitten on the butt, and his cheek twitched in pain as blood gushed from the wound. The entire teammate looked at their teammate, the caretaker, with terror. In the large bathhouse, the bitten warrior stood naked on the ground. The reaction of Team 8 immediately caught his attention. The caretaker swallowed hard, trembling as he lifted the towel beside him, only to find the familiar figure had long since disappeared, leaving behind only the ropes used for binding. Team 8 members, stare caretaker. The burly warrior suddenly appeared in front of the caretaker, grabbing him by the neck with one hand and lifting him out of the water. "Brother, do you believe me if I say it was an accident? I'm sorry." The caretaker immediately caved, his hands weakly prying at the grip around his neck as he struggled to speak. After all, he was in the wrong, and he was at a disadvantage in strength. Just from the speed he had shown earlier, this warrior likely had the strength of a high-level fighter. Even if all of Team 8 attacked together, they would still be on the receiving end. A real man must take responsibility. If he makes a mistake, he should face it bravely. That's right, the caretaker's thoughts raced. The warrior scoffed. If apologies were useful, wouldn't my strength be wasted? An accident. Ha! If you eat this lizard, I'll forgive you. The warrior's hand twitched, changing from gripping the neck to prying open the mouth. He slowly brought the struggling lizard closer to the caretaker's mouth. "Don't say I'm bullying you. In a moment, I'll let go of both my hand and the lizard. Whether you bite it to death or let it French kiss you, it's all up to your reaction speed." The burly warrior grinned menacingly. The caretaker shook his head in terror. "No, it just bit your butt, at least wash it first." The burly warrior. "You actually care about that? You dare to look down on me?" His eyes fierce, he was about to toss the lizard in. At that moment, the rest of Team 8 could no longer sit still. This was going to cause big trouble. The toothy lizard was weak, true, but if it were swallowed whole, it could still cause serious injury. Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. Calm down, can we sit down and talk this out?" "I can't sit, my butt hurts too much." No, please, let us properly apologize to you." "Brother, garlic bird captain, say something." Team 8 members turned to their captain, Olju, only to find that the person who had just been there had already disappeared. "No, strong man." The caretaker was on the verge of tears, his beloved pet now hanging over his head, ready to drop into his mouth at any moment. He shouldn't have brought De Chang over. Mainly, he was worried about De Chang being alone with Tong Ying and the parrot. Just thinking about going back after the bath and possibly finding De Chang's head crushed and thrown onto his bed by the parrot was unbearable. But unexpectedly, the binding technique that had never failed before slipped and became ineffective after getting wet, allowing De Chang to escape. And not only did he escape, but he also bit the gluteus maximus of the neighboring brother. Hey, brother, let's talk this out. This is my team member's fault. Please accept this as a token of my apology." Olju suddenly appeared behind the bitten warrior. He was holding a bag filled with various hard currencies. Originally, it was meant for Team 8 to enjoy after their bath. These were things that Tong Ying had given them earlier. The warrior, who was about to feed the lizard, raised an eyebrow, his expression beginning to struggle. Olju signaled to his teammates, who were looking at him and immediately backing off. "Come on, help me persuade him." As a result, no one responded, and Lao Yu cursed inwardly while the warrior continued to struggle with whether to let the person go. At the same time, he felt a bit suspicious. These things were clearly not allowed to be carried, especially for such a serious major task. Bringing a toothy lizard into the bathhouse was not something an ordinary person would dare to do. Could there be some background? This was the reason for the strong man's hesitation and struggle. It wasn't just about that little thing itself. To survive in this world, one not only needed strength but also had to understand human relationships. Of course, that didn't apply to the war god. Oh crap, Tong Ying has released a video again. Why is my face on the cover? Suddenly, a member of Group 8 who was heading back to Soak exclaimed. Upon hearing those two words, the strong warrior froze and let the person go. Lao Yu, quick-witted, hung the item onto the warrior's now free hand, awkwardly smiling as he led Di Chang and his own team member away. What video? He hurried over to divert attention. The strong warrior glanced at the bag in his hand, then at the members of Group 8 across from him, his expression complex. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to let it go. It turned out to be that famous Soft Rice King's teammate. No wonder they were so arrogant. Forget it, just consider himself unlucky. Fortunately, it was just a bite on the butt. If it had been somewhere else. Over here, the members of Group 8 breathed a sigh of relief as they saw the strong warrior leave. Oh crap, you guys are clever, knowing to drag Tong Ying out as a shield. Lao Yu sighed. The team members looked at him in confusion. No, Tong Ying really did release a video. We're all on the cover. Lao Yu. A bad premonition surged in his heart. Quick, open it and take a look. I feel a chill down my back. Knowing Tong Ying's editing style well, Lao Yu was already panicking before even seeing it. When the main character of Tong Ying's video could be edited into something good? The video started playing and the first line made their expressions strange. Why does this Kutao warrior sound like Tong Ying? Not just the voice, the content has been swapped too. Ha! I remember Tong Ying seemed to say. At that moment, the audio on the screen finished the next line for the members of Group 8. Captain Lu Yong likes men. The member holding the terminal was almost burning his fingers from frantically pressing the volume down. But it was already too late. The bathhouse fell silent as a pin could be heard dropping. Then, they saw their own words distorted and inserted into Kutao's footage. It was as if they were in full agreement with Kutao's views on Captain Lu Yong. What the hell, that Tong Ying guy? Did I offend him? What grudge does he have? Is Tong Ying trying to get me killed? Hiss, is the captain really going to take this seriously? Lao Yu, you've been in the battle group for a long time. The captain isn't that petty, right? Of course not petty. If Tong Ying gets beaten to death, the captain will most likely generously let us accompany him in death. Group 8 members? Lao Yu rolled his eyes, his heart racing. He knew nothing, he was just a logistics guy picking up trash. How could he dare to say he completely understood Captain Lu Yong? Go find Tong Ying and make him delete the video. There might still be hope before the captain sees it. Right. Whether we live or die depends on our speed. If Tong Ying doesn't delete it today, I'll go all out against him. The members of Group 8 instantly jumped out of the water, not bothering to get dressed, wrapping themselves in towels and rushing out, attracting many curious glances. As they just stepped outside, they startled a soldier coming out of the adjacent women's bathhouse, who screamed. Then came various sounds of things being thrown and curses, mixed with a few catcalls. The members of Group 8, red-faced, ran wildly. When it came to face, their lives were more important. They had to make Tong Ying delete that damn video as fast as possible. Inside the room, Tong Ying had just finished changing the bedding when the door announced its demise with a loud crash. He turned around to see his almost naked teammates, all with faces full of question marks. Each teammate was furious, their eyes red as they roared. Tong Ying. Tong Chen held the damp bedsheet that had just been soaked with sweat, looking at his teammates, who were all blushing and bare, appearing very anxious. His heart sank, and in fear, he broke the double-decker iron bed frame, gripping it tightly in his hand. What do you want to do? Tong Chen's eyes were filled with terror. The members of Group 8 looked at the bedsheet in his hand with strange expressions. What had this kid done while we were away? Why is the sheet so wet? No, this is not the time to worry about that. We must subdue Tong Chen and force him to delete the video. Hold him down. Brother Huang Shu grinned and led the charge. The room immediately erupted into chaos, with occasional screams piercing through the air. At the entrance of the shower room, Lao Yu emerged with a pile of clothes, constantly explaining the misunderstanding to passers-by. After much effort, he managed to convince everyone to let him leave under the pretense of being in the reserve team. As Lao Yu walked down the corridor where the room was located, he saw a crowd of people peering through the doorframe into their room. Lao Yu smiled wryly, carefully stepping over the twisted, broken iron door on the ground. Yes, it was definitely their room. This group of foolish members, when they got excited, acted as if they had no brains. Sigh, so exhausting. Don't they have any sense of their own strength? Tong Chen is indeed an apprentice, but have you all forgotten how he performed against Shi Ningxiang before? They actually dared to come in without clothes, trying to use their numerical advantage to suppress Tong Chen in such an unguarded manner? Excuse me, let me through. Lao Yu squeezed into the room and saw 11 teammates wrapped in towels, squatting in 2 rows in the corner, looking like they had been caught by the police for solicitation. The members all wore expressions worse than crying, with bruises on their bodies. Tong Chen had a metal fist on his right hand, clearly made from a haphazardly wrapped iron pipe, with paint residue matching the bed. Lao Yu's mouth twitched, although he had guessed the outcome. He still hadn't expected such a one-sided battle. So, you want me to delete the video? Tong Chen spoke irritably. Just a moment ago, he thought someone had drugged the water in the shower room, and this group of exposed animals was too embarrassed to act against each other, so they came to plot against him instead. When it came to blows, he had almost lost control of his strength, but fortunately, in the chaos just now, no one noticed anything unusual about his power. Brother Tong, please, just delete the video quickly. We don't have a vice captain to protect us. If you keep playing like this, we're done for. The caretaker had a mournful expression, nervously glancing at the parrot on Tong Chen's shoulder. The parrot was gripping De Chang with its feet. Tong Chen twitched his mouth and tossed De Chang back to the caretaker. The next moment, a cry of pain echoed in the room as the caretaker was bitten. Tong Chen wore a "you deserve it" expression. The caretaker had just despicably thrown De Chang at him to bite, only to be intercepted by the parrot mid-air. Tong Chen, if you don't delete the video, after all, Captain Lu Yong is our face in Wayan City, and what you've edited is really a bit cough, Lao Yu advised gently. Tong Chen pondered for a second and nodded slightly. He opened the terminal, ignoring several missed calls from Lu Yong, and clicked on the video to check the view count.
Perhaps because it was linked to Lu Yong, and given his high reputation in Fong City, the view count had already reached the system's requirement in just a short while. He opened the video management backend and clicked delete. Once the video is published, it cannot be deleted. Tong Chen. The prompt was given by the editing system, and there was no response when he clicked on the terminal. I can't delete it at all. Tong Chen spread his hands helplessly, indicating he was powerless. The system was too powerful, there was nothing he could do. The members squatting on the ground stiffened, secretly exchanging glances with their leader, Lao Yu. Leader, you're a mid-level warrior, should we work together to hold him down? Lao Yu understood the members' intentions and immediately showed a wry smile. He sighed, dropped his clothes, and rolled up his sleeves. At that moment, the terminal's voice rang out. Old Yu straightened up immediately upon opening the video communication, his expression serious as he answered. Group Leader Jing of Division 8, reporting to the captain. Where's that bastard Tong Chen? Why isn't he answering my calls? On the other end of the screen, Lu Yong roared. Old Yu's heart twitched as he glanced at Tong Chen. Look at how angry he's made our captain, his face is all red. Old Yu noticed that the team members behind Lu Yong were trying hard to stifle their laughter. Some were already rolling on the ground with laughter, desperately covering their mouths to suppress any sound. Hearing Lu Yong's furious voice made Tong Chen's scalp tingle. He gestured to Old Yu. I'm not here, pretend you didn't see me, thanks. Old Yu shot Tong Chen a glare and carefully adjusted his position to stand in front of the team members so as not to inadvertently include Tong Chen in the frame. Captain, Tong Chen just went out and hasn't returned yet. He might not be answering because he forgot his terminal, Old Yu said, barely holding it together himself as the team members behind him were without their uniforms and hadn't left their terminals. This excuse was indeed a bit flimsy. Hearing this response, Lu Yong felt even angrier. Although Old Yu wasn't particularly strong, he was considered a veteran member of the team. They had fought together in the Black Dragon for so long, and now he was actually speaking up for that brat Tong Chen? Just as he was about to speak, Old Yu jumped in first. Captain, you're misunderstanding. The video was all edited by Tong Chen alone, we don't know anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong felt a tightness in his chest. So you're going to bring that up, huh? That's why I'm asking where that bastard Tong Chen is. He practically spat this out through clenched teeth. The team members who were squatting on the ground collectively slid to their knees and bowed towards the video. No kidding, they saw Captain Lu Yong looking so red and furious. It was like encountering an enraged iron-maned tiger suddenly appearing before them, breathing fire. Kneeling was the only option. Lu Yong was momentarily blinded by the sea of white, and his anger subsided a bit. What are you all doing? He shouted angrily. At that moment, Old Yu noticed a curious figure appear on the screen. It's Vice Captain Zhu Yashuang. Lu Yong turned back, holding the terminal, and the two exchanged silent glances. I was going to come back and warn you not to get angry with Tong Chen over the video, but I didn't expect you to really have this hobby. Sorry to interrupt. After saying this, Zhu Yashuang turned and left, leaving Lu Yong sitting in his chair, his face flushed, unable to utter a single word of explanation. Come on, mouth, move. Don't fail me at such a critical moment. In this situation, which he had never experienced before, even a battle-hardened warrior lacked the experience to respond, making him seem stiff. Suddenly, Zhu Yashuang stopped at the door. Hope lit up in Lu Yong's eyes. By the way, it's fine to play around with this kind of thing privately, but being so blatant about it isn't good. After saying this, Zhu Yashuang pushed the door and left, a mischievous smile on her face. Lu Yong. Ha 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 ha. Oh man, I can't take it anymore, I'm sorry. Pfft, Captain, ease up on the killing intent. I'm not laughing at you, I just thought of something funny. You can't blame us, it's all Tong Chen's fault for making such a hilarious video. The team members behind him could no longer contain their laughter. Lu Yong hung up the communication with a dark expression. Funny, huh? It's been a while since I tested your skills. I hope your level of improvement matches the volume of your laughter. It better be. Formation, assemble. The team members could no longer laugh, their smiles shifting to Lu Yong's face, turning into sinister grins. Everyone began to curse inwardly while Tong Chen's face flashed in their minds. Kid, was this part of your plan too? It was Ku Tao who stirred up trouble, not us. Just as Lu Yong was fiercely training the team members to vent his emotions, a convoy was slowly making its way down the road to the South Bridge base. Shi Ningxiang and her teammates sat in the carriage, coldly turning off the video playback. That guy Tong Chen was getting more and more outrageous. She recalled Tong Chen's earlier inquiry about the War God Master's information, feeling a bit worried. That guy Tong Chen, he can't be planning to make the Master the star of the edited video, right? After saying this, Shi Ningxiang immediately shook her head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What status does the War God hold? Even if Tong Chen had the audacity, did he have the ability to prance around in front of the War God? Even if that bastard really succeeded, it wouldn't be able to be released. Shi Ningxiang said firmly. Even if there was a 1 in a million chance for Tong Chen to succeed, the video couldn't be released. Information related to the War God was confidential, how could it
Possibly be put online? Your account would be banned.
Thinking of this, Shi Ningxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Beside her,
Xianxian looked worried. Tong Chen was starting to court disaster again. This time it was even worse, directly editing it onto Captain Liu Yong's head. That was a high-ranking battle general, rumored to be not far from the realm of the war god. Tong Chen was truly risking his life to edit. Don't make that face. Tong Chen has the vice captain looking after him. The captain won't do anything to him, Shi Ningxiang said, irritably to comfort her, lest Shi Qianxian burst into tears and make her even angrier. She didn't know what was so good about Tong Ying. Tisk. That guy Tong Chen really knows how to play. We can't be implicated because of him, right? The captain is really scary when he gets angry. I don't know, it feels a bit dangerous. If I were the captain and saw this video, I wouldn't turn Tong Chen into a giant yo-yo and make him perform a tornado. I'd consider myself in a good mood. Can something that big even be called a yo-yo? A meteor hammer would be more like it.
The reserve team members showed a nostalgic expression, then looked at Shi Qianxian.
Xianxian, with your conditions, why not find someone better?
A guy like Tong Chen, who was fully loaded with self-destructive attributes, could drop dead at any moment. Are you planning to be a
widow in the future? Exactly, with your conditions, why settle for someone like him?
Whether Tong Chen can survive this time is still
uncertain. The team members teased, and Shi Qianxian's eyes instantly welled up with tears.
Shi Ningxiang shot a cold glance over, and the reserve team members all shut up and turned to look elsewhere. When the sister was angry, they didn't dare to continue teasing the younger sister. Meanwhile, in Wayan City, Hubby, come quickly and see the new video Tong Chen just released.
Shi Ningxiang's mother, Su Yu,
ran over with a tablet and placed it in front of Shi Ming. After watching, Shi Ming's expression instantly turned strange. This kid really
dared to do it.
Even the Black Dragon captain hadn't escaped his clutches. Suddenly, Shi Ming felt that being edited by Tong Chen wasn't so
hard to accept anymore.
After all, this guy treated everyone equally, even high-ranking battle generals were caught in his trap. So what was
he, Shi Ming?
At that moment, the phone on Shi Ming's desk rang.
Oh, Battle General Liu Yong wants you to take down the video?
Yes, leader. Because the higher-ups previously said to give Tong Chen's account a green light for permissions, and now Battle General Liu Yong's request.
Just do it. Can his permissions be greater than a battle general's?
By the way, also help me take down all his other videos.
Shi Ming's
eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of this before? A voice on the other end responded affirmatively, then hung up.
But not long after, the other side called again. This time the voice sounded a bit awkward.
Leader, Tong Chen's account management permissions have been locked. We can't
operate it. Shi Ming? What's the reason?
Someone used advanced technical means to modify the management permissions. Now Tong Chen's
account permissions are showing as unknown. Are you saying that this kid Tong Chen did it?
Shi Ming exclaimed. It seemed that besides his warrior talent, this kid was quite capable in other areas as well, and quite cunning. Temporarily, there's no evidence to prove this. It could also be a malfunction in our system. Shi Ming rolled his eyes upon hearing this. So this malfunction just happened to occur with that guy Tong Chen, huh? When unexplained accidents happen, it's always right to suspect the beneficiaries. Got it, let's reply to General Liu Yong like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the communication, and a sound of something slicing through the air came from outside the window. Shi Ming walked to the window and looked at the distant sky where the spaceship was cutting through the clouds.
That was in the direction of Nanqiao. Is the operation about to begin?
On the spaceship, a handsome young man was also watching a video.
Interesting, it seems joining Group 8 this time won't be too boring.
As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man resembling a butler placed a glass of wine in front of the young man, his expression slightly hesitant.
Are you really going to do this, God of War Bu Bao? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come all this way? This disguise is quite expensive. Hiding beside Shi Ningxiang as a teammate, secretly guiding her, and also keeping an eye on those little bugs. Bu Bao squinted his eyes and took a small sip from his glass.
This time, he would use his grandson's identity to join
the Black Dragon reserve team.
He would also meet Tong Chen, the guy who dared to harass an SS-level genius, and see how he would teach this
kid a lesson. Bu Bao thought maliciously, not at all the good-natured person the outside world claimed him to be. The butler sighed and said nothing more.
The spaceship quickly flew over Wayan City, passing by the Bluebird Martial Arts Hall where Hu Chaoqiao was located.
Inside the
hall, the little girl was sweating in front of a huge sandbag, her small fists hitting the bag with loud thuds and shockwaves. During this time, her strength had increased again, reaching 120 kilograms. The hallmaster watched from a distance, his eyes filled with regret for not being able to sign Hu Chaoqiao. Behind Hu Chaoqiao, there were only a few small followers, making the place seem a bit empty.
After the last time when
Tong Chen released the edited video of the hall master, the news had subtly spread. Now, everyone in the hall instinctively avoided Hu Chaoqiao,
fearing to be misunderstood by Tong Chen and end up in trouble.
Even the hall master's nephew hadn't appeared in the martial arts hall for a Long time to bother the female students. It was said he had his legs broken and was currently recovering. Big sister, come and see brother. Tong's new edited video. At this moment, the chubby boy behind shouted, interrupting Hu Chao's practice. Hu Chao turned around and felt a sense of foreboding. She saw the terrified expressions on her friends' faces. After quickly watching Tong Chen's video, her small hands began to tremble slightly. Brother Tong, what are you doing? Isn't it good to just enjoy your soft rice? Why provoke a high-level general? Hu Chao felt like crying in an instant. Big sister, what are you doing? The chubby boy looked at Hu Chao in confusion as she handed the phone back to him with a face full of grief and anger, not smashing it again as he had imagined. Training. After saying that, Hu Chao began to hit the sandbag furiously as if venting her frustrations. She had to become stronger quickly, strong enough to protect Tong Chen when enemies came after him in the future. With her brother Tong's reckless attitude, once those women suddenly lost interest, he would definitely end up dead on the street. In the end, it would still be up to her, his sister, to save his life. 3 days passed quickly. Tong Chen and the members of Group 8 arrived at the Nanchao base and joined the main team. As soon as they got off the vehicle, everyone saw Lu Yong's deathly glare from a distance. Faced with Lu Yong's gaze, Tong Chen and the others froze in place, especially the members of Group 8 who felt as if they were being targeted by a terrifying monster. If you asked them if they felt moved, they wouldn't dare to say a word. The reserve team led by Shi Ningxiang ran over, forming small teams in a vertical line. Behind each team were the figures of the logistics division, and the new configuration that had been tested before was indeed starting to be implemented. What are you all standing there for? Come here, Shi Ningxiang coldly ordered, dissatisfied with the dazed performance of the Group 8 members. Oh, the Group 8 members hurriedly moved forward. Unfortunately, the line where Shi Ningxiang was standing happened to be right in front of Lu Yong. Even though they were at the back as logistics, their hearts were filled with pressure at this moment. The team members cautiously glanced at Tong Chen, their eyes tense. Brother, have you really got this sorted? Tong Chen stared straight at Lu Yong and then broke into a brilliant smile. Lu Yong's face darkened, while the person beside him, Zhu Yashuang, returned a smile. No one got hit. This wave is stable. A couple of days ago, I asked the vice captain to help smooth over the impact of the video with the captain, and it seems to have worked. But then Tong Chen thought of the promise he had made, and his little face instantly flushed. The line stood well, and for a moment, Lu Yong couldn't remember what he was supposed to do. His mind was filled with Tong Chen's smiling face, which was wildly suppressing the anger that wanted to erupt. The reserve team was a bit confused. Were they called over to stand in punishment? Soon, their gazes began to turn strange. It was one thing for Captain Lu Yong, who was said to often get knocked out by the vice captain and occasionally had injuries on his face as a basic practice. But why were even other main team members looking bruised today? And each one was glaring at them with murderous intent. Wait, it seemed they weren't glaring at all of them, but rather at a certain guy among them? Gradually, the members of the reserve team followed the murderous gaze and found it was directed at Tong Chen. Didn't this guy only edit the captain? How did he offend everyone? They felt strange at this moment but didn't dare to speak. The main team members, however, had no such reservations. This kid Tong Chen is quite arrogant, he even dares to smile. Just wait until the vice captain isn't around, and I'll make sure to beat his butt. Damn kid, I'll remember this grudge. Ku Tao, how could you let him off? Why didn't you give this kid a good beating back then? The one who was hurt the most, Ku Tao, shook his head. I was planning to make a move, but the captain was being held hostage by the vice captain, so I couldn't do it, he said somewhat regretfully. If he had known there would be such a beating, upon returning he would have let the captain take a few more punches from the vice captain just to have a chance to beat Tong Chen up. Hiss. The pain from the twitching of his face made Ku Tao inhale sharply. Why did it feel like the captain hit harder than the vice captain? This is the power of a high-level warrior? I'm scared. The reserve team heard the main team members admit that this state was caused by Tong Chen. The glances they secretly cast at Tong Chen immediately held a bit more admiration. Of course, more than that was caution. This kid is not right. Unless we can ensure we can take him down, it's better not to offend him. When Lu Yong heard Ku Tao say he had planned to hit Tong Chen back then, and was interrupted by his own communicator, he felt a wave of regret. If he had known, he would have been tougher and let Ku Tao take action. It would be better than feeling angry just looking at Tong Chen now, with no way to act. Damn it, what exactly did this kid promise Xu Yashuan to make her warn him so seriously? Today, I've gathered everyone here to announce something. Lu Yong snapped back to reality and began to address the matter at hand. Everyone present regained their focus, their bodies tense. Something's happening? With such a big setup, could it be that there's a task to assign? As you all know, the goal of this operation is to attack Wayan City. But we, the Black Dragon, are not the main force. At least most of the team members prefer to maintain order. I believe everyone has seen the changes In Nanxiao, from the moment the Weinan mission was issued, the management rights of the Nanxiao district have officially been handed over to our battle group. For this mission, you won't need to go to the dangerous front lines, just stay in various positions in the Nanxiao district to maintain order. In simple terms, it's like clocking in for work, providing services to the brother teams coming from various places to earn money. As for the benefits, it's expected to reach about 5 times the original amount depending on performance. Consider it a special benefit from the higher-ups due to the last mission's rewards not meeting expectations. Specific job assignments and working hours, etc., will be sent to everyone's terminals shortly. Lu Yong paused here. The members of the reserve team looked surprised. 5.5 times the pay? The members of Group 8 calculated in their minds, their excited bodies trembling. Wow, they hadn't even had the chance to collect their first month's military salary after the promotion, and now they were saying it would be multiplied by 5. This is just too awesome. As the members of Group 8 were excited, they noticed that the combat personnel they served didn't seem as happy. Captain, isn't this inappropriate? How can the reserve team grow without combat? Chief Instructor Tang Yu of the reserve team frowned and spoke up. Lu Yong smiled at her. Don't worry, the work for the reserve team will be relatively easy, and they will have free time to form small teams to take on tasks in the mission hall. As the situation stabilizes, this model of open tasks will become increasingly popular, and we need to adapt in advance. This rule applies to everyone in the battle group. Everyone can take on tasks during their spare time, and they can assess the risks themselves. That's all. A large battle group like this can only exert its advantages when guarding a city or during large-scale expedition missions. The benefit is high combat efficiency, but the risk is encountering powerful monsters. If the strong ones in front can't hold up, the rear will suffer significant losses. Therefore, the higher-ups decided to use this battle in Weinan as an experiment. They would break down the various stages of the recovery targets into small tasks and adopt a free-taking approach, making them public to battle teams from all over the country. Strong individuals like Lu Yong would guard the base while issuing tasks, occasionally taking people to hunt monsters that ordinary soldiers couldn't handle. Allowing battle teams to freely take on tasks would also hone the combat skills of individual small teams. Training ground. The 3 words flashed through Tong Chen's mind. It seemed that the higher-ups not only wanted a city but also aimed to train soldiers nationwide. This meant he could stay at the base to work during the day and have free time to form teams to farm materials? But he was officially an F level, so no task team would want him, right? As Tong Chen felt troubled, he noticed a movement in his pocket. Right, there was also Grandpa Parrot. He could take reconnaissance tasks. Now it was just as his teammates said, he was really living off Grandpa Parrot's soft food. Lu Yong then spoke about the details and rules regarding work in the Nanxiao district before announcing the dismissal. Before leaving, Zhu Yashuang beckoned Tong Chen over with a finger. Tong Chen smiled wryly. It was time to pay off the captain's favor. But at that moment, team leader Lao Yu suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Let me introduce the new member who has joined our split Group 8, a talented individual from the capital, Bu Bo. In the crowd, Tong Chen, Shi Ningxue, and Shi Chanxian all looked up in shock. Who? X3 when they heard team leader Lao Yu mention the name Bu Bo. The 3 of them looked in astonishment at the young man beside him. Shi Ningxue frowned, her expression instantly turning to confusion. Hey Ice Pop, is your master this young? Tong Chen leaned closer to Shi Ningxue and whispered. Shi Ningxue didn't answer, just stepped hard on Tong Chen's toes. Who are you calling Ice Pop? Tong Chen's face instantly turned pale. Ouch, stepping so hard on someone's toes. Are you a child? Bu Bo observed the interaction between the two, showing a smile on the surface while his heart became alert. Sure enough, good girls fear persistent boys. Luckily he came, otherwise, his precious disciple might really have been delayed by this guy Tong Chen. Sure. Shanxian, seeing Tong Chen being stepped on, immediately became flustered. Are you okay? The girl looked worried and distressed. Tong Chen shook his head, sizing up this new member who sounded like a war god. Coincidence? Or, the new member Bu Bo, apart from wearing a black dragon uniform, had no equipment and didn't seem to have any valuable accessories. Completely inconsistent with Tong Chen's stereotype of Jing. Yi. Looking at this guy's demeanor and temperament, there was no trace of a dandy. This was something Tong Chen could discern when comparing him to his previous peer, Martin. That kind of self-important aura was nowhere to be found on Bu Bo. Rather, the newcomer's calm gaze carried a steadiness that put pressure on Tong Chen. Mature for his age? Hello everyone, my name is Bu Bo. Bu as in radish, Bo as in wave. Bu Bo introduced himself, seemingly afraid of being misunderstood, even specifying which 2 characters his name consisted of. Shi Ningxuang's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. After confirming that she found no resemblance to her master on the newcomer's face, she concluded that the name was merely a coincidence. After all, with so many people in Long Country, it wasn't strange to have similar sounding names. Shi Ningxuang lost interest in the newcomer and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Tong Chen leaned in with a mischievous expression.
Bro, what's your relationship with the war god Bubo?
He draped an arm over the new team member's shoulder and quietly inquired.
Bubo shot a surprised glance at Tong Chen. If even Ning Shuang hadn't noticed his disguise, how could this kid be suspicious? On the surface, he was using his grandson's identity,
and there was no resemblance in appearance. Being a second-generation warrior in the capital,
it was reasonable not to want to go to a small place and find someone to fight for him, right?
Not much of a relationship, Bubo replied with a smile.
Tong Chen rolled his eyes. Are you kidding? With a name like Bubo coming from the capital and joining our Ning Shuang's team, you say you have no connection to him? Bubo fell silent for a moment.
This was indeed something he had overlooked. It did seem a bit too coincidental.
Alright, I'm Bubo's grandson.
He did have such a grandson, but why they shared the same name was another story, one that had to do with the rebellious child in his
family. Your dad's quite bold, huh? Didn't get killed by the war god? Half dead back then. The divine awakening era hadn't come yet, otherwise he would have probably been dead. Tong Chen blinked, as if he understood.
But soon he showed a puzzled expression again.
Your grandfather's female disciple hasn't seen you? Female disciple? Bubo feigned ignorance.
Tong Chen revealed a malicious smile.
Since this guy was the war god's grandson, didn't that mean he had another channel to farm war god materials? Sending the grandson over at this time was
just to get him in touch with Ning Shuang, this genius girl, right?
Under the guise of concealment, they would interact, and later when the
war god came, they would reveal their identities. With this connection and their similar ages, there was a chance for them to develop into a
couple or something. The war god was quite clever, playing the game of keeping the good stuff within the family, huh? Yeah, the female disciple. The kind with SS-level talent. She might be even more impressive than your grandfather in the future. I have a good relationship with her. She calls me Tongu. I'll look out for you in the future. Bubo's mouth twitched, his face full of disbelief. The information didn't say
that. It clearly indicated that Ning Shuang was super annoyed with him. So when he saw the intimate little gestures between the two just now, he felt surprised and alert at the same time.
You don't believe me? Have you seen the videos I posted? Tong Chen grinned mischievously. Boo.
Bo's eyes showed confusion for a moment. He had been busy dealing with the threats from high-level beast generals in the capital. Where would
he find the time to watch any videos? Come on, you still don't believe my relationship with Ning Shuang? I'm her dad, Tong Chen said,
pulling up the edited video and fast-forwarding to the moment where Ning Shuang spoke to him. On the screen, Ning Shuang said, "Daddy."
Very strong. Click. Tong Chen turned off the terminal, leaving Bubo with a bewildered expression. See that?
If you want to pursue Ning Shuang in the future, you'll have to call me your dad.
The war god
soon showed an expression of disbelief, tilting his head to look at him.
Tong Chen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity.
Right, when he had kissed Ning Shuang's mother at home before, Ming
had looked at him like that too. Still saying you don't know Ning Shuang? Now you've been exposed, haven't you?
You brat came here just for her.
Hey, what's going on with you guys? Don't we have a welcome ceremony for new recruits? Tong Chen winked at his teammates behind him.
After spending some time together, he knew that Group 8 had the old tradition of letting lizards bite people to warn newcomers about the dangers of little monsters. The members of Group 8 were taken aback for a moment, then all laughed and gathered around, saying various welcoming words.
The caretaker quietly handed De Chang to Tong Chen. Tong Chen untied the ropes with one hand and tossed De Chang at Bubo's feet.
De Chang paused for a moment, then quickly burrowed into the pant leg in front of him, climbing upward.
Bubo?
He certainly knew about Tong Chen's little trick and didn't stop it, purely wanting to see what the other party was up to. When he realized it was the old tradition of letting a lizard bite people, he didn't mind anymore. He had played this before for a few years, but upon noticing where Tong Chen had placed the lizard, Bubo still felt
a bit uncomfortable. Who taught you to play like this? Are you sure about this position?
This guy is definitely not a good person. This has gone beyond the old tradition level. It's outright
bullying the newcomers.
Bubo felt the lizard biting him, unable to break through his defenses due to its teeth, and he slightly exerted force to stun it. De Chang fell from his pant leg.
Bubo showed a puzzled expression. Where did this biting lizard come from?
Saying this, he raised his foot to stomp it. The caretaker rushed over in shock, shielding his pet with his hands.
Damn. Brother, move your foot.
The caretaker grimaced in pain.
Bubo, disappointed, moved his foot away. Why isn't Tong Chen coming to pick it up? It was clearly a lizard borrowed from a teammate. Bubo
mentally labeled Tong Chen as irresponsible, his impression of him worsening. The caretaker picked up the lizard and, after checking, found it was still alive.
Strange, why did it suddenly faint? Could it be that the parrot scratched it earlier? Tong Chen was also a bit surprised. Why wasn't De Chang performing well at such a critical moment? I haven't built up enough hatred yet. He still didn't know he had already exceeded the task.
At this moment, the team leader, Lao Yu, spoke up.
Tong Chen, stop messing with the newcomers. Didn't the vice captain ask you to find her? If he Let Tong Chen continue playing. The image of Group 8 would be ruined on the newcomer's first day. Oh, Tong Chen scratched his head, letting go of Bu Bo, suddenly feeling nervous about the reward he had promised to Zhu Yashuang. To do that kind of thing at the base. After Tong Chen left, Lao Yu took Bu Bo and the other members back to the dormitory. The captain instructed that they would be assigned work positions, so for now, there was nothing else to do but wait for the assignments. Tong Chen then headed to the location of Vice Captain Zhu Yashuang. He twisted and turned until he arrived at a small alley behind the command center. As soon as he arrived, Zhu Yashuang pulled him in and pushed him against the wall. So slow? Zhu Yashuang looked at Tong Chen with ill intentions, one hand propped up beside him. I've been wall-banged? Tong Chen was shocked inside. The promised reward, I've accepted it. After saying this, Zhu Yashuang leaned in closer. Tong Chen's eyes widened.
A few minutes later, Zhu Yashuang left with a flushed face while Tong Chen squatted on the ground, feeling hopeless.
No wonder you're a battle general. Your tongue is really powerful. Tong Chen smacked his lips, rubbed his sore jaw, and got up to leave. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the South Bridge district, the former lair of the Iron Mane Tiger, the ruins of the Integrity Steel plant, had been tidied up. Repairs were made to the remaining structures and it was now a monster processing plant. Group 8 was assigned here to process and handle the prey collected by various battle teams in the future. Of course, they would charge for it. Generally, after battle teams kill their target, they only do simple processing on the monsters. If weight and time are limited, they would roughly cut off valuable materials to take away. After bringing these items back to the base, they need to be finely processed to avoid depreciation due to various reasons. This is also the task of the splitting factory. Tong Chen and the others stood at the door watching the trailer pull in various equipment, while workers inside were installing workbenches, robotic arms, and other devices. That shop over there, number 8, is our territory now. You little ones better work hard, Lao Yu said, patting Tong Chen on the shoulder with a hint of joy in his eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. Not having to go to the front lines and being able to earn 5 times the commission just by doing the splitting work he was originally good at was simply fantastic. And this opportunity was fought for by Tong Chen. In terms of strength and business level, even if the battle group collectively adjusted its configuration, it wouldn't be their Group 8 joining the reserve list. The feeling of going through the back door was exhilarating. Kid, you just focus on chasing girls from now on, you don't need to worry about work. Just show up when needed and don't make it hard for me, Lao Yu immediately assured, stating that Tong Chen's work would be completely exempted in the future. Tong Chen's eyes lit up at once and he casually pulled out a cigarette from the pocket of his uncle beside him and handed it to the group leader. Uncle? Meanwhile, the somewhat introverted Bu Bo, who was standing at a distance, frowned upon hearing this. It seemed he needed to have a good talk with that kid Lu Yong later, even though the battle team was different from the traditional military. Discipline couldn't be too lax. Chasing girls? That kid is dreaming. If you succeed, Bu Bo, will read my name backward from now on. Tong Chen felt the gaze and noticed Bu Bo was looking at him. After returning the cigarette to the resentful uncle, he walked towards this newcomer in the group. Since Bu Bo was from the capital and a second-generation warrior from the war god family, compared to his own limited experience and knowledge, Tong Chen felt that at least in terms of soldier-related knowledge and experience, he should be superior. Just right, he had some questions he had no channel to understand, so asking Bu Bo was a good choice. What do you want? Bu Bo asked cautiously. In just 3 days, his impression of Tong Chen had been constantly refreshed, ultimately settling on extremely scheming. He didn't know where the problem lay. This guy Tong Chen kept finding trouble for him, making this war god wonder what he was even doing here. Shouldn't it be him causing trouble for Tong Chen? His strength couldn't be exposed, and the originally set strength of a junior soldier couldn't suppress Tong Chen. In the end, he could only watch Tong Chen bounce around in front of him, looking for trouble. Since becoming a war god, when had he ever been treated like this? If it weren't for hiding his identity and secretly protecting and nurturing Ning, Bu Bo would have long since beaten Tong Chen to the point he wouldn't recognize him. What a blunder! Who would have thought this F-level waste could possess strength comparable to a mid-level soldier through his understanding of combat skills? If he had known, he would have set his strength to that of a high-level soldier. Should he remove his disguise at night and sneakily beat up Tong Ying to vent his frustration? Bu Bo pondered while remaining on guard against Tong Chen, in case he pulled some disgusting tricks on him again. Tong Chen raised his hands, indicating he had no intention of causing trouble. Don't be nervous, I just want to ask you something. Are we that familiar? Why should I answer you? Bu Bo rolled his eyes. Hey, if you refuse, when the number 8 splitting shop opens later, I'll have the group leader assign you to specifically handle monster entrails, commonly known as digging out the big shit. Kid, you still want to compete with me? Tong Chen wore a face full of mischief. He didn't even realize he had unknowingly stacked up many layers of getting beaten buffs. Bu Bo leaned his head back slightly upon hearing this. Given Tong Chen's status in the group, he might really be able to pull it off. You ask, Bu Bo said, jotting down a note in his mental notebook about Tong Chen. He, that's more like it. Come on, let's talk over here. Tong Chen, like coaxing a child, led Bubo away. Lao Yu watched the two leave and shook his head with a smile. What do you think Tong Chen is always targeting? Bubo 4? This person seems pretty good. Yeah, he doesn't have the arrogance of Lord Jing at all. Why is Tong Chen targeting him? In response to the team's questions, Lao Yu silenced them. With a stern look. You think someone would leave a place like Beijing, where countless people want to go but have no connections, to come to our small place and join logistics? What could his goal be? Sure. Shoo. Lao Yu covered the mouth of his surprised teammate. Remember, we shouldn't interfere in matters between the two of them, let them handle it themselves. Love rivalries are always brutal, Lao Yu said seriously. The team members rolled their eyes in unison. I can accept what you said, Lao Yu, but Tong Chen, that guy who's straddling 3 boats, has no feelings. At all. Exactly, I've never sensed any desire for women in his eyes, only a stubbornness for living off others. He has feelings? I might as well swallow a spiny lizard. The team members were indignant, their expressions a mix of defiance, envy, and jealousy. Meanwhile, Tong Chen led the newcomer to a secluded spot. Bubo looked around with ill intent. Was he planning to pull a fast one on him? He better not blame himself for bullying a kid without any martial ethics. Hey, what are you looking at? Tong Chen waved his hand to get the other to look at him. Poof. Bubo ignored him, merely crossing his arms over his chest and leaning against the wall, exposing all his vulnerabilities. It was like fishing for a trap. Let me ask you something. When you reach the rank of battle general, isn't there a transformation in life level? There's a chance to gain unique abilities during the transformation, right? I want to know what kind of abilities an F-level talent might gain if they break through to battle general. Has there been a precedent? Tong Chen said with a serious expression. Bubo blinked, momentarily stunned, his hands dropping. Unconsciously. What did you just say? His entire demeanor suddenly became sharp. Outside the Integrity Factory, in a deserted alley, Tong Chen sensed the aura emanating from Bubo, feeling a subtle threat, and narrowed his eyes. This guy was indeed not simple. Could he be another hidden enemy? Probably not. The previous incident of impersonating a transport team to kidnap Ningxian was already outrageous enough. Surely he wouldn't dare impersonate a descendant of the war god now? Only another war god from the Dragon Kingdom's dual gods could orchestrate something like this. Is there something wrong with my question? Tong Chen pulled back his chaotic thoughts, ready to act at any moment. Just in case? If there really was discord among the war gods, he couldn't just be a sacrificial lamb. If something was off, he would first use Ming Yin to escape and save his life. Survival was the priority. Bubo came back to his senses and looked deeply at Tong Chen, his aura instantly dissipating as if it had never existed. He had just been too surprised and unconsciously revealed a bit of his aura, which should have been very discreet. This brat, Tong, clearly an F-level, could sense his threat and instantly prepare defenses? Interesting. It seemed he wasn't as self-destructive as the rumors suggested due to his poor talent. Such a level of response couldn't be achieved without rigorous training. Bubo's opinion of Tong Chen shifted slightly, but it was only a minuscule change. After watching the edited video of Tong Chen, especially those targeting Ningxian, Bubo could no longer look at Tong Chen favorably. An F-level person becoming a battle general? Are you awake? So far, among the people I know, no one has been able to do that. You don't think you can, do you? Bubo didn't hide his disdain. Is it not okay for me to ask for my friend? You don't even know the relevant information? It seems the second-generation warriors from the capital aren't all that impressive. Could it be that your family's war god is also a fake? Tong Chen relaxed his guard slightly and smiled. Bubo was momentarily taken aback. A fake? Me? The last person to dare to provoke face-to-face like this was an unknown warrior from the Eagle Kingdom before the expedition against the Thunder Crystal Dragon. As a result, he was swiftly taken down, almost leading to a fight among humans before the expedition even began. Do you really want to know what changes occur after an F-level breaks through to become a war god? Bubo looked at Tong Chen with a strange expression, not angry at the little provocation. Tong Chen's eyes brightened slightly at his words. You really do know? Of course, why would I ask you if I didn't want to know? Bubo pondered for a moment. If he didn't tell this kid, he wouldn't know how to annoy himself later. If he couldn't help but cause a failure in action. If the Grand War God's mission failed because of an apprentice, the embarrassment would be enough to reach the other side of Blue Star. Just the old butler, who knew everything, would probably laugh with delight. The thought made Bubo feel a bit shy. There's nothing much to tell you, it's not classified information anyway. You should know that the new humans can only cultivate after being baptized by the Divine Awakening X-Virus, right? Tong Chen nodded like a good child. Bubo rolled his eyes. Theoretically, the virus altered human physiology, allowing humans to absorb the mysterious energy from the universe, thereby continuously developing genetic potential and unlocking limitations. But this change doesn't come without a cost. Why couldn't humans absorb energy before and only after being filtered by the virus could they?
Scientists speculate that energy was never something the human body could absorb. The virus changed us.
In other words, the so-called genetic talent is actually a talent for not being human.
The life level of a warrior has indeed increased, which also creates a difference from humans themselves.
Bu Bo paused here, carefully observing Tong Chen. Tong Chen scratched his head. So how does this relate to my question? What difference would it make if an F level could reach the level of a warrior? I don't know, Bu Bo replied irritably. Ha! Tong Chen's expression turned malicious. After all that talk, you tell me you don't know? Without any practical cases, who can explain it? The so-called genetic talent being poor, in other words, means genetic stability. At the level of just starting cultivation, it won't gradually detach from the human category under the influence of the virus. If someone could really use F-level talent to reach the warrior level, I think their special abilities would definitely differ from the currently known 5-element system. They're probably either pitifully weak or terrifyingly strong.
After Bu Bo finished speaking, his gaze became somewhat profound. As a war god, he could clearly feel that after reaching this realm, his body was no
longer considered human.
The reason no one had broken through the war god realm yet was simply that they didn't know what the next step was. But after the breakthrough, it was likely that one could
no longer maintain a human form. Just like Bu Bo himself, he only looked human on the surface.
The internal structure of his muscles and bones was already vastly different. If he cut off muscle and compared it to a beast general, he would only be stronger.
What would it be like if an F level could break through to become a warrior? Would it undergo earth-shattering changes physically, like an ordinary warrior, or would it gain special abilities in other aspects?
Bu Bo suddenly became interested in Tong Chen's question.
I see. Tong Chen understood. So the talent is about who is less human, evolving into the strongest being? Or wandering through the universe with a physical body, tearing through space to another world? Wait, the strongest being? I have one last question. The Divine Awakening X virus wasn't something that an archaeological team dug up from some ancient ruins, was it? Tong Chen's expression was strange. It was as if, as long as Bu Bo
in front of him dared to nod, he would immediately change his demeanor and strike a bizarre pose while saying strange things.
Bu Bo frowned slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? The most
likely speculation about the source of the virus is that it comes from outer space. If such a virus existed in ancient times, it would be a miracle for humanity to have survived to this day. What a joke! A virus that cannot be resisted even in the technological age would have wiped out humanity in the more ferocious era of ancient animals in no time.
Tong Chen also knew he had asked a silly question and laughed it off. The two returned to the team. For the next week, Group 8 had nothing to do.
The Nanxiao base was fully engaged in construction for future operations.
Most members of the Black Dragon battle group were familiarizing themselves with their work positions, waiting for other teams to arrive.
On the 8th day, the command center sent a group message. The mission center is open. Everyone can take on tasks according to their own strength. That afternoon, Ningshue brought her sister to find Tong Chen in the Group 8 division.
We received a hunting mission and are short on excellent scouts. Can I borrow your bird? Tong Ying, who was tying an apron and working on a medium-sized monster on the cutting board, instinctively lowered
his head upon hearing Ningshue's words.
A bird? What for? Is it for pre-battle? Parrot. Parrot. Ningshue's expression stiffened as she hurriedly interrupted Tong Ying, who was giving a strange look.
As her words fell, the odd gazes from the nearby Group 8 members slightly retracted.
Ningshue felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed.
It was true that she and Tong Ying didn't get along. Every time she saw him, she couldn't help but get angry, to the point of stomach pain. But this time it was her own fault. It was all because her teammates in the reserve team kept calling the parrot bird, leading her to misunderstand. Now, the fact that Tong Ying owned a well-trained original parrot had already spread within the battle group. After all, with entertainment being scarce, such a big topic about the soft Rice King was bound to be gossiped about. Mentioning Tong Ying naturally brought up his bird.
We are taking on the DS8 hunting mission, with the
target being the Fury Rooster residing in the farmhouse at the foot of the slope. The risk is controllable. I won't let your parrot be in danger.
After calming her emotions, Ningshue spoke.
She specifically informed him of the mission details, worried that Tong Ying might be reluctant to lend his parrot out of fear for its safety. Tong Ying put down the knife in his hand.
Upon
hearing Ningshue mention the DS8 hunting mission, the mission system of the base flashed through his mind.
D represents the mission level, ranging from the highest SSS to the lowest F, with difficulty and rewards decreasing accordingly. The letter S after the D indicates the directional number, meaning south of Wayan City. The number 8 is the layer number assigned by the base to the entire Wayan City.
The most dangerous area at the center is 0, while the outermost is 8. The types of missions include hunting, exploration, construction, and miscellaneous.
Hunting involves various monster subjugations. Exploration is about collecting information on terrain, monsters, and the condition of infrastructure. Construction mostly involves various defensive works, commonly
referred to as the battlefield brick-moving party.
Miscellaneous is more complex, encompassing logistics, assistance, escorting, and various tasks, even allowing private individuals to post tasks. 4. Processing. In simple terms, it's about getting paid to work. The DS8 hunting mission that Shi Ningxue mentioned indeed posed little danger to the parrot. You're right. Tong Ying nodded
at Shi Ningxue, acknowledging her statement. The Fury Rooster was an intermediate beast soldier and lacked flying ability, and the farmhouse it inhabited had no tall buildings, posing limited aerial threats. You agree? Don't worry, the reward won't be less for you. How about 25,000 according to market price? Shi Ningxue's eyes brightened slightly. Tong Ying nodded again. He was just worried about not finding an opportunity to obtain materials. A hunting mission would surely provide a chance to acquire good materials, right? Shi Ningxue, as an intermediate beast soldier, couldn't possibly take it on alone. She must have gathered other teammates. Thinking of this, Tong Ying smiled. I refuse. Shi Ningxue, are you messing with me? Her cold voice carried a hint of murderous intent. Just now, watching the changes in Tong Ying's expression and gaze, it was clear he was planning to agree. Yet the answer he gave was a refusal, and Shi Ningxue had reason to suspect he was deliberately messing with her. Beside her, Shi Chen hurriedly grabbed her sister as she had come along, fearing the two might get into a fight. No, wait. Her sister had come in battle armor, so Tong Ying should only be on the receiving end. Nearby, Bu Bo was also surprised by Tong Ying's response. He had just thought Tong Ying would agree. After all, this was practically free money being offered. There was no reason to refuse. What's up with this guy? Don't get excited, I'm not messing with you. Tong Ying smiled and reached out, tapping the pocket on his chest. A parrot popped its head out. The main thing is that my mind and the parrots are one. Others can't command it, so lending it to you is useless. You need me to join the team for it to work. If you don't believe me, call it and see if it agrees, Tong Ying said, puffing out his chest, adopting a casual posture. Shi Ningxue stared into Tong Ying's eyes for 2 seconds before extending her hand to wave at the parrot. In her palm was an energy crystal that the parrot loved to eat, worth roughly double the reward she had promised Tong Ying. Shi Ningxue didn't care about that little reward. She offered the market price simply because she didn't want to shortchange Tong Ying. Tong Ying's mouth twitched. This woman came prepared. The parrot struggled in the pocket, seemingly wanting to come out. Stupid bird, whether it's a feast or a regular meal, think it over. Once you leave this bag, you won't be part of this family anymore, I'm telling you. Tong Ying quickly conveyed his attitude with mental energy. The parrot stopped struggling, but after glancing at Shi Ningxue, it instantly shrank back. Shi Ningxue silently and awkwardly put away the energy crystal. She had originally thought that if the parrot could change owners, she would buy it from Tong Ying. A parrot that could fly freely in the war zone for reconnaissance was something she really wanted. But it seemed that wasn't possible. This thing recognized its master. Of course, it was true that the mission needed a scout, and her probing was just a casual attempt. You can join the team as long as you don't hold us back. We'll gather and set off tomorrow, Shi Ningxue said with a look of disdain. Tong Ying looked over at Lao Yu, who gave an okay gesture. Go ahead, don't worry about the shop, we've got this. Tong Ying nodded, noticing Bu Bo's bewildered expression. Bu Bo's eyes widened. Isn't it you, kid, playing this game with me? Originally, he was happy to hear Tong Ying refuse to lend the bird, thinking his precious apprentice would have less contact with that yellow-haired kid. But now, with this borrowing business, who knows what problems might arise. Yet Tong Ying's maneuver turned borrowing a bird into joining the team for a mission? How can I tolerate this? Who knows what might happen during the mission, if in a couple of days his apprentice comes back. Holding Tong Ying's hand, he would be so furious he might spit blood. I'm going too, Bu Bo declared firmly. Wait, what are you doing joining in? Lao Yu looked at him in surprise. Shi Ningxue also turned her attention to him. Right now, the battle group was assigning personnel to various positions, but the original structure still existed. This newcomer still belonged under Shi Ningxue's command. With the intention of taking care of the newcomer, Shi Ningxue didn't immediately refuse. What's your strength? What can you do? Junior warrior, I can handle division and logistics. Upon hearing this answer, Shi Ningxue displayed the same disdainful expression she had just shown towards Tong Ying. Bu Bo felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. He was being looked down upon by his own apprentice. Ha, brother, in front of our SS-level genius, your junior warrior status is no different from my apprentice. We're all trash here, Tong Ying laughed as he patted his shoulder. Bu Bo's face darkened. Who's like you little brat? He felt regretful again for setting his strength too low earlier. Can't I join the team with this? Bu Bo said, pulling out a metal cube. Tong Ying was full of questions, while Shi Ningxue's expression changed slightly. The latest type of transport unit? It was said that the design inspiration came from a monster capable of altering its own gravity. This small cube could lighten the load of a transport vehicle to the point where an ordinary person could drag it away. She had only heard that there were finished products in the Beijing laboratory, but they had not yet started selling, making it a valuable but unsellable piece of equipment. Can you lend it to me?
Shi Ningxiang's expression was serious. Bu Bo shook his head. Such high-end products are bound to the user, only they can use it. Shi Ningxiang silently nodded in acknowledgement, as her battle armor was the same. Alright, you come too. Who wouldn't want a humanoid self-propelled transport vehicle? It could also help with splitting up monsters, making it just as valuable as Tong Ying's bird. Being able to carry more supplies and loot meant that combat capability and profits would increase exponentially. The next day, Tong Ying and Bu Bo arrived at the agreed meeting point. Before they got close, they saw Shi Ningxiang seemingly arguing with someone. We don't agree to let these two join. Shi Qianqian is only here because of your face. What do these two losers count for? D-level missions require at least intermediate warrior strength. Don't let just anyone participate. Hey, just anyone is talking about you. Bu Bo scoffed. Tong Chen rolled his eyes and ignored him. In the distance, the four people in front of Shi Ningxiang were still excitedly refusing to let Tong Chen and Bu Bo join their team. Bu Bo was a bit surprised to see Tong Chen's lack of reaction. Are young people really this passive nowadays? They look down on you in front of two pretty girls. How can you be so calm? One of them is the little swan Shi Ningxiang that you, the toad, want to eat. Bu Bo expressed his confusion. If I were you, I definitely couldn't stand it. I'd have to go and beat that big guy, he provocatively said, wishing for Tong Chen to go up and fight, preferably getting beaten to tears. Just right, there's a spot for you, you can go. After Tong Chen finished speaking, the people ahead just happened to notice them. The argument stopped, and the opposing four looked over with unfriendly expressions. Tong Chen showed a sincere smile. Would he really start a fight just because he was looked down upon? No, he would prefer if they said more. Tong Chen glanced at the recording materials above his field of vision, indicating to increase the intensity. Bu Bo was surprised by this smile. If that war general had half of Tong Chen's intelligence and temperament, he wouldn't have found an excuse to kill him. The two walked up to the group and Shi Ningxiang nodded to greet them. You should go back. D-level missions are not for people of your strength. We are all at least intermediate warriors. It's one thing to hold us back, but dying on the mission is not worth it. The burly leader frowned, not hiding his refusal at all. The three people behind him looked like companions, and at that moment they looked at Tong Chen and Bu Bo with disdain. Who said that? Isn't this girl an intermediate warrior? Tong Chen pointed at Shi Qianqian beside Shi Ningxiang. The four-person group was momentarily stunned. Can you compare to a rich lady? Should I tell you that the supplies for this mission are provided by her? Moreover, Shi Qianqian has Shi Ningxiang, the super-strong intermediate warrior, as a guarantee. An intermediate warrior equipped with top-tier Zhuke battle armor is quite formidable even among advanced warriors. Captain Suja, I'll say it again, these two are necessary teammates. Shi Ningxiang said expressionlessly, her voice betraying no emotional fluctuations. Tong Chen, already familiar with her personality, knew this was a sign of her being a bit angry. Just like a well-kept cat or dog, even if they couldn't communicate verbally, they could sense each other's emotional changes, even if it was just a guess. Tong Chen thought of showing Shi Ningxiang a kind smile, which made her secretly clench her fists. This expression was only seen on the faces of elders at home. She would rather Tong Chen look at her with a lecherous gaze than see this. What necessity could there possibly be for mere apprentices and junior warriors? Suja scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the others. Tong Chen withdrew the seniority pressure he had placed on Shi Ningxiang and pulled out a parrot from his pocket, whistling. Under the wide-eyed gaze of the four opposing members, the parrot flew high into the air, circling twice before landing back on Tong Chen's shoulder. Tong Chen accepted the data and played the high-altitude video he had just recorded. The expressions of the four, including Suja, changed instantly. Original biological entity? At that moment, Bu Bo also took out a small cube and walked over to a truck parked by the roadside to begin his operation. He clicked a few times on the cube in his hand, and four metallic spheres flew out, hovering at the corners of the truck. The sound of electricity crackled, and lasers connected between the spheres, causing the truck in the middle to actually lift off the ground. Bu Bo pressed the cube down a meter in front of the truck, pulling something, and dragged the truck over to the group. If the four had been surprised when they saw the parrot, they were now utterly shocked at the sight of the transport unit. My goodness, what kind of high technology is this? I've never even heard of it. It can actually make a truck float, and it looks like dragging it is effortless. The three behind him had fiery eyes, and Suzhou in front was also filled with astonishment. This was something even he, a senior warrior, had never heard of, let alone owned. Is this something an ordinary person could get their hands on? Where did you get this? Who are you? Suzhou's tone was somewhat reverent. Bu Bo, a junior warrior from the capital, just an ordinary splitter. Please take care of me. Bu Bo smiled as he put away the transport unit and set the truck back on the ground. He even extended his hand. Suzhou hurriedly wiped his palms and shook hands with Bu Bo. The mention of the capital, combined with the high-end equipment he had never heard of, represented too much. At the very least, it was not something a mere senior warrior like him could afford to offend. In comparison, he was the truly ordinary one. Which young master had come to experience life here? Suja felt a sense of seriousness within. As expected of an SS level, none of the people he knew were simple. As their hands parted, Suja fell silent, looking at Tong Chen's outstretched hand. Slap! He swatted Tong Chen's hand away. What are you doing? Are you bored? Move the stuff, we're getting ready to set off. Suja's face was full of indignation. Bu Bo was one thing, he didn't dare say anything about him because of his mysterious background and reliance on family. But Tong Chen, who was living off women, he truly envied. No, wait, ugh, he looked down on him. Tong Chen, dude, I'm the scout here, he's the junk collector. Why should I move things? Tong Chen pointed at the smug Bu Bo. Suja rolled his eyes. Less nonsense, I'm the captain, and I make the calls. Lord Jing just needs to sit back and wait for us to kill the monsters and deliver them for splitting. What's your status? If you don't move it, should I? Exactly, what's your status? Kid, don't think just because you have a parrot you're something special. Flying parrots are hard to find, but two-legged scouts are everywhere. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. An apprentice should have the awareness of an apprentice. Talk when you reach the level of a junior warrior. Kid, the adult world is this realistic. Just accept your helpless reality. Not only Suja, but even the three teammates following him wore mocking expressions. Oh, the audacity. Tong Chen gaped at Suju and the others as they walked away. At least they acknowledged that he had joined the team, right? And he had obtained some good materials. Tong Chen shrugged and began moving boxes under Bu Bo's amused and playful gaze. Just as he bent down, he felt a figure appear in front of him. Sure, Qian? I'm here to help you, the girl said softly, starting to move quickly. The smile on Bu Bo's face instantly froze. Just as Tong Chen was busy in a dim room of the underground black market in Wayan City, the captain of the White Owl team was using encrypted communication. When will you send me the next dragon essence potion? His voice was strained with suppressed pain. What? Is the dragon transformation already severe? A fluctuating black line appeared on the blood-red screen as an electronic synthesized voice echoed. Despicable bastards, you deliberately concealed the potion's dangers and tricked me into drinking it. General Chao Jun. That's a biased statement. Didn't you successfully break through to an intermediate general? Without our potions, how would the White Owl team have reached its current scale? We only need the SS level death from the Dragon Kingdom, and after the matter is settled, the remaining potions will definitely be delivered. This is a good thing refined from Thunder Crystal Dragon Bones, a national strategic resource. How do I know you won't breach the contract? The second batch is already on its way, and I believe it will help you advance your strength while stabilizing the dragon transformation mutation. Isn't this enough to show our sincerity? Moreover, after doing this, you won't be able to stand in the Dragon Kingdom. We have no reason to refuse a talent who can endure the Dragon Essence Potion and is destined to reach the advanced general level. Chao Jun's face twisted in pain, ultimately turning into helplessness. You better keep your word, or even if I become a monster, I won't let you off. With that, the communication was cut off. He gently pulled down his pants, looking at the scaly skin inside, his eyes filled with agony. This pain, under the influence of a certain belief, transformed into determination. At that moment, a team member outside gently knocked on the door. He tidied his clothes and pressed the button on the table to open the door. General Chao Jun, we have tracked down Shi Ningxiang's movements. Got it. Chao Jun coldly stood up and looked at the person at the door. If Tong Chen were here, he would immediately notice that this person at the door had the same style as the giant monster mercenary group that attacked Shi Ningxiang earlier. Outside the Nanqiao district, Tong Chen loaded all the wooden boxes of supplies onto the vehicle. Of course, most of it was done by Shi Qian. After all, he had to maintain his apprentice strength setting. This also led to Shi Ningxiang, who was discussing actions with Suja nearby, occasionally casting murderous glances at Tong Chen. It was as if he would be doomed if he dared to slack off. Alright, let's set off, Suja said after seeing that everything was loaded, then got into the vehicle. 5 hours later, outside the abandoned slope station. According to public information, this station is considered a relatively safe location, so we will establish a temporary base here. Shi Ningxiang, stay on alert. Shi Qian and Tong Chen, set up camp. The rest of you come with me to check the surrounding environment and set up alarms to identify potential dangers. If we don't return within 2 hours, you must immediately abandon your things and evacuate. The slope station, as its name suggests, is located at the foot of a hill, and the road leading to it is filled with cracks, with the station's original facilities severely damaged. In the wilderness war zone, even if the information says it's safe, that is relative. Even a team led by advanced warriors can encounter accidents. Suja's instructions followed the normal procedure. What about me? Bu Bo pointed at himself. You can just sit and rest, Lord Jing. You'll have to work hard later for the monster division and the official operation. Suja wore a flattering smile. Tong Chen sighed inwardly, feeling inferior. He set off to the back of the vehicle to get the camping tools. Suju and the others didn't take long to return. They were back at the camp within an hour. Lucky, no dangers. Next, the scouts will gather intelligence and clarify the situation of the route from here to the farmhouse.
It would be best to find the target monster, the Fury Rooster.
After we obtain the
intelligence, we will formulate a combat plan. Inside the tent, the returning Captain Suja spread out a map on the ground.
Although the terminal also had offline maps available, the terminal was too small and not as useful as the one on the ground.
Tong Chen glanced at the route and indicated there was no problem.
Wait, I'm going too, Shi Qianqian hurriedly said. She wasn't at ease letting Tong Chen go scout alone. Suja didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Even if Shi Qianqian hadn't said anything, it was customary to send someone to accompany the scout.
Bu Bo, hearing this, flashed a malicious smile at Tong Chen.
You better be careful, don't get eaten by a monster. I really don't want to cut open a monster's belly to find your body for a puzzle. Oh dear, I forgot you're just an apprentice. Unlike me, a junior warrior, it's quite normal for apprentices to die in the wilderness, the war god said in an exaggerated tone, and if anyone who knew him saw this, they would probably drop their jaws. It was completely different from his usual demeanor.
Tong Chen responded with a middle finger, his expression unchanged. Bu Bo's face stiffened, jotting down in his mental notebook, break the middle finger.
I'm going too.
Shi Ningxuan walked over and said seriously.
Tong
Chen was fine, but this guy was quick on his feet and lucky. She was worried about her sister.
Nothing good ever happened when she was with Tong Chen.
Previously, when she returned home, Shi Ningxuan had heard quite a bit about Tong Chen from her father, Shi Ming.
One of the findings was that very few people who teamed up with Tong Chen ended up well, especially in encounters with monsters.
Shi Ningxuan thought about it. It seemed that whenever she had an accident, Tong Chen was always present. Thinking of this, she shot him a look like a jinx.
Tong Chen was full of question marks. What's wrong with me? What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll make you pregnant with 8 kids. Shi Qianqian blinked, her expression weak as if she was about to cry.
She timidly watched the two exchange glances.
Boo-hoo sister, how can you do this in front of me? Tong Chen looked at the weak-looking girl. Don't cry, you can have 8 too. Okay, if you want to go, then go.
If you don't return before dark, I'll take the others and retreat, Suja said, glancing at the
time.
If both the scout and one of the main forces, Shi Ningxuan, died quietly, then retreating would be their best option.
As for the SS-level strategic talent? Sorry, he was just an ordinary high-level warrior. Let the big shots worry about that.
There might even be a big shot secretly protecting this war god prodigy. This didn't affect him from operating according to the rules that prioritized mission success and survival rates. Shi Ningxuan nodded and walked out of the tent.
Bu Bo, who was considering whether to secretly deal with Tong Chen, immediately objected upon hearing that his apprentice wanted to go too. Why was he here? Wasn't it just to worry that the 2 little ones would spark something while getting close?
There was no way he would let Shi Ningxuan out of his sight to be alone with Tong Chen.
I want to go too. If we find any
recoverable items or collapsed obstacles, we can bring them back and clear them with the transport unit, Bu Bo said immediately.
Tong Chen was somewhat surprised.
You said you weren't here for Shi Ningxuan, but this has
exposed you, hasn't it? With me around, you can't succeed, you second-generation warrior.
It wasn't that he had any fantasies about Shi Ningxuan. The idea of 8 kids was just a vent.
Mainly, as a transmigrator,
Tong Chen hadn't had 2 good days since arriving in this world, and now this guy, protected by a war god, suddenly parachuted in to hit on the girls in Fong City.
Who could stand that? I want to at least keep
an eye on you, even if just for my own enjoyment. Bu Bo shot back a provocative look. If you personally come to watch and let this kid take advantage, I'll find a beast general to crash into you.
Moreover, going
along could provide an opportunity to create some trouble and train his apprentice. Maybe he could even beat up Tong Chen to vent his frustrations.
Perfect. Then let's hurry up and set off.
Shi Ningxuan urged from
outside, the 2 big men acting like children, not knowing what grievances they had.
She hoped this scouting mission would go smoothly.
Shi Ningxuan looked into the distance.
She still didn't know that this wish was destined to be in vain, because there were ghosts in the team, and not just 1 or 2. Tong Chen's material recording had never been turned off. This time, he was bound to be anything but honest.
It wasn't until
the outside urged Shi Ningxuan that the task team leader Suja realized that this Lord Bu Bo was also going along. You don't need to follow for such hard work, he started to say, but was cut off by Bu Bo's
unfriendly gaze. What I mean is, Brother Bu Bo, do you have any favorite dishes?
Don't think that just because I'm a native of Fong City, I don't have some knowledge of Jing cuisine.
I'll cook for you when you come
back, Suja said with a beaming smile.
Tong Chen was shocked.
Making a fire in the wild was extremely dangerous. Of course, seasoned veterans had skills to avoid it, and there were even modified devices in the black market and among soldiers to reduce such risks.
After all, in a war zone where one could kick the bucket at any moment, who would want to gnaw on cold, hard military rations, even if it meant taking some risks? Tong
Chen had the wild survival mastery, green, skill, and in this regard he was definitely a master, but Suja did not.
Suja was undoubtedly the king of sycophants, risking his life to flatter the 2nd generation of warriors.
How infuriating, just a slight display of equipment and status from the capital made a dignified senior soldier bow down.
So envious. Hey, no need to be so polite, it's so inconvenient in the wild, right? Just whip up some Jing-style shredded pork, that's fine, right? Bu Bo said in a polite tone while saying something completely impolite. Tong Chen tilted his head to look at him. Dude, are you really ordering dishes? Where are you going to get meat from? Not a problem. We just happened to see a thorn rabbit hole over there, let's go dig it out. Suja's eyes lit up, quickly indicating it was no issue. Bu Bo was also very satisfied with the other's attitude, especially giving Tong Chen a sidelong glance. Kid, learn from his attitude. Captain Suja takes such good care of his teammates, he will definitely have a bright future. I owe it all to my teammates supporting each other to get to where I am today, no need to be so polite. The two began a mutual flattery session. Tong Chen rolled his eyes continuously. Outside, Shi Ningxiang couldn't stand them anymore and directly stepped away. Tong Chen and the others hurried to catch up. Half an hour later, Tong Chen raised his hand, and the parrot descended. He connected to the terminal to check the video. There are no signs of large monsters' activities ahead. Evolved monsters, for the most part, were larger and stronger. The previous intermediate beast soldier, the demon-wood toad, was the size of a private car, and the higher-level ones were even larger. Under the parrot's aerial view, the activity traces of these monsters were impossible to hide. This was the wilderness, not a city made of steel and concrete. It was very difficult to conceal the traces left by a huge body and power. We still can't be careless, monsters are evolving all the time and our database hasn't fully recorded them. If a special monster, like a gluttonous beast appears, it could be equally deadly. Shi Ningxiang spoke while remaining fully alert to the surroundings. Even a servant-level gluttonous beast could kill a careless intermediate soldier. Being cautious was the only way to survive longer in this world. Tong Chen shrugged in superficial agreement with this view, mainly because he had the killing intent perception skill. Ambush? Not a chance. Bu Bo only nodded on the surface, not taking it seriously in his heart. A dignified war god flipping over at a small slope would be utterly embarrassing, right? Only Shi Qianqian and the team took it seriously, becoming even more nervous. The girl gripped her knife too tightly, her fingers turning slightly pale. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Tong Chen smiled and patted the girl's shoulder. Shi Qianqian's eyes immediately filled with emotion and trust, which made Shi Ningxiang furious. You believe whatever he says? Ha! This guy is someone who could leave a girl behind and run away on his own. Shi Ningxiang recalled the bad memories from when they faced the giant demon mercenary group. Bu Bo scoffed when he heard Tong Chen say he would protect others. Come on, what can your apprentice strength protect? A relic? Kid, he just wants to inherit your estate after you die. Shi Qianqian blinked at Tong Chen, her expression practically asking if he wanted it. She could give it to him right now. Bu Bo and Shi Ningxiang turned their heads away in pain, unable to bear to look. Damn it, what's so good about this kid? Tong Chen wore a proud expression. Did you see that? This is charm. The group continued forward in an odd atmosphere. It was Shi Ningxiang and Bu Bo who were desperately holding back from hitting Tong Chen. After they turned off the road at the foot of the mountain, they were stunned to find the path ahead blocked by a giant rock. Shi Ningxiang suddenly furrowed her brows, stepping forward to draw her sword and hold it horizontally. There's a monster. Danger. As soon as she finished speaking, a squirrel the size of a small dog dashed out from the rubble. Phew, crisis averted. It's just a servant-level fire pattern mouse. The fire pattern mouse squeaked a few times at the people in front of it, then turned and disappeared into the bushes by the roadside. After she sheathed her sword, Ningxiang noticed her sister staring blankly behind them, mumbling something. You clearly said you would protect me. Confused, she turned back and saw Tong Chen and Bu Bo running away. Shi Ningxiang. What a familiar scene. Those two guys. Shi Ningxiang gritted her teeth. While running, Tong Chen looked at Bu Bo in surprise. No, I finally found a chance to slip away and cause some trouble. Why are you, a junior warrior? Running? Bu Bo looked back in equal surprise. No, I'm escaping to set up a training session for my apprentice. Why are you, an apprentice, running? Their eyes met, as if saying, what a coincidence, you're here too. Then they tacitly adjusted their directions and ran off in different ways. Get him. X2 regardless of why the other was running. Let's just assume they were scared by a tiny servant-level monster. After all, they both disliked each other and it would be a shame not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. After running separately for a while, they both stopped and began to sneak back. Bu Bo gathered materials on the spot to make himself a camouflage suit, lying in the grass to observe ahead. This disguise might be ineffective against monsters, but it was definitely useful against people. Old man, I was once a special forces soldier. Today, I'll teach you a lesson so you know not to be so arrogant in the future. Even without using strength to suppress others, just relying on the perception and experience of a battle god is enough to crush. He was full of confidence until he sensed a parrot flying over from a distance, its equipment flashing red lights. Bu Bo's expression turned silent, twisted, and finally unwillingly gave himself a slap, hiding in place. Damn it, this kid is despicable, and he's plotting the same thing. The other side had aerial vision plus special filming equipment. If he didn't use his strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with Tong Chen. Forget it. I'll let this kid go this time. There will be other opportunities. Let's focus on the main task. Just as he finished speaking, a lump of bird droppings fell right in front of him, the stench overwhelming. Boo bo. This bird is as annoying as Tong Ying. After waiting for the parrot to fly away, he finally got up with a grim expression and left. On the other side, Tong Chen was checking the footage captured by the parrot. But he couldn't find any trace of Boo Bo. This guy doesn't have some kind of camouflage technology like the transport units, does he? It was quite normal for a second-generation warrior to have some life-saving gear. Tong Chen thought for a moment, but it was more important to focus on the task at hand. He had come out this time to gather enough materials to reach the battle general realm all at once. Shi Ningxuang was now a mid-level warrior, and with her equipment, her combat power had definitely reached that of a high-level warrior. Tong Chen wasn't being unreasonable. He thought about luring a beast soldier-level monster back, and once the genius girl completed the kill, he could just lie back and accept the accolades. Parrot, go find a beast soldier to come out. Whether we can develop properly in one go depends on you. Don't worry, after it's done, I'll arrange for high-quality energy crystals. Tong Chen quickly drew a big pancake for his parrot, watching it happily fly away. On the other side, a few kilometers away on the road, Shi Nyangshuang and Shi Shanxian pushed aside a boulder, clearing the path. Half an hour, we wait for those two bastards for half an hour, and if they don't come back, we'll return to the camp and leave them behind, Shi Nyangshuang said. Not in the best of moods as she faced her sister's pitiful little eyes. It was infuriating to think they had been scared off by a mere servant-level monster. What kind of people were they? Tong Chen at least had the ability to handle intermediate warriors, yet he was so cowardly. That newcomer, Bu Bo, was no better, a proper junior warrior acting just like Tong Chen. It was no wonder they had been demoted from the capital. Sure. Nyangshuang silently criticized the two, suddenly feeling a strong gaze on her from the side. Turning around, she saw her sister Shi Shanxian looking even more pitiful, as if she was about to cry. Shi Nyangshuang, what's so good about that guy? Didn't you see how he left you behind and ran away? Tong Chen isn't usually like this, he must have his reasons. Shi Shanxian's determined expression almost made Shi Nyangshuang choke on her breath. After a long moment, she let out a heavy sigh and took several deep breaths. Remembering their childhood together, she revealed a resigned expression of despair. Alright, he's the best. We'll go look for them in half an hour. You're the best, sister. Shi Shanxian happily leaned in and hugged her, then frowned. The armor was so hard. The two sat quietly by the roadside, surrounded by portable alarm devices. Shi Nyangshuang glanced at the time. 20 minutes had already passed. She had no idea where those two had run off to. Just then, she suddenly looked up and noticed movement in the distance. A familiar figure turned around the foot of the mountain. It was Tong Chen. Shi Shanxian immediately showed a look of surprise upon seeing him, but the joy quickly froze on her face, because a huge gray wolf was gracefully rounding the bend behind Tong Chen, closely following him as it charged towards them. Shi Nyangshuang gritted her teeth. She had wondered why Tong Chen looked like he was being chased by a dog, and it turned out he really was. Don't come over. As the giant wolf that had slipped around the bend got back on its feet, Shi Nyangshuang recognized it as a junior beast soldier monster, the swamp wolf. With a body length of 4 meters, a shoulder height of 2.2 meters, and weighing around a ton, this around fluctuated due to the concentrated swamp within its body, as it was an extremely troublesome earth-type monster. Its attack method involved spewing out large amounts of viscous mud, creating a swampy area that restricted movement, while the swamp wolf itself was unaffected due to the special structure of its paws. Coupled with the agility innate to wolves, it hunted down enemies who exposed weaknesses in the swamp. When appearing in groups, even warriors without countermeasures would be severely restricted within the vast swamp, gradually being worn down to death. Shi Nyangshuang was worried that there might be more swamp wolves behind, which was why she shouted at Tong Chen to stay away. But Tong Chen seemed not to hear, shouting from a distance, "Help!" Shi Nyangshuang rolled her eyes. "Help you, my foot." She grabbed her sister's hand, ready to run, but when she pulled, she found she couldn't budge her. Turning in shock, she saw her sister's pitiful little eyes filled with determination, as if not saving Tong Chen would mean her own demise. Shi Nyangshuang's mind short-circuited for a moment, vowing never to go on a mission with these two again. "Fine, I'll save him, okay?" She gritted her teeth, released her sister's hand, and drew her battle knife, preparing to fight. Tong Chen and the monster had been in view for about 10 seconds, and there were no signs of more swamp wolves behind. This meant it was a lone swamp wolf, so they could fight. Shi Nyangshuang saw the swamp wolf drooling as it chased Tong Chen, and in her eyes, there was no brutality of the monster, only a pure hunger for food. Was there even a hint of cheerfulness? She was even more convinced that this was the guess of a lone swamp wolf, likely cast out due to an IQ deficiency. Seeing Tong Chen smile, as if he had found a savior, Shi Nyangshuang felt a surge of anger. Who told you to run around? A mere servant-level monster scared you off. You might as well not live anymore. With that kind of courage, what do you think you are, a warrior? Go back and apply for retirement after this mission. I must be crazy to agree to let you join the team. Shi Nyangshuang, fuming, charged forward with her knife drawn.
Tong Chen, unfazed, recorded footage as he brushed past Shi Ning Shuang and pulled Shi Qian away to run. Hey! No need to run, Sister Ning Shuang can beat the swamp wolf. This thing spits out stinky mud, it'll splash on you, and it's not good for a girl to smell bad. Oh, Shi Qian immediately let Tong Chen pull her away. Hearing their conversation, Shi Ning Shuang was so furious that her charge almost faltered, nearly sending herself into the wolf's jaws. What does that mean? I'm not a girl, I'm not afraid of mud, right? She angrily swung her knife, making the swamp wolf howl. The wolf stopped, baring its sharp teeth, its gaze growing increasingly fierce, quickly losing the joy it had while chasing Tong Chen, now officially entering hunting mode. Shi Ning Shuang's expression turned serious as she leaped back to dodge the mud spray. She immediately activated the blazing mode of her vermilion bird armor, the armor glowing with flowing magma-like patterns, the surrounding air beginning to distort from the heat. Others might find encountering a swamp wolf tricky without preparation, but she, with the vermilion bird armor, would not. The mud beneath her feet quickly dried and cracked, and she held her breath against the increasingly foul smell from the evaporation, charging towards the swamp wolf with intense heat. Meanwhile, Tong Chen had taken Shi Qian to a high spot upwind. Are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Shi Qian asked, handing over her water pouch. Tong Chen paused for a moment, licking his lips as if he really was a bit thirsty, and took it to drink. How sharp are a warrior's senses? Moreover, Shi Qian didn't even lower her voice. Shi Ning Shuang, engaged in a high-consumption battle with the swamp wolf, rolled her eyes in frustration. Even if it was her own sister, she couldn't help but want to curse. In her anger, her attacks became fiercer, like an enraged wooden monster, directly stunning the swamp wolf. The swamp wolf's eyes widened in terror, occasionally letting out whimpers of surrender. Sister, I didn't do anything. Why did you suddenly go berserk? Just now, I was wrong. Can I still turn back and go home? The swamp wolf's eyes gradually filled with fear. It was a monster, not brain-dead, and, knowing it couldn't win, of course, it wanted to run. But Shi Ning Shuang had completely lost her mind, vowing to vent all her pent-up anger on the monster before her. How could she let it escape? The battle ended 10 minutes later, the gray swamp wolf beaten into a half-cooked yellowish char. Impressive. No wonder you're the genius girl of Fong City. I knew you could do it. Tong Chen approached with a teasing smile, clapping his hands. Shi Ning Shuang, with a dark expression, stepped forward, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. Tell me, did you do it on purpose? Shi Qian hurriedly ran over, fearing that if she was a moment slower, her sister Ning Shuang would activate the blazing mode and roast Tong Chen. In mid-air, Tong Chen saw two empty high-energy canisters pop out from the outer thigh of Shi Ning Shuang's armor, the spare ones fully loaded. He finally understood what the charred remains he had seen at the giant monster mercenary group site were about. What do you mean on purpose? I don't know what you're talking about. Tong Chen chose to play dumb. He didn't believe Shi Ning Shuang could really roast him. Sister Shi Qian grabbed Tong Chen's arm, looking at him with teary eyes. Shi Ning Shuang rolled her eyes and threw Tong Chen to the ground, stabbing her knife between his legs. Tong Chen? You useless fool, why did you run just now? What do you want to do by drawing the monster over? Speak. Tell me what happened, and if there's even a hint of inconsistency, even if Shi Qian pleads for you, I will still chop you. Sis, shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you too. Shi Ning Shuang was really about to lose her mind. Her face was flushed with anger, and she was just short of having her hair float up, displaying a full rage buff. Seeing Tong Chen silent, she wanted to start scolding again. But the sister who had just been yelled at now wore a terrified expression, as if she had seen a ghost. The anger on Shi Ning Shuang's face froze. Was she being too harsh? At that moment, Shi Qian grabbed the silent Tong Chen beside her, her tone breaking. Tong Chen, did you provoke another monster? Tong Chen looked up in confusion, seeing the girl constantly glancing fearfully into the distance. He followed her gaze and fell silent on the spot. Shi Ning Shuang also fell silent. A figure as large as a small mountain charged around the corner, its fluffy, curly hair gleaming with a metallic sheen. It was a pig. Steel roll pig, intermediate beast soldier, metal type. The name comes from its steel-like curly hair, which also hints at its terrifying weight, charging like a rolling steel. The pig was covered in the muck of its kills, but one could see the dark silver color peeking through the dirt. Shi Ning Shuang swore she wasn't mistaken. She looked at Tong Chen in disbelief. You dared to provoke this? Tong Chen jumped up, his face panicked. How could it be me? If I provoked this thing, would I still be alive to come back? He wouldn't take the blame for this. He didn't really want to play dead with Shi Ning Shuang. How could he attract such a monster? This creature was already stronger than the task target, the raging chicken. That's true, you're just a useless apprentice. Shi Ning Shuang's tone was desperate. Being targeted by such a monster, there was no way to escape. Don't be fooled by the steel roll pig size, which far exceeds the limits of an intermediate beast soldier. That's just fluff. Its true speed should not be underestimated. At least Shi Ning Shuang felt she couldn't outrun this pig in a mountainous environment. After all, it was also of intermediate strength, and it was the agile type.
High speed combined with high attack. How could they survive? Tong Chen, that deadbeat, must have attracted this pig's attention when he provoked the mud wolf. This damned star of misfortune seemed to bring nothing but trouble whenever he was involved. Yangshuan felt like crying. At home, her mother often joked that such a beautiful daughter would one day end up with some wild boar. Mom, now the answer has appeared, it's the steel roll pig. Just being pushed by such a pig might turn into a meat paste. Yangshuan's mind began to spiral into despair. Beside her, Tong Chen looked pained. Did he attract this one while he was out farming monster materials for pocket money? Tong Chen realized he seemed to have left no money for himself, and this time the Black Dragon Battle Group had reformed into a work system. The treatment had improved, but some previous benefits were gone. For example, the free cafeteria, daily supplies, equipment maintenance, and so on. This was the price of freedom. The two girls didn't notice that Grandpa Parrot hadn't come back with them because it was airlifting monster material packs towards the South Bridge area. Tong Chen instructed it to hide the resources he had just farmed and to sell them later. I can only find a chance to escape the battle and switch accounts soon, Tong Chen thought to himself as he looked at the steel roll pig, which was eyeing them hungrily. He couldn't just watch the two women in front of him get pushed around by the pig, could he? Suddenly, Tong Chen noticed that Yangshuan's panicked expression had suddenly become excited. It seemed she had gained some confidence, her earlier despair and fear instantly transforming into fighting spirit. You two step back, this monster is mine to handle, Yangshuan said coldly. Tong Chen? What's going on? Yangshuan's eyes were filled with excitement. Master! It's the master! Just as she fell into endless despair, she felt her eardrum vibrate out of nowhere and heard the voice of her master, the war god Bubbo. Don't be afraid, this monster is brought by me. Treat it as an opponent and listen to my commands. I'll pass on a set of sword techniques to you. For some reasons, I can't appear in person to teach you right now, so I can only use this mode. Focus, it's coming. Tong Chen quickly pulled Chanshan back. After all, Ningxuang had her battle armor to protect her, so a hit or two wouldn't kill her, unless she just lay there and took it. Unexpectedly, this girl was so reliable, willing to sacrifice herself to hold the line in a desperate situation. Don't worry, I won't let you die here. I'll change accounts to save you. Just as Tong Chen thought this, he suddenly froze. He stared in astonishment as Ningxuang seemed to have activated, her entire demeanor and movements changing in an instant. The two sides clashed, and the steel roll pig's massive size advantage was suddenly neutralized by the techniques Ningxuang displayed. The tremendous force was either dissipated or directed into the ground, causing it to collapse. Battle techniques? Tong Chen frowned. This wasn't the superficial moves of basic battle techniques, it was something more advanced and profound. It resembled the unreasonable explosive charge of the underworld flame slash. What Ningxuan was demonstrating now was the art of dissipating force, guiding, and counterattacking. Clumsy, making mistakes, taking hits, and then rapidly improving. Hiss. Was this a high-level battle technique she hadn't fully mastered yet? After this battle, this girl's strength would likely improve significantly. The power she had previously displayed would probably no longer be able to suppress her. Tong Chen thought to himself. Sister! Tong Chen, hurry back to get help, I'll go up and assist. Seeing her sister make another mistake and get attacked, the younger sister immediately wanted to rush in to help. Tong Chen rolled his eyes and pulled her back. Don't go, your sister is doing great, using the monster as a whetstone to hone her battle techniques. What are you going to mess up? Chanshan looked at him in astonishment upon hearing this. After getting Ningxuang's verbal confirmation, she finally gave up on the idea of rushing in to help. The battle continued, with the ground shaking violently from time to time, accompanied by the loud cries of the pig. An hour later, Ningxuang's movements were flawless and she no longer made mistakes or took hits. Suddenly, the knife in her hand emitted a dazzling golden light. Thousand Gene sky-splitting slash. Ningxuang couldn't help but shout the name of the technique. This was the first move of the war god Bubbo's famous technique, the extreme heavy sword technique. The glaring gold exploded in an instant. After a loud bang, the pig was split, and the mountain collapsed. Ningxuang excitedly looked at the monster she had cleaved in half. A crack behind the monster sliced straight towards a small hill 100 meters away, creating a massive gash in the mountain. This was a monster with exceptional defensive capabilities. From the same cohort, and she had done it. Wow, amazing. Tong Chen swallowed hard. In terms of pure physical attack power, this move was not much inferior to his underworld flame dance. The war god's secret transmission? After using the Thousand Gene sky-splitting slash, Ningxuang stood still, savoring the moment for a while. She sheathed her knife and turned around, only to see Tong Chen staring at her in a daze. Ningxuang realized that what had just happened couldn't really be blamed on Tong Chen. Since the steel roll pig was intentionally brought by her master, the earlier assumption that Tong Chen was being chased by the mud wolf no longer held. Rather, it could be said that Tong Chen being chased might have been caused by her master leading the steel roll pig to him. The sudden appearance of a powerful monster would naturally scare off the much weaker mud wolves, coincidentally encountering Tong Chen, a lone human.
As Shi Ningxuang thought of this, she felt a bit guilty. Her earlier attitude hadn't been good. No matter what, Tong Chen was her lifesaver. Although she still found him very annoying, it was all his own doing. But this time, it seemed to be Shi Ningxuang's own issue. Her inner pride prevented her from acting as if nothing had happened, yet the words of apology stuck in her throat, completely unable to come out. Thinking of the black history in Tong Chen's hands, if she opened her mouth to apologize and said it was a misunderstanding, who knows what outrageous demands he might make. Shi Ningxuang looked at Tong Chen, her expression unusually complex. Tong Chen gasped. What's going on? Did she just comprehend a new combat technique and can't wait to try it on me? He leaned forward to see the long crack behind Shi Ningxuang and the small hill that had been chopped down at the end. Damn, if that ice stick comes at me, I'd either have to expose my strength or die for her to see. Shi Ningxuang seemed to have made some kind of decision and took half a step forward. Hey, just forget about the one in front, but you can't pin this one on me. Tong Chen pointed at Shi Ningxuang like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fur bristling. I know. Shi Ningxuang swallowed what she originally wanted to say and returned to her expressionless calm. Tong Chen, what's this reaction? You know? Does that mean you're not planning to reason with me, and you're still going to chop me, right? Tong Chen exerted force in his legs and jumped back, wrapping his arms around Shi Qianqian. Don't do anything reckless. One strike could take 2 lives. You wouldn't want to hurt your own sister, would you? He said, pulling Shi Qianqian in front of him, shrinking behind the girl. Seeing his sister cooperate with a pitiful expression, Shi Ningxuang took a deep breath. Should I just kill him instead? Don't be afraid, I misunderstood earlier. You can't be blamed for this incident and let go of my sister, or I'll break your hand. Shi Ningxuang struggled to suppress her urge to act. Tong Chen blinked. Is this for real? He released the girl in front of him, stepped out, and frowned at Shi Ningxuang. Did a pig bump your head just now? Shi Ningxuang froze, her fists instinctively clenching tightly. No, then why the sudden change in temperament? Shi Ningxuang closed her eyes, not wanting to see Tong Chen. Should I say it's because that damn sense of morality tells me I can't escape after doing something wrong? If I say that, Tong Chen would definitely dismiss it. After all, he's a man with absolutely no morals or grace. So, Shi Ningxuang chose to remain silent. Tong Chen looked a bit shocked. She's enduring such provocation from the ice stick? Something's off, it's 100% off. What could make a woman suddenly change her attitude like this, looking like her brain isn't working? You wouldn't have started to like me, would you? Shi Ningxuang opened her eyes, looking at Tong Chen in shock. Shi Qianqian's mouth dropped open, her eyes wide in disbelief. Ha! In the distance, Bu Bo, who had been jogging down the hillside, slipped and rolled to the bottom of the slope. Ha! No, I just left for a bit to get a steel roll pig and was hiding in the dark giving some pointers. You guys just got together? Is Tong Chen some kind of needle, inserting himself wherever there's a gap? Tong Chen looked completely certain, as if there were no other explanations for the current situation. Realizing what was happening, Shi Ningxuang responded with action. Before Tong Chen could react, he was sent flying by a punch, crashing into Shi Qianqian, and they both tumbled together like rolling gourds. A few minutes later, Shi Ningxuang stood coldly on the side, vigilant. Bu Bo was happily cleaning up the monster corpses, packing everything into transport units to take away. He was absolutely delighted to see Tong Chen getting beaten up. Even happier was that the two didn't spark any flames. This old war god was practically humming a little tune to express his current joyful mood. Shi Ningxuang's talent exceeded his expectations. She had effortlessly learned the first move of his core combat technique. Today is a good day, Bu Bo sighed. He also needed to maintain the power level of a junior warrior, mostly using transport units for assistance during work. He packed the parts from the ground, stuffed the scattered entrails back into the pig's body, and would take it back to deal with later. The slightly burnt mud wolf was no longer usable, and its meat wasn't worth much. But the heart and the organs that store concentrated sludge can be removed, and the wolf teeth and bones can also be recovered. Bu Bo recalled the detailed descriptions of monsters that he hadn't used in a long time. His movements felt a bit clumsy yet appeared very professional. In the distance, on the roadside, Shi Qianqian was carefully applying medicine to Tong Chen. His entire left eye socket had turned a deep purple. You can't blame me for this, right? Tong Chen said defiantly. In that situation, any normal person would think the other party liked them. Shi Qianqian focused on applying the medicine, and upon hearing the question, she nodded, as if soothing a temperamental child. Normal people would think so, right? Shi Qianqian nodded. It was wrong of her to suddenly act like that, right? Nod. If it were any other time, I definitely wouldn't have fallen for it. Nod. Is your sister having some kind of physiological issue, being so irritable? Shi Qianqian instinctively nodded, but by the time her brain processed what Tong Chen had just said, it was already too late. She looked up at Tong Chen in shock. Do you think a panda eye isn't symmetrical enough and want to give the right eye socket a hit too? The physiological period of new human females no longer has any impact on their bodies. The bleeding buff simply doesn't exist. The so-called physiological issue can only be at the genetic level. Tong Chen's words were no different from the past insults of rotten pants, even worse. And she, as a younger sister, had just nodded along.
Sure. Xian just wanted to cry.
She shook her head frantically at Shi Ningxue. I didn't. It has nothing to do with me.
Isn't it? You clearly nodded just now. Tong Chen looked at the girl who was shaking her head in confusion. Suddenly, two chilling auras descended from behind, and Tong Chen's heart turned cold as well. Damn it! Feeling the icy gaze from behind, Tong Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Wait, why are there two auras? He turned around in shock, and the cold feeling belonging to Bu Bo instantly vanished. Thanks to his skill in sensing murderous intent, Tong Chen would never misinterpret hostility. Sure enough, this kid from the capital is not simple. He must have some hidden cards.
This is the foundation of a second-generation warrior. In the future, one must be careful when bullying him, or one day, if pushed too hard, he might really pull out some lethal weapon from his pants, and that would be disastrous. Come here, I want to tell you a secret. Shi Ningxue's icy voice could freeze a person's soul. Kid, you're going to die from that mouth of yours sooner or later. Bu Bo spoke irritably, his internal assessment of Tong Chen's
sensing ability rising again. Is this kid a dog? His nose is so sensitive to dangerous scents?
Coupled with that obedient yet rule-breaking parrot, he might actually be a good candidate for a scout, quite a talent.
Maybe he could become a great help to Shi Ningxue in the future? No.
This kid is too dangerous. If he really manages to take Shi Ningxue away, that would be a huge loss. The children of warriors have a higher probability of possessing warrior talents than the chances of geniuses being born from ordinary people. The better the talent, the higher the chance of giving birth to a genius. This is not the feudal era's theory of bloodlines, but an objective survival of the fittest at the genetic level. Shi Ningxue having an SS-level talent is like winning the lottery. She must at least marry a male warrior with an A-level talent to start. Just as Bu Bo was lost in thought, Tong Chen had already started fighting with Shi
Ningxue.
As they fought, Shi Ningxue was astonished to find that she couldn't do anything to Tong Chen. She had just killed two monsters and had used a combat skill that consumed a tremendous amount of energy. At this moment, she was in a very weak state, and even with her battle armor, she couldn't suppress Tong Chen.
Isn't that enough?
I just said it casually. You, the pure and pristine SS-level genius girl, how could you possibly have that kind of issue?
If you come at me again, I won't hold back. Tong Chen shouted, opening the black history folder of a certain warrior on his terminal.
Shi Ningxuang instantly stopped her attack, gasping for breath as she shot a fierce glare at Tong Chen. Before stepping aside, Bu Bo raised an eyebrow, casting a deep glance at Tong Chen's terminal before continuing to clean up the monster corpses.
As the sky darkened, Shi Ningxuang led a few people back to the camp. This reconnaissance
mission was a complete failure. Shi Ningxuang felt it was her responsibility. She didn't understand why her master chose this method of teaching, but it had indeed affected the normal course of the mission.
She planned to take on this responsibility.
Upon arriving at the camp, Suja rushed out with his teammates. Shi Ningxuang barely had time to speak before they all ran over to Bu Bo, staring blankly at the monster corpses.
Bu Bo deactivated the transport unit
and placed the monsters on the ground.
It really is a steel roll pig. How could such a monster possibly be here?
You even encountered a swamp wolf. Luckily, it was just one and not a pack, or it would have been even more troublesome than the steel roll pig. Suja exclaimed in shock as he circled the monster's corpse, examining it closely. He gently touched the cut on the steel roll pig's skin. Smooth, straight, a clean cut. What kind of combat skill could achieve such precision?
Was it done by a master protecting Shi Ningxuang?
Warrior Shi Ningxuang, could you report what happened here? Suja unconsciously became much more polite.
Shi Ningxuang paused for a second, ultimately
deciding to conceal her master's actions in the shadows. She recounted how Tong Chen had lured the swamp wolf, followed by the appearance of the steel roll pig. Regarding combat skills, she merely stated that she had been practicing before and had just made a breakthrough to slay this intermediate beast soldier.
Suja listened in silence for a long time. Finally, he sighed.
Let's cancel this mission. Both the swamp wolf and the steel roll pig's appearances are significant surprises.
There may have been unforeseen changes here.
The target location of the mission, the farmstay, requires further exploration, and continuing forcefully poses a risk of total annihilation.
Let's head back at full
speed. We can still reach a relatively safe area before dark. After saying this, Suja waved his hand, signaling his teammates to help dismantle the tents and pack up. Seeing this, Shi Ningxuang felt even more embarrassed.
She knew it wasn't like that. It was all because of her. It's all our fault for the mission going wrong. You can have these two monsters.
Suja stared blankly at Shi Ningxuang, then glanced at the monster corpses behind her, a flicker of
heat flashing in his eyes. He shook his head.
No, it's normal for reconnaissance missions to encounter accidents. It can't be considered your fault. According to the rules, such spoils can only be divided among the warriors present. Who bore the risk? We must adhere to the rules, Suja said with righteous conviction.
It wouldn't do to break the rules. Look at the people present. If he broke the rules would come back to haunt him. Who would dare to covet such benefits? No one expected that a task that would normally take 3 to 5 days to complete would actually return the same day. The guards outside the South Bridge district initially looked down on the returning transport vehicle, thinking the mission had failed. However, as the vehicle approached and they saw it loaded with monster corpses, their disdain turned into admiration. These people were impressive, managing to kill 2 monsters and bring them back in just one day. Suja directly took everyone to the processing plant to handle the monsters. Tong Chen and Bu Bo jumped off the vehicle. Their workstations and dormitories were right here, so they didn't need to follow the team anymore. After the settlement is complete, I will transfer your share of the money to you, Shi Niangshuang said seriously as she looked at the two. This time, she had gained the most and planned to give Tong Chen and Bu Bo a little more. After processing the monsters. After all, she and Shi Qianqian weren't short on money. What the hell, Tongo, what did you guys do? Wasn't the target some chickens? How did you end up with 2 big monsters? The members of Team 8, just off work, stared in shock at the monster corpses being pushed towards the cold storage by a forklift at the entrance. Ding ding ding, our future goddess of war single-handedly fought 2 beasts, achieving a double kill. Tong Chen exaggeratedly showcased Shi Niangshuang. The members of Team 8 were in awe, their eyes wide with shock as they looked over. Shi Ningxian's body tensed, and she turned to flee in panic. She knew it wasn't like that at all. Without her master's on-site guidance and instruction, she might have even died. Tong Chen's boasting was a bit too much for her. Shi Qianqian quickly bid farewell to Tong Chen and followed her sister out. Wow, did you guys take down a monster? During a reconnaissance mission? You should be able to get a good share this time. Treat us. What a windfall. The rich guy better treat us tonight or he won't be able to sleep. The members of Team 8 began to cheer. These 2 guys were completely uninjured. Well, Tong Chen had a little bruise, but it was clear it wasn't from a monster. It was probably from a spat with a girl, so it didn't count. Please, I'll cover the expenses for tonight. Before Tong Chen could say anything, Bu Bo happily chimed in. Today, he had seen Shi Ningxiang's talent, and his master was so pleased. It had been a long time since he had a good drink, and with the rare opportunity and mood, of course, he wanted to go. I have a few things to take care of, so I won't be going. I'll treat you next time, Tong Chen said, waving to everyone as he walked in another direction. He needed to go to the outer area to meet Parrot Grandpa, retrieve the monster materials he had previously collected, and edit the footage from this time. There was no time to drink. This kid not taking advantage of a good deal isn't his style. Did you see he had a spat with his girlfriend? He's probably off to find a place to cry. It must have been Shi Ningxiang who hit him, right? She really went hard, the members of Team 8 discussed. Bu Bo looked at the 3 who were talking with a smirk, thinking, good, dare to talk nonsense. I'll make sure you guys drink yourselves to death later. Just as the members of Team 8 headed to the newly opened warrior bar, Tong Chen's figure swiftly darted between the dimly lit buildings. As he approached the edge, his body was suddenly cloaked in black. After finding Parrot outside and retrieving the monster materials he had previously harvested, he returned to the factory dormitory and placed the items in his single room. This time, since he was a permanent resident, the Qiaonan district had begun repairs, and the conditions were much better than during previous missions. I can't break through here. I need to find a secluded and safe place outside. Tong Chen changed his clothes and headed to the commercial street, checking into a themed hotel. What place could be safer than inside the Nankyo base? As for being discreet, even if there were some noises during a breakthrough in such a hotel, they would just be taken as excitement leading to overexertion or a bit of playful fun. No one would suspect anything. The abnormality from his last breakthrough made Tong Chen feel he had to be more cautious this time. If all went well, he should be able to reach the rank of battle general this time. Are you checking in alone, handsome? Would you like to see our service menu? The receptionist, seeing Tong Chen's handsome face and the bruise around his eye, immediately brightened and leaned against the bar, showcasing an alluring posture. Which handsome guy had been wronged and was out looking for excitement? No, I'm waiting for someone, Tong Chen replied, scanning the front desk's QR code with his terminal to select a room and place his order. The receptionist, disappointed, handed him the key and he took it and left. What he didn't see was that on the wall behind the bar where the business licenses were hung, various company logos were displayed, with the one in the center being Mission Logistics. After arriving at his room, Tong Chen locked the door, activated his Tianyan perception technique to scan every corner of the room, confirming there were no cameras. Then, he jumped onto the bed and opened the system's material library. The footage this time started recording from when he teamed up with Bu Bo. The initial segment, he didn't edit, just played it as it was. Suja, we don't agree. Even stray cats and dogs can participate. When it got to Bu Bo, it immediately took a turn. Bu Bo, stray cats and dogs say, I am a stray cat or dog. The scene changes. Suja speaks to Bu Bo, pro-progenitor creature. Suja's teammate behind him, my goodness, what are you? The scene cuts back. Suja, again to Bu Bo, you, move the stuff, the two-legged progenitor creature. Tong Chen, sir, you're incredible, you just sit and rest. I'll have to trouble you to promote me later. Tong Chen, the art of sycophant transfer. Come and lick my boots too. The scene cuts to Shi Ningxiang. Shuang, am I a good for nothing? With this kind of courage, what kind of warrior am I? I should just retire. Tong Chen, don't be afraid, I will protect you. It wasn't until late at night that Tong Chen finished editing the material. He edited Bu Bo into a progenitor creature, Shuang into a good for nothing, and Suju into his own sycophant. What a satisfying editing session. I'm sure the rewards will be great. After playing it back one more time to confirm there were no errors, Tong Chen clicked finish editing. Ding! Editing successful. Material strength score, 644. Material cognition score, 22. Host's editing score, 50. Total score, 716. Tong Chen? He rubbed his eyes to make sure they weren't playing tricks on him. The material strength score was indeed 644. The total score, 716. Text was indeed emitting a golden light flashing so brightly it was about to blind him. Wait, where did such a high strength score come from? A war general was only worth about 80 points. Were there 8 war generals mixed into the material? Could it be? Tong Chen's eyes widened in terror. Of course, he had to turn his head away or he really would be blinded. There's a fucking war god in the team? That was the only possible explanation. Didn't that mean that during this entire mission, he had been tap dancing at the Grim Reaper's feet? A cold sweat broke out on Tong Chen's back. Damn, his whole body went numb. No wonder Shuang's attitude changed so drastically at the time. It turns out she knew her master had arrived. This war god was too cunning, sneaking in so silently. So, who was it? It seemed the only one who came from Shangjing was Bu Bo, and their names were homophones. No, it couldn't be that obvious. Wouldn't that be treating the enemy like an idiot? Tong Chen thought about the only reason a war god would hide the shadowy figure who had targeted Shuang before. If Bu Bo were the war god, it would be underestimating the enemy's intelligence. He could only be the obvious bait that was sent out. Come to think of it, it was very strange for Shuang to suddenly team up with people she didn't know. Why not team up with the seniors from the preparatory squad? She must have been following her master's arrangements. Which meant the war god was hidden among Suja's group of 4. First, rule out Suja. A war god wouldn't go so far as to lick his own grandson's boots with that kind of attitude just to draw out a hidden enemy, right? The other 3 all had generic faces. Tong Chen hadn't even asked for their names, and he couldn't recall anything unusual about them from his memory. Just as he thought of this, the system, as if to congratulate him on the breakthrough high score, began to fade the incessant golden light. The notification tone sounded in the next moment. Congratulations to the host for breaking the 700-point mark in editing score for the first time. As a special reward, you will receive 1 combat skill rank-up opportunity. The host may choose one of your own combat skills to upgrade its quality. All rewards from this edit will be doubled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving strength plus 1200 kg, spirit power plus 80, combat skill comprehension opportunities plus 10 can be used to increase proficiency of god tier combat skills. Ding! Rewards doubled. Rewards changed to strength plus 2400 kg, spirit power plus 160, combat skill comprehension opportunities plus 20. Please select the combat skill you wish to upgrade. The host's currently owned combat skills are Beginner Combat Skill Mastery, Wilderness Survival Mastery. Stop. Don't recite the menu to me. I choose to upgrade Netherflame / Tong Chen interrupted the system. There was really nothing to choose from. The one with the highest quality and greatest potential was the Netherflame / Ding! Sublimation successful. Netherflame / has been elevated to the true god tier rank. System, use all opportunities to comprehend battle skills to enhance the proficiency of Mingyan / Ding! Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, Mingyan / proficiency has increased to 7, and passive skill, Mingyan control, proficiency has also increased to 7. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the series. Battle skill, Ming God Armor. Ding! Detected that the host will begin a life level transformation modification commencing. Tong Chen only had time to show a face full of question marks before the entire world went dark. He fell asleep immediately. In the hotel room, Tong Chen opened his eyes, looking completely bewildered. What greeted his eyes was a pink light, an unobstructed bathtub, and an overly elastic big bed beneath him. He walked dazedly to the window and pulled the curtains open. The sun was already high in the sky outside. I seem to have broken through last night? Tong Chen said, and as a jolt of electricity coursed through his body, he recalled everything. The system detected that he was about to undergo a transformation and directly began the modification. Wait, modification. Tong Chen hurriedly unbuckled his belt and took off his pants to check his body. Good system, are you playing the you're awake? The surgery was a success game with me? With a pale face, Tong Chen gradually relaxed after feeling a familiar sensation. He walked to the mirror to confirm that no strange parts had grown on his body, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Tong Chen closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. After last night's system rewards, he had completely reached the Junior Battle General rank. 9,645 kilograms of strength and 710 mental power.
Not only that, the core skill that formed his combat power, Mingyan/, had risen from divine level to true divine level.
Tong Chen couldn't yet understand what changes this enhancement would bring.
It should be significant, he thought.
By the way, what about my talent skills?
At the battle general level, there was a chance to gain unique abilities. He wouldn't lose them directly because of the system's
modification, right?
Just as Tong Chen's expression changed, a system projection appeared before him.
Talent, devour, any mastered battle skill will be devoured by the host's body.
No longer subject to release restrictions, becoming a bodily instinct. Currently devoured battle skills. Trust from the cub. Fatherly love is strong
as a mountain. Sigma true man.
The last one is shadow control.
Please choose the next skill to devour. Several names appeared below. Tong Chen rubbed his
forehead, feeling a headache from the long list of names.
So, the active skill just devoured a shadow control, right?
He helplessly put on his pants and chose to
devour Mingyan/. His expression was disgruntled, indicating that after taking off his pants he was shown this.
However, it seemed that the talent skill had been replaced by the system. He was quite reassured about the quality of skills produced by the system. Speaking of which, it seems I also unlocked a legacy battle skill yesterday. As Tong Chen muttered, he suddenly understood the usage of Ming God armor.
He used it on the spot.
In the room filled with an ambiguous fragrance, a gust of cold wind suddenly swept through, and the temperature felt like it dropped dozens of degrees in an instant.
A fierce armor appeared on Tong Chen, with countless souls swirling and wailing within the translucent light purple armor. What the heck? Tong Chen stood in front of the mirror, his mouth twitching. The defensive
power of this Ming God armor, and its effects aside, just the appearance of this on the battlefield would immediately draw everyone's fire.
To put it simply, it would
be like sleeping soundly at night and suddenly having a Sadako appear beside you. Anyone would instinctively throw an elbow.
Of course, some niche warriors might
have different thoughts, but Tong Chen felt he belonged to the mainstream category. With a slight thought, the Ming God armor was instantly swallowed by shadows, turning pitch black.
Now it's just left with being handsome.
Saying this, he deactivated the skill. By releasing the already devoured shadow control, he had come to know the power of the talent skill.
In 2 words, that would be instant release.
Previously, the combat skills had a wind-up time, but now that's gone.
It's also much more flexible to use.
Once the dark flame slash is fully consumed, the dash can probably be used for movement.
After Tong Chen removed the God of Death armor,
the coldness in the room returned to normal. In the next room, 2 naked individuals lay stiff on the bed, their faces still filled with terror, slowly beginning to
recover only now. What was that just now? The man looked down, on the verge of tears.
At such a critical moment, this sudden occurrence had left him with psychological scars. He felt the need to call a therapist. The woman was also trembling, shivering as she put on her clothes.
And maybe the air conditioning is broken?
Tong Chen had no idea what the couple next door had experienced during the day. He thought there was no one here in the daytime. It seems like my body hasn't changed much, just a very comfortable feeling. The transformation of warriors that Bu Bo mentioned, which would take them beyond the realm of humanity, seemed not to apply to him at this F level. With this thought, Tong Chen opened his terminal to check the time. As soon as he opened it, he saw 99 plus missed calls.
Tong Chen leaned back in fear, pulling his upper body away from the terminal. No way, I was just late for work by 5 hours, is it necessary to make so many calls? Lao Yu. He flipped through the contacts and saw that there were other teammates listed after Lao Yu's name, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It must be that Lao Yu found he couldn't get through and thought he had blocked him, so he rallied the teammates to call together. As a result, these goofballs found they couldn't get through either. And not believing in evil, they made a few more calls, leading to the current impressive feat of 99 plus missed calls. Tong Chen hesitated and called Lao Yu back. Where the hell have you been? We thought you were love-stricken and couldn't take it anymore. Lao Yu's voice came through the terminal. Tong Chen twitched at the corner of his mouth. What are you talking about? What love is trapping me? That's true, you're a scumbag. Scumbags have no feelings. Tong Chen. So you called me this early in the morning just to say that? Are you coming today? If not, I'll mark it as a day off for you. As Lao Yu spoke, laughter from the teammates could be heard on the other end. Tong Chen thought about the monster materials left in his dorm room and replied, I probably won't come, I have some things to take care of. After saying that, he chatted a bit more with the team leader before hanging up. He saw the record of the payment from Ning Shuang. The total reward for this mission was 125,000. Among them, 25,000 was earned by Grandpa Parrot, and the remaining 100,000 was probably the share after dealing with the 2 monsters. With this in mind, Tong Chen suddenly realized that Grandpa Parrot seemed to be missing. He released his mental energy to call. A few seconds later, he found the parrot cautiously emerging from under the bed, its eyes filled with fear. Come here. Upon hearing Tong Chen's call, the parrot finally flew to his shoulder, curiously tilting its head to look at him. It was probably scared by the new skill he just used. Tong Chen didn't pay it much mind and pushed the door open. In the corridor, a couple of Warrior lovers were arguing with the hotel staff about something. It's so early in the morning, why are you so angry? Make way, he muttered, and everyone looked over. The couple's angry expressions froze when they saw the parrot on Tong Chen's shoulder, clearly recognizing his identity. They stepped aside to let Tong Chen pass. Isn't that Tong Chen? He actually came here, and what's in that room is? The couple's faces were filled with gossip, completely forgetting their anger. Tong Chen walked out of the hotel and looked at the sky. The monster materials in the dorm could conservatively be exchanged for another 100,000. That should be enough for him to spend for a long time. Currently, there was no equipment he needed to purchase or maintain. Most of the equipment in the battle network had purchasing thresholds, and his hidden faction was destined to be out of reach, like the technological battle armor. Fortunately, the new skill made up for this. The next thing to do is to confirm which war god it is. Tong Chen squinted his eyes, recalling the bizarre editing score from yesterday. Ding! Editing complete. Please publish the video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 50,000 views, or the reward will be revoked. Tong Chen's body stiffened as he walked. Oh wow, the system is quite considerate. Waiting for me to wake up before reminding me. 50,000, huh? Based on the view counts of his previous videos, this number should be manageable, right? No, just to be safe, he should do some promotions. With that thought, Tong Chen spent 100,000 clicks to set up a view reward. He could earn $2 for each view, he believed. Someone would definitely check it out. To be cautious, he also chose a rather catchy title, Me and My Incompletely Evolved Teammate. He clicked to publish. Once the video was released, the view count immediately began to soar. Wow, is there really money to grab? Has the blogger been stimulated by something? Not only risking his life to edit entertainment videos but now also giving away money to us? Did he offend too many people and is no longer planning to live, thinking about doing some good deeds before leaving this world? Haha, this editing still doesn't disappoint. We seek the inner thoughts of this warrior stripped of his humanity. Tong Chen's account already had many followers, not to mention this time he was giving away money for promotions. In the reserve team dormitory, the battle group arranged light and flexible tasks for them to have more time to hone their skills and become qualified substitutes for the official team. As a result, the members of the reserve team were either on missions or training. Many had just completed training or returned from missions and chose to rest in the dormitory. Ning Shuang was one of them. After just experiencing a fierce battle, she opted to take a moment to rest. Just as she came out of the communal bathroom in the dormitory building, she saw her younger sister sitting dazedly at the door, holding a terminal with a wronged expression. What's going on? Ning Shuang murmured, frowning. A teammate nearby stifled a laugh. You should take a look for yourself. Tong Chen's new video has really upset Xian. After the female team member finished speaking, she chattered away with others nearby, occasionally sneaking glances at her. Ning Shuang opened the terminal, found Tong Chen's ID, and indeed saw that a new video had been uploaded. She pressed play. A few minutes later, Ning Shuang finished watching, her face a mask of silence. Hey, Ning Shuang, aren't you angry? A female teammate asked curiously. Previously, Ning Shuang had been quite angry after watching the videos, right? The icy beauty's rare emotional fluctuations were simply captivating. This time, however, she showed no reaction, which was strange. I'm used to it, Ning Shuang replied flatly, walking towards her sister. What? Has that guy Tong Chen already adjusted things? And no more excitement to watch, I'm leaving. Adjusted? What do you mean adjusted? Ning Shuang's body stiffened, and she turned around to look coldly. The gossiping female teammate immediately showed a frightened expression and hurriedly fled. You're upset over something like this? Ning Shuang sat down beside her sister with annoyance. Chen looked up at her, her gaze dropping to her chest. Then she revealed a full face of defiance. Ning Shuang felt a blow to her heart, her face filled with question marks. At this moment, she fully experienced what it meant to have good intentions met with ingratitude. This brat, I really want to pinch her face. I know he doesn't mean anything towards you, sister. He just likes to court death. But I'm just not happy. Why isn't it me? Chen pouted. Ning Shuang's mouth twitched. If it weren't for that look just now, she might not have thought much about this statement. But now, she strongly suspected her sister was provoking her. Sorry, but I'm just not as developed as you. Just then, Xian's terminal rang. She opened it to see it was a call from home and immediately answered. Mom? What? I didn't book a room with Tong Chen. Sister Ning Shuang didn't either. She stayed with me last night. I'm really not lying. Xian's face instantly turned red as her angry mother sent screenshots of Tong Chen at the hotel front desk and in the hallway. He said he was waiting for someone, and it wasn't you? The girl's flushed face quickly turned pale upon seeing Tong Chen's figure. A love hotel? If it wasn't them, it must be the vice captain, right? Whoa, Xian burst into tears. This crying immediately flustered her mother on the other end of the line and her sister beside her.
They hurried to comfort her, and when her mother learned that Ning Shuang was nearby, she asked this talented girl from the family to take care of her daughter before hanging up.
Sister, Tong Chen really? Let's go find him.
Ning Shuang's face was filled with anger. She hadn't paid much attention to Tong Chen's previous scandals. In fact, she was a bit pleased. She hoped this would help her sister see Tong Chen's true colors. Tong Chen himself was quite sensible, not doing anything out of line with her sister or the vice captain, and she had accepted this balance while constantly trying to persuade her sister. But this time was different, since he had already decided not to pursue her sister. Why not clarify it in advance?
You want to act first and report later, huh?
You're dead meat. Ning Shuang dragged her sister towards the division factory. The members of Group 8 were all inside the shop.
But that guy Tong Chen said he had something to do. He wouldn't be editing videos all night, would he? He really doesn't waste any time. I can't understand the interests of young people these days.
Lao Yu took a puff of his cigarette, shaking his head with a bitter smile. He thought Tong Chen was out on a date, but instead,
he was hiding away to edit.
Truly, that's just like him. Speaking of which, this Lord Jing isn't here for Ning Shuang. What did he do to offend Tong Chen? He got directly edited into a primitive organism. Don't say human, he might actually count as one of those, and nothing much has changed outside.
I don't know.
Maybe their life magnetic fields clash, you know, the kind that bites as soon as they meet. I'm going to switch with Bobo. I'm curious about his reaction after seeing
the video.
One of the team members said as he walked towards Bobo, who was currently dissecting a monster's corpse at the counter. Hey, I'll take over for you. You take a break.
Bobo looked up, revealing a smile.
This was how a normal teammate should be. Tong Chen was just a dog.
No need, I can handle it. Tong Chen released a new video, and you're in it. Are you sure you don't want to take a look?
The team member said with a smile as he took the knife from the dazed Bobo's hand. Bobo, still confused, walked aside and opened the terminal, quickly finding Tong Chen's account and clicking play.
The members of Group 8 remained silent, watching Bobo's
expression change from confusion to a face full of question marks, then to a red face filled with murderous intent. They exchanged knowing smiles. That's it, just like that. Before Bobo could even get angry, Ning Shuang appeared with her sister in front of everyone.
Tong Chen, get out here. Everyone looked over
in shock, and when they saw Chen, who was crying with red eyes, they widened their eyes in disbelief.
Oh crap, Tong Chen, you little. Even Bobo, who was mentally noting down Tong Chen's misdeeds, was interrupted in his anger by Ning Shuang's roar. What happened? Where's Tong Chen?
Ning Shuang drew her battle
knife and sliced the monster on the counter in half.
The members of Group 8 beside her jumped back in fear.
Lao Yu didn't know how many times he cursed Tong Chen in
his heart. He forced a smile and walked over, raising his hands to signal that he posed no threat, hoping Ning Shuang wouldn't chop him.
Calm down. Young people can be impulsive. I'll make him take responsibility.
Ning Shuang glared at him coldly, and Chen paused for a moment, her tears falling even
more heavily. Where is he? Ning Shuang was too lazy to explain and simply asked in an even colder voice. Didn't come? Took leave? Probably off doing a part-time
job, maybe lurking with a task team that needs scouts in the outer areas.
Lao Yu sensed the killing intent and instantly backed down. Sorry, Captain, I'm not planning
to sacrifice myself for that kid Tong Chen just yet. After confirming that there was no sign of Tong Chen or any hiding spots in shop number 8 with a gaze filled with murderous intent, Ning Shuang pulled her sister away. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Nanxiao district,
a convoy marked with the emblem of the White Owl team slowly drove in. Isn't that the White Owl team? How did they get here so fast? Hey, don't you know? After the last operation in Nanxiao, they didn't return to their city but stayed in Fong City to recuperate. They probably caught wind of this major operation in Weinan. No wonder they're the first tier. Their information network is impressive.
Exactly, not all teams have high-ranking warriors like our Black Dragon stationed. Even mid-level warriors can dominate a region.
On the
street, soldiers watching the convoy passed quietly discussed among themselves. Inside the vehicle, Captain Chao Jun of the White Owl sat expressionless.
Captain,
we've confirmed that Ning Shuang is here. Take a look at this.
A soldier sitting in the front row next to the driver handed back a tablet. Chao Jun took it and opened it, revealing some video screenshots. Steel Roll Pig?
Yes, according to intelligence, Ning Shuang took on the DS-8 hunting mission with a small team yesterday and
encountered a mud wolf and a steel roll pig along the way. After slaying both monsters, she returned to base.
The mission in that area has now been cancelled, and
an urgent investigation is underway. Chao Jun remains silent after hearing this. Truly an SS-level talent, her strength has progressed far too quickly to be able to slay a steel roll pig, which is quite difficult to deal with among mid-level beast soldiers, shows her exceptional aptitude. Chao Jun closed his eyes deeply, a faint jealousy surging within him. Why is it that despite risking his life and training hard, he can only remain a junior warrior? Adjust the strength assessment for sure. Ning Shuang and increase personnel. Understood.
The White Owl convoy slowly entered, sunlight shining on the side of the massive modified vehicles, their shadows swallowing everything by the roadside as they moved forward. On the other side, Tong Chen had just finished processing the monster materials and was walking down the street. Only a little over 130,000 left. Well, that should be enough for 2 months. Tong Chen closed the balance display page. This was still counting the money. Promised to treat all members of Team 8 to a meal. If the soldiers didn't buy training resources or maintain their equipment, they would all be wealthy enough not to feel embarrassed. They could easily earn a year's income for an average family with just a low-level task. Tong Chen thought that once he became strong enough and cured his mother's illness, he could truly enjoy life with his sister. At that time, maybe he could really pick up the bowl and live off her. Just as he was lost in thought, Tong Chen saw Shi Ningshui approaching with Shi Qianqian in tow. The genius girl was holding a knife. In a split second, Tong Chen wondered if he had offended her in any way. It couldn't be that the editing this time had pushed Shi Ningshui to her limits. He hadn't even crossed the line with her before, and this time seemed quite powerless, so it made no sense for her to be angry. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that they crossed paths and she wasn't coming for him. No need to panic. A smile blossomed on Tong Chen's face, lasting less than a second. The battle knife shot out, embedding itself next to his head in a streetlight. Tong Chen, don't run! Shi Ningshui shouted angrily from a distance, grabbing her sister and running up to him. Tong Chen silently retracted his left foot that had stepped forward. What's going on? Crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. And no, it's nothing. Shi Qianqian sobbed. Tong Chen's mouth twitched. Was this really nothing? Did someone die at home? He asked cautiously, though it had nothing to do with him. Stop talking nonsense. Shi Ningshui grabbed Tong Chen and shook him repeatedly. Did you smear honey on your little mouth? Tell me, who did you check into a hotel with yesterday? Was it the vice captain? Ha! Tong Chen's eyes widened. Who spread this rumor about me? Me and the vice captain? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was just an apprentice on the surface. Even if he extended an invitation, the vice captain would refuse painfully. Otherwise, wouldn't that mean his death? Have you lost your mind? Tong Chen said in shock. Isn't it? Of course not. The vice captain is a mid-level battle general. Even if you wore battle armor, you might not be able to withstand it. Shi Ningshui's face turned slightly red as she released Tong Chen. Then it must be with another woman. You stayed at that adult hotel until noon yesterday. How do you explain that? She said fiercely. Tong Chen looked bewildered. No, even if I really did something, what does it have to do with you, Miss Shi? If anyone should be saying these things, it should be Shi Qianqian behind me, right? Tong Chen glanced at Shi Qianqian. Fine, she had already fallen into a state of silence from excessive sadness. This situation was a mess. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was alone until noon. Shi Ningshui gave him a look that said he was lying and suddenly pulled out a knife. Hey, calm down. Tong Chen said as he hid behind a streetlight, glaring at the shameless teammates in the distance. The members of Team 8 just laughed and ignored him. They had specifically put down their work to come over and watch the fun. So it really wasn't the vice captain? He must have caught a new fish again, scumbag. I'm so envious. If it were the vice captain, at least there would be some backup. If not, then it's bad news. Damn. It really is. Let's pay our respects in advance to our great Northern District's soft rice king. May he attract bees and butterflies even in the afterlife. Bless him. What nonsense. Shut up and watch the show. Up front, Shi Ningshui was glaring at the space between Tong Chen's legs. Tong Chen's heart twitched. This ice cream stick has gone mad. At that moment, Shi Qianqian's terminal vibrated, and she picked it up with tearful eyes. Daughter made a mistake. The hotel manager got it wrong. After confirming with the staff that guy was alone in the room last night, no one went to find him. The cleaner who tidied up the room afterward also confirmed this. Nothing happened. Shi Qianqian blinked, stopping her tears, her face quickly turning red. So, she came crying to find Tong Chen over this matter, which means Shi Qianqian fainted from the heat. Sure. Ningshui hurriedly held her, her whole body going stiff. Ningshui, you didn't do anything to him, did you? Qianqian's mom's worried voice came through. She had just heard Shi Ningshui say she was taking her daughter to find that kid, Tong Chen. With this genius girl's strength, if she had murderous intent, Tong Chen would probably be a corpse by now. You, speak. Did you chop him into pieces? Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. I'm still whole for now. Tong Chen rolled his eyes as he walked out from behind the streetlight, his whole demeanor radiating a sense of justified. It was a stark contrast to Shi Ningshui's awkward and evasive gaze. Shi Ningshui held her unconscious sister, her eyes darting around. After Tong Chen finished saying he was still intact to the other end of the communication, Qianqian's mom fell silent for 2 seconds. Before hanging up, Shi Ningshui? You have to say it. No wonder they are mother and daughter. They both chose to avoid the issue in exactly the same way. You come up and throw knives at someone without even figuring out the situation? Tong Chen gradually approached. Look me in the eye. Ice cream stick. Shi Ningshui gritted her teeth and didn't retort. There was no way, after all, she had done something wrong. Feeling Tong Chen's annoying face getting closer, her cheeks began to flush. This despicable guy, he wouldn't want to take advantage of this situation to do something to me, would he? Beside him, the war god. Bobo's brows were almost knitted together. Damn, this kid really doesn't let any opportunity slip by. Luckily, he came. With that thought, Bobo pretended to casually pick up a small stone from the ground and quietly retreated behind the members of Team 8. If Tong Chen dared to speak up later, he would shoot this kid's knee. Tong Chen's body stiffened. After Shi Ningxiang threw the knife over, his killing intent perception had activated. Now, besides the killing intent emanating from Shi Ningxiang in front of him, he sensed two other sources of killing intent directed at him. One was from within Team 8, and it was no guess that it was Bobo's. The other one. Tong Chen straightened up and looked towards the street corner. Shi Ningxiang's gaze sharpened, seizing the moment Tong Chen was distracted, and quickly fled with her sister. They could apologize later, for now they had to run. Is it over? No more gossip? It was just a misunderstanding, but what was Tong Chen doing at a love hotel all alone? Scouting ahead? Tong Chen greeted his Team 8 teammates with a polite gesture. Are you coming to work today? Lao? You asked with a smile. Looking at Tong Chen now, it seemed he was already done with his tasks. Tong Chen nodded and returned to shop number 8 with everyone. Who was in the convoy at the street corner just now? It was the White Owl battle team. They were with us on the South Bridge mission with the Black Dragon before, have you forgotten? Oh, the White Owl battle team is here? Goodness, we have some gossip right off the bat. Ha ha ha, even the big shots love gossip. The Team 8 members chatted as they walked. Tong Chen, however, fell into deep thought. Someone from the White Owl had killing intent towards him? Why? He thought carefully. It seemed he hadn't had any contact with this battle team. Could the issue be with Zhu Yashuang? After all, she was the Black Dragon Rose, and quite attractive. Perhaps she caught the eye of some strong fighters from other teams? Everyone in the Black Dragon knew what kind of person their vice captain was. She might have lost her charm. Outsiders might really be captivated. Tong Chen didn't pay much attention to the killing intent from the White Owl team. He had more pressing matters to consider. He had accidentally edited the war god into the footage and initially determined it was one of those four. The senior warrior Suja was excluded because he was too sycophantic, but he was still one of the people to test. They had to find their whereabouts. Hopefully, they wouldn't just vanish into thin air. 2 days later, Tong Chen asked the team leader for leave again and walked alone on the street. He sent messages to communicate with the vice captain as he walked. What do you want with this Suja guy? Dear, don't worry about it, just help me out. Did they bully you? The terrifying killing intent, radiating from Zhu Yashuang, who was on a mission, made her teammates look fearful and quickly distanced themselves from her. Zhu Yashuang recalled the report she received earlier. Tong Chen had gone on a mission with these people and encountered two monsters that shouldn't have appeared. Her current task was to investigate the sudden appearance of the monsters and whether there was any potential danger. No, Captain Suja is a nice guy. I have some free time and wanted to see if I could collaborate with them again. Tong Chen typed an explanation. Not vanished? It seemed this war god thought he hadn't realized he was exposed. Well, if it weren't for the system's abnormal scoring, he wouldn't have sensed anything wrong at all. I see. I'll ask around and send you their recent movements in a couple of minutes. Zhu Yashuan casually opened up about her team members. By the way, you really weren't sneaking around at the hotel that day? Tong Chen. No, I really wasn't. I'm being wronged. Did the last time I flirt with you leave you pent up? Don't rush. I heard there's a potion that can temporarily degrade a war general's physical condition to that of an ordinary person. I'm asking someone to help find out. When the time comes, we can. Tong Chen. He quickly ended the communication with Zhu Yashuang. A woman taking the initiative was truly terrifying. A few minutes later, Zhu Yashuang sent over the information about Suja's team. Just in time for a mission. Quite conservative indeed. Tong Chen glanced at the defensive construction task assigned to Suja's team, colloquially known as moving bricks. Indeed, after the last mission went so awry, if it weren't for Shi Ningxiang's strength, there should have been casualties. In such times, being cautious would prevent suspicion. While various hunting missions in the Nanxiao district were being completed by the command center, the base was also slowly growing. Step by step, it was advancing towards Weinan, with defensive structures being built along the way to serve as outposts to resist and eliminate monsters. In this area, the defensive combat power should be limited. After opening the map, Tong Chen squinted his eyes. He had thought a lot over the past few days about how to probe the identity of the war god. His conclusion was to jump out and confront Mingyan directly, then escape. If the other party could catch up to him, then it was undoubtedly the war god. With this thought, Tong Chen stealthily headed towards the direction of Suja's team, factory number 8. Just as he arrived for work, Bu Bo was astonished to find that Tong Chen had disappeared again. That kid wouldn't be looking for Shi Ningxiang again, would he? Captain, where's Tong Chen? Oh, he took leave today, probably off on a mission. Lao Yu said nonchalantly. Bu Bo raised an eyebrow, feeling something was off. Captain, I also took leave today and I haven't gone out on a mission since I got here. Is Jing Yi short on money too?
just to broaden my horizons. Lao Yu looked at Bu Bo in confusion. Is this what experiencing life is about? He nodded. Bu Bo took off the apron he had just put on, stepped outside, and opened his terminal, using his authority to track Tong Chen's whereabouts. Soon, he had an answer. What is this kid doing looking for Suja's team everywhere these past 2 days? Bu Bo felt it was necessary to see what Tong Chen was up to. Coincidentally, Shi Ningxiang would be training in the base today, so there shouldn't be any issues.
Shi Ningxiang was sweating it out in the training ground of the base. Under 3 times the gravity, any movement became strenuous and the burden on her internal organs increased significantly.
Suddenly, her terminal vibrated. Tong Ying?
She recalled the last misunderstanding where she almost attacked Tong Ying and awkwardly opened
the message. You want to ask me out at a time like this?
Shi Ningxiang frowned slightly, sensing something was off.
It wasn't.
Until she scrolled to the end of the message and saw the line, "You wouldn't want me to make those things public, would you?" That. She abruptly closed the terminal.
Sister Ningxiang, aren't you training?
Just as she stepped out, her sister Shi Qianshan,
drenched in sweat, looked up and asked.
After taking a deep look at her sister's figure, Shi Ningxiang nodded. I have something to attend to, so I won't be training for now.
Regarding her past, Shi Ningxiang decided not to let Shi Qianshan know. It was too embarrassing.
She had brought up the issue of those photos with Tong Ying more than once, asking him what he wanted in
return for giving them back.
The answer she always received was, "It's not the right time yet."
Shi Ningxiang didn't understand what Tong Ying was waiting for. Maybe it was now?
She felt she could spend some cost to reclaim her past, but some demands were impossible. With this thought, she crossed her arms and decided to put on her battle armor before heading out.
Nanchao.
Base, temporary station of the White Owl team.
Captain, based on the intelligence we've gathered, Shi Ningxiang likely has some leverage over Tong Ying. We've disguised ourselves as Tong Ying's account and sent false information to Shi Ningxiang. Keep a close watch on Shi Ningxiang's movements, everyone prepare to evacuate. Are the related tasks ready?
Captain, rest assured, as long as Shi Ningxiang takes the bait, we'll leave under the pretext of a mission.
The ambush personnel are already in position.
The captain of the White Owl nodded. As long as he can take down Shi Ningxiang, he will be able to obtain the Dragon Essence Potion and step into the realm of high-ranking warriors. He is still young, only 36 years old, becoming a
war god is not out of the question.
On the other side, 27 kilometers north of the Nanchao base, Bu Bo arrived ahead of Tong Ying to find Suja's team. Not only did he arrive before Tong Ying, but he also took the time to change into a modern version of night gear, showcasing the speed of a war god. Bu Bo had wrapped himself up tightly, fearing that Tong Ying might recognize him. When it came time to strike,
should I just throw a sack over him? Bu Bo thought it was risky. Tong Ying's danger perception was oddly sharp. It would be embarrassing if he got recognized. Speaking of which, what is that guy dawdling about? He should be here by now, right?
What Bu Bo did not notice was that on the other side, in the shadow of the collapsed houses, Tong Ying was quietly observing the busy team. The mid-level warriors of Suja's team were currently tossing construction materials off their shoulders.
Captain, why do I feel a chill?
It's like something dirty is watching us, one team member said, looking up at the sky, which was just then covered by thick clouds casting a shadow over the land.
What nonsense are you talking about? There are only monsters around, where's the dirty stuff?
Suja said after swallowing hard.
Tong Ying, who are you? Calling dirty? Wait, could this guy be the war god? Otherwise, how could he sense me hiding in the shadows?
But as Tong Ying recalled the long observation he had just made, he found no abnormalities in this guy at all, whether in his physical reactions,
after moving things, or in his subtle movements. Could it be that he was disguised too well? By the way, what did this war god do before? How could he be so skilled in this area?
After hearing the other party mention being watched, Tong Ying decided not
to continue observing. Hesitation leads to defeat. If the other party really is the war god,
Tong Ying suddenly jumped out, fully activating his control over the nether flame while in mid-air.
Suja's team felt the chilling aura enveloping the sky and looked up in terror.
All they saw was a sky full of purple flames and the panicked eyes of a small black figure.
Get out of the way, I overdid it. Suja and the others? No way, are you messing with us before we die?
Where did this assassin come
from, with such a twisted sense of humor?
Soon, they were astonished to find that the other party seemed to be telling the truth. The sky full of purple flames began to rapidly diminish, but there was still a large mass falling towards them.
Feeling
the soul-chilling aura of the flames, the four collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with fear. In the air, Tong Ying was panicking. He just wanted to test the waters. He didn't really want to roast innocent people.
You better be the war god.
After the nether flame slash was upgraded to the true god level, its power increase far exceeded Tong Ying's expectations. The nether flame control, which could originally only manage a few flames, now summoned a sea of fire across the sky. Moreover, Tong Ying believed that the war god was among the four, so he left no room for error when he struck. Therefore, when he realized something was wrong, it was too late to withdraw. Seeing the reactions of the four, he felt even more panicked. This did not look like the reaction of a war god at all. If it really came to it, he would rush into the sea of fire and pull them out before the nether flame devoured their life force completely. The nether flame, under Tong Ying's watch, smashed towards the bewildered four-man team. It was getting closer. The purple flames were about to touch the tips of their noses, yet they still made no move. Tong Ying had already activated the heavenly transformation's precognition state. He saw no future of them resisting. In the next moment, Tong Ying's pupils constricted. In his precognition, the nether flame flickered and then exploded apart. Sure enough, less than a second later, the precognition came true. The flames that could have consumed the four were dispersed by some force, and a figure in black suddenly appeared in front of them. Tong Ying was blown back by the gust of wind created by the black-clad figure. After landing, he steadied himself and squinted his eyes to look over. This kind of speed. At this moment, Bu Bo was also dumbfounded. Looking at the night cloak across from him, which was even more advanced than himself, his cheeks twitched beneath the black mask. Shadow? A genius suddenly appeared in the country, using a peculiar fire-based combat technique that had never been seen before, causing the Black Dragon team to suffer a setback. As a war god, he had certainly seen this information, yet he never expected to encounter it at such a moment. Bu Bo glanced down at his own fist. Although there were no visible wounds, a wave of pain surged through. Mental damage? Bu Bo instantly realized the nature of the dark flame. Interesting, this isn't an ordinary fire-based combat technique, is it? A fusion technique? His voice was mocking, but his heart was extremely serious. Among the known beings, only the Thunder Crystal Dragon possessed the fusion attribute of lightning. And the purple fire used by this shadow was even more terrifying and complex in power compared to lightning. How could such a talent exist in the country, yet choose to hide themselves? At this moment, Bu Bo had already pushed aside the matter of Tong Ying. He was determined to unveil the shadow's true identity here. The aura belonging to the war god was revealed. The shockwave erupted instantly, centered around Bu Bo, creating a blast that sent debris flying around. Oh crap, what is this? The four-member team looked terrified. Big shots, did you get something wrong? We're just an ordinary team, not enough to warrant your attention. When had the senior warrior Suzhou ever seen such an impressive scene? Intermediate warrior? Senior warrior? Or, he didn't dare to think further. The four-member group trembled in front of the black-clad Bu Bo. At this moment, they all had one thought in their minds. If we did something wrong, please let the heavens take us. Don't let such a terrifying presence come over. And there are two of them. Bu Bo's aura was fully released. Tong Ying's mouth twitched as he looked at the black-clad man with his fists clenched at his waist. He seriously doubted whether the man would shout in the next moment, and then his hair would turn into an invincible pineapple head. If that happened, Tong Ying would really kneel down and beg for mercy immediately. However, Tong Ying did not wait for the yellow pineapple head and kneeling. Instead, it was Suzhou and the four-member group who knelt first. Big shot, I was just a bit of a petty traitor on usual days. I shouldn't have offended you too. If some big figure wants my life, just say the word and I'll die myself. No need to trouble you too. Whoa, I didn't do anything bad. At most I just peeked through the girls' dormitory bathroom window. Wasn't I already beaten for that? Squeezing mustard into my teammate's toothpaste was my fault, but that shouldn't warrant you two big shots to take action. Spare my life. The four of them said, their expressions on the verge of tears. They were positioned in the center of the standoff between Tong Ying and the shadow, completely ruining the tense atmosphere of the scene. Bu Bo couldn't help but roll his eyes and gestured for Suzhou and the others to get lost. When the shadow had just made a move, it was clear there was no intention to kill, although they had almost ended up killing someone by mistake. Sure enough, seeing Suzhou and the others leave, the shadow across did not take action either. Bu Bo was very satisfied with this. A mysterious genius who mastered the fusion attribute. Have you also found the path to surpass the war god like the heavenly overlord? Intelligence indicated that the shadow was merely an intermediate warrior. Had they already mastered a fusion attribute combat technique at such a level? Perhaps the Thunder Crystal Dragon also mastered lightning early on, allowing it to stand out in fierce evolution in battles. A genius even more astonishing than the original war god had appeared. As the four in the middle cautiously left, Bu Bo was almost getting himself excited. He wanted to uncover the shadow's true face and understand why the shadow was hiding their identity. No matter what unspeakable secrets there were, he would use the weight of the war god to keep the person, recruit, and cultivate them. If comparing Shi Ningxiang with the shadow, it would truly be a case of comparing apples to oranges. Suddenly, the purple explosion interrupted Bu Bo's thoughts. Good kid, no martial ethics. I like it. Come on, let me see what you've got. Bu Bo laughed heartily, waving his hand to signal the opponent to stop attacking. The pain from the fusion battle skills was already enough to be considered extraordinary. Bu Bo didn't believe the opponent could do anything more to him. The difference between a battle god and a mid-level warrior was like heaven and earth, just in terms of life levels. Tong Ying blinked, feeling somewhat astonished. It was the first time he had heard such a request. This man in black was clearly the battle god Bu Bo. Now that his grandson Bu Bo was working at shop number 8, he could basically be ruled out as a suspect.
It seemed that last time, the battle god had been hiding nearby to protect Shi Ningxiang and had accidentally been caught in the footage, which led to the abnormal rating. Now that he had figured out the situation, why stay here? Tong Ying certainly had his own plans. After just using the underworld flame to release an unexpectedly high amount of fire, he had the idea to test the true power of the underworld flame / at the divine level. What better opponent than the battle god in front of him? With that thought, Tong Ying instantly activated the underworld god armor, a chilling and icy aura mingling together, creating a strange sense of oppression around him. Bu Bo's eyes lit up. Another trump card? It was the first time he had seen someone condense battle armor with battle skills. Even Earth-type warriors could at most harden their skin to become tougher. He had never seen anyone condense battle armor. This shadow kid was full of surprises. Suddenly, Bu Bo noticed that the shadow in front of him vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of him. So fast. Even a battle god was taken aback by this sudden burst of speed. But it wasn't fast enough. Bu Bo smiled and assumed a defensive stance, but in less than a second, his expression changed in surprise. It was as if the space in his eyes had been torn apart, a sharp blade of light cutting through the heavens and earth, directly slashing towards him. Come on! 1000-layer blade technique, 8th style, abyssal break. Bu Bo used his hand as a blade, unleashing his signature sword technique. He was amazed by the blade light that the shadow had unleashed. Soon, their attacks collided, and Bu Bo's face changed drastically. You're not a mid-level warrior, you're a battle general. Damn it! Before Bu Bo could finish his sentence, he was struck and sent flying hundreds of meters away, leaving a long trench in the ground. At the end of the trench, Bu Bo lay on the ground, his clothes in disarray, his eyes vacant. Pain, it hurt so much. Darkness, it was so dark. He never expected to be defeated by a junior. Bu Bo got up and threw a punch at the distant shadow. The air compressed in front of his fist and exploded. Amidst the piercing sound, the compressed air formed a cannonball that heavily struck Tong Ying's chest. This time, it was his turn to be sent flying. Humph, kid. Now you know the terror of a battle god, right? Bu Bo grinned as he walked towards Tong Ying. This punch not only showcased the power of a battle god but also dealt a heavy blow to the battle general, rendering him incapable of resistance. It was time to take the mysterious genius back. Bu Bo had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly froze. He saw the shadow, who should have been down for the count, spring up and turn to run. Bu Bo didn't have time to be surprised at how the opponent had withstood his punch before he anxiously called out, "Hey, wait a minute, I mean no harm." Tong Ying, who was running away, rolled his eyes. Just because you say you mean no harm, does that make it true? I could just as easily say I'm just brushing against it. Idiot, hitting so hard, who are you trying to fool? If it weren't for my underworld god armor being strong enough, I don't know how many bones you would have broken. Old Deng, farewell. You little brat, can't you understand human language? I told you not to run. Alright, if you can't understand, I also know a bit about fists and feet. Don't blame me for breaking your legs. A mere battle general still dared to think he could outrun a battle god? Bu Bo scoffed inwardly. Then he saw the shadow's figure disappear, transforming into a blade of light that vanished into the distance. Bu Bo. No way, can your instant kill technique also be used for escape? Isn't that a waste of stamina? I want to see how many times you can use it in a row. Bu Bo gritted his teeth and pursued. Sure enough, he found that the shadow had become exhausted after using it about 10 times and could only run. Bu Bo sneered and immediately accelerated. In just 5 minutes, he caught up to the little black boy and leaped up, executing the crow takes flight move, crashing down fiercely. In midair, Bu Bo pressed down hard on the shadow's back. Got you. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. The moment Bu Bo's hand touched the shadow, its body exploded, and the black shadow turned into the shadows of surrounding objects. Bu Bo was dumbfounded. Shadow? Shadow? What kind of ability is this? If the peculiar flames could be explained by fusion combat techniques, then what the hell was this shadow? In another direction, Tong Ying was running swiftly. The talent skill is awesome, he exclaimed, leaping towards a large ditch ahead. If it weren't for the more flexible use of the devouring shadow control technique, which allowed him to use it like a shadow clone, he might not have escaped today. He leaned against the edge of the ditch dug out by the construction team, panting heavily, feeling that the war god was truly strong beyond human limits. Just as Tong Ying caught his breath and was about to get up and leave, a graceful figure jumped down. Was it a battle-damaged Shi Ningxiang? Tong Ying's eyes widened as he looked at the familiar figure in severely damaged armor, exposing large areas of white skin. Shi Ningxiang didn't expect anyone to be here, and upon seeing the familiar little black figure, she was also momentarily stunned. The two of them were now like 2 bewildered fruits under the bewilderment tree, both confused. They exchanged bewildered glances. Ha! Tong Chen was genuinely surprised this time. What was going on today? First, the war god was not one of the 4-man team but another black-clad person, and he just happened to bump into him. Now, Shi Ningxiang, who should have been training at the base, appeared before him, looking like a defeated character.
Tong Chen confirmed that this morning, when he awkwardly chatted with Shi Qianxian, she said she was going to train at the base with her sister. Shi Ningxiang's tense body slowly relaxed as she confirmed that the dark figure in front of her was the shadow she had been worried about. Her gaze began to evade, revealing a hint of shyness.
Tong Chen? What a coincidence, are you being chased?
Shi Ningxiang said, tugging at the clothing under her damaged armor in an
attempt to cover her skin. Tong Chen.
No wonder they are sisters, their awkward chat styles are the same.
Should I listen to what you're saying? What do you mean I'm also being chased? Am I supposed to be happy about it? Proud? Tong Chen was speechless, merely staring.
Shouts came from a distance, and Shi Ningxiang's inner excitement gradually calmed down.
This was not the time to be excited. She felt she shouldn't be here. Wasn't she bringing the pursuers over and dragging the shadow into trouble?
Sorry, I'll leave right away and won't drag you down, Shi Ningxiang said as she got up to leave but almost stumbled. Blood flowed down her thigh. Shi Ningxiang clutched her abdomen, her face pale. Tong Chen frowned slightly, got up, and supported her
to lie back down.
Shi Ningxiang looked apologetic while Tong Chen tossed her some first aid supplies and began to secretly check the direction from which Shi Ningxiang had escaped. There was a group of people quickly searching and advancing towards
them. 1, 2, 32 people. What is their strength? Tong Chen said in a modified voice while subtly triggering the aura of the infernal flame. 8 advanced warriors, the rest are intermediate and beginner levels. They are remnants of the giant demon.
Mercenary Corps, I was careless and fell into their trap, Shi Ningxiang said with a bitter smile. The shadow itself was only an intermediate warrior, even though it could previously slay beginner war generals.
But now it was clearly in trouble, hiding in the ditch like a rat,
and it might also be in a severely injured state.
Dealing with so many pursuers is simply unrealistic. It might even expose the shadows to the enemies hunting him.
Just hand me over, I can't drag you down with me.
Shi Ningxiang's gaze was resolute. Tong Chen turned and looked deeply at her.
The girl was quite loyal. The war god Bubbo still didn't know whether to give up the chase. The commotion from these people would eventually attract attention.
In a way, Shi Ningxiang had already implicated herself. They couldn't stay here for long.
Among the 32 people, there were no warriors. He could quickly resolve the situation and leave.
As long as he was fast enough, he could escape.
With Shi Ningxiang looking so pitiful, Bubbo had no reason to abandon his disciple to chase after him.
Thinking of this, Tong Chen walked in front of Shi Ningxiang and squatted down.
Shi Ningxiang looked puzzled, and the next moment she felt a chill on her body.
Tong Chen's
movements were a bit rough as he removed her tattered battle armor, tearing the clothing underneath.
Shi Ningxiang's face quickly turned red. Did he think she couldn't escape and plan to, at the last moment?
The girl blushed and turned her head away, her hands trembling as she slowly lowered them, abandoning her defenses.
Tong Chen? Is this what a young lady is like?
He thought Shi Ningxiang hadn't used the medicine he had just thrown over because her injuries were too severe to even
treat the wounds, so he came to help.
But it turned out this girl had no intention of doing anything herself. She just lay there and let him take care of it.
She really had gotten used to being served, hadn't she? Tong Chen, feeling exasperated, reached
for the wound on the girl's abdomen and pinched it, pouring the disinfectant solution over it forcefully. Shi Ningxiang's big eyes widened in shock.
What are you doing? Treating the wound, otherwise what do you think? Tong Chen's words trailed off as he suddenly realized, recalling Shi Ningxiang's earlier reaction.
Goodness, he didn't expect her to be such an ice princess, thinking about modesty even when she was on the verge of death. Shi Ningxiang's face was full of "I want to die" as she covered her face and let out a strange, frustrated sound. She thought she couldn't escape and that there was no hope, which was why she hadn't treated her wounds, but unexpectedly, it led to such a big misunderstanding.
The inner layer is still quite cute, Tong Chen said, stifling a laugh. The aloof ice princess turned out to have a cute style underneath.
He quickly treated the wound, took off his outer jacket, and dealt with it. After confirming that no hair or DNA traces would be left behind, he tossed the clothing to Shi Ningxiang, who looked like she wanted to die.
Don't move around here, I'll be back soon.
It would be a miracle if he actually returned.
In an instant, under Shi Ningxiang's gaze, Tong Chen donned the pitch black armor. Battle armor?
Shi Ningxiang was astonished. No, she hadn't heard of any battle armor that had such sudden appearance capabilities. Even the vice captain's set was just a partial transformation enhancement.
It couldn't just appear out of thin air. Battle technique?
While she was in a daze, Tong Chen had already jumped out, transforming into a black sword, exuding a terrifying aura as he charged towards the giant demon mercenary group's pursuers.
Wait! Shi Ningxiang exclaimed
as she got up, only to find that the shadow had already dashed far away when she jumped out of the trench.
Who is it?
The mercenary at the front barely had time to utter these words before he was instantly cut down on the spot. The black figure swiftly swept past the mercenaries, searching in various places, like the Grim Reaper's scythe rapidly reaping lives.
Shi Ningxiang was left dumbfounded. How long had it been? Why did it feel like the shadow had become stronger? What kind of strength did the person who had forced him into hiding possess?
Just as Tong Chen wanted to resolve the battle quickly and escape several kilometers away at the temporary base where the White Owl team was stationed.
Have you investigated the commotion just now? Chow. Jun asked his teammates with a serious expression.
They had meticulously planned the attack on Shuang, setting up scattered sentries within dozens of kilometers.
However, they hadn't expected that shortly after the attack began, a terrifying commotion would arise just 7 kilometers away from the ambush point.
Preliminary investigations suggest it was the sound of a strong person's battle.
Upon hearing this response, Chao Jun's face instantly turned grim.
According to the intelligence relayed
from the outpost, that commotion was no joke.
At least it was at the level of a high-ranking warrior.
In the entire South Bridge district, there was only Lu Yong as a high-ranking warrior. But wasn't he at the command center overseeing the situation? Could it be that he had exposed himself? Chao Jun thought of this and rubbed his stiff cheeks, adjusting his expression before dialing Lu Yong.
A few minutes later, he hung up the call. It's not Lu Yong, it might be an unexpected situation.
I hope
it doesn't affect the plan.
Captain, the giant monster is encountering shadows and is calling for help.
The shadows are unusually strong, they are very likely warriors.
The shadows are slaughtering them. Chao Jun's face instantly turned ashen. Retreat. Captain, aren't we going to help those people?
What does the remnants of the giant monster have to do with us?
The White Owl. We are here to carry out a mission. Let's follow the normal procedure, complete the task, and go back. We can discuss Ningxiang's matter later. Xiao Chen, take some people and go check it out. If there are any survivors from the giant monster, remember to deal with them cleanly.
In the distance, a soldier who had been slacking off in an armored vehicle jumped
down upon hearing this, casually pointing out a few people to take along.
The entire White Owl team was mobilized. This time they were truly going to carry out a mission. Meanwhile, Tong Chen was slowly sheathing his knife.
He glanced back to confirm that no mercenaries were left behind before taking off running. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the war god Bobo descended.
He immediately spotted the disheveled Ningxiang and appeared right in front of her. Ningxiang felt as if she was facing
a great enemy. Don't be nervous, it's me, Master, the girl exclaimed in surprise. Mem, did you just see a little guy all covered in black come by? Although he was also very concerned about how Ningxiang ended up like this, he couldn't help but ask about the shadow's whereabouts.
Ningxiang's expression changed, and she shook her head frantically.
No, I haven't seen him. The one chasing the shadows was actually her master, the war god Bobo? Ningxiang didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment.
Her benefactor, who had saved her multiple times, was now being pursued by her own master.
Had the shadows done something heinous enough to provoke the war god into action? Seeing his disciple's unusual reaction, Bobo's expression turned strange.
He scanned the distant corpses and immediately recognized them as the work of the shadows. They had just crossed paths. If he couldn't recognize this, then he was too incompetent to be called a war god.
Since someone had been here, Ningxiang's reaction was worth pondering.
Speaking of which, the information he had received earlier indicated that his disciple seemed to have a connection with these shadows. He never expected that the first time he appeared in front of his disciple, it would be in a scene of betrayal.
Bobo couldn't help but laugh in anger. It really is true that a girl can't be kept. You just tricked your master like this, huh? I came all this way for nothing. What a waste, he said in a sorrowful tone.
Ningxiang was completely stunned, unsure of how to respond.
All right, I'm not teasing you anymore.
I have no ill intentions towards that shadow. I just want to bring him out and train him well.
Maybe taking him as a disciple. For you to have a junior brother wouldn't be bad?
But I didn't expect that this little guy has something going on in his heart. He runs faster than a rabbit. Such a unique warrior. I hope he doesn't go astray, Bobo said with a hint of annoyance.
At the end, letting out a sigh.
Thinking of the mental pain from being burned by flames when he was just knocked away, the corners of his mouth twitched. The war god actually suffered losses against a junior warrior.
If someone had told him this before,
he would have slapped them and told them to stop talking nonsense.
Is that so? Ningxiang's mouth opened in surprise.
Then she felt it was normal. The shadow's talent far exceeded hers, so it wasn't surprising that her master took notice of him. Wait, a warrior? Wasn't he just a mid-level soldier at most, and now he had already reached the level of a warrior? The shadow's talent couldn't possibly be SSS level, could it? That master, since they are unwilling, you shouldn't force them. That would only push them down the wrong path, Ningxiang advised softly.
Upon hearing this, Bobo shot her an angry glare. Wait a minute, this girl. Aren't you involved with that guy Tong Chen? Why are you so concerned about an Ing? Who said I was involved with that bastard?
Ningxiang exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her face looked as if she had just swallowed a mutated double ponytail from Wayan City. It was like the giant cockroaches that emerged after the disaster, which were said to have grown to half a meter in size, ranking at the bottom among servant-level creatures, yet their survival ability was disgustingly strong. Bobo looked at his disciple with a strange expression, realizing
her reaction was completely genuine. I see.
Disciple, you can maintain a good relationship with an Ing as long as they aren't warriors with talents as poor as Tong Chen's. I won't interfere in your personal matters. Mainly, it's about the offspring that would be born from combining with a warrior of poor talent. If it's someone like an Ing, that would be perfect, Bu Bo cheerfully reminded her. Yang face turned bright red, unable to say a word. Was this the first time meeting her master, and he was talking about such lewd words? Could he not care about my injuries and situation? After laughing for a while, Bu Bo's expression gradually became serious. Now tell me, how did this happen? Weren't you supposed to be training at the base today? How did you end up here, almost getting killed? Yang calmed down and recounted everything that had happened. Giant demon. No, they don't have the ability to create a fake account to deceive you. Don't spread this matter for now, I will find out. Bu Bo's expression changed as he made a decision. Yang simply nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, after completely leaving the combat zone, Tong Chen found a deserted place to cancel the shadow control. Disguise. The dark parrot in the sky landed, allowing him to confirm there were no pursuers. Under the cover of shadows, the parrot looked no different from a crow. Phew, finally safe. Tong Chen exhaled heavily. It was now certain that the previous editing was purely accidental. He probably accidentally edited the hidden war god, and Bu Bo was likely just a decoy placed in plain sight. Since you can't show up, does that mean I can continue editing? Tong Chen thought of something and revealed a happy smile. With the war god hidden beside Yang, as long as he frantically edited her and expanded the visual perspective, wouldn't he have a chance to capture the war god? Wouldn't those rewards just come pouring in? Happiness had come too. Suddenly. Afterward, I still need to confirm under what circumstances the war god would appear nearby to increase the probability of capturing them. Tong Chen swaggered towards the south bridge base. Perhaps he could start with Bu Bo? After all, he was planted within Yang team and carried the title of the war god's grandson. No, maybe Bu Bo was the real grandson after all. As long as he kept an eye on this kid, he would definitely be able to discover the war god's whereabouts. With this thought, Tong Chen called team leader Lao Yu. Hey, did you get a job? Not yet. These task teams either don't recognize talent or are too poor to afford my excellent scouting services. In shop number 8, Lao Yu laughed upon hearing this. When did the parrot's scouting ability become yours? This title of scout you gave yourself is a bit too smooth, isn't it? So, you called just to say you're coming back to work this afternoon? Just in time, that kid Bu Bo also slipped away and is busy with some work. You better hurry back. Hey, you hear overtime and suddenly act like there's no signal? Don't forget we're using the Black Dragon military communication. You dare not come back and try it? After laughing and scolding a few times, Lao Yu hung up the call. Tong Chen stood there dumbfounded, his scalp tingling. Bu Bo equals Bu Bo? Grandpa is actually pretending to be a grandson. This world is too deep. No, it's just a possibility right now. I still need to find a way to confirm it. Tong Chen's expression gradually became serious. That evening, Tong Chen returned to the 8th shop of the Integrity Division. After confirming that Bu Bo was really not there and learning the time he left, Tong Chen began to ponder while cutting up the monsters commissioned by the task team. Based on the time Bu Bo left, if he really is the war god, it would just match up perfectly. Finding his whereabouts and heading to ambush. The motive is also quite reasonable. He had been provoking Bu Bo like crazy during this time, and if he is the war god, it would be normal to want to vent his anger after learning that Bu Bo left. If not, he might just be looking to settle a score after seeing his grandson being bullied. Fortunately, when he was tailing Suju and the others, he had already disguised himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to fight back if he got beaten. Wait, does he really just want to beat him up and not kill him? Kid, can you be a bit more serious? If you keep slacking off, I'm going to report you to the team leader. The caretaker, who was working alongside Tong Chen, couldn't help but say when he saw him stop. Don't mess around, I'm thinking about something important. What important thing could you possibly have? Tell me, if I offended a war god, would he kill me? Upon hearing this, the caretaker stuck his knife into the cutting board and made a gesture of greeting to Tong Chen. Why don't you just go to heaven, war god? With billions of people in the world, how many war gods are there? Most people will never even see a war god in their lifetime. Tong Chen sighed and returned to work. Anyway, whether Bu Bo is Bu Bo or not, he'll know tomorrow when he comes. Maybe he's just scaring himself. Besides, even if he is a war god, it doesn't necessarily mean he has him cornered. After this battle, Tong Chen has gained a full understanding of his own combat power. If he activates the Tianyan Foresight mode, combined with the advanced Nether Flame combat skills and the shadow control techniques clone application, even if he can't defeat the war god, escaping shouldn't be a problem. The awakened talent skills of a battle general are indeed very strong. Even an ordinary shadow control technique, after being devoured, can create shadow clones that the war god cannot distinguish. If the Nether Flame Slash is fully devoured, Tong Chen can't even imagine how strong he would be. By then, the system's proficiency enhancement might only serve to unlock a series of combat skills and increase their power, right? Because in terms of usage, once he completes the devouring, he
reaches the peak and there might not be any room for improvement. Maybe I can enhance some ideas? Tong Chen muttered. After all, a person cannot do things beyond their own cognition, just like the Netherflame Slash's instant burst of 49 strikes per second. Without relevant cognition, even if he devoured it, he probably wouldn't be able to use it. No matter how the main wheel works, he has to confirm whether the newcomer in the team is really the war god so that he can implement the subsequent material acquisition strategy. Otherwise, it would be easy to misjudge the intensity and end up getting himself killed. The next day, Tong Chen arrived at the 8th shop early in the morning. What's with that unexpected expression of yours? Do you think you came early? Lao Yu glanced at the time and spoke to the dazed Tong Chen with annoyance. He felt he might have indulged Tonging a bit too much, not even knowing what time to start work. He was an hour late and still acted like he came early, only to find their surprised expressions were even earlier. What are you talking about? Do I look like someone who comes early? Tong Chen laughed, earning a roll of the eyes from the team leader. Less nonsense, go stand aside and don't hover in front of me, it's annoying to look at. Lao Yu tossed Tong Chen an apron meant for the pork vendor and told him to hurry up. Tong Chen cheerfully walked into the shop where his teammates were moving monster corpses. He scanned the area and quickly spotted Bubo. This guy was seriously cutting up the monster in front of him, completely unaware of Tong Chen's presence. Tong Chen squinted his eyes, secretly triggering the control of the nether flame. Bubo's movements paused, his brows slightly furrowing. The spot that had been cut by the shadow yesterday began to ache again. That peculiar flame was indeed powerful, the residual force still stubbornly resisting within his body, as if trying to prevent his recovery. Tong Chen stood there in a daze. He sensed the aura of his nether flame from Bubo. This was also the confidence that allowed him to confirm his identity. The nether flame had the ability to slow down wound healing and continuously inflict pain on the victim. The control of the nether flame could remove this effect, so it naturally could perceive the presence of the nether flame's aura. This guy truly is a war god. Tong Chen shivered slightly, recalling the various face-slapping actions Bubo had taken since joining the team. It felt like this war god could jump up and kill him at any moment without it being unjust. Tong Chen swallowed hard, deciding to earn some goodwill first to ease the relationship. He took out the juice he had just bought on the way and, inserting a straw, walked towards the busy Bubo. The other members of Team 8 instantly stopped their work and secretly looked over. Since just now, Tong Chen has been staring at Bubo. It seems he's up to something again. Should we help Tong Chen out? Clear up the misunderstanding between the two? Yeah, Bubo doesn't have any feelings for Shi Shang. There's no need to target him like this. Let's talk to Lao Yu later. After Tong Chen finishes his business, it would be just right for Lao Yu to step in and clear up the misunderstanding. What do you think Tong Chen will do? Will he spill the juice on Bubo? Maybe he'll wait until Bubo drinks and then squeeze it to spray in his face? Are you kids? Tong Chen is much more sinister than that. Just as everyone was secretly discussing, Tong Chen reached Bubo's front. He didn't say anything and directly handed over the juice in his hand. Bubo took it without raising his head and started drinking, his mind completely occupied with thoughts of the shadow. As the juice entered his mouth, his brows suddenly furrowed. So sour. Raising it to take a look, good heavens, it was a mixed juice with mutated lemons. Which heavy-flavored person would drink this in the morning? Bubo looked up, and upon seeing Tong Chen's little face, he turned his head and sprayed the juice out of his mouth. Tong Chen trembled inside. It seemed that the stereotype left over this time was not so easy to change. Did you poison it? Bubo blared fiercely. No, how could that be? We're all teammates, why would I do such a thing? Tong Chen said as he took the juice from Bubo's hand, pulled out the straw, and gulped down a mouthful. So damn sour. It wasn't until he swallowed the juice that Bubo's expression improved a little. What's wrong with you? Bubo looked at Tong Chen strangely and continued with his own tasks. However, Tong Chen had no intention of giving up. He stood beside Bubo, thoughtfully handing over utensils, moving the cut beast meat and materials. He even stood in front of the table's edge when he saw Bubo walking by to prevent him from bumping into it. Tong Chen was on a roll. He had already mastered the Warm Guy manual. Bubo, who was originally thinking about the shadow and Shi Ningxiang being attacked, felt a chill run down his spine and his buttocks tighten from Tong Chen's antics. Thinking of all the sinister things Tong Chen had done these days, he dared not let his guard down for a moment. What was that saying? The barking dog doesn't bite. In this state, he felt it wouldn't be surprising for Tong Chen to do anything morally reprehensible. Bang! Bubo slammed the table, his face full of anger. If you have any tricks, just lay them out. I can take it. Don't play dirty with me. Tong Chen had already jumped several meters away, as if afraid of being bitten, which made Bubo even angrier. No, aren't we good teammates who love each other? Come, let's smoke a cigarette and calm down. Ugh, the members of Team 8 nearby expressed their disgust. You, who never treats people like humans, actually have the nerve to say such things. When the Emperor's uncle saw the cigarette in Tong Chen's hand, his expression immediately changed. He patted his pocket and found it was indeed empty. Bubo's face looked even worse, while the other team members felt nauseated from a distance. He was the direct victim. You have gone mad? Is this some new form of punishment? Bu Bo claimed he had never seen such a trick before. If Tong Ying, this guy, were to become a warden, he might actually achieve something. Not mad, not mad. Thank you for your concern. Tong Ying smiled and moved closer. Bu Bo, if you have something to say, just say it. If you keep playing these games with me, I might just take action. Tisk, it was my fault before, I just wanted to mend our relationship, you know? Tong Ying performed a fly-rubbing hands gesture and winked at the god of war. This was someone who could send him flying with a single punch from hundreds of meters away. If he didn't activate his foresight, taking a solid hit would leave Tong Ying feeling like he was in pieces. Bu Bo glanced at Lao Yu and the others in the distance, recalling that he seemed to have explained the misunderstanding about Shi Xiang during their last drinking session. Perhaps even Tong Ying thought that he, Bu Bo, was sending his grandson to pursue his disciple? No way, Shi Xiang is such a good girl, how could he not know if his own brat was worthy of her? If he dared to have any improper thoughts, the god of war would just go up and break all his legs without even needing to cover his face. So that's how it is. Bu Bo nodded, acknowledging Tong Ying's words. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he didn't mind and wanted Tong Ying to leave quickly. If he took too long, he feared he might not be able to resist kicking him. Brother Bu Bo. Tong Ying continued his fly-rubbing hand spell, moving in front of Bu Bo with a shy smile. What is it? Bu Bo took a deep breath, trying hard to control himself from slapping Tong Ying. Well, I mean, if your grandfather, the god of war Bu Bo, were to be offended by someone, would he go so far as to kill them? For example, bullying his own grandson? Bu Bo frowned, taking a step back to scrutinize Tong Ying. Wait, you just thought of this now? Where were you before? I thought you weren't afraid. Although you were a bit of a jerk, you were still a pretty tough young man. And now you're actually backing down? No, he wouldn't. He's not that kind of person. At least he has principles when it comes to his own people. Bu Bo defended his reputation. Look at how scared the kid is. Even if he found Tong Ying somewhat annoying, as the god of war, he was only thinking of breaking a few bones to vent his frustration. In this era, for awakened warriors, breaking a few bones isn't a big deal. It would just hurt a bit. Tong Ying immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Bu Bo couldn't help but feel a bit smug. It seemed his status as the god of war still held some weight. Speaking of which, sure, Ningxiang didn't have any romantic intentions towards Tong Ying either. If someone here wanted to reconcile, wouldn't it be ridiculous for him, as the god of war, to be petty? With that thought, Bu Bo smiled and extended his hand. Let's just let the past go, I don't mind. Actually, the main reason he disliked Tong Ying was that he was afraid his precious disciple would be delayed. If you set that aside, Tong Ying was just a bit mischievous. For an old guy like him, he didn't really mind a bit of youthful exuberance. Nearby, the members of Team 8 smiled at this. That's more like it, we're all comrades, so what deep-seated hatred could there be? Being young is great. Back in the day, before the disaster, I also got to know my comrades. Through fights. Oh, my youth looks like things will be a lot quieter from now on. Hey, wait. Suddenly, the members of Team 8 noticed something was off with Tong Ying. The relieved smile on his face quickly darkened. Slap. Tong Ying slapped Bu Bo's hand away. That slap felt no different from hitting him in the face. Bu Bo's smile froze on the spot. You don't mind that I mind, you useless rookie. Is this all you've done this morning? How can you slack off like this in front of your seniors? Go and dump these monsters into the water. Tong Ying's mouth was almost pouting up to the sky, completely flaunting his arrogance. Bu Bo? Members of Group 8? Is this some new tactic to mess with people? Wow, so everything just now was an act? If I were Bu Bo, I'd stab this dog Tong Ying, it's so insulting. Ugh, that's too much, really a bit too much. Are you trying to offend someone to death? The members of Group 8 clicked their tongues in amazement. Bu Bo felt a rush of heat. On his face, his warrior heart was about to burst. He wanted to beat Tong Ying to death right now. What are you looking at? Do you want to fight or something? Tong Ying raised his head, showing no fear at all. You said you were a principled person. So how can I not hold on to this hatred to gather material? Hey, how did I forget to record that just now? Tong Ying felt frustrated inside, showing a heartbroken expression. It looked as if he was disappointed in Bu Bo. Bu Bo's chest heaved violently. Hey, calm down, we're all teammates, let's talk it out and not really fight. Lao Yu came over with a bitter smile to mediate, standing between the two, fearing that Bu Bo would really stab Tong Ying. Are you sick? Why do you have to offend him? Kid, he doesn't have that intention towards Shi Xiang, you should just let it go. Lao Yu whispered to Tong Ying. Tong Ying snorted twice through his nose, indicating he understood. Warrior Lao Dang, are you angry? You were quite impressive when you hit me yesterday, weren't you? Good people get bullied, you understand? If you have principles, who else will you gather material from? The warrior's material. The more you gather, the stronger you become. Why are you still afraid of being a warrior? No joke, you don't even need to reach the high-level warrior. Tong Ying felt that even at the intermediate warrior level, he wouldn't be intimidated by the cowardly warrior. Not to say he could slay, that would still be a bit unrealistic, but at least he wouldn't suffer any major losses in battle.
With the intermediate warrior paired with the talent skill devoured infernal flame slash, even a warrior wouldn't think of killing him.
That's the confidence. Lao Yu separated the two, and under Bubo's murderous gaze, he kicked Tong Ying out. Take your break, get lost and don't come back to disrupt the team's harmony, you stinky brat. Oh, and stop stealing your teammates' cigarettes, just ask me for them next time. Saying this, he went up and snatched the cigarette from Tong Ying's hand, just as Tong Chen was being chased away by the team leader Lao Yu at the command center of the Nanchao base. Lu Yong suddenly erupted with a fierce aura. The others in the room looked on, in shock, realizing that this high-level warrior's face was extremely serious at that moment. What happened? It's probably Tong Chen who made the boss angry again. I heard last time he and the vice captain came out of the alley one after the other. The captain was so angry he couldn't sleep for several days. The main team members whispered, but they couldn't escape the hearing of the high-level warrior. Lu Yong glared at them with a murderous look and everyone immediately raised their hands. In surrender. Is the intel reliable? Don't mess this up with such a big issue, he said gravely into the communicator. At the bottom of the slope, the location where Tong Chen previously carried out reconnaissance tasks, the investigation team led by Zhu Yashuang was stationed here, having set up a temporary base. I'm right here, how could there be a mistake? Confirmed traces of a lord-level monster, grave spider. Zhu Yashuang stood in the open space, her expression equally grave. On the computer screen on the table in the military tent, a video of the investigation team capturing the entrance of a giant spider hole was playing. The grave spider is a rare insect-type monster that can evolve to the lord level, and it is currently the only known monster that can dig holes. The first trace of its existence was discovered in the underground of an old city cemetery from the previous era. The first time I truly saw the true form of this lord-level monster was in the footage left by survivors. After the destruction of Lintsong City, it directly caused the deaths of 130,000 self-awakened Jin warriors and 200,000 ordinary civilians. Half the city collapsed, and a web of spider silk enveloped the entire underground. Known intelligence, the tomb spider is extremely adept at digging, hiding, and is highly cunning. After a hunt, it can remain hidden for about 2 years, during which it will evolve and not be found. This time frame is estimated based on the interval since the last tomb spider hunt. This time, the tomb spider unfortunately ran into the hands of 2 war gods from the Dragon Kingdom and was defeated and fled. After the lord-level monster escaped, it has not reappeared. According to investigation results, the discovered spider caves were newly dug about half a month ago, indicating a serious situation. According to our deductions, the tomb spider has likely fled to Wayan City, using it as a hunting ground to replenish its food supply, and our arrival has probably already attracted the attention of this lord-level monster. Do you remember the report from the logistics department a while back about the abnormal spider webs found around the supply line? Zhu Yashuang said, feeling a chill in her heart. What was initially an inconspicuous report went unnoticed, but after discovering the traces of the tomb spider, it could no longer be viewed that way. The tomb spider itself has no parasites, but it has countless servant offspring that it has spawned. These beings help the mother spider expand its nest and search for prey information like worker ants. The monster had eaten humans at the start of the mutation, and after evolving, it is highly likely to consider humans as its primary hunting target. The first traces of the tomb spider were found next to a cemetery, which had a crematorium. After the disaster, people were too preoccupied with their own survival to care for the corpses. Initially, they would cremate those who died of illness, but later, due to difficulties in fuel supply and time costs, they began to skip the cremation step and directly buried the bodies with a mix of soil and quicklime. Eventually, they even started to just leave them there unattended. The tomb spider is inherently aggressive towards humans, and having previously suffered losses at human hands, it would be obvious what it would do upon discovering humans intruding into its territory. They must be mentally prepared for the worst, ready for the tomb spider to have already noticed and set its sights on Nanxiao and even Fongjing City. Understood, you return to the team immediately, all tasks are to be halted at once, and I will contact the 2 war gods. In the command center, Lu Yong said gravely. As soon as the words war gods were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became oppressively tense. Something big had happened, big enough to require a pause in tasks and the intervention of the war gods. The team members all put away their playful attitudes and became very serious. A few hours later, Tong Chen was bored, squatting by the street eating roasted lizard. He saw someone selling them, so he bought 2 to try. Since the vendor dared to sell them, he believed they should be safe to eat. Since I'm just sitting here, I might as well see if there are any task teams looking for scouts. Let Grandpa Parrot earn some food money for himself. A mature parrot should be able to fend for itself, and it would be best if it could support its master too. With this thought, Tong Chen tossed the unappetizing roasted lizard skewers into the trash can. Why did Tong Chen do this in front of the vendor across the street? Of course, he had his own considerations. The vendor looked over in shock, his eyes seemingly saying that Tong Chen had no taste and couldn't appreciate the lizard he roasted with his ancestral recipe. As for why he was selling this instead of monster meat listed in the edible monster species directory, it was simply because the rent in Nanxia was too expensive and he didn't have the initial funds to buy ingredients, right? According to the wilderness survival textbooks, warriors can eat lizards to obtain the necessary energy during times of food scarcity. In other words, they can eat them. And the most abundant here are warriors. Young people don't understand this wild romance. They haven't experienced the crisis of material scarcity in the wilderness and lack the spirit of remembering hardship and cherishing abundance. The vendor said, picking up a lizard from the grill and sending it to his mouth. His targeted clients were the old warriors, those who had experienced the hardships of life. Creak with one bite, the perfect flavor burst forth, releasing the deliciousness of the seasoning. The boss's face showed a look of enjoyment, which quickly turned sour. Pa, who the hell wrote that this thing is edible? Just to replenish energy without caring about the taste, right? The boss looked up and saw Tong Chen staring at him from a distance with a strange expression, forcing an awkward smile. The boss held up the sign that read no refunds. Tong Chen chuckled, seeing the boss caught in his own trap, and decided not to pursue a refund. After all, it wasn't that expensive. He walked towards the outer gate of the base, hoping to find some work for parrots. However, just as he reached the entrance, he saw a line of task team vehicles registering outside. Bro, what's going on? Why is everyone back? What are you registering for? Tong Chen grabbed a soldier who had just returned. The soldier was initially annoyed at being stopped, but upon seeing Tong Chen's Black Dragon uniform, he immediately forced a smile. You're a member of Black Dragon and you don't know? They've found traces of a Lord-level monster in the direction of Wayan City. All missions are cancelled and registration is to waive the penalty for mission failure. Tong Chen, upon hearing this, let go of the soldier in a daze. Lord-level monster? Wayan? This is a bit unfortunate. Can the operations in Wayan continue now? If the mission is cancelled, the South Bridge base will be abandoned. The worst outcome would be Shi Ningxiang being taken away by the war god, and he wouldn't have the chance to continue editing the war god's footage. How could he continue to enjoy grinding for system rewards then? At that moment, his terminal rang. It was a communication from team leader Lao Yu. Tong Chen, I just received an urgent mission from above, ordering us to finish our current tasks immediately and assist in building a defense outpost in 3 days to prepare for potential Lord-level monster threats. You need to come back and help. Tong Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately expressed his intention to return. After hanging up, he ran towards shop number 8. It seems the higher-ups don't intend to give up on the base in the mission, so there's still a chance to obtain materials. Tong Chen quickly returned to shop number 8, took the apron handed to him by Lao Yu, and began to showcase his slicing skills. What's going on, Lao Yu? How did they discover a Lord-level monster? Are we planning to confront it head-on? He feigned indifference while inquiring, wanting to know more information. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I just asked some former comrades, and they said the situation is serious this time. If not handled well, it could threaten Fong City. If you want to know, just ask the vice captain. With your relationship, I believe you can get a lot of information, Lao Yu said while operating the mechanical arm. Tong Chen was slightly taken aback. The image of his family flashed in his mind, threatening the safety of Fong City? I see this Lord-level monster is asking for death. Tong Chen suddenly turned to Bu Bo, his eyes filled with a thirst for power. If he could become a mid-level warrior, even facing a Lord-level monster, he could run away with his family. No joke, fighting was out of the question. A Lord-level monster is not the war god. Monsters of the same level are often not something warriors of the same level can handle alone. Can an ordinary person weighing 100 kilograms fight a tiger of the same size? Let alone an evolved version. In any case, an ordinary person could never do that unless they were a certain muscular man who loved to fight tigers after drinking. Tong Chen felt he could also be considered a tough guy among warriors, but why should he risk his life for strangers? Wouldn't it be better to run away with his family? Bu Bo, who was busy, looked up in shock. No wonder the terminal had been ringing just now. It turned out such a big thing had happened. Lord level? Which one? I need to go to the bathroom, Bu Bo said, taking off his apron and leaving. A few minutes later, he returned, and his expression had turned quite grim. Tong Chen, seeing this, became even more determined to grind for materials to get stronger quickly, and if that didn't work, to run away. Even the war god found it tricky. Things were not simple. 3 days later, all members of Team 8 arrived at the frontline construction site in a transport vehicle. As soon as they got off the vehicle, they were stunned by the bustling scene before them. In the wilderness, the construction team formed long lines, and nothing, flat ground, ravines, or rivers, could stop the work. Huge cranes transported rolls of materials to various locations. Outposts and foundations were being constructed all around. The Great Wall? Tong Chen exclaimed in surprise. The construction along this line inevitably made him think of that. Let's go. It shouldn't be the Great Wall you're thinking of. The Great Wall doesn't need this many seismic sensing devices for underground detection. Lao Yu pointed to the materials being transported from afar. Bu Bo sighed and followed the team forward. Tong Chen scratched his head and caught up. It seemed he really needed to find Zhu Yashuan later to ask about the situation. What kind of monsters required seismic sensing devices? Soon, the members of Team 8 were assigned to their respective areas, cooperating to dig deep pits and then install huge detection probes. The digging work was incredibly tedious, and after the team members adapted to the new environment, they began to chat. Tonggu, this time don't cause any trouble, okay? Emergency tasks have strict wartime management. Be careful not to get dragged off for punishment. And don't slack off. If someone catches you slacking, when the vice captain takes you away, I won't be able to sleep knowing the brothers are suffering. What does this kid have to do with the vice captain? Bubo asked in shock, recalling Zhu Yashuan's figure. Was that girl also involved with Tong Chen? It's exactly the kind of relationship you're thinking of. The caretaker, seeing Bubo's expression, revealed an ambiguous smile. Bubo looked at Tong Chen in astonishment. Why him? That girl had always been so proud, even boasting, win against me first before we talk about anything. But her strength as a mid-level warrior could only be suppressed by a high-level warrior. Unfortunately, those who reached high-level warrior status were generally much older than Zhu Yashuan. Want to be the old cow eating the tender grass? You'd better ask Lu Yong, who is also a high-level warrior. Moreover, he is one of the top experts among high-level warriors, most likely to break through to the war god level. Goodness, who would dare to come? Among mid-level warriors, those who are suitable in age, gender, and experience, and could gain Lu Yong's approval, probably wouldn't be able to defeat Zhu Yashuan. That's why the Black Dragon Rose was left untouched. And now, you're telling the war god that Zhu Yashuan is involved with Tong Chen? The war god was, of course, shocked. Isn't he just an apprentice? How is this possible? Bubo stared blankly at Tong Chen, his gaze gradually dropping. Tong Chen scoffed, straightened his back, and shot him a disdainful look. Bubo was momentarily stunned, then instantly became angry. Tong Chen ignored him, finished his mockery, and continued digging his big pit. He wasn't idle either. He had activated the energy-consuming combat skill, Tianyan, early on. From time to time, he also switched to the precognition mode. His mental energy had increased significantly, and the duration of using this combat skill had greatly extended. However, he still needed to adapt to the discomfort of mental energy depletion during the process to avoid affecting combat at critical moments. Don't be angry, don't be angry, everyone has their preferences. We were also quite shocked at first. Yeah, don't be fooled by Tong Chen's usual demeanor. He's quite popular with the girls. It's not just the vice captain. The two young ladies from the Shi family also have some connection with our Tonggu. The teammates laughed and chatted when suddenly Tong Chen abruptly looked up and shouted, "Uncle, get down." The rest of Team 8 looked completely bewildered. What? Are you training a dog? Get down? It would be a miracle if Uncle could get down. In the next second, they all wore expressions of shock. Uncle really did get down, and what astonished them even more was that at the moment Uncle got down, the huge pile of materials hanging above them suddenly had its steel cable snap. The warriors were already strong, and with the tight timeline for the construction, they were binding materials with the spirit of the former king of hundreds of tons, pushing themselves to the limit. As expected, an accident still occurred. This position shouldn't be hit, Bubo squinted, dismissing the idea of intervening. The materials flew off and, indeed, the distance they fell was still far from where the emperor's uncle stood. Suddenly, a shadow swept past the spot where the emperor's uncle had just been, accompanied by a terrifying whistling sound. It was the flying steel lock. The steel cable struck the newly erected seismic probe in the distance, slicing through it like a knife through tofu. The emperor's uncle swallowed hard, staring blankly at Tong Chen. If he hadn't followed the instructions just now, he would probably have been split in two. Wait, why did he instinctively follow the orders? Trust Tong Chen? Don't be ridiculous. Given his usual perception of Tong Chen, he should have done the opposite upon hearing such an urgent warning. If someone had told the emperor's uncle that there was shit in front of him and not to listen to Tong Chen but to lie down, he wouldn't have doubted it for a second. But just now, inexplicably, he felt a strong urge to obey Tong Chen. Strange, very strange. Tong Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that everyone was unharmed. He realized once again how important the awakened talent skills of a battle general were. In the past, even if he had sensed danger through precognition, he wouldn't have had time to use his title ability. Tong Chen looked at the title in his possession, the Junior Battle Group Conductor. It turned out this was also within the scope of absorption, and because of the absorption, the wartime restrictions had been lifted. Master Tong, Wowo, thank you for saving my life. From now on, you have a share in my treasures. During festivals, I will definitely set a bowl for you to eat first, and even when I get married, I will think of your kindness. The emperor's uncle got up, his face full of lingering fear, feeling deeply moved. In his eyes, Tong Chen had already taken on an angelic filter. The debt of gratitude was never going to be repaid. Tong Chen's face darkened at his words. Get lost. Are you all right? The foreman rushed over. Who is this? Tong Ying walked over to Lao Yu and whispered. One of the engineering team leaders, quite well known in the group. Along with the engineering
Team leader came the soldiers who were building the surrounding fortifications. Oh damn, this brother's reflexes are impressive. He almost dropped down in an instant.
I happened to see it just now. This brother is really something.
He almost reacted in time to dodge as the rope snapped. Someone among the soldiers who followed behind said admiringly.
Everyone looked at the emperor's uncle and then at the severed seismic device, all showing expressions of admiration.
The emperor's uncle felt embarrassed and wanted to explain, but before he could say anything, the foreman was already checking him from head
to toe. Checking for injuries.
After confirming that there was no problem, the foreman let out a sigh of relief and immediately started scolding. Which idiot was responsible for installing the crane?
Just now? Do you want to kill me? Why install so much?
If you're going to install it, at least tie it down properly.
What are you staring at? Don't you have work to do? Is the deadline so generous? Do you want to get your head bitten off by a monster?
The soldiers who had left their posts shrank their heads under the scolding, not daring to retort, and quickly ran back to continue working.
Not dying was a minor issue. What? Almost died? So what? This isn't a peaceful era. Death is like the wind, always accompanying you, young man. Should I give you a piece of candy to comfort you? The other
soldiers returned to their positions to continue working.
Tong Ying looked at Lao Yu with a strange expression. Is being famous referring to this? Lao Yu nodded.
This engineering team leader was originally from the construction team, personally recruited by Captain Lu Yong. Even if the captain gets scolded, he has to endure it. The members of Group 8 nodded in agreement, indicating that this was indeed true. Having a certain level of technical skill also comes with privileges.
Woo 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 woo, Uncle Huang, thank you for saving my life.
Uncle Huang rushed over and hugged Tong Ying's thigh, rubbing against it.
Get off, you. Tong Ying kicked him away.
He recalled what Uncle Huang had said earlier about thinking of him during the wedding night, and he felt a wave of discomfort. This guy must have watched too many of the teacher's works. His mind isn't normal. The other members of Team 8 smiled as they watched the two cause a ruckus. Meanwhile, the war god Bu Bo looked solemnly at the materials scattered on the ground.
Just now, even he hadn't reacted in time. Yet Tong Ying was able to sense it and reminded his teammates to get out of the way. What an incredible sense of crisis awareness Bu Bo simulated in his mind.
How he could have detected the danger 2 seconds earlier in that situation. The answer he came up with left him shocked. First, he had to notice the moment the steel cable began to crack, because the process of breaking would never exceed 2 seconds. This was a noisy construction site, and at that time, the members of Team 8 were still talking loudly. Even more terrifying was that it wasn't enough to sense it in an instant. He also had to analyze the binding method of the steel cable, the stress conditions of the building materials, and other complex information.
He had to instantly conclude that Uncle Huang was in danger and give the most direct order to evade.
Bu Bo asked himself, even if he sensed the steel cable breaking, he wouldn't be able to make such a decision in an instant.
The only way he could have saved Uncle Huang was to show his strength and rush over to block.
He had known before that Tong Ying's sense of danger was more exaggerated than a dog's.
He didn't expect to still underestimate him. Tong Ying was much more formidable than a dog. It's almost like a precognitive ability. Bu Bo murmured softly. This could be considered a type of talent. It was said that Tong Ying's understanding of combat skills was also extraordinary.
Unfortunately, his talent was a bit lacking. Otherwise, Bu Bo would have felt a sense of regret for not cherishing such talent.
Bu Bo, stop dawdling. Come over and get to work.
Lao Yu called out, and Bu Bo snapped back to reality and ran over to continue working. The tomb spider was cunning and held grudges. After suffering a loss last time, it would definitely be extra
cautious this time.
After learning everything, the higher-ups decided to let him continue maintaining his disguise. It was better to hide, especially before another war god companion arrived. Showing himself
could easily attract the tomb spider's attention and lead to a solo kill. Bu Bo turned his head and took a deep look at Tong Ying before no longer paying attention.
At this moment, Tong Ying was calculating how to farm more materials from the war gods. The type of materials determined the level of rewards. First, they needed to have attack attributes, and secondly, they should be related to combat for optimal results. He was currently at the strength level of a junior warrior, and with the true god-level combat skill of the Dark Flame system, he estimated he wouldn't have much trouble against an ordinary high-level warrior. Of course, someone like Lu Yon was probably still a bit mysterious. With the characteristics of Dark Flame and the advanceability of Dark Flame Slash, he could probably gain a slight advantage in battle and escape. If the talent skill completed the devouring of Dark Flame Slash, the situation would be vastly different. As Tong Ying thought of this, a projection of the system appeared before him. The talent skill interface showed that Dark Flame Slash was still in the process of devouring. The color of the combat skill after devouring was all golden yellow. Now, the first character of Dark Flame Slash had only just turned a little yellow. I wonder when it will be fully devoured. It would be great if the system had a way to speed up this process, Tong Ying muttered in dissatisfaction. After experiencing the amazing power of releasing combat skills post-devouring, he was eager to know how powerful Dark Flame Slash would be after it was fully devoured. Unfortunately, it seemed it would take a long time, and relying on this to enhance his combat power was not safe at all. He still needed to find a way to obtain materials.
With the combat power he currently displayed, he couldn't pose a threat
to Bu Bo's apparent strength.
The advantage of understanding combat skills?
He probably couldn't compare to a war god. After all, the junior combat skill textbooks were likely written by war gods.
Thinking
he could just go and provoke them with a basic understanding was still too reckless.
Speaking of which, it's been quite a while since we graduated from the intensive training camp, hasn't it? Tong Ying suddenly froze. Even if he was at F rank, breaking through to a junior warrior shouldn't attract too much attention. Others would just think he had been privately trained by the vice captain, hence his rapid progress. If he had the strength of a junior warrior, combined with the combat skills he had previously displayed and secretly activated a Tianyan, he should be qualified to spar with intermediate warrior Bu Bo without revealing his true capabilities, right? The biggest concern was that Bu Bo, after the previous edits, would resist becoming material. But now, being paired? Let's see if you can cooperate when I show you a few moves in public.
As Tong Ying thought of this, a wicked smile appeared on his face. Bu Bo suddenly turned his head to look at him.
What was this kid up to again? Why did the old man have a bad feeling? However, Tong Ying's perception ability was truly extraordinary. Perhaps he had cultivation value? With advanced technology developing rapidly, even apprentices could invest heavily and reach the level of advanced warriors. It could be considered a barely obtained ticket for high-end tasks, and with that perception ability, it might really play a role and provide value. Just treat him like a dog, placing him next to his apprentice who often faced attacks. At a critical moment, he might just block a fatal blow. The premise was to make Tong Ying give up on the idea of getting close to Shi Ningxiang. How about neutering him?
Just as Bu Bo was pondering, Tong Ying approached with ill intentions. At this moment, Bu Bo realized that a considerable amount of time had passed and it was time for everyone
to finish work and have dinner today. Something up?
Bu Bo looked at Tong Ying, whose face was full of mischief, his gaze dropping. Tong Ying felt a chill in his groin and forced himself to calm down.
Just
wanted to let you know, I've broken through to junior warrior.
Bu Bo's eyes instantly lit up. Being at a higher level could save a lot of money. Tong Chen was somewhat surprised by Bu Bo's reaction.
This wasn't the script. Wasn't this guy also quite displeased with him? Now that he had broken through, why was he so happy? The members of Group 8, upon hearing Tong Chen say he had broken through to junior warrior, had rather colorful expressions. On one hand, they were happy for Tong Chen, but on the other hand, they thought about how their unreliable teammate had become stronger. They had no idea what kind of trouble he would stir up in the future, and they felt a wave of discomfort.
This might be what it meant to be pained yet happy. This kid is looking for trouble. Didn't we explain before that Bu Bo has no feelings for Shi Ningxiang? Is Tong Chen a dog? He just has to keep biting. Ha? What do you mean? Don't talk nonsense. When has Tong Chen ever been human?
Tong Chen frowned and tilted his head, his
face full of question marks. I'm still alive. Can you dog teammates speak like humans and show some respect for a proper junior warrior? The Group 8 teammates blinked and turned around. What were we talking about just now? Let me think. We were saying to carry him. Weren't we discussing dogs? Tong Chen, damn.
He turned his head back.
I said I've broken through to junior warrior. Tong Chen suspected that Bu Bo hadn't heard clearly just now.
Who knew Bu Bo still looked quite happy and was eyeing him, which was somewhat unsettling. Meanwhile, the other warriors who had stopped nearby also noticed this. They instantly switched to being onlookers and gathered around.
What's going on?
Clearly about to fight. Look at that young guy's stance, like a lizard ready to bite.
Bro, what's the situation? The warriors looked at the Group 8 members. This guy is Tong Chen, don't you recognize him? Oh crap, the king of soft rice. This is about fighting over a woman. The Group 8 members were pulled over by the warriors, prompting them to elaborate.
It's not entirely true. My brother Tong is charming beyond compare. How could a mere talent from the capital compare?
Oh crap, the other one is from the capital too. What kind of mindset do you have to come here instead of staying in the capital? Is it because of the legendary SS level genius girl?
No, I already said it's not because of women.
What's wrong with your head? Hey, what did you say? Hey. Calm down.
Old you helplessly tried to mediate, slapping the mouthy team member.
So you want to put pressure on your team leader, huh? There are plenty of intermediate warriors here. Are you hoping I die so you can inherit my position?
The slapped team member stuck out his tongue and retreated behind the others in Group 8.
After hanging
out with Tong Chen for so long, he had unconsciously become reckless. Since Tong Chen joined the team, his status had greatly increased and he was treated preferentially in various ways.
It's not like that.
The two of them started because of a woman, but later it was just a matter of incompatible personalities, Old Yu explained with a bitter smile. Besides that reason, he really couldn't understand why Tong Chen targeted someone after knowing that Bu Bo had no feelings for Shi Ningxiang. Oh, the soldiers immediately understood. After all, they were all young and full of vigor, and with some misunderstandings causing them to trip each other up. It would be strange if they could get along harmoniously.
It was completely normal to want to practice on someone after a breakthrough. I remember the rumors said Tong
Chen was an F-level waste, yet he actually broke through to become an intermediate warrior. That news is outdated. This guy previously defeated a certain intermediate female warrior from our reserve team while still at the apprentice level, relying entirely on his combat skills and understanding.
Damn, that's impressive. Now that he's an intermediate warrior, isn't he even more awesome? What level is that guy Jing on the other side? Intermediate.
The members of Group 8 raised their hands to answer.
Then he's doomed. Isn't he just going to get beaten up? Alright, a local waste beating. A genius from the capital. This is going to be so entertaining.
Just thinking about it makes me hungry. Even the single soldier rations taste better now.
But why aren't they fighting yet? Too youthful. And too passionate. If you don't agree, just fight, bro.
The surrounding soldiers began to cheer, completely in the mood for a spectacle. The foreman glanced over from a distance and saw that the spot
shouldn't damage the construction, so he didn't intervene.
He was a foreman, not a babysitter. As long as a bunch of energetic soldiers didn't damage the work and delay the job, he could help clean up any
mess they made. Bu Bo heard the discussions around him and raised an eyebrow.
So this kid was looking for trouble.
Just now, he hadn't reacted.
Would a normal person care about a little bug jumping out on
the roadside?
To Bu Bo, Tong Chen's strength was no different from that of a bug.
Wait a minute, my current strength level seems to be at the bug level too? Bu Bo's smile froze. Come, let's spar, Tong Chen said, looking at Bu Bo with suspicion. What was wrong with this guy? Why was he so happy just now? Was it because his provocation wasn't strong enough?
Bu Bo shook his head in refusal.
No way, he didn't want to become material for Tong Chen's next video. Are you too cowardly to be kicked out of the capital? Tong Chen mocked.
Bu Bo responded with a cold smile. A war god didn't need to explain himself.
If he wanted to come, he would come. What did a mere intermediate warrior know? Tong Chen stroked his chin.
Speaking of which, the war god had always looked down on him when he was in disguise, especially when
it involved Shi Ningxiang.
Right, if a F-level blonde appeared next to his precious female apprentice, he would be furious too.
Tong Chen thought that if he swapped places with Bu Bo would have been buried somewhere long ago.
The war god was still too principled, unnecessarily limiting himself. Suddenly, Tong Chen recalled what Bu Bo had said before about warriors growing in the later stages, especially after becoming war generals, distancing themselves from traditional humans.
Wasn't this a way to maintain humanity?
In foreign countries, there were strong individuals who unleashed the dark sides of humanity to commit crimes, advocating freedom. The Dragon Kingdom could also have strong individuals who upheld their principles and maintained humanity, guarding order.
A trace of admiration flashed in
Tong Chen's eyes, but he still had to do what needed to be done. Years from now, the war god will surely feel comforted knowing that his sacrifice has led to his own strength, right?
Bu Bo looked at the
contemplative Tong Chen, a cold smile creeping into his heart.
Kid, do you really think you can provoke me? Does the war god care about face? I just want to ask you, do you not care about face? Suddenly, Bu
Bo noticed that Tong Chen had snapped back to reality, wearing a smile that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were in a very precarious position.
Do you know what this is? You wouldn't want your grandfather's disciple to be disgraced, would you?
Tong Chen opened his terminal and pulled up the folder he had renamed to ***** with a www at the end.
Bu Bo's eyes widened instantly, his fists clenching. No wonder.
He had been wondering why Shi Ningxiang hadn't killed Tong Chen. It turned out this thing had fallen into Tong Chen's hands.
Kid, you have already chosen the path to your own demise.
Bu Bo's face turned red with anger. Tong Chen, on the other hand, marveled at how impressive the disguise was, even simulating a blushing effect.
Calm down, I was just joking, it's not
that shameful, otherwise how could I stand here? Tong Chen explained, hoping to prevent the war god from genuinely thinking the folder contained teaching materials from Shi Ningxiang, which would lead to him
getting killed on the spot. But it's still something that shouldn't be seen, right? Bu Bo said in a low voice, his expression grim. Tong Chen nodded slightly. How about some pretty cute photos? Want to have a match? No matter the outcome, I'll delete them.
After all, he had this thing just to coerce Shi Ningxiang into cooperating with him for material.
If he could exchange it for the war god's editing materials, it would be a huge win, right? Bu Bo was both angry and amused. Did Tong Chen think that just because he had become a junior warrior, he could take advantage of him, a mid-level warrior? Alright, I heard you have a great understanding of junior combat skills, right? Let me show you the level of understanding of the textbook author.
It would be a windfall for that waste of a disciple of his, picking up the title of a martial arts genius for nothing.
Alright, I accept. Seeing Bu Bo agree, the onlooking warriors erupted in cheers. Wait, you all wait for me.
The foreman squeezed over, looking
at the two with a wary expression. He originally thought that the two junior warriors wouldn't affect the nearby construction, but after listening for a while outside, he realized that neither could be measured by ordinary warrior standards. An apprentice level could handle mid-level, and one was a genius from the imperial capital? This was going to be a disaster. Get over to the side to fight. If you dare to damage the construction, I don't care what genius you are, none of you are going home standing today. The foreman pointed to a distant open area, where building materials had just fallen, mostly damaged from the impact of falling from a height and hadn't been cleaned up yet. Alright then, let's treat it as a natural simulated battlefield. Bubo smiled and walked ahead. Tong Chen followed closely. Behind, the two jumped onto the building materials stuck in the ground, exchanging glances from a distance. Let's be clear, sparring is sparring, don't bring out any technology, Tong Chen said, making a square gesture with his hands. No need to bring out transportation units or anything like that. With the war god's high status, he might pull out some advanced technology, and then what would he even do? I don't need any external items to deal with you. Just a reminder, the author of your proud junior combat skills includes my grandfather. I might know this stuff better than you. As soon as these words were spoken, the onlooking warriors were shocked. Oh wow, who are the authors of junior combat skills? Damn, who is the grandfather of the king of Beijing? I don't know, don't look at me, okay? We're just teammates, we don't check each other's backgrounds. The members of Group 8 explained innocently, genuinely unaware of Bubo's background. When they initially discussed this with Tong Chen, both had tacitly communicated privately, speaking in very low voices. If Group 8 had known that Bubo's grandfather was the war god, they wouldn't have dared to look at Tong Chen targeting him. It would be better to report to the battle group in the morning, letting the tough guys from the official team talk to Tong Chen at night about the harmony among teammates. At this moment, they were quite bewildered to hear Bubo reveal this relationship. Forget about who your grandpa is, Tong Chen is in trouble this time. Yeah, if the advantage in combat skills is gone, how can he compete with intermediate warriors? This is a disaster. Damn, is this the suppression from the capital? The advantages gained from small tasks at the bottom might have long been possessed and surpassed by them. I can't even imagine how strong my understanding of combat skills would be if the author of the combat skill tutorial personally taught me from the moment I awakened. The warriors marveled. Bubo's heart twitched. No, you guys are overthinking it. Such things still depend on the person. What good is personal teaching? Useless. The old war god felt angry thinking about his useless grandson, even feeling that even a slightly rogue Tong Chen wasn't that bad. Tong Chen's talent may be poor, but at least he knows how to work hard. Unlike the real Bubo, who has a B-level talent but performs worse than a pig. Even the mighty war god couldn't lift him up. Scared? You can admit defeat now. Bubo showed a mocking expression. Mainly, he just realized that the parrot in the sky was flapping its wings. If he could avoid becoming Tong Chen's editing material, that would be best. Otherwise, if his old buddies from the capital dug it up later, who knows how long they would laugh at him. How embarrassing, the mighty war god bullying a junior warrior. Even if this kid deserves a beating, it would still make people laugh their teeth out. Tong Chen scoffed at the words. Surrender? Then all the black history he collected would be wasted. Tong Chen kicked the concrete pillar beneath him, causing it to shatter and send a shower of stones flying towards the opposite side. Bubo narrowed his eyes. This kid is quite insidious. Not only did he launch a sneak attack, but he also used such dirty tricks. I like it. He used the speed expected of an intermediate warrior, bent down, and charged towards the concrete pillar where Tong Chen stood, closing in for a strike. Tong Chen, unsteady above, fell down. Bubo's face was filled with pride. The timing of his movement was just right to block Tong Chen's line of sight. In this situation, most people wouldn't react in time. Next is my combo moment. From the dust and mist kicked up by the collision with the concrete pillar, a shadow fell down. He assumed the starting stance of a fist technique from the junior combat skills. The junior combat skills given to the training camp were a simplified version, while the complete version covered fist techniques against people. Today, let this kid Tong Chen broaden his horizons. The shadow broke through the dust, but the one who fell was not Tong Chen. It was the concrete pillar that helped with the demolition explosives. Bubo's face was full of question marks. When did this happen, and how did he do it? Oh damn, this kid is so sneaky, it feels oddly familiar. Suddenly, Bubo thought of a certain dark figure. Boom, the concrete pillar exploded, sending the poised Bubo flying. There was no way not to fly. If he didn't, he wouldn't be an intermediate warrior. As soon as he landed, Tong Chen emerged from the nearby ruins, his fist rapidly enlarging in the old war god's eyes. Bubo felt he was facing a century-old dilemma. Block it? That wouldn't match the strength of an intermediate warrior. Don't block it? That punch would be so embarrassing it would be like losing face at grandma's house. Bubo's face struggled countless times in a second, ultimately turning into a sigh. Bang! The sound of a fist hitting a face echoed. After taking a punch, Bubo grabbed Tong Chen's arm, twisting and using his strength to throw him out. In midair, Tong Chen tossed a large bag of lime and his water bag at him and kindly used stones to shatter both simultaneously. These were collected when he followed Bubo into the ruins. Earlier, quicklime can be used to adjust the fluidity and hardening time of the cement sand paste. There just happened to be some in the construction material bag in midair. This was also the reason he walked over instead of jumping up like Bubo did. Have you forgotten the principle that a warrior should use everything around them to create favorable conditions for battle? Tong Chen's mocking voice echoed in the air. Then, landing in front of the furious Bubo, he uttered words that would haunt this war god for a long time. I concede. Tong Chen raised his hands high and declared loudly. His surrender silenced everyone present, especially Bubo, who was covered in a white, chalky substance. The burning sensation of quicklime might be a bit troublesome for an ordinary mid-level warrior, but for a war general, it could be used as mouthwash. Not to mention he was a war god. But while there was no physical harm, the insult was overwhelming. To be covered in white slime and then just give up? Come on, that was a beautiful fight, why stop now? The surrounding warriors looked pained. The brief exchange had been so thrilling, and now, just as it was getting exciting, he said he was done? Keep going. Tong Chen, you sly one, you might actually win. Bring glory to Fong Jing City. Don't let the pressure from the capital overwhelm you. Show everyone that even small fry can turn the tables. We believe in you, don't let us down. The onlookers cheered. If Tong Chen gave up now, they wouldn't just be disappointed, they'd be miserable for days. Kid, no surrender. Keep going. Bubo gritted his teeth. No way, I just sustained serious injuries. Continuing would mean my meridians would snap and I'd die. Tong Chen's face was serious. He spoke as if he almost believed it himself. Bubo? Bullshit. Your clothes aren't even dirty, where's the serious injury? The war god could no longer hold back, cursing instinctively. Tong Chen was cleaner than many of the war gods who had just finished their tasks, yet he was lying through his teeth about being seriously injured. Seriously injured? My foot. I didn't even hit you. Are you trying to play the victim? Bubo looked at the parrot circling in the sky, realizing he had been tricked. Whether the dirt on Shi Ningxian was true or not was another matter, but the dirt on him was real. He suddenly remembered the comments section when he had checked the video of Tong Chen editing Shi Ningxian's family. Everyone was calling Tong Chen a yellow-haired kid. Bubo felt like an innocent girl being toyed with by a yellow-haired boy using bait. It was unbearable. Oh dear, Lord Jing. Your skills are profound, so please don't make it hard for me. If this continues, I really will die. Do you have to push me to my death? We're all comrades, it shouldn't come to this, right? Tong Chen weakly leaned against the ruins, biting his lip hard enough to draw blood, speaking in a tone meant to deliberately disgust. Bubo felt his blood pressure explode, his eyes nearly turning red. This kid was going too far. Do you believe I will really kill you today? Get up and fight. Don't act like this. You proposed the challenge, so stopping now means nothing. Bubo pointed at Tong Chen with a trembling finger. Meanwhile, Tong Chen was determined to surrender, refusing to continue fighting. He lay on the ground, looking as if to say, who dares to touch me? I'll die right in front of you. Occasionally, he shot Bubo a provocative glance. Damn it, I'm going to stab you, you little brat. Bubo, furious, pulled a dagger from his waist. He wanted nothing more than to take Tong Chen's life and then rush into the capital's research institute to be fitted with top-tier armor, using him as a human shield for his apprentice. Hey, calm down, Bubo. It's the rules of the martial world, no killing after surrender. Tong Chen has already conceded. The bet you agreed upon is now in effect. You won. It shouldn't come to this, we're all comrades, and such a small matter doesn't need to end in death. Seeing Bubo pull out a knife with a murderous look, team leader Lao Yu immediately stepped in with his team to mediate. Playing is one thing, but don't let a moment of impulse lead to a major accident. Let go of me, I'm going to kill this kid today, Bubo shouted angrily. He was constantly struggling with whether or not to reveal his strength. What troubled him was that the parrot had already recorded the video. If he exposed his strength now, wouldn't that be losing both the lady and the soldiers? He wouldn't really kill Tong Chen, that would contradict the principles he had long adhered to. Sure enough, he really hated that kid Tong Chen. In the end, Bubo chose not to reveal his strength and decided to endure. Right now, Nanxiao and Fongjing City were facing the gaze of a lord-level monster, the Tomb Spider, and the risk of exposing his strength was too great. Whether it startled the Tomb Spider or disrupted the encirclement plan, it would be too costly. Allowing a burrowing lord monster to roam freely in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom was far worse than the small losses he suffered from Tong Chen. Moreover, this monster was almost a mortal enemy of humanity. With this thought, Bubo felt much better. He took the bucket of water handed to him by the 8th group members and poured it over his head to wash off the white slime on his body. Alright, it's all good now, everyone, Lao Yu said with a smile to the surrounding warriors. Seeing that Tong Chen really wasn't going to fight anymore, the warriors looked at the individual rations in their hands with discomfort. Instead of a meal, they were left feeling nauseous, making the rations even harder to swallow. While they chewed on the rations like chewing wax, they glared fiercely at Tong Chen as if they were biting into his flesh. Lao Yu's mouth twitched. Tong Chen really knew how to stir up trouble. If it weren't for the vice captain protecting him, he would doubt that this guy could last 3 days. Hey Tong Chen, why don't you offer something in the dormitory later to bless the vice captain's safety? Otherwise, I'm worried that if something happens to the vice captain one day and he can't protect you, it'll be terrible, Lao Yu said with a bitter smile, handing Tong Chen a pack of rations. Tong Chen blinked, ignoring the hungry looks from the surrounding warriors. That makes sense, I'll offer something later. The parrot flew down as he spoke, and Tong Chen pulled out a data cable to start transmitting the video. In the next moment, Bo appeared beside him, grabbing the parrot and starting to dismantle the filming equipment on it. The parrot froze for a moment and began to struggle desperately. Bo was also momentarily taken aback by his own actions. With this kind of strength, are you telling me it's a primitive creature? Can a mid-level warrior handle it? Bo tilted his head to look at Tong Chen, as if asking, what else are you hiding? The smile on Tong Chen's face stiffened as he looked at the half-dismantled equipment in Bo's hands and reached out to snatch it back. Bo instantly came to his senses, quickly dismantling all of the parrot's equipment and tossing the now stripped parrot back, which looked aggrieved. I'll compensate you for the equipment, how about we just let this matter go? Bo said with a hint of meaning. Kid, I won't pry into the secrets of the parrot monster. After all, there are plenty of people among the warriors who raise monsters. But it's just a peculiar parrot. I won't ask how you tamed it, I'll just take the equipment. Everyone's good, I'm good. A fair price of 1 million cash on delivery. Tong Chen immediately raised his terminal and spoke, displaying the payment code. After all, the filming equipment was just a cover. The material was recorded by the system. Bo's mouth twitched as he looked incredulously at the equipment in his hands. Produced by the special equipment flagship store of the warrior's home, the custom handmade fee might be quite expensive, but it definitely wouldn't cost as much as 1 million. Bo was now solely focused on retrieving his blackmail material. This amount of money was nothing to a war god. He transferred the money on the spot and then crushed the equipment. Delete the folder with the frost application. From just now. Bo pulled Tong Chen, who was about to leave, and said in a fierce whisper. Tong Chen was stopped by Bo. The people around looked over, and seeing this, Bo directly dragged Tong Chen to a secluded corner. Captain, Tong Chen can't be dragged over to be killed, right? Uncle Huang asked worriedly. Lao Yu looked up in the direction the two had left and shook his head. It shouldn't be a problem. Didn't we just smooth things over? People only act impulsively when they're angry, and once that passes, everything's fine. With that, he continued eating his meal. We agreed earlier, regardless of win or lose, to delete Shi Ningxian's files. Bo looked over seriously. Tong Chen blinked and obediently opened the folder. This one? He pointed to the folder labeled asterisk asterisk asterisk. Bo held his breath, barely resisting the urge to punch him, and nodded slightly. Do you want to take a look? It's really not what you think. Tong Chen smiled. Namely, he had just offended this war god pretty badly, and now he wanted to ease the tension. After all, they still needed to farm materials next time. He couldn't let the anger buff stack too high, that could lead to trouble. Bo was taken aback. It seemed he should take a look. He had suspected this thing was fake earlier, and if he deleted it without checking, wouldn't that be leaving no evidence? He nodded in agreement. The file was opened by Tong Chen, and Bo found it was filled with images. Tong Chen casually clicked on one, revealing a cute photo of Shi Ningxian. Bo? Is this really the cold disciple he knew? How could she make such a cute gesture? With such a disdainful look? So this was the dirt on Shi Ningxian that Tong Chen had on her. How did you manage to take these? Bo was momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, remember when she and I were attacked and spent a few days in the wilderness? Shi Ningxian was injured and couldn't fend for herself, so I had to take care of her. I had to get some compensation, right? Tong Chen's expression was quite smug. If it weren't for that moment of inspiration back then, where would all this material come from now? He couldn't even imagine how much his strength would increase from this editing. Bo looked at Tong Chen deeply. After spending time together, he firmly believed that Tong Chen was the kind of man who could pull off such things. If it were someone else, they would probably be nurturing feelings to gain favor, but only he would take the opportunity to blackmail someone into leaving dirt behind. She didn't chop you to death? Hey, I told you, it was all thanks to my care. Tong Chen still looked proud. Bo felt strange inside. Yes, given Shi Ningxian's personality, she really would be the type to repay a favor. If it were an ordinary person trying to gain favor, they might have succeeded in wooing her under those circumstances. Yet Tong Chen's approach didn't completely lack favor gain, it was a complete reverse pull. So what had he been worried about before? How could someone like Tong Chen, who was destined to be alone, possibly hook up with his disciple? He had been fooled, deceived by the rumors of a gigolo. The vice captain doesn't have any dirt on you, does he? Bo questioned with suspicion. Tong Chen immediately retorted. Nonsense, I don't. Stop talking nonsense, delete it. Fine, I'll delete it. Tong Chen said, clicking the delete button. The images quickly checked off, and as the progress bar moved, one by one, they were deleted. Wait, leave this one for me. Suddenly, Bo hit the stop button on the screen and pointed to a photo in the terminal. Tong Chen was full of question marks. What are you looking at? According to our agreement, all these photos belong to me. What's wrong with me keeping 2? Shu Bo glared at him. His little disciple was quite cute, keeping 2. As a memento wasn't too much for the person he had just lost. Alright, as long as you're happy. Tong Chen added Zhu Bo as a friend and sent him the photos he had picked out, then deleted everything else. Done. Is there anything else? He flashed a bright smile at Zhu Bo. No, go away, I don't want to see you. Zhu Bo shooed Tong Chen away, then walked to a corner, opened the terminal, found a certain group, and clicked to send the photos. Then he tagged all the members. Come out and meet her, this is your little junior sister, so take care of her from now on. This group was his master-disciple group. Inside were the disciples of the war god Bubbo, of course, all without any formal titles. On the path of the war god's growth and through various tasks after becoming the war god, he encountered many exceptionally talented warriors. He generously offered guidance. Although there were no formal master-disciple titles, there was a bond akin to it. One day, a young warrior suggested creating a group to discuss combat techniques, making Bubbo the group leader. Thus, this master-disciple group was born. After he tagged everyone, various warriors with intimidating IDs emerged. The format for the group name cards was 1. Realm 2. Location 3. Position. So cute. This is what the master calls an SS-level genius, so young I envy them. Beautiful, talented, and personally guided by a teacher, their future is limitless. They seem quite lively, but why do their expressions look a bit strange? In the rolling messages, each began with War General covering the initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. The titles that followed were those of prominent figures rarely seen in daily life. It made sense. Who could interact with the war god that wasn't top-notch in both strength and background? At the Nanxiao base, Shi Ningxiang paused her training and curiously opened her terminal. Messages that rang during training were usually quite important. Such a dense vibration, was something major happening? Not a message from the battle group? Soon, Shi Ningxiang found the group that her master had pulled her into. There hadn't been any messages in the past few days. Even if there were, it was just some group member tagging another, saying they wanted to discuss combat skills or strategies, and then they would go private. Why was it so lively today? Shi Ningxiang scrolled up through the messages, her expression gradually stiffening, and her heart began to race. No way? Quickly, she found a photo sent by her master Bubbo, Tong Chen. Shi Ningxiang immediately closed the terminal, feeling that looking for another second would cause her to explode. She turned bright red and entered a heated state, quickly finding Tong Chen's contact number and dialing frantically. You deadbeat, pick up. Tong Chen saw the call from Shi Ningxiang, glanced at the food in his hand, and chose to hang up. But soon, the other party called again. Without hesitation, Tong Chen directly blocked her and continued eating. Since the war god was right in front of him, Shi Ningxiang was of no use. Whoever wanted to deal with her could do so. Shortly after Tong Chen blocked her, a loud crash and screams of broken defenses echoed through the training room and the base. For the next 3 days, Group 8 was busy constructing in that location. During this time, aside from 2 oblivious servant-level monsters that charged in and were slain, there were no other incidents. The warriors' brick-moving abilities were terrifying. The original wasteland saw a row of detection devices erected within just 3 days, with watchtowers every kilometer. Wrap it up. Next will be the tasks for the experts and big shots. Lao Yu, stepping onto the transport vehicle for the return trip, looked at their achievements with some emotion. That night, everyone returned to the dormitory in the factory area of the Nanxiao base. Tong Chen declined the invitation from his Group 8 teammates to gather, locked himself in his room, and opened the system material library to start editing. He hadn't found an opportunity to act alone in the past few days, and now it was finally time to edit. War God, let me see your strength. After saying this, Tong Chen began editing, and he quickly completed it. Before editing, it was a spar. I win, the photo belongs to me. I am proud of my combat skills. Grandpa, I can still admit defeat. No, don't let me get seriously injured. How much for the photo? This one. The video editing was completed, cut into a clip of failing to obtain the photo from the Bo challenge, then purchasing it with money. Tong Chen nodded in satisfaction and clicked on Complete Editing. Ding! Editing successful. Ding! Editing successful. Material strength rating 607. Material recognition rating 35. Host editing rating 50. Total score 693. Double rewards available. Congratulations, host. Strength plus 1000 kilograms, x2, mental power plus 120, x2 combat skill comprehension opportunities 10 times x2, can choose to enhance golden combat skills or talent skills. Warning, please release the video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 60,000 views, otherwise rewards will be reclaimed. Tong Chen was taken aback. The opportunity to comprehend combat skills could actually be used to enhance talent skills? He had long been unable to tolerate the absurdly slow efficiency of devouring, infernal flame slash. System, after upgrading the talent skill, can it speed up the devouring process? Prompt, the speed of combat skill devouring depends on the proficiency of the combat skill and the tier difference between the combat skill and the talent skill. The smaller the difference, the faster the devouring speed.
Upon seeing the system prompt in front of him, Tong Chen suddenly understood. Infernal Flame Slash was now at the True God level. It was impossible for his awakened talent at the Battle General level to reach True God. The previous two uses of devouring had already proven the power of the talent skill. If he could successfully devour the enhancements brought by Infernal Flame Slash, it would definitely not be comparable to just a few levels of proficiency increase. With this in mind, Tong Chen made a decisive decision. System, use the combat skill comprehension opportunity to enhance the talent skill, Devour. Ding! Selection successful. Congratulations, host. The talent skill, Devour, level has increased, current level 2. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the derivative talent skill, Combat Skill Fusion, current level 2, Combat Skill Fusion, can instantly release all devoured combat skills together. Release method 1, launch a single powerful attack, with the attack power being 200% of the sum of all combat skill attack powers. Current stamina and mental power will be cleared after release. Release method 2, fight in fusion form until stamina and mental power are exhausted, during which the power of combat skills will increase to 150%. After fusion form, there will be a 3-day weakness period, during which all devoured combat skills cannot be used and physical attributes will decline to 30% of their original state. During the fusion form, if a fatal injury is received, damage can be directly immune and exit the form to restore all states by 20%, directly entering the weakness period. Current maintainable form time, 60 seconds. Tong Chen suddenly sat up from the bed. After upgrading the talent skill, Devour, the progress of devouring Infernal Flame Slash jumped significantly to 1/3. This alone had already surprised him, but he didn't expect there was more to come. Combat Skill Fusion? Tong Chen repeatedly reviewed the new talent description. In other words, he could instantly release an attack with double the intensity and it would be the sum of all combat skills attack powers doubled? But currently, the only combat skill available for attack is Infernal Flame Slash. What will happen if those other strange attribute fusion skills are added to the attack? Tong Chen felt it was necessary to give it a try. The last time the combat skill was upgraded to True God level, he almost accidentally killed the group of Su Jia. Moreover, clearing current stamina and mental power could be used as a finishing move at a critical moment. Tong Chen thought about fighting the enemy in the later stages when both sides were nearly exhausted and he could unleash a powerful attack to instantly kill them. With this killing move, even against much stronger enemies, as long as he could drag the battle into the later stages to exhaust them, he could achieve an instant counter-kill. Especially when fighting against others, Tong Chen's level of shamelessness could definitely allow him to beg for mercy 1 second and then strike back with a heavy punch the next. Good skill, Tong Chen let out a strange laugh and then checked the second release method. Fusion form? Don't be fooled by the 60 seconds. If the stamina consumption for releasing combat skills in this form is the same, then the fusion form is undoubtedly countless times stronger than the former. A true man for 60 seconds. The time of a true man will also increase as his strength and mental power improve. The key point is that there is one chance to avoid death. This is enough for him to use to save his life at certain times. Maybe it can also be used to self-destruct with the enemy? Tong Chen pondered while stroking his chin, jumping into the monster's mouth with a tactical nuclear bomb. Would that work? Moreover, this is only a level 2 talent. If he reaches a higher level later, he believes it will be enhanced in all aspects. Choosing to enhance his talent instead of a true god-level combat skill, Tong Chen felt he had made a huge profit. My strength has also increased by 2,000 kilograms at once. Becoming a mid-level warrior is just around the corner. His current strength has reached 11,645 kilograms, while the standard for a beginner warrior is only 8,000 kilograms. Tong Chen could crush quite a few people among the beginner warriors just with his strength alone. The explosive speed should have also broken 100 meters per second. As Tong Chen spoke, his figure instantly appeared at the other end of the room. A fierce wind then swept through the room, blowing various items away and causing cracks in the window glass. Tong Chen smacked his lips, feeling that even if his genes hadn't changed, he couldn't be considered a traditional human anymore, right? What kind of human can be this strong? A superhuman, perhaps? With this strength, I can at least fight back against a war god, right? He is still a beginner warrior now. What if he reaches mid-level or high-level? What if he devours all the Mingyan/series combat skills? It seems that it won't be long before I can go find that war god who cured the collapse syndrome. Tong Chen grinned. Now he must take advantage of the fact that the Lord Monster hasn't appeared yet and farm for more materials for Bubbo. Such opportunities are hard to come by. There are only 12 war gods in the world, and it's not easy to get in touch with them, let alone obtain editing materials. If he misses this opportunity, it will be difficult to find such a fast way to improve himself in the future. By the way, I need to send out the video first. Tong Chen glanced at the view count required by the system. 60,000? With that in mind, he transferred 120,000 from his account to the video playback platform and chose to send it in event mode. The citizens of Fong City who followed Tong Chen immediately received a push notification. The blogger you follow has updated an event video, come watch and receive federal coins. Instantly, people across the city stopped what they were doing and took out their phones to watch in unison. Oh wow, there's money to be made again. The first 60,000 views are valid. Crying, so warriors really make money like this? Just posting a video cost 120,000. In Fong, Jing City, the audience was astonished after watching Tong Chen's video. The protagonist this time seems to have appeared in the last video too. Speaking of which, that was also an event video. Does the blogger have a grudge against this person? Spending money just to blacken them. Haha, there must be some reason. Does anyone know the situation? Their expressions and what they said don't match at all. The crowd watching the Bubbo video erupted into lively discussions. Soon, a knowledgeable warrior came out to explain the situation. When they learned that Tong Chen had insisted on challenging the other person and then immediately surrendered after dealing damage, everyone was shocked. Wait, the blogger initiated the spar just to beat the other person, right? Not just a beating. After that, he edited it into a video and posted it online. Alright, I really believe there's a conflict between the two now. What a dog. Can it be played like this? Surrendering right after the fight? You guys are only focused on this? Am I the only one who noticed that the blogger has successfully advanced to a junior warrior? Holy crap, our F level has actually become a warrior. Holy crap, 666. Congratulations. The audience sent their blessings for Tong Chen's breakthrough. After all, if Tong Chen's strength increased even a little, he could live a few more days. They could also watch a few more episodes of the videos, right? At the Nanxiao base, Xian looked at the edited video, her face full of question marks. She suddenly thought of the photo her master had posted in the group a few days ago. Boo-bo. Boo-bo? Xian's expression instantly became complicated. After being guided by her master during the last mission, she had speculated about where Boo-bo might be hiding. She had also doubted Boo-bo. But the final thought was similar to Tong Chen's. Hiding under the guise of her own grandson was too insulting to those hostile forces, right? Is this what they call unexpected? The darkness under the lamp? Xian's expression was one of admiration. Since her master used this method to hide himself, it indicated there was a solid practicality to it. The twists and turns involved were beyond her comprehension. Since she had already discovered her master's identity, she had to go say hello. With this thought, Xian headed towards Workshop 8. In Workshop 8, the members of the editing team were stifling their laughter while watching the video, especially when they saw Boo-bo in all white calling out Grandpa. Poha, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, bro. The feeder forced back his laughter under Boo-bo's murderous gaze. The others glanced at the terminal video, then at Boo-bo's expression, all turning their heads away, their bodies shaking as they suppressed their laughter. Boo-bo's face was completely dark. Wasn't he the one who had stripped that kid of the parrot's equipment? He even compensated Tong Chen $1 million for it. Not only was the video preserved in its entirety, but it was also filmed incredibly clearly. Wait, this angle. Boo-bo looked at the shooting angle, slapping his thigh in frustration. That kid Tong Chen was really cunning. The parrot was just a decoy. He had a camera on him. Suddenly, Boo-bo's terminal vibrated. He opened it to find a message from the old butler on the spaceship forwarding Tong Chen's video along with a bunch of question marks. Boo-bo, can we keep this a secret? Butler, double the year-end bonus. Cough cough, don't worry, sir, the news will definitely not leak from me. Boo-bo rolled his eyes and closed the terminal, his cheeks twitching slightly in pain. That kid Tong Chen was definitely toxic. This matter couldn't just end like this. Boo-bo, someone is looking for you. At that moment, old you at the shop entrance spoke up. Boo-bo looked up and saw Xian. When their eyes met, Boo-bo saw the respect in the girl's eyes, and at that moment he knew he had been exposed. Instantly, Boo-bo thought of the reason. Is it about the photo I posted earlier? He sighed and got up to go out, leaving with Xian. The members of Group 8 watched their backs. What does Xian want with Boo-bo? What else could it be? It's probably about the photo. Speaking of which, I didn't even know Tong Chen had that kind of thing. If it weren't for the video, I wouldn't have known. I was wondering how Boo-bo agreed to it back then. So it's normal for Xian to look for Boo-bo. After all, the photo that couldn't be made public was bought. Nonsense, do you really believe it was bought? That money was for compensating the parrot's equipment. Tong Chen is just putting the blame on someone else. Oh crap, that's true. If Boo-bo can't produce the photo later, won't he get beaten up right on the spot? The members of Group 8 gasped, gaining a new understanding of Tong Chen's ruthlessness. This was too harsh, and there were additional damages. Outside the factory, Xian and Boo-bo arrived in an empty alley. Master, Xian respectfully called out and bowed. Alright, no need to be so polite. Boo-bo revealed a comforting smile. Sure. Niangshuan looked up, gazing at her master's youthful face as he blinked. This is my grandson's face, about your age. Are you interested? Boo-bo said with a smile. Niangshuan did not respond, silently shifting her gaze elsewhere. Boo-bo, although he also felt his grandson was unworthy, being rejected so directly still left him feeling a bit embarrassed. The video of Tong Chen
Shirin Yangshuang murmured softly.
Bu Bo's expression changed immediately, and he quickly explained what had happened at that time. He couldn't bear the blame for spending money to buy photos of his own disciple that was too dark a pot to carry.
Master, you wouldn't kill Tong Chen, would you? Shirin Yangshuang looked over with some concern. Bu Bo fell silent again, followed by anger. You don't have feelings for that kid, do you?
No, but he is my lifesaver, and my younger sister has a good impression of him. If he were to die, it would be very sad. Shirin Yangshuan lowered her head, cursing Tong Chen in her heart. She never expected that one day she would be scolded by her most respected master because of this guy. Her feelings were
extremely complicated. No killing, Bu Bo said irritably.
It must be said that although Tong Chen's talent was lacking, his character and methods were quite good. What a pity that someone like him had no talent.
Suddenly, a dark figure flashed through Bu Bo's mind, and he couldn't help but overlap the two figures.
If someone like Tong Chen possessed the talent of shadow,
Bu Bo shivered.
Movement was for the other 6 countries outside of Longhua.
I'm getting old, getting unrealistic fantasies. Bu Bo sighed.
Shirin Yangshuan looked at him in confusion.
Don't worry, I won't kill him, but I must get back at him for this. You need to cooperate with me. Hearing this, sure.
Yangshuan nodded, feeling a bit excited inside. The might of the war god should not be offended, it was only right.
Tong Chen kept pushing his luck, and this time he kicked a titanium alloy steel plate, didn't he? Just as the
master and disciple were plotting how to teach Tong Chen a good lesson. On the other side of the base, at the White Owl battle team station.
Captain, this is not what we originally agreed upon.
If it was just to kill, sure. Yangshuan, my brothers would accompany you through fire and water, but dragging the entire Fong city into this is too much.
That's hundreds of thousands of people.
The soldier from the White Owl battle team hadn't finished speaking when Captain Chao Jun grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. The soldier struggled with his feet off the ground, his neck and face turning red and purple under Chao Jun's increasing grip.
I don't want to either.
But you saw the analysis report.
The war god, that's the war god.
The war god is already by Shirin Yangshuan's side.
What can I do if I don't risk it? You watched Ding Xia grow up, how can you bear to see her die now? I can't.
Only by becoming stronger do we have a chance to save her. Since you have betrayed your brothers, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Don't worry, I will take good care of your family, they won't be affected. You are crazy. Chao Jun seemed not to hear those words.
The image of the angelic little girl in the life support pod flashed in his mind, her sadness quickly fading, gradually turning into ferocity and brutality.
Crack under the gaze of teammates who looked pained, he snapped the neck of his former friend. Captain Chao Jun of the White Owl gently set the body down.
Handle it properly, process the aftermath according to the specifications for those who died
in battle.
The nearby White Owl members nodded expressionlessly, taking a body bag to carry the person away.
Captain, the items have arrived.
Outside, a member came in carrying a safe, and the smile on his face instantly froze
as he sensed the atmosphere in the room.
When 2 teammates passed by carrying the body bag, his expression of shock quickly turned to sadness.
Bring it over. Chao Jun sat down in his seat, looking exhausted. The team member
carrying the box nodded without saying anything, placing the box in front of him and opening it. Inside was a vial of liquid that resembled flowing amethyst, with a soaring eagle emblem stamped on the cap.
Chao Jun picked up the
potion, attached the matching needle, and plunged it into his heart. This peculiar method of ingestion raised eyebrows among the surrounding team members. They hadn't witnessed the administration of the previous vial. All they
knew about Shirin Yangshuan was what Chao Jun had told them before assisting the giant demon mercenary corps.
At that time, Chao Jun had already been a mid-level warrior for a while. As the purple potion slowly entered his heart, Chao Jun's body quickly flushed red, and a faint roar of a dragon echoed within him. After a long while, the strange phenomenon around Chao Jun faded. Contact the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps. I agree to the previous plan.
Have them send someone over to assist.
Combat against Lord-level monsters was always extremely difficult and dangerous, with any misstep leading to severe consequences, especially with a Lord-level monster like the Tomb Spider. A slight error could result in the entire city falling. Even if the 2 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom joined forces, victory was not guaranteed. From what Chao Jun knew, the last time they managed to repel the Tomb Spider, there were many
elements of luck involved.
This time, he would use the Tomb Spider, under the watchful eyes of the war gods, to forcibly complete the assassination of Shirin Yangshuan.
This is the power of a mid-level warrior. Chao Jun felt the
surging power within him, his gaze growing ever more resolute.
Half a month later,
the South Bridge base's missions came to a complete standstill, and the teams arriving from various places had nothing to do.
Some went off to do minor tasks to pass the time, while others indulged in revelry, getting drunk every day. There were also some male and female warriors on passionate dates. For instance, Tong Chen, at this moment, walked into the command area
with a lunchbox in hand.
Oh, Tong Chen, back again to deliver food to the vice captain? Is your cooking really that good? Delivering food is just an excuse, the real reason is a date, right? Ha ha ha, last time the captain almost drew his sword when he saw it, but in the end, it was the vice captain who said that during their time at the base, they would only eat food made by Tong Chen, so the captain cancelled the order banning Tong Chen and the dog from entering. Tong Chen rolled his eyes at the chatty main team member. As if I wanted to come here, it was Zhu Yali who forced me. How did I end up cooking for my teammates? Tong Chen sighed at his misfortune. He entered with a lunchbox that was almost half his height. Thanks to Zhu Yashuang, he hadn't had a chance to gather materials these past few days. Bu Bo, the war god, had been avoiding him completely, ignoring him altogether. There was no way to cut anything. Ever since the last video was released, he hadn't had a moment of personal time. He spent all his days at the base cooking and delivering meals for Zhu Yashuang. When Shi Chanxian heard about this, she took her own bowl and chopsticks to guard the kitchen, claiming it was to test the vice captain's food for poison, but in reality, she was just eating the leftovers. Tong Chen thought that if he weren't watching, Shi Chanxian would probably spit in it. Tong Chen sighed. Despite the base being filled with idle warriors, the atmosphere was growing increasingly tense. Those who were free were the weaklings like them, the top teams were busy. According to Tong Chen's observations, the drivers of the returning convoys from outside had increasingly grave expressions. The situation likely wasn't good. This realization made Tong Chen even more anxious. I must find a way to gather materials. He also needed to obtain intelligence on the Lord-level monsters. He didn't want to wake up one morning to find a Lord-level monster doing morning exercises with human warriors in front of him. With this thought, Tong Chen stopped and looked determinedly at the dormitory door of Zhu Yashuang. It's now or never. 20 minutes later, Tong Chen emerged with the empty lunchbox he had delivered yesterday. He rubbed his sore jaw, leaving under the strange and ambiguous gazes of the main team members. Oh damn, this kid actually lasted 20 minutes? Well, it seems like there are no broken bones, and the walking pace is fine. Looks like our vice captain knows how to cherish the delicate. A junior warrior facing a lord-level monster. This soft meal isn't something just anyone can have. The few of them were chatting happily nearby, forgetting to lower their voices. The next moment, the window of Zhu Yashuang's room shattered, and a huge dumbbell flew towards them. Damn! Tong Chen, who had just stepped out of the base, was drawn to the loud noise behind him. He glanced back in confusion but didn't pay it much mind. He had just paid a small price to gather information about the Lord Monster and this mission from Zhu Yashuang. A soil-type Lord-level monster, the Tomb Spider? Known for its digging skills, its most famous feat was hollowing out an entire city underground and filling it with webs, slaughtering all living beings within his food. The seismic detection devices installed earlier were developed specifically in response to that incident. This monster could use its silk to set up battlefield domains and traps for its prey. Tong Chen felt a deep sense of insecurity. If the Tomb Spider truly threatened Fong City, he might not even be able to escape with his family from the webs. If only I could reach the intermediate warrior level, Tong Chen murmured. If he reached the intermediate level, the Mingyan slash would surely be completed. Perhaps it could even upgrade his talent skill. Again, even if no stronger derivative talents appeared, just enhancing his existing talent's power would give Tong Chen the confidence to face the Lord-level monster, the Tomb Spider. 2 more cuts of the bow should be enough. What can I do to have a chance? The difficulty on Tong Chen's face didn't last 3 seconds. Because he saw Shi Ningxiang hurrying over from a distance followed by Bobo. Tong Chen, the command center has ordered us to undertake an emergency mission. Come with me. Ha? An emergency mission? Me? Tong Chen pointed at himself, his face full of doubt. The missions at this time were all related to Lord Monsters. What emergency mission could a junior warrior like him be assigned? It felt suspicious. Moreover, with Bobo around, did this master and disciple duo want to get rid of him? Tong Chen couldn't confirm whether Shi Ningxiang knew Bobo's identity, so when the two appeared together, he didn't dare to just follow them blindly. That's right, you. To be precise, it's your parrot. The heavy rain the day before yesterday caused a landslide in a section of the watchtower defense line, and the river silted up, forming a small lake that submerged a watchtower and the surrounding seismic detection devices. The higher-ups want us to handle this matter, clearing the river to let the water flow away. Shi Ningxiang said seriously. Tong Chen recalled that it had indeed rained all night the day before yesterday. But just clearing the river? There was no need for the reserve team to take action, right? 2 engineering teams could easily handle it. It can't be just as simple as clearing the river, right? Tong Chen asked cautiously. Shi Ningxiang fell silent for a moment. Well, the lake is currently occupied by the raging water crocodiles. Before she could finish, Tong Chen turned and walked away. Raging water crocodiles, advanced beast soldiers, water type. True to their name, these crocodiles were notoriously temperamental, preferring to dwell in water and were relentless towards anyone who dared to disturb them. That's right, these creatures were social monsters, starting with at least 20 individuals. With his proficiency in beginner monster detailed explanation, green, relevant information instantly appeared in Tong Chen's mind. This was not a task that someone of Shi Ningxiang's strength should be able to take on. And to bring him along? Ridiculous. Wouldn't he just be shredded by the war god and fed to the crocodiles? Tong Chen had reason to suspect that this task was a trap and harbored doubts about the war god's intentions. Had he really offended someone badly last time? What happened to having principles? He wanted materials, sure, but this was clearly an unreasonable opportunity that was a trap. It was better not to take it. He couldn't expose his identity just for a single material. Wait a minute. Ningxiang saw Tong Chen leave without a word and quickly shouted. Tong Chen hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran. Ningxiang hesitated for 0.5 seconds, then burst into speed, catching up and pinning him to the ground. What the hell are you doing? I'm not going, let go. Woo! Tong Chen shouted exaggeratedly, immediately having his mouth covered by the guilty Ningxiang. She pressed her whole body against Tong Chen's back, firmly suppressing him. Tong Chen couldn't show strength beyond that of a junior warrior, so he could only let himself be restrained. However, although the Ice Pop's figure wasn't as explosive as his sister Chanxian's, it wasn't weak either. No. He had to shout now to attract the vice captain to come and help. It's fine, just a little fun between teammates, Bu Bo explained with a smile to the curious gazes around. Don't get excited, just listen to me, Ningxiang said, her face slightly red. Maintaining this almost full-body contact with Tong Chen in public made her feel a bit embarrassed. She hadn't even been this close with her sister. But Tong Chen was like a loach. If she didn't suppress him like this, he might really escape. She couldn't let him run away after finally getting a task. Our mission isn't to deal with the angry water crocodile. We just need to install a noise horn at a high point to attract the angry water crocodile and give the engineers time to clear the way. Once the water is gone, the angry water crocodile will naturally leave and return upstream to the reservoir. Can you cooperate, okay? Ningxiang said quickly. Tong Chen patted her hand that was covering his mouth. Ningxiang loosened her grip a little. Why is it you guys going? Why not the top-tier team? They don't need to bother with such trivial matters, they're busy. Then let me ask you, even if a team of pure senior warriors is formed to deal with the angry water crocodile swarm, they would only be able to escape. Why are you being assigned internal training mission? Ningxiang said irritably. You, a junior warrior, are still looking down on me? Training mission, you want me to join? Tong Chen exclaimed in shock. But his resistance stopped, because Ningxiang had given a reasonable explanation, gradually dispelling his concerns. If the mission was real, it meant that the war god didn't want to get rid of him. Who wants to take you? What we need is a parrot. Seeing that he no longer resisted, Ningxiang got up and let him go. We need aerial visibility to ensure all the angry water crocodiles are attracted over, and we also need to be on guard for the surrounding environment to avoid being ambushed by other monsters attracted by the noise horn. Ningxiang explained. What about him? What is he going to do? Tong Chen pointed at Bu Bo, his expression cautious. Bu Bo felt a sense of admiration inside. This kid is really careful. Such people can live long, which is something apprentice Ningxiang lacks a lot. The noise horn is mine, so of course, I will install and use it, Bu Bo said with a smile, and Tong Chen turned to look at him. Isn't it just a broken horn? Ha country bumpkin, do you think an ordinary horn can anger monsters? Do you think the angry water crocodile hates being disturbed, so just making some noise will attract them all? Bu Bo said with disdain. Tong Chen didn't mind the war god Lao Deng's attitude. He was currently starting the material recording, focusing on not missing any opportunity to talk with Bu Bo. Upon hearing this explanation, Tong Chen began to think. Since the origin of the mission could be explained, it meant that the war god Lao Deng likely didn't want to kill him. Of course, Tong Chen wasn't naive enough to think that Bu Bo wouldn't do anything. It hadn't been long since he suffered such a big loss. Even the war god wouldn't be that generous. Tong Chen felt that if it were him, he would take the opportunity to change his identity and give a beating, which would be light. He had to leave some psychological shadow, warning the other party to behave in the future. But would he be afraid? As long as the war god didn't have murderous intent, Tong Chen felt fearless. A real man stands between heaven and earth. How can he shrink back before the material? Just a couple more cuts and he can reach the intermediate battle general level. By then, even the god of war won't back down. When the benefits far outweigh the risks, what is there that cannot be done? When do we set off? Tong Ying suddenly looked up and asked. A glint of triumph flashed in Bu Bo's eyes. Ningxiang let out a sigh of relief, feeling a bit excited inside. Now, or do you think I'm in such a hurry for no reason? After saying that, he grabbed Tong Ying and left. Poof. This time, with the master personally taking action, he will definitely be able to vent his frustrations. That bad guy Tong Ying is finally going to face justice. Ningxiang couldn't help but think of that famous saying. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. The three of them left the command department and hurried towards the outer gate. By the time they reached the location, Tong Ying's heart finally relaxed completely. The convoy was ready, and the presence of the engineers and the remaining reserve members made Tong Ying fully believe this was a serious mission. Wait, I have a question. Suddenly, Tong Ying stopped in front of the vehicle and spoke. Bu Bo and Ningxiang looked over in astonishment. Tong Ying scratched his head. The parrot's equipment was dismantled by Bu Bo last time, so I can't take a picture now. Tong Ying had a face full of "it's your fault" expression, making Bu Bo's mouth twitch. Are you still feeling wronged? Bu Bo had checked the expenses Tong Ying incurred for making equipment for the parrot afterward and found that Tong Ying had great potential to be a shady businessman. Seeing Tong Ying's feigned grievance at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit of restraint. Bu Bo irritably pulled out a wide-angle camera and tossed it to Tong Ying. Let your bird hold this to take pictures. We'll set up a temporary signal receiving device, it will be enough. The camera was not small, about the size of 3 parrots. An ordinary primitive creature might not be able to lift it and fly, but Bu Bo knew Tong Ying's bird was not a primitive creature at all. That thing was definitely a monster. Forget about this camera, Tong Ying could probably be lifted and flown around. Tong Ying nodded, indicating that it was no problem. He jumped into the vehicle and found a spot to sit obediently. The convoy set off, and after 4 hours, they arrived near the mission site. Suddenly, the convoy began to split and the vehicle Tong Ying was in headed up the mountain road. He immediately stood up alert. Why are we splitting up? Inside the vehicle, there were only Ning Shuang, Bu Bo, and the driver, plus a bunch of equipment. Tong Ying had reason to suspect that the two were plotting something against him. Bu Bo was getting a bit impatient with Tong Ying's repeated vigilance. He rolled his eyes and mocked, weaklings are a hassle, a little wind or grass movement can scare them. Of course, we're going to the high ground to install the speaker, otherwise, do you plan to swim to the middle of the lake to install it? Ning Shuang also looked over with a face full of exasperation. Tong Ying awkwardly laughed and sat back down. You can't blame me, this girl is a natural disaster, like a jinx. Every time I'm with her, nothing good happens. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang's cold expression froze. Where do you get the courage to say that? Master, he's wronging me. He's the real jinx. Ning Shuang shot Tong Ying a death glare. From childhood to adulthood, everything had gone smoothly for her until she met Tong Ying, realizing how perilous life could be. If it weren't for learning from her father, Ming, about Tong Ying's previous training camp assessment and the fate of the team members, she might have really been led to believe she had a problem. The one with the problem is clearly Tong Ying. Bu Bo couldn't help but twitch when he heard Tong Ying call his disciple a jinx. He also knew about Tong Ying's past. This kid was simply turning the tables, showing no shame at all. Bu Bo rolled his eyes and turned away from Tong Ying to avoid getting angry. Just wait, you'll see what happens to you later. Aren't you supposed to be the sunny boy? Today, let's see if I can make you introverted. In the silent atmosphere of the vehicle, they soon arrived at their mission site. From here on, you will have to walk your own path. I'll be here to support you. After the driver stopped the car, he turned to them inside the cabin. Ning Xiang nodded, casually lifting the largest equipment box and jumping out of the car. Tong Ying and Bu Bo followed, carrying the remaining scattered items. They slipped into the grass by the roadside, heading towards the cliff at the mountain's edge. On the way up the mountain, Tong Ying observed the vertical cliff above the lake and roughly speculated about the mission's content. They were likely to install a loudspeaker at the top of the cliff to lure monsters, while the engineers would steal crocodiles from another direction. The three quickly made their way through the thicket to the edge of the cliff. Here was a vast rocky clearing, with only a few low shrubs present. Ning Xiang set down the box and took out the equipment. Inside, a fixed frame, a signal receiving base, an antenna, and the star of the show this time, the noise speaker. Tong Ying looked at the speaker made of complex components and completely believed the claim that this was advanced equipment. You go stand guard over there while we set up the equipment. Let the parrot take off to adjust the signal receiving device. After Bu Bo said this to Tong Ying, he walked to the speaker and began to adjust it. Sure. Ning Xiang started to chisel fiercely at the rock beneath her feet, apparently to break the fixed support or something. Tong Ying shrugged and let the parrot grab the camera and take off. He turned to leave, his inner vigilance already at its peak. Because from the very beginning, the malice directed at him from Bu Bo and Ning Xiang had been continuously triggering his killing intent perception. After being absorbed, this skill was no longer limited to sensing killing intent. As long as he focused, malice could also be perceived. What exactly do you two want to do? After entering the distant thicket, Tong Ying immediately hid and spied. There was no need for vigilance. Once the killing intent perception was activated, he was like a human radar. More importantly, figuring out how these two planned to deal with him was the key. The two on the rocky platform exchanged glances filled with smiles. After seeing Tong Ying leave, Ning Xiang walked over to the equipment box and pulled out a large roll of elastic rope from the bottom of the box. She tied the rope to the fixed support driven into the rock and tested its sturdiness. Bu Bo walked to the edge of the cliff and began to survey the area, seemingly selecting a position. Tong Ying was astonished to see this battle god, Lao Dang, punch the rock beneath him and then carefully step back. He gave Ning Xiang an okay gesture. Ning Xiang beamed with a happy smile, leaving Tong Ying momentarily stunned. To be honest, when the Ice Princess smiled, it was truly beautiful. However, Tong Ying couldn't feel happy at all because Ning Xiang was smiling because she was about to set him up. Seeing this, Tong Ying could no longer be oblivious to the unfolding situation. Soon, these two would most likely make him tie on a safety rope and then stage a scene of him slipping and falling off the cliff. I bet they'll attract the angry water crocodile over after. Tong Chen clicked his tongue as he looked at the length of the elastic rope, imagining himself bouncing back and forth while hanging at the bottom.
Below him was a large group of furious crocodiles constantly leaping up, trying to bite him. No wonder he's a battle god, he really knows how to play, that old thief Sunday.
Tong Chen narrowed his eyes dangerously. After Bu Bo activated the equipment, he nodded at his apprentice, and the speaker emitted a low-frequency hum.
The calm lake below instantly became lively, with shadows of fish quickly approaching
the cliff's edge. Tong Chen, no need to be on guard anymore, come back.
Sure, Ningxiang shouted towards the thicket.
Tong Chen rolled his eyes, it would be a miracle if he could get out.
The two frowned when they saw the thicket.
Show no reaction at all. This kid wouldn't have been ambushed and killed by some monster, would he?
Bu Bo prepared to go take a look, but as soon as he took a step, he froze, for a dark figure emerged from the thicket.
The astonished look in its eyes was no less than that of Bu Bo and the others. Shadow.
Bu Bo's face instantly turned to one of surprise. This time, he must catch that kid. However, in the next second, Bobo's expression changed dramatically. The shadow clenched his fist, and a terrifying aura erupted from him that even made Bobo's heart race. A black mist enveloped the shadow's entire body, slowly forming a massive dragon head. The dragon head lunged towards them as the shadow threw a punch.
Take my rising dragon fist, old dang.
Tong Chen shouted in his heart. He felt his stamina and mental energy rapidly depleting, and he was somewhat excited. It was the perfect opportunity to test the release method of his new talent skill, battle skill fusion. He never expected that the war god Old Dang would come right to him. The combined 200% power of all devoured battle skills, and the power of the battle skills release must also account for the strength of the user. Even if it was the same battle skill, the power released by a warrior and a war god could never be the same. Even if Tong Chen currently had no devoured combat
skills, this punch still carried his strange attributes, plus the power multiplied by his primary battle general strength.
The stylish form of the release also surprised Tong Chen greatly.
The black dragon roared, leaving the war god dumbfounded. What kind of battle skill is this?
The war god Bobo looked in shock as the black dragon head charged at him.
This power, primary? No, at least the strength of a mid-level battle general. It was likely an attack that even an ordinary mid-level battle general couldn't unleash. Truly, a prodigy. While Bobo marveled at the shadow's talent, he also wanted to dodge this move.
The shadow had posed for a punch before releasing it,
and the process wasn't fast, giving ample reaction time. Was he drawn in by the noise horn, only to try out a new move upon realizing it was himself? After all, if it were a sneak attack, he wouldn't need to come out, he could just release it from the bushes. Was this a display of his value? Did he have intentions of allegiance? It seemed that his previous sincerity had indeed moved the shadow. Bobo felt gratified, but just as he took 2 steps to dodge, he suddenly sensed something was off. This attack route. Bobo turned around to see Shining Frost with innocent eyes behind him, along with the operating noise horn. Bobo fell silent instantly, rolling his eyes in anger, overturning all his previous thoughts. The shadow was not here to showcase his value. This guy was clearly here to settle the score from last time. The deliberate pose for the punch was not to leave him time to react, but to make him understand the consequences of dodging, forcing him to take this hit. You little brat, The war god broke his defense and jumped back to take the black dragon head hammer head on. The two collided, and Bobo braced himself against the black dragon. The immense force made his chest feel heavy. The peak strength of a mid-level battle general, combined with his hasty response, actually pushed him towards the cliff. Ha! Bobo shouted angrily, forcibly changing the direction of the force just in time to avoid the operating noise horn. If that thing stopped and the crocodile returned to find the other team members preparing to clear the river, it would be a big mess. Just as Shining Frost was about to dodge, she saw her master adjusting his direction and charging towards her. Her face went blank for a moment, then she immediately showed determination. Her master couldn't hold on, he needed her help. Master, I will assist you. Saying this, she directly activated the power mode of her battle armor, bracing herself to resist the impact. Bobo turned around and saw something, immediately shouting, "Don't!" But it was too late. He collided directly with Shining Frost. Was this part of your plan too? Shadow. Bobo, filled with rage, turned back to see the shadow fleeing, knocking down trees along the way. Damn it! Bobo gritted his teeth, resisting the impact in front of him. Because of Shining Frost behind him, he didn't dare use all his strength. If there was any mistake and he bumped into his weaker disciple behind him, or if some of the Black Dragon's attack energy leaked back, Shining Frost would not have a good outcome. Thus, the scene turned into the war god being cautiously pushed towards the cliff. Is that kid Tong Chen this cautious? Bobo angrily complained. If only there had been a little warning, he wouldn't have been schemed against by the shadows like this. Damn it, but it seems he can't blame Tong Chen. With his beginner warrior strength, facing such a gifted general like the shadow, he could only end up knocked out. Bu Bo's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a figure standing up in the grass from a distance. It was Tong Chen, his face dazed as he pulled up his pants, looking towards the straight path created
When the shadow fled, the dark figure in the distance now almost out of sight.
Tong Chen, bewildered, turned back, his expression one of shock, astonishment, and fear.
"Be careful," he shouted out.
Bu Bo was taken aback, glancing back to realize the two had already reached the edge of the cliff.
Fortunately, the impact of the black dragon had completely dissipated by this point.
Tong Chen blinked, somewhat stunned. They didn't fall? My mouth is so cursed, I just acted out a little expression. Why did I remind them?
Just as Tong Chen was feeling frustrated, he was astonished to find the two standing still, not moving.
Master.
Ning Shuang looked at him with a searching gaze, her voice trembling as if on the verge of tears.
Bu Bo silently nodded, confirming her thoughts.
The sound of rocks cracking slowly emerged.
Indeed, this was the edge that Bu Bo had just shattered with his clever use of strength.
It was a trap set for Tong Chen. At that moment, the ground beneath them suddenly shattered.
Ning Shuang fell down, devoid of hope. Bu Bo's pupils rapidly shifted, not to activate any strange combat technique,
but purely a reflexive response of his brain quickly analyzing the current situation.
This is bad. When did that brat Tong Chen choose to appear? Of all times, it had to be now.
If he forcibly rescued Ning Shuang, he would
undoubtedly display strength far beyond that of a mid-level warrior.
If he didn't save her, the furious water crocodiles below had already gathered. Even if Ning Shuang wore a brand new Phoenix battle armor, she would be as
good as dead.
Incredible. She was actually being held up by that kid Tong Chen.
Bu Bo sadly realized that Tong Chen seemed to truly have his number.
But to expose himself because of this, Bu Bo felt as if he was losing to Tong
Chen in some way, and he was unwilling to accept it.
Suddenly, Bu Bo's eyes lit up. He noticed the elastic rope that Ning Shuang had tied, now very close to him due to the impact of the black dragon.
Bu Bo made an extreme move.
In midair, grabbing the end of the rope and falling alongside Ning Shuang.
"Come save us."
Bu Bo's voice came from below, and as he spoke, Tong Chen could clearly hear the change in volume from their descent.
A brilliant smile appeared on Tong Chen's face.
"I'm coming," he jogged over with a cheerful step, as if the weakness from using his talent technique had faded significantly.
Today is a good day. The elastic rope was already taut as he ran past. Following that was the lively sound of the lake's surface exploding at the bottom of the cliff.
Ah! Ning Shuang screamed as she activated the fiery legs of her battle armor, prying open the jaws of the giant crocodile that was about to use a death roll on her thigh. Bu Bo's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to exert force to teach the crocodile monster a lesson for bullying his disciple, he suddenly heard Tong Chen's voice from above.
"Don't panic. I'll pull you up right away." Tong Chen's head peeked out from the cliff wall, looking down. He turned back to survey something, actually laughing maniacally. "God of War, old dang, you have your day too." Bu Bo felt a tightness in his chest, both from just facing the peak strength of a mid-level warrior and from being interrupted by Tong Chen time and again. "It's not good to expose my strength while being watched, disciple. Bear with it, Little, great responsibilities are bestowed upon this person," Bu Bo said halfway through, suddenly yanking Ning Shuang back from the crocodile's jaws.
This elastic rope was originally designed according to Tong Chen's weight. Now, with two people and a set of battle armor, it was already at its limit without breaking. But the height of the fall was extremely dangerous. They were almost at the crocodile's mouth.
Every time they rebounded and fell, they couldn't escape being bitten by the furious crocodiles.
Bu Bo possessed the powerful perception and reflexes of a war god, and with the defensive strength of the Shining Frost battle armor, he managed to endure another fall. Faced with his precious disciple's increasingly resentful and aggrieved gaze, Bu Bo couldn't hold back any longer.
He glared angrily at Tong Chen above. "Can you speed it up a bit?" Bu Bo's furious voice almost made Tong Chen above burst into laughter. "Ha, what does it mean to suffer the consequences of one's own actions, old dang?"
Tong Chen thought of the moment when the two of them stood at the edge of the cliff that had been processed by Kui, staring at each other, and immediately buried his head in his arms, shaking with laughter. Hey! Bu Bo below saw Tong Chen burying his face in the ground and was instantly bewildered. What nonsense is this guy
causing at such a critical moment?
In the distance, the construction team suddenly exclaimed,
"Ah, look over there."
Instantly, everyone stopped their work and looked into the distance, quickly spotting the two people who had
fallen off the cliff. "What, is this a new way to play? Play your head." This is clearly the comrades from the bait team risking their lives to buy us time because they were afraid the equipment's attraction wasn't strong enough. Wow, that's too dedicated. I must treat them to drinks when we get back to show my admiration. Provided they don't mess up and end up as crocodile food.
No worries, if they really sacrifice themselves, you can just pour the drinks into the river and that counts as having drunk with them.
Can't you wish for your teammates to do well? Speed up for me, don't let their good intentions go to waste.
Touched, the construction team instantly
sped up, but they still occasionally stole glances at the cliff. After all, it really looked thrilling and fun.
Suddenly, the soldiers were horrified to see the two people who had been pulled to a third of the height suddenly
fall. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Awesome, this is real dedication.
Damn, I thought the leader was just habitually feeding us motivational speeches, but I didn't expect the little comrades to be serious.
Hurry up. Hurry up, come on, don't let such straightforward teammates die. The soldiers were completely shocked, thinking that their teammates at the top had seen they still needed time and had deliberately let go of the rope to attract the crocodiles. Now they truly believed what the leader said, that the bait team was sacrificing themselves for them. Just as the construction team swung their shovels with smoke rising, Tong Chen finally stabilized his emotions. Enough laughing. He steadied the rope, pulling the two out of the angry crocodile's attack range. Tong Chen, if you have the guts, don't let me go up or you'll regret it. You big, this is personal revenge. You're playing with lives. Bu Bo cursed angrily. He wasn't too bothered, his clothes were just a bit torn. But his disciple, who he was holding, now had a face full of despair, eyes devoid of light. He looked like a ragged sack that had been trampled. The armor on him was indeed a bit damaged under the crocodile's sharp teeth. He thought he would just compensate her with a better set later. Bu Bo felt guilty and reflected on where things had gone wrong. Just then, Tong Chen adjusted his gaze, looking down with a face full of tears and snot. I'm sorry, I ate something wrong. I think I have a bit of food poisoning, and am currently in a weak state. He looked as if he had already given it his all and was so frustrated he could cry, his eyes filled with shame. Bu Bo was taken aback. Then, his face filled with anger. I believe you, you little rascal. If it weren't for knowing your character, I would have really fallen for your trick. Stop talking nonsense. Did you eat shit or are you food poisoned? You wait, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Bu Bo cursed loudly. Ning Xuan's eyes gradually focused. Why did she have to go through all this? During the fall, she truly thought she was going to die. Right, it was Tong Chen. Food poisoning? Nonsense. From the command department to here, Ning Xiang had been with Tong Chen the whole time and hadn't seen him eat anything. This guy did it on purpose. Tong Chen, you bastard, I won't let you off. Once I get up there, I'll hang you on a rope and drop you down so you can experience it too. You didn't eat anything, right? Got a bad stomach? When I get up, I'll feed you monster poop. Ning Xiang rarely roared in anger, her whole demeanor resembling that of an enraged lioness. Bu Bo swallowed hard. The armor he promised his apprentice was top-notch. Look at how wrong the kid is. Tong Chen rolled his eyes secretly from above. The young lady still didn't see the situation clearly. If she spoke like that to an enemy in the future, it would be a miracle if she got out alive. I really didn't lie to you. Can't I sneak a bite? After explaining, Tong Chen noticed the water below starting to flow, and since the material had been recorded, he stopped teasing the two. He slowly pulled them up. During the process, Ning Xiang and Bu Bo were on high alert, fearing Tong Chen would scare them again. Seeing they were about to return to the rocky platform, Bu Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The quality of the rope was decent. The reason he didn't take Ning Xiang up himself was that he was afraid of pulling too hard and breaking it. Moreover, this elastic rope wasn't easy to climb. Pulling too hard would stretch it. Finally, the two returned to the platform safely. Ning Xiang lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. Her brand new armor was now covered in bite marks. She looked utterly miserable. Tong Chen turned his head away, unable to bear looking at her, stifling a laugh. No, he couldn't laugh. If he did, the war god Lao Dang would definitely throw him down. The war god Bu Bo, seeing his apprentice's disheveled appearance, felt deep sympathy and guilt while also glaring angrily at Tong Chen. His own appearance wasn't much better. His clothes were torn and tattered. His body could withstand the bites of the furious water crocodile, but his team uniform couldn't. In dangerous situations, to protect his apprentice from harm, he had to let himself get bitten. All of this was the fault of this little brat in front of him. If Tong Chen hadn't suddenly let go, they wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The more Bu Bo thought about it, the angrier he got. Suddenly, the terminal beeped. Hey, this is the engineering team, please respond. Bu Bo rolled his eyes. The terminal wasn't a walkie-talkie. What was there to respond to? Speak. Bu Bo's voice was filled with anger. The engineers huddled together to retreat, felt the anger and swallowed hard. I told you to hurry up, look how mad they are. Useless. The engineering team leader scolded with a laugh. The other team members shrank their heads. For heaven's sake, they had just used the fastest work speed of their lives. Could they be blamed for the bait team overdoing it? Sorry. Thank you for your hard work. The Black Dragon won't forget your contributions. I'll make sure to give you a good review on this mission report. By the way, the mission is complete. You can retreat now. The leader politely spoke to the terminal, and seeing no response from the other side, he understood they might need a moment after the thrilling scene. He didn't disturb them and wisely hung up the communication. On the rocky platform, the three looked at each other. Bu Bo's expression suddenly turned fierce as he reached for Tong Chen. You're weak, huh? Let me check, I'll tell you. You'd better really be weak today. Tong Chen faced Bu Bo's grabbing hand without dodging or showing fear. He let the other party grab his neck, feeling his pulse. Could weakness be fake? How he felt now was not much different from being completely drained. Even his steps felt unsteady. Bu Bo frowned, unconvinced, and grabbed Tong Chen's wrist to feel again. How could this be? The kid was clearly full of energy when he arrived.
In such a short time, he had immediately depleted his vitality and become this weak. Had he just charged through the bushes 100 times? Bu Bo looked at Tong Chen in confusion. As a warrior, to deplete his body to this extent so quickly, the only thing he could think of was a continuous burst of extreme speed, charging back and forth 100 times. But that was impossible. He hadn't sensed anyone running around in the bushes while he was setting up the equipment. Could it really be that he ate something wrong? Should he just let this kid off the hook? Bu Bo narrowed his eyes, ready to pin the blame for the lie on Tong Chen. Xiang on the ground had long been staring over, waiting for her master to speak. Once she regained some strength, she would immediately jump up and stamp her size 38 shoe print on Tong Chen's face. Just then, Tong Chen whistled into the air. Bu Bo turned his head up and saw the parrot that had wanted to return, immediately flying higher and continuing to circle. Bu Bo, you still say your bird is a primordial creature? Which primordial creature can carry something heavier than itself and fly for so long? Bu Bo turned his head angrily, feeling a wave of powerlessness at seeing Tong Chen, who was so unafraid. If he were to hit him, he would surely be filmed. It didn't matter now, but he was a war god. The reason he was enduring humiliation and hiding himself was to stand up and turn the tide when Xiang was in danger and during the subsequent Lord's expedition. In other words, he would eventually reveal his identity. By then, with Tong Chen's personality, if he edited a video of himself beating him up, who knows what kind of uproar it would cause? 80-year-old war god beats young warrior? Is it the decline of morals or the distortion of humanity? Bu Bo had even thought of a title for Tong Chen. Forget it. Anyway, there was no real loss. After all, Tong Chen was just unfortunate to be weak. The one truly responsible was that shadow kid. Bu Bo awkwardly let go of Tong Chen and looked at Xiang, whose lips were moving. He's not lying, he's as weak as if he's sick. Xiang was stunned for a moment, then finally lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. Shadow actually hit her too. Was it because he discovered her relationship with Master Bu Bo? Could it be that he had already considered her an enemy? Xiang felt like crying without tears. Just before, he was her savior twice, and now she had offended him without repaying his kindness? Don't be sad. When we get back, I'll get you a better set of battle armor. Bu Bo's lips moved, and his voice directly echoed in Xiang's ears. He thought his disciple was upset about the equipment. No matter how rich one's family was, breaking 2 sets of high-level equipment in a row would still be painful, right? Xiang was too weak to explain and did not respond. After resting for about 10 minutes, the 3 of them withdrew. Oh, the mission is complete. I just heard some noise from your side, but I didn't see a distress signal. Are you alright? The driver suddenly noticed the bite marks all over Xiang and his expression instantly twitched in pain. Goodness, did she accidentally fall into the lake? To not be torn apart by the angry water crocodile and swim back alive is quite a feat. The driver looked at Xiang with admiration as she dragged her body into the car. You've worked hard, he said solemnly to Tong Chen as he passed by, earning a roll of the eyes from Bu Bo and the others. Soon, the driver brought the 3 of them to join the main group and return to the South Bridge base. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt that the atmosphere in the base was off. The soldiers who had been somewhat lazy on the streets due to the lack of missions had all disappeared. Not a single drunken person lying around could be seen. The soldiers they passed all had extremely serious expressions shrouded in a chilling aura. What's going on here? The team quickly completed their mission and announced their disbandment on the spot. Xiang and Bu Bo left together with serious expressions. Meanwhile, Tong Chen walked towards the dormitory while opening his terminal to contact Zhu Yashuang. What happened at the base? Why does it feel like we're about to go to war right after returning? 2 minutes later, Zhu Yashuang replied. Did you just finish a mission? Are you okay? Tong Chen was taken aback by the message, examining himself and finding nothing wrong. I'm fine. You need to return to the division factory immediately, and don't leave the base for now. It's very dangerous outside. Zhu Yashuang from the command center sent the message, pausing for a moment before deciding to reveal a bit of the situation to Tong Chen, so he wouldn't be unaware of the seriousness of the matter. After all, she had already inadvertently disclosed quite a bit of information to him before, so a little more wouldn't hurt. The news we just received hasn't been made public yet. Around the supply transport line to Wayan City, the spider-type monsters we hunted have been genetically tested and matched with the kin of the burrowing spider. Nanxiao and Wayan City are currently on a state of combat readiness. In short, be very careful. If the previous fortifications were merely precautionary, now that precaution has been confirmed to be necessary. In the command room, team leaders from all over the country who could call themselves by name were present. In the center of the room, a virtual projection map floated in the air. Lu Yan's expression was grave, and beside him, the intelligence team leader marked the areas that had been cleared. Currently, these are the areas we've explored, and given that the Lord Burrowing Spider has a very fast burrowing speed and is an Earth-type monster, even a war god wouldn't dare to recklessly pursue it underground. The intelligence team leader paused, glancing at where Lu Yan usually sat.
At that moment, a figure clad in light purple dragon armor occupied that seat. The Thunder Dragon Battle Armor, the most advanced battle armor in the world, bar none. Made from the remains of the top-tier monster, the Thunder Crystal Dragon, there are no more than 12 sets in total. Worldwide, all of which are worn by war gods. The person waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to pay attention. Only then did the intelligence team leader dare to continue. In other words, even in the areas we've cleared, unless we have someone guarding them, we still can't be sure if the burrowing spider will return. Moreover, there's the risk of being killed alone and losing power, the intelligence team leader said, his expression troubled. This meant that he currently had no way to deal with the elusive Lord-level monster. No need to blame yourself, you've done your best. If it were that easy to deal with, we wouldn't have let that big spider escape before. And no matter how cunning the burrowing spider is, at the end of the day, it's just a monster. Can it really be smarter than us humans? Let's start systematically destroying the spider lairs and eliminate its kin. I wonder how long this digging spider can hold out. Lu Yong grins savagely. This time, the burrowing spider must pay for the hundreds of thousands of vengeful souls on its back. The top-tier teams began to take action. Meanwhile, Tong Chen had already returned to the dormitory. He opened the system material library to check the fresh materials he had obtained today. Combat readiness. Looks like I need to hurry up and get stronger. Tong Chen was in the dormitory, and as he spoke, he immediately began editing. He first played the footage he had recorded. The first scene showed Shining Xiang blocking him at the entrance of the base command department, then tackling him down. Tong Chen pressed pause and started to operate. The edited footage began directly from outside the command center, with Shining Xiang pinning Tong Chen down. Shining Xiang, Tong Chen, come with me. Tong Chen, I don't, let go, ugh. Shining Xiang, who wants you, just cooperate with me. I'm in a hurry. The scene then cut to Bubo, I'm going, my. At this point, it transitioned to Bubo's back as he left, and just watching the video, it was impossible not to misunderstand. Shocked, the Black Dragon female team member actually did such a thing to Tong Chen in public. Tong Chen thoughtfully added a segment of shaky black screen footage, leaving the audience space for imagination. This was seamlessly followed by a scene of the three sitting in silence in the car, but it felt like both the man and woman were equally mute. Suddenly, Bubo spoke towards Tong Chen's direction. You be alert, we are weaklings, we are as frail as if we were sick. Soon after, they got out of the car. Bubo exclaimed, come save us. Falling, a downward view from the cliff. Xin Yang, Tong Chen, throw the rope away. Bubo, I, hurry, pull, let me up. The scene instantly cut to Tong Chen pretending to struggle to pull the rope. Then, the two were successfully rescued and returned to the cliff. This should be good enough, right? Tong Chen mumbled, clicking to finish the edit. Ding. Editing complete. Material strength score, 625. Material recognition score, 35. Post-editing score, 25. Total score, 685. Double rewards available, congratulations, host strength. Plus 1200 kg x2 spirit plus 90x2 combat skill comprehension opportunities plus 10 times x2. Can choose to enhance talent skills or golden combat skills. Warning, please release the video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 54,000 views, or the rewards will be revoked. System, choose to enhance the talent skill level. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host talent devour level experience increased. Tong Chen. No upgrade? Right, it's the same 20 times for combat skill opportunity experience. The last time it went from level 1 to level 2, now going to level 3 requires more experience, which is reasonable, right? Damn. System. Tong Chen jumped up in anger. Just as he was about to argue with the system, the experience bar for the talent skill devour suddenly increased rapidly, stopping at 2/3 full. Then, the progress for Devour, Nether Flame / also increased quickly, gaining more than a third in one go. It was probably about 20% away from being fully devoured. The anger on Tong Chen's face quickly faded. Sorry, system brother, I admit I spoke a bit too loudly just now. Tong Chen awkwardly sat back down. Thinking about the incredible skills unlocked after the last talent skill level up, this cost was completely worth it. One more time, just one more time and I can finish devouring it. Based on Tong Chen's observations over the past 2 days, if he let the level 2 talent skill slowly devour the Nether Flame / it would probably take about half a year. At this moment, the progress bar surged and it would take just over 2 months. But Tong Chen clearly didn't plan to wait that long. Strength and spirit have also increased a lot. One more time and I should reach intermediate warrior level. Tong Chen felt the power in his body. After this editing reward, his strength had reached an impressive 14,045 kilograms, just under 2,000 kg away from the standard for intermediate warriors. His spirit had also reached 1,130, almost 11 times that of an ordinary human. With his current spirit, the summoning limit using Nether Flame control had reached a terrifying level. He estimated he could instantly cover a 2-kilometer diameter area with Nether Flame, creating his own battlefield domain. Coupled with the powerful attributes of Nether Flame, itself, Tong Chen felt he could even transform into a flame artillery. I wonder how strong the two release modes of the talent skill will become after devouring the nether flame slash. Tong Chen walked to the window, gazing at the distant horizon. This time, he used the first release mode to unleash the Black Dragon Head Hammer. Many of the devouring entries did not take effect. Tong Chen recalled that when he blasted out the dragon-shaped energy, many entries did not light up in his view. This meant that even combat skills devoured by the talent, which are not actively released types, need to meet triggering conditions. For example, something like Father's Love is like a mountain. I also wonder if the fusion form requires triggering conditions. Tong Chen scratched his head and opened the terminal to send a video. The current situation was not suitable for experimental combat techniques in a complete state of martial law. Making too much noise could lead to being surrounded and beaten by Lu Yong and his team, resulting in immediate arrest. Tong Chen hadn't forgotten the incident where he and Team 8 were taken to the abandoned military base. At that time, General Suja had mentioned that the Black Dragon was very eager for the shadows to join. In this state of combat readiness, how can I obtain materials? Tong Chen frowned in distress. He was on the verge of breaking through to an intermediate general, which would significantly enhance his strength. By then, even if he faced a war god, he would dare to take a shot. With lord-level monsters potentially attacking at any moment, Tong Chen felt quite insecure without reaching intermediate general status. If it were just him, it wouldn't be so bad, but what if his family in Fong City was in danger? His current strength still felt a bit lacking. How about I just return to Fong City now and stay with them? That way, I can respond early if anything happens? Tong Chen said, falling into thought. But that would mean giving up the current opportunity for war god materials. Even though the difficulty of obtaining materials had increased in the current situation, it wasn't without opportunities. However, returning to Fong City would mean losing all chances. Forget it, I'll find a way to quickly cut another video of Bobo, then immediately return to Fong City. After saying this, Tong Chen began to check the video playback status. This time, he also chose to spend money to promote the activity. As soon as the video was released, the view count and comments skyrocketed. In the command center of the Nanxiao district, Bobo had just led Shi Ningxian through a secret passage into the underground secret base of the command center when the terminal rang. Upon opening it, he found it was Tong Chen's latest video, and his heart sank instantly. Bobo glanced at the time and said irritably, "This kid doesn't waste a second." With that, he clicked on Tong Chen's video to start watching. Seeing this, Shi Ningxian also leaned over. She had already taken off her battle armor. The armor looked quite battered, but in reality, it was just externally deformed, and the damage wasn't too severe. Shi Ningxian planned to repair it and give it to her sister Shi Qianshan, since Bobo had promised to get her a new one. Their family wasn't short on money to buy battle armor, they were short on merit points. Getting one set was already the limit for her father, Shi Ming. Having an extra set now certainly shouldn't go to waste. Just as Shi Ningxian thought of this, the video began to play. The first thing that caught her eye was the scene of her pressing Tong Chen down in an embarrassing position. Whether it was intentional or not, the cleverly edited angle amplified the ambiguity several times. Shi Ningxian? In the underground passage of the command center, Shi Ningxian felt completely numb, especially when she thought about how, in a moment of desperation, she had actively tackled Tong Chen and pinned him down, and now it was edited to look like she was asking for it. Shi Ningxian felt like she was about to explode with anger. Wasn't Tong Chen supposed to be pinned to the ground at that time? How did they manage to film it from that angle? Shi Ningxian couldn't understand. All she could think about was how Shi Qianshan would look at her with a resentful gaze after seeing this video for several days. Too much. This is too much. Bobo exclaimed angrily. When he saw how Tong Chen had edited his words from that time, the war god's composure was completely strained. Buzz buzz buzz, the terminal vibrated, and the war god opened it to find another video forwarded by an old buddy on the spaceship. Just like last time, it came with a barrage of question marks. Bobo. On the spaceship, the old steward chuckled as he edited the message. It was too funny. How could a dignified war god keep losing to a young man? And it was the same person. The level of hilarity was plus 999. He had to tease him properly. The old steward thought for a moment and typed out the message. "Were you doing this on purpose?" and hit send. Isn't this a direct and full-on mockery? It couldn't be argued against. However, the terminal displayed a small red dot indicating the message failed to send. The next moment, laughter erupted from the butler as he slapped the table. This Tong Chen actually made his old partner go into a shell. Hilarious. I have to share this. The butler smiled and was about to inform the other comrades. Just then, a message came from Bobo through the combat channel. "If you dare to spread this, you're dead." Super fierce. The butler's smile froze, and he awkwardly suppressed his desire to share. Anyway, it wouldn't be a secret for long unless Bobo didn't take action during the South Bridge crisis. But how could that be possible? The old butler looked at the information sent to Bobo on the spaceship's equipment. The Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps has secretly infiltrated the country and is missing, with the target possibly being the South Bridge area and there are insiders providing routes and cover. Please be extra cautious, War God Bobo. It's not peaceful. Just when we finally catch a breath, we have to fight again. At this rate, we might as well wait for a super monster to show up and settle down. The butler shook his head and forwarded the information to Bobo. Then he opened Tong Chen's video again, watching it with a happy smile. The butler's curiosity about Tong Chen skyrocketed. I wonder what this kid's reaction will be when he finds out Bobo is the war god. He must witness it in person. As the video's view count rapidly increased in Fong City. In this city, bustling with potential, not everyone had the mood or time to pursue entertainment, even with the lack of it. The pressures of busy work and survival, along with the fear of monsters and the apocalypse, made them fully immerse themselves in their tasks. But when there's money to be made, it's a different story. Even if it's just a little, why not take 2 minutes to pick up some breakfast money for free? Thus, many new viewers, hearing about the video and the money involved, were instantly shocked by the latest edited video despite not being familiar with Tong Chen's style. Are female warriors this bold now? Well, after all, the population has drastically decreased, so being more open is a good thing. This kind of thing probably wouldn't have been able to be released before the disaster. That battle armor isn't cheap, right? That young man beneath her is really impressive to be pursued like this. Old viewers, seeing the comments from these unfamiliar IDs, couldn't help but start explaining. However, while explaining, they still liked the comments that misunderstood the situation because they were just too entertaining. In the administrative building of Fong City, Ningxian's mother, Suyu, was laughing so happily at the moment. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What's so funny? Look at these comments. My daughter's reputation is ruined. My daughter, who used to be so well behaved, has turned into a wild girl after getting involved with that Tong Chen. How can she act like this in public? What kind of behavior is that? Ming's face was filled with anger, and when he saw his wife continue to laugh after glancing at him, he instantly felt exhausted. Hey, what's wrong with that? Isn't she much more cheerful now? Didn't you notice that Ningxian's expression isn't cold anymore? Suyu paused the video and zoomed in on her daughter's face, proudly displaying it. Her previous personality was so bad, always keeping people at arm's length. As a warrior in a high-risk profession, she would have suffered greatly in the future. Suyu comforted her husband, showing no concern for Tong Chen's video. What's there to worry about? Besides, Tong Chen's ID has been tagged as entertainment by the official, so not many people will take it seriously. If her daughter really becomes the war god in the future, she might even gain the most approachable war god in history. Many people, having just experienced despair, saw the funny edited video featuring her as the main character. Thinking this way, Suyu was completely unconcerned about Tong Chen's antics. Rather than worrying about her daughter, she was more concerned about Tong Chen getting himself into trouble one day. Hearing his wife's remarks, Ming looked at her with a hopeless gaze. In the end, he could only let out a helpless snort and leave the room to attend to his official duties. The entire city has entered a state of readiness, and the internal affairs are bustling. Especially in the fringe areas, those rats that were originally hiding in the gutters always come out to cause trouble when the order is shaken, seeking to gain an advantage. In the alleys of the marginal living area, stop. We didn't recognize the mountain, please spare us. In front of Hu Chao, 2 rows of small thugs were kneeling. Neatly, these were drifters stripped of their citizenship. Seeing the city enter a state of readiness and external martial law with a shortage of security personnel, they turned their eyes to the schoolchildren leaving class. Wanting to make a quick buck, they had no idea they were up against a tough character this time. This area is under my protection. If you don't want to die, behave yourselves. Hu Chao kicked the leading thug, who then clutched his stomach and slid several meters on the ground. Where are the things? She blared at the thug on the ground. Immediately, another thug pulled out 2 burlap sacks and dumped the pink backpacks and other items onto the ground. Hu Chao looked at the frightened girl classmate. Are these yours? Several little girls nodded. They didn't lay a hand on you, did they? The girls shook their heads, their eyes filled with fear. Don't worry. Take your things back. If these people dare to trouble you again, just tell me, and I'll bring my martial arts classmates to deal with them. With Hu Chao's assurance, the girl finally mustered the courage to take her belongings and leave. The thugs looked bitter. So it turns out she was from the martial arts class. No wonder she was so powerful at such a young age. I know you have nothing to do right now. Take this money to get through the tough times and don't cause any more trouble. Just because the security team can't spare the manpower doesn't mean they're letting you off easy. You'll know the consequences later. As Hu Chao spoke, she took the 30,000 federal coins just retrieved from the little fatty and tossed them to the thug leader. At that moment, she acted more like a thug than the thugs themselves, or rather, a higher level one, leaving the thug leader utterly bewildered. The thug leader stared at the money in front of him, quickly picking it up to check its authenticity. Soon, his expression became serious. Miss, from now on, my scarred brothers will follow you. Now behave yourselves. If you're too idle, go do some good deeds, gather more manpower, and if you need money, come to me. Once the city stabilizes, the
Local powers will definitely be purged, and then it will depend on your performance. Let's go, back to work. After Hu Chaoqiao finished speaking expressionlessly, she left with her followers. The scarred thug stared in shock at the backs of the group. Boss, are we really following her? Of course. At such a young age, she possesses such strength and vision. She's definitely a genius in the martial arts class, and she can rally so many people to sweep us away. The power behind her family is probably not to be underestimated. From now on, call her miss, show some respect. The scarred thug slapped the top of his subordinate's head. When thugs follow the right person, their future is promising. In this line of work, background matters. The biggest background these days is the warrior group. Hu Chaoqiao led her people out of the alley, and the little fatty came over with his phone. Big sister, Tong Chen has a new workout. Upon hearing this, Hu Chaoqiao took her follower's phone and opened the video. When she saw Shi Ningxian on top of Tong Chen, her brows couldn't help but furrow. Then, Bu Bo appeared on screen. Tonggu has spent a lot again. Big sister, shouldn't you advise him not to waste money like this? After the video finished playing, the federal coins arrived instantly, and the follower looked at Hu Chaoqiao and said, "Stop the nonsense, Tong Chen must have his own plans." Hu Chaoqiao tossed the phone back to the little fatty and walked ahead in silence. The followers exchanged glances. Big sister seems to be in a worse mood. Of course, big sister is quite attached to Tong Chen. Seeing him bullied by another woman, she would naturally be unhappy. Is this bullying? What are you mumbling about? Hu Chaoqiao turned around and glared, causing all the followers to stand at attention and shake their heads. She snorted coldly, not looking back as she walked towards the research institute, ready to pick her mother up to go home. After this period of training, her strength had increased to 135 kilograms, ranking first in her class. According to the homeroom teacher, as long as she could reach 150 kilograms of strength before the high school entrance exam, she would be specially recruited by the martial arts academy in the capital city. There, she would have better resources and opportunities. She had to go to become stronger. But leaving her mother alone here made Hu Chaoqiao uneasy. So she needed to subdue those homeless thugs who had been stripped of their citizenship and then hand them over to her trusted followers to manage in case anything happened to her mother, so there would be someone to look after her. At least she wouldn't be bullied just because she was gone. No matter what secret you're hiding, brother, I will stand by your side. Hu Chaoqiao looked in the direction of Nanxiao. If he was too weak, Tong Chen wouldn't tell her many things, like the origin of the peculiar dagger at his waist. This sense of distance was something Hu Chaoqiao could not accept. Achoo! In the Nanxiao base, Tong Chen sneezed. Who's talking about me? Forget it, I need to find another opportunity to edit the war god again, he said as he walked out of the dormitory, heading towards the factory. As a result, he didn't find Bu Bo, but was instead caught by the team leader and taken out for drinks. 10 days later, at shop number 8. Spider, 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 it's all about cutting spiders every day. Now when I see a spider, I want to vomit. Does the team leader have any other monsters to send over? The feeder was furious, slamming a spider the size of a grinding disc onto the ground, earning a roll of the eyes from the team leader, Lao Yu. Stop the nonsense, the base is fully clearing this thing to speed up the production of insoles. It's obvious there's a big operation underway. The hunt for powerful monsters often involves intelligence gathering, preparing countermeasures, setting traps, and overwhelming numbers, all aspects coming into play. A collective action that makes the entire base feel like they are facing a formidable enemy can only be a legendary lord-level monster. Spiders. Lao Yu's expression instantly turned gloomy. The tomb spider massacre was something any soldier of a certain age would know. We've been cutting spiders day and night for 3 days now. Every time I close my eyes, all I see are spider legs and spider sacks. How many did those big shots actually kill? Uncle Huang couldn't help but complain. Especially when dreaming of a beautiful girl. Just as he was about to do something, she suddenly turned into a giant spider. It felt like the sky was falling. It's because you all talk too much, even worse than the newcomers. Lao Yu laughed and scolded. The members of Team 8 all turned to look at Tong Chen and Bu Bo, speaking of which, the two of them seemed to have hardly spoken these past few days. Tong Chen didn't even look at the servant spider in front of him but stared straight at Bu Bo. With his super strong mental perception, he could easily dismantle spider legs and extract the spider sacks containing the sticky fluid with his eyes closed. Bu Bo's heart twitched, pretending not to see Tong Chen stalking. This kid was too cunning. If he wasn't careful, he would become material for his videos. Remembering the reminder from his old buddy on the spaceship, he knew his identity would eventually be exposed due to the war. So the embarrassing videos, the fewer the better. What made Bu Bo the angriest was that he couldn't take down Tong Chen's videos. It was said to be a system error. What a frustrating thing. Bu Bo glared at Tong Chen resentfully. Tong Chen withdrew his gaze. 10 days, a full 10 days. This old guy Bu Bo hadn't said a word to him, even work handovers were done through terminal typing. Once he started mocking, he would sense a terrifying killing intent locking onto him. Tong Chen suspected this guy was planning to drop the act, so he didn't dare provoke him too harshly.
Bo didn't want to lose his disguise, he still needed it. Plus, with the base under martial law recently, all kinds of tasks were suspended and only the top teams were coming and going. There was completely no opportunity to gather materials. Hey, Tong Chen sighed, driving the knife forcefully into the spider's abdomen and extracting the white sac. These two materials were used to process the isolation insoles. It was said that one could move freely on the spider silk without getting stuck, even against Lord-level silk. The silk glue hidden in the insoles could activate its secretion mode. This would grant mobility for a short time until the silk glue was exhausted. It was all part of the preparations to hunt the tomb spider. The entire cutting factory had been operating continuously for 3 days, indicating that the higher-ups were quite anxious. As Tong Chen thought about this, a main team member suddenly appeared outside the shop. Suja, the battle general? What brings you here today? Lao Yu greeted in surprise. Suja was the one who had previously conducted a surprise assessment task on them, taking all members of Group 8 to an abandoned military base for interrogation. Stop what you're doing and hand it over to another shop. Clean up. And prepare to go on a mission with the reserve team in 2 hours. The mission documents will be sent to you in an hour, Suja said, glancing at Bo in the shop before turning to leave. Wait, can I ask what the mission is? Lao Yu's expression changed dramatically as he hurried in front of Suja to whisper his inquiry. A mission at this time? Wasn't that risking their lives? Transporting the servant spiders from the front line is too time-consuming. Let the reserve team clean up the second-line battlefield and send the cut materials back to increase efficiency. You are part of the reserve team, so you naturally need to act with them, especially since the mission content is relevant to your expertise, Suja said before leaving Lao Yu in a state of confusion. The second-line battlefield under strict military control was no place for rookies like them. But Tong Chan's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the opportunity he had been waiting for? Hearing that a mission was about to be launched, he instantly became a bit excited. He swore that if he continued to stay in the shop, aside from smashing the goo from the spider's belly onto the face of the battle god Lao Dang, and betting that Bo wouldn't kill him on the spot, he felt there was no way to obtain materials. The only way to gain materials was to leave this place and head to the ever-changing wilderness. The last editing had significantly increased his strength, bringing him very close to becoming a mid-level battle general. He believed that even if he faced Bo again, with a little cunning, he could make him suffer a great loss. After all, this battle god seemed to have no intention of killing him, rather, it felt like he wanted to recruit him. Tong Chen pondered this, not noticing that Bo had already stopped his actions, narrowing his eyes as he watched him. This kid, so excited at the mention of a mission? Last time, this kid was definitely being intentional, right? After the apocalypse, many people had lost their minds. Under the operations of him and another battle god, those mentally unstable soldiers had been captured to play with monsters. They were thrown into the most intense war zones and not allowed to come out, letting madmen stay with madmen. Those ordinary soldiers in the war zones couldn't even be found on the tactical map, they were filled with evil. In Bo's view, Tong Chen was likely an alternative kind of madman. What kind of normal junior soldier would get excited in a situation like this? Lao Yu's reaction was the normal one. This kid was definitely being intentional last time, right? Bo thought to himself. The only thing that could get Tong Chen excited in this situation was the material for editing videos. Now that he thought about it, every time this guy edited, it seemed to carry enormous risks to an ordinary person. If he wasn't a bit mentally unstable, Bo really couldn't figure out what made Tong Chen so obsessed. Hey, you all just heard that, stop what you're doing. Now, as you wished, no need to continue cutting the spiders, Lao Yu said with a bitter smile. The faces of Group 8 members instantly fell. They suddenly felt that continuing to cut the spiders didn't seem so bad after all. It takes 1,000 days to train soldiers, but only a moment to use them. With the high treatment of the reserve team, are they really going to throw in the towel now? They only have 2 hours to hand over their work and pack up. Before the mission order comes down, they don't even know how long they'll be gone. Hurry up and get those monsters out of the shop, Lao Yu said, signaling the team members to start packing. Suddenly, Uncle Huang excitedly ran towards Tong Chen, but slipped on the monster's entrails on the ground and fell to his knees in front of Tong Chen with a thud. Uncle Huang's excited expression froze as he looked up to see Tong Chen's somewhat astonished face. The other members of Team 8 stopped their work in a daze upon witnessing this. Isn't it a bit early to be worshipping this year? There are still more than 3 months to go. Tong Chen displayed a standard smile reminiscent of a second uncle, causing the other team members to twitch their lips, almost bursting into laughter. Suddenly, Uncle Huang interrupted their amusement. Tong Gu, you have to keep an eye on me during this mission. If there's danger, pull me up like last time. Following the principle that he was already kneeling, Uncle Huang directly hugged Tong Chen's legs, looking pitiful as he spoke. Tong Chen, are you kidding me? We're all junior warriors, right? How can I compare to you? Your perception of danger and combat power can't be considered typical for a junior warrior. Tong Gu, I'm begging you for protection. Uncle Huang wore a painful expression, as if he was trying hard to squeeze out tears, making Tong Chen's heart twitch. If we can't cry, let's not force it. It looks really ugly. The members of Team 8 immediately understood why Uncle Huang had rushed over so excitedly. This mission can't be said to be dangerous. It can only be described as super dangerous. The atmosphere at the Nanxiao base is so tense that anyone can feel it. Those who can go out on missions are all top-tier teams from various places. At the very least, they are led by intermediate warriors. The places these teams are fighting in, even if they are second-tier, are definitely not something they can touch. Clearly, the higher-ups want to speed things up and have already started disregarding the risks. Unfortunately, they are at the forefront. And Tong Chen's previous rescue of Uncle Huang is still fresh in everyone's mind. If anyone were about to embark on a super dangerous mission, having such a father figure with a heightened sense of danger in the team would make them want to cling to him for support. The members of Team 8 looked at Tong Chen with eager eyes. Lao Yu felt quite emotional as well. When he first received the notice that an F-level newcomer was joining the team, he thought it was just some descendant of a fallen hero being given special treatment. Later, when he found out it was a pretty boy favored by the vice-captain, he felt quite displeased. But due to the vice-captain's status and achievements, he couldn't say anything. He could only hold his nose and accept it. He initially thought it would be a complete waste, but unexpectedly, Tong Chen quickly brought a refreshing feeling to everyone in Team 8. It turned out there were still such unorthodox teammates around. Later, when Tong Chen fought against Shi Ningxiang, it left everyone in shock. Lao Yu admitted that he had to secretly admire Tong Chen at that moment. So what if he was F-level? He could still overshadow SS-level geniuses. With such perceptive talent combined with a parrot, isn't that the innate scout saint body? The path is carved out by oneself. I'm getting old, Lao Yu murmured with emotion. He thought of how he had once stopped at the intermediate warrior level due to his talent and gave up on further training. While admiring Tong Chen, he felt a bit ashamed. Hey, if you dare to wipe your snot on my pants, I'll take them off and feed them to you. Tong Chen looked in horror at Uncle Huang, who was clinging to him like an octopus. After a brief struggle, this guy couldn't hold back his tears, but his snot came out instead. Slurp. Hearing this, Uncle Huang tilted his head back. He truly believed Tong Chen could do what he said. When it comes to low standards, Uncle Huang had never seen anyone who could compare to Tong Chen. Alright, I got it, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on things. I definitely won't let you die behind me. The royal uncle's face softened as he released his grip, only to realize he had just stood up. Wait, did I just hear that wrong? No, do you want me to die in front of you instead? Tong Chen said with such conviction. After a moment of shock, the royal uncle's expression relaxed. This was already good enough. Tong Chen wasn't his father, so of course, he wouldn't risk his life to protect him. At least Tong Chen had indicated that if there was real danger, he would pull him along and run together. Even if they reached a desperate situation and Tong Chen had to throw him out to delay the monster, the royal uncle would think that was only right. However, to say it so bluntly was indeed a bit too much. Then I'll be in front of you, royal uncle. I'll be counting on you, Tong Chen. And me. Just let me be the fourth to last to die. The atmosphere in the 8th group instantly became lively, everyone playfully vying for their death order. Bubo smiled slightly at this. They didn't have much preparation time left for this mission. Soon, all members of the 8th group ran towards the designated assembly point according to the issued orders. When Tong Chen and the others arrived at the assembly point, the advance team had already set off. Hurry up and get on, don't dawdle. If you can't keep up with the leading team, you deserve to die. The truck driver grinned at the members of the 8th group behind him. The thick armor plates on the truck's exterior were covered in deep scratches bearing strange colors. The members of the 8th group were very familiar with this color. It was the appearance of dried spider monster bodily fluids. Good grief, are we being transported in a truck used for monsters? The royal uncle muttered in dissatisfaction. He had already had enough of spiders during this time, and now he had to sit in a truck that reeked of them, making him feel nauseous. Royal uncle, psychological trauma level +1. Keep it down, or the driver will hear you. To avoid making our driver brother irritable, I might just have to throw you out to run, Lao Yu said, twitching his lips as he glanced at his group member. Who dares to complain about the driver's truck in front of him? Do you want to die? Do you believe that once we start moving, your brain will be shaken out? Even if it doesn't come out, you could be thrown out 3 to 5 times in an hour. If a monster happens to be following behind, that would be quite thrilling. Hearing his team leader's warning, the royal uncle shivered, clearly having had a related experience. Everyone quickly got into the truck and team leader Lao Yu hurriedly pulled out a pack of cigarettes to give to the driver, which made his irritable expression slightly better. A day later, the truck's speed gradually decreased. Tong Chen looked up at the thick fog outside before lowering his gaze to the terminal. 12:21:39:14. It was already noon, and the fog had not yet cleared. Looking up at the sky, the golden hue indicated that it should be a sunny day. Is this one of the abilities of a lord-level monster?
Not really, the tomb spider's attribute is earth, so the fog should be a water attribute. Ability, Lao Yu explains softly with a smile. At this point, any soldier with a bit of knowledge could guess what kind of monster the base was facing. Therefore, he could confidently say that the fog had nothing to do with the Lord monster. It might be a problem with the terrain here, who knows? These things are better understood by researchers. But these monsters do choose their locations well. The thick fog combined with their digging ability is simply a perfect match. We really need to be more careful. This time, brothers, Lao Yu said with a sigh, his expression turning extremely serious. He certainly didn't want to die in a place like this. The other members of the 8th group nodded, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Half an hour later, a faint fishy smell wafted through the fog, and shadows could occasionally be seen moving by the roadside. Those were other reserve teams and division groups clearing away the spider corpses left behind by the top-tier team's slaughter. The truck came to a stop. Take care, guys, and don't get dragged away by the spiders. They say these monsters wrap their prey in silk and inject venom, slowly dissolving muscles and bones. You could be left a limp mess for months, the driver said to the members of Team 8 who had just gotten out, a terrifying smile on his face. The members of Team 8 rolled their eyes and greeted him with hand gestures. The driver was likely just trying to tease the newcomers, having spotted Tong Chen and Bubo in the team, but he had no idea that these two were the ones you definitely shouldn't provoke in the group. The driver was amused by the tough expressions of Team 8 as they got out of the truck. He didn't pay much attention, just slapped the car door a few times to make a dull sound and began to reverse away. In the thick fog, which had a visibility of only about 5 meters, several shadows quickly approached upon hearing the noise. Over here, the newcomer was Ning Shuang, who was wearing a brand new streamlined battlesuit, looking quite formidable. Beside her was Chen Chen, now donned in the Zhuke battle armor, the chest piece appearing modified and somewhat mismatched. However, it seemed functional enough. The members of Team 8 admired the wealthy sisters for a moment before casting envious glances at Tong Chen. You little rascal, Tong Chen shrugged, completely unfazed by his teammates' gazes. Soon, they arrived at their workstation, surrounded by the reserve team led by Ning Shuang, familiar faces from the previous Nanxiao operation. These individuals were on alert, holding weapons, and a row of iron stakes about 2.5 meters tall was planted in the ground around them, serving as a detection device for underground threats. Move quickly, there are plenty of monster corpses. The reserve members will take turns helping you, Ning Shuang said before walking over to maintain vigilance. Lao Yu nodded and instructed the team members to unpack the toolbox they had brought. Split up, each person take a direction, and return to the center after reaching the detection device. Remember, battlefield handling is different from the rear. Always be cautious of monsters that might not be completely dead and could counterattack. After Lao Yu finished speaking, he handed out 2 burlap sacks for collecting materials from the adorable little spiders. Everyone began to clear the area from the center outward. Tong Chen casually chose a direction, working while letting his mind wander. The situation wasn't looking good. There were too many guards around. They were also surrounded by the detection stakes, so if anything went wrong, they would be immediately discovered. It was possible that the top-tier teams would be alerted. If Lu Yong and the battle god Bubo blocked him, it would be quite the predicament. He needed to find a way to slip away. Tong Chen squinted as he surveyed the surroundings. He gently tapped his chest pocket, waking up Grandpa Parrot to get to work. After conveying the message for Grandpa Parrot to scout the distribution of guards in the distance, Tong Chen continued to dismantle the spider corpses while waiting. A few minutes later, the parrot returned, landing on the ground and hopping around, leaving many footprints. I'm here, are these the guards? Tong Chen pointed to the center. The parrot nodded. Tong Chen opened the pocket to let Grandpa Parrot return. His perception skill could ignore the nearby white fog, but not anything too far away. 2. Avoid getting lost when making his escape later and running into other teams or the top-tier team. He had let Grandpa Parrot wander around a bit. Now, all I need is an opportunity to slip away. The team led by Ning Shuang occasionally glanced in their direction. If he wanted to leave and stir up some trouble, he had to wait for the right moment. Nearby, Bubo looked up in Tong Chen's direction. He had intentionally chosen to stand next to Tong Chen, suspecting that the kid was up to something. Hearing him so excited about the mission earlier definitely raised some red flags. Bubo felt that Tong Chen was likely planning something, so he came over to keep an eye on him. At least if something happened, he would know in advance and could avoid becoming an unwitting star of the video. You've let the parrot out. What kind of mischief are you up to, kid? Bubo muttered to himself. The next moment, a scream came from another direction. What the hell? Several figures broke through the thick fog and rushed towards the source of the sound. A few seconds later, a voice from that side came, apologizing. It's nothing as spiders suddenly jumped out. Sorry about that. Bubo turned around and was astonished to find that Tong Chen, who had just been there, had vanished. In his perception, Tong Chen's figure was quickly moving towards the outskirts.
And that was precisely the direction where the guards had just come to check the situation, and at this moment, it was empty. Good kid, I knew you wouldn't be honest. Bu Bo squinted his eyes and immediately followed suit. This time, if he didn't play a trick on Tong Chen, it would be a disservice to all the hard work Tong Chen put into editing him. Tong Chen quietly left, with Bu Bo trailing behind like a shadow. Ning Xuan confirmed that the members of Team 8 from Jinghu had no major issues and had just relaxed when she immediately received a report from her team. Ning Shuang, 2 people are missing. The area each group in the reserve team was responsible for was not large, and considering the number of people in each group, they would finish cleaning up the monster corpses in one area before moving to the next. The absence of 2 people in the team was something the focused members of Team 8 might not notice immediately, but the soldiers responsible for guarding would notice right away. Ning Shuang frowned and looked at her teammate, her lips moving slightly. Who? Tong Chen and Bu Bo, the female team members' face turned tense, as if there were monsters hiding in the white mist, ready to jump out and ambush her at any moment. Ning Shuang. Upon hearing those 2 names, Ning Shuang's body instantly stiffened. Her master wouldn't have taken advantage of the recent incident to drag Tong Chen out and bury him, would he? That guy Tong Chen was annoying, but after all, he had saved her life. She couldn't really let her master kill him. I understand, they're fine. No need to worry. I sent them to carry out another task. After thinking for a moment, Ning Shuang said. The female team member was taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled. You should have said so earlier, you scared me to death. With such a serious attitude from the base, even the reserve team would panic. Hearing that the 2 were not dragged away by some hidden monster, the female team member let out a heavy sigh and returned to her post. Ning Shuang then walked to the side and began fiddling with the terminal. After trying several directions, she finally found a faint signal. Master, where did you take Tong Chen? Please don't kill him, he saved me. Seeing the message successfully sent with difficulty, Ning Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Bu Bo was closely following Tong Chen. In this weather, even if Tong Chen released a parrot, it wouldn't help. His battle god's agility would definitely not be exposed. Let me see what you plan to do, kid, Bu Bo said, and suddenly the terminal lit up. When he opened it and saw it was a message from Ning Shuang, the corner of the battle god's mouth twitched. To be honest, he had just been planning to find an opportunity to drag Tong Chen out and give him a beating. Just as he thought of this, Tong Chen had already run away. After following him for a while and seeing Tong Chen's stealthy movements that were almost excessive, Bu Bo was no longer in a hurry to act. He now wanted to see what kind of crooked idea Tong Chen was up to. It couldn't be that he just came out to take a dump, right? Wasn't he afraid of being bitten by a monster? Remembering the last time he fell into a trap he dug himself, Bu Bo still felt some people were embarrassing. Although he was attacking the shadow, if it weren't for Tong Chen messing up at a critical moment, they wouldn't have been caught. Just as he was pondering, Tong Chen suddenly stopped. Ahead. Bu Bo's eyes widened instantly. Had he been discovered? This distance shouldn't be possible. Could it be that he had spaced out and made a mistake? No, not at all. Tong Chen's perception couldn't be that good, could it? Bu Bo remained motionless. It shouldn't be his problem. This thought flashed through his mind. If Tong Chen could detect his following at this distance, Bu Bo suggested that it was necessary to capture Tong Chen and bring him to the Imperial Capital Research Institute for dissection studies. This is completely unscientific. It's over 400 meters away and there's such thick fog. Even he, the war god, could only barely keep up thanks to his strong perception. If Tong Chen could detect it, then what kind of heaven would that be? What on earth is going on? The war god focused intently on sensing the situation ahead. Tong Chen's mouth twitched. Since just now, there had been a faint malice lurking behind him, but due to the distance and the fact that they were in a war zone, Tong Chen thought it was some hidden little monster harboring ill will towards him. It wasn't until just now, when that malice momentarily turned into a killing intent, that Tong Chen realized someone was following him. Monsters wouldn't emit killing intent from such a distance, as they were still outside the range for an ambush. A monster with its killing instincts fully charged would never make such a mistake. While hunting in this environment, the only one who could keep up with him from this distance was probably Bu Bo. That was close. Almost stepped on a soldier ant, Tong Chen said, jumping 5 meters and continuing forward after landing. Behind him, Bu Bo raised an eyebrow. He quickly appeared at the spot where Tong Chen had just paused, and indeed, there were ants passing by on the ground. Insect species evolve slowly. Aside from a few individual species, most have not changed much. For example, the soldier ants on the ground were 10 times larger, yet only the size of a grasshopper nymph. Unless surrounded by an overwhelming number of soldier ants, even an ordinary person wouldn't be afraid. Crazy, getting startled over this? Bu Bo rolled his eyes. His inner thoughts once again confirmed that Tong Chen's mind wasn't quite normal. He continued to follow Tong Chen. Meanwhile, a smirk appeared on Tong Chen's face. He had been thinking about how to stir up some trouble to obtain materials, but unexpectedly, the war god had followed him out. Now he didn't have to worry about causing too much chaos and harming innocents, which could lead to mission failure at the base. A lone war god, just wait and see what I can do. After carefully communicating with his mental power, Tong Chen covered the parrot as it took off. His order was to find the strongest monster in this area or locate the most densely populated area of monsters. It's all up to you, parrot. If you do well, I'll treat you to good food and drink. If not, you'll become spicy. Tong Chen muttered, changing direction to continue sneaking. He knew Bu Bo was probably just curious, which was why he hadn't immediately turned hostile. Therefore, Tong Chen aimed to keep the war god intrigued, buying as much time as possible for the parrot. Half an hour later. What on earth does this kid want? How far has he run? How can a junior warrior have such good spirit and stamina? Bu Bo rubbed his brow, sounding incredulous. Ahead, Tong Chen stopped again, making strange movements. If Bu Bo had to describe it, it looked a bit like he was performing a shamanic dance. As the war god, even he felt a bit fatigued from extreme tracking. In such harsh conditions, yet Tong Chen's efficiency had not wavered at all. This surprised Bu Bo. Indeed, surviving through reckless behavior until now shows he has some skills. At this moment, Tong Chen also wanted to curse the parrot. Parrot, are you lost? You shouldn't be. His mental power had been continuously gathering and projecting upwards, and the aerial view was practically glowing with coordinates. Could it be that it had run away? Or encountered trouble? Wait another 10 minutes, if nothing happens, then I won't wait any longer. After this period of running, he had also sensed some relatively dangerous areas through his perception. If it really came to it, he could always circle back and find a random spot to charge in. Thinking this, Tong Chen changed direction again. 5 minutes later, the fog ahead thinned, and the sounds of a construction crew could be heard in the distance. Tong Chen suddenly stopped, his expression astonished. Mercenaries? How could there be foreign mercenaries here? What is the biggest difference between mercenaries and regular combat teams? It's the combat quality and the aura they carry. The businesses of both sides are different, so the habits they develop are also quite distinct. Battle teams primarily focus on fighting monsters, while mercenaries are different. As long as they are paid, they will take on any task: kidnapping, assassination, theft, security, and escorting. No matter what they do, they are the kind of people who do not follow rules, and their wild demeanor is easily recognizable. Perhaps there are such individuals among warriors, but they are exceptions. When many people with this kind of temperament gather together, it must be a mercenary group. Interesting, foreign mercenaries have come here to be brick movers? Tong Chen squinted. The fact that they dared to come to this place indicates that their strength is not weak. As long as one's eyes are not blind, one can see the state of martial law at the Nanxiao base. A slightly normal brain would know that the base is facing a significant threat from powerful monsters. In such a situation, daring to cause trouble around the combat area of a top battle team means that the other party's strength is definitely not low. Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be monsters. Tong Chen smiled, having made a decision. He would go back and settle accounts with his own bird. You are a parrot, not a pigeon. And you actually dared to ditch your master. Behind him, Bu Bo noticed that Tong Chen had stopped for a long time, his expression filled with confusion. What is he doing this time? Squatting there without moving, could it really be that he is taking a dump? If Tong Chen told him that he ran this far just to find a good spot to squat, he would directly bury Tong Chen in that hole. Suddenly, Tong Chen moved. To Bu Bo's astonishment, the flawless stealth of Tong Chen along the way actually made a mistake and produced a sound. Who? A shout and a searchlight came from a distance. Tong Chen covered his face with his hand, and by the time the light went out, several people were already standing in front of him. Who are you? The leading mercenary frowned as he looked at Tong Chen. Who are you? I'm logistics for the Black Dragon Reserve Team. I don't think I've seen you before. Tong Chen's eyes were clear and foolish. It was as if he were a lost child who suddenly discovered someone in front of him. Kill him, don't make too much noise, the leader said in a foreign language. Suddenly, several killing intents locked onto Tong Chen in his perception. He turned and ran. Behind him, Bu Bo was completely stunned. Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps? The mercenary group that disappeared after infiltrating Longwa. Why are they here? This is bad. Bu Bo's mind raced, and alarms blared. They are coming for the Nanxiao base. Perhaps Fong City is also within their targets, just as they are preparing to deal with the Lord-level monster, the Tomb Spider. If such a powerful force suddenly appears behind them, the chaos that would ensue is unimaginable. Plus, the intel from the old butler indicated that the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps has colluded with internal spies. They may have already grasped part of Nanxiao's combat plans. The direction this kid is running. While pondering, Bu Bo was shocked to find that Tong Chen seemed to be running towards him. No way, are you really going back the same way? Bu Bo frantically opened his terminal, wanting to lift the disguise restrictions on himself. In the distance, Tong Chen squinted and shouted loudly. While running, he threw something ahead. 2 seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted above Bu Bo's head.
He dodged the shrapnel from the grenade with a face full of black lines. No, if you want to make a noise, you don't have to throw it right in my face. Hey, what are you doing here? Tong Chen exclaimed in surprise, appearing in front of Bu Bo and stopping. Bu Bo, feeling uncomfortable, halted his terminal operations. Should he reveal his identity in front of Tong Chen? Forget it, let's see how things go first. You're done for. Do you know who this is? The grandson of the war god Bu Bo. A big shot from the capital. I advise you to back off before things get out of hand, otherwise, if the war god gets angry, the forces behind you won't be able to handle it. Tong Chen protected Bu Bo in front of him, fiercely speaking to the pursuers. Bu Bo, are you sick or something? He couldn't fathom how many monsters were galloping through his mind, deeply suspecting that Tong Chen was deliberately trying to shift the hatred. Sure enough, the murderous intent from across the way escalated several levels in the next moment, and Tong Chen finished speaking and ran. Leave this grandson alive, kill the other one. Truly, when there's a path to heaven, you refuse to take it. When there's no door to hell, you jump right in. You can find it here, you really can. The leading mercenary spoke with a dangerous glint in his eyes. More and more figures appeared ahead. The grenade version of the piercing arrow that Tong Chen had just thrown did not summon allies. Instead, it helped the enemy summon reinforcements. Yet, no one in the crowd pursued Tong Chen. Suddenly, from the mist in the distance, Tong Chen charged back. I think I still can't leave you behind. I'm not the kind of person who abandons my comrades. Bu Bo scoffed, looking towards the direction Tong Chen was running from. Before long, a team of mercenaries appeared, slowly approaching, forming a protective stance against the people in front. Hey, are you satisfied now? I can live, but you have to die. Bu Bo mocked Tong Chen for failing to steal a chicken and instead losing the rice. Just now, this kid had clearly exposed his identity, trying to make the other side shift their attention and escape. As a result, not only did he fail to escape, but Blood Eagle also had no intention of letting him go. What are you talking about? Shouldn't we share life and death together? Tong Chen's eyes widened. Bu Bo laughed, raising both hands. I surrender. You all can handle him as you see fit. Who wants to share life and death with you? Now it's your turn, young man, to attract the hatred. As for the war god, I'll wait until you're almost dead before stepping in to solve the problem. No need to expose my identity. Later, I can just say I was saved by a passing war general. Tong Chen, don't come over. Don't anyone come over. If you do, I'll cut off his dog head. Tong Chen grabbed Bu Bo, who had raised his hands, and pressed a knife against his neck. Bu Bo's mouth twitched. Who are you calling a dog? No dog can outdo you. Just a second ago, he was talking about sharing life and death, and the next second he was acting like a robber taking a hostage. Bu Bo found it amusing and wanted to see how things would develop next. The mercenaries all looked at Tong Chen as if he were an idiot. Wait, kid, that's your teammate? You're threatening us with him? Ha ha ha, are you scared, silly? Is this the level of warriors from the dragon country? You crack me up. Now put down the knife and I'll give you a quick end. The mercenaries translated their words through their terminals and played them back. Stop with the nonsense. Weren't you supposed to capture him alive? Do you believe I'll blow him up with me? As Tong Chen spoke, he kept stuffing explosives and grenades onto Bu Bo. Bu Bo's face was full of question marks. Wait, where did you get so much military hardware? Aren't these things meant for auxiliary combat? Even advanced warriors rarely use these, so they should be hard to come by. Suddenly, Bu Bo remembered his disciples' team, which seemed to be primarily composed of intermediate warriors. So, the Black Dragon probably handed over these things they usually didn't use to them, right? Hey, where are you stuffing that? Bu Bo turned his head in shock, feeling his pockets stuffed full of fragment grenades, which Tong Chen had kindly gathered to the center of his thigh. Who taught you to play like this? The war god Bu Bo felt the heavy weight and cold texture in his pockets, and his expression completely broke. Even with the war god's abnormal physique, being blown up at such close range by so many fragment grenades would still hurt. Not to mention that position, he would truly experience a type of pain that no man wishes to face. The mercenaries preparing to act in front felt a chill in their lower bodies upon seeing Tong Chen's actions, experiencing a phantom pain. This kid is a bit perverse. I thought he was an idiot just now for threatening us with his teammate, but it seems he's a tough character. I thought I was already brutal enough, but today I learned a lesson from a young man. Compared to being tortured, the cold feel of a grenade is even more terrifying. The mercenaries said in shock. They looked at Tong Chen, their disdain turning into caution in that moment. Damn it, if you keep pulling, it's going to break. Bu Bo grumbled as he grabbed Tong Chen's hand. Where on earth did you hide all these grenades? Tong Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand, his eyes showing a hint of regret. Bu Bo's mouth twitched. Are you actually regretting it? You want to max out my firepower, huh? It's not a good time to act now. To be honest, Bu Bo didn't want to expose his identity to Tong Chen. It felt like he had lost something. Knock Tong Chen out and then deal with these small fries in front of him? No way. With Tong Shen's abnormal danger perception, he would pull out all the pins connected to the grenades at the same time.
Moreover, once he revealed his strength, the hyena-like mercenaries would instantly sense something was off. With the Blood Eagles style, they would never just sit back and do nothing.
At that point, he would have to throw everything out, pants included.
The thought of standing
in front of these people with his lower half exposed made Bubo feel equally embarrassed.
How did he suddenly find himself in this familiar dilemma? This kid Tong Chen is indeed toxic. With that thought, Bubo forced a smile. You can't escape like this. How about this?
Let go of me, I'll hold them off, and you go find reinforcements.
Only then can we both be saved. Bubo spoke in a low voice. Tong Chen was taken aback. No way, do I look like the kind of person who would abandon my teammates and run away? No. Abandonment, no giving up. Got it?
His righteous tone was loud enough to leave Bubo speechless. The god of war looked uncomfortable,
feeling a desire to retort but not knowing how. Who do you think you are to say that? Should we take a look at how you treat me as a teammate? Besides, haven't you run away from your teammates enough times? Not to mention the last time you went scouting with your
disciple Shi Ningxuan, you took off even earlier than I did. Clearly not your first time doing this.
Bubo suppressed the urge to turn around and punch Tong Chen.
The appearance of these mercenaries here must be part of a conspiracy. Bringing back intelligence
is more important than my safety. You should go. No way, intelligence is precious, but life is even more valuable.
Those who fail to complete their missions are trash, but those who abandon their teammates are even worse than trash.
Tong Chen spoke,
suppressing a smile, wanting to gather more material.
Bubo?
Seeing Tong Chen so shamelessly righteous, the god of war felt like
he was being played.
But he couldn't figure out what the problem was at the moment. He couldn't find any evidence.
Just hearing
such lofty words come from Tong Chen made him feel a tightness in his chest.
Are you going to leave or not? If you don't, I'll blow you up.
Bubo's face turned fierce as he grabbed the fuse of the connected grenades.
Tong Chen instantly distanced himself
from him. At that moment, the mercenaries surrounding them grew impatient.
As the infamous Blood Eagle mercenary group, when had they ever been so disregarded?
Enemies usually knelt in fear and begged for mercy upon seeing them.
These two actually dared to
openly conspire to escape, their voices loud enough to be humiliating. One mercenary acted instantly, a shadow flying in from a
distance. It was an archer from behind.
The arrow shot straight towards Tong Chen's face, and Bubo let go of the fuse to push Tong
Chen away.
The arrow grazed Tong Chen's scalp, taking a few strands of hair with it.
Tong Chen was pushed back 7 or 8
meters. He got up from the ground, confusedly looking at the line in his hand, which had a string of pull rings attached.
Bubo. Mercenaries. Damn it. Tong Chen, you idiot.
You little brat, you're a disaster.
Meeting you is like I've run out of luck for 8 lifetimes. Get lost. Just get lost. Bubo angrily cursed while quickly pulling out the smoking grenade from his pocket and tossing it towards the mercenaries nearby. In the next moment, a loud explosion erupted. Flames, shockwaves, and shrapnel turned the scene into chaos in an instant.
Bubo, seeing that he had narrowly saved his pants and was spared the pain of injury, immediately sighed in relief. His clothes only had a few holes from the shrapnel. He looked towards the spot where Tong Chen had just been, but there was no one there. The god of war's perception spread out, and he was astonished to find that in just a few seconds of chaos, Tong Chen had already escaped the area.
Is this your idea of not abandoning? His mouth
twitched as he scanned the surroundings, deciding to vent his anger on these mercenaries. In the distance, Tong Chen entered a state of concealment, his body covered by shadows, hiding himself in the shadow of a
mercenary's armored vehicle.
His control over the dark flames allowed him to disguise his presence to the level of a corpse, and with the shadow manipulation technique, he could achieve perfect camouflage.
Moreover,
now that he was cloaked in shadows, even if the god of war discovered him, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he could just fight and then run.
Taking this little risk to enjoy the show, why not?
As the smoke dissipated, the mercenaries looked at Bubo with strange expressions.
Why did this guy suddenly seem so different from before?
He was clearly one person, yet he exuded a confidence that surrounded them all.
And what was with that look, as if he were watching ants? The mercenaries began to feel angry.
At that moment, a path began to open in the back of the mercenary group.
2 armored figures walked over. What's going on?
The leader was a blond, pale-skinned man, with a vertical scar running from his forehead through his left eye to his chin, his gaze sharp and fierce.
Report, 2 little mice have intruded, and we are about to deal with them. 2? So you let one escape?
The scar-faced man grabbed the head of the speaker, his fingers tightening.
The man let out a piercing scream as the fingers covered by the gauntlet sank into flesh, a faint sound of
a skull under pressure echoing until a certain breaking point was reached, bursting forth in a spray of blood. The scar-faced man shook off the red and white substance from his hand and turned his gaze to Bubo.
Who is this person? Deputy Commander, this person is Bubo, the grandson of the god of war. We just compared the intelligence, and the appearance matches.
Upon hearing this, the deputy commander with the scar
became interested and looked at Bubo. You don't seem afraid of me? Bubo raised an eyebrow. A mere high-ranking warrior, what is there to be afraid of? The scar-faced deputy commander was taken aback by Bubo's words.
The surrounding mercenaries suddenly burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, what did he say? Just a high-ranking warrior is weak. Who does he think he is? Kid, your grandfather is the god of war, but you are not. You dare to look down on high-ranking warriors with your intermediate warrior strength? I think you're crazy. Soon you'll know what cruelty is. As long as you're alive, you can be treated as meat. Boss, when we catch him, can we have some fun? I wonder what it's like to be a descendant of the god of war.
After the mercenaries finished laughing, their gazes began to turn malicious, with a few greedily licking their lips, revealing their heavyweight presence.
Bubo.
He had just found it strange that these people kept their distance from the other mercenaries, forming a small group. Now he understood why.
Bubo, feeling disgusted,
confirmed once again that Tong Chen had already left.
Hearing his subordinate's request, the scar-faced man grinned and nodded. Remember to record it and send it to the god of war as a gift later. Upon hearing this, the mercenaries erupted into wild laughter once more.
Soon, they noticed that Bubo did not have the expected change in expression. Instead, he was calmly tapping something on his terminal.
Kid, don't waste your effort. You can't send any messages from here.
We have installed the highest power signal jammer, not to mention that communication in the war zone is already obstructed. The two mercenaries sneered coldly.
However, soon everyone present could no longer laugh.
They saw Bobo's appearance begin to blur, as if someone had pixelated him. In the next moment, the Bobo before them had completely transformed into another person. His hair turned pale in an instant, and his appearance changed, yet one could still see the shadow of the previous Bobo. What is this? The mercenaries looked at their vice-captain in confusion, only to find that the vice-captain was no longer in place, having run far away. From the somewhat flustered and awkward steps, it was clear that the vice-captain was terrified. An existence that could instill fear in a high-ranking warrior, could it be? This thought had just emerged when the mercenaries present were struck by a terrifying aura. 1000-layer blade technique, 6th style, heavy domain 1000 blades. After Bobo's calm voice rang out, the ground where he stood seemed to have its gravity suddenly increased several times, sinking sharply. The entire area began to crack around him, and the mercenaries, with weak legs, could no longer stand. They fell to the ground, feeling the terrifying pressure on their bodies, trembling uncontrollably.
1000-layer blade. War god, you are war god Bobo.
In the instant the domain formed, Bobo's figure
vanished, leaving only the glint of blades.
90% of the mercenaries instantly turned into a mist of blood, with only those on the periphery who had seen the scarred man escape and followed closely,
managing to survive.
But this only allowed them to live for 2 more seconds. The shadow holding the blade swept past them, and the fleeing figures froze, then shattered into pieces.
TSK Tiskol Deng is a bit
fierce. In the shadows, Tong Chen glanced at the ravines left by the blade light before him. In the distance, the loud sounds of battle erupted, and one could still hear the screams and roars of that high-ranking warrior. Tong Chen quietly followed. He also wanted to see what these mercenaries were really up to. When Tong Chen arrived, Bobo was already holding the head of the scarred man, with a headless corpse kneeling before him. He tossed the head aside and quickly charged forward with a cold expression, seemingly not intending to leave any survivors. Tong Chen stepped forward, looking at the warrior's corpse, lost in thought.
The raptor battle armor from the Eagle Nation. This set must be worth at least 8 million, right? This battle knife is nice. It's a custom model. He shamelessly began to loot the corpse, quickly stripping the unfortunate Blood Eagle Vice-Captain Bear.
Tong Chen packed the items and slung them over his shoulder, happily searching for Bobo's trail. Along the way, he took everything valuable he could find.
Soon, Tong Chen saw Bo again.
At this moment, the war god had restored his disguise, looking like a grandson again, standing dazed in front of a white pillar, saying something into a communicator. Seeing this, Tong Chen also removed his
disguise and quietly approached.
Blood Eagle traces discovered outside the South Bridge base. Vice-Captain Lauren has been slain, and there are spider silk and a mixture of spider cement left at the scene. Send
someone to investigate. Bobo's voice was serious.
The Blood Eagle mercenary corps was not simple. Both the captain and vice-captain were high-ranking warriors, and the elite team members under them started at the
warrior level, numbering in the dozens. Coupled with many soldiers, they completely possessed the strength to carve out their own territory.
It was said that the Blood Eagle team had the shadow of the war god of the
Eagle Nation behind them.
For them to go to such lengths and take risks to infiltrate the Dragon Nation, it couldn't just be for this pillar, could it? Bobo looked up at the numerous white giant pillars, which clearly showed signs of being man-made, standing at least 200 meters tall. Suddenly, he noticed that the sound of the wind seemed off, and Bobo clenched his fist, preparing to disperse the mist in the high air. Just as he was about to strike, footsteps behind him made Bobo stumble and nearly fall.
Tong Chen?
Bobo's eyes widened in surprise.
Tong Chen carefully stepped over the corpses on the ground and approached. Bobo, what happened? Why are all the mercenaries dead? Did you kill them?
His face was horrified, as if he had been frightened by the mercenaries' tragic state. No, just now a master from our side passed by and
took care of them all. After a moment of contemplation, Bobo opened his eyes and spoke nonsense. How did you come back? I got lost and couldn't find my way out. Then I heard some commotion behind me, so I thought I'd come back and take a look. Then where's the master? He left. In such a hurry? Not even taking the spoils after killing the enemies? Then I won't hold back. After saying this, Tong Chen quickly ran to the back and dragged out a package. The package was 2 meters in diameter, larger than anyone else. Bubo's mouth twitched. Does this kid have such a big heart? He dares to loot corpses at a time like this? He looked at the corner of the package where a raptor armor component was exposed, his face full of hesitation. What's wrong? Let's split it in half. In the end, Bubo reluctantly spat out this sentence as if resigning to fate. Forget it, just consider it a service fee for this kid collecting the spoils. Hey, you little brat, how shameless. These are all mine. Tong Chen jumped up, pointing at Bubo's nose and cursing, looking as if he had been robbed. Bubo's heart twitched. Who's really being shameless here? Selling out teammates, black marketing spoils. This kid should be shot 100 times. But this kid really has guts. He dares to loot corpses even when those mercenaries die tragically. Isn't he afraid that a killer might just take him out too? Suddenly, Bubo thought of the family situation in Tong Chen's profile, and his expression softened slightly. Just say whether we're splitting or not, if not, I'll report you. According to the rules, these spoils should belong to the killer. But rules are dead if the owner of the spoils can't handle their harvest due to certain circumstances, then someone else picking it up has no complaints. The premise is that the person picking it up is clever enough not to get caught. Otherwise, trouble is inevitable, and it could even escalate into deadly enemies. It's settled then. When we get back, you'll sell it. I'm sure Jing has his own channels, right? Tong Chen said with a smile. Bubo was taken aback, feeling something was off. Did I kill the enemy? Tong Chen did a bit of logistical work and then took 50%? And he still wants to use his own channels to sell it? Bubo's gaze gradually became strange. Kid, what did you do before the disaster? Bubo looked at Tong Chen with suspicion. He was now very doubtful about what kind of illegal industry Tong Chen was involved in before. Otherwise, how could he explain his proficiency in doing bad things? He doesn't seem like a good person at all, of course. Compared to those warriors who unleashed the evil of humanity after the disaster, Tong Chen is completely a good person, at most a bit sick. Bubo recalled the various atrocities he had seen committed under humanity, all of which were scarier than monsters. That's why he wanted to team up with friends to rectify the foreign atmosphere. What do I look like to you? Tong Chen looked Bubo up and down. What's with this guy, suddenly curious about what he used to do? Can I tell you I'm a street punk from an orphanage? Bubo rolled his eyes. His question was more of a spontaneous thought, not something he genuinely wanted to know. Just like at this moment, hearing Tong Chen say that, he instinctively replied, I see you as a beast-eared little lowly, a Huang de Xian, right? Don't say, you really do look a bit like one, just not human at all. Tong Chen's expression changed, then he looked at Bubo in surprise. He never expected that the war god Lao Dang would know this joke. 3 hours later, the two returned to the mission site where Team 8 was located. Tong Chen tossed the repackaged bundle he had behind him onto the truck that was there to transport monster materials. Just as the members of Team 8, who had just finished clearing this area, gathered curiously around. The driver in the front cabin felt the truck shake and looked over with a puzzled expression. What's so heavy? Bro, can you help take this back? Tong Chen handed over a pack of cigarettes. The driver took it and looked at Shining Shuang. She was in charge here, and such matters still needed the leader's approval. Using the bus for personal purposes is one thing, even though it wasn't locked. Shining Shuang looked at her master, Bubo. They had returned together, and it was clear that Bubo was also aware of this matter. Bubo subtly nodded. Take it back, Shining Shuang said. And the driver immediately beamed and thanked Tong Chen. He opened the package and coolly popped one into his mouth. Outside, the emperor's uncle subtly reached into his pocket, revealing a knowing expression. Next to him, Lao Yu looked over with a curious gaze. The emperor's uncle smiled wryly and shook his head. It's gone. This kid is really quick with his hands. The car started, but just a few meters out, sure. Ningxue suddenly changed her expression and spoke up. Wait. The driver slammed on the brakes, poking his head out to look back. What's going on? The command center has ordered us to retreat. The Apex team has made a new discovery and needs to change the battlefield. There's no one ahead to cover us. We need to retreat and take our people with us. After saying this, Ningxue looked at the members of Group 8. Everyone froze for a second, then rushed towards the truck in a frenzy. Clearly, this was their logistics team's vehicle. However, it was already filled with monster materials. This meant there wasn't much room left for people to sit. Those who moved slowly would be left outside to face the wind. It would be quite the spectacle if they encountered a monster attack. Move aside, I'm getting on first, you bastards. Hey, brother. I've never asked you for anything in my life. Do you remember the favor I did pulling you back from the monster's jaws? Are you out of your mind? That never happened. The members of Group 8 were scrambling awkwardly, and Ningxue's expression darkened. What she meant was, take as many as you can, and the rest should leave with the reserve team. Wasn't this embarrassing in front of the war god master? After all, this was her squad. Bubo looked at Tong Chen with a smile, as if to say, look at what you've led them to become. Enough. 5 can get on this vehicle, the rest will leave with us later. Shi Ningshu spoke, and the scrambling members of Group 8 finally stopped and looked at each other. Brother, I just remembered, there was indeed that favor, so I'll give you my spot. No, I was just joking, don't slander me. I want to go back with the reserve team. Who wants to squeeze in with you big guys? Make way, save me a spot, I just want to see the stuff. Tong Chen walked over and said, and everyone on the truck jumped down. Following the reserve team was safer, not to mention there were more female warriors. Who knows, maybe a little flirting along the way could spark some romance. Bubo followed Tong Chen to prevent this guy from absconding with the spoils midway. He felt that with Tong Chen's style, he could definitely pull off something like double dipping on the equipment. Lao Yu cheerfully followed along. He was already married and didn't want to join the young members in their antics. The emperor's uncle hesitated for a moment but decided to leave with Tong Chen. The reserve team was indeed strong, but they might not be as keenly aware of danger as Tong Chen. Besides, they were all brothers. If something went wrong, they couldn't just ignore him. The reserve team was different. Who were they? Oh, just some low-value logistics staff. If they died, so be it. The 4 of them sat in the car, looking at the remaining members of Group 8. They all looked at each other, clearly not planning to get on easily. At that moment, Shi Ningshu tugged at her sister beside her, her face slightly flushed as she said something. Shi Ningshu helplessly nodded, and the girl happily ran towards the truck and jumped up. Her weight, combined with the armor, made the vehicle sink slightly. The driver incredulously poked his head out. Didn't you say 5 people? Isn't this a monster on board? Can we not mess with my old buddy? Less nonsense. Drive. Tong Chen shouted at the front, patting the embarrassed Shi Ningshu to let it go. The car started and left, returning to the Nanqiao base after a day and a half. After entering the base gate, Tong Chen got out with his things and looked at Bubo. Leave it to me, Bubo said as he reached out his hand. Tong Chen's eyes were wary. Don't worry, I don't care about this little thing, Bubo replied irritably. Don't think everyone is like you, Tong Chen, who doesn't treat people as human. Tong Chen handed over the items, and Bubo waved his hand and left. After saying goodbye to Shi Ningshu, Tong Chen followed Lao Yu and Huang Shugu towards the factory dormitory. By the way, what's going on this time? Is the Lord-level monster coming? Suddenly the mission was cancelled. Huang Shugu said with concern, Kid, don't be afraid. For a battle of this level, the war god must have already been deployed, maybe lurking in the shadows waiting for that beast to come out and seek death. Lao Yu comforted Huang Shugu with a smile. Captain, what exactly is the situation this time? You've been a veteran member of the battle group, you must have some channels to know something, right? Lao Yu paused for a moment and sighed. There was an accident. It said that the battle team discovered something strange several kilometers away. I don't know the specifics, but it's certain that the situation has become critical and we can't leisurely hoard materials anymore. Tong Chen immediately thought of the time he sensed something under the white giant pillar. In the 200 meters of air, at the top of the pillar, countless spider silk danced in the wind, intertwining to form a white platform spreading out like an elevated bridge into the distance. Unfortunately, the wind was blowing directly towards Wayan City. No way, Tong Chen murmured to himself. While feeling uneasy, his gaze quickly became resolute. He had to finish editing the materials this time and return to Wayan City immediately. Tong Chen walked along the road, deep in thought. If the Blood Eagle's target was indeed to lead the Lord-level monster to Wayan City, he had to hurry back. At least he could stay close to his family, and if something unexpected happened, he could protect them. After Tong Chen returned to the dormitory and familiarized himself, the terminal chimed with a remittance notification. 6.81 million? The efficiency of War God Lao Deng is quite high, Tong Chen said as he dried his hair and walked towards the bed. In a rush, he only had time to strip the previous equipment off the enemy if he collected all the spoils. On site, this amount would probably increase significantly. Forget it, it's free anyway, Tong Chen said as he opened the material library to prepare for editing. Before clicking on the material, he glanced out the window. He wondered if Grandpa Parrot would come back. Hopefully, it hadn't run away. If it did, it better not let him encounter it again, or it would be in for a rough time. Tong Chen clicked on the system projection. In front of him, this time, all the materials were recorded after encountering the mercenaries. At that time, Bubo wanted him to leave so he could unleash his full strength to kill the mercenaries. Tong Chen pondered slightly and began to edit. The scene arrived in front of the Blood Eagle stronghold. Mercenary, who goes there? Bubo, I surrender. You hold them off, my safety is more important. I will go back for reinforcements, only then can we both be saved. You kill them all, expert. Tong Chen edited to this point, interspersing the mercenaries' tragic state captured during the looting. It seemed as if the achievements were all his doing. Bubo, they met you and hit the jackpot. Grandpa, let's split it in half. Do you see me as a beast-eared little lowly or not? Tong Chen. Grandpa, let's go.
Tong Chen started playing the completed video, nodding in satisfaction after adding some details. After editing, it became a scene where Bubo was just tagging along while he indiscriminately
Killed everything.
Although the battle footage only showed a little bit of the standoff between both sides, it didn't matter because Tong Chen could edit. Plus, with the system allowing him to adjust the perspective freely, the explosion of the fragmentation grenade was skillfully edited into a battle scene with $1 million effect.
Connecting it with the mercenaries' deaths, it really looked like something. After Tong
Chen checked it, he clicked on Complete Editing.
Ding. Editing successful. Material strength rating, 766. Material recognition score, 41. Host editing score, 66. Total score, 873. Triple rewards available. Congratulations, host. Your score has broken 800 for the first time. Additional reward, combat skill proficiency level +1.
You can only choose one, and it is not affected by score rewards. Congratulations, host. Strength plus 1,400 kilograms, x3, mental power plus 135, x3 combat skill comprehension opportunities 10 times x3. Warning, please release the video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 80,000 views or the rewards will be
revoked.
Tong Ying was somewhat surprised to see the score break a historical high again, but soon felt it was only natural. The war god alone contributed a base score of 600 plus the high-level warriors and numerous
mercenaries' strength during their lifetimes.
It was only reasonable to have such a high strength score. System, allocate all combat skill comprehension opportunities to my talent.
Ding. Selection successful.
Congratulations, host.
Talent 1, Devour, level has risen to 3. Talent 2, Combat Skill Fusion, level has risen to 3.
Reminder, talent attributes have been upgraded with the level increase. Please check them yourself.
Tong Ying's eyes lit up at this point.
He summoned the Devouring Progress panel and found that the long-awaited skill, Infernal Flame Slash, had indeed been completed with the level increase.
The abilities of penetration
and Blade Light had completely merged into himself.
Tong Ying squinted, his fingers lightly tracing a faint purple line in front of him. It was the infinitely scaled Infernal Flame Slash. Moreover, the passive
skill, Infernal Flame Manipulation, bound to Infernal Flame Slash, was also automatically devoured. Previously, he had used the proficiency of the passive skill to hide himself with the cold aura of the Infernal Flame. Now, after devouring, this ability had undergone a complete evolution. Tong Ying closed his eyes to sense for a moment, and when he opened them again, his entire presence had completely vanished.
The room
was left with only a faint chill. Without using the naked eye, one would be unable to detect his existence. Appearing in this state before a warrior would likely be mistaken for a ghost.
Is the next one, Infernal Flame Compression? Tong Ying looked at the combat skill in the process of being devoured.
Compression was a derivative combat skill of Infernal Flame Slash, capable of achieving a powerful explosion when combined
with Infernal Flame Manipulation.
As for its power, the Iron Mane Tiger had already tested it with its own body.
It was almost like scattering its ashes. This move could also be used in conjunction with Infernal
Flame Slash, and if devoured, it would ignore the release restrictions. Tong Ying felt he could cosplay as the Assassin Queen, turning everything he touched into Infernal Flame bombs. However, the most anticipated one is still Ember. Tong Ying smacked his lips, looking at the combat skill listed after Infernal God Armor. Ember could transform weapons, increasing their limit to withstand Infernal Flame while granting the
weapons themselves Infernal Flame properties.
Tong Ying had a hunch that the potential of this skill was far beyond simply crafting divine weapons compatible with Infernal Flame.
As proficiency increased, there
would surely be broader applications, but that would require a long time to grind proficiency experience. Devouring could directly skip this process, allowing the release and usage aspects to be fully filled.
If the end of Ember was to enhance the transformation skills of the user themselves,
continuously improving the body's adaptability to Infernal Flame, granting the body Infernal Flame properties.
Would he then be able to become the king who commands Infernal Flame?
Tong Ying licked his lips, taking one last deep look at the rarely used Ember before closing the panel.
There's still one more opportunity for proficiency. Level +1.
Now that the talent skill had been upgraded, the devouring speed had greatly increased. Even without leveling up, devouring Infernal Flame Eruption would only take 3 months. The difficulty of devouring Ember was still unknown, but it likely wouldn't be too outrageous. At most a year, including Infernal God Armor, the 3 skills could definitely be devoured completely.
Moreover, even if the proficiency enhancement opportunities were invested in the talent, it wouldn't necessarily lead to immediate devouring.
Right now, outside there are the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps and Lord-level monsters eyeing them hungrily, while inside there are hidden spies conspiring to cause trouble.
The target might very well be Fong Jing City.
Tong Ying felt that it was better to enhance his combat power to deal with potential threats.
System.
Use the proficiency opportunity to upgrade Dark Flame Slash.
Ding. Selection successful.
Congratulations, host. Dark Flame Slash proficiency has been upgraded to 8.
Passive skill Dark Flame Manipulation. Proficiency has been upgraded to 8. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the series of combat skills Dark Descent. Dark Descent, after use, it halves the mental resistance of enemies within a 500-meter range for 1 minute. Tong Ying, mental resistance? He remembered that Dark Flame seemed to be able to inflict mental damage, right? Having it means that this part of the damage is doubled? Moreover, no one understands the importance of mental strength in combat better than Tong Ying. This debilitation combined with the attack of Dark Flame-type combat skills would definitely enhance him far beyond 50%. This is a big gain. My realm has also reached the intermediate warrior level. Damn, I really want to find an opponent to have a good fight and test my strength. At this moment, Tong Ying felt as if he were dressed in finery while walking at night. His fingers itched to click and publish a video. Since it had come to this, he would post a video first. As usual, to ensure the view count, he spent money on promotion. Having just earned a few million, Tong Ying unhesitatingly invested 400,000 into it. Tong Ying's decision to spend more money was not without consideration. Fong City had already entered a state of martial law, and with this unexpected discovery, the atmosphere would likely become even worse. Spending more federal coins was necessary to safely brush enough view counts required by the system. Compared to the system rewards, this was nothing. Tong Ying opened the window and let out a heavy breath. Even the gloomy sky in the distance seemed lovely. This was the sense of security that strength brought. Now his power had exceeded the intermediate warrior standard of 16,000 kilograms, reaching 18,245 kilograms. With a mental strength of 1,535, he could be considered an extraordinary presence among warriors. Can mental strength manifest at 1,500? Tong Ying said as he watched the camouflage cup on the table behind him tremble and float up. He had never seen such an ability even in the war god Bobo. It was highly likely that it was unique in Blue Star at the moment. However, using it alone is of no use. I wonder if there are any mental-type combat skills following Dark Flame / Currently, all mental strength was used to assist in releasing combat skills, with no skills that utilized mental strength itself to attack. Considering the characteristics of Dark Flame, it was not impossible for there to be combat skills that enhanced mental strength for attacking in the future. Just as Tong Ying thought of this, his brow suddenly raised as he looked towards the high sky in the distance. A disheveled bird shadow quickly descended, finally landing on the windowsill. You dare come back? Did calling you Bird Lord make you think you're really a lord? Barbecue or braised, you pick one. Tong Ying grabbed the parrot and said fiercely, if it dared to ditch him today, it would dare to be eaten tomorrow. Bad monkey, bad monkey. Ka the parrot struggled with a wronged expression, turning its head to reveal the bald spot on the back of its head. Tong Ying twitched his mouth as he looked at the big bump on the parrot's head. The parrot cried out in grievance, and with his mental strength having just broken through, Tong Ying found that he could actually understand its general meaning. Are you saying that a monkey bullied you and chased you, which is why you couldn't come back in time? The parrot froze at Tong Ying's words, its eyes filled with disbelief. You understand bird language? I understand your head, Tong Ying said irritably as he released the parrot. A monkey? What monkey dares to bully my bird? Doesn't it know that it has to look at the owner when bullying a bird? The child was already ugly, and now it was even more unpresentable. Tong Ying's mental fluctuations made his aura seem somewhat frightening. The parrot tilted its head, filled with question marks in its heart. It surveyed its splendid feathers, absolutely a handsome figure in the bird world. Humans have no sense of aesthetics, yet they dare to call me ugly without even a single beautiful feather. Gah! The parrot was once again caught by Tong Ying, its eyes suddenly clear. It felt that this time, the person in front of it seemed even more terrifying. Take me to find that monkey, it's just right to stretch my muscles and think of a way to get back. After Tong Ying said this, he grabbed the parrot and jumped out of the window. On the other side, the Nanjiao Command Center was holding an emergency meeting. Members from all top battle teams were present. This is the white pillar we discovered on-site. Preliminary analysis suggests it is an artificially synthesized structure. The technology of using living monsters as materials has only been researched by the Eagle Nation and is classified. This time, the Blood Eagle is using this technology, which likely means they have an important mission. Currently, it is known that this thing can build spider nests in the air, allowing it to bypass ground detection devices. Members of the analysis department reported, and everyone present looked serious. What about the White Owl team? Lu Yong, who occupied the main seat, said in a deep voice. The White Owl team is currently engaged in the task of clearing the servant spiders along the rear supply line and has not returned yet. Lu Yong nodded upon hearing this, not feeling anything amiss until suddenly he shot a sharp glance at the side. Everyone in the room followed his gaze. It turned out that a member of the Black Dragon main team was secretly slacking off watching a video and was caught on the spot. And no, sorry, Captain, the team member said, embarrassed. What the hell is so important that you can't help but watch it at this time? Lu Yong scolded angrily. The team member, instead of getting mad, made a face and ran over to share. Lu Yong initially wanted to throw him out, but as soon as the video
started, Bu Bo's figure appeared, leaving him momentarily stunned.
Last time, Bu Bo had revealed his identity to a few core members of the Black Dragon to change Shi Ningxiang's battle armor.
When he saw this war god being edited into a ridiculous state by Tong Ying, Lu Yong's expression instantly became strange.
Good kid, you really aren't afraid of death. Interesting, quickly download it and send me a copy later, Lu Yong
said quietly, and the team member nodded eagerly in agreement.
Ahem. Alright, no problem, let's continue discussing the strategic adjustments. The meeting resumed. The vice captain, Zhu Yashuang, who sat behind Lu
Yong, also saw Tong Ying's video, her mouth twitching as her eyes filled with worry. Given Bu Bo's temperament, he shouldn't go so far as to kill Tong Ying, but he wouldn't let him off easily either.
Once the current situation was resolved, Tong Ying would undoubtedly suffer.
I hope he doesn't end up with any hidden injuries, Zhu Yashuang muttered to herself. If the war god got too angry, it would be all too easy for him to inflict injuries that were hard to heal. Her concerns were not unfounded. The current situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Many veteran soldiers couldn't withstand this pressure, let alone a newcomer
like Tong Ying. Is Tong Ying alright?
Zhu Yashuang absent-mindedly worried about Tong Ying's condition.
On the other side, Shi Ningxiang anxiously looked at her master, Bu Bo.
After just returning, she was called
to the secret base underground at the command center, supposedly for training. However, before it even started, Bu Bo's terminal vibrated a few times. The two paused to watch the video.
Master, are you okay? After the video finished playing, Bu Bo had remained expressionless and silent for a minute. Shi Ningxiang worried that he might rush out and kill Tong Ying.
What, are you going to plead for that kid?
Bu Bo's eyes were guarded.
Shi Ningxiang.
She had originally planned to say a few good words. She didn't like Tong Ying, but not liking him didn't mean she wanted him dead. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. I'll just
make him remember this.
After Bu Bo said this, he walked to the center of the room and waved to his disciple. The two officially began their training. In Wayan City, as soon as Tong Ying's video was released, it immediately attracted widespread attention. One thing Tong Ying got wrong was that the more stringent the situation, the greater the demand for entertainment. Alcohol was most popular during the Prohibition, and fish were most expensive during the fiercest storms.
Not to mention that playing videos could still earn money.
In no time, the system's required view count was reached.
Various comments kept refreshing. The blogger is really dedicated. Even with martial law here, we can only imagine the pressure outside in the war zone, yet he still remembers to update.
Everyone, I announce the birth of the most dedicated blogger of the
Divine Enlightenment era.
Even when news channels have stopped updating, this entertainment blogger on the front lines is still so diligent.
I'm in tears. This is courage. He is simply the bravest superhero.
The citizens in the city were astonished to see Tong Ying updating at such a time.
What does it mean to edit with one's life? This is it.
In the surrounding streets, a large group of homeless thugs stood respectfully in front of Hu Chaoqiao as if awaiting instructions. Big sister, Tong Ying's video is updated again, and this time he spent 400,000. Little Fatty exaggeratedly handed over his phone, his eyes filled with heartache. Every time Tong Ying spent lavishly to release a video, he would remember the day Tong Ying left without settling the bill.
Tong Ying really knew when to save and when to spend. The rest of the friends on site
were all shocked upon hearing Little Fatty's words.
What does 400,000 even mean? Most of their families would have to sell everything to come up with that amount.
Even if they managed to scrape it together, it would be used for their martial arts training in preparation for awakening. There was no way they would use it like Tong Chen did, just to throw it away.
Indeed, to them, using it to post videos was like throwing money away.
The little thugs standing respectfully in front froze for a moment upon hearing the name Tong Chen. Even they had heard the legend of this new member of the Black Dragon.
As for talent, forget it, it was still
much better than their own rogue status.
Anyone with awakened talent wouldn't have fallen to such a state.
What truly impressed them was how Tong Chen, with a nearly bottom-tier talent among warriors, had turned
his fate around.
He had carved out another path solely based on his looks, a story not uncommon in the gathering places of the homeless. In those places filled with sin, there were legends of people being noticed by big shots due to their looks, rising to fame in one leap. But none were as open and transparent as Tong Chen, making everyone feel helpless yet envious.
Hu Chaoqiao responded and took the phone quickly, finishing the video.
The earlier incident with the curator made her realize that in this world, strength ultimately speaks, which also motivated her to make changes. Hu Chaoqiao vowed never to show that kind of weakness in front of her family again, though the process of transformation was indeed difficult. After a sigh, Hu Chaoqiao didn't say more, returned the phone to Little Fatty, and pulled out a credit card to toss to the thug leader. Well done, keep the new members in check and don't cause trouble during such tense times. Once the storm passes, you can go back to doing your business properly.
Boss, don't worry. As long as there's food to eat, if you tell them to go east, no one will go west.
The thug leader, nicknamed Scar, said with a respectful face.
Hu Chaoqiao nodded and left with her friends. The city's security forces acted faster and more ruthlessly against the rioting homeless than expected.
The power of the entire southern district was nearly wiped out, and with her support, Scar managed to swallow most of the remaining forces in less than 2 days. After all, the homeless were just marginalized figures in the city, all ordinary people. Even in front of the martial arts class students, they appeared weak. Coupled with Hu Qiaoqiao's ample funds, subduing these people and their gray industries posed no difficulty at all. The people behind those homeless forces, under the iron-fisted methods of the security forces, dared not show their faces. However, there are still risks. We must obtain the special admission from the Beijing Academy to intimidate those guys, otherwise we won't be able to protect anything right now. Moreover, with this identity, Brother Tong Chen can be safer. Hu Qiaoqiao murmured softly. She thought about how she had been frequently inquiring about Tong Chen's recent situation with Shi Qianqian and felt deeply that his circumstances were dangerous. This guy, Brother Tong Chen, really doesn't care about who he messes with when he seeks trouble. He dares to provoke the warriors from Beijing. What if the other party has a strong background? As his sister, she could only strive to become Tong Chen's backing to confront them. The girl led the group slowly out of the shadows of the alley, looking up at the sky towards the South Bridge. The remaining members of Group 8 from the South Bridge base arrived a moment later. They were currently gathered together watching the video that Tong Chen had just updated. Hey, did something like this happen before? Those foreigners and the corpses. Are they mercenaries? Oh man, although I know it's definitely not the situation shown in the video, I have to say Brother Tong Chen is really lucky. This kid is notoriously hard to kill. He's also notoriously unlucky, always encountering such accidents. Wow, amazing. Look at this. Suddenly, a member reached out to press the pause button, enlarging the image of a figure in battle armor. His several people leaned back. In unison. A battle general? In Manhwa, purchasing battle armor requires the status of a battle general, and it's even more stringent abroad. The status of those warriors in other countries and their monopoly on resources is even more terrifying. This kid has escaped from a battle general for the second time, right? The members of Group 8 recalled that the last time a battle general saw trouble with Tong Chen was during the last time the Qinghu team borrowed personnel. Hey, look over there, isn't that the White Owl team? The members of Group 8, who were discussing enthusiastically, suddenly fell silent and looked towards the distance. The convoy of the White Owl slowly approached. Inside the armored vehicle, Captain Chao Jun of the White Owl turned off Tong Chen's video and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The mercenary in the video, who else could it be but Blood Eagle? And it's that guy Tong Chen again. Chao Jun recalled that during the first attack, Tong Chen was also present. Back then, it was the sudden appearance of the shadow that caused the plan to fail. This time, it was the strong mysterious expert clearing out the base. Why is this kid everywhere? Chao Jun frowned. Captain, communication from the Blood Eagle leader. At that moment, a team member inside the vehicle said. Chao Jun glanced at the distant base gate and spoke in a deep voice. Let them in. The team member placed a tablet in front of him, and after a series of encryption operations, the communication was connected. You betrayed us? As soon as the image appeared, the figure inside questioned. Are you crazy? Chao Jun sneered. He had come this far, with no way back. Executing the plan for the fall of Fong City with Blood Eagle was both an insurance for completing the SS-level assassination mission and a retreat. The Dragon Essence Potion was not solely possessed by one force in the Eagle Nation. By agreeing to Blood Eagle's request, he could also obtain the last potion. I'm very sorry, Battle General Chao Jun. I was too excited. Vice Captain Charles has been my good friend since before the disaster. Chao Jun sneered and did not respond, showing no hint of sadness. It seemed their friendship was just that. The death of the vice captain was merely a boring test ship. Even if it hurt, at most it was just the pain of losing a good hand. What's the background of that kid? Why are there always experts around him? Blood Eagle's leader asked gloomily, clearly aware that Tong Chen was also present during the previous SS-level assassination. After all, the video was readily available online, and any warrior terminal in Fong City could see it. I returned to the base early this time to find an opportunity to capture him for interrogation. We are about to enter the city, and if we miss it, the plan continues. Charles's death cannot affect our plan. Chao Jun hung up the communication without further comment and looked at the team members in the vehicle. Investigate Tong Chen's whereabouts. Yes. Unfortunately, the Baishao battle team was destined to come up empty. Tong Chen was still unaware that someone in the base was keeping an eye on him. At this moment, he was angrily following the parrot's lead to find trouble with the monster that had bullied it. Half a day later, upon arriving at his destination, Tong Chen looked at the giant monster taking a bath in the reservoir. While munching on crocodiles as if they were snacks, his head filled with question marks. Tong Chen, breaking down, grabbed the parrot and twisted his face. You told me this thing was a monkey? The parrot nodded. What? A lord-level monkey isn't a monkey anymore? That's right, the one bullying the parrot was a lord-level monster. Tong Chen's heart was racing. Above the reservoir, Tonging pointed down at the giant monkey, occupying 1/10 of the reservoir's area while holding the parrot. Because he had officially advanced to a junior warrior, the terminal's monster encyclopedia permissions had been unlocked. He immediately recognized that the creature below was the Rock Thunder Ape King, and it was a mutated version. A proper Rock Thunder Ape King wouldn't have light purple patterns on its body, nor would its tail have crystals like the Thunder Crystal Dragon. Monsters with such characteristics only exist in one place in the world. That is the home of the Thunder Crystal Dragon, now renamed Dragon Domain, in Chernobyl. This was information he had pried from Vice Captain Zhu Yashuan. I won't even mention how the elite monsters from top-tier dungeons ended up in this novice village. How did you provoke it, parrot? Tong Ying stared at the parrot with a twitching mouth. Look at you, acting all high and mighty, thinking you're the boss just because I called you grandpa? You dare to provoke anything. Looking at the size of this monkey, it might even be a junior lord level monster, which would count as an elite monster in Dragon Domain. The parrot, with its mere intermediate warrior strength, somehow managed to come back, which is impressive. The parrot tilted its head, its eyes clear. Bad monkey. Bad monkey. Tong Ying, feeling the enthusiasm radiating from the parrot, Tong Ying was almost numb. This was nothing like the scenario he had imagined of bullying small monsters to stand up for his pet. Should he retreat? No, they were not far from the south bridge now, and the base was facing the scrutiny of the tomb spider. If that monkey showed up to cause trouble at a critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Then let's fight. It was just right to test the current upper limit of his strength. Even if he couldn't win, Tong Ying believed he could escape using the advance ability of the underworld. Flame Slash. After all, if even the parrot could escape, there was no reason he couldn't do better than a bird. The parrot took advantage of Tong Ying's distraction to break free from his grasp, standing on the back of his hand, its eyes searching as if asking, "Are we going in? Watch closely. Today I'm taking down this boss for you." After saying that, Tong Ying waved his hand, letting the parrot watch from the side. The parrot flew in the air, its eyes filled with confusion. Wait, are you really going to do something? Strangely, it felt a bit moved. That feeling quickly turned into terror. Tong Ying gently called out, "Skill. Fusion." As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura enveloped the area. In the distance, the Rock Thunder Ape King looked up in shock, staring at the giant dragon made of underworld flame in the sky. At the south bridge base, Bubo, the war god, and Ning Shuang stopped their sparring after a while. The two of them left the underground training ground of the command center and arrived at the exit. Your progress is rapid. You've almost mastered the new knife technique. Now it just needs practical training, and Bubo was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly turned to look at the distant sky. Ning Shuang followed his gaze, where a purple dragon was flying and spiraling in the air, its cold aura detectable even from such a distance. Shadow? Bubo's eyes widened in shock, instantly recalling the black dragon-shaped attack that had struck him during the last ambush. Has it already fused the flames so quickly? No, this scale doesn't seem like the strength of a junior warrior. That guy, could he have become a war god so quickly? Bubo's heart trembled. The last time I fought against the Shadow, there was no doubt that the opponent was a junior warrior. In just a few days, he had crossed 2 levels and become a war god? No, that's impossible. The next moment, the beast's roar arrived like thunder after a lightning strike. Bubo's expression changed again. The Rock Thunder Ape King. How could there be a Rock Thunder Ape King here? You go back to the command center immediately. I'll check the situation, Bubo said, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Ning Shue was completely bewildered by the sudden series of changes. Shadow? Rock Thunder Ape King? He could already take on monsters at the high beast general level? Ning Shue remembered that the excellent individuals of the Rock Thunder Ape race could evolve to the lord level. This one couldn't possibly be a lord, could it? The superiority she felt from quickly mastering combat skills vanished in an instant. The gap was indeed enormous. On the other side, members of the White Owl battle team were at the entrance of the factory dormitory. Just as they were about to report after failing to find Tong Ying, the surrounding warriors suddenly erupted in noise. Oh crap, what is that? Awesome! Which big shot is making a move here? That attack, could it be the war god? The warriors jumped onto the rooftops one after another, looking into the distance in astonishment. The members of Team 8, who had just finished washing up and stepped out, also jumped up. Oh my god, that's so impressive. What a cool purple dragon. It must be our Dragon Kingdom's war god. How do you know? Duh, foreign dragons are just big lizards. How would they understand this? The caretaker exaggeratedly pointed into the distance. The others fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The war god was always mysterious, yet there were still many rumors and battle reports widely known. If they remembered correctly, those two didn't seem to have such combat skills. Could it be a newly promoted war god? Below, the members of the White Owl battle team also witnessed this scene. He opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with terror as he opened the terminal. Captain, did you see that? At the White Owl base, Captain Chao Jun did not respond to the voice. All the members of the base silently stared at the distant purple giant dragon. The war god? This cold aura felt so familiar. The Shadow was actually the war god? Chao Jun's expression turned cold, but his heart was turbulent. There were too many variables in this operation, causing him to feel a hint of retreat. But then he realized there was no way back for him, and Chao Jun's gaze gradually became resolute.
At that moment, the beast's roar arrived late. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up. It was the Rock Thunder Ape King. It seemed things weren't that bad after all. Just as Xiao Jun had this thought, the purple giant dragon dove down. Then it transformed into a pillar of fire soaring into the sky. The next moment, the fire pillar exploded with lightning, and in the distance, the Rock Thunder Ape King's roar mixed with anger and pain could be faintly heard. Xiao Jun's expression changed drastically. It was the Rock Thunder Ape King of the Dragon Domain. In the wasteland, at the Blood Eagle Mercenary Corps base. Wardfa? What the hell is that? Eastern Giant Dragon? The monster Rock Thunder Ape King? It's diving down. Oh crap, that's fierce. This aura is so cold, it's just like the hell where Satan resides. Captain, this isn't in our plan, should we report to the cabinet? The Blood Eagle captain nodded seriously. Of course, they had to report. The Eagle Nation was currently holding a meeting when suddenly someone walked in with a tablet and whispered something to the three war gods in the center. A mysterious powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom is fighting the Rock Thunder Ape King? Or is it the Rock Thunder Ape King that came out of the Dragon Domain? Interesting, let's see it. The reporter nodded and quickly played the footage of the purple dragon diving, the dark flames erupting, and the Ape King raging as it shattered the fire pillar. The meeting instantly fell into silence. This won't affect our plans, will it? No one answered the question. From the member. Soon, intelligence about the shadow was pulled up. A mysterious powerhouse from the Dragon Kingdom, an unprecedented purple flame, a bone-chilling non-human aura? Interesting. The graceful figure wrapped in the Thunder Dragon battle armor crossed her legs and spoke in a charming voice. In the Nanxiao Reservoir, Tong Chen stood with his arms crossed, gazing ahead, his entire being enveloped in dark flames. Flames soared 100 meters high, forming a dragon's head in front of the monstrous Rock Thunder Ape King, which was silently roaring. The Rock Thunder Ape King before Tong Chen was constantly baring its teeth and growling, and its trembling legs revealed that the full-force attack from the dark flames had inflicted unprecedented pain upon it. Now, facing the massive dark flames that resembled a porcupine, it appeared so wary that it did not charge forward immediately. Tong Chen smiled slightly at this. From the brief skirmish just now, it was clear that this Rock Thunder Ape King was undoubtedly a low-level lord. However, due to its mutation, it had gained some lightning powers, and combined with its earth attribute, its combat strength was quite formidable even among ordinary mid-level lords. But the combat skill fusion mode was no joke. Its power exceeded Tong Chen's expectations. 1 minute? The outcome is still uncertain. In the brief standoff of just a few seconds, Tong Chen had already confirmed his battle plan. The dark flames around him exploded, transforming into countless fireballs that rained down on the Rock Thunder Ape King from all directions, while Tong Chen himself used his charge ability to instantly appear behind the Ape King. The battle knife in his hand gathered a purple glow, a sign of the dark flames being compressed for use. 30 kilometers away from the reservoir, two figures rushing towards each other stopped in unison. Bobo? You look pretty good, you little brat. The figure in battle armor, who had previously shown up at the command center, stopped opposite Bobo and said teasingly. Given the speed of their encounter and the fact that the face resembled an old friend, he instantly guessed the other's identity. Suddenly, this war god thought of something and extended a finger. Since Bobo was disguised as an old friend than the previous video. If you dare to say it, I'll beat you up right now, Ikai. Bobo said fiercely, removing his disguise. He hadn't expected to run into an old friend here, and in the heat of the moment he hadn't thought to remove his disguise, which truly felt like a major blunder, leaving Bobo feeling quite uncomfortable. Ikai slowly lowered his finger, turned his head away, and his body trembled slightly, clearly stifling a laugh. Old bastard. What are you laughing at? I needed to hide my identity, I was careless. Ah, right. Right after they finished speaking, they exchanged glances across the air, and the atmosphere became tense. After a while, a terrifying commotion erupted again from the direction of the reservoir, with purple dark flames erupting like a volcanic explosion, a truly spectacular sight. Among them, the faint cries of the Ape King revealed its weakness. The two were instantly alarmed. What does this mean? He actually managed to defeat the Rock Thunder Ape King in a one-on-one fight? And it's the mutated version from the Dragon Domain? Let's go! Bobo said in a deep voice and was the first to leave. Ikai quickly followed. This must be the Shadow, right? He had also heard about a mysterious junior from Fong City who could use unique flame combat skills. Moreover, this person had a strong connection with Bobo's disciple, Shi Ningxiang, and he believed that as a master, Bobo understood this person's situation even better. It's him! This kid is a war god? Last time I fought him, it was less than a month ago, and he was only at the level of a junior war general. Ikai suddenly turned his head. Even though his face was covered by battle armor, Bobo could imagine the look of disbelief on his old friend's face. Bobo shot him an annoyed glare. At that time, he could already unleash the combat power of a mid-level war general, and he quickly made significant breakthroughs in combat skills. As Bobo spoke, he recalled the black dragon head that had knocked him and his disciple off a cliff, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. You mean, he has broken through to the level of a senior war general during this time? Ikai asked in shock.
Since he could unleash mid-level standards as a junior war general before, then it was not impossible for him to be able to fight against lord-level monsters with his powerful combat skills at the senior level. The closer they got to the battlefield, the more Ikai could feel the terror of the dark flames.
In just a month from a junior warrior to a senior one? What kind of monstrous talent is this?
As expected, any creature capable of mastering fusion attributes is not simple.
Wait, did you just say you fought with him? Is he an enemy? Ikai suddenly realized, speaking in astonishment. Nonsense.
This kid must have done something shady. I started testing his strength, but when I tried to recruit him, he seemed very resistant, so I had to chase him down, right?
Bubo felt a bit
frustrated at the thought, realizing he had actually let the person go at that time. In the distance, the flames gradually extinguished, causing him to worry.
The Rock Thunder Ape King is not an easy opponent. Let's
hope they don't both end up injured. If such a genius were to perish alongside a monster, he would regret it every time he thought back on it, wishing he had captured and protected him. Why didn't he just secure him?
Back then? Ikai instantly understood his friend's expression and knew what he was thinking. Don't be so pessimistic. Didn't we just hear the weakened voice of the Rock Thunder Ape King? Maybe he won? Let's hope.
So, bro, let's get one thing straight. Since this Shadow Kid is at odds with you and you have an SS as a disciple, you can't compete with me. Bubo was momentarily stunned by his words, then his eyes widened, as if he had been triggered.
You're dreaming. Hey, we're all warriors here, don't go too far. Haha, I'm going too far? You, a battle maniac, think you can teach anyone and compete with me? Which of the good seedlings I handed over to you lived past 3 months?
Well, they were too weak. The Shadow is so fierce, he should be fine. You can tell that to the chairman yourself, don't come to me with that.
After all these years of friendship, can't you say something nice for me? Ikai made a heartbroken gesture, gazing at Bubo.
The latter only accelerated forward with a cold smile, completely ignoring him.
The two soon
arrived at the reservoir that had been drained dry from the battle. At the edge of the reservoir, the Rock Thunder Ape King sat on the ground, barely alive, covered in horrific knife wounds, with the tip of his tail severed.
The mutated lightning attribute crystal had vanished without a trace. The two warriors exchanged shocked glances.
In the distance, Tong Chen, who had been using rapid advances, suddenly came to a halt. His excessive speed had put him in a weakened state, causing him to slide several meters on the ground. The parrot rushed out in a panic, repeatedly shaking its master, who was in a faceplant state.
Oh no, its master had been too fierce just now and might be in serious trouble now. Tong Chen suddenly flipped over, startling the parrot. All attributes reduced to 20% for 3 days? He bitterly smiled as he opened the terminal to check the map.
Fortunately, after the reckless rapid advance, he was not far from the South Bridge. The previous battle had been perilous. The Rock Thunder Ape King had suffered because he lacked experience
dealing with a warrior like him.
The combat skills granted by the system were still too novel for monsters. If they fought again, Tong Chen felt he could outsmart the opponent. But escaping was still not a problem. Being able to sever the Rock Thunder Ape King's tail was already a significant victory in battle. Thinking of this, Tong Chen happily stroked the half-meter-high crystal beneath him.
This thing was located at the tip
of the Rock Thunder Ape King's tail, a concentration of mutated power.
The forces of earth and lightning were gathered within.
What a windfall! This is the most valuable material from a lord-level monster.
Tong Ing dug out the remaining crystal. This crystal from the Rock Thunder Ape King was highly valuable. Even a warrior would be envious.
The immense energy contained within, combined with some other materials, could
completely forge a top-tier battle armor.
Perfect timing. That girl Hu Chao Chao is about to reach her awakening age. In terms of battle armor, Tong Ing already possessed the underworld god armor and had no need
for it.
He could save it to craft battle armor for his sister later. Materials of this level could also serve as bargaining chips to exchange with others when necessary. The materials from lord-level monsters are also something the war gods lack. Later, Tong Ing still needs to ask a certain war god for a way to treat the collapse syndrome. Perhaps this material is just what they want? Before possessing the power to crush the war gods, of course, it's best to avoid direct confrontation.
In any case, let's secure this item first. It's up to you, Parrot Grandpa.
If you mess up like last time, don't blame me for being rude,
Tong Ing
said, squinting as he looked over, then hurled the half-destroyed battle knife at his waist into the ground.
The parrot stood tall and straight, indicating it would definitely complete the task. Having just witnessed
Tong Ying's use of battle technique fusion, the parrot had already resolutely decided to stick with him. Where else could one find such a perverse yet loyal master? Tong Ying gathered materials nearby and packed
the crystals.
Hide the items in the area between South Bridge and Fong City. I'll come find you in a few days. Next, he needed to figure out how to leave South Bridge and return to Fong City.
The parrot
nodded, grasped the knot above the crystal, and flapped its wings to take off. Its strength was already at the level of a mid-tier warrior, so transporting the crystals was naturally no problem.
The wind from its
flapping wings stirred up dust from the ground, and as the parrot slowly took off, its speed increased. At that moment, a thunderous roar came from behind Tong Ing.
The reservoir. The two war gods had already engaged in battle with the Rock Thunder 8 King. Hey, it seems this beast isn't as badly hurt as it looks. It should be the effect of the Shadow's Flame attribute. That thing does significant damage to the mind. Have you experienced it? Of course. Bubo and Ikai exchanged words during the fight. The Rock Thunder 8 King, having lost the Thunder Crystal, was even worse than an unmutated individual. It had completely lost its Lord-level strength, and with all those wounds, it was too easy for the two of them to deal with. Bubo recalled the pain he felt after being struck by the Shadow's nether flame and looked at the terrifying scars on the Rock Thunder 8 King's body. Just thinking about it made him feel phantom pain, and that kind of mental suffering was no joke. After so many battles, Bubo considered his will to be as strong as steel. Yet, he still couldn't withstand the burning of the nether flame. One could imagine how terrifying the level of that flame was. He had to pull this guy into their team. He didn't want to face such a monster one day in the future. Bubo silently vowed. With their cooperation, they quickly killed the severely weakened Rock Thunder 8 King on the spot. By the way, that monster's eyes just before it died, didn't they look like it was relieved? Ikai curiously examined the monster's corpse, focusing on the wounds. After the monster died, the kind of breath that made his heart race was rapidly fading. If you get the chance, try that purple fire, and you'll understand why this monster had a relieved look in its eyes. Bubo rolled his eyes, instantly making Ikai even more interested. At that moment, a spaceship appeared in the sky, and after the cabin door opened, several figures descended. Greetings, war gods. Lu Yong arrived with his subordinates and greeted the two. You took your sweet time getting here, Ikai said with dissatisfaction. Sorry, an unexpected situation arose and I had to arrange the base affairs first. Alright, did you see any suspicious individuals leaving on your way here? Bubo stepped forward and asked. Lu Yong shook his head. I didn't notice any suspicious individuals leaving. He knew they were asking about the Shadow's whereabouts. So, the battle here was indeed caused by the Shadow. Lu Yong quietly examined the traces of the battle. He had seen the effects of the nether flame in combat before. It was easy to distinguish from ordinary warriors. Even war gods were no exception. After estimating the Shadow's battle scene, Lu Yong couldn't help but be astonished. Wait, what level of strength does this guy actually have? Fortunately, he hadn't encountered the Iron Mane Tiger last time, otherwise he feared he would have been killed on the spot. Lu Yongkai did not believe that the Shadow's strength had improved during this time. It must be hidden power. That's right. However, why would such a hidden powerhouse covet that little bit from the Black Dragon? It's unfair. Lu Yong's expression changed. Stop dawdling, now that we're here, help search for the Shadow's traces and remember to be mindful of your attitude. Don't let anyone misunderstand, said Bobo, patting Lu Yong's shoulder. Lu Yong nodded in agreement, and the members of the team he brought scattered to scout the surroundings. Vice Captain Zhu Yashuan led her team to scan the battlefield environment. Wow, the Shadow's strength is actually this impressive? Even if they're not a war god, they're not far off. The captain wanted to recruit them before, no wonder the Shadow ignored him. While the team members worked, they chatted casually. Suddenly, Zhu Yashuan appeared in the distance, crouching down. She carefully picked up a piece of metal debris from the ground. Is this a fragment of the battle knife? Speaking of which, the Shadow is indeed an expert with knives. A curious team member walked over and immediately recognized the origin of the fragment. Zhu Yashuan silently nodded, but her heart was filled with shock, because this fragment was made of the same material as the battle knife she had given to Tong Ying. That was a custom battle knife, sacrificed in quality to allow the apprentice Tong Ying to wield it with ease. In other words, it was an expensive battle knife that actively lowered its attributes. How could someone with the Shadow strength possess such a battle knife? And it just happened to be made of the same material as Tong Ying's? Zhu Yashuan recalled the reason her brother Lu Yong had given her when he sent team members to deal with Tong Ying. The relationship between Tong Ying and the Shadow was quite unusual. At this moment, seeing this piece of battle knife debris, Zhu Yashuan couldn't help but doubt. Was their relationship really just that simple? Vice Captain? A team member noticed Zhu Yashuan had been in a daze for a while and couldn't help but ask. The captain's order was to scout the battlefield for the Shadow's traces. Why was she staring at a piece of battle knife debris? It's nothing, let's continue. Zhu Yashuan placed the battle knife fragment into a sealed bag and tucked it away. The others paid no attention to this action and continued with their orders. Nanjiao base. Tong Ying entered through the gate. Bro, you're really brave daring to get close to such a commotion. I just saw the captain take people to the spaceship. Did you see that? I saw it, they zoomed right past. Tong Ying laughed and gestured. The soldier at the checkpoint looked impressed. I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to buy a spaceship in this lifetime. You will, bro, just sleep with your head elevated a bit tonight, Tong Ying said, waving his hand as he entered the base. The soldier stared blankly at his back, belatedly raising his middle finger. Damn! Tong Ying quickly returned to the dormitory. The soldiers he encountered along the way were all discussing the sudden battle noise that had just occurred. From what I understand, the scale of that attack could only be from a war god.
Don't be ridiculous, our 2 war gods from Longwood don't have that kind of combat skill. If a foreign war god appeared, that wouldn't be a good thing. What if it was our hidden war god? Anyway, the captain has already gone over. Let's wait and see what they say when they come back. Don't you think that purple dragon looks a lot like the flames used by the shadow before? No kidding. Hey, I have to say, it looks exactly the same. But isn't the shadow a high-level warrior? How long has it been, and they can already take on a lord-level monster? That's hidden strength, acting Loki. Tong ignored these voices and quickly returned to his room. After closing the window, he heavily lay down on the bed. Now he was left with only 20% of his state, and it had to last for 3 days. He was exceptionally weak. All his talent skills had also entered an unusable state. Tong had just learned that after using the fusion state of combat skills, the weakened state meant that talent skills could not be used. Moreover, all combat skills would only have 1/5 of their usual effect. This double weakening left Tong significantly weaker at the moment. He estimated he could only match a high-level warrior. It seems that this fusion mode should be used sparingly in the future. The vacuum period was too dangerous. However, despite saying that, Tong recalled the confidence he felt when using the fusion form, a confidence that could pierce through anything, which was simply intoxicating. Compared to that, this weakened period didn't seem so hard to accept. Next, he needed to find a way back to Fong City. This encounter with a lord-level monster was truly unexpected and would likely affect the Black Dragon's campaign against the Tomb Spider. It was even more necessary to return to the city and stay with his family. If anything unexpected happened, it would be good to have them both to escape with. But I have to wait for the team to return, Tong said as he looked towards the reservoir. He had just heard that Lu Yong had taken people there, so it was unlikely to find the vice captain to help at this moment. Reservoir ruins. The commotion from this battle was too great. The efforts we made before might have been in vain. Lu Yong's expression was slightly grim. Although they had obtained the corpse of a lord-level monster, the existence of the tomb spider was like a thorn in their throat. If they couldn't resolve it, they wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. That shadow guy. No worries, no worries. Anyway, from the moment the Blood Eagle appeared, our battle plan was doomed to be unsuccessful. Kai, the war god, said nonchalantly. After pondering for a moment, Bobo also nodded. Creating such a big commotion and expecting to use a strategy to kill the tomb spider is unrealistic. This lord monster is cunning, but dragging it out like this isn't a solution either. We need to find a way to hurt it and ensure Wei Nan's plan proceeds smoothly. The three were discussing when the other Black Dragon team members returned. They shook their heads at Lu Yong with grim expressions. Report, Captain. The traces disappeared from the top of the mountain pass. Based on the direction, they should be heading towards the South Bridge base, the scout said, as he pulled up the traces they had just scanned. In the center of the ground collapse was a footprint. Comparing the direction of force with the map, it indeed pointed towards the South Bridge base. As expected, it was hiding within our base. Lu Yong was not surprised. Previously, Xiang had mentioned that the shadow was equipped with the terminal produced in their sealed capital. This guy was clearly a local. Based on Shadow's style, he shouldn't be an enemy. I think he looks suspicious and doesn't seem like a good person, Lu Yong said defiantly. However, facing the deathly glares of the two war gods, his momentum instantly weakened. It does seem like he hasn't done anything bad. Xiang rolled her eyes from behind. Coward Lu Yong also returned the eye roll. Black-hearted sister, wishing for me to get beaten up. Once I become a war god, I'll get back the face I lost today. Let's put Shadow aside for now. The Black Dragon will focus on finding the tomb spider's traces. We're already investigating Shadow. Since we can confirm he's an internal member, he won't be able to escape. Kai's voice carried a hint of amusement. His curiosity about Shadow had reached its peak. What kind of situation could make a genius hide and act like this? Could it be that he really did something terrible? Alright, I'll gather people to handle this monster's corpse. By the way, you two, this lord monster. Lu Yong suddenly laughed as he squinted at the two war gods rubbing their hands together. Bo chuckled. Isn't the management rights of the South Bridge enough for you Black Dragons to profit from? Here you go. Anyway, the most valuable parts have already been taken away. Kai nodded as well. They had only dealt the finishing blow and hadn't expended much effort. It was said that Shadow's intervention had significantly reduced the Black Dragon's achievements when reclaiming the South Bridge. This corpse might just be the compensation left for the Black Dragon. As a war god, he wouldn't be short of money, so why bother lowering himself to share a piece of the pie? Kai believed that if he could cut off the tail of the Ape King with Shadow, he could certainly sever its head. Perhaps sensing their approach, the monster fled, leaving them behind. Great, thank you both. Lu Yong exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. This was a lord-level monster. Even if the most precious tail crystal was taken, the remaining materials were still worth a fortune. The losses from the Iron Mane Tiger were now fully compensated with interest. By the way, can't we just find and kill the tomb spider directly? With a lord-level monster keeping an eye on us, it feels unsafe. Lu Yong sent the location to the summoned individuals, instructing them to clean up the monster's corpse before turning to the two war gods.
There's a chance, but I can't guarantee it. Compared to the last great battle, we are now equipped with stronger
thunder dragon armor, but the tomb spider should have grown as well.
Ikai stroked his chin as he spoke. Yeah, in the end, we'll only know if we fight it. All we can do is try our best to slay it. Sigh. Bubo sighed. Didn't he want to kill the tomb spider too? This monster had always been a major headache for the Dragon Kingdom. Its danger level was even greater than that of the forbidden zones within the country.
Just thinking about the forbidden zones made Bubo sigh again. Once a nature reserve, it had directly become a no-go zone after the disaster. Even the flight paths of spaceships had to detour around it, which shows just how terrifying it was inside. I just hope that more geniuses like Shadow will emerge in the future. Perhaps there's a chance to swing swords in the forbidden areas.
Bubo murmured softly. 2 days later, the
team returned to the base, hauling several vehicles filled with blood-soaked monster materials. The warriors in the base felt the ferocity of the materials and were all taken aback.
Awesome. Truly Lord level. Didn't they say Shadow made the move? He really is a war god.
Great, great. Now our Dragon Kingdom has 3 war gods. Let's see how the other 6 countries will react. The warriors gathered excitedly while Tong
Chen quietly passed through the crowd from the back.
Since the team had returned, he needed to find Zhu Yashuang to help him get back to Fong City.
As Tong Chen walked along the road, he noticed the warriors
excitedly discussing around the vehicles loaded with monsters. Right now, aside from the radicals, there were also many people struggling under environmental pressure.
Not everyone had the confidence to face the impending crisis. Often, the team would be equipped with some logistical personnel.
One couldn't expect these people to have the strength and resilience of combat personnel. Along the roadside, Tong Chen saw many people with worried expressions. When they noticed Tong Chen passing by, they all looked at him with gloomy eyes.
Tong Chen walked past these individuals and soon arrived at the command department's entrance. Just as he was
about to approach, a figure flew over from a distance and crashed into a shop on the street.
You want to go back to Jing City at this time? Who gave you the audacity? Vice Captain Zhu Yashuang stormed out, her demeanor fierce.
From the bloodstains on her fists, it was easy to guess how that person had flown out. A commotion erupted in the shop across the street and the battered warrior stumbled out, looking disheveled. It was then that Tong Chen realized this person was actually wearing battle armor.
Didn't notice that earlier. Tooth Decay, don't go too far. We're not part of your Jing City's organization, so you have no right to threaten me.
This warrior had a bruised face and was struggling to articulate his words.
Tong Ying's mouth twitched as he silently stepped aside.
Zhu Yashuang, with her eyes full of murderous intent,
locked onto that warrior. It was time to go up and continue the output.
At that moment, several soldiers stood in front of that person, watching her warily.
Judging by their attire, they should be the comrades of that warrior. Hong Fusheng, do you know what wartime control means? You dare to talk back to me? What's the difference between you and a deserter? Do you believe I won't just kill you right now and hang your head on a streetlight?
The killing intent on Zhu Yashuang intensified.
The warrior named Hong Fusheng's gaze flickered.
I don't care, but my sister is just a mid-level warrior. It's too dangerous for her to stay here. Hey, Garlic Bird, we're all colleagues. There's no need to make it so tense.
Hong Fusheng's concerns are not without reason. We fight desperately to protect our families, after all. Lu Yang walked
up from behind with a smile, trying to mediate.
Hong Fusheng rolled his eyes.
So doggone it, don't think no one saw you smiling the brightest just now.
When I was getting beaten, why didn't you step in to hold back? Your team's mother Tyrannosaurus? Zhu Yashuang snorted heavily, scaring the surrounding male soldiers into trembling.
Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she approached Tong Chen. The killing intent dissipated in an instant, and a happy smile appeared on her face, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. The change of expression was too fast, right? Wait, is that Tong Chen? What is he doing here at this time? He wouldn't be here to flirt with the vice captain again, would he? The gazes of the surrounding soldiers began to turn strange.
The beaten Hong Fusheng was even more taken aback. This is the man who tamed Zhu Yashuang? Wouldn't this little guy get killed on the spot one day if he provoked this woman?
He curiously looked at Tong Chen, also a bit curious about what he was doing here.
It couldn't really be that he intended to get close to Zhu Yashuang, right? You're here?
Zhu Yashuang's eyes were filled with Tong Ying's figure, completely ignoring the people around her. Lu Yang's smile froze, and the veins on his forehead bulged.
Captain, can you really tolerate this? I support you going up to Tong Chen. Come on, I'll lend you my electric baton.
Captain, I'm not saying this. Any man wouldn't be able to tolerate such a face-turning act.
Go, take him down.
Lu Yang said nothing but held onto the 2 black-hearted teammates beside him who were constantly stirring trouble, wanting to see the sister beat the brother. He exerted force with his arms, squeezing the
equipment on the 2, making creaking sounds under the unbearable burden. The 2 turned pale and patted Lu Yang's back to concede. Tong Chen glanced at them, then looked at the vice captain in front of him. I have something to discuss with you, shall we go over there? Tong Chen said, pointing to the street corner. Zhu Yashuang's eyes brightened even more, ready to agree immediately. No way. What identity do you have to be? Worthy of a private chat with the vice captain? Lu Yong spoke sternly. He had the expression that even if he died here today, Tong Ying, you wouldn't get your way. Zhu Yashuang turned around, her face twisted as she made several threatening gestures. But Lu Yong had just been provoked by 2 teammates, and with so many outsiders from other teams around, he couldn't back down. Going back and getting beaten was one thing, but he couldn't lose face out here. So, Lu Yong didn't yield. Then we'll talk here, Zhu Yashuang said unhappily. She was not the kind of person who clung to trivialities. Previously, she had been considerate of Lu Yong's feelings. Since Lu Yong wasn't cooperating now, why should she compromise? Immediately, Zhu Yashuang hooked her arm around Tong Ying's, pulling him to her side, causing Lu Yong's blood pressure to spike. Kid, if you dare to move a muscle, you're dead. Tong Ying probably understood Lu Yong's gaze. His eyes shifted, glancing at the system projection showing material recording in progress. When the figure flew over. Just now, Tong Ying had felt the scent of the material wafting through with the strong wind. It seemed he had done the right thing. So, shall I talk here? Tong Ying asked tentatively, a smile already appearing on his face. Lu Yong felt an ominous sensation in his heart. This guy, he didn't hold back his words. Sure enough, the next moment he heard Tong Ying speak. I want to be transferred back to Fong City, can you help? Approve it, Vice Captain? The scene instantly fell silent. The surrounding soldiers looked at Tong Ying with puzzled expressions. Seriously, don't you want to take a look at that battle general over there with a swollen face? He's getting beaten up and you dare to make such a request? Or are you not afraid of getting a punch from the one doing the beating, Zhu Yashuang? Lu Yong was also dumbfounded by this request. Are you dreaming? He instinctively rejected it on the spot. Are you kidding? Right now, he wished all the soldiers would stay behind to help deal with the crisis. The tomb spider is not some lone lord monster. The threat of the servant spider also needs to be addressed. Otherwise, why would he allow the hot-tempered Zhu Yashuang to beat someone up on the spot? Moreover, there are documents from above. The other teams are obliged to cooperate with Nanxiao to get through the crisis and ensure the smooth progress of the Wei Nan operation. Zhu Yashuang herself also showed a surprised expression, but the next moment it turned into joy. All right. As soon as she said this, everyone's expressions changed. Especially the battle general who had just been beaten and his teammates. Their faces looked terrifyingly ugly. Vice Captain Heilong, this isn't right. Hong Fuxing's teammates immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. The differential treatment was too obvious. Wasn't their captain's beating just in vain? When our captain said he wanted to retreat, you hit him hard, and now your own people say they want to be transferred to the rear and you immediately agree. Oh, so this is how it's going to be? Hong Fuxing's swollen eyes were filled with shock. He had heard that Zhu Yashuang was overly pampered by Lu Yong, acting recklessly, and today he was experiencing it firsthand. Impossible. This is too much. Exactly, just now Hong Fuxing was so agitated about leaving. Why does this kid get to do whatever he wants? I don't agree. If Tong Chen leaves, I'll immediately take my team and leave. Even if it's Heilong, this is too outrageous. Lu Yong, you need to say something. Quickly manage your sister. The team leaders watching the commotion instantly exploded with anger. Mainly because of Zhu Yashuang's behavior, it was a bit too bullying. This time, they stood on Hong Fuxing's side. Zhu Yashuang maintained a stern face without saying a word. Tong Chen's heart twitched. So he had just planned to pull the vice captain aside to talk, but he didn't expect it to turn out like this. But for the sake of the material, this risk was still worth it. With so many team leaders, any one of them was a battle general. If he incited their anger, the rewards from the edited footage would probably not be much lower than those from editing. A battle god. Gathering this group of people together was no easier than finding a battle god. Tong Chen also didn't expect that coming over to take a backdoor route back to Fong City would lead to such a good opportunity. Thinking of this, he took a step back and hid behind Zhu Yashuang, as if he had been frightened. Tong Chen pressed his body against Zhu Yashuang's back, and as the woman's body stiffened, the battle generals across from them were also dumbfounded. Surprise, envy, shock, disdain, various gazes were present. However, the next moment, a terrifying killing intent erupted. Lu Yong's eyes instantly turned red, his killing intent firmly locking onto Tong Chen. Are you planning to not live anymore? Zhu Yashuang didn't back down and countered with her own imposing aura. Lu brother, if I were you, I couldn't tolerate this. How can the dignified captain of Heilong be threatened by a kid? Exactly, I heard you were the one who specially recruited him into the team. This kid is taking advantage of you. If I were you, I'd break his legs. Today, or, 3 legs would be fine. He still wants to leave Nanxiao. This is simply ignoring military regulations. It's like shitting on your head. Cannot tolerate. Absolutely cannot tolerate. This matter today cannot be let go. If you're afraid of hurting General Zhu Yashuang, we can help you hold her back. You can just go ahead and hit that brat Tong Chen. The many team leaders continue to stir the pot. Mainly, Tong Chen's actions were simply too enviable. No, it was hatred. How could a man hide behind a woman, and so close at that? He must be punished. Besides, they absolutely would not allow their own team to take risks. On the front lines, letting the members of the Black Dragon retreat. Good brothers share the burden, especially since this is Black Dragon's territory. The pressure immediately fell on Lu Yong. Xu Yashuang also looked over with some anticipation. In this situation, surely she could abandon that boring guilt, right? Xu Yashuang had always hoped that Lu Yong would treat her like an ordinary team member, canceling those special privileges. Lu Yong's expression struggled, his gaze constantly shifting between Tong Chen and his own sister. Tong Chen blinked, his hands starting to move restlessly. Xu Yashuang suddenly jolted, and at that moment, Lu Yong was instantly furious. You little brat, I'll give you 1 second to put your dirty paws away, or I'll help you chop them off. As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Tong Chen, drenching him with water. At that moment, Xu Yashuang finally reacted, immediately reaching out to pull Tong Chen back as if to snatch him away. You dare. She looked over with a stern gaze. Lu Yong secretly swallowed, experiencing what was called bloodline suppression. Get ready to fight. What are you waiting for? Go for it, Lu. We believe in you. Give this brat a lesson. Let him know who calls the shots in Black Dragon. Lu Yong, if you back down now, don't blame me for looking down on you. The team leaders behind them immediately started to cheer. Let's get it on, who cares about the trouble? Lu Yong's mouth twitched, feeling like he was being set up. You guys just said you would help me hold her back, right? Why don't you come over and help? The team leaders were all smiling, as if they had collectively forgotten their promise. Come on, it's hard for a fair official to settle family disputes. If they really helped hold her back, they wouldn't be happy about it, and might even come looking for trouble later. Only a fool would go help you hold someone back. Which of you got to the position of team leader without being cunning? In this situation, Lu Yong absolutely could not agree to Tong Ying's request to retreat. This way, their goal was also achieved. The higher-ups of Long Country had given orders for them to stay and assist Black Dragon through the crisis. Even if Black Dragon went too far, the team leaders could not really leave. They felt no sympathy for Hong Fuxing getting beaten for disobeying orders. But with Tong Ying showing up, they had to stand on Hong Fuxing's side. After all, it concerned their own interests. Let go, Xu Yashuang said fiercely, while her battle armor began to reshape and gather at her fists, starting to rumble. Tong Ying grinned. Seeing this made Lu Yong furious and his heart sink. Is my sister serious? He awkwardly let go of Tong Ying, allowing Xu Yashuang to pull him over. Instantly, the disdainful voices of the team leaders came from behind. Lu Yong turned back in anger, and everyone immediately fell silent. Captain, can I go back? Tong Ying asked recklessly. Lu Yong turned back and glared at him fiercely. You can. You can. You better get the hell out of here. It would be best if he never came back. Isn't this a good thing? Keeping that brat away from my sister. Otherwise, if I get busy and lose track and Tong Ying directly takes advantage of the situation, I would really be furious. As soon as this was said, the team leaders all looked stunned. What? Agreed? They began to show an ominous aura, clearly not allowing Tong Ying to leave just like that. Xu Yashuang, however, remained calm, as if she were not surprised by Lu Yong's decision. What's going on? Are you going to fight me? Lu Yong rolled his eyes at everyone. Well, it's not impossible if you don't give us an explanation. The team leaders rubbed their fists, their gazes growing increasingly dangerous. You, Lu Yong, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, usually known for your righteousness, and now you pull this on us in a time of crisis, huh? Seeing that everyone was planning to gang up on him, Lu Yong quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this for personal gain. This was a strategy we set long ago. All non-core members of the team should retreat to the second line. Their presence here only adds unnecessary risk, and won't help with the battles we might face next. As Lu Yong spoke, he had his teammates send the drafted documents to everyone at the base. The team leaders quickly skimmed through them, and their expressions finally softened. Hong Fuxing looked completely bewildered. Did that mean if he had spoken up 10 minutes earlier, he might not have gotten beaten? No, if he had clarified things from the start and said to pull back their logistics, none of this would have happened. Xu Yashuang spoke softly. I'll have you reassigned to the headquarters in the city later. You can head back for now. She was worried that Tong Ying staying here would only add to Lu Yong's anger buff. After Tong Ying nodded and left, he silently chanted, "Stop material recording." Ding! Material recording successful, saved to the material library. Tong Chen left under the chilling gaze of Lu Yong. It wasn't until he disappeared around the corner that Lu Yong reluctantly looked at the other team leaders. Alright, disperse, go do what you need to do. Lu Yong waved his hand tiredly and left. The team leaders exchanged glances. I had only heard that this kid Tong Chen had a special status in the Black Dragon. I didn't expect it to be true. Interesting, they say he has F-level talent, and to get this far is quite impressive. What kind of hero is it to live off others? Hong Fuxing, who had just taken a beating, said defiantly. If you have the ability, you go live off someone too. That's part of strength. Are you going to blame him for living off others just because you got taken down by Xu Yashuang? The surrounding team leaders showed disdain. While they were discussing, Tong Chen arrived in an abandoned alley. The repairs on the South Bridge were not yet complete, and there were still many such places inside. Tong Chen found a relatively sturdy dilapidated building to enter and opened the system material library. To start editing. This material was recorded from the moment Hong Fuxing flew over. At that time, Tong Chen felt there was an opportunity and instinctively started recording. After that, it was the back and forth between Captain Hong Fuxing and Zhu Yashuang, followed by the rebuttals and jeering from the other team leaders after he proposed to be reassigned back to Jing City. Finally, there was Captain Lu Yong's defensive state after he deliberately approached Zhu Yashuang and made intimate gestures. Tong Chen pondered for a moment and directly edited the video to show him taking Lu Yong's place and beating up Captain Hong Fuxing. Then he swapped his position with Hong Fuxing's, turning the team leader's rebuttals and jeering into attacks against Hong Fuxing. He, Tong Chen, took Lu Yong's position. That should do it, Tong Chen said, as he walked out of the dilapidated building. He didn't click on complete editing right away. The order for the logistics team to retreat to the second line had already been issued, so it was better to wait until he left to finalize it. Otherwise, even if Captain Lu Yong could endure under the pressure of the vice captain, it was uncertain what Hong Fuxing and the other team leaders would do. Tong Chen didn't want to stir up trouble right before he was about to go home and create some unexpected incident. It wouldn't be too late to complete the editing after he received the reassignment order. Just as he thought of this, his terminal vibrated slightly. Tong Chen opened it to find a message from team leader Lao Yu. Where has that brat run off to again? Did you see the command from the command center? Hurry back and pack your things, we're preparing to evacuate. Half an hour later, Tong Chen leisurely returned to the factory. All members of Team 8 were present except for Bu Bo. The factory had completely shut down and various large equipment was being dismantled to be transported to the second line with the team. Tong Chen, I just went to the dorm to look for you but couldn't find you. Hurry up and lend a hand, we need to load the stuff and leave right away. Lao Yu waved at Tong Chen with bright eyes from a distance. Going to the second line is definitely better than staying here, not to mention the risks, just the pressure of the atmosphere at the base makes it hard to sleep. Where's Bu Bo? Tong Chen walked over and naturally helped lift things. That guy got reassigned and has to stay here, probably because of all that high-tech gear on him. This is what they call with great power comes great responsibility, unlike us little Karami who can only drag the team down by staying. Cut it out, you just can't wait to retreat. The members of Team 8 exchanged banter. Tong Chen felt a twinge of regret inside. It seemed he really wouldn't have the chance to edit Bu Bo again. There was no choice, he had to make sacrifices. Between the materials for the war god and the safety of his family, he chose to go back and ensure their safety. Besides, after several edits, Bu Bo had become cautious, making the chances of success slim. He wondered how his sister was doing now. During his absence, had she been bullied? The next day, a massive logistics team left with various equipment, and the non-core members of the other teams also began to withdraw. The battle teams lingered at the entrance to see them off, and after watching the convoy disappear into the distance, all the team members relaxed for a moment before their expressions turned resolute. The worries behind them had been resolved, and now it was time to fully embrace the challenges ahead. A day later, the convoy gradually arrived at the second-line base. Tong Chen received a transfer order from Zhu Yashuang. With this, he could pass through the layers of checkpoints on the road and return to Jing City to report. He shared this news with his teammates in Team 8. Wow, Tong Chen, you're going back? Having connections is great, you can return to Jing City at a time like this. Hey, they say it's to report and execute tasks, but without any task details, isn't that just a paid vacation? Tong Chen, the vice captain really treats you well, you can't let him down. In the end, Lao Yu sighed. It was impossible not to feel envious. His family was also in Jing City, and it would be better if he could go back. But this was clearly unrealistic. If only Tong Chen went back, the vice captain would have to bear a lot of pressure, so he didn't want to add to the chaos. By the way, can you bring something back for me? My daughter's birthday is coming up, and I probably won't be able to return. Lao Yu said, winking as he scribbled some money onto Tong Chen's account and handed over a list. It was filled with various items, many of which would be cheaper and more convenient for a soldier to buy. Ha, Lao Yu, how old is your daughter? Tong Chen blinked, a smile on his face. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the other members of Team 8 stared at him wide-eyed. Lao Yu's face stiffened as he snatched the list back. After struggling for a moment, he slammed the list against Tong Chen's chest with irritation. 18. If you dare to lay a hand on my girl, you're dead. Not even for a wife. Help me, take care of them. Lao Yu said angrily, but then seemed to think of something, his expression turning helpless as he pleaded. Tong Chen put away his smile. He knew this was, in a sense, a trust placed in him. The situation in Nanxiao was not optimistic, at least, that was how it appeared to everyone. With the grave spider lurking and a Lord-level ape king emerging, even though it had been killed, it would likely make the base even more dangerous. If Nanxiao fell, those of them in the second line who were non-core members might not be able to escape unscathed. Being a soldier was a high-risk profession. Dying any day was normal.
Thinking of this, Tong Chen nodded seriously, and team leader
Lao Yu felt reassured by his expression, but just 2 seconds later his expression couldn't hold up anymore. Don't worry, Lao Yu, if you die, your wife and daughter will be my wife and daughter. Old you. The rest. Of Team 8? Captain, calm down. Put it down, let's talk this out. I misspoke, I didn't mean it that way.
The scene was in chaos.
Tong Chen managed to slip away with the help of his teammates, from Team 8 holding Old Yu back.
He found a supply truck, showed his documents, and finally breathed a sigh of relief once he got on.
Tong Chen opened the material library and clicked on Complete Editing. Ding! Editing successful. Ding! Editing successful. Material strength rating 459. Material cognition rating 66. Post editing rating 38. Total rating 563. Double rewards will be granted.
Congratulations, host. Strength plus 800 kilograms, x2, mentality plus 70, x2 battle insight opportunities plus 8 times, can choose to enhance talent skills or battle skill proficiency, x2. At the moment he clicked complete editing, a familiar power surged from within him, flowing to his limbs and bones. Tong Chen sat in the supply truck, his eyes shining. As expected, the rewards are still a bit less than the War God editing, but it was still within an acceptable range. The system will use all battle insight opportunities to enhance talent skills, Tong Chen shouted in his heart. He had already enhanced Infernal Flame Slash last time, and this time the reward was slightly lower, making it impossible to upgrade Infernal Flame Slash all at once. Moreover, now that he was returning to the city, there probably wouldn't be many opportunities to gather materials before heading back to the front lines. It was more sensible to use this reward to enhance the talent skill, Devour, to increase the devouring progress of Underworld God Armor. Ding! Selection successful. In the system projection, a progress bar appeared above the Devour skill, rapidly increasing as the battle insight opportunities were invested until it slowly stopped at 1/3 of the way. Correspondingly, the progress of the Underworld God Armor battle skill also skyrocketed. Originally, the efficiency had already increased due to the level up of Devour. This time, the progress bar's advancement greatly reduced the time required for devouring. Probably need about 20 more days? Tong Chen felt the progress and estimated the time. Whether using method 1 or 2, the power would increase with the number of skills devoured, and the usage would become more flexible. This battle skill could originally only be used to summon armor onto himself. Tong Chen had a hunch that after devouring, this limitation would be lifted. Perhaps, Underworld God Armor could be summoned externally, becoming a shield, or summoned beneath or behind the enemy, used as a control skill. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Tong Chen squinted his eyes. By then, his combat methods would become even more flexible. Strength has now broken through to about 19,845 kilograms, and mental power has also exceeded 1,600. Still a bit far from the 36,000 kilograms standard for advanced battle generals, Tong Chen muttered, lying back in the truck and looking at the sky outside. Through the battle with the Rock Thunder Ape King, he had already estimated his current strength. Once the Underworld God Armor finished devouring, he could slay even a primary Lord-level monster. As for the War God, Tong Chen didn't have much confidence for now. Unlike the unequal power relationship between other warriors and monsters of the same level, Tong Chen found that his power relationship was reversed. The infernal flame he possessed was more suitable for dealing with those large monsters. Human warriors were not as easy to handle, so Tong Chen was uncertain whether his current strength could cope with War God level strong opponents, even if they were primary ones. If there's a chance later, it would be great to have a free-for-all with Bo. Tong Chen pondered whether, if he challenged under the identity of Shadow, the other party would bring a large number of people to catch him without following the rules. As they moved away from the South Bridge, the sky was no longer gloomy. Some sunlight broke through the clouds and shone down. The sunlight brushing across his face interrupted his thoughts. Forget it, let's talk about it after this crisis passes. Tong Chen took a deep breath. With the increase in his strength, he sensed that his identity would soon be hard to conceal. Whether it was a war god level powerhouse or a top-tier warrior like Lu Yong, normally they were not beings he could interact with at his current status. Lu Yong had repeatedly succeeded in editing thanks to Zhu Yashuang's influence. On the other hand, Bu Bo had the support of Shi Ningshuang in this Wei Nan operation, otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to get involved at all. Once this incident was over, Bu Bo would definitely not stay here any longer. For the safety and development of Shi Ningshuang, it was highly likely he would take her to the capital, and perhaps even Shi Qianqian would follow along. Once the Wei Nan operation was on track, it wouldn't be easy to just grab materials from Lu Yong alone. By then, this warrior would probably be busy in the command center, with no time to pay attention to Tong Chen. Initially, hiding his strength and talent was to survive and gather materials, but now, would he have to actively give up that concealment for the sake of obtaining high-level materials? Otherwise, I guess I'll have to let the vice captain have a few more kids? Other than that, he really couldn't think of a way to make Lu Yong, despite his busy schedule, come to him for trouble and provide materials.
Tong Chen's muttering was a bit loud, causing the car to jolt violently on the road. The driver turned back in shock. What did he just hear? Damn, you little brat. Bro, did you take a shortcut? When you got your driver's license? You almost flipped the car on flat ground. After rolling around in the cabin twice, Tong Chen got up in a huff and said. The driver rolled his eyes and gave him a strange look for a few seconds before turning back to focus on driving. At that moment, Tong Chen saw the warning prompt from the system, urging him to release the video. Just over 8,000 views needed? Then I won't spend any money. Saying this, he clicked send. As soon as the video was released, the view count skyrocketed. The members of Team 8 had just settled in when they immediately saw Tong Chen's video. Upon discovering the numerous team leaders in the footage, they couldn't help but twitch their lips. No wonder this kid runs so fast, turns out he's afraid of getting killed. Impressive. To edit so many team leaders at once, even the vice captain. And Captain Lu Yong can't protect him, right? 6 times over, okay? In terms of risking his life and dedication, I would call Tong Chen the strongest. The members of Team 8 were astonished. At the Nanchao base, the team leaders who had met Tong Chen and experienced his special status all began to follow his account. As soon as the video was released, these warriors received notifications. When they saw themselves on screen, their faces turned difficult to maintain. What the hell? Can someone tell me what this is? Was that really my intention at the time? Goodness, how did this kid Tong Chen edit it to make it look like he's the leader of the Black Dragon Corps? What a bold move, the new generation pushing the old, not even hiding the desire to replace brother Lu Yong. Ha Lu Yong, hurry up and step down, hand the leader position to your sister and brother-in-law. Haha, that would have to wait until he breaks through to War God level, but I think by then, Lu Yong will definitely find a place to bury Tong Chen first. The team leaders gathered together, laughing and discussing. Having seen Tong Chen's previous videos, they didn't take this one too seriously, instead using it to tease the dark-faced Lu Yong. Only Hong Fusheng, who had taken a beating, had a face as dark as Lu Yong's. How did he end up being the clown throughout? Lu Yong clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look over. Alright, let's continue studying the large number of white pillars discovered at Shangling. The analysis department concluded that the servant spiders bypassed the detection devices using these things to invade the rear supply line. In the Nanchao command center, the projections behind Lu Yong quickly switched, all showing images of the white pillars located at Shangling. The members of the analysis department held documents as they reported the current progress and data analysis to the team leaders. The Eagle Nation has always been at the forefront of research and use of live monsters. It is said they even attempt to use monster organs to create biological armor to enhance the strength of their warriors. This pillar crafted by the servant spider is likely not simple. We are still testing the specific effects. During the previous cleanup of the Blood Eagle mercenary group, damage was caused to the facilities, and repairs and restarts will take some time. The positioning work for the Lord-level monster, the Tomb Spider, is progressing significantly, and we expect to lock in a rough range within a month. The meeting proceeded steadily, with the team leaders all wearing serious expressions. In the corner of the room, Captain Chao Jun of the White Owl team briefly flashed a dangerous glint in his eyes before quickly concealing it. The last time they searched for Tong Chen's whereabouts, the incident with the shadow battle against the Ape King erupted, causing panic not only for the Black Dragon but also for them, the White Owl and Blood Eagle. Once things calmed down and the subsequent impact assessment was completed, Tong Chen had already left with the logistics team and was likely already on his way back to Fong City. It would probably not be easy to catch him now. What a lucky kid. Chao Jun couldn't help but think to himself. The next day, in the supply truck where Tong Chen was, as they got closer to Fong City, moving away from the dangerous Nanchao base and the wilderness, the driver seemed to relax considerably. He even dared to play old-fashioned love songs while driving. He was bobbing his head along to the music, making Tong Chen want to reach over and smack him. I swear, can you have some taste? Turn off that damn sound system, or I'll take it apart and throw it out the window, Tong Chen said, unable to hold back any longer. The driver turned to stare at him for 3 seconds, confirming he was not someone to mess with, and decisively turned off the music. But the driver didn't want to drive in silence, so he pulled out a tablet to browse the news. Suddenly, he came across a video update from Tong Chen and, intrigued, clicked to play it. When he saw the prominent team leaders from Nanchao appear on screen, the driver's expression instantly stiffened. After the video finished playing, he remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Bro, how about you get out and run a bit? We're not far from Fong City now. Why? Tong Chen asked, puzzled. What was he saying? Not allowing music meant he wanted him to get out of the car? Mainly because being in the same vehicle as you feels like there's no safety guarantee. With the views on your video, it wouldn't be surprising if a few high-explosive bombs flew over and took us both out. The driver's gaze in the rearview mirror looked at Tong Chen as if he were some dangerous item. How did he end up with such a thing? Tong Chen was speechless for a few seconds before nodding. Alright then. The driver was overjoyed to hear this. So this kid was easy to fool. Wait, what are you doing opening The terminal? Seeing Tong Chen open the terminal behind him, the driver immediately panicked and asked. It couldn't be that he was going to report him to the vice captain, right? I'm not doing anything, just checking out my new video and thought I'd post a top comment thanking you for taking care of me on the way. Let me think, the license plate is. Tong Chen said, showing a thoughtful expression. Stop. Ahem, what I meant was, brother, you sit tight. As the veteran driver of the supply convoy, how could I let you off halfway? I'll make sure to deliver it right to your doorstep. The driver said earnestly, his eyes full of sincerity. Tong Chen reminded him that there were so many vehicles traveling back and forth between Wayan City and Nanchao base every day. With the proper orders, anyone could ride along. Who would know he was helping Tong Chen escape? But if that thank you message was sent out, would he still have a life left? That would be too embarrassing. A warm smile appeared on Tong Chen's face, but the driver only felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly remembered passing by the 8th group station and hearing the evaluations about Tong Chen. This guy completely disregarded human decency. At that time, seeing the awe on the faces of the brothers in the group, he didn't take it seriously. Now, the driver only felt he was still young. Oh, come on, we're all brothers, it's only right. The driver forced a smile. When he saw that Tong Chen had no further typing actions and was just flipping through the comments, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. At that moment, he wished he could press the gas pedal straight into the fuel tank to quickly get Tong Chen to his destination. Just look at you, still wanting to compete with me. Tong Chen smiled as he checked the comments, the smile on his face gradually fading. The comments on this video seemed a bit off. Wayan City. Big sister. I'm so mad. Last night I argued with these trolls all night. How could brother Tong Chen be someone who would flee at the last moment? In the martial arts gym, the chubby guy, sporting dark circles under his eyes, angrily pulled out his phone to show the comments that had already reached the 666th floor. Hu Xiao, who was working on her strength training, merely raised her eyes and did not respond. The chubby guy felt deflated and turned to chat with other friends. Aren't these guys just being sarcastic because they didn't get any money from this video? Brother Tong Chen is an entertainment blogger, why should he be accused of fleeing just because of one video? Although his character is debatable. By the end, the chubby guy's voice dropped to a whisper. The other friends nodded in agreement, though it was unclear which part they were agreeing with. In any case, when it comes to Tong Chen's videos, if you take it seriously, you've already lost. The group whispered for a while until Hu Xiao finished her workout and got off the equipment. The chubby guy immediately rushed over with a towel and water. Big sister, you should say something too. Aren't you worried about so many people slandering brother Tong Chen? Looking at Hu Xiao, who was wiping sweat and drinking water, the chubby guy said anxiously. It's not a big deal, let them say what they want. Why should a strong person care about the words of ants? Hu Xiao thought of Tong Chen's mystery. Due to the heat from exercising, the dagger strapped to her calf felt particularly cold. Besides, she actually hoped Tong Chen would really come back. It would be even better if he did, even if it meant being scolded. What mattered more than anything was to keep her life safe. With the situation in Wayan City being like this, how could Nanchao be safe? Even if Tong Chen had secrets, he shouldn't be that strong. Who would believe that he could fight with a war general? If he really had that kind of power, why would he need to hide? In the end, she still had to rely on her own efforts to support this family. With that thought, Hu Xiao decided to do 2 more sets of training. At that moment, her phone, which she had set aside, rang. Hu Xiao opened it and found a message from Tong Chen. Dear sister, your brother is back. Did you miss me? Have you been developing healthily during this time? Is mom's condition still stable? Following the message was a cheeky emoji. Hu Xiao was taken aback. The friends around her cautiously peeked over. When they saw it was Tong Chen's message, and that he really had returned to Wayan City at this time, they were all shocked. The boys elbowed each other, their eyes wide in disbelief. After the release of Tong Chen's video yesterday, the view count skyrocketed. When the first comment questioned why there were no Federation coins this time, it spiraled out of control. They had argued until midnight, and now he was telling us he really came back? Why do I feel like brother Tong Chen tricked us again? Tisk, this really is like a clown mask being put on. He actually came back. Our brother Tong Chen is truly unmatched in connections. At a time like this, being able to withdraw all the way back to Wayan City from the front lines is not something just anyone can do. The expressions of the friends behind her gradually became complicated, but Hu Xiao didn't pay it any mind. She thought for a moment and began to reply to the message. It's good that you're back, Mom is fine, no need to worry. On the supply truck, Tong Chen looked towards the distant city wall. How strange, why did it feel like something was off with his sister? Had it been a while since they last met, and she was throwing a tantrum? I should be there in about 2 hours. Where are you now? At the martial arts school, just go home directly. I took the day off to pick up my mom. After sending this message, Hu Xiao put away her phone and looked at her friends behind her. Everyone quickly hid their strange expressions and stood up straight. I won't be going to school, please help me ask the teacher for a day off. With that, she left under the watchful eyes of the crowd.
Arriving at the entrance of the martial arts school, Hu Chaoqiao glanced at the time. If it took 2 hours, she wouldn't have time to buy groceries after running to the research institute where her mom was. After thinking for a moment, Hu Chaoqiao opened her contacts and found the number of the gang leader, Scar. Miss, what can I do for you? Go pick up my mother and wait for me downstairs. Yes. Hu Chaoqiao hung up the phone and happily walked towards the farmer's market. At the bar at the end of the alley, a group of younger brothers looked eagerly at their boss. You all keep an eye on the place, don't cause any trouble. I'll be back soon, Scar said, signaling 2 people to leave with him. Outside Wayan City, as they approached the city gate, the driver had to slow down. Are you calling your family? The driver asked. Tong Chen nodded, then hesitantly climbed into the passenger seat. In what situation do you think a young girl's demeanor suddenly changes? Change in what way? How should I put it? It feels like she suddenly matured a lot. The driver fell silent for a moment. I told you not to hit me, right? Tong Chen looked puzzled. The way he said it made it sound like he was some kind of brutal figure. How could I? What do you take me for? Oh, then. Let me say this, when a girl suddenly changes, it's usually for a couple of reasons, either she's in love or she's been heavily impacted. Since it's maturity, she must have done something mature. By the way, how old is your sister? Tong Chen fell silent for 3 seconds, his face contorting as he replied, 15. The words in his fist landed simultaneously on the driver's eye. The car swerved on the highway, startling surrounding vehicles into retreat, and many people stopped there. Cars to jump out and express their displeasure at the supplied vehicle. A few minutes later, the driver, with darkened eyes, looked speechless. If he really said it, Tong Chen would be unhappy again. If it weren't for the deputy captain's face, The driver turned his head, and the whole person froze. Tong Chen, who had just been in the passenger seat, had actually disappeared, along with the luggage in the back. When did that happen? The driver recalled that punch earlier. He had no way to defend himself. To have a cushy job as a supply vehicle driver, aside from connections, one's own strength had to be decent. Long-distance transport inevitably encounters unexpected situations. In such times, how could a driver not fight back? He at least had the strength of a senior warrior, yet he couldn't dodge a punch from Tong Chen, a junior warrior? Something was off. It was 100% off. The driver thought for a moment and decided to report the incident along with the vehicle's dashcam footage. At that moment, Tong Chen was carrying his backpack, quickly crossing the line of cars, waiting to enter the city. After all, he had orders to enter the city directly, and following the cars would only waste time. He was very concerned about his sister's changes and thought it would be better to return home sooner. Welcome home, Comrade Tong Chen. The guard, after checking the transfer order, respectfully let him through. The guard didn't know why he was returning from the front lines at this time, but coming back from a place like Nanxiao deserved respect. Tong Chen stood still for 2 seconds, suppressing his inexplicable emotions, nodded at the saluting soldier, and entered Wayan City. Familiar buildings, familiar streets, and the sky was much brighter than in Nanxiao. Who would have known that upon returning here, his strength had already reached the level of a mid-level battle general. His combat power was even surging towards the realm of a battle god. Tong Chen shook his head and hailed a cab to go home. 89.5 federal coins. The car stopped outside the residential area, and the taxi driver smiled as he asked for payment. After Tong Chen paid and got out, he looked around to identify the street and headed in the direction of home. His Black Dragon Army uniform naturally attracted many gazes. Soon, people recognized Tong Chen's identity. After all, he was the only entertainment blogger in Wayan City, so he was bound to draw attention. The expressions of passers-by and neighbors instantly turned strange. He really has come back? Tong Chen quickly arrived at the entrance of his building and saw his mother in a wheelchair from a distance. Suddenly, Tong Chen's expression changed. He saw a thug approaching Manhwa with his lackeys, a lewd smile on his face. Who? Manhwa looked up and said something, and that person actually dared to reach out? How could he tolerate this? A war general returning to find someone disrespecting his family, wouldn't that lead to bloodshed? In the eyes of Scar and his men, Tong Chen appeared like a ghost, suddenly materializing before them, making them feel as if the world was spinning. By the time they reacted, they realized their 3 members had already been taken down, pain radiating from various parts of their bodies. Scar, who had just wanted to curse at the 3, looked up with a face full of horror. Tong Chen stood in a backlit angle, making it so they could only see a shadowy figure. But those eyes seemed to have hellfire swirling within them, and the cold aura made Scar and his men feel as if their souls were frozen. Compared to this terrifying sensation, the pain in their bodies felt trivial. They would die. At this moment, the only thought in the minds of the 3 was this. Hey, Tong Chen, you're back. Why are you beating people up as soon as you return? Tong Chen's icy gaze faltered. Do you know them? Of course, it's your sister who called them to pick me up. Hu Chaoqiao. Tong Chen's expression turned blank. When did his sister get to know these little thugs? Wait, at her age, she was probably in her rebellious phase and might like boys with this kind of vibe. Tong Chen's gaze turned dangerous again. That look was like a farmer seeing a wild boar sneaking into his vegetable garden, trampling on the cabbages he had painstakingly cultivated. Scar felt miserable inside, but at this moment the pain was so overwhelming that he couldn't even explain himself. No wonder he was the big sister's brother. His strikes were too damn professional. Even if he targeted the legs and not the mouth, it still left people speechless. Scar and his men could only show innocent and clear expressions, trying to ease the misunderstanding. In the distance, Hu Chaoqiao, holding shopping bags, gaped at the scene. What speed was that from Tong Chen just now? Hu Chaoqiao stood at the street corner, completely stunned, until she noticed. Tong Chen was about to draw his knife to attack someone, and only then did she react and hurriedly shout, "Wait!" Tong Chen turned around and saw his sister, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, running over with a pile of things. Misunderstanding. Brother, I asked them to pick up Mom. I went to buy groceries. As Hu Chaoqiao spoke, she secretly sized up Tong Chen, thinking she must have been seeing things. What kind of strength could make even her unable to react? How could brother Tong Chen be like that? Tong Chen looked seriously at his sister. Do you know them? Damn, his sister has been led astray. Tong Chen couldn't help but think of what the taxi driver had said. Could it be that a girl underwent a significant change in a short time because of those thugs? Damn! It had always been him, Tong Chen, who was the troublemaker. No one could put him in the victim's position. Wait, he hadn't even been in that position. He almost got himself confused with anger. The last time he met Shi Ningxuan's parents was for material, not his intention. Since it had nothing to do with him, those thugs deserved to die. As Tong Chen thought of this, his gaze instantly sharpened. Scar and his men felt a darkness envelop them, as if the sky had fallen. What kind of great demon was this before them? In that moment, they truly felt their bodies and spirits grow cold. In front of them, Tong Chen was like an abyss, ready to swallow them whole. The three of them performed a display of sweat-drenched, butterfly-like leg-flapping stunts in front of the mother and daughter. This was a new skill unlocked after Tong Chen devoured the Dark Flame Slash, using the passive ability of Dark Flame Super Control, which could now condense into a point to be applied to a specific target. The family members beside him, aside from feeling a slight chill emanating from him, did not notice anything amiss. However, Hu Manyu was somewhat surprised by the performance of the scarred trio and covered her mouth in astonishment. Tong Chen, don't scare them. Don't be fooled by Mr. Wang's scarred face. His image might seem a bit unseemly, but he's actually a good person who often helps Cao Cao. He's not like the notorious thug that's been rumored about in the neighborhood recently, the one called Scar Brother. As she spoke, the mother tugged at Tong Chen's arm. Only then did the three of them catch their breath from the suffocating pressure, and driven by their survival instincts, the scarred one immediately spoke up. Madam, you're too kind. Just call me Little Scar. I hang out with Sister Cao Cao. To avoid experiencing Tong Chen's murderous intent again, he dared not say miss and instead overstepped by using Sister Cao Cao. After all, this brother was a monster among monsters, and Little Scar considered himself to be ruthless and experienced. Yet under Tong Chen's murderous aura, he felt like a rookie. No, this person had already reached an inhuman level in terms of temperament. Despite his seemingly decent appearance, Little Scar was certain that Tong Chen was definitely not a good person. Once the words were out, Tong Chen's murderous intent completely vanished, leaving only astonishment on his face. Hu Manyu's mouth dropped open as she turned her head in confusion to look at her daughter. Hanging out with Sister Cao Cao? Little 8? It's Little Scar, right? The mother now felt her mind entering a state of shutdown. Tong Chen looked at his sister with a strange expression. At that moment, his sister was threatening Little Scar with a look that said, "Are you looking to die?" It was a complete self-revelation. "I'm sorry, boss. The new place has no one. We'll head back to check on it right away. Don't worry. We'll follow your instructions and take the proper route. We won't cause any trouble." With that, Little Scar and his companions scrambled away. It wasn't that they wanted to run faster, the instinctive fear hadn't completely faded and their legs were still weak. The three of them left in a flurry, leaving behind a disheveled Hu Chaoqiao. Oh, it hasn't been long since we last met, and now our family has a Chaoqiao who's mingling in the underworld? Tong Chen placed his hand on Hu Chaoqiao's shoulder, feeling her rigid body. The door isn't closed. I'll go check, Hu Chaoqiao exclaimed as she dashed out, thumping up the stairs. Mom, didn't you notice what this girl is doing? Tong Chen wore an expression of amused anger. Hu Manyu shook her head in a daze, and then her eyes began to well up with tears. The child had gone astray. It was all her fault for being useless. If it weren't for her health issues preventing her from keeping a close watch, how could such a situation arise? Tong Chen saw that his mother was about to cry and immediately panicked, trying to lighten the mood. The warm-hearted boy was skilled at comforting, and within minutes, he had Hu Manyu moved to tears, her gaze starting to change. Tong Chen quickly reined in his powers in fright, and only when Hu Manyu's eyes struggled a few times before regaining clarity did he let out a heavy sigh of relief. If maternal love were to become distorted, how could he face his sister? Would they have to go their separate ways in the future? No way. Little Tong, Xiao Xiao's dad left early, and with my health issues, if this girl goes down the wrong path, you must help her.
Hu Manyu grasped Tong Chen's
hands, her tone heavy with concern. In her eyes, there was a faint determination.
Tong Chen understood that this meant as long as he didn't let Hu Xiao come to harm,
he had to use any means necessary to bring his sister back.
Don't worry, with me around, she won't stray even a bit.
Hu Manyu felt a wave of relief at Tong Chen's solemn promise.
Tong Chen then scooped her up in a princess carry and rushed upstairs.
Inside the house, Hu Xiao, who was frantically arranging the ingredients, suddenly felt a chill.
Behind her, bang!
The sound of Tong Chen kicking open the door startled her, almost making her scream.
Can you be a little gentler? Are you trying to break the door? Hey, what are you so excited about? Did you do something wrong? Tong Chen sneered, and Hu Xiao instantly retreated.
After placing her mother's things properly, Tong Chen stood silently in front of Hu Xiao. He unabashedly watched his sister wash the vegetables. Even though Hu Xiao tried to give herself a forced calm buff and pretended not to care, she couldn't withstand that gaze.
What do you want? Mom is still here. Hu Xiao blared back. Why couldn't they just wait until Mom left to talk? Did he have to cause trouble in front of her? What else could it be? Our Xiao sister doesn't plan to explain what good deed she's done while I was away? What could I do?
The guy with the scar just said. He was hanging out with you. Hu Xiao put on a pitiful expression and looked at her mother, hoping to evoke maternal
love to stop the rampaging Tong Chen.
Unfortunately, the firm support on her mother's face was not meant for her.
Clearly, I'm the biological one.
Hu Xiao muttered in dissatisfaction and began to explain her grievances.
A few minutes later, after
confessing everything, Hu Xiao presented herself as a well-behaved child who knew she had done something wrong.
She sat at the dining table, ready to take any punishment.
So, you're afraid that after getting into the Imperial Capital Academy, no one will take care of Mom, and you're worried I'll cause trouble, so you built up your power?
Of course. I'd been worried sick for this family, and you actually wronged me. Worrying about nothing. With that energy, you might as well do a couple more bowls
of rice to gain some strength. Those warriors aren't just a bunch of thugs. I think you're too idle. After dinner, come practice with me and see how your strength is developing. Hu Xiao was taken aback by this and tentatively confirmed, you want to spar
with me?
Strangely, she recalled the scene of Tong Chen suddenly appearing in front of the three scarred men downstairs.
At that time, was she not seeing things?
Seeing her sister's doubtful gaze, Tong Chen proudly took out his terminal and displayed the
electronic badge proving he was a junior warrior.
Hu Xiao opened her mouth in shock.
Bro, you actually became a junior warrior?
Seeing his sister's incredulous expression, Tong Chen punched her lightly on the top of her head.
Bang, is that so surprising? Is it enough to be your sparring partner?
Mom, you need to manage him.
He bullies me as soon as he comes back. Hu Xiao,
feeling the pain, covered her head and looked at Hu Manyu. Unfortunately, her mother just smiled happily and had no intention of
intervening.
Knowing her daughter hadn't gone down the wrong path and that Tong Chen was making further progress as a warrior was double happiness. How could she spoil the mood? You just wait. Hu Xiao shook her small fist fiercely.
She would ask about Tong Chen's strength during their sparring later.
Hu Xiao got up to cook, and Tong Chen followed her, causing mischief and teasing her, which earned him protests. The soundproofing in the settlement area was average, so the neighbors around Tong Chen's
house naturally heard the commotion between the two. Strange, why is it so lively at Xiao's house today? Tong Chen is back. Who else could make such a racket? Hey, did you say Tong Chen is back? Is that surprising? Why are you so excited? It's not
about being excited. Tong Chen, he was at Nanxiao before, he shouldn't be back at a time like this. The woman cooking heard her child say this and looked puzzled.
What does it matter if he comes back or not? Mom, you know Tong Chen is an entertainment blogger, right?
It's one thing for him to sneak back, but he even posted a related editing video before coming back.
Everyone is holding the front line. Do you think he can come back as a member of the Black Dragon and gain a good reputation? The young man said as he pulled out his phone, opened the comments section of Tong Chen's video, and found it had indeed exploded. Some claimed to have seen Tong Chen getting out of a taxi and walking down the street. There were also die-hard fans questioning the truth of this, and both sides were arguing fiercely. The next day, Tong Chen took his sister out to the martial arts school.
There was a professional training ground for students to practice sparring.
Outside Tong Chen's building, many mysterious figures
appeared at the street corners. Brother Hu Xiao called out worriedly. A friend had reported last night that Tong Chen's return had been exposed, and the online uproar was overwhelming, so they should be cautious when going out.
Don't mind them, Tong Chen said dismissively. With strength comparable to a junior warrior, how could he possibly take these people seriously? To put it bluntly, with the current military power of Jing City, as long as the other warrior from Long Country wasn't here, he could single-handedly cut through Jing City. The rumored lord of Jing City was merely a senior warrior and couldn't stop him.
From slaughtering his way from the east to the west of the city without even blinking, coupled with the blue bar of 1535 mental strength, Tong Chen felt he could potentially wipe out the city alone. Therefore, he paid no attention to those malicious people taking photos. To him, the entire Fongjing city seemed too weak to even be a challenge. Seeing that Tong Chen was completely unconcerned about those annoying individuals, his sister Hu Chaoqiao inexplicably felt a lot more at ease. The two slowly walked towards the martial arts school, showing no signs of avoidance. However, once photos of Tong Chen holding his sister's hand while walking on the street appeared online, it immediately caused a stir. Wow, he really came back. This is a scandal. My cousin is still fighting on the front lines. How can Tong Chen come back? Are the Black Dragon members really that impressive? The lives of ordinary teens matter too. Protest. The Black Dragon must give us an explanation. Damn it, he's holding his sister's hand and looks so happy. The massive public outcry quickly alerted the official departments. Fongjing City Administrative Building. Report. The impact of Tong Chen's latest video has suddenly intensified. A subordinate reported with a bitter smile in Shi Ming's office. As the head of the Public Security Bureau and a popular candidate for the next deputy city lord, such a case that could potentially incite unrest naturally landed on Shi Ming's desk. Still unable to take down the video? Shi Ming asked, his expression calm. The subordinate shook his head. Then just ignore it. Strengthen public security management and don't let anyone take advantage of the chaos. After saying this, Shi Ming waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to leave. It was a controlled state now. It was fine to complain, but who dared to jump out and cause trouble? Try it and see what happens. The security forces in the city held absolute superiority. The gap between soldiers and ordinary people was even greater than that of armed soldiers and unarmed civilians in the old days. After all, armed soldiers could be ambushed or lose their equipment. But warriors had no such issues. Their physical fitness crushed that of ordinary people, and they had received professional training. As long as they weren't exhausted, they could keep fighting. Dare to stir trouble? Let them know what it means to have their rebellious spirit shattered. I am a Fongjing person, after all. Are you really not going to do anything? Shi Ningshua's mother, Suyu, walked over with a smile. What's there to manage? This mess was caused by Tong Chen himself. It's just right for him to suffer a bit. Maybe he'll think twice about editing videos in the future. Shi Ming said, rubbing his temples in frustration. Suyu walked around behind him to help press on the acupoints on his head and didn't bring up Tong Chen again. That kid was at least a junior warrior, it was said. He could hold his own against the daughter of a mid-level warrior before, and now it was likely that even senior warriors couldn't handle Tong Chen. Currently, there were no senior warriors in the city to deal with Tong Chen, right? Since nothing would go wrong, there was naturally no need to manage it. The official leniency has led to an increasingly turbulent public opinion online. Soon, some people attempted to stop the protests, wanting to demand an explanation at the municipal building. Unfortunately, these individuals quickly experienced what it meant for law enforcement to have a temperature, for batons to have precision, and for arrests to happen swiftly. In an instant, everyone became obedient, fully aware that when acting as keyboard warriors, no one would intervene, and causing trouble could lead to dire consequences. South Bridge Base. The test results for the White Pillar have come out. Everyone please take a look. The analyst was playing footage of the White Pillar facility at Shangling after its repair and restart. In the conference room, many warriors watched with serious expressions. Meanwhile, Deputy Captain Zhu Yashuang of the Black Dragon team was distracted in a corner, exuding a faint killing intent that made the nearby Black Dragon members instinctively keep their distance from her. Humph! Zhu Yashuang snorted coldly, causing the surrounding team members to shiver slightly. They exchanged glances. Who has offended this lady? I don't know, not me. Everyone looked innocent. It wasn't until they caught a glimpse of Zhu Yashuang typing on the terminal that they understood what was happening. Tong Chen returned to Fongjing City in accordance with the battle group's orders. I won't let idle gossip slide. Zhu Yashuang's comment, under her title ID as Deputy Captain of the Black Dragon, immediately shot to the top. As the online public opinion in Fongjing City gradually calmed down due to Zhu Yashuang's stance, outside the city gates, the wilderness lay still, with the spider monster's compound eyes reflecting the iron city gate without a hint of movement. In the wilderness outside Fongjing City, the spider monster remained motionless at the cave entrance, its compound eyes reflecting the distant city walls, its gaze colder than steel. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the spider monster's head, and the next moment, a sharp blade pierced through its head, pinning it to the ground. A warrior descended from the air, striking a fatal blow. The spider monster let out a roar and struggled violently. Unfortunately, it was firmly pinned down by the warrior, losing its life a few seconds later. How many have we taken down today? 11-inch 12. These bugs are becoming more numerous lately. I didn't pay much attention at first. How did the Black Dragon know there were spider monsters outside Fongjing City that needed clearing? Maybe they're top-notch, let's not worry about that.
We freelancers just want to make some money. We can't get these prices normally. Hee hee, that's true.
As they conversed, several figures emerged from
the jungle behind them.
They were dressed in combat uniforms, and their equipment indicated a well-staffed small team.
Stop the
chit-chat, gather the materials and go clear other areas, otherwise, the other teams will snatch the work.
These damn things are
so close to the city, no wonder it's so tense inside. The male warrior who had slain the spider drew his battle knife.
Immediately, 2 people from the team approached the spider's corpse. Speaking of inside the city, did you see that video? That guy named Tong Chen actually returned to the city. Damn.
No wonder he's called the king of soft rice. He can still find a backdoor at a
time like this.
Pa, I despise people like that, acting all high and mighty but shrinking back at critical moments.
I don't
know what those women see in that guy. Just thinking about Zhu Yashuang's figure makes it a pity.
Does that guy even know how to play?
The young lady from the Sher family isn't bad either. The key is she's young.
He. As they spoke, they let out ambiguous laughter.
Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from a distance, followed by the terrified screams of people in their final moments.
This small team instantly became alarmed. That's in the direction of Team 2, something's happened. Wait, the ground. Why is it sinking?
They watched in shock as the distant forest slowly sank, forming a massive pitch-black pit in the ground.
Subsequently, the pit
was filled with countless red dots, sending chills down their spines.
Despair instantly enveloped everyone. South Bridge Base, conference room.
According to our tests, the white pillar created by the Blood Eagle mercenary group, when combined with the appropriate device, can emit specific,
low-frequency waves. This frequency will attract the spider monsters.
According to the current analysis, controlling the strength of the wave
bands can interfere with the actions of the spider servants, and the effect may far exceed previous estimates. Just get to the conclusion.
Lu Yong said with a grim expression. The analyst adjusted his glasses, his gaze also becoming serious.
The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed up. Even Zhu Yashuang, who had been distracted, couldn't help but close her terminal and focus. The number of spider servants crossing the South Bridge
warning line may exceed the previously calculated 400%, and there is a possibility that the Lord-level tomb spiders have been attracted there. Additionally, a denser white column has just been discovered at another location on the upper ridge, forming an aerial bridge, and traces of large
animals moving on it have been found.
After the analyst finished speaking, the screen behind him began displaying various images.
The people in the
conference room stared at the exaggerated aerial white bridge, falling into silence.
What are we waiting for? Let's immediately return to support Fong Jing City. No! Lu Yong instantly rejected this proposal. Many team leaders looked over in confusion.
In the command center underground, Bu
Bo stood next to a figure in armor. That was another war god, Yi Kai. They were watching the meeting via video.
When Bu Bo heard that Fong Jing City was in danger, he could no longer sit still.
That beast is heading towards Fong Jing City. We must return immediately.
As he spoke, he was about
to turn and leave. Yi Kai grabbed Bu Bo and shook his head.
No, we must stay here to defend.
Bu Bo frowned, clearly not understanding why. Yi Kai
had come over precisely to deal with the threat of the tomb spiders.
It's an order from above. The appearance of the Ape King is one thing, but just now, the Black Dragon discovered new traces of Lord-level monsters, so we cannot leave. Yi Kai clicked a few times on the terminal, and the screen in front displayed intelligence that the Black Dragon had not yet made public.
Bu Bo broke free from his friend's grip. What about Fong Jing
City? What if the tomb spiders are there?
As he spoke, a murderous intent began to rise within him, clearly dissatisfied with this order.
Don't take it out on me. The plan for Waynan is equally important.
Besides, we can't confirm that the tomb spiders have crossed over.
The higher-ups have
urgently dispatched top teams from various departments to provide support.
Even if the tomb spiders really appear in Fongjing City, we can hold out until we arrive.
Rather, using Fongjing City as bait to lure and kill the tomb spiders is completely worth it.
Allowing this monster to act as a
ticking time bomb within our territory is riskier than taking some risks to eliminate it,
Yi Kai said irritably. Bu Bo fell into deep thought upon
hearing this, and after a long sigh, he returned to his previous position. Since the higher-ups had already made proper arrangements, he naturally
had no objections.
However, using a large city like Fongjing as a gamble showed real courage from above. The screen in front of the two switched back
to the conference room.
Lu Yong also began to explain the reasons for not returning to provide support and announced the latest intelligence on
the traces of Lord-level monsters.
Meanwhile, in Fongjing City, Tong Chen had brought his sister to the entrance of the martial arts school.
The director must have made quite a bit during this time. Why is he still reluctant to renovate the facade? This shabby sign would make anyone who doesn't know think it's a noodle shop selling oil-splashing noodles.
Tong Chen complained about the simple decoration outside the martial arts
school. It was understandable to make do when it first opened, but how long has it been? The martial arts school business was said to be doing well. Why was it still the same?
The director says the martial arts school relies on the strength of the instructors to attract new students and the
students' achievements to build a reputation. Renovations aren't important.
Hu Chaoqiao explained with a smile.
Just say you're stingy, why drag this out with me?
Tong Chen rolled his eyes and was about to pull his sister inside. Who says my martial arts school is like a noodle shop?
I think you're itching for a fight.
Suddenly, a burly man appeared from behind the door, holding a bowl of noodles, his face dark.
It was none other than Director Meow.
He had just wanted to get angry, but upon seeing the person in front of him, his expression instantly froze.
The director has quite the appetite this early in the morning. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Tong Chen smiled as he looked over. Director Meow's hand
trembled, nearly dropping the bowl. I said the martial arts hall is a bit like a noodle shop. It needs some renovations.
Then what's with that? It's that little brat of mine acting up again. I'll give him a good beating when I get back.
His nephew, who hadn't caused trouble for a long time and hadn't shown his face at the martial arts hall, suddenly jolted, looking around in panic. His leg had just healed, and he swore he hadn't caused any trouble at all.
At the entrance of the martial arts hall, may I ask why you, Brother Tong, are here today? Director Meow cautiously inquired.
Tong Chen raised the hand he was holding with his sister and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just came to use the practice room to
spar with my sister." Welcome, welcome,
Director Meow said enthusiastically, gesturing for them to enter and opening the door to the martial arts
hall.
Tong Ying smiled and nodded at the director, pulling his sister inside. After they went upstairs, the director finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he noticed several people appearing on the street, their eyes dark as they looked in his direction. The director's gaze sharpened as he scanned the area, and everyone who made eye contact hurriedly turned their faces away. It seems they aren't here to cause trouble for the
martial arts hall. Seeing this, the director didn't pay much attention to those people. He followed them upstairs to prevent the early arriving students from being rude to the esteemed guests. On the second floor of the martial arts hall, several people were already warming up early in the morning. The moment Tong Ying and his sister entered, they drew attention.
A few raised their hands to greet Hu Chaoqiao, but awkwardly lowered them.
Upon seeing Tong Ying,
they silently watched as the two made their way to the rooftop.
Someone quietly followed them, returning a few minutes later. What did they go do?
The training room. It looks like they're going to spar.
Is it really okay? Tong Ying coming back at this time means he has no tasks, right? Just hiding out?
And he isn't even trying to hide it. That's the confidence that comes with connections.
Everyone outside is
practically cursing him to the heavens.
I suspect it's not just simple cursing. Don't forget the protests that were suppressed at lightning speed. Before, everyone's feeling quite resentful.
Exactly, with the current situation in the city, everyone's nerves are on edge.
Even the vice captain of the Black Dragon spoke up, and the officials didn't intervene in the public opinion.
It seems they're using Tong Ying's video to let everyone
vent.
The students whispered among themselves. Director Meow glanced at them, pondering for a moment before heading upstairs.
Although the training
room was built with a hefty investment, the soundproofing wasn't that great. The money was spent on durability.
Even if they couldn't see the battle situation, they could still hear some things.
The other students, seeing this, also paused their training.
With the director leading, they wanted to hear the excitement. Inside the training room, Tong Ying surveyed his surroundings.
The room was a cubic space made of square alloy, with light tubes embedded in the seams for illumination. After spreading out his perception and confirming there were no cameras or similar devices, he turned to look at his sister.
Do you need me to go easy on you?
Hu Chaoqiao paused for a moment, then let out a laugh.
Tong Ying, you don't think you've got me all figured out, do you? She was eager to try.
Not even at the apprentice level, yet she had the heart of a warrior.
So confident.
Ha! Just don't hold a grudge after we finish,
Tong Ying said with a smile.
Hu Chaoqiao snorted and got into position. Outside, the students, who had been leaning against the wall with the director, looked excited.
It's about to start. Do you think Hu Chaoqiao can win? What are you talking about? How long has she been in the martial arts class? No matter how good her talent is, she can't possibly be a match for an active member of the Black Dragon. Wasn't Tong Ying let in through the back door? How could he meet the Black Dragon's standards? Now that you mention it,
if I were to mess up in front of my sister, that would be really embarrassing.
No wonder he wants to go into stealth mode and not publicly fight. But in his previous video, wasn't he dominating that beautiful female warrior? You really take entertainment videos seriously?
The trainees whispered among themselves, and Director Meow cast a deep glance at them.
How could Tong Ying be just a showpiece?
He had started to hear from friends that the matter was true, and that female warrior seemed to be no ordinary member of the Black Dragon. The director recalled the astonishment on his friend's face when he mentioned that battle and felt that Tong Ying was not simple. After Tong Ying had suffered a setback last time, he had put in effort to investigate Tong Ying's situation. The conclusion was that the money spent was worth it.
In the training room, seeing Tong
Ying's nonchalant demeanor, Hu Xiaoqiao, who had taken her stance, immediately charged at him in anger. Considering your strength, your skills are quite good. But with this little strength, you're already getting cocky? You actually dared to venture into the alley. No way. Sister, your combat quality is lacking, even your evasive maneuvers are off. As Tong Ying spoke, he slapped Hu Xiaoqiao on the forehead. The little girl winced in pain, and the next moment her eyes turned slightly red, filled with anger as she continued to attack. Mom said that if you keep hitting the head, you'll get stupid. Hey, are you really getting mad? You won't bite me, right? Tong Ying laughed as he dodged his sister's attacks, occasionally correcting her while giving her a light tap. The force was controlled to be painful but not injurious. 10 minutes later, Hu Xiaoqiao lay on the ground, her face showing a look of defeat. She glared fiercely at Tong Ying, who was squatting in front of her. Not a single hit. After fighting for 10 minutes, she hadn't landed a single blow. Tong Ying's speed and strength were completely maintained at a level similar to hers, purely showcasing his skills, crushing her. This was the most devastating blow to Hu Xiaoqiao. Originally, she thought her talent was decent and that she could protect her brother in the future. At least she thought she wouldn't be unqualified to know many of Tong Ying's matters. But reality had given Hu Xiaoqiao a harsh slap. Hey, why are you crying now? Tong Ying looked at his sister, who was crying in anger, and instantly felt a bit embarrassed. It was a bit excessive for a mid-level warrior to bully a sister who wasn't even an apprentice. However, thinking about the ridiculous things this girl had done while he was away, Tong Ying felt it was necessary to give her a lesson. She needed to understand that there are always stronger people out there. Places like alleys aren't entirely devoid of capable people. What if his sister got caught? The outcome of a beautiful girl losing a battle had already been recorded in JM. Tong Ying smiled as he went over to help his sister up, intending to comfort her. Who would have thought Hu Xiaoqiao would slyly smile, draw out a dagger from her cap, and swipe it at Tong Ying's arm. Bad guy, like you. Bully me. A faint line of blood appeared on Tong Ying's wrist. Tong Ying rolled his eyes, unfazed. Why aren't you reacting? Hu Xiaoqiao stared blankly at Tong Ying. She had personally experienced the terror of that dagger. It truly was a pain that pierced to the bone. How come Tong Ying was completely unaffected? Feeling better? Silly sister, did you forget who gave you that? Why should I react? Hu Xiaoqiao opened her mouth. Originally, she thought this dagger was something Tong Ying had stumbled upon, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. How did you do that? Hu Xiaoqiao asked in shock. Tong Ying thought for a moment and extended his finger. Whoosh, a purple flame instantly appeared at his fingertip. Hu Xiaoqiao blinked in astonishment, reaching out to touch it. Don't touch, Tong Ying gently reminded. Hu Xiaoqiao glanced at him but didn't heed the warning, continuing to reach for the flame. The next moment, a terrifying scream echoed in the training room. Tong Ying looked helplessly at his sister rolling on the ground. Why does she always refuse to believe in danger? Goodness, she was rolling like a top. After confirming that his sister had learned her lesson, Tong Ying released the residual power of the underworld flame. Hu Xiaoqiao, who was playing dead rolls, suddenly stopped. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at Tong Ying and trembled as she asked, Brother, what is your strength now? In the training room on the top floor of the martial arts hall, Tong Chen watched his sister sitting on the ground with tears welling in her eyes, hugging her knees and looking over at him. It seemed as if she would cry if he didn't answer. What was his current strength? Tong Chen thought about the difficulty of obtaining the materials he needed. As his strength increased, the rewards from ordinary warriors and common people would likely seem inadequate for enhancing his power. He might even unlock some strange abilities. To connect with more experts, he would have to expose some of his own foundation. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide it from his sister anymore, right? With that thought, Tong Chen took a deep breath and quietly adjusted his aura. There's not much strength, really. My realm is just a mid-level battle general, and my combat power can barely match a low-level battle god. As soon as his lowered voice fell, Hu Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes. Why didn't he say he could fly? The next moment, Hu Xiaoqiao's thoughts were instantly shattered. A faint black aura floated from Tong Chen, and this black energy, like flames, quickly engulfed him, transforming into a black armor. Tong Chen waved at Hu Xiaoqiao, and a dagger sliced through her pant leg and flew into his hand. Did mental power have stronger control over refined objects? He had just discovered this after activating the underworld god armor. If that was the case, it was very necessary to forge a dedicated battle knife for himself. Based on the feeling of controlling the dagger just now, Tong Chen thought that with his current mental power, he might be able to fly with a battle knife. Brother, Hu Xiaoqiao was shocked, and as she began to speak, Tong Chen instantly covered her mouth and pressed her down. He made a shushing gesture and pointed towards the exit. Hu Xiaoqiao nodded slightly, her face turning a bit red. Tong Chen carefully released his sister and removed the underworld god armor from his body. Can you really fight a battle god? Hu Xiaoqiao asked in a low voice, her eyes somewhat dazed. Was she still dreaming? She was very afraid that this was just a fantasy born from worrying that Tong Chen might die outside one day.
Her useless brother with an F-level talent actually had battle god-level combat power? Tong Chen's finger ignited a purple flame. Hu Xiaoqiao instantly jolted, her eyes regaining clarity. She slipped away from under Tong Chen like a loach crawling backward on the ground, her gaze towards the underworld flame filled with fear. She really didn't want to experience that kind of pain again. Tong Chen chuckled. He wasn't trying to scare his sister, he intended to experiment with the dagger in his hand. He aimed the purple flame at the dagger that had been refined with a steel bar. Underworld flame compression activated. The entire room instantly turned purple. Hu Xiaoqiao watched as Tong Chen suddenly began to play electric welding, huddling in a corner of the training ground, trembling with her arms around her knees. So scary, so scary, so scary. Even though Tong Chen controlled his aura around himself, not leaking a bit, the tiny sparks from the dagger, which couldn't bear the pressure and shattered, made her feel her soul tremble. A minute later, Tong Chen stopped his actions. The originally ugly dagger vanished, leaving only a spiral-shaped object in his hand, resembling a shuriken, glowing with a purple crystalline appearance. Tong Chen thought for a moment and activated the underworld flame control skill. The cheerful glow disappeared, and the raging underworld flame inside was soothed and stabilized. Here it's for you, Tong Chen said, tossing the underworld flame bomb to his sister. Ah! Hu Xiaoqiao screamed in fright, her expression crumbling in the brief second as the crystal transformed into a parabolic arc. In the end, she still chose to believe and reached out to catch it. Hu Xiaoqiao stood frozen in place for more than 10 seconds, and only after confirming that the icy crystal in her hand hadn't exploded did she let out a sigh of relief. Take good care of it. I set it to explode 3 seconds after being hit with a force of 100 kilograms. When you use it, just hit it with that force and throw it out, then run as fast as you can. The damage radius might be about 800 meters? Hu Xiaoqiao looked at Tong Chen in shock. No, are you serious with that uncertain tone? The power? Below the level of a high-ranking warrior, they'll probably all die. Hu Xiaoqiao, thinking of the scene where that purple flame surged in wildly, and having experienced the power of the underworld flame, Hu Xiaoqiao chose to believe him. Bro, aren't you F-level? Hu Xiaoqiao carefully tucked the spiral crystal into her bosom. That's a long story, I'll explain it to you later. You've made good progress during this time. I'll help you train a bit and you should be able to break through to 150 kilograms of strength soon. By the way, when will you all awaken? In 2 months, after the graduation exam, that will be the awakening day. Is there no talent threshold for admission to the Shanjing Academy? Tong Chen looked at his sister. Hu Xiaoqiao frowned and thought for a moment before shaking her head. I haven't heard of it. The teacher said that as long as we can break through 150 kilograms of strength before awakening and pass the liberal arts exam, we can be admitted to the Shanjing Martial Arts Academy. Upon hearing this, Tong Chen fell into deep thought. Generally speaking, students who can enter the martial arts class already possess the talent of a genetically awakened warrior, not to mention the students of martial arts class 1. At the very least, these kids have absolutely good genetic talent based on their genetic testing results. Just having good genetic talent doesn't guarantee reaching the corresponding realm, that's just the upper limit. So, based on this, meeting the strength standard would mean proving their cultivation talent, which would make them worthy of admission, right? It probably wouldn't be easy for someone with poor talent to awaken in martial arts class 1. With a population of over 10 million in Fong City, the first batch of martial arts class 1 had only about 40 students. Yet, the Shanjing Academy still set a threshold among these people, making the admission criteria extremely harsh. Thinking of this, Tong Chen nodded. Let's stop here for today. You don't need to go to school for now. Focus on staying home and accepting my training. With the system's material recording and his exceptional perception, he was confident he could surpass the martial arts class teachers in teaching. Moreover, it wouldn't be easy to find someone better than him in basic combat skills. Hu Xiaoqiao nodded. In agreement, she took Tong Chen's outstretched hand, stood up, and brushed off her clothes. Seeing the cut on her pant leg, she pouted in dissatisfaction. I'll get you a new pair later. Then let's go buy them today. Alright, Tong Chen rolled his eyes at his sister as he opened the door and walked out first. The people outside immediately stood up straight, looking at Tong Chen with strange expressions. What on earth happened to make Hu Xiaoqiao scream so miserably just now? Oh, you all came too? Tong Chen greeted his sister's little followers with a smile. The kids shivered slightly, forcing out smiles and nodding. They had just arrived and heard their big sister's terrifying scream, thinking Tong Chen was the kind of ruthless brother who would harm his sister. At that moment, Hu Xiaoqiao walked out, and her friends looked over nervously. If you can walk steadily, it seems there's not much of a problem. Little Fatty let out a sigh of relief. Hu Xiaoqiao looked over with a strange expression. What are you all so nervous about? Her friends rushed over, surrounding Hu Xiaoqiao. They quietly expressed their concern for her, occasionally stealing glances at Tong Chen with very odd looks. Tong Chen found it amusing. It was as if he were some kind of sister-abusing monster. It was Hu Xiaoqiao who had gone to touch the underworld flame herself.
Hu Xiaoqiao herself looked somewhat helpless. Remembering the scene of rolling on the training ground just now, her face couldn't help but flush. She kept saying she wasn't hurt, that Tong Chen hadn't done anything and it was just her own carelessness, laughing and joking with her friends. Tong Chen walked to the window in the distance, quietly watching this scene. If he told his sister that one day he would leave Wayan City and never come back, would she be willing? At this moment, seeing his sister so happy, Tong Chen felt it was better to keep things as they were for now. Maybe things won't come to that. I hope Bobo can be a bit more reliable and not involve Wayan City, Tong Chen said, looking out at the sky. Still bright and sunny. For the time being, he would accompany his sister in training. He also needed to find Grandpa Parrot when he had the chance. That piece of thunder crystal might not need to be kept, it could be directly used to refine a battle knife. As for his sister's battle armor, there was no need to rush. They would talk about it after she awakened and reached the level of a mid-level warrior. Brother, sorry to keep you waiting. After a while, Hu Xiaoqiao walked in front of Tong Chen with a sweet smile. Let's go, I'll take you to buy clothes. Tong Chen waved goodbye to his friends in the distance and took his sister downstairs. As soon as they stepped outside, the bustling street erupted with excitement. It's Tong Chen, he's out, someone shouted, and people from all directions became agitated, rushing towards the entrance of the martial arts hall to block the siblings. Tong Chen's expression darkened. The sense of killing intent was instantly triggered, and all he could perceive was malice directed at him. Among them, there were even a few strands of killing intent coming for him. The corners of Tong Chen's mouth curled up as he pulled his sister behind him and activated the recording device. You're blocking my way, is there something you want? His calm voice silenced the noisy crowd in front of him. Right, what should they do next? They were dissatisfied with the iron-fisted suppression of the security team, with friends and family being arrested or beaten and now recovering. Hearing that Tong Chen, who had slipped back from the front lines, appeared at the martial arts hall, they instinctively followed him. But they hadn't actually thought about what to do next. Moreover, with so many of them, why was Tong Chen so calm? Stop talking nonsense. Take him away and let the Public Security Bureau release our family. Yes, exactly. This all started because of him. Why should we be suppressed just for expressing our dissatisfaction while he can swagger down the street? Thinking about my child in the detention center and how they might be treated while he's happily dating a girl is unbearable. The shouts from the crowd stirred up emotions. Tong Chen narrowed his eyes. The direction of the voices was exactly where he sensed the killing intent. Interesting. To trigger the sense of killing intent to this extent, they were definitely not ordinary people without awakening. No matter how much an ant tries to intimidate a lion, in front of the lion, it's just a little emotional outburst, not a real threat. The ability to sense a threat of killing intent indicated that the other party had the capability to harm him. It seemed things were getting complicated. When he returned later to edit the footage, he could verify this hypothesis through the system reward content. Thinking of this, Tong Chen revealed a cold smile. I don't know what you're so excited about. I just returned from executing a mission after receiving a military order. Your current behavior constitutes a suspicion of deliberately obstructing military affairs. I'll give you 30 seconds to clear the way. Otherwise, don't blame me if you end up dead. As he spoke, a faint killing intent emanated from him. Why you dare to kill in the street? Just a coward who escaped from the front lines. How dare you be so arrogant? What kind of ability is it to show off to us? You only know how to run back when you encounter monsters. Since no one else has returned to the city, it must be because you used your connections. Try to lay a hand on us. Even if you're a member of the Black Dragon, you won't have it easy. That's right. The official order states that soldiers are strictly prohibited from attacking ordinary people without reason. The people in front of Tong Chen felt the murderous intent and their faces turned pale with fear, but those behind them blocked the way. They wanted to run but couldn't escape, so they could only force themselves to appear calm and threaten him. I've already warned you, this is a mission order. You have 15 seconds left, Tong Chen said, displaying a document issued by the command center. Brother? Behind him, Hu Xiaoqiao tugged at him. Tong Chen turned back with a smile. When I make my move later, don't look, it might get a bit bloody. He had no intention of going easy on these daredevils. Once the countdown ended, he would charge in. Especially those few he sensed murderous intent from, they needed to be dealt with carefully. Right now, the only group of warriors in Wayan City was the guards. The forces from the black market had consciously stationed themselves outside the city's defenses, and those who dared to cause trouble here could be anyone. Time ticked away second by second, and when the countdown on Tong Chen's terminal reached 5, the crowd behind him fell silent. Why did it feel like this guy Tong Chen wasn't joking? The so-called F-grade waste was supposed to be relying on others to get into the Black Dragon. Wasn't he supposed to be weak and easily bullied? Just as the cold aura around Tong Chen grew increasingly terrifying, the hearts of everyone present turned colder. Suddenly, from a distance, the sound of a police siren rang out. It's the security team. Retreat! The people in front of him immediately fell into chaos, fleeing in all directions.
Tong Chen silently turned off the
terminal, watching as a military vehicle drifted around the street corner. Before the vehicle had even come to a stop, the soldiers on board jumped down one after another, brandishing their clubs and charging towards the crowd, their eyes filled with eagerness.
Wait, I'm not causing trouble. Sir, I was just passing by. Damn you, why are you targeting us? What about Tong Chen, who fled the scene? This is a conspiracy. I'm going to report this to the central government. However, these soldiers had no intention of listening to them. The order was to arrest those illegally gathered, and that was that. As for Tong Chen, he was clearly not the target. Soon, a large number of people were captured, with only a few from the periphery managing to escape. Tong Chen walked into the crowd, looking at the man being pinned down by 3 guards. Spy? The struggling man's eyes flickered with panic for a moment as he looked up at Tong Chen. What are you talking about? I'm a local. You can't slander me just because I look like a foreigner. Hey, you speak quite clearly. This guy is suspicious. Take him back and interrogate him well for double the military merit, Tong Chen said with a smile, and the 3 guards' eyes lit up. The man being restrained froze for a moment, then suddenly exploded with strength, throwing off the 3 men. He jumped up, pulled out a dagger, and slashed towards Tong Chen's neck. A dull thud sounded. The soldiers present didn't see what happened. The man brushed past Tong Chen and collapsed on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He could only look back at Tong Chen with a terrified expression. What are you looking at? Go catch him, Tong Chen said irritably, pointing at the people behind him. The 3 guards, realizing what to do, angrily lunged at the man. You think you're tough? Try resisting again. Hey kid, we received a notice about a power outage today. The security department will be without power tonight, but don't worry, we've charged the electric batons in advance. The 3 cursed as they pulled out restraining devices meant for soldiers, binding the man. Tong Ying smiled at this, turned around, and waved to his sister, planning to leave together. Tong Ying. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. Tong Ying turned back to find it was Shi Ningxiang's father. Director, I haven't done anything, he said, putting on a comical, sycophantic expression. This old man wasn't here to cause trouble, was he? Upon hearing this title, Shi Ming's mouth twitched instantly. His gaze became deep as he looked Tong Ying up and down. It seemed not only was his mouth twitching, but he also wanted to slap Tong Ying. In the end, Shi Ming let out a sigh. Did you just plan to kill someone? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around turned to look. The guard's expression was puzzled while the arrested person began to get agitated. Yes, the military officer just wanted to kill us. Quick, arrest him too. Behave yourself. Did I tell you to speak? Someone immediately provoked, but after receiving a punch, they fell silent. Shi Ming ignored those people and just stared intently at Tong Ying in front of him. How could that be? Bureau chief, please, don't wrong a good person. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I wouldn't even dare to step on an ant while walking. Tong Ying flashed a bright smile. Shi Ming's expression was strange. Why does the pronunciation of this so-called good person sound odd? Is it serious? There have been enough incidents in the city lately. Don't add to my troubles. If there's anything, call the public security department. Got it? Shi Ming advised. Tong Ying made an okay gesture and jogged away with his sister who had just arrived. Shi Ming silently watched the two disappear around the corner. Bureau chief, that kid has led you astray. How come you came over, and still? The squad leader responsible for this arrest operation said, looking in the direction Tong Ying had left. Not only did he come over, but he also tested whether Tong Ying wanted to kill someone? Let's not talk about that. Take this person back for a thorough interrogation, at the highest standard. I'll approve the documents for you. After saying this, Shi Ming turned and left. The squad leader was taken aback, and the 3 guards who were suppressing the person were also momentarily stunned. Does this mean we don't need to pull the power switch anymore? Of course, the highest standard can interrogate someone to death and can ignore most regulations. Is the bureau chief placing too much importance on Tong Ying? Just based on his words, approving such a permit, he will be held responsible, right? The 3 whispered among themselves. Suddenly, Shi Ming stopped, causing them to instantly shut up, their expressions stiffening. Shi Ming did not turn around but looked at the police camera on the streetlight above. He recalled seeing Tong Ying facing the crowd in the surveillance footage just now, and the reactions of those people. From their expressions, the subconscious small movements of their bodies, and their natural reactions, they all seemed to suddenly face a predator. Being able to become the director of the Public Security Bureau and a candidate for the next deputy city lord, Shi Ming had considerable confidence in his ability to read people and make judgments. He was sure that at that moment Tong Ying truly intended to kill, which was why he came over to warn him. This kid, isn't he just someone who knows how to flirt with girls? Shi Ming muttered, feeling strange inside. When he saw the surveillance footage, he had only one feeling. If the guard team had arrived late, a terrible accident would have occurred. Such decisiveness in killing, is this still the Tong Ying he remembers? This kid is definitely not simple. Ha, I didn't expect I could misjudge someone too.
Ming smiled and shook his head, feeling much better. The guards quickly took the person away, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the terrified gazes of nearby shop owners. At night, Tong Ying returned home with various shopping bags and his sister. Brother, when are we going? To train tomorrow? Hu Qiao asked eagerly. After witnessing Tong Ying's abilities, she had no doubts about his strength.
In the afternoon. I might have to go out in the morning.
After saying this, Tong Ying waved his hand and returned to his room, closing the door.
He sat on a
stool, opened the system's material library and began processing the footage shot during the day. As the footage pulled up to the front of the martial arts hall during the blockade, Tong Ying adjusted the angle and circled the areas where he sensed killing intent.
Let me see what kind of strength you have.
Saying this, Tong Ying began to edit. The system's rewards and video ratings could reflect the strength of the material. For example, the editing score from the reconnaissance mission with Ningxu suddenly skyrocketed, instantly indicating that a war god was present at that time. As he thought of this, the material finished playing, and Tong Ying also had an editing idea. Before the editing, everyone angrily accused him of being a deserter and using connections, demanding an explanation. After the editing, all of that turned into praise. Of course, the expressions were completely mismatched. This is truly a highly artistic edit. I believe they will be very happy to see it. Whether those who came to stir up trouble were happy or not, Tong Ying didn't know, but he was certainly pleased.
Saying this, Tong Ying clicked on complete edit. Ding. Editing successful. Material strength rating 61. Material recognition rating 22. Host editing rating 38. Total score 121.
You can choose one reward to receive double. Congratulations, host. Strength plus 200 kilograms, spirit plus 15, combat skill.
Comprehension opportunity plus 5 times. You can choose to enhance combat skill proficiency or talent level. Warning, please release the video as soon as possible to achieve no less than 200 views, otherwise the reward will be revoked. Choose combat skill comprehension to receive double,
and use it all to enhance the talent skill level.
Ding. Selection successful.
The projection in front of him switched to the talent page. The experience bar above, Devour, began to slowly move, and under Tong Chen's eager gaze, it stopped at the very last bit.
Tong Chen. Alright, it seems to be stuck at the last 10%. However, the combat skill, Dark Flame Compression, was completely devoured, and the skill
being devoured was replaced with Ember.
Tong Chen raised an eyebrow. Is this considered a jackpot?
He had thought the next devoured skill would be Dark God Armor, or even the newly acquired Dark Descent was a possibility. Therefore, he had planned to temporarily not enhance the level of Dark Flame / to avoid diluting the chances of selecting Ember by generating more skills.
He didn't expect to hit the jackpot directly.
Feeling happy, Tong Chen reopened the material library to capture an image defining the range where he sensed the killing intent among the crowd, and forwarded it to Ningxiang. Send this to your dad to check. There should be accomplices. Since he didn't have Ming's contact information, Tong Chen could only take a detour through Ningxiang. Based on this reward and strength rating, the other party's strength was likely between a high-level warrior and a low-level general. For the currently weak internal forces of Wayan City, this posed a significant threat. This time, the increase in strength and spirit isn't much, far less than the completion of devouring Dark Flame Compression. Tong Chen said as he snapped his fingers, and a cluster of purple sparks appeared, making the sound of ice crystals shattering.
The killer Queen, Tong, made a dazzling entrance.
The devouring of Dark Flame Compression undoubtedly caused Tong Chen's strength to surge again, giving him
more confidence in facing the potential dangers that might arise in Wayan City.
Not enough yet. I should refine the Thunder Crystal into a weapon. My combat power should be able to increase further.
Tong Chen muttered, originally planning to find Parrot Grandpa tomorrow morning. With this in mind, Tong Chen opened the terminal and uploaded the edited video. The night in Wayan City returned to tranquility. People gathered at home around the dining table. Have you heard? The Public Security Bureau was deployed again today. They reportedly caught a lot of people at the Bluebird Martial Arts Hall. Didn't they say Tong Chen was there to block him? Did he release another video? Many people in the city had followed Tong Chen's account and instantly received notifications of the new release. When they clicked to see the densely packed heads, they immediately realized this was footage from in front of the Bluebird Martial Arts Hall today. The video started off normally, until the screen suddenly zoomed in and the first line of dialogue began. It became strange. So today you guys weren't looking for trouble with Tong Chen, but were actually holding a fan support meeting? You didn't even call me, isn't that right? Each of you turned red with excitement when you saw the blogger. Not just red, but their expressions were twisted too. I swear, you guys are killing people and also trying to break their hearts, right? Instantly, comments appeared below the video. Those who had followed Tong Chen from the beginning naturally supported him. Those who held grievances against Tong Chen were all black fans attracted by money later on. Under the pressure of the tense atmosphere,
In the city, coupled with his sudden cessation of video activities, dissatisfaction arose.
This unexpected return to Fong Jing City became an outlet for these people to vent. Nonsense. This is a chaotic edit. I want to file a complaint. I was there today. It wasn't like this in the video at all.
Damn, this kid has such thick skin. He's completely immersed in his own art and can't extricate himself.
Soon, those who had
slipped through the cracks at that time jumped out to stir the pot, quickly suppressing the supporters' comments and turning the video comment
section into a one-sided denunciation mode. Those who didn't know would think Tong Chen was some kind of notorious villain. In the detention center of the Public Security Bureau,
the originally cramped holding room was now filled with people, making it feel a bit crowded.
Meal time.
A guard came over with lunchboxes to distribute to his companions, and the people inside the cell swallowed hard at the sight, not daring to
make a sound.
The guards ate their meals while turning on the wall-mounted television, which displayed current news.
Ugh, I'm so tired of
watching this all day. It seems Tong Chen has updated a video. Let's take a look.
Is it good to watch here? What are you afraid of? It's just us few on the night shift.
The guard with the remote, seeing his companion's insistence, had no choice but to comply. He quickly found Tong Chen's
video and started playing it.
The inmates, upon seeing this, all turned their attention to the screen. The first frame felt all too familiar
to them. Oh crap, is that us? Someone murmured softly. Soon, as the video played, they became agitated. Nonsense. This kid is doing it on purpose. Did I really say that back then? This is too much.
I want to sue him for slander.
Officer, aren't you going to arrest him? You're all in cahoots, right? What are you all shouting about? I see you don't want to eat but want to get beaten instead. Clang clang clang.
The guard tapped the iron bars with his baton, causing everyone to shrink their necks in fear.
Ha, you want to sue him? You should take a look at who this kid has edited before. Pfft, he's still living well and can still post videos. You think you can just pull a stunt? Behave yourselves. The guard's mocking laughter instantly calmed the detainees down.
Speaking of which, Tong Chen had indeed stirred up quite a few big shots in his previous videos. Whether it was the instructors at the base, the president of the logistics group, or even the war generals, he
dared to take them on. Yet, he was still doing just fine. Why would they dare to pull a stunt? In an instant, many people's expressions became clearer.
On the other side, at the Nanxiao base, Shi Ningxiang opened her terminal and looked at the message from Tong Chen, her expression puzzled. A few pictures of a crowd, with a few people circled, and he wanted to send it to her father? Before she could figure out what was going on, she heard her teammates chattering nearby.
That guy Tong Chen updated his video again. Ha, is this Fong Jing City? He actually went back. He really isn't afraid of what people say. What do you take him for? This kid doesn't care about that.
As they spoke, everyone watched
with eager anticipation.
Having already gotten used to Tong Chen's video style, their expressions turned strange after watching.
He's really angered the masses.
As expected of Tong Chen, in this situation, he can still post a video and throw it back in their faces.
If I were those people, I'd probably be so angry I'd get sick. Ha ha ha, it's probably not just anger. Didn't you see the guards have already arrested people? They're probably stuck in the detention center now. Why does it feel like Tong Chen can't settle down wherever he goes? Poor Public Security Bureau, they must be having a tough time lately.
Shi Ningxiang fell silent. She opened the message from Tong Chen again, hesitated for 2
seconds, and chose to forward it.
This guy Tong Chen might be a bit of a dog, but in terms of danger assessment and perception, even her master recognized him as a presence. Since Tong Chen said these people were suspicious and needed his father to capture and investigate them, there must
be some basis for it.
The chief instructor has ordered us to gather at the training ground at 8:25.
Let's rest well and set off, Shi Ning Shuang said as she led the way out. The others followed suit.
The atmosphere on the street was far more tense than before Tong Chen had left, resembling a scene just before a great battle.
Nanqiao Command Center.
The traces of the Lord-level monsters suspected to be the tomb spider
have been confirmed as true.
According to the intelligence analysis collected, the target is the fiery bull demon.
Possible areas of appearance.
Several regions around the virtual projection of Wayan City turned red.
The analysts pulled up the data on the bull demon, discussing the newly discovered Lord-level monster and the potential dangers it could cause.
Nearby, many team leaders wore serious expressions.
First, the
Ape King, now a bull demon. Hey, Wayan City really is a treasure trove.
Where's the war god? Has the war god arrived? This is not a monster we can handle with our teams. What should we do next?
We haven't even found the traces of the tomb spider, and now another Lord-level monster
has appeared. The crowd discussed, looking towards Lu Yong in front.
Ahem, you don't need to worry about combat power. The immediate priority
is to confirm the location of the fiery bull demon. The war god will take action when the time comes. Let's proceed according to plan.
With that, he signaled the meeting to disperse. Orders were quickly issued to various divisions of the battle group, and the entire Nanqiao
base sprang into action. The next day at noon, outside Fong City in the wilderness, Parrot Grandpa stood on Tong Chen's shoulder, guiding him into the depths of the cave. When Tong Chen saw the thunder crystal lying quietly in front of him, he smiled and tossed a piece of energy crystal to Parrot Grandpa. Well done. Step back a bit, I'm about to start. With that, he placed his hand on the thunder crystal, and a cold aura began to brew. Let me see what kind of weapon I can forge from the materials of a Lord-level mutated monster. Tonging used the nether flame in conjunction with the embers to begin the forging process. Soon, the thunder crystal, which could only be handled by special equipment, surprisingly developed cracks on its surface. Just after swallowing the energy crystal, Parrot Grandpa, who had landed nearby, widened his eyes and tilted his head back. Wow, so fierce! The cave space was rendered in purple. Under the corrosive effect of the cold nether flame, the energy of the thunder crystal was continuously condensed into the central area. The hard thunder crystal was rapidly transformed under the influence of the embers. Parrot Grandpa was astonished to see the bad monkey's crystal shatter so easily into pieces, his pupils trembling continuously. As the volume of the thunder crystal kept decreasing, the chilling sense of threat actually increased. No wonder he could defeat it, he was incredibly strong. As the outer layer of the thunder crystal peeled away to just 1/3 of its original size, Tong Chen fell into deep thought. There was no doubt that what he needed was a battle knife. He could use other weapons, but considering the core combat technique, nether flame slash, the battle knife was the best choice to unleash his full power. Using the nether flame in the forging process was undoubtedly the right decision. After devouring the nether flame slash, the accompanying control of the nether flame ignored usage restrictions. At this moment, Tong Chen could clearly perceive the subtle changes in the thunder crystal through the nether flame. This meant he could greatly influence the final shaping of the battle knife. While maintaining the shape of the battle knife, it would be best if it could also be easily stored and carried. Having had experience forging a dagger for his sister, even though he could roughly control the shaping of the battle knife at this moment, Tong Chen did not dare to have high expectations for its appearance. If he showed up on the battlefield with a strangely shaped battle knife, it would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention. This was something Tong Chen, who had grown accustomed to being discreet, did not like. Suddenly, he thought of Zhu Yashuan's set of transformable battle armor. Let's see if I can try to make it foldable. With that, he squinted his eyes and began to operate. Tong Chen, in a state of complete concentration, lost track of time. When the sunlight at the cave entrance turned into the orange-red hue of sunset, he finally succeeded in the forging process. The once massive thunder crystal now measured only about a meter in length. Its exterior resembled a pitch-black bone sword composed of flat vertebrae, the blade radiating a cold, chilling light, with purple runes etched along the sword's body. Small flames of nether fire flickered at the top of the hilt, and electric sparks occasionally appeared at the joints of the vertebrae. Tong Chen revealed a satisfied smile. This sword was incredibly dazzling in his mental perception and felt intimately familiar. His judgment was not wrong. The weapons refined through embers indeed had a significant enhancement in mental control. Tong Chen reached out to grasp the floating bone sword, and the runes on the blade instantly lit up. He attempted to control the sword with his mental power, testing the limits of the strength he could exert on the bone sword. Only 420 kilograms? Tong Chen squinted. This power might be somewhat lacking for attacks, but when applied to controlling the nuances of battle, it was undoubtedly excellent. Coupled with the battlefield control and foresight abilities of, he could confidently call himself a melee overlord. As long as he wasn't completely overwhelmed in strength and speed, who could compete with Tong Chen, who had full vision, foresight, and micro-manipulation? Tong Chen tried swinging the battle knife in his hand. Despite its thicker and bulkier appearance compared to ordinary battle knives, it cut through the air silently like a ghost. The back of the blade emitted a flicker of electric light and purple sparks, clearly retaining the power of lightning while possessing the characteristics of nether fire. The earth attribute of the Rock Thunder Ape King also ensured the bone sword's hardness was sufficiently strong. Tong Chen's hand glided over the rocky wall of the cave, feeling no resistance whatsoever. Is the sharpness this exaggerated too? Tong Chen felt somewhat surprised. The cut he made was not only as smooth as a mirror's shine, but he could also distinctly sense the power of nether fire on it. Tong Chen's mouth twitched as he used nether fire control to erase the lingering aura of nether fire. From now on, I'll call you Soul Cutter. This was a knife capable of severing the spirit. At this moment, the refinement had not yet reached its limit. It was merely the upper limit of what the material could withstand. In the future, he could continue to add materials from other high-level monsters to strengthen it further. As the degree of ember refinement deepened, there would come a day when it could cut through souls. If souls existed in this world, Tong Chen recalled that the description of nether fire slash mentioned that refining it to perfection could sever the space of the nether realm to obtain something or other. If the nether realm existed, then souls probably did too, right? Thus, Tong Chen felt that naming this evolving knife Soul Cutter was quite fitting. With this thought, he released Soul Cutter and used his mental power to make it hover beside him.
Among the remnants left by the thunder crystal on the ground, 8 diamond-shaped crystals slowly floated up.
During the refining process, Tong Chen felt a strong connection between Soul Cutter and his own spirit, so he intentionally refined the edges into these few crystals. Later, I'll make some equipment and embed these into it, distributing them across various parts of my body. It should allow for many astonishing maneuvers in battle. The crystals flew into his backpack and Soul Cutter began to transform, ultimately becoming a half-meter-long black rectangular block.
Let's go, Parrot Grandpa. Tong Chen called out to his pet parrot with a smile, then paused at the cave entrance.
He gently jumped, and the folded Soul Cutter flew beneath his feet.
Tong Chen adapted to the sensation of flying with objects, soaring into the sky under the surprised
gaze of Parrot Grandpa. Is 420 kilograms of object manipulation power only capable of reaching this speed? Tong Chen thought as he flew through the air. The parrot circled around him, astonished at its master's sudden ability to fly. How about we race? Tong Chen suddenly suggested, causing the parrot to pause its flapping wings, its gaze revealing disdain. Did you think the bird Grandpa escaped from the hands of a lord-level bad monkey just like that? Oh, very confident, huh? How about a bet of 5 million? That's roughly equivalent to 100 energy crystals.
I know you have your own stash of supplies,
Tong Chen said with a grin. When Tong Chen first saw Grandpa Parrot, it was eating stones.
Energy crystals stolen from the Iron Mane Tiger's lair. A creature that can find its own food. Tong Chen didn't believe it had no food
reserves in its nest outside.
After all, this thing could fly quite fast. Who would know if it sneaked out for a meal and came back?
Grandpa.
Parrot's eyes showed a moment of panic, but it quickly calmed down, slowly filling with greed and caution. Birds die for food, and he heard that. Among humans, there are those called capitalists who would risk their lives for a 300% profit. This was practically free rations. If it didn't
want them, wouldn't it be worse than a capitalist?
Of course I'm serious. How about this? From here to Wayan City, whoever arrives first
wins? Tong Chen smiled innocently.
The parrot pondered for a moment, thinking that with Tong Chen being a rookie who had just learned to fly, and flying so slowly, what right did he have to compete with it, the darling of the skies?
Immediately, the parrot nodded and accelerated out, leaving its bird but for Tong Chen. Tong Chen smiled slightly.
Finally, he had fallen for it. With just the speed of manipulating objects to fly, he certainly couldn't match the parrot. But let's not forget, he had already devoured the underworld flame slash. For the release mode of a sudden strike, it had completely become instinctive for his body. Tong Chen bent his knees in the air, testing the strength of his footing. That'll do. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The speed of the underworld flame slash was something even a war god would find astonishing.
A little parrot was nothing more than a hand to suppress? Sorry, Grandpa Parrot, do you now understand how dirty human hearts can be? Show me some respect.
Yo ho ho ho! The parrot stared blankly as Tong Chen, who had turned into an afterimage, instantly surpassed it, then erupted into a mournful bird cry in the air.
It's you who's dirty. Wasn't this supposed to be a speed competition? Why was he using combat skills?
Outside the city, Tong Chen put the Soul Cutter into his backpack, and after waiting for a while, the parrot, with eyes full of despair, finally landed on his shoulder.
A bet is a bet. I'm waiting for your crystals,
Tong Chen said with a smile, and
Grandpa Parrot drooped its head in resignation. An hour later, back home.
What awaited Tong Ying was her sister's murderous gaze.
Tong Chen's happy expression froze.
Oh no, it seemed he had accidentally stood his sister up. Facing his sister's glare, Tong Ying chose to selectively
ignore it.
He sidestepped to bypass his sister and entered the house.
Mom, I'm so happy to see you.
Man Yu chuckled at his words, not bothering
with the address issue. Don't be too happy too soon. If you don't explain things clearly to your sister, you probably won't have dinner tonight, she said gleefully. Tong Ying's mouth twitched as he looked at Hu Chaoqiao.
It seemed he couldn't brush this off.
I said it wasn't intentional, do you believe me?
The plan was for half a day.
That should have been enough. When he was refining the dagger, it only took a few seconds.
Who knew that while refining, he suddenly had the idea of making it a folding knife, resulting in spending too much time.
Where have you been?
Hu Chaoqiao was not angry that Tong Ying stood her up. Instead, she was upset about how he looked when he came in.
Unsteady on your feet, spiritless, and you smell strange. Did you go find a woman and fool around all day?
Hu Chaoqiao grabbed Tong Ying's collar and pulled him closer, frowning as she sniffed. Amidst the faint fishy smell, there was a strange scent. The image of a cold, alluring mature woman flashed in her mind, combined with the dust on Tong Ying. Wild, outdoors? She thought of something, her face slightly reddening as she let go of Tong Ying and took a step back, her gaze becoming even fiercer the next second.
Tong Ying awkwardly smiled and sniffed his own scent. It was indeed easy to misunderstand.
The thunder crystal was said to be a crystal, but after all, it came from a monster.
It was something between
an organ and a crystal, hardened by the influence of the monster's power. But the smell itself, well, it was just like livestock that had never laid an egg, filled with a fishy stench. During the refining process, the powder splattered, inevitably getting on him.
No, I didn't. The parrot can testify. Tong Ying quickly raised his hands in surrender, his eyes full of sincerity. Hu Chaoqiao looked at him suspiciously, then glanced at the parrot only to find that its condition was off. Why did it look like it wanted to die? Did you bully it? Hu Chaoqiao reached out, dissatisfied, and took the parrot, her gaze turning into one of doubt. No, I just made a bet with the bird and it lost, that's all. As soon as the parrot heard this, it became agitated. It flapped around in Hu Chaoqiao's arms, making noise. Hu Chaoqiao looked completely bewildered. Although she couldn't understand bird language like Tong Ying, it was clear that the parrot was probably cursing quite a bit. What did you bet? On 100 energy crystals. Tong Ying said proudly, and the parrot became even more agitated, eventually breaking free from Hu Chaoqiao's grasp and going to mess up Tong Ying's hair like a bird's nest. So, you spent the whole day just to trick someone out of their crystals? Hu Chaoqiao pouted. It felt very much in line with Tong Ying's usual disregard for others. Hu Manyu watched the two playfully from the dining table. If only her body hadn't had issues. Hey, the two sighed upon seeing their mother and stopped lingering at the door. Soon, Hu Chaoqiao brought the dinner she had prepared earlier to the table. Brother, what about the training we talked about? Can you tell me how you plan to train me? Tong Ying, who was eating, paused and looked Hu Chaoqiao up and down. This girl at her age was full of vitality, and the special training in the martial arts class had given her a more capable aura. Coupled with her budding beauty, she was fully deserving of the title of a beautiful girl. What are you staring at? Mom, look at him, Hu Chaoqiao complained, receiving a face pinch from her mother. Mom, what are you doing? I'm the biological one here. You look quite happy, shouldn't I pinch you? Wah, wah, wah. The little girl's face turned red. Instantly, Tong Ying quickly snapped back to reality, interrupting the strange atmosphere. Ahem, tomorrow, let's go to the Yanliang base. They have a complete set of training facilities, and then you'll know how I plan to train you. Ah, is that okay? Hu Chaoqiao's eyes lit up. Instantly. That was a military base usually used for training gifted individuals. It was a mysterious place, with tales of devilish training and talent centers spreading throughout the school. Even the martial arts class hardly mentioned the few bases on the outskirts of Fong City. She was, of course, curious. No problem. I'm tight with the instructor. Borrowing the base for training is a small matter, Tong Ying said, somewhat sheepishly. Hu Chaoqiao took him seriously and happily served him food, completely forgetting the earlier awkwardness. The next morning, Tong Ying took his sister to the outside of the Yanliang base. Sorry, you can't enter. The guard stopped Tong Ying and his group at the gate, pointing to a notice nearby. Tong Ying and dogs are not allowed inside. Tong Ying, Hu Chaoqiao and her friends who had come along cast doubtful glances. This is what you call a good relationship. Ahem, misunderstanding. Just kidding, I'll send a message to make sure the instructor comes out to greet us personally, Tong Ying said as he took out his terminal. Both Hu Chaoqiao's friends and the guard wore expressions of I don't believe you, especially the guard, who knew all too well what Tong Ying had done. Even if the instructor came out, it was likely to be with a big knife to chop people, right? Tong Ying found the instructor's ID and, after hesitating for a long time, sent a message. Are you there? Inside the base, Instructor Kuei Ran, who was training students, twitched his mouth. Are you there? What happened to your soft Rice King style? Is this how you start? Not here, get lost. The moment Tong Ying appeared outside the door, he received a report. Hey, are we just going to flip our friendship boat after a few months? Who has any friendship with you? Get lost, I don't want to. See you. Alright, it's rare for me to bring my genius sister from the martial arts class for training. Since you don't want to host us, I'll just go to another base. What talent can your F-grade sister possibly have? Wei Ran disdainfully sent a message. Genes are related to heredity, after all. Wait a minute. He suddenly remembered that Tong Ying's profile showed that his family was restructured after a disaster. Out of caution, Wei Ran opened the terminal to check Tong Ying's sister's information. The martial arts class and their training base are actually part of the same system. After the system merger, no matter which city, the later training of the martial arts class cannot avoid the base. After seeing Hu Chaoqiao's profile, Wei Ran fell silent for a moment. Wait, I'm coming out right now. Martial arts class 1. Top student. These two terms together mean that even if it's Tong Ying's sister, he must let her in. If she awakens an amazing talent later, who knows how much face he could gain in front of his comrades. Compared to that kind of show-off feeling, it seems not unacceptable to compromise a bit with Tong Ying. Outside the door, Tong Ying smiled at his sister and the little friends in front of him. The instructor will be out soon. The little friends all rolled their eyes in unison, their faces full of disbelief. The chubby kid even walked over to the notice board with a mischievous grin, pointing at Tong Ying and then at the dog, mocking the scene to the fullest. In front of Yanliang base, Tong Chen looked at the chubby kid silently mocking him and found it amusing. It's this kid again. He remembers the pain but forgets the beating, huh? What? Do you have a problem?
No brother Tong Chen, we just mean that sometimes we have to face reality and objectively accept ourselves, right? The chubby kid pretended to be mature, welcoming the admiring gazes of his little friends. Brave, actually daring to provoke. Tong Chen, Fong Hao, are you looking for death? Hu Chaoqiao spoke up, and the chubby kid named Fong Hao instantly wilted. He was about to apologize when he noticed Tong Chen had already appeared in front of him. How about we make a bet? If the instructor comes out to pick us up, I'll give you a face-squeezing package. If not, I'll agree to one of your requests. Fong Hao swallowed his apology. A request? He thought of all the losses he had suffered at Tong Chen's hands. Isn't this a good opportunity for revenge? Fong Hao didn't trust Tong Chen's character, thinking that others wouldn't cheat children, but Tong Chen was another story. But Tong Chen couldn't possibly be untrustworthy in front of his sister, right? As for losing, that was completely out of his consideration. Just now, he had sneakily caught a glimpse of the word roll suddenly popping up on Tong Chen's terminal. Okay, pinky swear, no backing out. Fong Hao extended his pinky. Tong Chen smiled and linked his pinky with him, the contract established. The guard beside them rolled his eyes at this. Childish. 5 minutes passed, and the corners of the chubby kid's mouth were almost uncontrollable. Just as he was about to announce his victory with his hands on his hips, a military jeep quickly approached. From a distance, the vehicle came to a sudden stop and a bald, muscular man got out. Yo! Instructor Wei ran. Long time no see, I've missed you. Tong Chen immediately waved with a beaming smile. Wei Ran shot Tong Chen a disdainful glance, saluted the guard, and said, let them in. The gate slowly opened. The chubby kid Fong Hao instantly shivered, looking incredulously at the bald man and then at Tong Chen. Though little friends looked over with a mix of fear and sympathy. Fong Hao's legs went weak, and he knelt down. Hey, what's going on? It's not even New Year yet, kneeling won't get you a red envelope from me. Tong Chen laughed as he helped the chubby kid up. Bro, I was wrong. Wrong? About what? Shouldn't you question your connections as the king of soft rice? This bald guy must be one of your big brothers, right? Ha! Tong Chen looked at the chubby little guy, whose face was filled with panic, and felt a mix of anger and amusement. Kid, you sure know how to talk. Just don't say anything next time. With that, he reached out and pinched Fong Hao's cheeks on both sides. Ah! The scream was as tragic as a pig being slaughtered, shocking everyone present to look over. It wasn't just a pinch on the face, was it? Why was it so painful? Wei Ran's expression was doubtful. This kid looked like he should be in the martial arts class, so how could he not endure such a little pain? Wei Ran asked himself if he could be mistaken about the temperament shown by someone who had undergone training versus someone who hadn't. Was the level of the martial arts academy this poor? He couldn't help but wonder. Hu Chaoqiao was also startled by Fong Hao's scream. Why did it feel a bit familiar? Could it be? She looked at Tong Chen with a probing gaze. Tong Chen secretly winked at his sister, his face full of the expression of a successful prank. Hu Chaoqiao covered her face. So he really did use the power of that purple flame? Thinking of that terrifying mental pain, Hu Chaoqiao couldn't help but turn her face away. Why did you wet yourself? Aren't you embarrassed? Tong Chen suddenly released Fong Hao in disgust, letting him sit on the ground with a face full of existential doubt. The pain in his face instantly disappeared, as if that terrible pain just now was a dream. Something was off, very off. After joining the martial arts class, who hadn't been injured every few days? Why was it that a pinch on the face could hurt him so much that he wanted to crawl back into his mother's womb? Combat skills? Technology? Secret? Medicine? Fong Hao looked at Tong Chen in shock. Was this person a devil? Just playing around and he took it seriously? His friends quickly surrounded him to help him up, with someone taking off their jacket to hand to Fong Hao. Warrior, even though you lost, we still admire you. As long as you're not dead, you're a tiger. You dared to provoke someone like Brother Tong Chen who has no limits. Quick, take off your pants and throw them away, put on my clothes instead. Wei Ran looked at this scene speechlessly. Seeing the stark contrast in the chubby kid's reactions, he instantly understood. Wei Ran recalled the feeling from his previous duel with Tong Chen and shivered slightly. Goodness, Tong Chen was still as inhumane as before. Let's go, let's go. Seeing the chubby kid throw his wet pants into a distant trash can, Wei Ran said with an expression of disbelief. This time, he absolutely couldn't let Tong Chen find an excuse to battle him. The group got into a car and entered the base. Along the way, Hu Chaoqiao's followers looked around like country bumpkins. Get out! 5 minutes later, the car arrived at the training ground. Tong Chen glanced at the surrounding environment, his expression filled with emotion. Once, he had been trained here like a monkey. He never expected that one day he would come here to train his sister. Instructor, this is Tong Chen. The students who were doing weighted running shouted in surprise. Training pause, assemble. The students instantly dropped the large wooden stakes in their hands and quickly ran to Wei Ran to stand at attention. Their well-trained appearance made the accompanying friends' eyes shine with envy. Tong Chen, hand your sister over to me for training. You don't know a thing about teaching, Wei Ran said casually with his hands behind his back.
Tong Chen smiled. No way, I can only train my sister myself. I might not be as strong as you, but you think you can compare with me in being an instructor? There are so many warriors but only a few instructors. Do you know why? Wei Ran's expression was dismissive. The students standing at attention looked at the two, clearly still supporting instructor Wei Ran.
Training was tough, but no one could deny the progress.
How about I train her first, and if it doesn't work out, you can come in later? Or we can have a match, and if I win, I'll let you take over? Tong Chen said helplessly.
Wei Ran's body stiffened, and she awkwardly spoke up. Let's do as you say and let you train first.
What are you all staring at? Without comparison, there's no harm.
You usually complain about how tough training is, so today I'll show you how effective
my training is as an instructor.
Everyone, take a break and watch how your senior trains his own sister.
After Wei Ran finished speaking,
the students in front stifled their laughter and turned to face the training ground, with those in the front sitting on the ground so their
back row companions could see.
Hu Xiaoxiao had been looking forward to this for a long time. Unlike others, she had witnessed Tong Chen's hidden
strength.
When Tong Chen said with such a serious expression that he could fight a junior war god, even if there was some exaggeration, it
probably wouldn't be too much.
To receive guidance from such a master was a rare opportunity, even for a top student in the martial arts class.
Brother, I'm ready.
The little girl was full of excitement, looking as if she was ready for any moves he might use on her.
Tong Chen smiled
and nodded, opening the terminal to check the training plan he had prepared.
The first item was,
it's weighted running. Just a moment. As Tong Chen spoke, he walked into the training ground, picked up a large wooden stake that the students had just discarded, and with a swift motion, split it into 4 pieces. He picked up one of them and tossed it in front of his sister. Take this and run 5 kilometers at full speed. Hu Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. She thought there would be some special training, but it turned out to be just ordinary weighted
training.
Knowing that Tong Chen had hidden strength, she had expected various terrifying training methods. As long as she could gain strength,
she could accept even cruel and bizarre training. Because
Hu Xiaoxiao thought of this and glanced at the spot next to Tong Chen, her eyes
showing a hint of determination. What are you waiting for? Are you going to train or not? Tong Chen waved his hand impatiently at his sister. Train.
Hu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and bent down to pick up the wooden stake.
Although it was only 1/10 of the original, the weight was still astonishing.
Her current strength was about 120 kilograms, and this wooden stake weighed as much as 100 kilograms.
Just lifting it to
maintain her balance was nearly her limit.
Did she really have to run at full speed?
Hu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized that this seemingly simple
training was not so simple after all.
She no longer hesitated and began to move, albeit stumbling like a duck.
Put. Someone in the student line couldn't help but laugh out loud.
They had all lifted the wooden stake together, 6 people sharing one, otherwise, it would be impossible.